We both went beat.
Yes. Hello, and welcome to Two in the Think Tank, the show where we come up with Alasdair.
300 sketch ideas.
I'm Andy.
And I am Alasdair George William Tremblay-Birchall.
And this is happening.
It's happening.
Alasdair, the con is on.
Yep.
And con...
It's a long con.
It's a long con, and con stands for conversation.
Absolutely.
This is going to be the longest that either of us has ever talked to somebody. In fact, all the longest conversations in my life have been with you, Alasdair.
Really? Well,
I
that's
think
nice.
So. I mean, I don't think I've talked to anybody else for 11 hours, 17 hours.
16 hours.
And then probably
20 to 26 hours.
26 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. I mean, the the hash brown and the egg McMuffin have barely cleared my gullet.
Yeah, no, but it's good to start with a nice block of a heavy block of food in order to keep the mind nimble.
Well, you know, I always say that breakfast is the foundation of the day. And what do you want in a foundation?
Cement.
Cement.
Yeah, absolute
solid.
cement. Yeah, and so I'm very excited, and
let's
try and see if there's a sketch idea in that.
I'll tell you there is.
We don't have time to be messing around.
There is, because you know how we're a big sausage guys, and I just want to start off with a good sausage. You know what this is? This is a slow release sausage. Okay?
Yeah.
And it is a sausage that you swallow either whole or in just enormous bites.
Yeah.
And they're designed to slowly. I guess that's what food is. To slowly dissolve.
Sure, but think about it. It's a sausage that's sliced up into sort of circles like that.
Yeah.
Pills.
Pills.
They're essentially a pill. They're food pills.
They're in a little jar.
They finally figured it out. They've been for hundreds of years. We've been getting promised food pills.
Hundreds of years.
We've been getting promised food that you can eat in a pill. Well, you slice up a sausage horizontally or vertically, depending on which way you're holding the sausage, right? And you get those nice round things. They're no bigger than like a fish oil capsule or like magnesium or something like that.
When we dehydrate them, they'll probably be even smaller.
That's right. And then you swallow those whole fistfuls of them like that. Yeah, you have them in the morning, and you can have a magnesium sausage. You can have a fat sausage.
But in a way, I like it just being
you're right.
Standard beef.
Yeah, standard chicken.
This has given me a real Gary Larson. Oh, you've got to write down the name of the podcast on the pad. It's given me a real Gary Larson cartoon idea, which is a kind of it's two cavemen sitting around eating a gazelle, and one of them says, one day this will be available in pill form. Do you reckon that would make the Gary Larson cut?
Is this sausage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Oh, I mean, Gary Larson. It's not a sausage. What is it?
Sitting around eating a gazelle.
Oh, gazelle. Yeah.
One of them says one day this will be available in pill form.
But you're talking, in the minds of the reader, they'll all know sausage pill probably.
Probably what it is. Anyway, I know you're a big Gary Larson guy, so I thought.
Yeah. I think Gary hasn't seemed to have had an idea for.
He hasn't had any ideas.
Decades.
It's just everybody start emailing Gary Larson.
Ideas.
You
could email them all of today's ideas.
Let's kickstart one more Gary Larson cartoon that could bring the world together. Maybe that's what.
Gary Larson cartoons across the world.
Across America.
Yeah.
And indeed the world.
Yeah. I mean, I'm picturing like Gary Larson, little individual sort of like those calendars that you
pull
Page
off,
a day. You pull off the cartoon that size, but they're all stuck together. Maybe they're corners like that, and you just across the ocean like that. It's joining Iran and Australia, and it's joining South Africa and North Africa across the ocean. The two countries in Africa.
Alasdair, can I tell you another sketch idea?
Yeah. Is Gary Larson comics across the world anything?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As a way to bring the world together. Fuck yeah. Okay, here's another sketch idea, Alasdair. It's a smothering pillow. Okay? Now, but what's great about this pillow is that it's got a special type of foam right in the middle of the pillow that is totally porous. Right, so you can breathe through it with no problems.
Right.
Okay, so it's good. It's sometimes you want someone to smother you, or you want to smother somebody, but you don't want anybody to get hurt. Okay, and it looks just like any other pillow in the house, except maybe with a little red tag in the corner, so you don't accidentally fire off a regular pillow and smother someone to death.
But are you saying that it's a smothering pillow, but it's less good at smothering than a regular pillow?
It's less good at smothering, but it's so well. I don't know that smothering for me doesn't. Smothering is not so much about the deprivation of air and the smothering part. Yeah. For me, it's more about the writhing.
Okay, right, yeah. So it's so that you can smother in a safe environment.
Exactly.
So like let's say you're a parent and your kids, you found out that they're getting into smothering each other with pillows.
Yeah.
Like that. And you go, I want them to be smothering with me safely. So you buy this nice safety smothering pillow.
Exactly. Teach smothering in the home.
Yeah, and then you just hold them down maybe on the couch or on the bed.
Yeah,
things like that.
They're
kicking like that.
They can lie limp for a bit.
Yeah, but they're breathing. You can see their chest is going up and down. And you know at that point that you're a good parent.
Exactly. With our company that makes these, we're going to be called the Smothers Brothers. Which I love as a name.
Yeah, or the Smothers Sisters.
Exactly. For copyright reasons. But I think also another great use of this pillow would be being able to maybe sleep truly face down, You could lie on your front there. I would love to sleep that way.
Well, you've heard of...
God's deprived us of that so far by putting all the breathing holes on the face. If we were like whales, we'd be able to sleep.
Our nose on the top of our head.
Exactly.
That, of course, if our nose was on top of our head, we could sleep basically entirely immersed in water, except for that tiny little bit.
Yeah. Or we could sleep in any orientation except for balancing on... Oh, no, even balancing on our head.
Why? Why balancing on our head?
Well,
unless we were balancing on our head on top of a smothering pillow.
Exactly.
I mean, but you've heard of see-through, right? What about breathe through?
Yeah, good.
So it's an entire bed that you can breathe through. Air goes through it. It's like it's better. It's more breathable than having your mouth up against a sponge. Yeah,
if you can imagine such a thing.
I mean, a sponge is basically a smothering pillow.
Yeah. Has anybody? I haven't seen any of this. I'd love to see this. Has anybody seen anyone out? Look, the sketch count is going up. It's happening.
Oh my gosh.
Has anybody...
We just hit 4, letting you know.
Yeah. Has anybody seen anyone out with just like a dish sponge instead of a mask? A dish sponge, like lashed across their face? A couple of bits of string or, just a bit of gaffer. Gaffer a dish sponge on the front there.
I haven't seen it, but what do you think the benefits of it are?
I think it's a good look. I think it's exciting. I think it's new. I think
well, it looks cleaner.
It does look cleaner.
Yeah.
It's designed to clean. And I think that
you could even have a bottle of dish soap that you could occasionally just drip onto it.
Spritz.
And people can see the bubbles come out. And they know that, sure, there's air coming through.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right? But it's going through soap. It's essentially a soap bong.
I think we could...
But without smoking.
But a bong, where instead of bong water, you have like morning fresh dishwashing liquid or something.
Soap bong.
Are there any
clean lungs?
Are there any companies that? Because I know there are bong companies, right? And I know that there's like this sort of grey market of like bongs that are sold for like tobacco use and that kind of thing. It might be different in America, where they might be able to just sell bongs for cannabis use now.
Sure, maybe in the country, in the states,
in the
country, in the regions, but also in the states where it's legal.
In the states where it's legal, in particular, I imagine they would have even less problems with it.
But then again, they love freedom there, so they probably let you do it anyway, even if it's not legal.
Yes. Because what is freedom?
Freedom from laws.
I think it's still good to have the laws.
I think
so. It feels like feels like you're free when you're not obeying them.
I think a purer America, a more pure America, where you're entirely
a more pure America is a great slogan for a right wing, an extreme right wing political party.
I know.
Are there any bong companies that market like the bong water? Could there be? There's the not Morning Fresh. That's the dishwashing liquid. But Mount Franklin, those you go to the convenience store, you go to the vending machine. There's all those bottles of all the different types of water. Could there just be some bong waters in there as well? And they're specially formulated water for bongs.
Yeah. I think so. You could get water from the mountains of Japan, like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably people will love Everest kind of stuff.
Oh,
this is Everest
fresh glacial melt.
Yeah, this is
Everest.
This is Everest snow.
Yeah,
6 people died to get this.
Yeah, and then you just I don't know enough about drug culture to put any, but you're ripping the filthiest marijuana bongs through this pristine glacial melt. I think it's really good. A real classy bucket bong experience.
Yeah. Oh, bucket. Which is perfect for the soap.
Yeah, sure.
Soap bong.
Sink. Anyone do a sink bong? They must.
I think so. I think any place where you can hold liquid.
Anything. Well, this brings us back to the question of what constitutes a bowl. When does a plate become a bowl?
Anything that holds liquid, I think that you could you use a man as a bong?
Yes, I think you could.
Yeah? I mean, we're talking early and intensely about bongs.
Anybody
something that we don't actually have that much knowledge about.
Anybody get a concave gut going?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could do gut binding, but not for you're not like a corset.
Yeah.
What if you've got a special kind of thing where it is like a corset, but then it's got a divot in the middle there, and you strap it on, and you shape your belly into a concave space. So you've got a bigger belly button.
Okay, so it's not like, is it essentially like it's a porcelain corset that makes your belly into a bowl?
Well, you take it off to do it, but like your stomach retains the shape. Maybe you could just rip a very small belly button bong, right?
Yeah. But the trouble is with the belly button, right?
Yeah.
So are you picturing the sort of maybe? I've just realized we're on a streaming service that you're not allowed to speak about any of.
Really?
about consumption of illegal substances.
Well, we're only talking about it in states where it's legal.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Well, great. A more free America. It's going wrong. I think you need to have a hole in the bottom in order to be able to.
But for the bucket thing, they don't have that.
Oh yeah.
It's somehow, right? And I think it's possible. It might have to be a really small situation, but I think you could do it in the belly button.
Okay.
And I think the real classy bong heads. So how like a real high end like business rich guy finance party will do coke off a sex worker or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. So here, this is the same, but instead of for cocaine, it's ripping bucket bogs out of the belly button of one of those.
Yeah. Or even it must be even fancier to get it done from somebody who's not a sex worker.
Exactly. Yes.
That's
Secretary General of the United Nations.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's the only example I can think of.
What do they do after they retire?
Exactly.
Where's Ban Ki-moon now?
How's he making bank? Money.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Banking money.
Yeah.
Banking money. He probably is working for a bank company. All right. I'm going to write that down.
Yes. Come on. I'm feeling it, Alasdair.
Yeah. Okay, wait.
Okay. So, Alasdair, how about this? It's a podcasting knife.
A podcasting knife. Okay.
Yeah.
So you use it for convincing guests to come on?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it's got to have lots of functions. Because what do we know? What's your favorite joke, Alasdair?
The one about this is. I realized this joke that the one about like a guy walks into his master bedroom with a duck under his arm, and then his wife is in bed and she says, "Oh no, that's right." He walks in with a duck under his arm. He said, "This is the pig I've been sleeping with," and she says, "That's not a pig, that's a duck." And he says, "I was talking to the duck." I realize people don't like that joke. I don't think that it's funny he calls a woman a pig. I think it's just calling. It's about the misdirection.
It's the misdirection.
And again, it is kind of funny you're calling a person a pig.
But a person
a pig. I would love that joke, even if it was a wife walks in with a duck under her arm. Even if
you can imagine, even if somebody was able to write a version of that joke, where the wife walks in with a duck under her arm, which I don't think they can. I don't think it could be done, but.
It could
I'm
anger
talking
the person.
About your favorite joke that a group of white men is called a podcast.
Oh yes, yeah.
Well,
one that I had a podcast about. I made a podcast about that.
You did.
This is
Did you release that ever?
I only made one episode. It's the group of white guys is a podcast, and I'm glad I'm getting to advertise it on this podcast.
Is it up
with a group of white guys?
Is it up online?
Yeah, it should be on Podbean somewhere. I don't know. Terrific. I don't know if they take things down after a while, but
they do a cure. They do a cull every now and then.
Nah, this one wasn't that good, and he's not paid.
Anyway, I think that's but also that's a great group to market to.
Knives,
white guys.
White guys, yeah.
And what do white guys love? They love a multifunction knife.
Absolutely.
They love to feel like they are potentially going to be in some kind of survivor type scenario. Yeah. They like to feel like they need tools for whatever job it is that they do. And what job needs fewer tools? Podcasting.
Yeah.
But we can still market to these people with our podcasting knife.
Yeah.
And what does it do? It has a special thing for opening packets of jelly beans.
A little like something that looks like a toothpick, but metal, right? For making that hole on your disposable coffee cup a little bit wider so you can get more flow.
Exactly. That's our version of when car rev heads bore out the cylinder of their engine to get a bigger capacity.
It's essentially a coffee cup turbo.
Yeah. But that is a good idea, Alasdair. That is a very good idea. That's a sketch idea right there, because it's fuel injection, but for your coffee cup, and it's a little rig that clips onto the top of the cup like that, and it pumps air at extremely high pressure through that little hole, so that the coffee blasts out of the nozzle at 4,000 cubic feet per millisecond.
That's right. So you can get your fuel injection into your body. You're referring to the coffee as the fuel?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
That's what I always refer to it as.
Of course.
Yeah, my fuel.
My morning fuel.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think I like to think of I don't know why I'm thinking about the purity of this knife.
Yeah.
I like to think it's just a knife, right?
Okay.
Maybe it is just a knife.
I get that.
Because you're I mean, sure, the the podcasting multi-tool, sure. That almost seems like you could, it's like, oh, your mic's come loose and you're doing something or whatever like that. Or
but if it doesn't have any,
you're using it to strip, things like
wires
that.
or something.
Yeah, wires. It's got
No.
None of that. No, it's just a knife.
It's just a knife.
Wooden handle.
You have it strapped to your thigh, maybe.
Yeah.
You get some shots of a podcasting booth, and all the guys have got their knives there strapped.
That's right, and you can use it in the same ways that you use knife. You could. For long podcasts, you could use it for
a long con.
For a long con such as this one. You could use it for either cutting foods. How do you make a hard food more palatable for the listening audience? You cut it up into tiny slices so it loses its crunch. It doesn't no longer has that structural integrity. I'm a big eater of carrots.
Yeah.
Right? But I can't eat them on pod.
Just a thin sliver of carrot.
Thin sliver.
Place it on your tongue. You just let it dissolve under your tongue.
Mm-hmm. That's what I do. Yeah, it's all just it's different ages of dissolving carrots under my tongue. It's a rainbow.
It's a composting system.
It's a rainbow of orange that goes from fresh new carrot orange to dark brown kind of old carrot orange.
Yeah, that orange.
That orange brown.
I feel like brown is absolutely part of the orange spectrum.
I think it actually is considered a part of orange.
Also, I agree.
Also, we're on 9. I got Coffee Cup Turbo made it as its own sketch.
Yeah, fuck yeah. So, you take your keep cup into some guy or gal who customizes keep cups, and they'll tell you about all the stuff they can do, boring out the hole, clipping on the rig.
Yeah.
Selling you some stuff that's not strictly legal.
It feels like there should be there is more technology that could go into the lip of it, like directing it, maybe some things like this, like that.
Oh yeah.
Like that, maybe some kind of rain covers, so you don't get sort of water that is unfiltered through coffee, diluting it, but also so you don't get that splashback.
We were talking about this on the way in, that a strong coffee is really a drier coffee.
Yeah, that's right. The stronger the coffee, the drier it is.
Yeah, bring me your driest coffee.
That's right, and that's
as close as possible to being
it's
solid.
Yeah, it's still wet.
It's still wet, sure,
but it's got significantly less water in it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could say that even a small glass of water is drier than a big glass of water.
This is part of my brain is telling me to fight you on this. Some dark primal bit at the back is roaring and scratching at the walls of the cave.
Would you agree that water is wet? Just so that this is for you the bit you were doing about the. I need a drier coffee.
Yeah,
so something stronger.
Yeah, but just to support this bit that you're doing,
I'm doing it to support you.
I'd just like you to sign here to say
a charitable idea. Say it to the camera, right into the camera.
Hey, we should take a moment to thank Evan Munro-Smith for putting this stream together, making everything look so beautiful.
Anyone who's seen any of the previous streams, I think maybe the first one might have just been streamed on Facebook using a computer.
Yeah.
And then the last one was Evan set up a camera in the podcasting booth. But then look at this. I mean, Ellie Durkin drew all this. Pickle Durkin at Pickle Durkin?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Check out her illustrations, but she did this for us yesterday.
It's incredible. And
You
Evan
don't deserve any of this.
Evan did all this. Even built the screens.
Didn't she make me look cool?
Oh yeah, you look cool. Yeah. I like how I look. I think
You've got a real chaplain thing going.
Wait, there we go.
There he is. And even though this is quite an old photo of us, I think.
Is it?
I think so. We look exactly like ourselves right now.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's got my new glasses in it. My new glasses are wider, and so it kind of, I don't know.
All right, well, maybe this was taken within the last 5 hours.
I imagine that Ellie has the ability to just picture us.
Yeah.
And she can do it pretty accurately.
That's a real illustrator right there.
Yeah. And also, while we're off topic and not coming up with sketch ideas, we may as well plug the Stupid Old Studios. The studio that we're in is moving. It has to move because there's going to be a building
built just on the other side of that
wall and it's going to have underground car parks, and we're moving, and so there's a fundraiser to help the
It's not that we hate underground car parks, it's that the noise from the construction is going to make this studio unusable for such important work as this.
And so yeah, that's right. And so there is if you go into the bio of this stream somewhere, there is going to be a link to a fundraiser if you would like to support the capability of this studio to be able to move. And thank you very much.
That was beautifully put, Alasdair. I couldn't have put it better.
Usually, if I'm on a run of saying words without messing it up, I gotta bail as quick as possible. So I gotta get out of there. I haven't messed anything up. I haven't, argued something in a poor way. I haven't contradicted myself or said a word and used it in a sense that it doesn't mean. It does feel limiting to have to use words.
In the sense that they do mean.
Yeah.
Let's come up with a dictionary, of meanings of meanings that you could get away with for a word, or it sounds like they could have. Or do you don't even want that? You want any word to be able to mean anything.
You know what? No, I do like a dictionary for people who use words wrong, and you could. But someone has taken all these incorrect uses and put them in a dictionary so people have backup.
Exactly.
Because that's all a dictionary is.
It's just backup.
Well, no, but it's
backup for mainstream people. Because the lamos.
Because a word changes meaning anyway when people just use it wrong a bunch of times or use it in a new context, and then suddenly that word means that.
Yes.
But
people
who are sick of waiting for the big mainstream dictionaries to get on board.
This is what we'll do is we'll release it. It's like a newspaper. This dictionary comes out every day. The dictionary's here. The dog runs down to it's dictionary boy, right? They're riding around from house to house, tossing dictionaries, enormous things that smash through your windows and knock over your garden gnomes. That's right, your garden gnomes are inside.
Wow.
This is a good idea.
Oh, an
indoor gnome.
Gnomes. Garden gnomes still though, right?
Home gnome.
Home gnome for the indoor plants.
Well, I'm just thinking that like the garden gnomes, they're out there gardening all day. They got to come in at some point. It's a gnome you can have in your bed. Imagine that rolling over and there's a big porcelain gnome there.
Yeah, with a big rubber butthole. Yeah. Home gnome.
Home gnome that you can bone.
So wait, the Daily Dictionary. The Daily Dictionary is there so that you can.
If we could go into this just a little more, but I think a lot of the time those gnomes, they're hollow, right? It's just a porcelain outer shell. Yeah. So I picture that the base of the gnome is just a void Well, that's where we put a big fleshy rubber butthole, and that means that when you're having sex with the garden gnome, under the feet, it is pointing straight out there.
Yeah, you can use the full length.
Yeah, and you've got something to grip onto.
I think the other end of the gnome should have a vibrating bit in it.
Really unhappy about.
Eh?
I'm really unhappy.
But think about it. That way you can turn it around, and then you can use it no matter who you are.
There you go.
Exactly. I don't want this to be a gender specific.
It wasn't.
No.
It absolutely wasn't.
Of course, I wasn't saying you were doing that.
No, but
of course. And plus, anybody, even people who don't like penetrative sex, they can just rub their finger on top of the rubber butthole.
Exactly.
So they can just and they can do whatever. They can rub whatever they want. Peanut butter. They can rub just lube.
Yeah.
Or they can just touch it raw.
Exactly.
Raw like that.
Now, this this
This is not a good idea. But what about a rubber butthole that gets redder the more you use it? Is that anything? It's just, I don't know if that's what happens in real life. I am actually not knowledgeable in these kinds of things.
Surely it must be.
It must, though.
If you rub anything, it gets redder.
That's what feels like. That's what skin does, right?
Yeah, that's its nature.
Is that a sketch?
We do an experiment right now, but not with buttholes.
Okay.
Just rubbing.
Well, I'm gonna.
Really getting red. It does feel hot, and it is hurting.
Yeah, but you gotta give time. Well, I'm gonna make a hole with my hand. I'm
not enjoying this at all.
It's getting warm, and I picture warmth eventually getting red.
There you go. But okay, and then also,
write it down, but it's barely a sketch idea.
No, Alasdair. We are not in the business of turning down sketch ideas.
Okay, great.
Okay, fucking hell, we've got to pace ourselves because.
Faster? Like a faster pace?
Yeah, that's right. Running hot. But, Alasdair, yes, dictionary boys riding around in their little push bikes, throwing the day's dictionary, all right? And then, the family sitting around the breakfast table, okay? Eating swallowing their breakfast sausage pills, okay? And someone's opening up the dictionary and reading out, did you hear what they've got categorized meaning these days?
Yes, it's actually got something to do with felines. Yeah.
Cat. I was going to go with eyes.
Hey? Oh, well, cat that gores eyes.
Wow. Is that
that's how it can be.
They're not all going to be like that.
It's a daily dictionary, Andy.
Yes.
And it's changing the meanings every day.
You say it's never going to get to that meaning?
Yeah, I'm saying...
So you're ruling that out.
I'm saying, you know how big an operation this would have to be in order to just... Even just to have ideas every day on different things that the words.
Well, I don't think they need ideas. I think they can just scan the internet.
Scanning the internet, hearing people in cafes.
It's automated.
A lot of these people are probably just working on their laptops and
putting out enormous.
And they're just listening to how people use words and writing down that meaning.
Yeah, and what I like about it is that it's not like about the order that you're putting words in. Like feels like newspapers are all about putting words in a particular order. This isn't about that. This is just about the words by themselves. What they mean individually. Let's come up with a negative dictionary as well because I think this would satisfy you. Okay. If we could just agree on the things that certain words can never mean.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
And then we'll publish that once, and then everything else is fair game.
I know, but I think it's hard because look at this. Like, so let's say you would say yes could never mean no. Although I think there's heaps of examples in which yes does mean no. But let's say you were saying that, right? And then I'll say. No, look, I'm not going to use yes and no. I'm going to use...
Are you feeling uncomfortable?
Yeah, I'm using uncomfortable. And then because I'm also going to then use it in a innuendo kind of scenario.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so let me just say, let's say soccer ball could never mean soccer foot.
Okay.
Right? And then you go, let's just say he put his soccer foot in my soccer butt. Yeah. I'm so sorry. And then soccer foot like that, I'm actually implying soccer ball. Okay, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
You were, man, that was horrible to watch.
Yeah.
But
was it the twitching?
But I think a winking dictionary is a very good idea.
Yeah.
And it's a dictionary where...
A dictionary for the winking man?
The winking man's dictionary. Very good. Very good, Alasdair.
Yeah, and so can you give me an example of what a definition would be and how it would differ? Or is it just that you say a word and you go like this, and then...
It means the opposite.
It means the opposite? Or does it just mean something sexual?
That's exactly right, yes. It gives... The Winking Man's Dictionary takes any particular word and gives a sexual interpretation or an innuendo-type interpretation of the meaning of that word. So if you were to say that word while winking, what would that mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm happy.
It was a bit, yeah. It was all. Let's just say we exchanged innuendo, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right, the Winking Man's Dictionary.
Now, are there any thinking foods? Because we have there's lots of things that market themselves as thought. As sport stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Like a thinking cookie.
Yeah, exactly. A philosopher's breakfast. We've got Iron Man food, right? What about if you're going for a big day of thinking? Nothing. So few people work in professional sports, but so many people. There's all the drinks, there's all the foods marketed towards them.
Yeah.
But lots of people are in the thought industries.
Yeah.
Not sportsmen, but thoughtsmen.
Now we're gonna ignore Balzac actually just chewing on coffee beans. Coffee beans. He said it was a horrible, but
it was the only way to get it done.
to stay up and keep writing. Right? Yeah. Now that is a thinking man's food there.
Sure.
I mean, is that it, or do we need to because I mean I do like the way that there was the Enlightenment or whatever it was when people shifted from drinking beer all the time all day because there was no clean water or something.
Society isn't making that much progress, guys. Have another beer.
Yeah, quick. We're probably dehydrated. Have another beer. And then they had coffee, and then somehow productivity increased or something like that, right?
Sure.
But there must have been a revolution like that with food.
Yes. Because
the opposite of when the buffet was invented. The opposite.
I feel like exactly. I feel like salads are probably getting close, right? Things that aren't too heavy, sort of basically exactly the opposite of what you and I had for breakfast as we ran in this morning with seconds to spare.
Seconds to spare, and then we still started about 7 minutes late.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So you're thinking a salad? I mean, it's not making us laugh yet, but we'll
work on it, right? There's going to be slivers of different things. It'll be okay.
Almonds.
Sure. And a little bit of Adderall.
How do I say almonds? I don't say almonds. I say almonds.
I think the fact is that a lot of these... I think what will make it funny, right, and what will make you laugh is... This will make you laugh, Hal. This will make you laugh. You'll love this. Is the ad that goes with it, which shows, thinking individuals in the process of having big thoughts, of deeply philosophizing, of gritting their teeth and forcing out an epiphany.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thinking man's mashed potato. No, I don't know. By you watching them eat something that's difficult to eat?
No, I'm picturing them coming up with ideas.
Ah, yes.
Right, and
whilst chewing.
We're trying to dramatize fucking hell, Alasdair. We're trying to dramatize the process of thinking.
Yeah.
And exactly, right? And we're parodying an Iron Man food Nutrigrain style ad.
Yeah. Okay.
Just for thinking individuals.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, the work I have to do to get him to write something down.
I know, but
on a day like today.
It's because we haven't named a food yet. Nobody has a mental image.
What the food is. It doesn't even matter. It's a cereal. Okay, say it's a cereal. What's in a cereal? Nobody knows. Just a different combination of grains, right? But
not all of them.
Shut up.
Some of them use pseudo cereals. You got your quinoas.
This is one of Alasdair's favourite topics of conversation is pseudo cereals, and I bet he can't name a third one.
Amaranth.
Yes,
quinoa.
This is what you get with a comedian's level of understanding.
Oh no! Wait. Goji berries. No, it's not. It's a berry. It's a
naming superfoods now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You found the category. I'll think on other corn.
There is a way you can deliver a list of 2 things and make it seem like the list would go on if only you had the time to keep listing stuff.
Well, I think that there are others.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I just don't
agree. But you do love talking about it, and you do not really know that many.
Well, you only need to know 2. You only need to know 2. You only really need to know 1. I was.
You got your key.
Showering you in gifts.
Yeah.
By giving you even that amaranth.
Sure, I didn't have to give you that.
I'm not even sure that amaranth is a pseudo cereal. I know quinoa is
stuff. Alasdair, I'm feeling the heat, and I wonder it might be even time to break out a podcasting towel.
Yeah. You need to dab your head.
Little mop.
Yeah, please do. And while I'm writing down the Thinking Man's food ad, struggling. Let's see. Oh yeah, look, the sketch count is on 14. That's where I'm at. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
We've got a special team scraping the podcast for information that is giving them giving them information about how many sketches we've come up with. I'm not doing good on talking anymore. So wait, should I?
Yeah.
This is
nice, isn't it?
Yeah. I think this is nice.
I need.
I think maybe look. I'll put it here.
Liquid
Put mine
as
here.
well.
You need liquid? Okay, well look, I don't know if I can stop for liquid. And add people. Oh no, we're falling apart here. Oh, that's right. Andy got an orange juice and a coffee this morning.
Because I have a very successful friend who gets orange juice and coffee. And I think that could be one of the secrets of success.
Well, if it's the only thing you know about them.
Well, no, he also works hard.
But how does that happen?
Exactly. Cause and effect.
Yeah.
I think it's the orange juice. Other than that, we're very similar.
I mean, there's a possibility that they sort of the coffee cup that you could get engineered, with the turbo in it and stuff like that, could have another compartment underneath it just for the orange juice.
Really
so
good.
It looks like you're getting one of those really big coffees.
Yeah.
But actually, you could maybe with your tongue flick the hole so it goes to another chamber.
This reminded me of something yesterday, right? Remember when at some point we switched over from having regular salt that was just like salt that was already ground up into little bits.
Yeah.
And you would just shake it onto things.
Yeah.
To having salt that's in big chunks, and now we got to grind it up into those little bits. It's the same fucking chemical, right? It's sodium chloride. Doesn't make any difference.
Well, I think a salt can be any non-metal mixed with a metal.
That is definitely true in a chemical sense.
Yeah, great.
But I don't think any of the salts are fucking around with magnesium. But
I think they can be
lithium,
barium,
I think
carbonate.
A lot of those other ones are extremely poisonous.
Folate. No, wait, is folate a metal?
No, I don't think so.
Sodium. Oh wait, sodium is the one.
Sodium.
I'm trying to name like a really reactive metal.
Chloride.
Sodium.
I already said cesium, Alasdair.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know cesium was that. When you say cesium, I picture a woman being opened up and a baby being pulled out.
Really?
The baby is made of metal.
Well, that would be bad because the baby would react chemically with the atmosphere. As soon as it was pulled out, catch fire, burn off the surgeon's hands. Another cesium section. But, Alasdair...
I'm writing it down!
Well, at what point did we realize... I love that. I love that about you. That's one of my favorite things is when you write that down. But what about when...
Yeah.
Okay, so I was thinking... It was just done to look classy, right? Getting those big salt crystals and then grinding them up in a grinder. It's just to have something to do, to make it match with the pepper, even though it's exactly the same thing as shaking that big, ugly salt.
And you don't picture salt actually going stale. I don't think it actually is a thing, right?
Totally. You don't need fresh ground salt.
No.
Right. So what about that? But for your clothes washing powder, right? What instead of shaking that powder in the washing machine, no, you get nice big hard chunks of clothes washing crystal, and then you have a big laundry grinder that allows you to grind
I like that. I like the reblockifying of a lot of foods. Like imagine getting a box of cereal and it is just a block that, and you've got to just get a
chip
mallet.
some off, like you're chipping ice.
Like that. And it does. It probably is a little bit like, like for zoo animals, throwing their food and hiding it around their enclosure.
Sure.
So they still have to go hunting and stuff.
What do they call that? There's a word for, not stimulation, but there's a... Oh, it's not coming to me, but there is a word for what they do in the enclosures.
Yeah.
Enrichment. I think they call it enrichment.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's very condescending to the elephants.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to fucking put the bananas in a truck tire, are you?
Yeah,
oh, yeah. That'll keep me busy. Thanks for bringing me in off the savannah for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you take a banana, you put it on like a little raft.
My life is so enriched right now.
Push it to the middle of the little pond that they have. You're gonna go get it.
There you go. This is just like being in the wild, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, floating bananas, just the way it was back.
I think a new zoo in which our commitment is never to be condescending to the animals. We're not going to insult their intelligence. Yes, we are overall demeaning them and worsening their quality of life by keeping them in captivity, but at least we don't sugarcoat it for them. We know what it is, they know what it is, and we make it really clear to the audience, to the patrons, exactly what the situation is that we're dealing with.
Like salt.
Fuck.
Sorry.
No, Alasdair. I was
17 is a zoo where you don't condescend to them.
Yeah, okay.
Treat them like adults.
Yeah. You get real.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't, I was writing down an idea, but you don't hand cut all the fruit for them.
Sure.
You don't.
You leave a lot of the time. You leave it in the shopping bags.
You don't cook the meat. You don't. Yeah, exactly. You leave it in the shopping. You just give them. You don't. Maybe you let them make their own tools so they can get into stuff, coconuts and things like that. Sure. Do you think animals have any trouble getting into coconuts?
I think it depends on the animal. The coconut ant.
Zoo where you...
The coconut ant will work on this one coconut for
what's that word?
15 years.
What's that word?
On descend.
On descend.
On descend. We don't descend at all. Descended from monkeys. Condescend. No, that's nothing.
What about the baby animals? You treat them like adults?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's right.
Like a little, like a giraffe that's... I think should I be posting these?
If the giraffe is ready to run, within hours after its birth, then it's ready to learn a few other hard truths as well.
Drive.
Other skills, ready to drive. Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is a Formula One encampment. They've been. It's sort of like the Spartan version of Formula One. It's a Formula One island where as soon as a baby is born, they put it in a Formula One racing car going round the Le Mans racetrack.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a Formula One track.
Sure.
At 200 kilometers per hour.
Yep.
And if it doesn't survive, then it wasn't a true Formula One racer baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think taking that Spartan idea to all professions.
Thinking. Yeah, I'm going to make this one about thinking again. Well, as we discovered, one of the most difficult things to visualize and illustrate.
Yeah, but baker. You put it on a table covered in flour.
Yeah.
Why am I complicating this sketch idea by?
No, but just to go back to my thinking thing. I know I said that was bad, but we take a baby and we put it in a televised debate with Noam Chomsky.
And if it can hold its own, then it's it's going to be a philosopher.
Worthy of being in the philosopher tribe.
Yeah. I do like that. Okay.
I might actually take off the
Yeah, I don't think I need to be hotter.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to take off this towel for the moment.
But it's going to be good. It's going to come in handy.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's the reason that I need to be dabbed.
It's because of the towel.
It's because of the towels making me so hot.
It's
put in fast moving car. Philosophers also.
Yeah. So I was talking about grinding the salt, grinding the laundry powder.
Yeah.
But I also wonder if there's something about somebody who mixes their own blend, because of laundry powder. You know how some people make their own blend of coffee and stuff like that. I don't know if people actually do, but I know certainly there are.
Yeah, I think somebody is blending these coffees.
People making their own teas. People are mixing their own teas from different herbs and spices. Somebody who mixes their own.
Probably growing their own leaves.
Exactly. So people who mix their own laundry powder from a range of different powders that they purchase.
Yeah.
So
they get one from Ecuador.
Sure.
And they get one from, Indonesia.
Yeah, and they get some Biozet and some...
What's Biozet?
That's just the one.
Oh, yeah, and they get some Tide.
And some Oxo, and they just get the right ratio, right? And then, maybe they give it to their friends, and the other friends start to get into this thing, right? And you could become... Feels like there's a you could become a guru of that kind of shit, right?
It'd be...
Coming up with your own particular...
It's like joining a weird sport. It's easy to become a world, or at least a national champion in an odder sport.
Yes.
Because there's less people doing it.
That's just maths.
Right now, there are no, as far as I know, washing powder barons who are like a sommelier.
Yeah.
Do you think you would?
Sure. Oh yeah, definitely, especially that last bit where you're really flicking the tongue. You would do that a lot.
Yeah. Do you think you would maybe you would like dip your finger in it, dip it into a bit of water, and then rub it onto a clothing, and then go, and then just dip it in.
And then I think you'd
hold
probably
it up to the
this.
light. Then
give it a little lick.
Yeah, because what is the nose? What is smelling if not tasting the air instead of without touch? It's like, because the tongue is kind of the hands.
Well, while earlier you were saying there's transparent things that you can see through. What about something that you can breathe through, right? But
something you can taste through.
Something you can taste through. A glass that you can taste through. Right?
Yeah.
Packaging that you can taste through. So the food, this would be great in a supermarket.
Cheese cracker.
This is a new supermarket, right?
Yeah.
Where you can lick all the food.
Yeah.
Okay, before you buy it.
It's still clean. It's still
clean, still in the packet. But we've developed a new kind of packaging where the flavor can be tasted through the packaging.
Yeah, it is still the flavor of, let's say it is like a, I don't know, like a braised onion.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Just the kind of normal thing that you buy from the supermarket.
In a packet like that, just like a braised onion like that. It's been braised in something.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, but
I've never known what braising is.
I don't know. I picture liquid. I picture a flavored liquid. I picture a lot of heat.
You are describing cooking to a broad extent.
I think you can be fair, and you can be, you can trust yourself in thinking that this is going to be a form of cooking.
Yeah, great.
Any of those things. Broiling.
Yeah. Do you reckon this would be a thing?
Grilling.
Wet grilling. Because there's always a new kind of...
I think that's what braising is. I think braising might be wet grilling.
Oh, great. Because there's always a new thing, a new cooking thing. At the moment, everyone's talking about fucking air fryers online.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Which, to me, sounds a lot like an oven. But, right, we just got to be those people who come up with whatever the new fucking thing is.
Taste through.
This might be. Could this be our first guest?
Could be our first guest.
Surely not.
Yeah. It might be 7 a.m.
Oh my God.
Taste through packaging. My goodness. How far we've come, eh? We're already on. Oh no, you've written down 20. We're actually on 19 still. I'm sorry. I must have forgotten to write one down. But we're gonna get our first guest here, and it's gonna be very exciting. Hello, Cass. Andy's gonna shift seats, and you can come straight on, please. Cass, I don't know your last name.
It's Bleechmore. I use Paige online.
Oh.
For my security and privacy.
Well,
G'day.
this is Cass Paige.
It's weird. I don't know your middle name or any of your PIN codes.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Well, okay, so if you want my PIN.
I think you could almost safely give out your PIN.
That's what I was
Yeah.
Who's stealing my card?
I'm gonna give out 2 of the numbers. Okay, 8-4.
Oh,
How did you know? That's scary.
this is a kind of edging.
Yeah.
You give out as almost all of your security details.
Yeah, I think that they still, even if you gave out 3 of the numbers, I think that there's still more. There's less tries that you're allowed to put into an ATM than there are
Possible permutations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think it would steal their card.
And if you don't give the numbers as well, if you don't give the numbers, certainly you're not giving much away. But if you don't give the order,
It's like a game of Mastermind, isn't it?
Yes, I haven't watched that for ages.
Isn't it a game with pegs?
Great.
it's a game with pegs, but it's also a TV show that's very different. So there's a TV show where it's just a trivia show, but you're talking about the game Mastermind with the pegs, which I used to play with my grandpa, and I had forgotten existed. Thank you.
I've also just remembered that I played it with my grandfather as well. My grandfather loved games with wooden pegs in them. Literally, I think he made his own wooden peg games.
That's really impressive.
He was a very impressive man. I think he hurt his leg, so he had to do a lot of stuff sitting
You have
down.
a wooden peg for a leg.
Yes.
Wooden peg games for him. That was soccer.
Yeah, that was just running and things like that. Wait, I'm gonna write this. I don't know if
So, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
I assume you sort of get what's happening. You've been on before, right?
Yeah.
Literally, I've met you maybe 3 times in my life, and 2 of the times have been on these insane podcasts that we do.
And what a privilege it has been.
I mean,
I think the other ones are right after you've come on off stage, and I've been like, "He was so funny.
Oh,
He was so funny. I have to go home now because you have to go finish setting up.
need to put
packing
away the
down."
things. Well, that's very nice. But yeah, this is a really healthy kind of relationship to have.
good.
Where we have
God, it's so professional.
a forced conversation once every 2
very
years.
adult.
I know it's Evan. Evan did that.
Yeah. We would not ever organize anything to be good. We can only contact people either a day or 2 days before they're committed to a thing, and then do it in a dark, damp room.
Yeah.
So luckily, Evan was involved to make this look nice.
We're also quite good at seeming pathetic enough that people take pity on us, and as a result, everything else around us gets better, even if our
It's a great bargaining tool. I don't know if you've ever used patheticness to get things, but
The old drag me down to drag me up.
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
No, that's a
Like
good
Mastermind. I'm just messing around. All right.
I've got this is
I don't know what Mastermind is, but I did play it at one point, and I know that there were pegs, and I know that somehow when there was a missing thing, you were able to figure out something.
It's essentially if numbers were colors, it's guessing someone's pin.
Yes. Oh, that's what it is. Yes.
Yeah, it's
That's right. And-
preparing you to be a real life mastermind.
Yeah, and the rows kept going up. Is that a thing? And then every time there was you
get closer to guessing.
Yeah, there's bigger pegs and littler pegs.
And there's black and white, and black means you've got the right color in the right location, and white means you've got the
Right color in the wrong location.
right color in the wrong location.
And then at the end you say like it was the Professor Mustard in the studio with the microphone.
There you go. This is a version of Cluedo that's to do with podcasting. I've got a sketch idea, Alasdair, and what this is it's a kind of it's the game, those pickup artist guys.
Oh, yeah.
It's that, but for being really pathetic and having people take pity on you. Okay, and it's more to like get women to take a kind of a mothering type pity, and therefore it's just another way of, rather than being all the peacocking and the being an alpha and being funny and that kind of stuff. This is being a real sad worm that people will want to.
It's
No, I like it.
It's kind of like a positive version of these people who don't, guys who don't have sex. What are they called?
Incels.
Incels.
Yeah.
It's almost like a self-neg.
Yeah.
It's really flipping the switch.
Yeah.
On negging.
Slipping the switch.
Sniffing the fit.
Sniffing the flish. Sniffing the flesh. I mean, think about how much pity someone would take on you if they saw you sniffing some flesh. If it was just flesh. Like, let's say you were in the park, walking around. There's a guy with a hunk of meat. Probably it could be a nice cut, could be a very pore cut.
Well, we don't know because it's just a hunk at that
It's
stage.
just a hunk, exactly. Yeah. You can't really tell whether or not there's kind of good fat distribution within them and stuff like that.
Yep.
But anyway, they're just smelling it in the park like that. Now at first you'd be like, ugh, like that. But then you'd go, this poor man is clearly not in a great place. And then you would think that society is probably at fault.
Yeah, you're not blaming poor man at this stage.
No, exactly. Suddenly it's like, it's too bad. It's too weird a thing.
Is it-
You think somebody's hurt this person when they were young.
Yeah,
They've been let down by society.
just sniff the flesh in public.
Sniffing the flesh or sniffing the flesh.
Ooh.
Neither of them you could do in public and it'd be fine.
It could we come up with the first smell-based dating app where, because at the moment people have a profile. I don't know if we could get this to work fully digitally, but at the moment people have a profile where they have some photos and they write a little bit about themselves. Is there any way that we could do it where you sort of put a bit of smell into a jar and you mail it to somebody, where you get a bunch of different smells and then you have to smell them and then you decide which smell?
I reckon this could work. I reckon your dating profile could have your top note, your mid note, and your bottom note. I don't know what they're called, but
A
you
bottom
have your
note,
three
I
notes.
think I can
Yeah.
get that.
You've got your 3 notes in the dating
Yes.
profile. You've got like, what's an unexpected scent you'll get with me, and maybe like a sleeper note.
Yeah.
I like that.
But then you can order maybe 1 or 2 mil samples of the person.
And you could keep it digital by you're supposed to just dip your finger into it and then smell your fingers.
I want to
So it's digital.
call it all in the stink.
All in the stink. I'm writing down all in the stink.
I was going to call it odor, but just ODR. But
Sure.
all in the stink is
That's more modern. No, I'm thinking I'm literally thinking digital and not digital.
That's right. But
I
but
just
at the
got your
same
digital joke. That's really good.
yeah, it's a digit. The finger's a digit.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, but I think, I was gonna say something and then it's completely gone. My mind is already
Already
starting
falling
to
apart,
dissolve,
right?
but it doesn't
Bits are
matter.
flaking off the sides.
What about this?
Yeah.
A baby that you raise,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, just for fun?
You raise it for fun. I mean, every baby that you raise it for fun. I mean, really, raising a baby is an experience, right? It's like going traveling, right?
Yeah.
I think I genuinely went into this having children thing with like this. Like you go, it's like just like one of those things that you do. It's like climbing Everest, right? It's one of those experiences that you have to have. You got to try it. It's not necessarily easy, but you just got to do it. It's
You have to climb Everest?
hey, no, you don't have. I don't. Well,
You don't know about this?
Oh my god, that's why
what you mean? You haven't even started booking in Sherpas or anything?
there are so many dead bodies on that mountain.
Yeah, that's right. Those are all people who didn't book in time.
It keeps getting higher because of all the bodies.
Yeah. But so wait, it's a baby, but you keep giving it foods that don't need to be chewed, right? Right. So like snails that just kind of just slide down the back of the throat.
Yeah.
Drops of water and things like that. Drops of bone broth. I guess it's just you give it a
Jelly.
Pete Evans diet.
Oh yeah.
And then you create the first person who doesn't know how to chew. And then they got to learn how to chew
As an adult.
as an adult.
Yeah, and that's really compelling television, right? It's never been chewed. It's a show called Never Been Chewed.
Yeah.
Right?
I reckon we've got the technology enough for the scanning thing. We'd be able to see muscle movement. I think it would be really fascinating.
Yeah.
See, you could. It would be like like a rag, like you watch. You would over time watch their jaw become capable of doing it. You could probably just raise them by like giving them like something that looks a bit like a pipe, but it goes all the way to the back of their throat like that, and they just drink whatever's in there, whatever the food is. So that way they're just used to drinking things, and it kind of bypasses the mouth and tongue.
Take that away. And it's just a bunch of people, it's a house. They're all living in a house together with, I'm going to say, polished concrete floors because you're going to need to do a lot of mopping, right? And they basically can't close their jaws at all. Trying to eat things as
Yeah. That's so full on. It is.
Is that also probably offensive in some way?
Maybe. I'm not sure. It depends.
But it's
It
just
depends
the
on what you
jaw.
picture.
It's just
It's
the
just.
jaw.
So you're saying they're weak jawed.
A weak jaw, man.
So so they've never used their jaws.
I think, well, maybe they would have had to have keep it shut, surely.
Sure.
A lot of the
and
time.
they're talking and
can't
stuff. They're still
open
doing
it.
those other things.
They still have their baby teeth.
Have their baby teeth.
How do teeth still
Yeah,
work?
I don't-
Yeah, they might not have been worked out. That would be really great. And if they could start falling out on camera as well in the house.
I wonder if baby teeth are on a timer or whether you need to stimulate the gums in some way.
Well, this is probably the only way to find out, right? By really, doing a IRL experiment like this.
Also, I like the way that the addition that you guys have added, where if they're in a house and there's a bunch of them, and I like that they'd each have a story, and some of them would have never even had anything in their mouth. Maybe everything's bypassed. Some of them would never learn to speak, so they didn't develop any muscles like that, and they're just completely slack jawed.
So it's a jaw experiment more than a chew experiment. We're going to go through all aspects of not moving the jaw.
Yeah, I like the idea that it does. It's a broader idea. You could have people in there who've never been bitten.
All right.
I don't know.
All right, and then have other people in there being like,
Yeah.
well, maybe today's that day you test that jaw out finally.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay,
Oh,
it's a bunch of
matching them
people
up.
who have never been bitten and who really want to be bitten. In a house, it's sort of like Love Island, but they're in a house with a bunch of people.
I think, Love Island's about people who've never had sex.
Okay.
But they really want to.
And they seem
That's
to
a
know
better
how
show.
to make it happen.
That's a better show,
yeah.
right? But then also a bunch of people who've never
It's a
bitten
good
anything.
idea. It's like Love Island, but it's like, it's all virgins, but non-intentional virgins. I guess not incels necessarily. I don't want there to be any violence. But I guess
But
they're all
Incel
keen.
Island does sound pretty good.
Yeah, that does sound good. Wait, but it's both men and women incels, right?
Yeah. There must be women incels, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be harder to find.
I guess if you,
I'm sure purist incels wouldn't believe in female
That's
women
right.
incels, but
right. But I suppose in the purest sense, there's people who are voluntarily celibate, right? Involuntarily.
In the purest sense, I don't know if you're strictly accurate there, Alasdair.
In the purest sense, it's the complete opposite of what the meaning was. Which in the daily dictionary, that would work.
In the opposite dictionary, the black dictionary.
In the Winking Man's dictionary, the black dictionary. Sounds wrong.
Oh, Alasdair, not everything I do is offensive.
No, I know.
Sometimes I'm just an idiot. You've got to give me the benefit of the doubt, and that means have a lot more doubt in me.
Wait, what was the show? Because the sketch count there is going faster than I've even written this one down.
Wow.
They already know. They already know I was gonna write it down. So it's the island where.
incel island.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. There's the incel island.
And then there's the jaw house.
There's the people who've never been bitten. People who've never bitten.
Yeah, that's right. And it would be such a big moment when they go, two of them go into the biting room and that they have their first fumbling attempt at biting the person,
Could the show be called Chomping on the Bit?
Yeah. Well, you'd be
You're
sort of...
always chomping on the bit. Because whatever you chomp on it has been bit.
And it also it comes in bits, right? Everything is little bits.
God, people who come up with sayings are clever.
Yeah.
Is it a bit though? It's not a bit until you've bitten into it, right?
No, but like bits, things coming in bits.
Oh
right?
yeah, things do come in bits.
Right, and even if it's a full thing, it's still a bit, right? It's a bit of the much broader...
We're bits of the world.
Exactly, yeah. We're all bits of the great, fraternity of humankind. Right?
I've written down Incel Island where they fuck.
Yeah, great.
Good.
I guess. I mean, that would be nice because there would be so much joy, and especially if they let us see in the rooms where they're doing it. Would you want to watch it if they didn't show you in the rooms?
The rooms. The rooms.
I think I'd be very happy even if it was like a 5 to 10 minute mini series. Like each episode was a few minutes, and before we get a clip of them being interviewed, being like, fucking seems so nice, and I'd love to do it one day.
Yeah.
And then another one where they're like, I found someone.
Yeah, that would be.
And they've agreed, and I've agreed, and we'll see how it goes.
I think we're giving incels way too much credit for how they would appear on camera.
Well, maybe
different kinds of incels.
Yeah, and I reckon when they're behind a laptop, they're different to when they're in front of a camera. Sometimes they would just you would get to see the actual human behind it who is sad and angry maybe. Hopefully not angry.
You mean the camera person?
The camera person who's behind the camera who's angry that they got roped into doing this awful show.
Exactly.
Maybe we need fewer incels and more involuntarily celibate people.
That's right.
Okay, what about this?
Yes.
It's a concept for a show, right? It's Love Island, but it's not an island. It's an what's the one where it's still attached to the mainland by a little strip of water, a little strip of land? Love Headland.
No, Love Peninsula. But I think,
And it's other than that, it's exactly Love Island. But then the ads have to, for legal reasons, keep pointing out that it's still connected to the mainland by a small strip, by a causeway.
While I love it, I think that there was essentially there was a joke like that was done in a show where that was like the big reveal in like The Simpsons or something like that.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm so sorry. We can't.
Well, what about instead of the peninsula being the selling point, it's more of it changes the dynamic because Love Island.
Yeah.
You can't swim that far. You're stuck on the island. Love Peninsula. You could leave at any time.
Sure.
You could walk home, in theory.
Yeah.
You never think about it, but I guess Love Island is essentially Love Alcatraz.
Yeah.
You can't escape the love.
Well, I think in some ways Alcatraz may have been the original Love Island. In some ways.
So it's Love Island but set in Alcatraz?
All right.
No.
How about this? Friendship Island.
Oh, yeah.
People who are involuntarily without friends.
Now,
In friend.
In friend.
No, they'd be in loans, like involuntarily lonely.
Oh, I mean, this would be great for matching up. You know, like a bunch of genuinely lonely people who are old.
in Lone Island. I think that's.
You don't have to put them on an island because you want them to live near each other, right? It could.
Are you inventing a nursing home?
If I can't do My Love Peninsula because that was on The Simpsons, you can't do nursing homes because that already is a thing, Alasdair. You can't just write down nursing homes, place for old people.
They already do that on The Simpsons. I don't think they've done nursing homes except for Grandpa. Grandpa is there, and they got that guy. That guy. Can your grandfather do this? Okay, no, but. I mean, look, now we're just coming up with ideas for reality TV shows. But
I think, yeah.
But heartwarming. Okay, how can we make it funny, right? It's genuinely lonely people. They're meeting in a community hall near where they all live.
I've worked it out. I've worked it out. It's genuinely lonely people, right? And we're gonna invite you onto an island just for genuinely lonely people, okay? Right? And so they show up, right? What we don't tell them is we put them all on different islands. And so then the entire show is just the reveal where the genuinely lonely person arrives on the island and realizes that there are no other people on the island. And then we just film them for 6 months, and then we let them go back to their other lonely life. And we get to cut between the different islands. So there's still a cast of characters, and we get to know their personalities. But they never interact.
And maybe they can see other islands. No, maybe not. But anyway, it's called.
I mean, I don't know why you would dilute the only joke about the idea, but sure, if that's what you want. What about they also meet up?
Could there be a tunnel between the islands where they can sort of hang out and play chess?
They're connected by a series of causeways, and so they catch up all the time at the cafe.
Genuinely lonely people islands. See, it's the z at the end. They don't know.
Yeah.
Putting it on an island for genuinely lonely people.
It's an archipelago.
I don't know what that means.
It's a chain of islands. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago.
It's a fun word. Doesn't sound like it's an Indonesian word, does it?
I don't think it is, but I always thought it was pronounced archipelago.
I'm going to start bringing that in.
Oh, I don't think that's right.
No, but
I think I read it in a project when I was 12.
Yeah.
I think I was like, I've got it. I've sounded it out. Nothing can stop me.
I think the first time I read Antipodes, right? That's a real
Antipodes.
Yeah, Antipodes.
Yeah, I think while we're there might be a sketch idea in this, which is it could very well be very successful people, right, with a high profile. It'd be hard to convince them to come on, but very very well-respected, high-profile people with a lot to lose.
Yeah.
Okay? We invite them onto our show.
Whose careers are going really well.
Really well.
Yeah.
Really well. They're top of the game.
Yeah.
Beloved. And then we ask them to pronounce words that they've never seen before. and then, I guess, in front of a crowd who all boo when they get it wrong.
And
For some reason, the crowd knows how to pronounce them.
Well, they're all grammar types.
Yeah,
right. Diction professors. People who are part of fellowships of pronunciation.
Yeah. Those kinds of people.
Yeah.
Absolutely rip them down.
Absolutely. Like that. Yeah. I like. What would we call that? Is that an island? Is it done on an island?
That's a conference room.
Yeah. Do they all get murdered at the end?
It's pronunciation nation. It's actually a whole country.
Wow.
Of rather than just an island.
I guess it could just be like New Caledonia or something like that.
Perfect.
And it could be they could just be given French words that they've never seen before.
Right.
You could set the successful person up, and they're full of confidence. They've got their whole life behind them and ahead of them.
They know they've got a huge CV of yeah.
Oh my gosh. They get up on stage and they're told to read a document. It's like a Jack in the Box. You don't know when it's going to come. And all the people in the audience
the tension.
Yep.
Waiting for the word. And then there might be a few because I mean there's a chance also they'd pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, but I think that adds to it.
Yeah.
It is kind of like hurdles, right? When you see them running, there's one hurdle there, there's another hurdle. Hurdles.
I know there's a point when there's no longer any hurdles.
Yeah.
Infinite hurdles, except for infinite hurdles, of course.
What? Okay. What about this?
Wait. So, were you finishing? You said no. That was still just pronunciation nation, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Hurdles, right? You know how you have hurdles at the Olympics, but then you also have
heard, yes.
You also have walking. What about walking hurdles?
Wordles.
Yeah, wordles. It's wordles.
And swirtles for swimming hurdles.
Swimming. I think swimming hurdles is a really good idea because I would love to see those swimmers try and leap out of the water like a dolphin.
Well, that's what it feels like butterfly is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Butterfly must have been made for leaping over something. That doesn't make sense to swim like that.
It looks like a utility stroke. That if you think about, I think freestyle only exists in its current form because freestyle used to be do whatever you want, and they just figured out what was the fastest.
Yeah, it turned out everyone wanted to win.
Yeah. You wouldn't pick it for the Olympics.
Very cynical.
I know. What happened to being a good sport? What happened to the love of the game?
Exactly.
And those people went to butterfly. Why does that exist? Because we figured out the fastest one.
Well, that's right. And you should be able to do it on a horse. Swimming butterfly. No, this doesn't make sense. But I'm just saying. I'm just picturing horses jumping over something, but from within water, where they can't touch the ground.
I think that's really fun as well.
Okay.
What about?
No, go.
What about? It's aquatic equestrian, but everybody's riding a manatee.
Oh.
Now, is the manatee there willingly?
See, this is the problem. I mean, is the horse there willingly?
Oh, come on. They treat this manatee like royalty.
Yeah.
You've not been in the wet stables.
That's right. Yeah, you don't know what it's like as they're feeding, trying to feed salt cubes to the manatee as the salt dissolves like that. Quickly, sugar cubes.
Why
I don't know.
feeding them salt cubes? They're in the salt water.
They perform in fresh water.
Yeah.
And so they have to give them salt cubes to keep their salt levels up, or else they'll die, I assume.
Oh no.
You can't keep a lot of saltwater creatures in fresh water.
What
Unless
about
you've
this?
got this one weird trick.
Would anyone like this? It's a hearing stick, okay? And what it is, it's to help you hear over great distances. But it's a little stick that you put in your ear, and it goes all the way in and touches your eardrum, okay? And then you extend it out telescopically until it touches, I don't know, like a window or something like that. You know how people put a glass to the wall and listen through the glass? It's that, but with a stick, very thin stick that you insert into your ear.
I've missed all of this. Wait.
No, Cass is really on board with this one.
Wait, it's a thin stick and you put it in your ear. That's all I've got so far.
Yeah, I just
one end touches your eardrum, the other end touches what you want to hear.
You want to listen to a door or a window?
It would be a great way to hear the last sound you ever hear. I tell you that much.
Well, that's our slogan. It's the last sound you'll ever hear. You press it up against a door. You want to make sure that that's an outward opening door.
So, but the idea, I guess, you could market it positively by saying, you'll never hear a sound the normal way ever again.
Yeah.
Like that. And of course, you probably never hear a sound again. I think it's that's what you guys already said. Okay.
Yeah,
so wait.
I thought that was your joke as well.
Yeah, no, it was. Sure. The listening stick?
The listening stick.
You just place it on your eardrum. And so it allows you to hear really well, but
really
once.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get maybe it pierces your eardrum. So if you take it out.
Well, you could. I suppose it could be permanently lodged in there. And if the telescopic thing was sufficiently good, you could sort of just always have it there to telescopically.
I feel like we'd need worm technology. You know those really long worms?
Worm technology.
Yeah. Curl up and then just unravel, stretch out toward the sound.
Yeah, and then go really stiff and rigid though as well, which I don't think is part of worm technology.
We can adapt.
Yeah.
So we can have worms that feed on sound.
Yep.
We can raise them.
Yeah.
And then they sort of, when they lock onto a sound, they go straight to allow the digestion of sound into their body.
This is a really good horror movie idea.
The
worms that feed on sound.
Ah.
You know?
And so when you scream, they're more attracted to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just lots of stiff worms ready to hear the scream.
I like to picture using worm technology to kind of get more buff. I think that maybe if it's like, so basically it's just a paste, right? It's just a paste. And you just smear it on your tongue and your tongue's covered. And it's all just worm eggs that enter through your bloodstream through your tongue vessels, right?
Okay.
Of course. But then they all hang out in your biceps, triceps, wherever those are, leg muscles, and they all hang out there. And the longer they're there, the more they breed and the bulkier you look. And it's a safer way than taking steroids.
So do they exercise the muscles for you, or do they simply expand them?
Yeah, it's just the bulk of the worms is what you have as muscles. Because what are muscles if not just long strands?
This is such a great idea. It's a non-surgical sort of body modification, plastic surgery idea. Maybe you can even have a sort of an ointment that you rub onto the parts of your body that you would like to bulk up, like your butt or whatever. Okay, and it seeps in through your skin, and that contains worm food that the worms want. So they go to those areas and they breed and thrive. So you can rub it on there, and you'll get just like a big mass of writhing worms in the bicep.
Yeah.
And those muscles, those veins in the muscles. What do they call that? Like striations.
Veins.
Veins.
Yeah.
They already look quite a lot like worms, so I think it'll be great. I mean,
the body won't know. The body won't know.
The body
will be like, the muscle veins, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can probably take an injection or a pill or something like that will suppress the immune system.
Oh, sure.
Response.
You'll have no immune system.
Yeah. It'll be, but you'll have. Mostly, it'll be difficult for any viruses or anything like that to get through all the worms to get to you. Probably you're creating a second skin of worms, but in the muscle area.
Yeah, the worms will still have very strong immune systems, so they'll be protected in that way.
Is it one of those things where is it kind of like a piñata situation? Like if you burst, is that it?
Yeah, I think anytime you cut yourself, worms will come out.
Yeah, but the worms will start to dry on contact.
Yeah, they clot.
Form.
Their worms clot?
Yeah, these ones do.
Yeah, they're quite tangled together.
Oh yeah, we got clotting worms.
Yeah.
Are they going to form a worm king in your body?
Yeah,
absolutely.
You'll be the worm king.
Eventually they can probably form a superorganism that takes over, and then you'll do more worm-like things.
Well, you could be like you ever watch the David Attenborough documentaries where they had the strangler fig? It's that vine-like thing that grows up around a tree, okay, and then gets thicker and thicker, and then the tree dies and rots away, and then you just got this hollow shell made out of like vines.
I've seen one.
Like a mighty
Queensland
tree trunk. Yeah, exactly. Well, but with your body and worms. So you'll just be a worm shell, still walking around.
I mean, it probably
still
can still
going to
have your
work.
skin.
Yeah.
Probably, or that could just be dry worms.
Yeah.
Or wet worms.
Sure.
Keep your worms wet.
Yeah.
The neighbors won't know.
But that's the thing is that they'll all be completely in human form, in human shape. So even if you do die away,
You do die.
They'll already have, they will have already learned how to be like a human.
A lot of it is worm memory.
It's all in worm memory. That's right. They could probably know how to drive, work a 9 to 5, get food and things like that.
Just going through the motions.
It's like that philosophical question of, how many parts on the ship do you have to replace, and is it still the same ship? You're still the same man if you're full worm, but you replace slowly.
It's a great philosophical question. Yeah. Are you still the same man if you're just a shell made out of worms?
If you're dead and the body is just worms.
Socrates, you're still going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're still going to work and you're still getting cashing those paychecks, surely you're the same man. Right? From a payroll perspective, at least.
Well, I think from the point of view of the government.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to get involved because they're still getting your tax dollars.
Yeah.
And I think that's all they care about.
What if you were on welfare? I feel like then you'd get a hit piece done by like Channel 7 or something like that, and it would be like, look, this isn't even a man. This is just a pile of worms getting your bludgeoning on welfare and getting your tax dollars.
This could be the one time where actually, people then start stepping in, because I think if we realize that like sort of 3 to 4 million people in the 25 million people country were all worms, because it was just it was such an easy way to bulk up, and most of them were productive members of society. I think the government would find a way to show concern at this issue, but not take action straight away. Because it's just still working. And if they lose 3 to 4 million workers, because suddenly we're banning worm people just because it was people who wanted to bulk up, and then suddenly their real physical form rotted away.
Especially if you can pay them a bit less, and they can be exploited by big business.
I was gonna say, no one is caring so much about the worm labor. Yeah.
Well, they probably don't think. They probably just do the same thing every day.
Yeah.
So that way, as long as you can set up their workspace exactly the same every single day, then they can just keep living a regular life.
Going worm workers.
Worm world. Worms muscles.
I think this is
this
is a fresh sketch
really?
idea.
Okay, yeah, worm.
Yeah, I think worm world and the political and social implications of worm world are big.
Oh, it would be a satire for sure.
Mate, that's got satire written all over it.
I think it could be like, in a sketch show, you've got a sketch, and then later on they come back to the sketch, but it's a different sketch. You wouldn't say, the show had one sketch. No. It had that one and then another one.
Well, I mean,
absolutely.
Although, Alasdair, if there was just that one and another one, and they went away and then they came back to one that was a continuation of the same one, I'd argue maybe they haven't even really gone away at all. And
but what about when...
In that situation, I would say, they probably do have one sketch.
No.
It's just one episode.
No. If you're watching Friends, there's an episode of Friends, and then there's a break.
There's a break, and then there's another episode of Friends.
Think of ads.
There's an ad break like that. Yeah, ads, and then there's all those episodes that you watch.
Yeah.
Where the guy gets a car, and then somebody else needs to learn how to read and write, and if they want to, they should call this number, the reading and writing hotline. How do they get money?
Right.
You seen these ads for the reading and writing hotline?
I have, and I want to know, if you can't read, does that include numbers?
That's right. Because it is reading and writing, and it should include numbers probably, because you're just not familiar with symbols.
Yeah. And then it would,
How do you call
be
the hotline?
I know they do repeat it a lot, which is really, really good, but you'd have to have your phone in front of the TV and do some matching.
1311 6550506.
I think it's 1300, but yes.
1300 6550506. Reading and writing hotline. Yeah. But where are they making their money from?
I don't know if they're a for-profit organisation.
They're actually one of the top listed companies in Australia.
Okay.
They're on the ASX.
Well, what about a sketch where it's
PHP, the reading and writing hotline.
A for-profit reading and writing hotline.
Yeah.
Then you find out they're doing shady stuff by just like trying to boost a literacy rate.
Yeah,
I really like
totally. Well, and they charge you per word that you learn, right? Or they'll teach you the first half of a sentence, but then if you want to know how to end the sentence, then the cost goes up astronomically.
It's like subscription-based, but the free trial's only, you get the first half of Cat in the Hat.
It's freemium, the first half of Cat in the Hat, where everything goes wrong and you don't get to see the bit at the end where he fixes everything before the mum comes home. So you're just on tenterhooks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This would be a great thing to do with your kids. If kids had money, it would be such a good
for-profit kids.
For-profit kids, a way to get money out of your kids by saying I'm not going to read you the end of the story of the Cat in the Hat until.
Is that another sketch idea?
that's another sketch idea.
Yeah, trying to make money off your children.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get them ads, right? But you're not allowed to touch that great ad money.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and so you get them ads, and so then you start charging them for stuff. Yeah, right. And so it's like, oh, you want to know how this? You want me to do the rhyming? You want me to do the rhymes on this? You know, you start reading the books, like you read the Gruffalo or something like that, and you fuck up the last word of every rhyme.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just so unsatisfying at every time, right? And then
if you want the real rhyme,
it's $5. It's $5, and then there's like sometimes they nap 3 times a day.
Yeah.
You know, and so you could be
keep harvesting that cash. This brings me another idea: dadvertising, right? And it's where you can get paid to promote products to your own children.
Okay, well, I think that's a premium because that's getting them young.
That's getting them young. You're in a position of authority, a position of trust. And I think in particular, if you're in a co-parenting situation where you've separated, right, and potentially you, I mean, this is maybe politically not great, but you as the dad can be getting the money by promoting the products to your children. Then when they go and stay at their mum's house, she's the one that has to buy them. And maybe her and her new
perfect
husband
for divorced
her
dads.
new husband Craig. Exactly.
Divorced advertising.
Divorced dad income stream. You find a way. You plug the product just before you drop them off to your mother's place and Craig. Yeah. And
these are the softest marshmallows you could ever have melt in your mouth.
Yeah.
You know.
Maybe if you're good sport, your mum will buy them for you.
Ask Craig about the new Transformers.
Yeah.
Right, that's all. And then you're getting, I guess, and when Craig buys it, use the code, and get him to use the code Andy47.
Yeah,
okay?
And you know what I like? I also picture that there's a guy who's from the divorced advertising agency who is watching through, this guy's glasses, and he's in this guy's ear, and he goes, "Good boy, Michael. Good boy." Like that.
Oh, that's
supporting
nice
him because it's a support network for divorced dads as well. It's everybody's winning in this one.
Yeah,
everybody.
Especially the kids because they get access to a range of high quality products.
Absolutely, and they are so susceptible to advertising. They love. My kid literally tried to sell me the reading and writing hotline. It was working. We're on 35.
Somehow I've never seen these ads for the reading and writing hotline. So do they somehow make it look appealing? What's the appeal of the reading and writing hotline?
It's certainly an old cartoon.
Yeah,
it's a cartoon.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's.
Is it advertised at adults who are illiterate, or is it advertised at kids?
It's for adults who want help. Right,
but it's done in the
form
of a cartoon. That feels a little condescending.
Well, you gotta use visual communication, but I think it's a similar cartoon style to what those Red Bull ads used to be. Red Bull gives you wings. That one.
Yeah.
Oh, like sure. Those were weird.
I think the person had like a triangle face, and I do remember the ads. They animated it really well. The person looked stressed that they needed help, but then they got help, and it was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they were okay ads, and everyone knows them, and it does very well.
I don't know them.
And if you don't know how to read or write, please reach out to them. We don't know if they're for profit or not. There is also the possibility that maybe they would charge you per word that you use after that. Maybe they're like, okay, well, we'll give you we'll actually rent you language. Like that. And then they could keep you on the hook as a subscription service, like you kind of mentioned earlier.
Just the idea that your subscription service bounces. Maybe you've just changed cars, maybe you've changed banks. It slipped your mind.
That's right.
And then just you go to call them and be like, oh, hey, can I fix this up? You can't read anymore.
Words.
You can't do the numbers anymore. You're like, oh no.
Tell you what it is. I reckon that the standard package, which is free, is they'll give you all the nouns, okay, and all the verbs. But as soon as you want an adjective, that's when they start charging you.
It does get fancy.
Yeah.
And I suppose
that's a real add-on.
Once you've started reading, you're probably going to get access to a lot more adjectives that you're going to want to throw in.
Yeah.
Spectacular, things like that.
Sure.
Oven ready.
Oh, they really will be $10 words.
No, those classic adjectives like oven ready. I wonder if oven ready is in the dictionary.
I thought of an idea, which is, so there's a lot of kind of like fintech companies around these days. It's new banking that will just happen through apps, and it's it might use the blockchain or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of these things, it's about reducing costs. So there's not really that many people working, right? But this one is a loan agency, but it's just an app. It's called Loaner or something like that, or
Great.
Loaner, and it's just Loner.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're all on an island.
Yeah.
So it's Loaner, and but what they do is if you don't pay them back, they call you up and it's just a robot voice, and it tells you to break your own legs, right? And if it doesn't, then it will pay somebody else who's also owes money, right?
That's great.
A discount on their debt to break your legs.
It's a decentralized loan shark thing. Is that what you already
Decentralized?
said?
No, I didn't say it. No,
But that's really good.
Also, like a lone school of fish.
Yeah.
loan.
What is a shark but no, what is a school of fish but a decentralized shark?
Was it a show or a children's book where that's such a great...
Loan.
What is a school of fish?
School.
It's a shark. Jesus Christ. I can't even...
I
can't handle it. I like how, Alasdair, we're sitting under our own names, but if this was a movie poster, you know how on movie posters they never actually put the actor's name over... Have you noticed that? When there's the names and then the faces, it never put the name over the actual face of the person, because I imagine... What? Because that feels too much like they're explaining who the person is and you should already know because they're a big star.
I thought that some movie posters are alphabetical order and most of them are the order of either famous or how big the character is.
Sure.
So I think in some movie posters, it's aesthetically more pleasing to arrange the people in a different order to how famous they would be.
Yeah.
It would be very funny to arrange people in, like... You know when you take photos of kids and they're all in height order? You've got an Ocean's 11 and you're like, okay, we're going to go... and you put everyone in famous order?
But I also think putting them in height order is very cute. Because I think that's a thing that a lot of the time in Hollywood, they don't want you to know how high everyone actually is relative to everybody else. I think even if we could just get everyone in Hollywood to line up in height order, that would be really informative. It would be hard to get Tom Cruise on board because I don't think he would like to be a part of that lineup.
But they still wouldn't tell you how tall they are.
Charity.
They wouldn't tell you how tall they are. They're just lining up everybody in Hollywood.
Sure, and they could all be taller than us.
And we'll pay them all $1 billion. That way you can get them all on board.
This is really good. I think let's fundraise for this.
All right, okay.
As a globe, let's see if we could get, an international fund, sort of like we would do to fight climate change, but we're not doing that. So instead, we'll just find out relatively how tall everyone is.
Yeah, there you go.
It would be good to maybe if you could have a service. So you get everyone to line up, and it's not as schmick as Madame Tussauds or whatever, but you've got height charts. So you get all the celebrities line up in height order. You'd get their height orders. You have them on a big wall. It's like the Kathy Freeman exhibition at the museum.
They have all the different Kathy Freemans in order of height.
You know when you run and you chase Kathy Freeman, but Kathy's not there?
Yeah.
So you've got all the height order, so you can go for a walk and you can find out which celebrity you are as tall as or taller than.
Oh, it's really good.
Imagine going for a walk and you're walking along a scale thing and then eventually it goes ding when you hit someone the same height as you. You're like, oh, cool.
It's really satisfying.
That would be cool. And they could do that with lasers probably, laser measuring.
I reckon lasers would be involved. Yeah, especially if they're shooting them around sort of at about head height. I think that's really good for a laser.
Maybe from above? Yeah, anyway, but I guess so you kind of fluctuate when you walk. I know I have a real bounce.
Got a jaunty gait.
Yeah. Especially when I'm getting to see all of the Hollywood stars throughout history.
Or maybe you go on a conveyor belt and then it's like...
Oh, that's good.
Ding!
Yeah. The conveyor belt's quite old and kind of worn down. Like that. Also, maybe with the $1 billion, we'll be able to justify, because a lot of celebrities, they want to be seen to be charitable. So a lot of them will donate a lot of their $1 billion, maybe 800 million, maybe 500 million, and then they'll put it towards climate change or something.
That would be great.
Yeah. That would be much nicer. Imagine starting that off being like, we'll pay you $1 billion, and the celebrity's like, oh, geez, it's too much.
I'm going to get taxed a lot on that. Yeah, and that feels...
But this is a really good... I think this is a great way to solve climate change. If we just tricked everyone into thinking that we were getting the money to find out how tall all the celebrities are, and then it's like money laundering, where we're just relying on the fact that a lot of celebrities are concerned about the environment, and that, 70, or 20 to 70% of that money is going to find its way into worthwhile causes. And it turns out that's actually the easiest way to get this thing paid for. Because you can't get everyone to agree on climate change.
No.
But you can get everyone to agree on wanting to know how tall people are.
It is odd.
Charity laundering?
Yes.
Charity laundering.
Yes. Exactly.
I'm going to write that down as a different idea. Charity laundering.
Great.
Tricking people into donating to charity.
Yeah. By making them think we're just giving billions of dollars to celebrities. They'll be much more happy with that.
Yeah, we give them the burden of wealth. Maybe you could do that too. You'd have to already have a bit of money to know that a bit more would be excessive. So maybe celebrities have too much, but if you've got enough money to be like, oh goodness, any more than this, I'm already living so well.
Sure. Has anyone ever said that?
I heard it. I heard it as I started talking. No one's doing that.
Well, yeah, I have heard it before as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no one's getting more money and being like, oh, come on.
Yeah. Good
What
one.
am I going to do with all this?
I didn't hear this because I was writing.
No,
down.
you weren't paying attention.
I'm so sorry.
Alasdair. No, it's fine. You've got a job to do. You're the only one here who's actually
who's here working.
working. Yeah.
just
Working that
goofing.
wrist. How's that wrist going?
Oh yeah, not too. It's actually just getting warmed up now.
I was thinking about a new type of thing.
That's a good idea. Yeah, that'll be good for this actually.
Yeah, okay, great. What it is it's a kind of strip.
Yeah.
Right? That's very sticky on one side, but on the other side it's Teflon. Okay? And it would be great for people who are typers.
Yeah.
Right? You just stick some down the inside of your wrists, right? And then maybe you could get bigger ones for sort of inside your thighs and that sort of, so you stick them on. They stick very well to your skin, but then they help your skin to slip against each other. Okay?
Wait, okay.
Maybe you put some under your arms. Are there any deodorants that are also lubricating? So that your arms can really slip like this.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
can move a lot faster, I would presume.
Oh, yeah, I like
Nobody has tried, apart from one particular, quite famous area, nobody has tried lubricating parts of the body as far as I'm aware.
It's true. Lube has been quite
Underutilized.
underutilized. It's been used for sex
Right.
and for engines.
Yes, but lots of parts of the body have to move, very often in close proximity to other parts
And what
of
was
the
the body solution to this? Hair. I think
Hair.
they put hair there as a kind of lubing thing.
That's another thing I got to deal with,
Exactly.
I got to comb it. I got to condition it.
Not like with my self-lubricating Teflon glue strips.
And if we use a hair removing lube, then we can get rid of that hair that's inefficient and either put this lube or just Teflon strips.
You want
Hair
slippery nair.
Eh?
Slippery nair.
Slippery
nair,
nair? Is
yeah.
that what?
There's that hair removal cream.
Oh, okay,
Put on
right.
and then it burns all your hair away and then you rinse it off.
Wow.
Used that in when I was at uni, and I was like, I think I might have stolen it. I don't know. I think I paid for it. I paid for it. Anyway, but I remember using it and being like, why am I doing this? But it was in a time of of body
I'm
image.
wondering, why are you doing this?
It was in a time of body image anxiety.
Which bits of your body?
I don't remember exactly.
No, tell me which bits of your body.
I don't remember exactly, but it would have definitely been some kind of pubic area. But why would I wouldn't use it on the...
I don't know what circles you were moving in, Alasdair, but I have never once felt pressure to remove any of my pubic hair.
I guess at the time there was the possibility of having sex with someone.
Yeah, okay. Well,
That'll
that's
get
never
you.
been a problem for me, so that would be it.
Yeah.
Haven't you been curious as to what smoothness would feel like?
Yeah.
I would
I
recommend
felt
giving
curiosity,
it a go.
but I wouldn't count that as pressure.
That's
And
fair
I think
enough.
it's very tempered by the idea that which I don't even know if this is true, but then hair growing back thicker. Is that true?
No, so your hairs are, pointed at the top and thicker at the bottom. So
Yes.
if you shave or cut off the hair,
You got a blunt end.
it's a blunt end.
Right, okay, so can we sell this? It's a pencil sharpener for pubic hairs.
Perfect.
And by pubic hair, once you've shaved them and they're growing back, you can go around, maybe they're
Just to make them thin again.
making them thin. You're just
Working it down to peach fuzz.
exactly.
Yeah, that would be really nice. So you've got your hairs coming back and you're like, oh, you know what? don't love the feeling of no hair down there, but I would like it thin.
Yep.
And instead of going in with the thinning scissors, because who's got the time? You just go
individually pencil sharpen. Yeah.
I mean, eventually you could probably move to nanobots that do this for you.
Nanobots,
so, you know,
great.
it's probably
everybody
just a
loves
jar.
the sensation of tiny little
No, but think
skittery
about
things
this.
crawling over their genitals.
It's just a jar of nanobots, right? And you just go into the either you can probably do it while watching TV or whatever, and you pour it over your head like that, and they crawl all over you, and they just sharpen down all of your hairs, so you get a nice peach fuzz like that.
You'd be soft and downy.
Exactly. It'd be like touching a rabbit.
Yeah.
Depending on how much hair you have.
I will say I had when I was younger, and I found out how strong ants were, and then I got older and got the pressure of body hair. I was like, if only there were a way to train ants to all at once crawl all over your body and just yank it out. Because if every ant yanked it out at once, you'd get like that, like, you know when you pluck a hair and it's like almost like wavy pain for a bit? But it'll go away.
Sure.
And then you'll be smooth for so long, and then so many ants get a job.
Yeah, and if they're all, I mean, this is such a normal thought for somebody to have, and I love it.
I just like the image right before the plucking happens, and you're absolutely covered in ants.
Because I was like, that's going to solve the problem of the blunt end.
Now,
And I have just learned about how strong ants are. Big 12 rules.
Yeah.
I'm like, I fixed it.
Yeah.
All we need to do is train the ants.
And if we get it done while we're 12, we're not covered in that many hairs.
Yeah.
You know, as many hairs.
and
as
I think it's
we-
like it's rather than trying to shave or wax it all in one go, it's this ongoing maintenance, right? It's like having sheep to keep the grass down at your house instead of mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Right? It's just that, but just you have a colony of ants. Now, I hate to put this out there,
Okay.
but do the ants live on your body at all times?
No. So in my mind, it was like a service you would go in for. So you'd go in for, I
great.
think the average life cycle of a hair is about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So you go in every 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, I know that ants sometimes crawl all over you, and then they let out a scent, and then they all bite you together. Right?
Oh no, I didn't know that.
so-
Because we know that they can communicate.
We know that they can communicate and signal each other to do this. So it's not that far for an ant wrangler, probably dressed as a queen ant, to train an ant colony to then just, instead of bite, pull and extract. Do you mind me writing down this part of your life here?
Please go. I'm glad that it's finally getting some use, you know?
Yeah. I just want to mention that I thought of something before while Andy was talking. While you were talking about hairs continuously getting thicker, I want to take us forward. Let's say 300 years, where people have maybe not necessarily become immortal, but they can live extra long periods of time, and now their hairs.
Well, Cass, I should clarify. Cass said that isn't what happens.
Oh, right.
But
Sorry,
I still
okay.
no.
No,
Alasdair,
I want to explore this. This sounds great.
I mean, we could explore the incorrect belief
Yes.
that hairs do just keep.
I
getting
could be
thicker.
wrong. We don't
Perfect.
know.
I know, but
Carry on.
Yeah, and so I think enough people believe that this is true, including me, until just then.
Moments ago.
That you could picture people 350 years old who have sort of inch-thick hairs covering their
I've
bodies.
never realized it, but this has always been one of my fears.
Yeah, like that, and especially the ones coming out of your face,
Yeah.
and that's why
Yeah.
it would be even more unpleasant to speak to elderly people.
Yeah.
Just that feeling of pulling a hair out. If it's that big.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pull
Like
and
a
it,
But get that root out as well would be satisfying, but it would be just like you
But
wouldn't
also,
let yourself.
like, just looking at what it would be like if you shave that or you cut that, however you would have to cut it, just looking at the stump there with the skin around it, like the very idea of a follicle that is that size is so unpleasant. And what would it even look like?
Oh, just imagine getting an ingrown hair.
You could probably
I don't
feed
even
people.
really
hair.
know what ingrown hairs are.
It's a
They're
hair
a thing that
grows
people talk
not
about.
out, but in.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you, Alasdair.
So I think what happens is the hair tries to grow out of the skin, but it gets blocked for some reason. So maybe you've got dead skin there still, so you shaved it and then it hits dead skin.
It
so
goes
it
and it
just,
just goes back down again. Oh, I'm going back into my hole.
like, oh, not a good day.
And then it gets sore, swollen, infected, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, sometimes there's pus under there. Sometimes
Yeah.
things like that. I think sometimes it just becomes a sore spot. I think it's really interesting that Andy doesn't have some basic medical things that actually you almost don't believe in, right?
Yeah.
So like Andy doesn't believe that massages
Do anything.
can work.
No, I
even
don't
though
think
there's
they're
obviously there can be a great sensation that just comes automatically that isn't even therapeutic.
So what do you think massages do that you think they don't do?
Well, I mean,
What is the benefit you think you don't get from a massage?
well, I just don't think that rubbing can achieve anything. Right?
But have you had those ones where have you ever felt a knot in someone's back?
No, I also don't believe that knots are real. I don't believe.
So you've never felt a knot in someone's back because you can feel them.
No, I've never felt a knot in somebody's back, and I don't believe that knots are a thing. I don't see what you could possibly be talking about.
But do you picture a muscle that's been tied into a knot like that?
Oh, certainly that's what it is evoked by. But no, I have a broader. So I'm capable of imagining things beyond that. I'm not
We're
chained
not coming
to
here
meaning
trying to...
like that. But I think. So what is it? It's a bit of muscle that somehow is all bunched up and lumpy.
Yeah,
Does muscle do
My
that?
knowledge does end there. I have no idea what it. But you can.
I
feel
think
it.
it's usually it's like a traffic jam in the worms.
You guys are willing to admit what you don't know, whereas I am willing to say that what I don't know doesn't exist.
So like
That's brave. That's brave.
Thanks.
I like this idea because a lot of people will just say like chiropractors are full of shit, but I think the real brave people are the people who are saying that all medical practitioners who know anything about muscles are full of shit.
That's also not what I said.
Physiotherapists.
And nobody
say that. Yeah.
calls a masseuse a medical professional.
No?
No, because they're called massage therapists.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Exactly.
And I
that
guess
was my point.
You can put therapist after any word, and it makes it sound like you work in the medical field. A handshake therapist.
That does sound remedial.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a sketch in this.
Yeah, boulevard therapist.
I mean, this is. But given that businessmen, and I'm using businessmen specifically to refer to men who do business.
Okay. So none of these people are women.
None of them. And I think for a lot of them, the only way that they feel comfortable making physical contact is probably through handshakes. So let's come up with a business massage that's done all through handshakes. Okay? And, so they'll feel very comfortable about it. They don't even have to feel like they're going to a massage therapist, right? Because what you'll be is you'll just be someone dressed as if you're dressed for business, and you might have a little red square or something on you somewhere, so people know that you're but it's not over.
Is it like a laser, like from a sniper?
Yeah, that's right. It's a dot roving on your forehead. Okay, and then that people know that you're a massage therapist, and they can go up to you without displaying weakness in any way. They can go up to you in the workplace, or maybe at a sort of a breakout area, or a food court but a classy food court near.
like the highest end.
Oh my God! This
It's
is
on
like
top.
a Michelin star food court, okay? And a degustation food court, and
Go to a different place for each of the 10.
exactly. And then you you get it in a little polystyrene tray, and you shake hands, and they do some stuff just there in the wrist. While you're shaking hands, and it looks perfectly normal. To
I think that if they could also do it like this, so they could do this, and they can also go,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, great.
like that, and they fix all their problems.
You could have a handshake as well, because if maybe you're going there specifically to alleviate touch starvation. If you are a businessman,
Yeah.
that's the only touch you're getting. So you go into the office, and maybe it's the company's deals officer, and he might do that thing where you shake his hand, and as he shakes his hand, he keps talking. So it's like, yeah, have you been? You been good?
Yeah.
Life good? Kids good?
Yeah.
And you're sitting there like, yes, everything's good.
Like that. He's like, just like,
He's
go get-
working you over.
Yeah.
that.
Oh, you go away from that handshake and you're just jelly. Like,
Absolutely manhandled.
yeah.
But suddenly, that crick in your neck is gone.
Now, you know how I'm really excited about getting the glory hole as a method of service delivery for other forms of things.
Food delivery glory hole.
Sure. I mean, that's what you get in prison.
Is it? I know, but I'm thinking about while you're going
It's a
to a
glory
public
slut.
toilet. It's a glory slot. Well, unless you're putting through some noodles or something like that, like a single noodle. Think about that. It's a glory hole, right? Where you go into the
But it's tiny.
public
and for
toilet.
a single
It's
noodle.
very single, and you can just drink a whole bowl of ramen. Like that.
By sucking a wet noodle through a tiny hole in a public toilet. Is that what it is?
I know, but you went there for it. So, yeah,
went there
sure,
for
there
it.
is some toilet. There is some toilet involved, right?
Yeah.
But you went into this knowing that it was a great hole in
There's
the
a whole
wall.
rule about not shitting where you eat.
I know, but
But it's a no shitting.
this
toilet.
is I know, but that's their
There's
that's
a
their,
sign that says no shitting.
oh, no. I don't want to put restrictions on people.
Oh, sorry.
I don't-
What about you have variations in hole size? So
Yeah.
you might have your entree could
really
be like
good.
a bread roll, but it's like a tiny baguette, so you
Yeah.
eat that.
Well-
Your main is that one, and then dessert can be a banana.
yeah.
Why? What
I
have you
like-
thought of? What's happened?
For some reason, I picture it to be a Japanese place. So there's tempura coming through one slot, and there's that, and they're popping through edamame through one. Then you're just going like that. You got to catch it.
I'm just saying that if I went into a public toilet and there was a banana-sized glory hole in the wall, I'm not sure if I would immediately think banana's going to come out of this.
I don't
What
think
if it were hot dog size?
Well, okay. Well, then,
there's
yeah.
no shitting allowed on.
Sweat patches. That's unpleasant.
There's no shitting allowed on the cooking side of the wall, right? And that's their motto.
That's our guarantee.
Hang on, no, I hear what you're saying, but there are holes in the wall.
Yeah, and there's holes in the
Shouldn't
walls,
be able
and
to
it's,
shit on the other side of
it's
the wall.
positively pressured on that side, so all
Right.
the air is bursting
Sure.
through.
Oh, yes.
All you're
It
getting
uses
is
hotel
That means the food shoots.
eh?
That means it's pressurized. That means they shoot foods at you.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they
The shoot foots?
they shoot
say the shoot
they
foots?
shoot the foots.
I said the shoot foods.
I'm going to go drink a little bit more of my melted McDonald's ice.
Nelson McDonald's ice.
Yeah.
This is a fun part of the.
I got a orange juice, a success orange juice this morning.
You know, we had a real panic this morning. We went to the first. We're like, look, we have to eat something obviously really unhealthy before we start this massive task.
Yeah, you got to trick your body while your mind's getting addled.
Exactly.
Yep.
And then first place we went to was closed. We're like, we didn't know these shops closed. So then we had to drive much further away, and that's why we started a little bit late.
We
but
went from a drive-through to a drive-to.
yeah, that's
All
right.
other restaurants are drive-to restaurants.
Yeah. Is this a public service announcement? I don't know why the president feels the need to explain this.
The president!
My fellow Americans,
Well, he's explaining it to Australia.
my fellow Australians, people who, you know, our countries have been friends for so many years, and our bond is connected through blood and charity and mateship, and he uses that Australianism
yeah.
so you know he's like,
Oh, yeah. He's one of us.
Gets it.
Yep.
I'm here today to announce to you that while some restaurants are drive-through, it has come to my attention that all the other restaurants are drive-tos. Thank you very much.
And then it goes to hail to the chief and a nice picture of the presidential seal.
I'm writing it down.
I mean, that's all I could think as the words came out of my mouth. And then I was like, I wonder if there's a presidential walrus. And I thought, I won't even say it. And now I
Drive-tos.
said it. You gave me an opening, and I thank you.
Thank you. You've set it up.
And also with you.
With that, I think my time is up. I think I must away and leave
Look,
you.
Cass,
Leave you in the sketches.
You've given us so much.
you've given
thank
this.
you.
You've given this podcast life.
and for coming in so early.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me so early.
Nobody would in their right mind do this, and so we appreciate that you using reasonable insanity. You came here and you did this for us. Thank you.
Me and my wrong mind were happy to help.
Much appreciated, Cass.
Oh,
I think we got to know your wrong mind with that.
Would you like to promote anything, or would you like to promote even yourself? To say your Twitter or anything?
promote myself.
Can't imagine there's
Hi.
that many people.
My name's Cass and I'm doing really well at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've just been given a promotion.
Yay! Director of Sales, Asia Pacific region.
Yeah.
Have you
The
actually
Asia specific
Paige.
reason.
reason? Have you actually been promoted in some regard?
Oh, no, I was just promoting myself then, and I thought it meant I
a bit.
I can get more money now. You're allowed to give me more money.
I would love that. Please, can anybody?
Wouldn't it be great if we had cash? Like
man,
just
just
$50
what?
notes.
Just a
to
big
give
bag.
That is so funny.
Yes.
It's
Anyway.
like, thank you for coming on the show. Reach into a bucket.
Yeah.
One of those old plastic bags. Just
Old, like a.
no, the really thin
crazy.
ones they banned.
Yeah, those are going to become a retro item, and we know that they're never going to but they'll be, you know what, in the future they'll be like a real classic, you know. Oh,
They have them in takeaway shops still, and then you have them in your house, and you're like, should I pick up dog shit? And it's like, oh, should I use this on my lunch? You go, no. I got to save this for picking up dog shit.
Or some
They're a
places
hot
still just
commodity.
have them, but they've written, please reuse me on the side, which I think is great. And I think that will solve ocean plastic.
Yeah, I think a cool part about these ones is that they've introduced the red cycle program so that you can recycle plastic, but they can't have single use anymore. So any plastic bag they produce has to be thicker and have more plastic.
Yeah.
It's clever. They did it.
Less plastic, but there's more of it. When you do have it, there's more of it.
Yeah.
But there's less of it overall in numbers, but in volume, there's much more. You were trying to leave, and we haven't let you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
you so
much.
much.
Good luck. May your 300th be
Yeah.
the funniest.
I hope so.
We are now
Look, we're
45.
on 45. This is a good chunk for the first 2 hours.
This is a good
This is-
pace, and honestly, we've got to keep this up, Al. We can't afford to slow down for a second.
No.
So hang on, if you keep up this pace,
Oh my
it's a
God.
bit-
We haven't even thought about it, and we can't bring ourselves to it.
That would be 15 hours, but there's no possible way we could keep up. We can't. Imagine if we did a better time than we did for the 200th episode. That can't be done, though. Can't be done. Maybe. Let's just dream. Let's dream. Dream a little dream. We're not even allowed to use that song. Now we're being charged. Now we're losing money hand over fist out of a plastic bag.
Thank you so much. Have a beautiful day, guys.
Thank you very much, Cass.
Bye. Goodbye. Hand over fist. Do you picture it like this?
That's how I picture it. Delivering money.
Hand over fist. This isn't used for anything.
Okay, look, we're right now.
It feels like a. I mean, is this the Auslan for a garbage bin?
It feels, it could be toilet.
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 Toilet really is.
Your face could be the cistern.
What about a flushable?
No, but hand over fist. Let's just write something that's a sketch for hand over fist. We're giving them money hand over fist.
And then, I mean, it's a cutaway. It might not be a sketch, but it's definitely a cutaway. And I think of that as a microscopic sketch. So we're giving the money hand over fist, and then we cut away, and you're handing somebody, you're going like this to someone, and then you open up like that, and there's a little rolled up $100 note there in your hand. Hand over fist. Now, how about this, Alasdair? It's a flushable garbage bin. Now, I think.
Wait.
I think it's going to be. It's going to put a real strain on the sewage and septic system, but I was thinking just then that a garbage bin and a toilet are so similar. You know, they've got that lid system.
You should also have a throw-outable bin.
Toilet. Toilet. You should have. Oh, Alasdair. I mean, that's horrific.
We actually have a new guest arriving right now.
What? Is it Evan Munro-Smith?
Yeah, it's Evan Munro.
Evan Munro-Smith, my God.
Hello. I've actually been here for a while.
Yeah, Evan set up everything.
Evan has been here longer than us.
Oh my God, thank you.
And he was here a lot of yesterday setting up all of this shit.
Yeah.
Look at all this. This is
But it's worth it because it means I can sort of chill out for today mostly.
wow. That's really nice because you normally can't even mentally allow yourself to have some time off.
I don't know if I will be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be paranoid that something will go wrong.
Oh, here with this.
Yeah.
But,
So
but you owe us nothing.
through the paranoia, you find relaxation. You find an inner
I
calmness.
think I do. Strangely.
Oh damn.
If
Okay.
something gives you paranoia, is it paranoying?
It's
Interesting
it's.
question.
I mean, it's weird now that there's nobody
Nobody controlling anything.
controlling anything. It is completely.
Yeah. If anybody knows, it seems like it's switching. It seems like somebody's making that,
It
but
seems
it's-
like it's switching, doesn't it?
it is. Yeah. It seems like it's going from camera to camera, but that's just all voice activated.
It is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it's technology doing its thing.
And so now you're talking, and then now I started talking, and then it switched to me.
And now you're talking.
Yeah. And now you're talking. You see?
Hang on a minute.
And now we're both talking? No.
Anyway.
If anybody's watching, I don't know why you'd be interested in this, but Evan and I are talking about starting a 24-hour news channel using exactly this technology.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be good?
Just for the duration of the next federal election here.
I mean, I think this is what's wrong with a lot of the TV industry these days. Is too much automation putting people out of work. So I don't.
Sure, but are we starting a news channel because we have too much work or because we don't have enough work?
I think it's okay if the only person that you're putting out of work is Evan, and he's going to be in front of the camera anyway.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Hosting
that's fair
a
enough.
nightly news show, which has always been his dream.
Do you follow the news?
Yes?
Oh,
Where to? Okay.
Alasdair.
Did not back that idea at all.
What about this?
Okay.
It's a thing called night news.
Yeah. And it's
And it's
just
only news that happen. It only tells you things that happen at night.
nightly news.
Nightly news. And it I guess the broadcast would have to be sometime in the morning. It tells you things that happen overnight. What we do is we divide all of human existence into 2 shifts. We have a human day shift and a human night shift.
Yep.
And we work on becoming basically totally separate societies.
Yep.
Okay? With our own languages, our own laws. Okay? And then the night people can have their own news about things that happened overnight.
Yeah. And so it would be like, they've got their own law. So it'd be like, 10 people were murdered last night, which is fine and legal in the nighttime.
Exactly.
And so
And we're telling you because the system is working.
the night population control system is working.
Yeah.
Can I ask, how do you separate? How do you decide which one you're in?
Well, when I guess you make a choice.
Right.
And it would be like you're not allowed to cross certain borders. But
Into darkness. So like vampires.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, you can't be in the sunlight if you're a vampire.
Exactly. So it's a sort of a curfew. We have a sort of a double curfew system. Where if you're a day person, I think this is a great comic book. All right? You've got the day people and the night people. And the day people, if you're up after a certain amount of time, the night people are allowed to kill you. And the same
Oh, wow.
the other way around. Right? And
that's how we get numbers down on population
finally.
to help us with climate change.
Yeah, and maybe we do shifts. Maybe instead of seasons, night and day, maybe we swap over so that at different times of year you have to go to the night shift and you have to become a night person, just so that the night people get to see the sun sometimes.
Yeah, that would be nice for them, wouldn't it?
Well, then why are they night people?
We're not cruel.
Don't they get to see the sun reflected in the moon?
Isn't that enough for you?
Jeez.
What if? All right. What if you just split the day differently so that it was midnight to midday? Then everybody gets half day, half
That's
night.
a really good idea.
Yeah.
You get some
that's
sun,
really
you
good.
get some night.
Because I guess
But it's not as iconic.
It's not as fun, is it? For your comic book.
yeah.
It's not going to play into the aesthetic.
I mean,
it's not gonna be so clear.
That makes it more even. But then also, there's the benefit that, if it's just light and dark, then during the summer, the day people get way more time.
Yeah.
And then in the winter, the night people get way more time.
Yeah, but then we switch it over so that during the winter, maybe the night people are allowed out during the day, but it's a shorter day because they're a second class of people for some reason. Alasdair, if you're happy with something about that and you've written something down, I have another idea.
I have.
Another one.
All right.
You didn't even
I
finish
think
that last one.
What?
Well, we don't have time to finish ideas.
Did you write down the garbage? What was your garbage one before I sat down?
Flushable garbage bin?
Flush. I want to picture how it's doable.
It's like a little kitchen toilet,
Yeah.
and you put stuff in there, and then you press flush.
kitchen
and it gets
toilet.
Flushed away.
It's like a garbage disposal, like they would have in America, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not.
But that's for like food.
Okay,
so-
so hang on. What?
Wait. So you're not flushing the garbage bin. It's just a garbage can, but there's water in the bottom.
Yeah.
And then when you
Yeah.
and then you just put the garbage in there and it takes the stuff away.
Right. Okay.
So it's just like
Sounds like a
adding-
plumbing
you were
nightmare.
thinking about a garbage bin that you can put in the toilet and flush away.
That's what I thought.
Wow, that's a really good idea.
Do you think? I've sometimes thought that bin bags are possibly one of the only things that you buy just to throw away.
That's interesting.
But you're suggesting a flushable beanbag
mate.
so that we stop people just throwing them away.
No, but I'm really.
You could
interested in
flush
don't
most
know.
of the inside of a beanbag. Those beans would flush real nice.
Why are we talking about bean bags?
that.
I was talking about bin bags.
They would be impossible to flush.
Oh, not impossible. You with the
What you'd need to do
there'd be
is
some
you need to individually, like the mafia does with when they're dumping people in the bay. Individually, you need to wrap each one in chicken wire and then set it in concrete before you could flush it.
Or you could just tie a little bit of string to each one with a rock attached to it, like that, and then throw it in like that with a little sign that says "Sleeping with the Fishes." I don't know if they do the sign in the mafia.
Sleeping
A
with the fishes.
sign.
Alasdair, do you think that is there anything in a mafia person dumping somebody into the Mariana Trench, right? A body into the Mariana Trench, and then say he's sleeping with the fishers, but he's spelling fishers Fissures, as in the
double S fish,
like a
fishers.
What? No.
Oh no.
Fissure, like a fissure being like a crack.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
In a fissure in the Earth's crust.
Yeah.
Sleeping with the fishers.
Yeah. I guess you could also do that places where lava's coming out.
Sure.
Yeah. But
is that not? Does the Mariana Trench not have that kind of stuff?
No. I would imagine.
Not geologically.
You know what, Andy? I'm going to accept. I think we're going to allow single pun sketch ideas.
Baby. Okay. So this was my idea from earlier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Sorry.
I was thinking about everybody has a worst flaw, right? A worst thing about you.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, what if everybody had that tattooed in between their butt cheeks?
Had their worst flaw?
Their worst flaw tattooed in between their butt cheeks.
Yeah.
Right? And
I don't get it, but it's really working for me.
yeah, great. Okay. And what it is that like if your relationship with somebody has progressed to the point where they're looking in between your butt cheeks,
I think
that's a great time for them to learn your worst flaw.
Yeah.
And because I think it's like a feedback mechanism whereby if the relationship, obviously things are going well.
Yeah.
For them to be looking in between.
Well, there's a chance though that people will see in between somebody's butt cheeks, and it'll just say, "I keep showing strangers in between my butt cheeks," and that will be the flaw that is there.
Yeah, possibly. There's also, what if there are like, medical scenarios where, a doctor
needs to look in between your butt cheeks.
And
well, it's, they're a medical professional, unlike a masseur.
Right.
But
so there's
therapist.
But like
confidentiality there.
Yeah.
What if it said like, I'm really violent towards medical professionals?
Well, that would be a problem for you then.
That would be a real problem.
No, but I think even that is good, right? Because they need to know. And I mean, I just pity all the medical professionals who don't get to look in between people's butt cheeks and don't get to find that kind of stuff out.
Well, that's true.
Before it's too late.
Find out too late, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one that I hate finding out too late. I love learning that one right on time, or even early if possible.
Early if possible.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is that that's the surprise about the wedding night. The wedding night, you look in between their butt cheeks and you find out that their worst flaw is actually not so bad. I only wet the bed once every 6 years, something like that.
Yeah, right.
Obviously they're marrying somebody quite old so that they could make sure that this pattern maybe 36 or something like that. Maybe 42.
Yeah, well, is this something you would have to update regularly? Cross out the whole.
Yeah, I guess if you get a worse one. I'm.
Or if you, self-improvement, it's you get over that, it's no longer a flaw.
True. Yeah. So then you could get laser stuff done in between your butt cheeks.
Oh, that sounds awful.
I think this would also be a really good thing for pirates. Because, a lot of the time the pirates will tattoo their treasure map on their back. Or I remember was it in Yellowbeard? It was tattooed under the boy's hair. So they cut his hair off.
Yeah.
You could see the map there. But I think all of those places are much more likely to become visible in the course of your day-to-day pirating than in between your butt cheeks.
Yeah, nobody really wants to do, especially a pirate who I can't imagine their crack sanitation is that good.
I mean,
I don't think there's that many people who are interested in sleeping with that fisher.
That's good.
Yeah.
What about the
You cracked 50, guys.
Wow. What time is it?
There.
I realise we're in a place where there's no clock in here.
No, there used to be a big clock on the roof.
Well, there is a clock there, but it cycles through and the time's wrong.
Ah.
Well, it's wrong by an hour. I think daylight savings threw it off.
Yeah.
So is it 20:08 or something is what it is, I guess.
Past 8, yeah. Look, this is good count so far.
It's really good.
But, that's the fresh mind for you. That's the fresh mind. We can't get excited. We can't allow this to get us excited. Yeah. Because imagine this, if it was shorter than the 100th episode. Oh, I don't even want to dream.
my children are apparently watching over breakfast. So
Ah,
I'm really
well, I
glad
hope-
we've covered some topics that I feel great about them seeing.
Yeah.
Hello, Finn and Arlo and Remy. Hi, it's Dad.
Javier.
So was the butt crack tattoo, was that 50? Was that 50?
Butt crack tattoo, yeah, worst flaws
Butt
tattooed
crack
between
50.
butt cheeks. Yeah, and I think every 50 there usually is a butt crack kind of sketch anyway.
Yeah.
So now we
I think instead of because at the moment the anniversaries are different types of gifts that you give. I think for the different anniversaries in a marriage, you should show them different bits of your body.
yeah okay
50.
so it's like
You'd eventually run out.
bits that nobody looks into though, like
Yeah.
stuff that I guess into that's like ear canals. My beloved, I don't think has seen inside my ear canals yet, and I am saving that for maybe for the 50th
Yeah.
wedding anniversary or something like that.
Good look.
I'm not even sure how often my love has seen my uvula.
Your uvula.
What is that?
Oh yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
Oh.
My children doesn't have one.
And we've set up the lighting specifically so that people can't see. But now then you laughed, and then nobody could see. No, that was good. It was
I'll
very
keep talking so they never see your...
Nobody will ever see my uvula. That is only for my beloved. I've noticed something about being an adult, right? Is that, when you're young, it's all about fun.
Right? Yeah.
Right? When you're young, it's all about fun. But now when you're an adult, it's all about avoiding pain.
Right.
That's
Yes.
the new fun.
Yeah.
Is just being less uncomfortable all
Yeah.
the time. Right? Is there a sketch in that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've started thinking about doing yoga.
Really?
Yeah. I could really see you doing that.
That's definitely not fun.
Yeah, and it's really not something I would believe in normally.
No.
It feels like it's on
Well,
the massage spectrum.
Yeah.
But
It involves muscles and lengthening and things
Yeah.
like that. Things that you don't believe in. You don't believe in expansion and contraction. And,
correct.
But
But I have been waking up a few mornings now, waking up and feeling myself groaning as I'm getting out of bed.
really?
Yeah.
Well, what about adult fun, right? Is your
up.
picture and I don't know, this is still in the too lame category, but adult fun. You picture somebody, or maybe you show, this is perfect for Facebook. Not very funny. I wouldn't watch this and like it, but
Yeah.
right in your 20s, you see somebody taking a random pill. They have no idea what it is, right? Gluk, 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 like that, and they're dancing with a gorilla like that.
Yeah.
And then it says in your 30s like that, and it's just you waking up going like that, and then you just kind of taking Panadol, and you're like like that. You go
Yeah.
like that. And then that's the gorilla's coughing in this case.
The gorilla's still there, but their lifespan is lower.
Yeah.
So one of them already has a severely advanced respiratory illness.
Emphysema or something like that. And then it's it's those it's one of those comparison type things when you're young, and it's like somebody putting their tongue in somebody's mouth like that, and then it cuts to the 30s, and it's you just tongue in one of those genealogy things to get your saliva in there so you can find out if you're Irish or whatever. Like that. And then it's and you're young again, and it cuts back to when you were young, and it's you just you're running along a beach with one of those boogie boards, and you slide it along, and then you slide like this, like that on the thin water. You've seen people do that when they glide on the
I
thin
have
water?
not. No.
It's that, but then it's you in the supermarket just going, whoa, like that. And then you just, you smash your head like that.
No, I don't know I don't know how to write this down as one sketch idea, but I'm enjoying
It's
my
young versus old. That's
Young
all it
versus
is.
old.
That's
Sure.
It's
But I mean, to what extent that as an idea, when written down like that, captures anything about what Alasdair has given us.
Oh, right.
But I like the idea of a genealogy set that you got to make out with. It's a DNA test. It needs some of your spit, but for whatever reason, they've designed the receptacle so that you've really got to tongue it. And I like in the ad the doctor who's demonstrating it all, just in a matter-of-fact way, having to
To demonstrate.
demonstrate how they're making it, and they're just passing it off as being normal. Maybe they're even on a morning TV show, much like this.
Okay.
Similar
Oh, this
setup
is
as
very
now.
much like a morning TV show, although my
very
posture's
morning
worse than anybody on a morning TV show.
Well, that's going to be one of our selling points.
Are we too far away from these mics?
Evan said it didn't matter too much.
Not too much, but you were taking the piss
I was
a bit there.
taking the piss.
It would. I think we got to make sure that people
It was
can
like
at least
it was
hear
3
this.
or 4 feet. Yeah, because I mean, we wouldn't know.
Well, nobody's monitoring this.
No, that's right.
Nobody's monitoring the chat.
No.
Yeah, right. So,
This could be going nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, what part?
oh my God! Imagine we do 300 300 ideas, and Andy has not been recorded.
It's probably being. I should. Now my brain's just like I should check this.
Well, aren't you like a dolphin? Can't you check? Use half of your brain to.
It's
check
all.
your
I just hope that it works.
text.
I don't think that's what speculative computing is, but
What about a
52.
general?
I got to write this make out.
General purpose
working.
brain implant, right? We get brain implants, but it's only able to do one thing, and that is sound off like sort of basically an internal siren in your brain when something is going wrong. And it
your
can't provide
spidey
you with
sense or
any more
something.
information. It's a spidey. Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
But it's like more like a shark sense, like a shark alarm kind of thing.
So there's a shark coming.
oh,
Yeah.
right.
Alasdair, you are absolutely the Michael Winslow of this podcast.
Yes! And you are the High Tower, whatever that actor's name was.
Bobcat Goldthwait was in those films.
That's right. Yeah, but he didn't play High Tower.
No, but
He could. I think in the remake, he could. He could.
really good.
So is
They've
there?
got back all the same actors, and they're all playing different characters.
Michael Winslow's playing the guy with the curly hair.
Hightower.
Hightower. No, we can't all have them playing Hightower.
Okay,
Everybody's
no, we can't.
Hightower.
We bring them back, and this time they're all Hightower.
Yeah.
I don't know who that character is.
Was
I
there
haven't seen the show.
was there a sketch in the brain alarm idea? The Spidey sense.
Yeah. What happens? Like what? How is that different to the panic that I normally feel?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it is, right? It's a substitute.
Can people on the outside hear it?
No. Or maybe very faintly.
Is there something specific that triggers it? Maybe.
I think that it is just mechanizing and formalizing your background panic, right? The feeling that you have that somewhere something is going terribly wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
And I guess this thing has some sort of incredible data gathering powers in that it is able to obtain and then process all this information to work out if something is going wrong. But it has no processing ability doesn't have any ability to communicate to you what it is. So
it's like your brain.
It's just like lots of people running around in a panic because they think something is going wrong, but they have no idea.
Well, I mean, there's always something going wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. but I think this. I think this thing doesn't.
I mean, it's like that thing where it's like, well, it's beer o'clock somewhere. It's like, well, I'm feeling panic.
Oh, it's DEFCON 7 somewhere.
Hello, I might have a little bloody panic as a treat.
The doomsday clock has reached midnight somewhere.
Look,
It's midnight on the doomsday clock somewhere. That's the phrasing.
Yeah.
it's what midnight on. Well,
It's always midnight on the doomsday clock somewhere, and I guess what's happening in this scenario is somebody has started looting and randomly shooting into strangers in the street while shouting, "The end times are coming! The end times are coming!" And then someone sees them from across the road,
Yeah.
and they say, there's two people across the roads, and instead of ducking out of the way of the bullets, one of them observes, "Geez, he started early." And then the other person says, "Well, I guess it's always midnight on the doomsday clock somewhere."
Yeah. So is this a product? I know that this sounds like it could be a different
It's a
sketch.
product?
Yeah, well, the alarm in your head.
All right.
Is this something you buy, or
no,
is
this
it...
is a different idea.
Okay, right. So this is
This
okay.
is midnight on the doomsday clock somewhere scenario.
Okay, but then
it's a cutaway.
The inner mind alarm.
The inner mind.
The inner mind alarm. Could that just be that it's like it's always on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, like it's always sounding, like it's always...
There's always just the ring of panic in your
Why?
head.
What's the
Why
point
not
of that?
hear what you feel?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, look, it doesn't quite make sense.
Well, no, but it is interesting because I feel like in a way that is where we are at with certainly the media that I read and social media and Twitter and that sort of thing, is that in terms of climate change and other existential threats to humanity, it feels like the alarm is always sounding.
Yeah.
And, you know...
And so this is to keep people motivated to do something for...
Exactly, and it won't switch off. The screaming in your mind, what we've invented here is basically a new type of mental illness that is mandated by the government, and it won't switch off until everything is perfect. Or at least until we...
Wow.
I guess it's the government is releasing it. Look, we're not gonna, you know, like obviously we have, you know, we're being influenced a little bit by fossil fuel companies to not remove subsidies towards fossil fuels.
Sure.
But what we will put money towards is an alarm in each person's mind using a brain implant that will set off an alarm that constantly plays until the climate catastrophe is fixed. And so that way people will be motivated to try and fix it. Obviously, but not by removing fossil fuels.
What about one that is sort of like a sort of a conscience where it knows if what you're doing is the right thing or the wrong thing from a climate perspective or from like an ethical consumption perspective. So you're going through the supermarket and as you're reaching for one particular brand of muesli bar, it starts screeching.
Hot.
Yeah, exactly. It's hotter, colder, but for the climate.
Yeah.
Very different things.
Sounds like an episode of Black Mirror. Something they would do.
Oh, we come up with those all the time.
Yeah.
They're a dime a dozen.
Yeah, I think a lot of people watch Black Mirror and say, that sounds like a bloody Two in the Think Tank sketch. Sounds like a comedy version.
It sounds like
that's what they say. They say it looks like a comedy version of a Two in the Think Tank sketch.
Yeah.
All right. How about this? Nipples.
Yeah.
And they
on your back.
And they get
Down the middle of your spine.
they get longer when you lie. It's nipple Pinocchio.
Yeah.
It's porno.
Paniplio.
It's porno Pinocchio, but
And it's the nipples that get longer.
Yeah, it's
one of the
nipples get longer.
sexiest things in porn.
I know, but it's that's the thing is that it's soft core.
Sure.
Soft core. And so they don't show any genitals, only the male nipples.
Okay.
It's very soft core, right? And then he sees a bunch of people that he finds have really nice personalities. Oh, look at that. And then he goes, "Boop." But then because he lies to himself, he goes, those people don't have nice
He lies to
personalities.
himself.
Those people don't have
So it's
really attractive personalities.
One version of Pinocchio with male nipples, and only where the lies that you tell yourself.
He's trying to be a good boy.
But he's telling you, but he's trying to be a good boy by telling himself that those people don't have nice personalities.
Because he doesn't need any more friends that he needs to.
Oh, well, that's a nice boy right there.
He doesn't need any more friends because he's got
No more
his
friends
life
for
is
me,
so full
thanks.
and he can't enrich the lives of all of the ones that he's already got
As much as he wants to.
as much as he wants to. So he's like, well, I can't go and spend more time with those
And the
people.
only way to stop himself from becoming friends with these people is to tell himself that they don't have nice personalities.
Which makes him feel bad as well because he's such a nice boy. He does,
Yeah,
he's like,
right.
oh, it makes me feel bad. But he has to do it to stop himself introducing himself and becoming friends with all of them. This is very soft core.
How can you tell the difference between if you're lying to yourself or if it's just cold?
This guy, that's the problem, is that this guy's nipples do get longer when it's cold as well.
If it is cold, you're just lying to yourself about having chosen the right number of layers to wear. So it's exactly the same.
I'm
Or
fine.
is it different? Is it cold as your nipples get hard? Lying
true,
is
yeah.
that they get long.
That's
They
right,
can
yeah.
still be
Lying
floppy.
long, and then, they could be very floppy. That's right, yeah. They're very floppy. And so they could dangle.
Right.
And then that's the problem when it gets cold.
Unless it is cold and then...
Yeah. Like that.
Right.
Oh, thank gosh. I got a clean one out there. A clean sketch idea.
Clean,
That's good.
classic sketch idea.
Very soft.
Still going? Is that orange juice? You still going on there?
Oh, no.
Just the ice.
Oh.
It always comes to my mind when my mind goes blank is cubic zirconium.
Oh.
At the moment.
Now, are those made naturally or are those mined? Is there somebody
I don't know.
mining?
Are they even just glass?
This is the problem with eating soft foods, is that some of the soft foods have ice that cools them down.
And then you crunch it.
Our philosophy is to always bring soft foods to eat so that when we're eating on pod, you don't hear any chewing or crunching and things like that.
We got a few back there.
I'm gonna have to start getting into the sausages.
I did come on with some snacks from next door.
It's for us or for you to eat in front of us?
Just for me to eat in front of no. Well, I thought I could
is this?
dissect them. Well, they're just like we were arguing about. We weren't arguing. We were discussing what this was. It's like a bomboni or something.
A bomboni. It's a jam donut, but with caramel.
It's a salted caramel donut, is what it is. But it was labelled as a
bombomi.
A bomboloni. I don't know.
Bomboloni.
Something Italian.
Yeah, sure. Well, they use foreign words, I found, the Italians. I don't want to generalize, but they tend to use more foreign words than I found sort of people who speak English do.
Yeah.
I don't want to generalize, though.
Do they refer to themselves as foreigners in Italy?
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, I guess we could.
I mean, they are, right?
Obviously.
I guess we could refer to ourselves as foreigners in solidarity, even though we're not.
Yeah, not that solid.
Eh? Yes. So it's people who are in solidarity. It's a union, but they're all liquid. No. Okay. Liquidality. Okay, this is nothing. I'm not writing that down.
No,
liquidality.
We've got standards here. But hang on, I was
That's
just
true.
thinking.
I can see your nipples getting longer.
I know this isn't a funny idea, Alasdair, but on the theme earlier, I was talking about mixing your own laundry detergent, right? Your own blend.
You said something before that made 56 when you were chewing the ice, and then I didn't write it down.
I'm sure it wasn't good, Alasdair.
I'm sorry. So we're still on 55. Apologies.
Yeah.
Yes, blends of laundry powder.
Blends of laundry powder and that sort of thing. I was wondering, why is nobody adjusting the? We've gone backwards.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Why is nobody attempting to make a plant-based milk? Because at the moment, all the plant-based milks are bad in some small ways.
Yep.
Why are there no plant-based milks that are just like mixing all of them together? Because I feel sure that if we were to do that, we would get, surely all those compromises would cancel out, and you'd end up with
Mix the almond, the oat, the soy.
Yeah, the soy, the fucking rice.
Well, you know what you could do? If you took all of the plants that make up a cow's diet
Yes.
and you milk them.
All of the plants.
All of the
make up
plants.
a cow's diet. Think of the thousands of plants.
Well, you know what?
I mean, I don't barely know where to start.
You don't even make milk. All they have is grass and water, and they can make milk out of that?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Weird, man.
What else is
Weird.
going into
What are they
that?
real? I think they've got a secret diet that they're not
It's
telling us
mostly
about.
blood that you've just taken stuff out of.
Yeah,
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, this is what we realize. All fluids in your body go into blood and then become another fluid.
Yeah.
Pretty much, I think. Because there's no just water just sloshing around in there. Right? Even piss.
Here
I
there
think.
is.
Eh?
Even piss.
Even piss.
Even piss.
Even piss, I think, at some point was blood.
Yeah.
Think about
I
it.
don't understand.
I'm pissing post-blood.
It's a kind of purified blood in a way, even though it seems more impure, but it has been refined.
Refined into piss.
Yeah.
The body is a piss refining. This is not sketch.
I mean,
okay.
but what?
Okay.
Everything.
Okay, so we take all the plants that make up a cow's diet, which I know you think of grass as a single.
I hadn't even thought of that.
You hadn't even. What were you thinking?
What else would cows eat?
You don't think?
I was thinking of grass.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say, well, I thought cows eat beef. What do cows drink?
A pure beef, a beef-fed cow. It's a really good idea. These cows are fed pure beef.
I know, but
That's how beefy.
I think that's how.
That's how beefy our beef is.
No, but I think that's how mad cow disease spread.
Correct. But Alasdair, it might be a sketch idea.
Okay,
is what
right.
I'm suggesting.
Beef.
Okay.
What is beef fed beef?
Beef-fed beef? It's a new. While though there are those out there who are think about this. Right. What you can do is you can eat plants. You can eat plants that have been made to look like meat. You can eat meat, cattle, that is purely grass-fed, right? And so this feels like a spectrum of ethical eating here. But then surely at the other end, and something that we can market to sort of dudes and bros, is pure beef-fed beef.
Yeah, because
It's so inefficient.
It's terrible.
it's inefficient, but that's what
imagine a
people like about it.
predatory Cow. Imagine an apex predator cow
Mm.
with
Do they eat
sharp, canine teeth.
Are they? No, they don't.
Unless you consider grass meat.
I don't.
Yeah. Well, they don't at the moment, unless you feed them cow.
So they might not be able to digest it properly. Like they might not. Might not
I
be
got 6
compatible.
stomachs. One is bound to be able to digest it.
6 stomachs.
Yeah.
And you reckon they make milk from blood?
Yeah, but they don't drink blood. I just mean they make their own blood through,
How do they do that?
Hey? How do they make blood?
I reckon.
Liquid?
Imagine if we found out that secretly cows are drinking milk, and that's where they're getting the milk from.
That would make sense.
The farmers don't want us to know this, but they're giving the cows milk. That's how they're able to get milk. That's how they're able to get so much. Like, I can believe that they could make a little bit of milk from blood, but like the cows are making liters and liters of milk every day. Some of that has got to come from milk.
I could say you could have a milk ad, that's kind of like trying to shut up vegans, right? That goes that's like, people say that it's wrong to take milk from a baby cow by, taking its mother away and keeping it, milking it and giving it to people. But what I think is wrong is drinking the milk of your own species. That's basically cannibalistic. You psycho baby cows.
Yeah, great.
Isn't that cannibalistic?
Nobody's out there being if it's cannibalism to eat a bit of your fellow species, surely it's cannibalism to drink a bit of your fellow species.
That's right. Especially if it's some of your species blended up into a milk drink.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's true.
Beef milkshake. We use every part of the cow to make our milkshake.
Is that you just blended up the udder?
I guess, yeah. That's pretty yuck, though, isn't it?
And it would just have blood in it.
Blood. Well, that's what milk is. That's how they argue about it. Why is it red? Well, milk is basically just
more
blood
bitches
that's had
pure
stuff
milk.
taken out of it. So,
It's pure milk.
yeah, exactly. Pura.
Unrefined.
Oh no, it's like you're thinking P-U-R-A. I'm
what I was-
P-U-R-E-R.
One of those great references to the brand Pura.
Yeah. This
P-U-R-A.
can just be a reference.
We are allowed to eat some of this stuff?
Yes, sorry, yes. I sort of started to
Can I
cut it.
slice that in half again?
Yeah, of course.
There's enough.
Farmer conspiracy. They all feed him milk.
After the egg McMuffin and the hash brown this morning, it's great to finally eat something healthy.
I'm worried that the sugar will fuck up my brain. So I will not eat that straight away. I'll eat like a sweet banana or something like that. But
Do you want me to get you a banana?
if you can, while I come up with a great sketch idea, unless you had one.
No, I was just going to say I only use single origin laundry powder.
Of course, yeah, straight.
Out of the tub?
Mined straight from
the origin?
a single soap mine.
Yeah.
I mean, soap seems like the most insane thing to have invented. Thank you.
It's insane to have invented soap. What do you mean?
I mean, it's something, and it does.
Soap is made from milk.
What?
Or some soap is.
Fat?
What are you talking about?
Goat soap.
Goat soap.
Goat soap?
Made from goat milk.
I've never even heard of goat soap.
Okay, wait, look. So soap, what does it do? It coats your hands, right? And it coats the dirt, and then it separates them, right? So it makes them slippery, and then the other stuff slides away. Is that right? Is that what happens? Is that what happens with soap?
I don't think it's I feel like we've had this conversation before, right? And your theory of soap is that it makes the skin slippery so that the germs fall off. They can't grip anymore. Is that your theory?
Yeah. I mean, but there is a thing that soap maybe bursts open bacteria and things like that. I think maybe some of their cells, they're
Does soap
oily.
not kill germs? Is that not something that it does?
I'm not sure.
You're saying it just gets them off you.
I think that it might just get them on, and then
Well, it doesn't
let's the sewers deal with it.
Is soap slippery or soap can like squeaky, like when you use soap and it's sort of like
A bit dry.
or like there's extra friction or something.
Oh, like little the little bubbles, and then the little like micro balls that help abrase your skin and.
Yes, that's not what I was thinking of. But that's the thing.
But then, is that kind of like putting glass and chewing tobacco so that the tobacco, the nicotine can get into your bloodstream? This is like,
My God.
you put the
thing?
I think so, yeah.
Like little ground up bits of glass
something like that, yeah.
and chewing tobacco.
And so same thing, you put little rocks or bits of inside
as if
soap.
chewing tobacco wasn't awful enough. We're literally putting broken glass in there. Imagine if we never progressed beyond chewing tobacco, and instead of a smoking industry, we had a chewing tobacco industry, and they were trying to argue that in the smoking ads they were trying to argue that chewing broken glass isn't bad for your health.
And spitting it into a cup that you carry around with you. That's actually classy.
Do you spit it into a cup? Do you ever put it back in your mouth after you've spat it out?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
A bit more.
I think you can take it out and then put it back in, but I think if you had like sort of very quite elegantly dressed women doing it in the ads, and at this point in this what is now known as chewing tobacco punk, that genre of alternate history. I can't believe I had the sound on my phone on.
I think every drug should the way of consuming it should be is chewing, and then spitting it into a big spittoon.
Sure. So, like for example, if you were taking your aspirin, to
There are like chewable, painkillers. Like
What about chewable Pfizer vaccine?
oh yeah,
What about chewable?
chewable. What's one of those things where they wash out your colon with liquid?
Enema?
Enema.
A chewable enema?
Yeah. It just turns like it makes you shed the lining of your colon, and it liquefies, and it gives you an enema, or it makes it bleed, but it makes it bleed in that it filters out all of the stuff from the blood.
it just comes out as milk.
It just comes out as pure milk. Like that. And it's a milk enema, a chewable milk enema. Because the body can produce milk. It just
We know it can.
doesn't. You just gotta get the right chemical in there to make the cells act in the right way.
I feel that this is something that you actually believe, though.
Chewable
One of the things
milk
that I still don't quite understand.
enema.
I still don't
Chewable
quite-
milk enema?
Yeah.
One of the things I still don't quite understand is when you get onto one of your runs talking about how parts of the body don't actually have a function. They just have something that we use them for, right? And you seem to really passionately and sincerely believe it. And all I can do when you get onto this is just nod and go, yeah, because I genuinely, I don't know if I don't want to or if I just can't understand what you're talking about.
What they're doing is relevant to the environment, the context that they're in, right?
So what you're saying is that lungs aren't for breathing. They could be used for anything.
Well, anything that is based around how they work.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like their purpose doesn't necessarily have to be keeping you alive through breathing. And I'm speaking over a long term.
You're saying they could evolve to serve a different purpose.
If somehow you could give birth to something that could live without the lungs, right? Mm-hmm. The lungs, if they somehow were still remained important, like necessary, they could change function.
But if they still remain necessary, I mean, if they didn't have a new function, they wouldn't be necessary.
No, that's right. But even if they had a new function, if it wasn't necessary, then you would probably lose it eventually.
Right.
Right? But what I'm saying is, like, for example, okay, let's say you could just absorb food through
your hands,
right?
Yeah,
you could just put your hands in soup like that, and you would just get all the nutrients, and you'd be like, that feels good.
Yeah.
That feels good like that.
Straws.
Right? So firstly, that's somehow.
I love a nice.
That's
a nice soup that's not for drinking.
Yeah.
Not for consuming. Maybe it's just for putting your hands in. Maybe you can even put it in your mouth and just experience it in your mouth, but then it's a spitting soup.
And it could just
like
be
how you're not allowed to swallow toothpaste.
Yeah, exactly. And it could just be that it's a person born with really thin skin who realized that their blood vessels are so close to the surface of the thin skin that actually it can pick up nutrients from the soup like that. And your blood vessels kind of got more of like an inner intestinal wall type of purpose.
Yeah.
That
You could just roll the tobacco instead of chewing it.
you could just roll it like that. You're just walking around chewing tobacco and you're just doing this.
Yeah, nice.
Like this, you're going like this, like
Under
this,
the pits?
under the pits, like that. You could just hold. Probably, you could actually just hold chewing tobacco in your armpits, like that. Maybe just smear it all down your butt crack, just like with a butter knife. You could just
like Vegemite.
like Vegemite, and just like that.
I mean, this is Alasdair though. Like in the world in which in our chewing tobacco punk world, or maybe in a different world, if we want to write this down as a separate sketch idea, I love the idea of instead of nicotine patches, you would get a jar that basically looks like Vegemite, Bovril, Marmite, Promite sort of thing, right? And you would get out a big, nice broad blade butter spoon, or maybe something plastic that's a bit gentler on the cheeks, right? And you would in the morning scoop out a big deep brown bit of this and spread it under the pits and down the butt crack.
We
there.
underuse the armpits, especially. Maybe as well the butt crack, but we underuse the armpits as a point of consumption. Right?
Maybe evolution will just phase out armpits.
Oh.
Not if we're using them for this.
Yeah, not if we start needing them.
If it's use it or lose it, we don't know. See, this is the thing. We don't know which parts of our body are use it or lose it. We don't know which bits are on the way out. Okay. Once upon a time, they could have had more function. Like we don't really know why we produce body odor, why we have pubic hair under our arms, that kind of thing. We don't really know the full story. And it could be that it's on the way out, and unless we start using it for more things, it's going to disappear. And if we want to hold on to what makes us us, then we got to start as a species working harder to use more parts of our body for more different things. And this brings me to another sketch idea, which is, I think that
How are we at 61? It was like 30 seconds ago. It was at 59. Sorry.
Oh no, well we're actually on 60, but
but I'm about to tell you an idea.
but they're anticipating
Hold on to
this.
that thought. So what I think is that as a species, we should allocate individuals to trying to live the lifestyle of different animals, okay? And see what we can learn from that, what insights and what breakthroughs might come from, if we get everybody trying to live as different things, we'll get so many more perspectives and so many more
You would agree
ways
with that?
of being. And then they can come back. You can go, you spend a year living as an eel.
What
and then
animal would you
come
live
back
as?
And we'll have a United Nations, but with all different species.
I was going to say a fish, but I don't think I'd survive that.
You could,
You don't really have a choice.
yeah. And also you might be able to,
We'll set you up.
We'll set you up. We'll put you in a
We'll look after you, don't worry.
yeah. We'll
With an
get
apparatus to...
yeah, apparatus.
Apparatus. We'll use an
Yeah,
apparatus.
I think we got to create jobs anyway.
Okay.
Post-pandemic, a lot of people are quitting their sort of their service jobs and things like that, and we need to start building exoskeletons that people can breathe through underwater.
Haven't there already been situations where kids have been
just
raised
to clarify,
by wolves?
this job, this apparatus that'll help you to breathe underwater, it'll be made by a recently retrained barista.
Somebody who was sick of flipping burgers
Yeah.
for less than minimum wage.
Okay.
You're going to survive for a year underwater? Don't worry, we got just the guy. What isn't putting steam into a soy in a froth type scenario exactly the same as putting oxygen into the lungs of a man under the ocean.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, in principle, it's a similar idea. I suppose.
principle.
In practice, quite a bit different.
Wow. Skeptic. And so what would we call this idea? What would we call this?
Well, hang on, but does this already exist?
This is so where people
Didn't
live
Jane
as
Goodall
animals?
go and live with?
Yeah, but this is
She lived with them, but not as them.
and this is a new government program. Yeah, and this is a new government program.
This is Goodall too.
We're
This
all
is
gonna
Jane
go-
Goodall
yeah.
too.
Exactly. Good. The government is enabling this, and people can go and you put your name. You don't have a job, you put your name on there. You sign up. You'll live as an animal, Okay, and you'll come back, and this is the important thing: is the summit that we have at the end, where everybody comes back, they crawl back from their habitats. Okay, and we'll have at the Hague, we'll all get together and discuss what we've learned and see if there was anything that could maybe help us out.
And we'll find out that there wasn't, and then
Well, what it will do in the meantime, I think the benefit that we will get is that there will be humans now in all areas of nature. Areas of nature that people are chomping at the bit to absolutely strip and destroy.
Is it chomping at the bit or champing at the bit?
I don't know.
Champing.
I would chomp at a bit, personally.
No, well, see.
Sorry.
Champing. I'm never going to use that word.
Okay.
I'm never going to use No, never correctly. And I refuse to. So
areas of nature, so humans will be in every area of nature. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
We'll have an incentive to protect
Trees.
the habitats.
inside trees,
Sea.
inside the guts of other humans.
Under the
I don't know how
ground.
we'll do that, but trees, underground, underwater, in the skies.
They don't have to physically be in the guts of other humans, but they could have some kind of an avatar. They could be living in a virtual reality thing,
Yes.
and then have a little probe in the guts.
I mean, all of this could be done probably with virtual reality.
Sure, but I'd like a little bit of it to be done with apparatus.
Yeah, I know because why people will, they're chomping at some kind of
You almost did it.
They're chomping at some kind of bite, boit.
I think it's
boit.
bit.
No. I'm not.
phrase.
I'm not getting that right either. And to destroy nature, and if there's a human there, they can't. Right.
Yep. No,
And do you
no
think-
human ever hurt another human. That's for
So
sure.
this is an environmental preservation thing now.
It's everything.
You put people everywhere, and that will save the environment. That
I reckon we would probably just come out of it, have a summit, and they'd be like, actually, we should destroy everything. They're awful.
I had a really bad time.
Nature is terrible. We need to
Shut it down.
strip the world of it.
Turns out I'm not suited to living underwater, even with an apparatus.
Really?
But I think that's a real. I think that's and no. This is no criticism of the apparatus.
The guy's just standing.
At all is give it to the apparatus.
Like
His job wasn't for me to enjoy it.
But I mean, this is interesting because I think if we are going to preserve nature, we should really have some insight into whether or not it's worth preserving.
Yes.
And this is the way to do it, and we're going to have to make tough calls anyway. If everyone who spent a year living as a muskox came back and said it was awful, then we'd be like, all right, well that's one that we can get rid of.
Muskox.
But then it makes you wonder.
Muskox.
What's that?
It's a stinky ox, I think.
Yeah.
Just like a big stinky ox.
Okay.
But maybe it'd be the opposite. Maybe it would be like, well, if you'd be like, oh, well, we can't replace that one with humans. You're like, if it's really good,
Yeah.
right? Let's say living
we'll
in.
do it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Is that what we were talking about doing? Was replacing them with humans?
We
Well,
could.
maybe in the long term, we'll
Okay.
say, all right, these were the ones that were okay. People can start living as beavers, okay? But caribou, we can't live as caribou. We'll keep the caribou, but the beavers, those jobs could be replaced with humans.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure out all the jobs that they do, and that's kind of what you're going to be taking notes along the way, going,
Right. Like
what is all the jobs that these fish do?
Yeah.
what their role
Yeah,
is in
that's
the
interesting.
natural cycle
Yeah.
of things.
That would be quite good as well. That's useful. Useful information so we know what gaps we have to fill. Okay, here's an idea. No, I'll take that back. Here's the thing.
Okay.
You know how Americans call coriander cilantro?
Oh yeah.
I want to know, could we then define that as an entirely new language,
Yeah.
right? But it's exactly English,
So it's exactly English.
but they say cilantro instead of coriander.
Yeah.
And
Is that not just American English?
well,
Which one is arugula?
What?
I think that might be rocket.
Rocket. Oh, man. Cilantro and arugula.
Yeah, I mean they're fun.
Yeah, I mean, arugula is...
I'd
Never heard of arugula.
No?
No.
What about when an old car was driving by? Arugula! Arugula! But, okay, so wait. So it's a new language where they...
It's exactly English, but they say cilantro instead of.
And what do we do? We just say that that's a different language.
You just say that that's a different language.
And so that's a sketch.
Well, I think they release
The president comes out. My fellow Australians.
Okay. See, this is why I said it wasn't an idea. Or it wasn't a sketch idea. It was just a thing. But is it, it could be a national pride thing that they want, and then they demand that all, like in Quebec, I think they need everything to be written in English
and French.
And then in French. Well, what if they need on those shared English-American colonies, they need all road signs to be written in English and then American English.
And arugula English.
Which basically means that they're written exactly the same.
Exactly the same
unless
twice.
the road sign has the word coriander in it, in which case it's written as cilantro.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
Okay. Like is a strong word. Hey, the way this is framed makes it a little bit like I'm wearing a bow tie.
What?
Oh, English.
Don't worry about it.
And
I'm not going to worry about it.
Good.
I'll fix it later.
arugula English.
No.
Arugula. I don't know how to write arugula.
Well, I like that. But let's call the whole language arugula. It's a beautiful. It's so exotic. It definitely sounds exotic.
So is it?
Then you'd be able to say, I speak 2 languages. I'm bilingual. I speak English and I speak arugula, and it'll be one of those things where, on a technicality, if anybody looks into it, they'll find out that arugula is that thing I've said.
Technically,
several times.
Yeah.
But it sounds so plausible.
Cilantro. Do you think they can also speak cilantro?
You could say arugula is a language they speak in the Americas.
Yeah.
Right? And then you've covered yourself.
Yeah. And then really this could be something that's kind of pushed by the sign makers of America.
Yeah, the sign makers of America.
Who are
I'll go open the door.
Who are themselves just
another guest
trying to get extra space put on, having to have all the Andy just tripped over the thing, and at least our screen is off. Hopefully, everybody's still getting these.
Hopefully, hasn't disrupted the entire stream.
No, that TV's not turning back on. That's fine.
We'll fix it.
Yeah. Anyway, they're getting extra words on signs, and they're getting to remake everything.
Yes, sign makers, because they would make so much money, obviously, from having to remake every sign in the country.
It'd be a real good time for them.
Look who it is.
Now we're still yet to find out whether or not this podcast is still running.
No, I think it is. And you just kicked out the plug for the TV, but I'll fix that.
Yeah, great.
I'll fix that and I'll hand over to
your next guest. Thanks so much, Evan.
Evan,
would you like to plug the fundraiser for Stupid Old Studios moving?
Yeah. Would you like to?
Stupid Old Studios is fundraising a move from this studio that we all know and love.
Yes, to another one just up the road.
Yeah.
But, there's a link that you can click on in the description of this stream.
Yeah, and you could donate money to help. It's just we're being forced to move because of apartment. Because of
gentrification.
Because of gentrification, obviously.
That's something that we started.
Yeah.
And now it's turned on us.
Yeah, and so and so in the meantime, while you're making those payments, can we introduce our next guest? Please welcome Michael Kalenderian.
Oh, this is a very formal introduction we're doing now. We're really...
Hi, thanks. It's great to be starting with 2 white guys talking about gentrification.
Yeah.
I think I feel
how much of a
I feel
problem it is.
pretty good of what I've walked into.
Yeah.
We're pretty confident as well. You've gone out of focus. Evan, my case gone out of focus on his camera. Is it
Sorry, that's my beard.
Because you kicked the plug out.
Oh. It moved the camera?
It's just that my face has a habit of doing that.
Yeah.
It's okay. You're part Bigfoot. That's right?
Yeah.
And that's
A part of not really existing.
yeah.
That's the part that I am.
Yeah, and so that's the part that's out of focus, and the part that exists sort of clings on to reality. And
Yeah.
He's a semi-fictional character. You're fictionalized.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Aren't we all?
I think when you get an autobiography...
Haven't you seen someone's LinkedIn? We're all a bit fictionalized.
Yeah. Imagine how you
Bigfoot has a LinkedIn.
He should have a LinkedIn. He hasn't joined my professional network yet, but I'm hoping he does.
Let's see. What is the sketch with Bigfoot having a LinkedIn?
Bigfoot on LinkedIn?
Bigfoot's on LinkedIn. It feels like this is actually...
I think that the thing is that he could have LinkedIn, but because no one uses LinkedIn,
Yeah.
you know...
Like there'd be a social network for hermits called Linked Out. And what it is it allows you to be a social media hermit. You can have your page, you can update it, you can maintain it, but nobody can see it.
Yeah.
You've just described LinkedIn.
Yeah.
You've just invented LinkedIn.
I don't either update or maintain my LinkedIn.
I think
And
Nobody does.
no. Well, and I guess hermits don't really maintain their own personal appearance. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But speaking of personal appearance, you're looking fantastic.
Yeah, you're looking so good.
How have you come out of lockdown looking so good?
Yes.
I chose
Really feels
lockdown.
like a morning.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for asking, Andy.
Mike.
Yeah.
I chose lockdown as a great time to go on a diet.
Oh.
So yeah, I thought, why not? While I'm depriving myself of all social interactions that bring me joy, why not also deprive myself of baked goods?
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel really good about doing the whole thing.
Yeah. Mike.
But if it gets me compliments in this morning show, then it's all been worth it.
It's such a good morning show.
I have an idea, right?
Yeah. Wait. Do you think it could be that Bigfoot was found on LinkedIn?
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
And also write down linked out there.
Well,
but-
I think
The only people who know are the CEOs of Goldman Sachs and those kind of they swear each other to secrecy.
I think, but also, it would be like you get a photo of Bigfoot, and you have to confirm its validity. So some Bigfoot hunters, nobody's looking for him on LinkedIn, but some Bigfoot hunters have found what they think might be Bigfoot's LinkedIn page, and we're just waiting for confirmation that it actually is his LinkedIn page, and then, hey, we're in.
But of course, you get so many emails from LinkedIn that even Bigfoot would see a notification and be like, "Well, I'm not." But that's probably not actually for me.
Yeah. Who wants to join my circle or whatever? Who's congratulated me on my work anniversary? Yeah,
Congratulations on congratulate Bigfoot on his 3rd anniversary from being not discovered.
Yeah.
Remaining elusive.
Now, what I wanted to pitch though was because we're selling a house at the moment, right? Is a real estate agent punk. Okay, so this is a scenario in which
Go ahead.
everything is sold by real estate agents or a version of real estate agents. So anytime you want to sell something, you hire an agent who comes in, takes photos of it, writes a little description, makes a little video like they make now, okay, where they introduce it and there's some good slow panning shots and some funky music. So, you're selling an old pair of pants. Something that people sell all the time, an old pair of pants.
Especially one that you live in. That'll be perfect. For,
Sure,
Oh, I lived in those pants.
Yeah.
So if it's true to a real estate agent, there would be a gallery of 8 photos, all taken with a fisheye lens.
Yeah. They
One
make the
photo.
pants enormous.
One photo would be of the pants.
Yeah.
The other 7 photos would be of the area that you would reclaim if you destroyed those pants immediately.
Yes. And then there's a nearby school.
Sure,
A photo of a cafe.
Photo of a cafe with long exposure of car headlights and kind of neon signs. Yes.
Correct. And yeah, that's how you would go about it. And then, you sell the pants and you got to pay them $10,000.
I love those ads as if we're all idiots. As if when we came back, so we moved back to Australia a year ago and we were looking for a place to live. And the amount of ads that show, you look for a place in a trendy suburb and the photos that show, like one of the main photos is just the exterior of a cafe. And it's like, are you shitting me? Are you?
Cafe.
And then
Of course.
I go to inspect the place and there's no exterior of a cafe anywhere in the apartment.
That's crazy.
It's an absolute lie.
These
Hang on.
pants-
So you're
it
worried
shows you
that
photos of where the pants have been. So it like shows you concerts and kind of like taxi cabs.
Wait a minute, I thought I was purchasing these experiences.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea that maybe the pants are on the street next to a big sign. What are you looking for, a pen?
Oh, no, I just saw the wide shot and your towel is so prominent down there. It was a little distracting.
Oh, well,
But it's great.
Yeah, make it intentional or get rid of it.
Yeah. Own
I'm
it.
so sorry.
Or
I'm so sorry.
own it or bone it. Now, I don't know what this is, but it's definitely a game show.
Just letting you know we're on 65.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry.
So it's 65, it's been about 3-ish hours.
I think so.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you've done about 20 now. That's good. When will you be? Yep, Great. So we've got to come up with
We're
240.
trying not to look into it.
Sure. Yeah. No, we can do it. Let's go.
240.
Yeah. Okay. So well, we can move. Okay. Wait. It's a culture where they communicate through clicking.
Sure. That's
I don't
very.
mean like poetry nights, not just poetry nights.
No.
What about it's a poetry night like
In many
that?
ways, at poetry nights, they communicate in other ways as well.
Yeah, that's true. But
What about it's a poetry night where it's a clicking night where you go up on stage and you click, and then the audience reads you some poetry.
for what passing bells for those who die as cattle. Only the monstrous anger of guns. That's how they applaud through the droning on of the.
But I've only ever been to one jazz night, but it was very quiet. Like the emphasis was really on you've got to stay so quiet when you go to the bar. You've got to be so quiet, and you don't clap, you click or whatever.
That's because jazz is about the space between the notes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right.
You can't be having your chat getting in between the notes,
Yeah.
and then suddenly you're part of the jazz.
Filling in the silence because you're
They're not paying to see you perform your jazz.
But a good
word jazz.
A good jazz.
Word jazz.
would be responding to your chat. And you'll be like, well, I think saxophones are they're a metal instrument, not a wind. I don't know. This is what you're saying, and then he's going like that.
A TED talk, but it's just music.
Yeah, but then also with the talking.
Oh, so it's a TED.
It's a TED talk. Yeah. It's mostly a TED talk, and we could remove the music. I could do it with or without. That bit wasn't a good addition. Wait, is there anything in just this dumb click language? I know it's nothing, but let's say it's click performance art, and
Clark.
and it's click poetry. I'm writing it down.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
Maybe clicks are a currency. You know how when Medium started doing, they started doing claps?
Yeah.
Posts, you could give claps, and then they tried to kind of monetize them. I don't know what happened with that.
Right.
Every publishing platform tries to reinvent its, commerce system every 3 months.
Yeah.
But maybe it's the future is you get paid through clicks.
Well,
like
I
this?
mean, but that like that. But
Yeah, that clicks.
I mean, because that's you realise that being paid by click per click
Yes.
is a phenomenon.
Literally our income. No, I think, but I think that would be the tagline. You'd kind of, if you were a kind of a Facebook, sorry, Meta, and you'd have the tagline, in one color text, forget about clicks, welcome clicks. But it's more human. We'd amp up the human angle.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, in terms of inputs to your computer, you don't actually incorporate sound as an input, right? I think it would, if you could have your little microphone there, and it could respond to clicks like that, and then instead of, clicking with your mouse. God, I sound like an ancient man being extremely boring, but you're
Why can't I?
you're reading an article online and you're there.
Yeah.
Clicking away, you're like, yeah, man, this is a great article. Don't shake your head so much when you're reading; it makes it hard. But like that, and then it's picking up on that, and the money's going directly to the author. That's
Money directly from
that's the
clicks.
model.
So you could just be like the sort of the editor of the newspaper, and you're like going to the bathroom and you're just going. Like, that's not you, master.
Yeah, but the
I like.
the money comes out of your account. So I mean, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, you're the editor.
Where's the money coming? Where's the money coming from?
Well, I assume it comes from the advertisers or something like that. And they're
Yeah. We got to respond to these clicks.
And I hate to say this, but I am interested in clicking as a masturbatory technique, and I want to know.
well, that's how jazz musicians masturbate.
Beat poets.
But I think, can you get a good? I'm getting a click going by having a second finger in between, right? My fingers.
Yeah.
So I don't.
And which part of that is your dick?
Well, obviously the finger. That's
But this is
between
yeah,
the two
okay.
Fingers, right? And I encourage you, if anyone's watching at home,
Try it on all your body parts.
try it everywhere, and see if it works.
And I feel like this will work on any genital.
Any
This
genital.
is a multi-genital-
We like to think that
Wow.
this is a non-discriminatory,
This is all-inclusive.
genital technique that could bring everyone together and resolve a lot of the tension that's
What's the line between sketch idea and new product?
very
Seems
below.
very.
Very below.
Yeah, once we hit season
We've come up with new platforms. It's easier to come up with new publishing platforms and sex toys than it is to come up with sketches.
It's fine, but I think a beat poet having a one-night stand with a beat poet and then finding out that they gave you a click masturbation.
There you go. That counts.
That's a sketch idea.
Um,
What about a metaverse, right? We're all into metaverse.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Did you watch the video? Did you watch the launch trailer of the
I didn't
metaverse?
watch the whole thing. I saw little bits and pieces.
Oh boy.
And then I've seen another ad which was like on Instagram, and it's like old guys playing chess, and there's one
One of
guy,
the same. It's all the same. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I got a lion head or whatever. I got my game face on, something like that, and his head turns into a lion. I think we need to get rid of all the dumb shit like that, right?
Yeah.
All the dumb shit where it's like it's surreal stuff that nobody cares about.
Well, when Facebook started, like Facebook started, it was all dumb shit like that. It was all people like inviting you to their zombie army. And
When Facebook really first started, it was rating hot chicks.
yeah, sure.
And
And we got rid of all that dumb
and
shit.
then yeah, that's what Facebook was.
Yeah.
And then it was all the other stuff.
Yeah.
And then the video that Mark Zuckerberg put out was crazy. It was just like you should watch it. It is a fever dream of what virtual reality could be.
Yeah.
And what I love is the first example he shows is him choosing an outfit to go sit around a table in a space station with all of his buddies who have different outfits, right?
Yeah.
And one person's flying around the cabin and one person's a robot and the rest of them are just themselves. And I think to assume that a second we all get to be in VR all the time and we get to choose what our look is, no one is going to choose to be a human sitting around a table.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we're all going to be a sentient breast.
I don't think we're going to go hang out in VR. I just don't think we are.
You don't think we'll do the exact same thing we're doing here, but in VR?
No, I think we only accepted video chats just because we were forced to be separate, and this was the only kind of outside human contact we were getting.
Yes.
And then I just don't think that people are going to go into VR and be like, have a business meeting or have a friend meeting, and they'll be like, "Oh, Tony's a snail and Judith is a catalog."
Described all of my Zoom calls.
Yeah. Okay. Do your Zoom calls actually people wear skins and stuff like that?
No.
Okay.
Good.
But they are snails in a catalog.
Yeah.
I guess you work for a magazine company and things like that.
Yeah, cover a lot of snails.
If they allow some of the magazines into the meeting, it would be wrong.
Yeah.
We should let the product in here and just see what.
Yeah, see what happens.
Yeah, but a metaverse.
Yeah.
Where you're actually there.
Ooh, hello.
I don't know. Maybe it's probably more of a teleportation machine.
Sure.
While a digital version of you stays at home.
Digital version if you stay at home, and it looks like you're helping out with the family, things like that.
Yeah. But actually, you're on Zoom calls.
Actually, just
you're actually
chess with a lion face.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. But actually, this is a good idea, though. The idea is the digital version of you stays at home and makes it look like you're responsible, while your real body goes somewhere else to do something fun.
I was thinking about like.
Is that what AI assistants are meant to be anyway? They're meant to make you be able to. I've got something which is I host a disinformation podcast weekly where I talk with our disinformation reporter about the hell that is going on in the week.
You can plug it. What's it called?
It's called Disinformation Dispatch. And it's got a longer title, which I forgot, but which I also made up.
Yeah.
I think it's something along the lines of Disinformation Dispatch, the show, the podcast, streaming online, live on air, if you want. And so we're on Instagram. We talk about the news of the week. This week, I don't know if you guys saw this story, but a bunch of hundreds of QAnon supporters gathered at the Grassy Knoll in downtown Dallas, where JFK was, depending on who you talk to, killed. And they were there because they believed that JFK Jr. was going to be turning up and claiming that Trump was the King of Kings, which is all fine. But what I love about this is
that the King of Kings?
Well, they think that JFK is a direct bloodline descendant of Jesus, I believe. And so, but what I love about this, and what I think is the sketch, is my understanding is the people who led this, who created this meet, who said this was going to happen, they happened to be in town for a Rolling Stones concert. And it happened to be right near where they were going to happen to be. And it was very convenient for them. Not only that, but then it started raining later in the night and a lot of people left. But then, according to the people who were running, the scheme,
the occurrence, the real occurrence.
Yeah.
He'd show up.
He showed up. at the concert. It's very much like you left too early. The party got really good the second you left. And so I like the idea of someone who just is always making predictions that are always coming true just when everyone else has left the room.
I like it in particular if it genuinely is the case.
Yeah.
He's genuinely right.
Yeah.
And
We'll never know. Apparently Michael Jackson was there.
really as well.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was
Every
there.
time I think I understand how insane the QAnon stuff is, I'm always have underestimated just how bonkers it can be. And sounds a little bit of fun.
I wonder whether it's just one of those situations like Flat Earth, where for most people it probably is a joke to just do it. It's like a role play thing. And then there's a lot of people who are just into it and like, no, this is true. Right? But there must be a percentage of people who think that it's a joke. There must be.
Yeah, us.
And they could be, and they're likely to be the content creators.
Yeah,
in
maybe.
there.
Yeah.
And then everybody else, and they go, you can genuinely make people go places and do things, and you can just go, I think that the Lord...
Is it a bit like Pokemon Go? You know, but with
Resurrections.
But with resurrections instead of
and
Pokemons.
politics.
And politics.
Yeah.
Alternative
It's exactly like Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go to the polls.
Yeah, we're writing it down.
Well, I mean, why not?
QAnon is Pokemon
Why
Go
not
to the polls.
Why? Yeah, I mean, it is. You know, we could make a little. We could make a full conspiracy theory app, right? Where it's like, you know, it is a little augmented reality thing where you go to different locations and you collect, you know, goblets of truth or something. I don't know.
I mean, again, we're creating another platform. Is there a way that you can just generate conspiracy theories and somehow earn passive income? Have you noticed that people on the internet are really into passive income? When I go on TikTok, it's just people who are 15 years younger than me talking about how they have millions of dollars and it's all from drop shipping. It's all from you sit there and you let the money work for you.
Yeah.
And if you don't already own 3 homes, you're some kind of idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I do.
then also-
I am starting to feel like an idiot.
Yeah, me too.
But also, like, always it's in the context of them selling you how to do it. Right?
Oh, they can help you make passive income
And like,
if you give them active income.
who are the people who are earning heaps of passive income?
Yeah.
Who have found a way to live the dream? The dream being, I don't have to work and I just get money. Who are the people who have achieved that and who are then saying, now I'm going to go out and start the laborious and tedious job of teaching other people how to have as easy and successful a life as I have.
When you put it like that, it seems pretty selfless.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
So you
really
go-
admire them is what
Yeah, and that's why they get to register as a charity.
Sure.
And you get your passive income becomes tax-free.
Really, in a way, a charity, you're starting a church or a religion is a great kind of passive income. I mean, God is earning passive income.
Yes.
Having a sketch about a guy who is basically exactly this, but he achieves financial independence through passive income, and then is like, well,
So motivated to teach other
that
people.
now
how to
I'm
do
like, you know what? I'm going to put all my time, all my free time that I have now, all of my time is free time. Even sleep time I don't need anymore. And I will now spend time making Instagram videos and Instagram marketing.
Yeah.
Will now become my passion so that I can allow other people to get this exact same
I think that's
thing.
I think that's a great sketch idea. I also have another one, which is it's God, and God is on Instagram, and God is explaining how he started a religion and how it's earning him passive income,
Yep.
and now he wants to teach you how to do the same thing. So it's basically exactly the same idea, but my character is God.
I'll take that idea and I'll add a new idea,
Yes, two
which is that
gods.
the way that I think things would go is if the real God was on Instagram.
Yes.
If we are to believe that he was if he really talked the talk, if he's as humble as they say he is, he would have no followers. I think the real God is on Instagram, but he cannot get any engagement,
Yeah.
and he can't even get verified. They're just like, I don't know, you don't seem to be like. And God would be like, this is all narcissistic. This is what is the point of all this? This is not what people should be doing. Nothing about helping others. Because if you are helping others, you're doing it for views.
Yeah.
So there's no way to be truly selfless on there. So I think the real God would have no posts. His profile picture would be the blank silhouette, like when your parents like first sign up to social media.
And then for several years afterwards with your parents as well.
Exactly.
You tell them, look, you look like a troll.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, I don't want anyone stealing my identity.
Nobody wants your identity.
How do you know that? That's
God
wants
as well.
So I think I think God cannot get a break. And I think he wants to kind of reconnect with his followers. He's like, well, it seems he comes back. He's like, well, how's everyone connected these days? They're like, well, Instagram and TikTok. And not so much LinkedIn, but that's also an option. And he just can't get it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what happens? Does he get depressed?
He breaks like the rest of us.
Yeah,
and he ends up becoming a self-centered, narcissistic. Yeah. He builds his own hype house. It's basically a church, but it's filled with like Justin Bieber type looking Fortnite playing. Like it's like a whole Twitch streaming house, and he just goes off the rails. Like God just goes off the rails, and he's trying to sell swag, all the time, just to make more money.
We got three out of that. We got passive Instagram success guy. We got God creates religion, how to create religion videos. I think if also within that, if God actually told us how to become God, that would be how they went about becoming
really
God.
Good.
And then we've got God wants to reconnect with followers.
I became God, and I want to share with you how to be God.
How you can do it too.
$1,500 for the introductory course, and then
it's a masterclass. It's that masterclass. It's the masterclass series.
God's masterclass. Alasdair, write that down.
That's a good one. Print that.
Right. Wait.
I mean, they're running out of people. They're going to get God eventually.
They really are running out of people.
I found the weirdest one with the most recent with Metallica, how to be a band. That's what I'm getting advertised. And
wait, they're on Masterclass.
Yeah,
the group that famously has a documentary about how they
needed like a therapist to keep together, and and I think the drummer who was around at that time, Lars or whatever, isn't in this masterclass video because I guess he split away from the band.
He's doing a separate masterclass about how to take down Napster.
I forgot that they took down Napster.
They took down Napster.
And then they brought on, streaming platforms that have demonetized bands even more, probably.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lars.
Thanks, Lars.
We could have just still been having Napster right now if it wasn't for Lars.
72.
I mean, that was I'm going to become like an Amish person, but I'm going to live in the Napster era.
Yeah.
Just trying to post.
That's the point at which I think technology went too far.
At the point where no one else is on it, but you're just sharing files with yourself.
Myself, yeah. And my community and my children.
I don't remember which ones I posted already.
All right. So when we were talking about God and starting a religion, it was the church. Yeah. I already said that. Sorry, I apologize. I'm going around in circles.
You're already coming back to God.
Well, no, I was just
finally
to repitch the idea about so this is what it was, but it's very similar to what we already said. But it's somebody who is teaching you how to get passive income, but they are a priest. So anyway, that's nothing. But okay, how about this?
I feel like it would be. Have you ever seen? Do you know of like people like Gary Vaynerchuk? Do you know him? Have you ever seen his videos?
Yeah, he's a guy. He's all about productivity and just like
insufferable. It's just the kids love him. He's just like someone who his whole life is just like a TED talk about hustling. And it's all, if you're not making enough money, it's you're not doing it right.
Yeah.
And everyone like needs to hustle at all times. And one example he'll give is, I just like go to yard sales and I like pick up like old Zelda cartridges and then just sell them on eBay and I make income. That's how I, made income on the side.
Doing that?
No, now he's like he inherited his family's wine business and I think made it go digital and became hugely digital wine. It's not it's not wine. It's NFTs. It's NFTs of wine, and then you get to be like, you don't get to drink the wine, but you get to pay for the NFT of a really good year of wine. So there's among wine connoisseurs. They're like, the 1948 Beaujolais was like a very incredible wine. Yeah. I'd give my left arm for that wine. You can't have that wine, obviously, but what you can have is an NFT of it. This is a sketch. This is a sketch.
Okay.
No, this is a sketch. This is not real. This is a sketch. And I think to wine,
couldn't have.
for experiences you couldn't have, you get an NFT
I think it's a really good idea. I mean, if you're not drinking the wine anyway, right? Because these wines are so expensive, you never open them. So it might as well be an NF.
Exactly. What are those fancy, dusty wines for, if not to just tell your other wine-loving friends, hey, do you guys want to couple look at this wine? Don't touch it. And then same with an NFT. Just have it in a plaque.
It's a really good idea.
Andy Matthews owns this bottle, an NFT, a digital token of this bottle, which is just as good.
It's just
the same thing.
You can still somehow keep it in your basement.
I think so. I think that's a great.
Little screen.
You could picture Treasury Wines releasing sort of the original Grange and things like that. That as NFTs, that these ones actually can't age out of existence and turn bad. These are just an opportunity to own a piece of wine history and enjoy it forever while it's always peaking. I suppose
Always peaking.
That's what a wine. Wine hits a
always
peak.
peaking.
Always
Yeah. Constant peak.
I had something.
Is this the idea we're talking about identity theft? Is sort of the devil trying to get your immortal soul? Is that a kind of like the ultimate identity theft, right? Because he's always trying to trick you.
He always is.
Getting your soul.
Or she.
Or she. Yeah. Yes, I am a feminist. I believe Satan is a woman.
Thank you. I wanted you to admit it.
Yeah.
I think that's a sketch idea, by the way. Feminist Satanists who believe that Satan is a woman. This is what a Satanist feminist looks like. And also, a Satanist, have I already said this? But it was a thought I had, was that an atheist feminist is somebody who, the God that I don't believe in is a woman. And I
haven't heard you say that.
That's
a good one.
A strong, powerful woman who doesn't exist. That's the God I don't.
Just like girl bossing it,
yeah,
but not existing.
Not existing.
Yeah,
I suppose it is more appropriate, more equal to believe that even though they don't exist, that they could have been if that was the universe in which we lived in, and if there is a universe in which that happens, I think that they would have it. It would be stupid to think that they couldn't be. I mean, obviously, I would think that there's probably some other thing.
Well, but you were saying the devil takes your soul, and that is your bank details.
Well, I mean, if they could get your soul, they could get into your bank, right?
That's how I log into my bank.
Yeah, well,
I have a new bank.
What I want to know.
These online-only banks are fucked.
Well,
you have to log in with your soul. It's like the two-step verification has gone
too far.
That's the sketch is that phone numbers, using your phone number to verify your ID is really outmoded. You know what you can't, hack is your soul. Unless you're the devil. So
you're linking because everything needs a big link, a complicated login process now.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, they need the maximum security.
Yeah.
So you're trying to log into like the Moodle for your kids' kindergarten, and you've got to use your immortal soul. Moodle?
What is Moodle?
I don't know what Moodle
Moodle's
is.
like an education platform.
But I mean, how are you logging in with your soul? So are you
platforms?
Are you having to create like a pentagram? And
I assume you have to bare your chest.
Yeah,
I just assume your soul is
the screen.
For some reason,
on the screen.
Yeah.
Press your chest against it.
Is it movies? But I just assume your soul exists in here.
Yeah,
even though really
maybe you could put like a kind of like a bomb on there, and then like maybe into a bomb like ALM.
Use kind of like some kind of like ultrasound reader.
Yeah, I picture that, and then I think you'd light it on fire, and then it creates like a triangle or like some kind of like that eye.
You do that
pyramid.
Yeah. You have to do that every time you log in.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Well, it's the only way you can stop.
It's the only way to be secure.
Well, I think once you've done that once, unless you're using a new device, you don't have to do that again.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it is dangerous though. It is dangerous to put that because if you lose your phone or whatever. Somebody might have a similar looking chest to you.
But what happens? What happens?
It's not what your chest looks like.
Oh yeah, you're right.
What happens if you?
It's your immortal soul.
So, what I guess the issue with that though maybe is that if you fall asleep on say the train, and someone grabs your phone, they simply need to apply balm to your chest, light it on fire, and then they can log in as you. It's like the movies where they hold up the person's eyeball onto the retinal scanner.
Yeah. And
maybe it's a little bit. Maybe it's actually not as secure as a phone number.
Well, you're right. And especially
Well, you also need to get a text as well.
it'll be
they do have your
3-tier.
phone, so-
3-tier security.
3-factor authentication. Second factor is soul, and third factor is back to your phone in case that's the
An
soul's
email
not.
to your second.
Yeah, I
You
think
gotta
that's
remember 6 numbers, and you got to say it out loud, and you're like, oh, there's probably a mic in my phone from some spyware that's listening to this number, and they could just type it in before me.
Yeah.
But my problem as well with, I'm quite vulnerable to having my soul identity stolen on a tram because I wear a lot of very deep V-necks when I'm on public transport.
Do you?
Yeah, real plunging neckline.
And you pull them further down by putting some sunglasses right at the bottom of the V.
Yeah. And well, actually, I open the sunglasses up like this, and like that, and it actually opens up the whole thing like that.
That's great.
And my bomb sticks in my top pocket.
I know that everybody is constantly trying to come up with new fashions and new ways for clothes to be revealing.
They won't stop.
But has anybody done? I mean, obviously somebody has done this, but clothes like a top that fully does just come in 2 halves, right? So like it's open up here, but it's also open down the back, and it's basically just sleeves.
Yep.
And then like a little bit of like shoulder hanging kind of.
You know what it should be? It should have a little alligator clip that clips onto your
little
neck
alligator.
skin.
Yeah, great.
Like this. Nobody's doing that yet, right? Because everybody's all about using the arms to hold things up, right?
Yeah.
Like this. I want alligator clip there.
So you'd have a couple of, you'd look like you have gills.
Like that, yeah. But it's just holding my shirt together because it's a 2-half shirt. Like that. Maybe you could have an alligator clip on each side here.
Holding it
Like
to
that.
the nipples.
Doesn't have to.
I mean, the beauty of Andy's idea is that the sleeves do that job.
Yeah.
Sure.
And you don't necessarily need the alligator
What are you
clip.
innovating, though? What is the actual
That's
innovation?
true.
I was cutting a shirt in half.
Well, I mean, Andy's innovating fashion. You're innovating body standards.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, while we're on it though, like, why do we need the clothes if we're using bull clips? Why aren't we just replacing all clothes with bull clips that you just clip over? Bull clips of different sizes that you just clip over the things that you want to be concealed. So bull clips on the nipples,
I don't want to conceal
clips
my
on
neck
the-
skin.
genitalia area.
Yeah.
One enormous bull clip that covers your bum.
Yeah. I could see that.
And then
I mean,
you're done.
yeah.
Wait, aren't bull clips, they have that big, the metal handle? I'm saying you'd have a lot of clearance that you'd need behind you if you had it covering your bum.
Yeah, but then that could be a
Yes.
that could be
Because
a,
you had little wing, like little handles on the bull clips,
could
and they'd
be
be
a portable
coming out.
chair. You know those ones like
If you lean back, that would be a chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
you would form, your legs would be the tripod
yeah,
of
and
the 2 legs of the bull
on the
clip.
front it would be like a chastity thing that would be
Hot.
great
I'm
in
into
the
it.
workplace. You know, finally.
One of the places I find it hardest to remain chaste.
Yeah, for all of those guys who are just like, but what am I to do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I can't keep up with these new expectations of me.
And so having it over the nipples as well, at least if you go around the nipple, that isolates that erogenous zone and keeps it away from touch.
And let's be honest, probably cuts off the blood flow, causing it to rot and fall off.
I mean, and then that's that's like laser nipple removal,
Sure.
right? And I'm just saying, it's a reimagining of society. This isn't just a product.
No.
No, it's the
It's a way of living.
It's bull clip society.
Platforms, products, and ways of living. That's what we do here.
We just
I think-
barter
but I
bull
think
clips.
we would change it to bovine clips just so that it's gender neutral.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, is it bull named after the cow? The cow, the bull cow?
Bull, yeah, I picture that.
Because I mean, there's nothing about a bull clip that suggests cow.
So are they just called bull clips? Why did I think they were called bulldog clips?
Holy shit. Maybe they are bulldog clips.
I thought they were called that, but now I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Because I guess when you look at them side on, you got little antlers. It looks like a bull.
Antlers. Yeah. The bull's antlers. Look at its antennae there. Twitching.
Can you tell? Last time I saw an animal in real life, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
the zoos
From a domestic.
zoos have been closed for so long.
Exactly. Where else do I go and see my antlered bulls? You go to a zoo and someone's just glued on some antlers onto a bull. It's a Christmas market.
Yeah.
We had to cut some corners, guys. We couldn't get the deer, so we just cut some antlers off and we put them on a bull.
I don't even picture a Christmas market that has cows at it.
I don't even picture a Christmas market. What's a Christmas market?
They have them in in Europe. It's like a big thing of have like the, little stand. One of them's serving like hot mulled wine, and then there's like a local Santa, and it's a thing.
Yeah. Can you mull anything? Can you mull any liquid?
You can mull over thoughts.
Yes.
And what's the act of mulling? Is it just heating it up and adding cloves?
Yeah, I think it might be. So, like, you could have mulled Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you could.
You could have mulled 7-Up.
Yeah.
But you could, but then if while you're thinking like that, why not a mulled ream of paper? Why not everything is mulled?
Yeah.
Mulled couch. Imagine that you walk into your house, couch, sopping, wet.
But it smells. You're like, what's that?
Warm and steamy.
You get
so wintry in here, like that.
you get home every night.
It's the couch.
Like that, and you watch a movie like that, and then
Every night you get home and you're like, what's that smell? Oh, it's my fucking wet couch.
right. But then you're like,
I hate this.
You know what? I'll put the
But
Santa
come
Claus on
Christmas-
again.
Yeah.
And then you go Tim Allen and one of their best performances ever, and I am not naming Tim Allen's gender.
Wow.
In their best.
I think you're missing the point there.
I think Santa is genderless, right?
Yep.
I mean, I'm going in mulled couches. It's just so
I
wintry,
love that you
and
specified.
mulled couches are not just for winter.
Like you really bulldozed through that mull couches idea that
I
has.
just think but I'm absolutely on board. But it's come Christmas, you can actually mull anything, right? And the more festive you are, the more things you mull.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, look, this town is so festive, they mulled the whole lake.
I mean, a mulled flood. Yeah, it's like the flood waters. They've all been mulled. We passed all the flood. When the hydro
Yeah.
thing happens.
Good news, everyone. We mulled the reservoir.
It goes
And then they're like, "What the fuck did you do?" And that's like, we thought that you'd like it. We're a festive town. We have a reputation of being the most Christmas. Streets are like, we have a reputation of being the most Christmassy. They do the lights, and it's like, look, the one-upmanship has just kept going, and they've mulled the entire water supply.
Boiling clove water from every tap.
It only comes at one temperature.
The idea that you could maybe put kind of Christmas chimes and make them airborne, so that they just wherever there is wind, wherever there is air.
What are Christmas chimes?
Those kind of those bells, I guess, that are on Santa's sleigh. They're
just bells.
Yeah,
Are they
bells.
Christmas bells?
Maybe they are just Christmas bells. I apologize that I used an incorrect word.
No.
There's going to be a
There could have been a sketch in there. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if you could find a way to just get them at least neutrally buoyant within air, right? So like that they are floating at all times, like that. So then wherever the wind goes, the Christmas cheer travels with it. And so you've got mulled water coming out of the taps. You got ching 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 everywhere like that. Your father, your husband, your children, they're all Santa now. We actually went and Santaed all of the active males.
Yeah. I like that this scenario is someone in their house.
Yeah.
They're sitting on their sopping wet mulled couch. Their child is screaming from being bathed in boiling mulled wine. And they're like, Jesus Christ, these bells won't shut up outside either. I'm so happy it's Christmas.
So festive, and people from the other towns will come in and mistake it for happiness, but it's just
Those are the screams of happiness. I like the idea that
I'm just writing it down.
that vibe. Oh, we might have another guest of what you're
be Santa.
walking down a dark road or alleyway at night, and behind you hear ching ching ching. You stop walking and it stops. You start walking again. Ching 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 ching. Little Christmas chimes, right? And then you start to run. Ching 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 ching. And I don't know where that leads, but you're somehow being pursued by a festive elf.
It sounds like a Christmas thriller.
It does sound like a Christmas thriller.
And there's not enough Christmas thrillers that come out every year. I think there is.
Yeah,
There's one that's what's that one? Grinchmas? No, not Grinchmas. Not the Grinch who ruined
the
Grinchmas.
Jim Carrey Grinch film.
I mean, it was.
Some people take it as a horror.
Yeah, apparently it was a really bad film in, but also Jim Carrey something caused them to lose their mind. And I'm also not going to gender Jim Carrey.
I think people appreciate you doing that.
Yeah.
Most of all, Jim Carrey.
But there is one that is, I don't know the name of it, so I'm not going to help. But
It's a spooky Christmas. Is that what you're talking about?
It's a very spooky Christmas.
No. I'm just trying to.
Could it be A Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yeah. No, is that a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie? That's a Christmas movie, isn't it?
It's called The Nightmare Before Christmas.
It's not so far before that it's Halloween.
I mean, technically, almost everything is before a Christmas.
True.
Yeah.
So,
and even on Christmas, you are actually before another.
You know those Christmas shops that pop up, like for the last? There's empty shop fronts, and like for the last couple of months a year, they become Christmas shops, and then the absolute gall of the confidence of some shops where they're like, you know what, we're going to be an all year round Christmas shop. I think the idea of year round, very seasonal shops.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm amazed because I have spoken to somebody who works in a Christmas shop all year round. And they say they're actually very busy.
Really? Because everyone thinks they're getting a deal the other 10 months of the year?
I don't know what people are thinking. I don't know.
They're buying bells so they can try to make them buoyant in air.
Buoyant and make every active male Santa. Active male.
Active.
It's like Santa
because we know
conscription.
Santa fucks.
Well, I think it's about time that we decentralize Santa.
Yes.
Right? Because Santa
It's a not efficient model.
Centralized.
decentralized. And so it's there's too much power in the hands of one man.
Uh-huh.
And there's a chance that could fuck up Christmas.
Mm.
You know, because if you
Yeah.
think about it, Santa could just decide not to. And then where are we at?
Yep.
We're living in a Christmasless nightmare.
Yep.
Especially with all that build up to Christmas that
Yeah.
there is. You know, I think
Yeah.
that would be a real anti.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people would probably just celebrate anyway with Santa coming.
Yeah, but he's probably the only one who knows how the whole system works.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Needs to delegate more.
Yeah. So a sort of a program, a decentralized.
I'm thinking
program.
maybe Santa needs to
Santa
create
in
a
every
contract.
Yeah.
Contract. And if somebody knocks Santa off of a roof, they become Santa.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think
I've
Tim
never
Allen
heard this idea
could play
before, and I love it.
I think Tim Allen could play it.
Yeah.
And
Play the roof. He's the roof.
He does make a roof sound. Yeah, that sounds like that's what I was.
Mike, I think we've got more guests coming.
Amazing.
I have to say goodbye. This
Let's
is
do it.
Joy
Likewise.
so much for your support and
Thanks for having me.
and support.
network.
And your ideas.
And for all the
And
people
support.
in your life that helps.
And all the
support
platforms that we created. I look forward to earning a passive income from them shortly.
I want an aggressive income. Passive aggressive income. This is a sketch idea. Alasdair, right?
Wow. As I leave,
to figure out-
a passive
promote
aggressive.
anything?
No, absolutely. Please no. Please no.
Nobody find me. No. Okay, wait. Before we introduce our next guest, what is
Passive aggressive income.
What is-
It's where people give you money, you know, and it's you know it's almost too much, right? I don't know if that's really the meaning of passive aggressive,
Wait,
but it's certainly the
passive
meaning of aggressive.
aggressive. No, but
People are forcing money on you.
I know, but they got to do it in a way in which they don't engage with you.
Sure.
You know, they're ignoring you.
Well, I mean, that's if you want it to be truly passive aggressive. But I was just going from the two separate meanings of a passive income and an aggressive income.
Yeah.
And this is one where money is forced on you against your will,
Thrown at you.
but without you having to do any work.
All right. It's a sketch.
Yeah, thank you.
It's written down. That was 79. I am ready to introduce our next guest.
Gosh, this is a smooth transition.
And I have forgotten your name. So please welcome our next guest, Duscher and Cass's brother.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, we're meeting, right?
Thank you so much.
Hi.
So there's a couple
Nice
of
to meet
microphones.
you.
Hello. Hello.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. I saw you sanitizing earlier.
Thank you for sanitizing over there and everything.
No problem.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, it's such a joy. Look, you've noticed there's cameras and everything.
Yeah.
like that.
Oh shit.
Have you seen any of it? You don't?
Yeah, we did. And let me say, you've done a lot of sketches so far.
Yeah,
What
What are you at?
I'm
79
79.
is the sketch count.
And how many hours?
Like it's
been
4
4,
hours.
maybe.
Doesn't feel like 4.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like 4 yet, so that's quite good.
Yeah, but I'm you know there's some tension building up back here.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
in the jaw, or
I reckon
Just need a,
you guys got to take a break.
yeah.
sketches.
I don't think we can. Yeah,
but I, do
mean,
need to go to the toilet. So is it rude if I leave you with our guests?
no,
As someone who just pissed and almost missed the cue to come out here because I was pissing, please take a toilet break.
Yeah,
Thank
good.
you from a man who's recently pissed.
Yes.
We've been on the podcast for a while. Has pissing changed at all? Have I missed anything about pissing?
No, it's still pretty much the same process.
Sort of straight across.
Yeah, just
Straight across. Wait, what do you mean by straight across?
straight across.
You know what I like?
Across the bowl.
I like to think this is a new toilet, right?
Yep.
Okay, it's and could be a sport. I don't know.
ATB, we said you got to slow it down. This
sounds
sounds
like
like
an
a
idea of a
sketch
sketch.
idea.
It is. I think
Slow
it
it
is.
down, dude.
Okay, because here's
You're gonna burn yourself out.
here's what we've not done enough is change toilets the way that I think we've been basically since I've been born.
Yeah.
You think that toilets have changed a lot in your time?
Well, not in my time, but in time in general.
Oh,
Used
you're
to be
right.
just holes and then you have to wipe with your left hand
Yeah.
or leaves or whatever.
Yeah.
And then it was squat toilets, right? Which is
right.
actually the better toilet.
Oh, you're right.
Physiologically.
And you're right. In my lifetime, those fancy Japanese toilets have come out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. One was the bidet built in.
Absolutely, the bidet is such a. I mean, I went to Japan once, and that was a real dream.
You know what's apparently, and I only know this from secondhand information, but apparently installing what my friends keep calling a bum gun.
Yeah.
Basically a bidet, I guess, but for personal use at home. Not allowed in Melbourne.
I
Crazy.
mean, it's not allowed.
Plumbers won't do it. Apparently, it's not allowed.
Do it.
Plumbers won't do it.
You got to find yourself a back alley plumber.
So if you're, because I heard about one that got advertised on a podcast once. I can't remember if it was like, it might have been WTF or something like that. And they made it sound like it was one you could just install yourself. Clip it on or something.
I feel like we know someone that installed one themselves, don't we?
That sounds like a very dangerous thing to do.
Because I
You
mean,
don't want to mess with the water pressure.
you don't want water just shooting anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's already actually, when it's installed accurately, it's already shooting in the most dangerous area.
The dangerous part is if you install it yourself, it might just get water could just go everywhere.
Sure. Or you could get the whole actual nozzle in there.
Welcome back.
Almost. You think if you install it wrong, you'll accidentally shove the bidet up your own ass.
and
That could happen.
nozzle.
That's why you got to get a plumber.
Well, that's why you actually got to put it on the toilet and not just.
In the last 4 hours, has pissing changed?
Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
go straight across?
Yeah, that was a shock to the system.
I didn't want to ruin the surprise.
No,
It's not just straight across anymore.
It would be cool though if somehow we've been in here for long enough that some of the fundamental laws of the universe change. But here was my suggestion, and I apologize for suggesting that toilets haven't changed. But I want them to. I think that they could change more.
Oh, yeah, no, this wasn't a sketch idea. This was just a discussion of toilets.
Absolutely.
We're taking a break, remember?
doing
We're going to
sketches.
slow down the
doing
sketches.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, this is a great.
but this-
I've got a great prank idea. When you're done,
Yeah. It's
Rank ideas will take, but no sketches.
you notice that when you put the seat up,
Yeah.
it's essentially a backboard.
yeah.
Now, I've never seen a basketball net toilet, right? But you put that little square on there and you piss on that square and it bounces right back in, right? And this is for dude houses.
The dude house toilet.
I like the idea, but the unfortunate thing is that piss, when it hits a wall, doesn't just bounce back, it splatters.
Sure.
But what does bounce is a human shit. So,
Shitting on the
you could try and shit straight across into the backboard, nothing but net.
See,
Yep.
it's a real catch-22 scenario because while piss doesn't bounce like you'd like it to, so too shit doesn't really go across in the way you'd hope.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And also,
You need to invent some kind of thing that sort of
Uses the
halfway
piss
between the two.
to power the shit.
See, here we go, a cloaca.
the solution is right there. Shit out your dick.
Exactly.
Get some kind of surgery and shit out the. Are these?
Shit
can I have
out
these? What are these?
your dick.
These for me? They're in front of me.
Help yourself to
Yeah,
go.
eat them.
Yeah.
We just had breakfast, but go nuts.
That's good.
Yeah, great. There is. Well, look. I think there's two sketch ideas in this, right?
Damn it.
No.
you can't stop sketch
No, they were not sketch ideas.
Here's
That
my-
was just riffs.
No.
We
can't-
cross them off.
We can't.
Don't count them.
Can't discriminate.
Don't count them.
Not on 300th episode.
I'm gonna tell you my prank idea.
Uh-huh.
And this is for the bros.
Yeah.
Okay? What it is, it's a little thing. It's a little wind-up man.
Oh, let me just say, immediately I'm on board.
Yeah. And what you do is you put the toilet seat up in your house, right? And you wind him up, okay? And then you put him just behind the toilet seat, and he's there like this,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And then you wind him up, and after a random amount of time, he goes, ha, like that, and slams the toilet seat. So,
Oh, that's good. It's exciting.
Is the idea to try and slam the dick or to just try and get piss everywhere?
try to get piss everywhere.
Both. I mean, you can up the difficulty if you want.
I think you could probably actually in a bro house you could even with something like this you could probably reduce the amount of piss around the toilet. Yeah, I don't know how.
So he slams the lid, the piss bounces off the seat, goes all over the little man, which he loves.
He loves it.
He loves it. But
ATB, what are you writing down, ATB?
now, I don't know. You could also have it so that it's somehow sound activated, so that he senses when somebody is using the toilet. But that might be more or less fun than one that is just random, and it could go any time during the day.
So, as in, anytime during the day, so...
But you might not be pissing.
Yeah, all of a sudden
Unless
you
you
hear
got one of those houses where dudes are, but you know what dudes.
Yeah.
Constant
Some
piss
dudes
fest.
be pissing.
It's all straight across.
If they're even pissing inside the house and not all around the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like dogs.
Exactly. Now, I just thought of
Dogs are always
the
pissing.
the shitting out
You
of
have a cat, so you might know, but dogs
No,
never
have
stop
a specific
pissing.
place where they like to.
Dogs are boys.
Dogs are boys, cats are girls.
Yeah. This was about your shitting out of dick.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought maybe if there was a doctor who
Offers
just offers this by just moving one of the pipes.
It doesn't seem that hard,
Reconnects
right?
it. Yeah, it just seems you just need one of those fixture that just has the two headings.
Yeah.
And it goes back into the one pipe.
Yeah.
Like that. Because I think some people probably hate cleaning their asses. And I think that this, by having everything come out one hole,
The piss cleans it itself.
piss cleans it.
You don't need to wipe. You just piss.
See, that's the problem, is that vaginas and penises are both mostly self-cleaning, except for the penis is not at all.
Yeah. If you got foreskin, there's a lot going on.
The inside is, right? And so,
Wash your dicks, boys. Please. This isn't a sketch idea. This is real life. Clean your penises.
but it's also easier. It's just there. It's not hidden within a crevice. Like that. You know, the pee will do a lot of the tough work. You know, it's essentially, you know, that part where you pee and you try to get poo off the side of a bowl.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's constantly happening.
Oh
every
my
time you pee,
God.
but on the inside.
Pissing the shit off your own dick.
Pissing the shit off your
Wow.
That is.
My children were watching earlier, but I'm really.
They would have just got a valuable life. I'm sure, Andy, that you've told your children that.
When I was a small boy, my mum did specifically request that when we were peeing, if we could try and pee any shit off the bowl.
It's helpful.
Yeah, we would like and from when I was born till when I left the house, that was probably my biggest contribution to keeping the household
Clean.
Pissing the shit off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but imagine, and again, just to bring back the magical phrase, maybe the catchphrase of our segment, pissing the shit off your own dick.
Yeah. I mean, we can get T-shirts made up. If anybody wants to start selling T-shirts on Redbubble, if you can do the graphic design and start selling them, and then donate the proceeds to the fundraiser for the Moving Stupido Studios that is in the bio for this thing.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say donate to the doctors that provide the surgery to add the second hole.
We need funds to buy those.
Able to afford it in the third world.
Well, if it's a Fred Hollows type scenario. But
Yeah, I'm kind of the Fred Hollers, but for shitting out of your dick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like the human body already has enough holes going on.
you think so?
We could always do with more holes, I think.
But I mean,
If you guys had to add an extra hole, what would it do and what would its function be? And what would come out of there?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously the obvious one is that you just want a hole that another hole that you can breathe in that can't be blocked by food.
so you don't need to chew anymore. Eliminate chewing.
Well, you still need to chew it.
ATB, no,
Eat like a
because
snake. That's what snakes have.
doesn't matter if this gets all clogged because you still get your breathing hole.
I mean, you could just.
you can find a
you're wolfing down food, not chewing. Everyone's like, someone says, you're going to choke. You say, don't worry about it. I got that extra hole in my back. Oh,
See, it'd be a blowhole situation.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking because you can get them in real life. They're the intubator sort of things.
But then I still think your throat is at risk of being blocked.
Yeah.
Like when
Where does this? Where does the? Because I know you got two tubes. And they hold this.
Okay.
But point it at my mouth.
Okay.
You got two tubes that go like this, and then there's one flap like that.
Yeah.
How far down is it? Is it here?
I don't know that they do go like that. I think,
What do you mean?
Well,
How can it not?
Of the two lung tubes.
No. I guess
They
there's
go
three.
into
There's
one,
three.
right?
There's
But
two
then-
lungs, and then no, because they has to be.
But the stomach and the lung tube go just sort of parallel straight up, right? They don't go like that.
They have to connect because
Yeah,
it's
like
one.
there's like
It's one.
skin.
It's one. It's one here.
See?
It has one.
Too many holes. If it's just one hole, don't need to worry about all of this because
Do you
just
think maybe what about you could reduce one hole by just combining those two pipes, right? So that food goes down
into your
the lungs.
You guys ever?
And then the lungs would just go like, try to breathe it in, and they go, that's not air. Just pass it on, gravy and stuff like that.
yeah.
I remember somewhat recently, I was eating birthday cake.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Was it your birthday?
Yeah, it was today.
Is it really your birthday today?
Yeah, it is,
Happy
yeah.
birthday.
19 today.
19 today, yeah.
You've
The big
already
19.
eaten birthday cake today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And choked on it based on how this story started.
Just this morning.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
So you've had birthday cake breakfast and now stolen some donut.
Can't be stopped. But what I did,
This wasn't meant to last all day, was it? Because
well, I've had my one bite. You know, it's not very COVID safe, but it's good rationing. So I was eating a bite of birthday cake, and then I coughed, and it went in my lungs, and I felt it rattle down my lungs. It went dug, dug, dug,
That's
dug,
not
dug, dug.
possible.
Oh, it's a big pipe.
off into my lungs.
Big, wide.
Air pipe. Oh, like a big caliber.
Well, I
air
mean,
pipe.
okay, I guess it wasn't a whole slice. It was a little. I guess it was a crumb, right? But it felt huge because it didn't quite block my lungs, but it went dug, 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 dug
You think it
into
went
my
all
lungs.
the way down?
I feel like it did, and then I
And then
tried
did
to
you
cough.
do this?
holy shit.
No, I didn't think of it at the time because I was frightened. But I feel
Oh no, I'm going to die on my birthday this
When
morning.
it hits the bottom, you can work out how deep your lungs are.
that's true. Count how long it takes. Yeah.
2.
Whoa!
Holy shit.
Then I tried to cough, and then it didn't sort of go away. And I'm like, what happens now? Like, does it stay there forever, or does it eventually digest somehow? And I never found out.
In many ways, it means that it's now forever your birthday.
Whoa.
Doctor talking somebody through, pushing one of those cameras down their air hole.
And so they're conscious.
Yeah.
They're
The person's
talking it
kinda-
through.
Yeah, sometimes you can do.
No, I don't know if that's the
conscious
case.
pipes
I don't
down.
think.
Yeah, I feel like you can. Yeah,
Down.
absolutely.
I think
Nobody's
you can
doing a conscious pipe.
I think you almost have to.
Yeah.
What do you mean you
you have to.
almost have
It's like, you know how you have to, some brain surgeries, you have to be awake and like
Yeah.
you have to play the banjo the whole time to make sure they don't,
If you don't know how.
yeah, make sure they don't, cut the banjo knowing cord.
Century of
Cutting the banjo cord is that's a different, that's the dick doctor. Doing the pipes. Don't cut the banjo cord.
Right, talking them through, and then they're saying, okay, now what you see here, that's the trachea or whatever. Whatever
when
the
you're
whole-
getting a vasectomy, you have to be strumming your banjo the entire time. Make sure that
Just to make sure it doesn't go out of
that
tune.
Now,
It doesn't make sense. That's in context. It was like a reference to something that he said about.
Alasdair,
Yeah.
it's the 300th episode.
I know, but hang on.
Write it down.
Though. Wait, that wasn't a sketch. That was just fun. That was fun riffing.
I was simply just thinking about
We
a
haven't
penis.
come up with a sketch yet.
You off the
We haven't done a sketch yet.
You
make me kick you off the
you
podcast.
can't be stopping this. The flow of these sketches. Doctor talks through, and then so talks him through, and then shows him. Then you get down there to the lungs, and you go, "Here's the lungs." But now, but what's that stuff on top of the lungs? Well, he goes, "Well, every time you've choked on food,
Little bits.
food has gone. Little bits of food have gone down onto your lungs, and they just pile up there. It's like the back of a
What if you had ants?
cinema.
You had ants in your lungs eating all the food.
We work at a cinema, so now you're
flies.
talking our
I was
language.
here earlier trying to talk about having ants crawling all over her body, pulling out her body hair.
Yeah.
It's genetic, yeah.
Body hair a thing in your family? Just looking at you, I'm not sure.
What do you mean? Is it a thing? Does it?
There are families.
Yeah, we have reverse alopecia where we have some body hair.
there are families, who genetically don't have hair, I suppose. And so,
I was just commenting on the fact that you've got a lot of hair.
Okay, I was gonna say thank you. I do. Yes, thank you. Thanks for noticing.
Welcome.
Did you actually introduce yourself at any point?
Oh, no, I didn't.
So this is Hayden.
Hello.
Great to meet you. So
Lovely to
I
meet you.
met Cass on the podcast 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And then earlier
that
this
we're going to
morning.
meet every member of your family.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, get Dad on next.
Yeah, I think it'd
The
be nice.
riot.
Is it riot?
The riot. Yes.
Okay, like, yeah.
Have you guys never heard that expression before? Sorry. It means he's very funny and a lot of fun.
yeah.
A riot.
Good,
yeah.
good,
That's
good.
weird
I thought there was a chance that maybe he was going to be violent. And
Because
that doesn't sound like a good thing to
Can
have.
you have a one-man riot?
I would love that.
one man
It's
riot.
just like just someone going postal, right? Like that's
Yeah, that's probably like what you would call a
Psychotic
like
break?
a thrash.
Yeah.
A thrash.
But I think a lot of the time a riot can have like a can have a political element. It doesn't have to be a total. It's not a mental
have to be.
break.
I mean, I feel like a lot of riots are just after sports games. It's just like, they didn't win the hockey, so let's fuck it up.
But
It's
I'm
Montreal.
interested in a
I know my riots.
one-man riot, and I think
Malice at the Palace, kind of a riot?
a thing where like. There's a guy who riots in the town quite
Yeah, yeah.
a lot.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then the town sort of gets behind him and they support him. because it becomes an attraction. People come to watch the one-man riot, and they fence off a little area.
You think they'd fence off the riot?
They fence off a little area where
but
you
if the
can riot without hurting anybody.
But it fence off a protest.
That's true, but if you fenced off a riot...
Riot's like one step up. People shake the fence. That's the difference.
Yeah, but my question is, if you fence off the one-man riot, what's the person doing? There's no small business windows to break in that fenced-off area, right? There's no rocks to throw.
There might be some, or they might.
There's no fires to start in the...
Some little ones like a prop.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Or something. I think
like a cubby house or something that they can
going
destroy.
down the street rioting. Maybe they have, like, when you see a wide load truck driving down the freeway, they have a little car that goes in front and a little car that goes behind with some flashing lights, and it says, riot. Head.
One-man riot.
You see the guy going like, grabs a bin, tips it onto the ground.
Sets it on fire.
Sets it on fire, exactly. And then there's a little team coming along and they clean up after him.
They're like, good job, fella.
Yeah.
Well done.
You guys think you would riot?
Glasses of water.
If the situation emerged, would you riot? Would you put a rock through a window?
No.
Would you set a bin on fire? No chance?
None.
I don't see a lot of rioting in
It's rare.
Where I come from, peach growers. I don't know if you know that, but we're not rioters.
Familiar with peaches, though.
If you heard the surname Tremblay-Birchall, you'd be like peach growers.
Peach growers.
It does sort of fit, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think the last name of peach growers were Altifers.
Also very peach grower.
Very peach grower. It's very Germanic. Altifer. Yeah. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I think I would love it to riot a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's the most...
I wouldn't be able to enjoy it because I knew I was going to get in trouble afterwards.
I think part of the riot is letting yourself go. That's such a human thing to riot. It's like music, sports, rioting.
I think I would do a safe riot, like a riot room. If you could go with your friends,
But I feel like you wouldn't get the riot sort of fire in your guts.
Have you know? Look, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but the break rooms, like the break in this.
Oh yeah,
I don't rate them.
Have you been?
No.
Well, then shut up. I don't know.
No, but I don't want to go because I don't.
Yeah. For people who don't know, this is a room where you break plates and get a baseball bat and you smash windows or whatever.
I would actually hate that.
Yeah.
It was a room where you could go and then glue all the little things back together after the guys broke them.
Well, I think that would just be the room just 15 minutes after the first person goes in.
That'd be good. Right. It'd be also good. A glue room, it would probably make you feel much better.
The
fumes, yeah.
The glue room. I don't know what it is. I just love fixing things.
I remember once
fixing things.
I sniffed glue by accident.
Yeah. How was it?
It was sick, dude.
Yeah.
So sniffing by accident, I believe they call that a snackcident.
Snackcident.
I feel like a snackcident's when I chugged on birthday cake. It was
Also, when you fuck up your diet would be a snackcident as well. Yeah.
That was the joke I was making in a way because that is what people refer to.
Fuck! I didn't know that.
A snack, they called it a snackcident. It's like a marketing term. That
Jesus Christ.
Repurposing that
for
a sniffing accident.
Yeah.
Glue type scenario.
Sniffcident.
But,
write it down. That's a sketch idea. Saying a word that means one thing and pretending it means something else.
Yeah, great.
Are we doing sketches now? What are you doing? I thought we weren't doing sketches.
That was like one of the first
we
ideas.
literally came up with it.
Oh, well, if it's already happened, cross it off.
Yeah, cross
Let's
it
see
off.
that number.
Get it back down to 86, please.
A room where you fix things.
What I was suggesting, Alasdair, is that I think, you were talking about a riot where it's, nobody gets hurt, nothing gets damaged outside of you. I think in a way, when you eat bad food, you're having a little internal riot. You treat the inside of your body badly, okay? And then there are consequences in the toilet department, right? And it is like, smashing the you smash the shop windows.
What am I rebelling against? Am I rebelling against me, who's trying to be too controlling, forcing myself to eat right?
I genuinely think that that's the case. Whenever I try and give up something, I always find that I end up having, doing something else.
Like that
is a common experience when you're trying to do something else.
Well, I know what you mean. Like
I try and stop drinking alcohol, and then I find I really want lots of coffees.
Yeah, and then you stop drinking coffee. You start smoking crack.
Exactly.
Yes.
Replace one with another.
Stop smoking crack, and then I start cutting limbs off, selling them on the black
Wait, your own limbs or other people's limbs?
my own limbs,
Yeah. That's not a great addiction because it's sort of finite, right? You can do it 4 times.
Well, that's actually a good way to get off cold turkey, though. Get addicted to cutting off your own limbs.
Cut them all off.
You got 4 goes, and then you're done.
And then because you got no limbs, you can't really do anything else. That you can't make yourself a coffee. So
That's
That's habit too.
And then, but then if you could actually be cutting off cold turkey by just slicing cold turkey.
Why do they call it cold turkey?
Is it because you get like sweats?
Cold sweats?
Are you a cold turkey?
Maybe you get like goosebumps.
But did turkey?
Goose.
But did turkeys sweat coldly?
No.
I see.
A lot of them live in sort of temperate climates.
So they must.
So I think there would be both cold and warm. And then also, I think colder seasons are more frequent than hot seasons.
Uh-huh.
And so therefore, and there's night as well.
And there's night as well, so it's cold and night.
Therefore,
Night is absolutely the winter of the day.
That's true. And dawn is autumn, and dusk is spring. Oh my god!
No, dawn isn't autumn. That's the wrong way around. It's spring.
Dawn has got to be spring.
Dusk.
What did I say?
The
opposite.
Is autumn.
Fuck.
Yeah.
You've made your live debut on Two in the Think Tank, and you fucked it
Embarrassed
up.
myself.
You can't see it,
Good
but
thing no one knows my name. So.
Yeah, you're
Can we
Aaron.
Harry Beachy, yeah, that's me.
Harry Beachy.
What about a clock? What about a clock calendar?
a clock
Or a
calendar.
day, or a day calendar where you rip a page off for every hour.
Yeah. And it tells you what time it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rip it off.
When you rip it off.
How do you know when to rip it off?
Great question. I'm glad you asked.
You get
You look at the sky and you use your watch.
you just get-
the time on your watch.
oh my god, it's 1 p.m.
Why do you have to look at the sky and then your watch to figure out the time? I really think you could streamline that process.
It's
It's
the
a
sky
solar
tells you
powered
where your watch is at this time.
Just a reminder, everyone, you're only 4 hours in.
Yeah.
How long are you guys going to go
Gone
for?
down a hill a lot
Okay, wait.
since you guys arrived. Just,
We haven't pitched any sketches. How can you say it's gone downhill?
but not again the
Day
best way.
calendar.
And people
it
who are
off.
watching this do want us to lose our minds. So we're absolutely delivering. Fuck, in one way it feels like we've come a long way, but in another way it feels impossible.
So, Andy,
when do you
Andy, if you want people to hear, you got to talk into this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, your mic technique is interesting because you're the world's most faraway man from any microphone.
That's a sketch idea. World's most faraway man.
That's going to be our first sketch that we're pitching you.
Yeah, our first sketch, world's most faraway man. He's so far away.
He's yelling,
Is it a
hey!
reality show to find the world's most far away
You never
man?
find him.
I think it's a documentary series.
Yeah, it's definitely
But,
Guinness is involved in some way.
Yeah.
They've sent out a person almost at them.
Well, yeah.
Because they can't, it's like, well, the person's standing on the outside looking at them, they're going, oh, yes, and they've measured the whole thing like that. And then and they pull it a bit further to themselves and they realize they have themselves become the world's
Oh my
faraway
god.
man or woman.
Wow. Well, I think what they need is the world's longest tape.
Measure?
I was going to say tape massage, and I just couldn't think of the word measure.
Masseur.
Tape measure. Pas monsieur. Yeah, and just fiddle that along.
And why would the person be the world's most faraway man?
Well, that's the mystery. That's the intrigue. If you blurt that out, in the first act of episode 1, no one's going to watch the series.
And nobody's died in space and then just floated away yet.
I don't know if they've
Most
floated
people
away
that
yet.
die in space explode.
Or they become charred remains.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
is
but
mostly what
usually
they
they're
do.
within the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Right? So
What happened to the
nobody's died in
dogs?
space yet?
The dogs. People die in space all the time, but wait, they die in the atmosphere. Who's anyone died in space? Is that what you're
Don't
asking?
think anyone has died in space. Apollo 13 got close. They had a crack at becoming the world's most
and they
faraway
probably
man.
would have floated away in the rocket.
Maybe the Russians have probably done it a bit and then not told anybody?
Yeah, that is a
Yeah.
classic space travel move.
Yeah.
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 You just let them float around up there. I mean, they might come down at some point. And we'll
Well, yeah, if they're close enough, because again, with the it's hard to. No, okay. Yeah, so I think that with the Russians, because it was early-ish, chances are it was still in the atmosphere, so they would have burnt up anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
'Cause it's not like we're-
orbit stuff.
Yeah, we're not losing
You can't
people
orbit in the atmosphere, though, can you?
No, but as in it's early space travel. So kind of like what that guy that everyone hates did recently, whose name I forget.
The Red Bull guy.
Bezos.
Oh, where you just
Well,
go to the
just
the
like-
tip.
Did you say the rectangle guy?
The Red Bull guy, the guy who jumped from space, but not really.
I love the idea of a
Him?
billionaire who's a billionaire from rectangles.
He invented the rectangle. Who did invent the rectangle?
What do you?
So,
Actually, you know what? I don't.
Rectangle billionaire.
Here's the thing:
Rectangle
rectangles
billionaire.
don't appear in nature.
yeah.
And I think
They have
most
to be
people,
invented.
most geometrists,
I would love to be heir to the rectangle fortune.
well, it'd be the royalties alone. Can you
Yeah.
imagine? There's a rectangle. There's a rectangle.
Worst thing is, I feel like that you've made a very bold claim that rectangles don't exist in nature.
They don't.
But I also cannot think of a single naturally reoccurring rectangle.
Rectangles don't appear in nature.
My brain was like tree trunk, not a rectangle.
But you were thinking, you're thinking
What
of
your brain said.
I guess from the side it looks like a rectangle.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
why.
is not a
Because
rectangle.
when you're drawing a
But is
2D,
that
it's a
enough?
rectangle.
Is something looking like a rectangle
Well, here's the thing.
being a rectangle?
No 2D shapes exist, really.
Yeah, except
no-
for
well, that's
occasional-
true.
Occasional rocks that, like, those a
Not
skimming
2D,
rock.
though, are they?
They're close, but
Yeah, there's
no
not
2D
2D.
shapes really exist at all, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah, no
I
2D
thought you meant
shapes
in
exist.
nature. I thought you were specifying.
They have to be invented and then sold.
And they also don't exist in nature.
Sure, I know. I was getting him on the technicality of the thing that he didn't say.
Gotcha.
A retraction or at least an apology, we'd appreciate that.
No, sorry.
Wow.
I want.
refusing to apologize on live.
I'm sorry, but I won't do it.
Firstly, I would picture the world's most faraway man to often be a person who doesn't have a long life, like the world's oldest man or.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they just live forever. And no one knows their secret.
I mean, that would and it'd be difficult to reach them.
And that way, we got a lot of
How do we know
life
they're
in this TV
alive?
show.
How do we know they're alive if
They
we can't
wave.
reach
They go,
them?
hello.
So we just have
I'm so far away.
a telescope on them.
Yeah.
And they could communicate through mime by saying, "I am
We're just texting.
alive."
You can get a phone.
I guess I can still use
Like a walkie-talkie or something.
communication.
Semaphore?
No, but like a phone.
Yeah.
Well,
But I guess if they're in mobile reception,
A satellite phone.
Yes,
Well, I mean, how far away?
well, they
have
are
to
a
be.
satellite.
I'm a
probably.
relay, by the way.
They're themselves a satellite. So any phone that they use is a satellite phone. I'm assuming they're in space and not just on the furthest part of the Earth.
Well, it's crazy because once you get to a certain point, and then the world's most faraway man, it doesn't matter how far they walk, they take one step and they're actually getting closer.
Yeah, that's right.
World's
That's
round.
true.
I'll say it.
There actually would be a world's furthest away person, man. Sorry. And they would just be on Earth.
Yeah.
Just the most isolated.
At the moment, right now, there is someone that is the world's most faraway man.
And it's far away from everybody, right?
Yeah.
So it's got to be a hermit.
Well, I mean,
It'd be someone in the middle of the desert, right?
when I was
Yeah, or maybe
imagining,
Antarctica?
But they're in teams.
Yeah.
They're not. You don't. You
I
have
think
a one-man
there was somebody
expedition
who crossed
usually.
Antarctica by themselves.
I wouldn't do that.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
Cold, I reckon.
That's
I reckon,
how would
yeah.
cross Antarctica.
Just seems. Look, this is probably a big call, but it seems very boring.
And hard.
I would actually
Yeah.
genuinely really love to go to Antarctica. That's like on the top of my list. It can't really be done.
Okay, so one thing that's happened in lockdown, and we need to talk about it because it keeps coming up, is that now Hayden has it, but one of our other good friends, who you know, Jackson Bailey, got obsessed with survival books to the
Said has it. And then during the pandemic, and I was waiting. He's like,
No.
It's COVID.
No. No one has COVID. Well, I mean, people do, but no one will. Anyway,
We all double vax, by the way.
we are
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
double
I met a
vaccinated.
guy last night at work. We'll come back to your thing in a
tell me
sec.
that.
He had COVID.
No, well, he came in because you got to show your certificates, and he's like, didn't have the right stuff. He's like, oh, I just had COVID and got better, so I'm fine. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, he's like, yeah, I just got out of isolation yesterday. The doctor said I'm good. I'm like, oh my god. He was vaccinated though. It's all good.
Yeah.
Let him in.
Really excited.
Anyway, sorry. Go back to your thing.
So what has happened, and just with Hayden getting excited about like
Being in the Arctic or
being
the
the world's
Antarctic.
most faraway man, is that Jackson and now Hayden keep reading books about stories about horrible survival things where a guy's like,
Touching the void.
No, I'm fairly new. You got to speak to Jackson B. Bailey about this. He's an expert about survival books. I'm just getting into it now.
rather than finding the survival book itself interesting, they start idolizing the fuckhead who doesn't tell his family that he's going on an adventure and then ends up having to pull his own shit out of his own arsehole.
Yeah, that's the new
Because
book
he
I just
ate
got.
too many twigs or something.
Yeah, he's got.
So they ate twigs.
So
and their poo doesn't move.
Well, this is the book I just got. I haven't actually read it yet.
Such a thing as too much roughage.
But he falls over, gets a spike up his butt, and then has to pull the poo from the spike hole. And I'm so excited to read it. Also,
Hole, as in, like,
He pierces his anus.
yeah,
Presumably.
I think so. I'm really not sure. I haven't read it yet. But he does have to shove his whole hand inside his butt to pull the poo.
so he rips himself a new asshole.
Yeah.
But now he
The jungle.
starts using this as his number one asshole.
Well, I think it's similar. I think,
Oh my god, this is the same thing. It's circled back.
yeah, I mean, he basically did sort of a.
Which means that it's not a sketch idea because it happened
Yeah.
to a real life guy.
There's also another one where this guy got lost in the desert. He got like he got buried alive because the story he made up probably wasn't true that you put in. You read it like this didn't happen. Probably he's a drug deal, what do you call it? Carter, a drug. He's a peddler.
I'm writing this new asshole. This accidental new asshole. That was my preferred asshole.
He gets lost in the desert. He sits in a dam for like 3 months under this like metal sheet, eating leeches. His book's like, turns out leeches are delicious. I love leeches. Anyway, does that for a bit, gets rescued after 3 months, then goes back to write the book to get some photos, and then he gets stuck at the same dam again.
Getting stuck in the same place twice.
How did he get stuck at a dam?
So he got
muddy?
So we got buried alone in the desert, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't bogged in.
Oh, right.
He was bogged,
but buried.
but he was buried initially at a very shallow grave.
Person?
By a group of people. The people he blamed, I don't think did it. I think it was drug people.
Yeah.
But I don't want to write that in a book.
Sand is the easiest thing to dig out of.
Oh,
maybe.
exactly right. So he was mostly, I don't think he was buried. He was in a pit wrapped in a tarp. And for some reason, didn't take the tarp with him. I feel like if you have a tarp in a survival situation, that's a godsend. He left the tarp there. What a moron. Anyway, was walking. This is in the middle of like Western Australia.
You've told.
What?
You told the story in like dot points, and now you're going back and just expanding the dot points, but not really explaining it.
I'm getting to it.
What was the first run of the story then?
The craft of storytelling. Okay, I have to go. I got to get a bit of sizzle.
Tell him what you're going to tell him.
He's stuck. He's stuck.
What you told him.
He's stuck at the dam a second time. How does this happen? Well, let me take you back to the start.
Yeah.
I'll explain it all. Right? So,
And then you tell him again and again.
basically, so he's walking through the desert, finds a dam, hunkers down at the dam because he's in the middle of nowhere on a cattle station.
Oh.
There for 3 months, eating leeches and frogs and cockroaches and stuff. And then
It still
gets
doesn't.
rescued.
But how does he get stuck in a dam?
Not stuck, he's just nowhere else to go. So he's like in the middle of the desert. He's taking refuge at this dam. It's
Dam in
hot.
the desert. It's like
Well,
an
it's on a
oasis.
cattle station. It's on a cattle station. So it's a man-made dam, but on a giant cattle station like thousands of kilometers long. So no one's
was-
checking the dam, and it's
was
hot.
lots-
So he
lots
has to
of
stay
fire
by the
again?
dam because it's got water and leeches. If he's walking through the desert, he's a dead
By
man.
then he's addicted to the leeches.
And he loves leeches, right? He tried to kick the habit, then just started eating frogs. So he's there having a good time. Well, terrible time, but he's loving leeches. Then he gets rescued 3 months later, right? Then he gets fine, goes to hospital. The whole time he's talking about drinking strawberry milkshakes. Like, I just want to drink a strawberry milkshake. And then he drinks 1 million strawberry milkshakes. When he was in hospital as well.
Got a great diet, this guy.
In hospital, he stole the staff microwave and was just microwaving stuff under his bed in hospital because they wouldn't give him enough food. Anyway, he goes back to write the book, right?
Microwaving strawberry milkshakes.
He's driving there in a like a Camry, which is not a desert vehicle.
Tell you what, drinking a strawberry milkshake is as close as a human being gets to being a leech. Right? I imagine it's a
I think
real
a human being can
leech,
drink-
like, you're drinking a reddish liquid through a, you puncture the top with
And
your
you know
little
milk
straw.
is filtered blood.
And we know milk is
Oh,
And if you're microwaving them, then they're probably
warm.
warm.
Yeah.
I think this guy might be a leech.
Maybe. Well, he did eat a lot. It's like a reverse vampire, but a leech. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, reverse vampire, but a leech
leech.
situation.
Yeah,
That's
like
a
if
classic
you,
move.
If you bit a bat and you became a vampire, it's like that, but with a leech. Anyway, goes to take photos of the dam, right? And they don't really tell anyone, and then he gets stuck at the dam a second time for the night.
Was your plan to come on here and tell really long stories to make sure that we don't get any sketch ideas?
I didn't tell her right. Okay, so I don't know. So he gets
Right.
buried in the. So he gets. Wait. So he's.
I think the idea that having a warm, it's a cafe. It's a cafe.
Having us on very early may have been a mistake.
Our sanity is on the line here.
But and then you it's a cafe where you can go, and it's called Leeches, and you go and
Only drink
everything-
strawberry milkshakes?
Well, not only strawberry milkshakes, but most of the things are liquid. And everything is.
I like that. Most of the
like
things,
that
not everything.
Bubble tea style thing where there's that seal on.
We
the
got to
top,
pierce
Yeah.
it.
and you pierce it with
Yeah.
the thing. Okay, and then you suck it up. Everything's served at body temperature,
Oh.
7 degrees.
Beautiful.
Perfect breeding temperature for bacteria.
Yeah, I was gonna say terrible for yeah.
And
Well, they
What they call the danger zone.
yeah, they have a machine that just zaps something right to the danger zone.
Yeah.
And so
a
it's
real
also
highway to the danger
it's
zone.
also
microwave,
an
right?
extreme sport. Yeah, it's a microwave done under a bed. Put it under the bed. Which
How do you hide a microwave? Hunting a bed.
Especially those hospital beds are often quite high up.
Yeah.
Like that. So they'll be like, "Did you steal a microwave?"
I was about to say, so he was.
You know what it's like in a hospital? He's going around.
No, I forgot to say, wait.
Equipment that's plugged in
That's
to a bed.
a very good point.
So you can get away with a lot.
He was returning it in the
Beeping
mornings.
stuff, that's classic.
So he would steal it at night, cook lots of food, popcorn and such under the bed, and then return it in the morning.
Why is
I
he?
heard about this guy. Is this the night cooker?
Yeah, do you know he was buried alive?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Stuck in a dam not once.
Backstory. I just heard the legend of his night cooking.
Let me explain. So he got stuck in a dam twice, 2 times.
Now, what is a scenario in which you're in hospital, they're not giving you enough food, but you seem to have an unlimited access to food and strawberry milkshakes, but you can't get any of the food warm? That's my question about all of this. I don't really care about
The dam.
the dam or how he wound up in a hole that they didn't fill in.
Yep. Wrapped in a tarp he didn't take.
Couldn't care less about why he didn't take the tarp with him. Right? I want to know, where's the food coming from for the microwave? And if he's got access to food, why doesn't he have access to his own microwave? People are bringing.
He's in the ICU, hasn't eaten for like 3 months except for leeches, delicious leeches. And then they wouldn't give him enough food because when you come back from starvation, you got to do it slowly,
Okay.
right?
So,
your tummy's tight.
Okay, so just
You've
before,
got a tight tummy.
So I just got one question. So
Where's the food coming?
yeah. So you don't get any food, and his thing is,
Oh, I somehow have lots of food.
Yeah.
I just wish it was a bit warmer.
I wish. Yeah. So where did the food come from? Because if his thing is that he has no food, but he wants food, but
The microwave. I think this is your confusion. Microwaves don't make food.
you're thinking of a pantry or a fridge.
In the other sense of making food, as in cooking.
It doesn't
Prepare. They
cook
prepare
much,
food.
yeah.
Yeah.
To answer your question, I don't remember. I forget.
Okay, great.
Well, this book doesn't sound very good.
It's not. It's terribly written because he wrote it, and he's not an author. He's some dumb guy. He got trapped at the
Does
same
sound
dam
like
twice.
a dumb guy.
But very capable at surviving for long periods of time on foods that you probably wouldn't want to eat,
Well,
especially cold.
I wonder, when you're in a survival type situation, they tell you a lot of things like, if food is is limited, they might tell you don't move around too much, don't use up too much energy, don't go out in the sun, that kind of thing. I wonder if there's a point at which you can get marginal gains by being don't think too much.
In
How
what?
much energy does thinking use?
It must use some.
Must use some.
Well, actually,
Maybe.
because when you get really starved and stuff, you go all dizzy and your brain gets all fuzzy. So I guess it has to use some energy, because you don't have enough to think properly.
I reckon they might tell you that when you've got anxiety problems.
Yeah, stop
Don't
eating.
think too much like that, and you go, "Why? What will happen?"
What will happen
if I do think too much?
Well, maybe this is the kind of thing because don't monks sit there for 7 years or whatever just meditating?
It sounds like something that they say that they do.
Yeah.
I would say that.
You know what? This is like Andy's thing with massage. Andy doesn't believe in massage.
It exists. I've seen it.
I don't believe
Don't believe in massage,
massages. That it does anything.
What do you mean? You've never had a good not worked out?
Okay, I don't like. Okay, so
Exactly what your sister said.
You would be not city.
this has come up twice in 4.5 to 5 hours already.
Yeah, I know. I bring it up a lot.
Brings it up.
No. Okay, no. So I'm not
I'm
not a massage guy. The idea of getting a massage is deeply unpleasant to me, but I understand why they would work because it's.
Why? Why would they work?
But it's
What do you mean?
opening
How
the
it-
blood flow to the muscles.
Yeah, it relaxes the tension that you're holding from your stress.
See, this is what you're saying is gobbledygook.
What do you mean? It's
There's-
like
You've
never had it.
You got to understand. There's blood in muscles,
Sure, there's blood in.
and the muscles constrict and retract when you use them,
Yep.
and sometimes they can kind of get stuck.
They get stuck, do they?
They
That's
get
great
tense.
medical
Okay.
term.
I agree that us all not knowing enough about how massage works is not going to help to convince.
all right, Andy. But have you ever been really stressed and you've been clenching your jaw?
Yeah.
It's just that.
Constantly.
It's just that, but in your parts of your back and stuff
Tell you
too.
What I do then, I just open my jaw.
Yes, but it's hard to relax you have these muscles.
I'm actually stopping believing in massage now.
Yes. This is literally the first time I've ever convinced Alasdair of anything.
But I've had a massage and I've felt limber after. You think that's just placebo?
Could be. It genuinely could be.
Yeah, but have you had a placebo before? they're unreal.
Yeah.
really
Here's the thing about
They
placebo
just do
is-
whatever they tell you they're
No.
going to do.
Like, I think placebos get a bad rap. Like, because if you have a placebo effect,
Yeah.
as long as you're still having a good time, like it's done, it may as well have been the right medicine. You know what I mean?
I absolutely agree. I think we should be developing more concentrated placebo.
Sometimes people they take a medicine. Like my wife has to take an injection for arthritis-y kind of stuff, rheumatoid arthritis.
You should
Sometimes-
switch it out with sugar.
Just see what
It
happens.
doesn't work, right? So sometimes it's like, you go, this one isn't working to help, the thing. Now, what if they told her that it was just a placebo? And so she got the placebo effect. So at least that worked. And then maybe the medicine would do a little extra. I think the problem is we're telling people that it's medicine.
So, all right. So
That it'll make them
lie
better.
about it.
We should tell them it's a placebo.
No, I think you have to tell them it's medicine for the placebo.
No, you say it's a placebo. So this is the placebo.
Oh, but
to
it
help
is
fix
actually
your-
medicine.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
but it actually is medicine.
And then
Tell them it's a placebo.
What you have to do? You have to do 3 layers of it, right? So you got to say it's medicine, because the
best
placebo.
way to tell a story levels.
Placebo, yeah. That's a bit of sizzle. There's 3 layers, and I'll go through them individually.
Okay, yeah, please.
So
Three-layer placebo.
I did year 11 psychology. Okay, so I actually sort of know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. This is where you learn a lot of that stuff about massages.
So placebos work if you think it's medicine. But they also work after once you know it's a placebo. But I think you have to be tricked first.
Yeah.
So you say it's medicine, you get the medicine effect, or the placebo effect, you get 2. Then you say it's a placebo,
Yeah.
and then they go, oh, it's a placebo, and then you get the double, and then you say it's medicine again.
I don't.
And then you,
then you get the medicine effect and the placebo effect again.
I don't think. I think
and then you
when
tell them
you
it's placebo again, you get double placebo.
One pill. You take it. They say it's medicine. You're like, I feel better. And then we're like, it's actually a placebo.
And you feel even better, and then we say it's medicine again, and you feel 3 times as good. You
because
get
the
3 times the
placebo
effect. No, you get 3 times the effect.
Yes. You might continue to feel some positive effects of a placebo after you've been told it's a placebo, but you don't get an additional hit when you're
you do.
told it's a placebo.
You do. Yep, you
it's
do.
not like what a placebo.
It would be
Actually
good
do.
though if that did work. That's why I'm writing down 3-tiered placebo eye effect, because then they just keep calling you up. You go, no, it's actually medicine.
What? That makes sense.
Up again,
That's
they
why
go,
I'm so good. Yeah.
it's placebo. Like, you go, like that, and it keeps going. Then your brain can't stop it.
You get.
So, yeah,
release
what we need to unlock,
endorphins and-
the magic ingredient for medicine is this.
yeah.
That is,
that
we
happen.
got to unlock that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you get
close.
the rush.
I think it's called
Amygdala.
amygdala.
Yeah, that's
you
part of the
just-
bread.
You just eat an amygdala. I have to go pee.
Yeah.
Okay.
So could you give someone an injection and tell them that it's so they give them an injection and
it's half medicine,
you
half
tell them it's a
placebo.
placebo.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. But then you show them a video of you giving them another injection in their butt while they weren't looking.
Okay.
At the same time,
Yeah.
masked by the original thing, right? And then they go, and then you say, "Now that was the real medicine," right? They get another hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you say, "That was actually a placebo." Show them another video from another angle, another injection in the other butt cheek, and you just keep hitting them.
So
with
it's like the 3-tiered placebo effect times 3 because there's 3 injections, so you're hitting them. So pretty much.
It's 9 times the
I'm
effectiveness.
not relying on the original
Yeah.
3-tiered
No,
placebo
that's
effect,
9.
which I have.
But we combine them.
Giving
You
it
see, we
down to
combine those methods.
It's a real cocktail of placebo.
Yeah, so we get 9 to possibly 12 times the effect.
I
I'm
think.
gonna write down cocktail of placebos.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's not here to stop me.
And also, I think that doctors, if you're watching, which I know you are, you should experiment with these ideas in the sense of maybe just debasing your patients to a point where they have no idea what is going on is good for treating all ailments.
Yes.
Placebo medicine, you're sick, you're not. Have a good day. You're like, what?
I don't know what's going on. But
No,
I'm
I'm
fine.
the doctor.
Yeah. Well, they come in, they're sure they're sick,
Yep.
right? They leave, they're not sure of anything anymore. Okay? That's progress.
That's what you want.
Progress.
A doctor that
Confuses.
doctor of confusion. You need to
It's like-
break reality a bit.
It's like, you know how Patch Adams was a clown doctor?
Yeah.
What you need is a magician doctor to wow them and confuse them.
All right, I'm writing that down as well.
95.
We're using the power of misdirection.
Yeah.
The plane's over here. Or is it?
Did you get a lone sausage out of a...
Lone veggie sausage.
Oh, my God.
I thought it was a cigar, and I was like, yeah, that's fair enough to
Oh,
celebrate.
we should have bought some cigars in. I assume you can smoke in here, right? You can smoke in here. It'd be fine to smoke in here.
I've got
You guys are about to move out anyway. It's fine.
Of water. Do you need a weddy? Can I get you a weddy?
Am I gonna have a wedding? That would be
Yeah, great. I've written down a couple of ideas while you were gone. But
Yeah,
don't worry.
just have a look.
95.
If you've got any questions, we can fill you in.
Can you believe he didn't offer us a wedding?
cocktail.
What are we? Chopped liver over here. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, all right.
Not sure what they are, but thank you.
It's just water.
Yeah, it's a glass of water.
We just think that, this is just in the dumb world of the podcast. that Wet is probably called wet because it's linked to water. Water. So it's probably just
Wet. Yeah.
It should either be what or water should be wet, wetter.
Yeah.
But then what's when something is wetter? Something is more wet.
Well, then you add another T.
That's water. Yeah, okay.
And so then from there,
What happened
all the water.
I like that you are gesturing like it's a cigar with this veggie sausage. And so you say, yeah.
When you went to the bathroom, was it like a goblin or something that just scared or frightened you? Because you seem very frazzled.
Yeah, no, I am.
He drugged you shots at them?
A lot of hours have gone by already. And but what is cocktail placebos? It's
Okay, so Andy really didn't like Hayden's 3-tiered placebo effect. But instead, Andy pitched an idea where simply doctors inject you in the leg with an injection.
I can't believe I got in trouble for telling the same incredible story twice, and now we're retelling the same sketch straight away.
You know what? We don't have to do it.
No, I think we do.
I'll trust. Okay.
No. Because he explicitly, and you can play the tapes back.
Play back.
If you're watching this live, just press pause for a second, hit back. You'll remember. You were there. He was like, look, I'm going to write it down. Don't worry about filling in ATB. But I feel like it's vital. Because also, if those sketches happen when you're not here, you don't want to end the episode knowing that you've only done 298 sketches.
That's true, actually. That's a good point. You're right.
Holy shit.
God.
That's a lot of wetty.
That's...
A lot of wetties.
Let's get a close-up of that. Okay.
Each one is an individual.
Yeah, I was going to say, your back is facing all of the cameras. There's no chance we're getting a close-up of that. Thank you very much for this weddy.
You're welcome.
My glass is like slightly tinted, which is fun.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Ultraviolet
I
light.
know.
Damage
Nice.
your,
Water. Wetty.
denature your water molecules.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going back through the 3-tiered injection system you came up with, Andy.
Oh yeah, I'm really proud of that.
Yeah. ATB has a lot of questions, and I feel like you're the right person to ask.
Dragons never existed, but we make it seem like they did, right?
Well, yeah, every culture...
I feel like we're moving on.
Every culture, including cultures that don't have reptiles, have dragons.
What cultures that don't have reptiles?
Yeah, like in the way up north in like the snow places. There's no reptiles up there, but they have dragon imagery.
But then cultures didn't migrate and things like that, and so
That's
they probably
true.
did tell each other about.
Yeah, you're probably right. But I think it's cool that every culture has dragons.
Here's a thought that I've always had. Right, I think if I was back in the early days and I had become, let's say, the world's farthest man for a while, and I was starting my own culture, and maybe I was just pregnant with triplets or whatever, and so I was going to be able to give birth and continue a civilization that was based entirely on my own knowledge and things like that. I think I would have been the first culture that would have never figured out bread. Because I think that it's too hard with wheat, right? So it's not even wheat. Like wheat, for example, it's like a grass.
Yeah.
But it's only just like a little bit of it that you eat.
Yeah.
And then not only that, then you got to do stuff to it. Then you got to like dry it maybe. Then you got to grind it. And then you got to add it to water. So you go, oh yeah, I'm going to dry it and then add water.
Yeah, it's
that sounds fucking insane.
Well, yeah, well, that's a good point. Why can't you just bake wheat until so it's spread?
So yeah, exactly. If you're drying it and then wetting it,
Yeah.
isn't it already just
Counterintuitive.
bread?
We've really streamlined
bread.
Just put the wheat in. It's got water already.
Yeah. And so I don't know how to make this into a sketch.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
every first culture that couldn't figure out bread.
every time I'm thinking about something like this, like even shit like preserving olives, I'm like, so what? You just accidentally dumped a bunch of olives in some rancid water and left them there for like a month, and then you were like, I'm going to try that.
Was that vinegar?
Yeah.
It was but what in your mind was rancid water?
I guess vinegar or whatever they use to.
Well,
pickle
for
olives.
pickling, it's vinegar.
Salt?
It's a brine, so
Oil?
it's vinegar and water and salt.
And oil maybe as well. Yeah, I mean
Is brine just supposed to recreate the ocean?
the ocean.
No, I
I
noticed
think the ocean is half vinegar.
There's got to be some acidity in there. CO2. That's what CO2 is, right?
The acidification of the oceans, baby, it's happening.
Look at it. It's all happening, man.
CO2 is vinegar?
CO2 is vinegar. All right, everybody, write it down. Acid. It doesn't have to be vinegar. It could be what's that? Acetone? Acetic acid?
Acetic acid. Now, has anyone?
Acidic.
That's the dangerous stuff.
Acetic. Thank you.
I was agreeing with you.
I know, but we need to laugh.
But then you laughed. Right. Bang you up, and then
You're right. This podcast should just be us politely agreeing with each other.
Yes.
That would be good.
Yes, acidic acid. Yes.
So, we.
What are you writing down, ATP?
We got a guy who leads culture who couldn't figure out bread.
Okay, yeah.
It's the last days. We're dying out. Maybe somebody comes and tells us about bread from another culture, and then I go, "There's no way."
No, okay, so it's people like us who've never had to make bread from scratch.
Yeah.
We're surviving somewhere, wherever, and we're trying to, between us, agree how bread is made. And somebody's explaining that you've got to dry it out and then wet it and stuff. And then, there's a big debate, right? It turns into we're trying to resolve it via a round table discussion, work out how to make bread from first principles just via conversation.
Maybe we have a piece of bread. We just have our last piece of bread. And we're like, we need to make this.
You reverse engineer it.
About what to do. Get from A to B.
I also like that in your civilization, you started it, and also it's dying out in your lifetime.
That's what would happen.
Correct.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Like you recruit 4 dudes to come hang out. You couldn't figure out bread, and then they start dying.
Yeah. There's gonna be leaders that fail immediately.
Hey, you want to join my team? Yeah, we're all dying immediately. It does stress me about like the idea of me as a caveman, because I don't know if there's much stuff that I could figure out.
Well, here's the thing. It wasn't one person that figured out how to smash rocks.
No.
to
Yeah, but also
knives. It was one figured out how to smash it a bit, and then another person figured out a bit more, and then someone figured out how to sharpen the blade. It's a team effort.
What about a biopic about the guy that was the second guy? So not the one that first hit the thing to make the knife, nor the guy that hit the thing the last time to make a knife, but the guy who thought to do it again, and he's often forgotten. It's a biopic about the man.
The second strike.
The second
Hit
strike.
a rock with another rock.
Yeah. So it's
Second time.
In a certain way. In a certain way.
First man to hit a rock a second time.
The first man to hit a rock, he's been done to death. I'm sick of seeing his story told. Ditto the last man to hit a rock.
Well, because like
described.
the last man is obviously
That story has been done to death. But where I think there is still fresh meat on this bone because it hasn't been scraped away yet with an efficient stone knife.
Right.
the
is
first man
to
hit the rock twice,
Again.
a second time.
Well, because that's what opened the door to
Yes!
multiples of one.
Absolutely
Yeah.
right. He's really the one who was coming up with the discovery.
And really, he was the first person to try something a second time.
Oh my god!
Until then, people tried once and went, nah, that's as good as it's going to get. Not this
Perseverance
guy.
invented perseverance.
Yes, he did.
That's what we'll call him. We'll name him after that ship. That satellite or whatever.
Chronologically.
Chronologically.
Ship or satellite.
Persevere. Which one is that? Is that
I know that is something.
Mars? Maybe it's one of the Mars rovers or something like that, or something that landed on an asteroid.
Sure.
Anyway, the Perseverance.
Yeah.
Although robots don't need to persevere because they don't have motivation.
I think they have the best kind of motivation. It's inbuilt into their brain. It's code. They are designed specifically to do something. That's
but isn't that
the most motivation you
what
can have.
perseverance would require is that you have to overcome the
Overcoming not wanting to do it.
yeah,
Yeah, I guess.
Otherwise, you're just a rock falling down a hill.
or the second rock to ever fall down a hill.
Oh, see, that story I haven't seen before.
Well, we do it about people. We often do these things about people. A biopic about a person. But
Yeah.
what about things? What about the first volcano? Right?
That's just documentaries.
No.
Okay,
I want it to be treated like a person.
Yeah. A biopic.
The first non-biological biopic.
Yeah.
Taking the bio out of...
It's a geopic.
I was going to say the same thing. Nice.
Look. I'm pretty sure the bio in biopic stands for biography, but it can
It stands for biology.
Biology picture.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. That's fair enough.
I don't think there's anything in this.
I agree.
But I'm okay.
I agree.
What do you mean? There's not a sketch in the second guy to hit a rock?
No, there is a guy. There's a sketch in the first man to hit a rock the
Okay,
second
Second
time.
It's pretty rich coming from the guys. We're not going to write down any sketch ideas, guys. You've come a long way. I mean, it took us 100 episodes to get the bar this low.
I was on an episode before the 100th episode.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yeah, I've done this before.
Wow.
Maybe, the only sketch I
Bar's
can
been low
remember
for a
is it started with jazz being the notes you don't play, and then we opened a bar called Pablo Opera Bar. This is just nonsense for you guys because
Sure.
you've done 300 episodes.
I think it
But
was
for
nonsense.
Yeah.
me, I think I've done 2, maybe 3 episodes of Two in the
But
Think
this is the
Tank.
second time on the podcast today that somebody has mentioned jazz being the notes you don't play.
Yeah.
So we're obviously very diverse. God, we have so much going on.
The thing is,
Look, I'm actually trying to think of another sketch that could be involved in
Okay, the world's most famous jazz musician standing on stage in silence, and everyone's like, "My God, it's the notes he's not playing."
Well, surely, though, if it's
That
the
is
notes you
actually-
don't play, then people who've never played jazz in their lives are the greatest jazz musicians.
no, because they're not playing. They're just not playing.
Yeah, it's not playing notes. It's just not playing.
Yeah.
Different things,
You
Andy.
gotta be holding an instrument to not play notes.
Yeah, and you have to know what notes you're not playing. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
playing jazz right now, but now I am.
I wonder whether or not,
Do you understand?
I wonder whether they really know the notes they're not playing.
Yeah.
I think they might.
Yeah?
I remember I was listening to some experiment. This is a great story, by the way.
Tell it 2 or 3 times.
How many leeches do they eat?
Once I hit this the third time, you'll really get it. But I was listening to just listening to an experimental jazz album, and the guy I was listening to it, you know this guy. He was like, "Yeah, it's good if you know how to piece it back together." I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean? I don't know how to piece back together a song that already exists."
Yeah.
So people know. People know.
Yeah. I look, I
I don't know who
times.
said that, but apparently I know him, and I wish I didn't. That's a horrible thing to say.
I think there's just an element in which like some of those people that are going like kind of Coltrane type stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's time to even think about the notes you're actually playing. I think you're
Let
just
alone the ones you're not.
yeah. And so look, there's a possibility, but I want somebody. Is there a documentary in Calling Bullshit on it? I don't think that they're. No.
Anti-jazz man or whatever, like someone who hates jazz.
What do you?
Wait, you think jazz is a conspiracy and you're going to blow it wide open?
Yeah, look, I don't know.
These people are not talented.
I
They
do
not
like
know
that
what they're
this
doing.
is potentially our third making a movie-based sketch in a row. We got the guy who hit the rock the second time. We got.
Okay. We'll move way out of it. Okay, right. Elephant trunks as an alternative to your ass.
Oh, we're back to.
That's shitting out your dick. That's shitting out your dick.
Oh, that's shitting out your dick. You're right.
But I get.
Okay, we can't.
Elephants
can't
smell
be hitting
through
a
their
wall
nose.
Up at
96,
97.
yeah.
We're actually hitting 97.
Oh.
You know,
The count says 96.
I think
Yes, Andy.
elephants that
Yep.
have trunk erections.
Oh, trunk boners.
They shoot it straight across.
Well, yeah, they're shooting straight across, and they also, I imagine that would be really bad for them. You know, especially if they make them go down, that would be bad.
Yeah.
Or a thing for elephants to die of. And I also think it would be bad because it's too silly and embarrassing for us to have a good fundraiser for. You know? I think that
When they get stiff
celebrities and that sort of thing aren't going to want to
Soften those trunks.
to support
Need $1 million
and
to
put
soften the
lend their
trunks.
face to the problem of elephant trunk boners.
Yeah.
Trunk boners.
Tromboners.
Tromboners.
Trunk boners.
Tromboners?
Tromboners.
Tromboners?
Trunboners.
Elephant tromboners. I think that they would put money towards.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think, and then we have also the broader class of things that are that will never get solved. Certainly not by the celebrity class who we rely on to solve everything.
Yeah.
Because they are not they are too embarrassing. And
So, in this, on the human body,
Yeah.
when anyone with a penis gets an erection, that is usually a sign of sexual stimulation, and an ejaculation
Or
will.
some movement or whatever that's
yeah.
occurred at all.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Or like if you slipped a Viagra or something.
Yeah.
Be a
Be a chemical situation.
Correct. That is another way in which an erection can be achieved.
Wait,
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Now,
Let's see if we can find any more. Let's see if we can find any more.
more ways to get erections, and the first person who can't think of one
loses.
loses. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just wondering. So, like, obviously, ejaculation usually results in the loss of an erection. Is that what we need to do? So, basically, what I'm asking is, if elephant trunks are boners, what are they waiting for? They ejaculate through the trunk.
Yeah. What
And
makes
is the
them go down?
fundraiser to jerk off elephants?
I
Yeah, what's the natural remedy? What's the
Yeah,
natural
how do we fix this?
property? Why are they getting
I
stiff?
mean, it probably
Is it funny?
You might have to stimulate the trunk and then they make some sneeze or something like that.
Yeah, a bit of pepper or a feather or something.
Is the video that we're releasing celebrities singing "Imagine" whilst jerking off elephant trunks?
I think they don't. Because that's the
Yes,
problem is
it
that
is.
elephants don't want to have their trunks.
Okay.
activated.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite difficult to firstly train people to do it and
get the elephants.
get the elephants to cooperate and help them from this debilitating thing.
It is also, and it's something that is haunting my brain and I need to share, but if elephant trunks are erect, imagining elephants fucking with their trunks
Oh,
and like the
so you just didn't have to.
very, very funny shape.
That is well. They basically do that anyway because when they're in a row and they're holding each other's tails with their trunks.
Oh, yeah.
Just that.
Oh, yeah, I get You know what? You're right.
It's actually a really friendly kind of
It's
thing.
actually really nice.
And you've actually kind of ruined it.
No, I didn't. We just established that I didn't ruin it. We just established that it was actually nice.
Actually,
It's actually nice. You didn't ruin it. It's actually nice.
Yeah, it's actually full on nice. Everyone says so. You can't see chat right now, but I can see the chat, and they're being like,
yeah.
"It's actually
Nice.
It's full on nice."
Hashtag it's nice.
I think for elephants, family is the most important thing, and I think what you
And
brought
the mafia. Those are the ones.
and the mafia have a lot in common. They often mafia members don't forget, and so they will
Famously.
turn.
Yeah, and they're also hunted for their rich ivory. Mafia.
Yeah, I mean, often they I guess they are doing well.
Yeah.
Partially because they're actually working two jobs. A lot
Yeah.
of the time they're
They're in that grind
They're
set.
also
They're
running a
hustling.
very successful waste disposal business.
Yeah.
and that's what's crazy.
rug
is
store.
That it's like that it's illegal to be hardworking. And that's what I think that's wrong is to congregate. To
I also think that we all work too hard, and it's shamed upon by society for people to have two jobs.
you see, and I think
I also agree with the premise.
I think that
Wait, guys, can I also say? I also agree.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that maybe beating people up to get money out of them or to
Wait, are you going to say the mafia is bad?
I don't know.
Okay.
Did I say bad? I didn't say beating people.
I
up
thought
or
that's where you were going to go with it. Sorry.
Now, okay, what about this? What about a?
I'm more interested in this mafia.
well, it is related to the mafia. Okay, because you do beat up guys to send a message.
Yeah.
Right? What if that was the only form of communication?
Yeah.
Right. So that was the basis of instead of the telephone, instead of Alexander Graham Bell inventing the telephone,
He invents a fist fight.
he invests. You drag in some guy off the street,
Yeah.
beat him up, you tell him the message you want to send.
Yeah.
Okay? And then that's what goes on, and then it's a sending a message.
So you
pump.
can still speak. Because I worry that it's that if it's the only way that you can communicate,
Sure.
it might just be that he goes close to your water fountain, or whatever like that, and you're like, "That's my water fountain. Let's use this new technology." And you go beat him up, right?
Yeah.
And then he leaves, but he's not 100% sure what the message is.
No, that's be some
Until
ambiguity
he comes
to it.
back to the water fountain, beat him up again, then he knows what the message is. Stay away from the water fountain.
Well, that
I'm trying to use it to send a message, to my grandmother.
Yeah. Hey, meet me for lunch at Saturday. Yeah.
Exactly right. Okay, and so, what was the first message said over the telephone? It was something like, "Hello, Mr. Watson, come here at once," or something like that was the first.
elementary, my dear Watson.
That's what it was.
That was what it was. Yeah. And
No shit, Sherlock was the response. Hey,
That's good.
hey,
stuff.
hey.
That's a sketch. Write it down. Funny.
Sherlock Holmes answering the phone. Sherlock Holmes answering the phone. The first phone call being to John Watts.
and then so
That is good.
That's the best one.
of the bedraggled guy showing up at the lovely old grandma's house. And it's like, John says hello,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and then he staggers off down the street, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you send a message.
But the thing is, when
One says hello.
when mafia men send a message, usually the message is "fuck you," right?
Rude
It's a very
message.
negative message,
Yeah.
and it's sometimes the message is to the person they're beating up, and sometimes it's their family or whatever.
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, wait. Because mafia also send messages other ways where they, leave horses' heads in beds.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. Could we
It's
open
like your
it up?
knowledge of the mafia may have come from one movie.
My mafia knowledge comes from references to the movie that I haven't seen.
Yeah. That's perfect.
They did it in The Simpsons, I think, so that's how I know.
Yeah.
But could we open it up to just mafia messages?
Yeah, mafia tech. We are using the technology, the information technology revolution that comes from the ways in which mafiosos have been able
But so
to
when somebody
communicate.
beats up the guy or puts
Yeah.
the horse in their bed, but it's them trying to say hi to their grandma.
Yeah.
Does the person who gets beaten up then walk to the grandma and just said,
No, see, I think
says hello?
I think you have to put the horse's head in your grandma's bed.
Yeah.
And then you've written on it, "I'll see you at lunch."
Yeah.
Well, yes. But
okay.
you can't use paper to do that. It has to be in blood. Yeah.
You have to make the horse say it,
or you get a bunch of horses' heads and you spell it out. It's very horse head intensive.
or are you as the mob boss sending your goon to go see your grandma, and he hits her in the back of the head and says, "Johnny says hello," like that?
Yeah.
I guess that could work as well.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I think over time, these technologies become more advanced and evolved.
Yeah.
And probably we would, no longer use full horses' heads. We'd probably have a system of small horses' heads.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually, can be really easily arranged, flipped together or whatever to spell different words, and then you just put that into
Yeah.
bed. It's probably not even a real bed. It's probably like a little bed that's on a stick at the end of their driveway.
Yeah.
Right? And it's basically sending a letter, but it's done with a little bed. You lift up the covers of the little bed. You put the horses' heads in there, arranged to spell whatever you want to say. You put the covers back on. They come out in the morning, bleary-eyed. They turn back the covers. We got a message.
Just use the muscle fibers to weave.
Horse muscle fibers.
Horse
Don't
muscle
have to use
fibers.
a whole head.
Well, no, you have to use the whole.
Yeah,
and you
it's
just
crazy.
you
Use
weave
every
like a
part of
little, a little bit of parchment or something like that.
Yeah.
And you write on it with a pen.
Or
That's good. Yeah.
veins to make the words. The lettering,
That's really disturbing to me for some reason. That's the
I think
worst.
it is disturbing. It's a meat lattice.
Yeah.
That's what you're picturing. And I mean, look, meat paper. While we're here,
Meat paper.
meat paper while we're here.
Meat paper.
So you think a lot of the time basket weaving and things like that uses plants.
Yes.
But what about a culture that isn't plant?
What about a more unsustainable method?
Right.
And they, of course, will have also needed, tapestries and whatnot.
Yeah.
They needed tapestries. Every culture needs tapestries.
Needs tapestries.
Maybe this was your culture in the faraway land where you didn't have bread,
right.
only had meat.
Bread, we just had lots of livestock that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, figuring out how to cook meat is surely easier than figuring out how to make bread.
Oh, absolutely. You
Just
just
be one of those cavemen that eats all meat and dies at the age of 15.
sick from
too much
cholesterol.
Poison.
Yeah.
Look, I'm really apologizing. I'm going to write down meat tapestry culture.
Sure.
We're nearly at 100
No,
then.
that makes
That
it.
takes us to 100.
Wow.
Meat tapestries
Meat
was
tapestries took us
100.
over the line.
Wow. And I think we should come up for people who are listening to this later on. We should drop some keywords to that they can tweet at us to let us know that they've listened this far into
far
the
in.
episode.
Joel and Hayden.
Yeah,
They're the
great.
words.
Nicely done.
That's good.
Yeah. The thing you have to
Like
tweet.
they could just people will message that anyway.
Yeah.
Just 'cause they're like,
About
we're upset about these particular
true.
people.
All right, this is the code word to know that we've listened to this point. It's twitch.tv/Hayden H.
That actually your
That's my Twitch username, my Twitch handle, my Twitch link. Post that on your Twitter, and that's how we'll know.
no. Okay. So it is.
No, that's a good one.
It is Kasparov. Is the code word.
Kasparov.
I'm picturing
But if you
not the Russian man. Well, it's a Russian version of that ghost.
Yeah, great. So it's with a
which
C.
ghost?
It's Kasparov.
Oh, Casper, right? Okay, that makes sense.
Kasparov, the friendly Ghosterov.
That's good stuff.
Is there
Thanks.
a sketch idea in that?
I mean, it's pretty.
Russian Casper.
It's pretty intoxicating to see that we've got to 100 sketch ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a third of the way there.
No idea of the time.
Hey,
Right?
You want to know, or do you kind of want to live in this?
Fine. But it is like, being in this dark room, it is super disorienting. And it has just been...
You've had two men come in and actively disrupt the process.
yeah, really what we need.
what did Kasparov do?
Gary Kasparov?
Yeah, was he a chess player?
Chess grandmaster.
And so
Would world number one.
Did he invent any
What's
moves?
his unfinished business?
Hey?
Yeah, what's his
He didn't
unfinished
finish.
business?
He didn't. Yeah, I don't know.
died
He didn't finish
mid-game?
the game. It was a stalemate or something.
Really? That was his last one?
No, we're
No,
trying
I'm
to
saying
figure it out.
Kasparov, the friendly ghost of his
right.
unfinished business was a game.
Really?
Up
Did that really happen?
ATB!
I am...
Did Gary Kasparov really die and come back as a little ghost? Does he really only have four fingers?
I think I heard that he ran against Putin at some point. Or again,
I think he did.
and then now he can't go back to Russia.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of people think back to
Things
Russia.
are working well.
In order to avoid becoming
President.
Kasparov
Oh, so he's actually...
of the friendly Ghosterov.
Yeah,
So his unfinished business is...
His unfinished business is...
he's on a mission to quickly finish his business so we can die
I'm gonna write
peacefully.
this down. There's almost nothing there.
Wow.
Almost is not nothing though.
Yeah, that's
If
right.
I had an office furniture company
Yep.
and I was a ghost, I would
Yes.
call my company Unfurnished Business.
That's that's the opposite of because you're in the business of furnishing.
Yes. But if you are an unfurnished business, you come to us.
Yeah, but like I don't go to no barbecues to buy a barbecue.
Oh, no barbecues. That seems like that's
Okay.
barbecues.
I think...
Shop I can relate to.
I mean, barbecues galore, those guys are flaunting it. So this is a guy who's opening up a company that is a competitor to barbecues galore. And he's calling it No Barbecue.
No barbecues. Because you got to come here if you have no barbecues. What you should do is
What?
if you're
Like, if somebody has no barbecues, they'll Google no barbecue. Like, it's the problem they have is they have no barbecue. When people are...
I'm going to Google
when people
barbecues galore and they'll be like, oh, these guys.
they got so many barbecues. I only want one and they've got a million. I don't like
that's
them.
right.
I don't like their attitude.
And you don't get that many barbecues if you're in the business of selling barbecues. They're hoarding their barbecues, clearly. Right?
Yeah.
If
They're
you're
they're-
sick, you don't Google,
Healthy people.
You Google your
That's
symptoms.
true.
And if you have no barbecues, you'll Google no barbecues.
And when somebody brings up that some people might be confused, he goes, well, some people might be confused. Yes. You think I haven't thought about that? Right? Well, if somebody thinks that we have no barbecues, they're going to be very intrigued in what we have.
Well, they'll be...
Think of the walk-through traffic.
People will be like, alternatively, they go and there's no barbecues, and they're like, I don't know what I expected. It's written right there. When you sell out, your customers can't be angry at you because the store is called No Barbecue.
Reducing the amount of confrontations you're going to have.
yeah.
Almost to zero.
And also, you're a ghost, so it doesn't really matter anyway.
Also, you're a ghost. What are they going to do? Hit you? You can haunt them.
I mean, I suppose if you don't actually
Possess them.
have any furniture in there, only barbecues, you would actually also be an unfurnished business.
Oh, you could.
Well, it's barbecue furniture.
Is barbecue.
Is
Very good.
barbecue
I think
furniture?
it might be.
Good question.
Is
I think it might be.
furniture.
I think it's a. I think it is.
Barbecues furniture?
Now let's see.
We hit 100, and I feel like we've just hit our stride now.
It is barbecue
It's
furniture.
a really interesting fine line between furniture and appliance, though. Isn't
Well, yeah, exactly. Because it's got. See, an appliance obviously is like your
Barbecue.
well, no, I'm trying
Kettle?
I'm trying to think of anything besides a barbecue.
Toaster.
My head is just full of barbecue.
Fridge.
Toaster. Kettle.
A
Fridge.
fridge is an appliance because its entire function is just cooling stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's applying coolness.
Yeah.
That's right.
But a
It's
barbecue,
called that.
it applies the heat, but also it's got a little cupboard in it, and also it's got a little shelf.
Yeah.
So it doesn't just cool things.
Good
It also
point.
It applies
sits on a
heat
shelf.
Yeah.
and is also as.
And
Oh, yeah.
then
Well, it has the shelf, yeah.
98% of the time it just sits there and rusts.
That's true, which is more furniture than anything.
yeah.
A pantry doesn't feel like furniture, though.
Well, because that's built in.
It's a room.
That's a fixture. That's a fixture.
Pantry's a room. Is a
Pantry is a room.
Is a wardrobe a room?
Well, is it well, if it's a built-in,
Yeah.
I can make the case.
Yeah.
But if it's loose, then it's furniture.
This is a great line for like a satire,
Yeah.
Right.
sort of a Kubrickian.
I think this cupboard is a room thing is going to have inspired a great satire. And finding this out.
It's a Kubrickian, it's a Doctor Strangelove type scenario. Okay? And it's for whatever reason, okay, the president and the world leaders, they can't meet at the White House or wherever.
Because of terrorism.
Because of terrorism, probably. They're holed up in some small apartment somewhere, right? And when they have to discuss their battle plans, they all go and gather in a closet.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
And somebody refers to it as a war room, and somebody else says this is barely a wardrobe.
Ah,
That's funny.
that is funny.
It's funny.
Because it's too small.
Yeah,
But it sort of does fall down because a wardrobe is smaller than a walk-in closet. You know what I mean?
this isn't a war
Walk-in
room. This is a war
There it is.
wardrobe.
There it is. There it is. A war room. It's a wardrobe.
Shoes and stuff everywhere. That would make it even funnier.
Yeah,
Because
it'd be
everybody
really
would be
funny.
like, actually, there's quite a bit of
Yeah.
clothing around.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We could say that as well. That's another
Hey,
laugh in
cover
the
for me.
tank.
All right.
A war room. I mean, this is a sketch. This is a full.
That's a whole movie
It's
again.
a movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's another movie to go in the series that we're making.
It's satire. What's the point? What's the political point it's making?
I mean, you know,
Politics is silly.
As a creative,
Whoa.
I think if I have to explain that, it undermines the.
Okay, well, just explain to me what happens in the rest of the movie then. Just give me a beat for beat rundown.
And that could be a sketch idea.
Mate,
Maybe.
I'm not in the business of telling beat for beat rundowns of stories.
Oh, you should try
That's
it.
your
It is a
territory.
lot of fun.
Yeah.
I have an idea. Okay. Firstly, actually, there was another one that I'd written down earlier. You mentioned something that was sticky on one side and that was Teflon on the other side,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then you get that complaint from people, and they go, "Wait, Teflon? If it's non-stick, how does it stick to the pan?" Right? Now, I think some people are sick of hearing that, and they want a pan that actually
It's all stick.
is all non-stick.
Yeah. Okay.
And the outside is non-stick,
Yeah.
and it's all Teflon, and it doesn't stick to anything, not even the pan.
yeah. yeah.
So it's like flubber. It's just bouncing from like the roof and everything.
Thin sheet of Teflon that nothing will stick to.
Yeah.
What would you use it for?
Right?
Great question.
Well, it can withstand high temperatures.
Yep.
I reckon you could cook on it. What do you need the metal for?
Do you think that it would be a
Is Teflon a metal?
I don't know. I don't think
No,
so. I think it's a coating. It's like a plasticky coating or silicone.
tetrafluoride? Something tetrafluoride.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Fluoride, like the poison they put in the water.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah, that's right.
Keep us
There's a
in
government.
line.
No, my favourite conspiracy that corporations produce
Yeah, yeah.
fluoride as a waste product in their production,
control.
and it's expensive for them to get rid of.
Yeah.
Right? And the conspiracy theory is that they tricked governments into letting them put it in the water supply. Because when I have a waste product that is hard for me to get rid of, the first thing I think is maybe I can get everybody to drink this.
Yeah, surely just dump it in the ocean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. So maybe there's nothing in this Teflon.
No,
thing.
well, hang on.
So, just while you're thinking about that, I just have a question.
Yeah.
Do you have another guest coming in at 11 o'clock? Because we're free all day, so this could be terrible for you.
We do have guests coming at 11. And
You're lucky.
hours, but no, thank you, though. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
We are doing this all day.
No, thanks.
yeah.
So,
But feel free to stick around until somebody shows.
Oh, yeah, we're going to.
absolutely. You
Yeah, this
can't
is
get rid of
more
it.
like less us being like nice and more being like, it's a threat. You won't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that don't stick, no, Teflon.
You know terrorists, right?
I'm familiar with the
They-
concept.
Of them, yes.
They often destroy things using violence and explosions and things like that. Now, I feel like maybe we could all be getting upset and maybe canceling terrorists for not directing their terrorism at
Corporations.
things that are more productive for the environment, right? So, like, why not? Why are they not attacking things like, big oil companies
Yeah.
and, like things that are destroying the planet? Should we all together, it's a sketch about people who have gotten really upset with terrorists that they're not terrorizing the right things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
They've got
protest.
the bad targets.
Yeah.
Well, it's a terrorism. We don't seem to be able to stop it. It seems to be a force that's always with us. Maybe it's just something we
redirect.
need to harness it. Like the wind.
we got to radicalize
Terrorists.
the left wing.
Yeah.
You got to radicalize the terrorists in a yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you said. But
Yeah.
in the left wing, and to be more environmentally conscious.
Now, this is extremely bad taste.
Right.
you have obviously your World Trade Centers.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
I'm familiar with the concept. What happened?
And they're very tempting for for terrorists to fly into.
Yeah, to send a message. Yeah.
They look at them and they like lick their lips and they get
Why
hard
not
eyes.
then build a big turbine?
Uh-huh.
You have 4, 5 trade centers around a central spindle.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm always moving.
Well, they are powered by planes flying in.
Oh my god.
So a plane flies in, it turns the turbine, and up comes another trade center.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see that.
What about the people in them?
There aren't any people.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's fine.
So it's terrorist-powered green energy.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
is green. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
That's great.
renewable.
Yeah.
The one thing that's renewable is hate.
Yeah. So we've invented a new brand of eco-terrorism. Rather than doing eco-terrorism, it's like terrorists fighting for well, they're like eco-warriors. Yeah. I think it's a great idea, and I don't see the bad taste in it at all.
Ecoism.
Or maybe they're actually eco-freedom fighters. You think about that?
Sure, freedom from the environment.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Freedom for the environment.
No, from.
No problem. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
No more environment.
The sooner it's gone, the sooner we can stop worrying about it.
Oh.
I often think about that. I think it's, climate change is obviously terrifying, but I think what's the worst bit is the anticipation. Probably the bushfires are probably a close second.
The worst bit is the anticipation. I've got a strong feeling that the worst bit will be the climate change.
Yeah.
But
shortly afterwards,
there'll be a period of calm.
well, will there be?
No, it'll be even worse.
I just realized I don't think it's going to be one event.
Yeah.
And then we're fine. I
This
think
is quite an epiphany for you to be having on the show.
Oh my god.
climate change is bad? Oh no.
I think that if we were to rebuild sort of large towers that were to be
I like this.
representative of the sort of freedom and power of your country,
Uh-huh.
that maybe they could be built. Maybe like there could be like 8 of them in a sort of a slight lattice or something like this, and that they go up and down.
Whack-a-mole style.
Yeah. And that would make them impossible to strike, and even walk into.
So are the workers did that to be strapped in like a roller coaster?
Yeah, or
Yeah.
that tower. What is the Tower of Terror or something?
Yeah.
Tower of Terror.
Like the-
Now we know that you could do standing desks, and we know that you can do sitting desks.
And you do falling discs.
But if
We
you're
actually
in the
did come up with the plummeting desk on a previous episode.
the idea that maybe if you're in the same reference frame as the desk,
As the desk.
I think you're okay.
Yeah, I think that only works if you're not accelerating.
I'm gonna write down whack-a-mole
think that-
buildings, and then
yeah,
we don't
sure.
need to go too deep into it.
Yeah.
We get
How
it.
awful it might be as an idea to some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's our guarantee to you that we will not go into.
Yeah.
Too far into it, and we'll try to move on.
Yeah. Our guarantee is we won't think about your feelings in the matter. We'll just move on. It's fine.
Go on, don't think about it too much.
Some people will be really hurt by this, and we won't make it worse for them by talking about it anyway. Just gonna have a little look in here.
Uh-huh.
Why do you guys got towels?
I believe that Andy got us matching towels for this podcast.
Didn't really answer my question.
I don't know exactly why, but it was so that we could, sort of
Beach
mop ourselves
vibes.
off and things
Oh,
like that.
see, what you should do is just to change it up, like get rid of the chairs, put them on the ground, and then lie down and sort of relax, beach style.
Well, that is
some more
a
sketches.
possibility for
That's
later.
good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, It's not- it's-
Podcasting towel.
Yeah. That's
Like that.
it'll be. It's sort of like who's that guy who would James Brown, and then sometimes he couldn't go on.
Yeah.
But if you put a cape on him, actually he could go on.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah,
that what he did?
This is how Andy can go on.
Yeah.
We have another guest that has arrived.
Yep.
And we may,
Unbelievable.
unfortunately, have to.
I just want this to be remembered that the last 2 sketches we did on this were both too terrorist-based ones.
The last 3. Were,
To be fair, that was all those boys. That was the 2 in the think tank boys.
It's almost like that
was
they
all- we were-
intentionally, as revenge, smeared our name.
Yeah.
so we apologize.
Wait, can
you're
we just
associated.
address how you're eating this banana?
What the
You're
fuck?
eating it like a cob of corn.
Hell,
Is this a joke?
You
or-
can
it's not. For some reason, I've never had this before, but the outside of this banana is ripe, but the inside is.
How can you tell? You haven't bitten any of the inside.
I bit up the top, and then as I bite, my teeth find the hard edges of the central core.
Oh my god!
And I'm working my way around.
This makes me feel sick.
I love it.
This is
No.
At least commit and fully unwrap it and eat it like a cob of corn. Like if you're gonna do it, do it.
banana on the cob.
But I don't know if this says.
Yeah,
anything
banana on the
where our
cob. That's
heads are
a
at.
sketch, probably. Is
But I
that
was-
one? Is that a sketch?
I genuinely didn't think there was anything weird about this as I was doing it. Now, but-
surely you realise now.
I'm really sorry, guys.
No,
I
that's-
feel
feel
like
like-
having you here.
It's
That's a lie.
You're having a great time, but you must
one.
leave.
I feel like this is a situation where something is sticky on one side and not sticky on the other.
It's like the pan thing from before.
The pan thing. What am I going to do with this?
I don't know. Eat
What are
it.
you gonna do with the husk?
I would.
That's the problem, is that the husk gets so slippery and kind of like
Like a mango. It's like a mango pip.
Yeah.
This is incredible to see in real life.
I can't look away.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I did that.
No. Don't
put
be
it in.
so. No.
I got to put this away because
No. Luckily, this is just immortalized,
Yeah.
for hopefully forever.
Yeah.
In my
Guess so. All right. See ya.
promote anything before you go, please.
Yeah, all right. You can listen to the Sans Pants Radio podcast called Shut Up a Second. I'm on it a lot. Joel's on it sometimes.
Yeah.
Watch me on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Hayden H. That's 4 Haydens and 1 H.
Yeah.
On Sunday afternoons, I stream the New York Times crossword. It's nice.
That sounds
It's nice. It's a nice little corner of the internet. You can come watch how bad I am at spelling and also crosswords.
Thank you very much.
I'm part of a bunch of other stuff. Don't worry about it.
Can't believe it.
You find
You big timed me. You big timed me.
aren't across Duscher's stuff.
Yeah.
And I encourage you to find it.
Yeah. Just
figure it
look
out.
for it.
Just find it,
Yeah.
feel it,
Yeah.
and just nibble around.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having us, and it was so nice
Enjoy
to.
the rest of your
helped-
your weekend and your freedom.
Feel free to take the rest of that.
I'm gonna cut the bit where I bit off
I think you
so
should.
that your next guest can
did
have a lovely bit
I
of.
think you should just take
It's
it.
COVID safe. No, this is COVID safe. Wait, this is COVID safe.
No,
Just
but
let me do
I don't
this.
think we'll be
think
able
you
to do
bit-
it.
I think you bit quite a bit of it.
I bit this bit of it. God,
Okay.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
It was good to
Okay.
be here for your 100th sketch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I hopefully we're allowed back at some point in the future.
Absolutely,
You're-
yeah.
It's,
Hopefully
we
we're
insist.
done by.
I've never seen we've guested on podcasts before, but we've never physically seen the toll we've taken on human beings.
It's
more
fun.
than today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's writ large.
And it doesn't even feel like it's the time that's done it yet. It is. It is definitely the people. No.
Yeah. All right. Well, lovely to see you.
Oh,
Good luck. Good luck with your next
I
200
just
sketches.
bowed like this. It is the worst thing I've ever.
No, I liked it. Do it. Do it more.
I don't think you were on camera until.
No,
you
I
said
was.
anything.
I was.
Bye.
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 Bye. And please welcome Jess Perkins, our
Yes.
new guest from Do Go On.
Jess. Hello.
Hello.
I'll take that cup away. I know it's empty, but in case you're one of those people who just likes to press their lips against empty glasses,
I like to lick
this
'em.
has already been used. You're a licker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You knew that about me. I'm sure we've
Knew that.
established.
That's why we
I'm
were
a
insisting.
licker.
That's why we were insisting that croissant gets taken away, because we go a liquor's up next.
Now, when you're in now just to go back to the mafia for a second.
Sure.
Yeah.
You don't mind.
When you're in the mafia, they are kisses in the mafia, aren't they?
the big kissers, yeah.
Big kisses.
yeah.
And do you think that the higher you go up in the mafia,
More.
the more passionate the kiss?
I definitely think the more tongue.
Yeah. Great.
Well, the more tongue you wouldn't be afraid to use.
Exactly right. Yeah.
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 I mean, that's a real kind of power, isn't it? As the Don,
Yeah.
you could put your. I mean, this is probably quite unpleasant, but you can put your tongue into other people's mouths.
Oh, I think it starts earlier. I think once you get to Don level, you're approaching people like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like tongue fully out.
You wouldn't even need to have your mouth open. You could just be like,
Yeah. And they'd go, "Thank you, Don."
and they would probably just make a little circle with their mouth.
Yeah.
And just let the tongue in.
Well, what about the Don stands there with their tongue out, and then all the other members of the mafia file past, licking the tongue, like you would kiss the feet of the
Oh,
Pope.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. They lick the tongue as they walk past.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a good thing to be doing? To be making statements about what the mafia are doing and what they're into?
I think the level of silliness you've gone to means that nobody's going to be offended.
And I think that, if you're in the mafia, you don't say you're in the mafia, and therefore you don't, associate with it.
You say you're a businessman.
You're a businessman. You run an ice cream parlor.
Yeah.
You have a wallet business. You fold leather and steam it. And
I sell handbags.
Eh?
Handbags.
Exactly.
I like that this business empire of the mafia guy is getting quite developed. It's really diversifying. I think after a while, the mafia thing must just become such a small portion of what you do.
It's really a side hustle.
It is.
It's a passion project in the end, isn't it?
Is there an animal leather you haven't seen that you would like to see as an item of clothing or something like that?
Quokka?
A quokka leather.
Oh, wow.
Like a quokka leather, like wallet or sort of a fanny pack.
Yeah.
I think quokkas are really having a moment on the world stage. People are really, they're being discovered internationally. And I think as Australia, given everything we've done recently to alienate the rest of the world, start to quite aggressively market quokka handbags.
Yeah.
Could be the next big thing for us.
Keep their cute face on there.
Oh, yeah.
Really like that one where they kind of lean in for a photo.
Yeah, they're quite smiley.
Yeah.
So it looks like they died happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're happy about being a wallet now.
Yeah. And so then they're kind of like this. Maybe their hands are sort of, bound.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe melted together.
Could they cling around your neck? Could they hold you around your neck like they're giving you a little hug?
A little quokka scarf.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Great.
And I think, and that could actually probably improve Australia's image on the world stage at the moment.
Look, I think it's worth a try.
Yeah.
All right, let's go for quokka leather.
I mean, is this a government thing? Are we
It's
doing
soft
this as
power. It's soft power as we reach
fluffy.
into other countries, and they will sort of firstly be aware of us, and then they will maybe want to trade with us, maybe take our living quokkas so that they can't.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
But that's what
Live export,
China
we
does
love
that
that
with
as well.
pandas. They put pandas in people's zoos as a way of being like, hey, we're cool with you.
And they kind of loan them to them.
Yeah, they go. You
Yeah.
can have.
We could rent out
Sure.
quokkas.
You can have this panda, but then you've got to give us back 10 pandas later on.
Yeah.
That's tricky.
Oh, yeah.
It's where are you going to get those extra pandas?
And that's why we're working so hard to always breed them.
Yeah.
That
But they are
explains
lazy.
Actually, that's an actual satirical sketch.
Is it satirical?
I would say it's satirical because I think it does that thing with the lending of the money where people can't pay it back, for like a, say, oh, we'll help you lend you money to build a port. Like that. And then you're a small country. You're Vanuatu. You're Tuvalu.
Vanuatu.
You're Tuvalu. You're Vanuatu.
Yeah. Nailed us both.
And I'm a Micronesian.
Such a Vanuatu.
I'm a Micronesian country that we don't know the name of.
Yeah.
Wow.
That, right? And anyway.
Very exotic.
But then this panda debt that you've got, and that's why you're like, please breed. And that's why else would somebody invent panda porn to show pandas or whatever?
Yeah, you're playing Barry White. You're giving them oysters.
I heard people say
Come on.
too much of anything. And you probably can't get the rights to Barry White because you're already in so much debt with pandas. So you're like singing it yourself. I heard people say too much of anything is not good for your babe.
You know who
But-
pandas listen to?
Yeah.
Is Barry
Barry
Black and White. Yeah.
China panda debt.
All right, you just talk for 15 minutes now.
Yeah, you want to have a little break?
Wait, oh no, I forgot the other one that I was writing down.
You need to have a little line out after that.
What was right before China panda debt? There was some,
Quokka scarf, quokka leather.
quokka soft power.
Yeah, great. I mean, for me, what I enjoy about that is the sheer desperation that's in the Australia think tank,
Yeah.
to coin a phrase, where they are trying to work out things that Australia can do to improve our world standing, and that's what we've come to.
Yeah.
They've been awake for a while.
Skinning our cutest animals.
Yeah.
It's based on that idea that there is no bad advertising.
Sure.
You're raising awareness. And how high can awareness go? I mean, people could be thinking about Australia endlessly, even if they're fuming at the inhumanity of it.
Well,
They're thinking about us.
They're thinking about us.
At a
That means tourism. They're
at
probably
a
going to come here to protest.
Yeah.
well, at a
Hey,
certain
come on in.
point,
Hey, when you're protesting, gotta eat, don't you?
Gotta eat.
Yeah.
You gotta,
You got to sleep.
gotta sleep somewhere.
gotta
You
eat.
gotta have a roof over your head.
Oh, you got to visit. You got to visit some islands off of the Western Australia. That's a ferry ride.
Yeah.
That's that's
Bump up those prices.
if you say that the quokkas are in a certain range, you probably got to rent out some these things.
Bikes.
Quad bikes.
Quad bikes.
And then think of all the hospital insurance fees that you'll get from the people rolling those quad bikes.
Now, What I also like about this is that we're sort of finessing, because I think it's a fine line between mass tourism and invasion.
Oh.
And
Maths, MATHS?
yes, that's right. Maths tourism. We got some of the biggest numbers in this country, and
Billion.
you should come
We've
and
got
A
it.
big number.
Big number.
You come and see it, and it's huge.
It's huge.
It's not only it's physically big, as well as a really long number.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
It would probably be above quadrillion, so that people learn what the next thing is after.
Yeah.
Because it goes trillion, quadrillion, and then what? What is it? Well, don't tell the people.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
why
save
people
it.
will travel to.
Find out what it is.
Exactly.
But they'll see pictures. Online.
Somebody might write it down and tell them.
Yeah.
No,
But it's like you see pictures of the Eiffel Tower, sure.
Sure.
You get to Paris, you're like, ooh la la.
Yeah.
That is actually very impressive.
You
I'm
get to
going,
go.
okay.
You get to go there. You go in the museum, and it has like things you can divide the number.
Great. You can take home. You can actually take home one of the factorials of the number. A little printout of the 17 or something like that. I feel like it would be in Western Australia.
Yeah.
Really?
It's the only place we have enough space for it.
Have enough space. Yep.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
And it's
Could
got
it be visible from space?
Ooh.
It could go the length of the rabbit-proof fence,
Well, that's good.
like that. And it could be rabbit-proof itself.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
We stop rabbits
Well-
from getting inside the number.
I mean, isn't the rabbit-proof fence really just a series of stakes? And don't they look like the number one anyway?
Yeah.
So then, do we just need to say that it's
Just
a number?
rebrand it.
Yes. Oh, then we don't even have to build anything.
I see. This is all gravy.
And I love that. You could the tour guide driving you along it like that, and you go 1 1 1 like that, and then on the radio, it's like there'll be a recording of somebody saying the number 1,150, 101 quadrillion, 101,101.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
1,000 trillion, 1,000, 101.
Good. That's good.
100.
So we're already saving money by not having to build anything new.
Yep.
But again, if you put it, it's out in the middle of nowhere.
You know that we just came up with this is at 110, but the next number is bloody 111.
Oh,
Aye?
Wow,
Synchronicity.
that's freaky,
Synchronicity.
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 that's freaky.
Synchronoceros.
That's synchronous.
That's freaky.
You were going to say something about mass tourism, or maybe you were.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's in the middle of nowhere. They got to stay somewhere, so that's just bumping up. It's bumping up the local economy.
Absolutely. You could,
No.
and they could stay, and money is a number.
Oh my
So then
god.
people will be like, "Oh, I'm playing with numbers."
Yeah,
Everything is numbers.
It's a full experience.
It's a full number experience.
Can we have numbats there?
You could, numbats?
Numbats.
Yeah,
Well, that
numbats.
starts with num.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like
and,
number.
Yeah, and we could numb
Yep.
all of your extremities.
Extremities. We are drugging you so you can't escape.
Yeah.
But then,
It's fun.
and you're going to be spending money
Yeah.
trying to buy your way to freedom.
Because this is
And
a
that's
Numbers.
yeah.
numbers.
Well, actually, this one's pronounced numma. Numma.
Yeah.
Because it numbs,
Yeah,
but it's still spelt the same
So
way.
they say, but they don't know. They're like,
don't know.
I'd like some number, and you're
Big
like,
number.
Well,
I'm gonna correct you.
You get all those maths fans going there
Yeah.
because of the number, but what they don't know is they're getting there to have their everything go. Not
Numb.
be able to feel it. Yeah, I was trying to find another word for something.
There really isn't another word for numb, is there?
That's right. Not very feely.
Yeah.
super bad pins and needles.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not. I don't consider that to be numb.
No, pins and needles is its own thing.
It's like an intense feeling.
Sure. The opposite of numb.
Wow.
It's up there with the opposite of numb.
Yeah. Was in the invention of medicine,
Yeah.
we know that if you sit on something long enough, it can go numb.
Yep.
Was it ever the job of the anaesthetist to sit on some body part until it goes numb? I mean, originally that could have been the whole profession was just having a good butt,
sit
for-
down
a good sit, good
anaesthetist.
sitting butt.
I'd be terrible at that.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Why is that? You couldn't sit on things.
No, from a young age,
Hemorrhoids.
my dad would say I had a bony bum.
Oh no.
Sitting
Really?
on his lap, he's like, "You got a bony bum."
That is not a nice thing to be told when you're growing up.
No, yeah.
Just think.
When you're growing up, you want people to think you've got Soft bum.
You got a juicy butt. That's what you want.
You're your dad. You go.
Oh, you got a real
got
badonkadonk
juicy
thing back there, huh?
Yeah, no, you're right. So you're right, and that's what I wanted, and I never got that either from my dad. It's come up in therapy quite a few times.
My dad never told me I had a juicy butt.
In which kids are getting butt implants
Yeah.
in order to impress Santa. And
Yeah.
they sit on his lap. You're trying to win the favor of Santa, and
Yeah.
you want a nice soft butt. Because if you've got a bony butt,
Yeah.
sit on Santa's lap, he's going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You're not going to have as long there, presuming he's going to move you on. You're not going to have as long to put
in all your requests.
Yeah, exactly. All your requests. Ideally, you'd not only have a soft butt, but also one that sort of does a bit like a massage chair kind of thing.
Yes, yeah. I was going to go for lights up, but I think a massage chair.
A
makes
butt that
lot
lights
more
up. Santa's going to be hypnotised by that light up front of yours.
He goes,
He's gonna be
excuse me, can you guard my sleigh tonight?
Oh!
But the massage does make a bit more sense.
Yeah.
Santa's
But
like,
I think a massage coming downward from a butt
Yeah.
would be disconcerting because you'd think there's something alive in that butt
Yeah.
that is moving.
and it's on your lap.
There's something alive in there.
Yeah.
It's writhing.
Yeah. And, and Santa's
Yeah.
doesn't, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I don't know how sensitive his thighs are. At the end of the day, his thighs are red raw from all the
Yeah, but
kids
that-
coming
that
on and
could
off.
make them more sensitive. But you might have numb legs. You might have already numb legs.
Yeah.
And so then you might not feel anything. And then all that money and time that you've poured into enriching your butt
Your butt
for
experience.
Santa, he's the person least capable of enjoying
It's
it.
tragic. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah.
Okay, he had a very shiny nose.
Did.
And it was red.
Yes.
Okay, now it goes on to say you could even say it glows. But that to me feels like it's a metaphorical statement. You could even say it glows doesn't
Mean that
me
it does.
communicate that it produces enough light to guide a sleigh
Yeah.
on a then one
Soggy.
Cloudy.
cloudy, soggy.
Christmas Eve? No.
Then one soggy. I think
not
it
soggy.
might. No, it's foggy.
foggy.
Soggy.
I said.
It's probably raining. It's probably, have you ever seen slush?
Right.
Oh yeah.
But I just don't. I don't know that knows. If we're just going to say it's shiny, it's red, you could even say it glows. I think Santa's got caught up in this metaphor. I don't think it produces enough light, certainly for foggy conditions.
Do you think maybe it was something that Rudolph was a little self-conscious about, and so Santa's like, "No, this is a great
Yeah,
thing.
it's
Like,
actually very condescending.
You've saved the day," and then what
And
he's
then
actually
all the
doing
other
is just he's
reindeers
got a spotlight anyway.
shouted out with glee.
Yeah.
That sounds like Santa's told them,
Yeah.
get on board with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
HR, reindeer HR
Yeah.
is getting real upset.
Yeah.
And they're telling us we're gonna get sued by
Yeah.
this reindeer's family.
He's got a case.
Yeah, and so we have to now make this kid the star of the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is a real bullying scenario, isn't it? It's a workplace
Absolutely.
bullying
Yeah.
situation.
I'll write that down. It's a real bullying scenario.
Okay.
No,
Yes.
I don't think he's doing anything with his nose. They've still got spotlights. They've still got actual lighting.
Yeah, I
Behind
think
him.
behind him that he thinks is
He's
glowing.
like, "Look at me go!" They're like, "Yeah,
yeah,
mate.
so good.
Yeah.
So good we can see because of you.
Thank you, thank you, Rudolph."
So it's not foggy everywhere in the world at the same time.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
It couldn't be. That would be the beginning of the end. I think.
I
If
think
it
that
was
would be
foggy
that's a
everywhere.
real like nuclear winter scenario.
Yeah, that'd be spooky.
Then one nuclear winter scenario. Santa.
Okay, this way.
Scenario. You gotta make it rhyme, remember?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it rhymed that way in the original.
I
Alasdair.
know, but we're gonna fix it.
Santa came to sieve. It doesn't say that.
Then one sunny Christmas Eve, Santa came to sneeve.
Yeah.
Blue Rudolph with your nose so white.
Bright.
Won't you-
Why would it be Rudolph with your nose so white?
It's a red-nosed reindeer.
It's That's his whole thing.
Santa's confused. Santa's losing his mind.
Santa's losing it.
Santa's old. How old's Santa?
He's always old, or he's always looked old. So I think he's probably one of those guys like Steve Martin.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. So
Classic.
77,
Yeah, probably.
I guess, is around. I think
plays
Steve
the
Martin's
banjo.
age. Yeah.
Probably. And probably, just went big white beard and portly early on.
Yeah.
Chose his look.
Yep.
That suit. You know, he
stuck
wears the
with
same thing every day, just like Steve Jobs. So he has more time to get stuff done.
I guess
Really owning it.
a real CEO kind of guy. Like,
Yeah.
Like Silicon Valley, probably. You know, they build a lot of stuff there.
Yep.
Is this a sketch?
Well, I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Santa in Silicon
Santa.
Valley.
Well, that some
North Pole Valley.
big CEO, you know, of some very successful company, say Mark Zuckerberg,
Yeah.
starts dressing as Santa all the time.
Yeah.
Every
You don't have
day.
to make a decision.
You know, you don't have to make a decision. It's easy.
Hmm.
And it's, you know, people are happy to see Santa.
Yeah.
People around him, they're such yes people.
And
That they don't want to, nobody wants to point out that it's weird.
it sounds like we're almost rewriting The Emperor's New Clothes. Oh, you look really good. But actually, I think it would make me like Zuckerberg a lot more.
Who's just a Santa
All the time.
all the time.
And if he did the voice.
Yeah.
If Zuckerberg was like, ho, 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 we're launching a metaverse.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody will come and play games and wear skins, and all of the children will play with their parents and re-engage in the world. All the good and bad little girls and boys.
I really like it.
Yeah.
I think also probably it's time that Santa went fully digital and started giving tokens and that sort of thing instead of real life toys, you know,
get
which
some
is just
Bitcoin?
additional consumerism that we don't need, and that's destroying the planet, melting the very ice caps on which he depends for his livelihood. That's his rich hunting grounds where he looks for seals.
And small men, small manufacturing capable men.
Yeah.
Because there's got to be a breeding thing, right? There's got to be a sort of an elf breeding program of some sort.
Yeah, there must be.
Unless there's a community somewhere where you're
Doubtful.
just taking them, or he's like, do you keep the elf community in poverty so that they have to kind of sell some of their children to you, but then you say I'm helping you, you know, like that, and so in a way you're kind of a nice
these
guy.
things don't happen overnight. It's an endemic situation.
But where do they live, you know? And if we could find them, then we could help them. And are the Clintons involved?
Yes.
God.
You know, and I don't know if we can do another Santa reimagining sketch. I mean,
I mean, you know, I think it's okay.
can you get me another veggie sausage, Andy, if that's okay?
Of course, Alasdair.
This is one of my fondest memories of the last time doing this with you guys. No, thank you.
They're,
You guys
they're
just
veggie, so at least we're
just
not like
eating
eating and having like, you know, meaty sausage burps and stuff like that.
it's still weird.
It is weird.
I'll be
I mean,
honest.
I got to admit, I am making this choice a little bit because it's comical.
Okay.
You know, it's not just that I don't eat like this normally. Why would I eat this without sauce and just enjoy the veggie sausage flavor?
Yeah.
I had something else while we were talking about the CEO who likes to dress up as Santa Claus every day.
Zuckerberg.
Mark. Always dressing up as Santa. Nobody's telling him it's the wrong thing to do. Oh, man. It's gone. Does he get around in a sleigh? Is that too much?
Remember that video that went around on Twitter? It was a guy, some lady was like, she was like a TikTok or something like that, and she was filming that she damaged her own car by reversing into something. And then she's like, oh my God, my husband's on his way home. And he shows up and he's riding a motorbike, but it's a Skidoo. It's a Skidoo. Or something like that. It's a jet ski, but it's been fitted out as a motorcycle. And then she's like, yes, he rides a jet ski. And then he's really upset about this car as well. But
I haven't seen this.
I want to.
He rides a jet ski on the land?
yeah, it's like a motorbike that has been fitted out to look like a jet ski.
And she's that aloof about it? Yes.
Yes, whatever.
Before you comment endlessly about my husband riding a skidoo. Okay, that's not the point of this video. Like, she's so over the comments about
Yeah,
it.
I'm sick of talking about that. I'm in trouble because I reversed
But
into
the
it.
idea The idea that a man who rides one vehicle that's been made to look like a completely different vehicle could in any way have a problem with a car that's been made to look like a slightly different car.
Yeah.
It's true. Man.
He's already disfigured a mode of transport so significantly.
Yeah. Who's he to judge?
Yeah. You know, that's the real affront to God.
Can we turn that into a
I'm
sketch
concerned.
idea, but that doesn't rely on us knowing that sketch? Or?
Showing the sketch. I mean, I'd be interested in the factory or the workshop that does this. Who promise that you can bring in any mode of transport.
We'll
turn it into a different mode of transport. We'll make it look like one. You know, it's a real transformation kind of thing. It's a little bit pimp my ride, but it's also, you know, it's a bit more twisted. There's a lot. It'd be really interesting to meet the kind of people who've always wanted to ride a jet ski,
but are afraid it can't swim and are
afraid of water. And then we'll see what we can do.
You know what I would love? I don't know if this is possible. I'm scared of going skydiving. But I would love the feeling of flying, like if I was driving if I could just be flying through the air like this.
Yeah, spread eagle.
Maybe like on the front of like one of those things there. What's one of these? A Segway?
A Segway,
you know, like maybe like that, or it's like just the front of a motorbike or something like that.
Yeah.
And I could.
And
just
you've got
travel.
the harness and stuff.
I've got
on
everything.
there. You've got a
the
helmet.
goggles, and I could just travel. I just go like this, like that.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, really fun.
Can you guys do that?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be plummeting to the ground.
Oh, you're plummeting across.
Towards.
No, but
I'm plummeting to work.
I think I could picture myself plummeting still.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I could put my
if
mind
anything,
there.
I'd say you were at even greater risk.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the risk.
You're gonna get squished in a different way.
Sure.
It goes badly.
Yeah. Only if there's a collision, but that's the same thing with skydiving.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I mean, I guess the disadvantage you have here is that you don't have a parachute to stop you.
Well, I know.
And you're on a road, presumably, with other vehicles.
Yeah, but I won't. I'm less likely to hit the ground. I'm just only likely to hit trees and sort of other cars and things like that, or animals. But if an animal hits your car and your body is there to protect your car, it's actually a soft surface, which all cars should be covered in.
Animal on animal.
Animal on animal action.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting instead
So
of.
we say we should cover cars in animals? If they've already got animals...
It would be a hug.
Animals bash into each other in nature all the time.
Yeah.
So if we
You're not looking where they're going.
no,
They just
or they're having fights, whatever.
Yeah.
But if we already strapped a bunch of animals around the front of the car, then when we crash into other animals, that'd be better for both sets of
it's a
animals.
normal day for them.
Yeah,
It's like, oh,
this rhubarb made from real rue. There you go.
Rhubarb.
Rhubarb.
Oh, I kept picturing rhubarb, and I was okay.
Yeah, me too. That's what I meant when I said it.
Skydiving, obviously, is one.
Well,
the guy talking to the people to make it happen.
Yeah.
And can this happen? Because I saw the Sadu thing that you guys did.
yeah. Loved it.
Loved it.
Loved
Oh, good.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he rides a Sadu. Well, it's like my wife. I would love for her to be like,
I'm a bus driver.
yes, he skydives everywhere.
Yeah.
And you're still just sort of steering and controlling it just with little things up here. They look
However
like
it needs.
those ripcords or whatever that you pull.
Like, well, yeah, you don't want to look too much like a marionette, but maybe if it is like.
No,
this.
you don't want to look like a marionette. Of course, you don't want to look like a marionette.
I want
Nobody
no, but
said
I don't want it to look
marionette.
like I've got a parachute. I want it to look like I'm free falling.
Oh.
You've got to be able to control somehow. I mean, I don't know. Are the controls stuck to the back of your hand? So
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
How do
maybe.
you steer?
Yeah, maybe like one of those straws in your
that
mouth.
straw in your mouth. There you go.
that's
You're controlling it with your
I
tongue.
think that's the safest option.
Yeah.
So, like,
Mouth
Yeah.
control.
because you shouldn't be talking anyway while you're driving. I think that's unsafe.
Or while you're free
You know
falling.
what, though?
Free falling.
What would be really great?
One of
is
those
if-
big watches. Maybe you could control it with your eye if you need to. Certain
Yeah.
things. It's like got eye control. And so when it sees your eyes, it knows that's brake. So you take your eyes off the road like this.
To brake.
And then
And
When
the
I take
level-
my eyes off the road, that means something bad is about to
Yeah,
happen.
and the intensity of desperation in your eye is like how...
that's how quick, how hard.
So-
you-
Like if you just having a glance, have a bit of a glance, it's like, oh, we're just coming up to a red light.
exactly. Yeah.
If you're like, oh,
What about this?
yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's essentially put it in reverse. Get away from here.
It's a form of control.
Yes.
For cars that is emotion. It's powered by emotions.
Yes.
It's emotion sensing.
Emotion sensing.
We've done motion.
Control. Yeah.
Let's do emotion.
You emote. Happy for left. For right.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you for making happy left as well. As a left-hander, so often been.
That's why I did it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I sort of told him before the podcast.
Now let's remember, Jess, left-handed, very sensitive about it.
Sensitive lefty. All right, let's plan one sketch for every guest.
Also, that's why we sat you on our left, so that if you want, you do get angry and you want to hit us, it's harder.
You're likely going to use your weak hand.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to get it.
Oh my god! I think my wrist
Actually
is broken.
recoiled then. She's coming for me.
Oh no!
But I also would like, so that and I don't know if we've pitched this before, but so that I can look at my phone while driving. What would be really great is if all the information about the road around me and what's happening could be communicated to a different body part that I don't need to look at my phone, say my tongue. So if there was a thing that I could put in my mouth, that has a series of probes and prods and even maybe incorporates flavour in some way, that communicates all the information about my surroundings
So if you taste
directly
bacon,
to my tongue.
it means somebody stepped onto the road dangerously.
Yeah.
You know?
Would that ruin bacon for you though?
So or would it make bacon more exciting?
Every breakfast.
Just having breakfast going.
Breakfast.
Oh, that's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It all works.
And so
It works so well.
You're having this oral. You don't have your eyes on the road, but you've got your tongue on the road in a big way.
Yeah.
But you're looking at your phone.
Scrolling.
But then police pull you over. You point to your mouth. Yeah, I got the tongue thing.
Yeah, and he
say-
goes, "Get out of here!" Like
Yeah.
that, like
Yeah.
that. And then your thing, you're still looking at your phone when he says that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your thing lets out this flavor of like chalk or something. Like that. There you go. That's a cop saying, "Get out of here."
So you can't hear either. You're also
Your tongue is also
when you got
You got headphones
on,
in and you're
yeah.
watching a video or something like
watching
that.
something thrilling on your
Thrilling,
phone.
yeah,
and
yeah.
all this information is being pumped into your tongue.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a flavour sensation. Man, the traffic out here is delicious.
Now, would you say? Would you say that emotion control for car and tongue control for
Two
car?
totally different
Two
ideas.
different sketches. Great.
Oh my god, yeah.
How's your tongue and
Night
emotion?
and day, Alasdair.
Yeah, they're different things. We're up to 116. Oh my god, look at
Oh yeah.
look at you go.
Yeah, that was 117. I just wrote
17.
down. So it's can you believe? Can we thank the team that is currently updating this?
Yeah.
Actually keeping track. Thank you so much to everybody.
I was thinking about that before because I was like, it's bad enough that you guys are going to be here for a very long time. Then you've forced other people to do it as well.
Yeah, it's tough. So I thank all of them, and thank you to everybody in the Two in the Think Tank Discord, which you can join by going into any of the. If you go, I guess, in any podcast that we have down in the, especially the recent ones, any of the Discord link will be in there. Also, you can support the Two in the Think Tank. The Stupid Old Studios fundraiser because we're being forced to move from this studio because they're building apartments right there, and I could not believe when they told us how expensive it was to move. I mean, I've moved house, and I thought it was just expensive on your soul because having to do it.
Yes. And there's like more stuff here, heavy stuff here.
Well,
I thought, I'm moving all that
Also,
stuff.
you've got to build a whole lot of new rooms and stuff
Yeah.
in the new place.
Yeah,
Rooms,
it's quite a lot.
and not just cupboards. Would you consider a cupboard a room?
Ooh.
Came up in the last with the last guests.
You want a nut butter bar?
I don't think so.
I want that nut butter. I will soon. But I'm gonna have to take it out of that wrapper. Can't have that wrapper sound.
I don't know if I would consider a.
No. What about a drawer?
That's not a room.
No.
But what is a room?
That's right. Well, that's I guess kind of what we're asking in a way.
Because I mean,
And you think it's 4 walls, but then you have a triangular room.
yeah. Or you think like, well, it's a space big enough for a person. But like, if my dog could fit in there, that's a room.
It's a dog room.
Is his little crate a room? Just because I can't get in there,
Now,
is that his room? Do I say go to your room?
now,
Go to your crate.
human houses often have a
Go to your
dog
room,
door.
Sorry.
Why do dog houses, kennels, have a human door?
Oh yeah. Why are they trying to keep us out?
It'd be
What are you
nice
hiding?
if you could go in there and hang out for a bit.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be nice.
Wait.
But then it'd have to be big enough for us to get in.
Yeah.
So it's essentially got to be a shed.
It does. Or just very tall.
Yeah.
Little.
You could
You can
move.
just go in and stand in there and
Yeah.
check on your dog. What are you doing? Hey, you're sleeping, are you?
Could you maybe like?
That's really all they do in there.
Funny person who has so little in their life and has made a dog their only friend to the point where the dog wants some space. But they built the kennel tall enough that they can go in
Yeah.
and see what the dog's up to.
Yeah. What are you
The
doing?
dog's trying to sleep.
The dog's like, fuck off. Please. There's nothing more heartbreaking to me than when my dog wants some space and goes somewhere else. And I'm still sitting on the couch and he's like, I'm going to go over there. And you're like, okay.
I think we're done here.
I've had enough. You're being
dog
a
doesn't
bit
really-
much.
Doesn't even need anything, right? Well, it needs something. It needs to eat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like, what do they want out of an interaction?
Just attention.
What do they want? What do you want?
Love, attention, physical touch.
Yeah, and then sometimes they're like, yeah,
I've had enough.
that's enough. Jess.
Yeah. Is this in any way a sketch idea?
Is this the dog? Could you make a dog house that is all human door that just opens up and it kind of unfolds like a cube?
Ooh.
But that's so you have to like open the door like this because it's the only way you'll get to see everything inside.
Yeah.
Open it up like
Right.
that.
Actually, I was
Unfolds.
picturing just a tall one.
A tall door.
Just so that
Tall dog house.
a human could walk in, stand over their dog in a fairly menacing way.
Quite menacing,
Yeah.
Could
Just sort of
you-
check in on him.
Could you just put a big human door in front of the dog house? And then that just stops your dog from getting in? And then you got to come and open the door when it wants to get in or out of its dog.
Out of its dog house?
Out of its small door that it has.
Just so that you feel important.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go, I'm the boss. You know, like
Yeah.
some people.
You need me.
I know that some people must get a dog and they're like, nah, you got to boss them around.
Yeah.
That. And so,
But then it's a combination of things, isn't it? Because you're also a bit like a doorman. And they don't really feel like the boss.
Yeah.
You're there at the beck and call of your dog.
but you would. If you were the bossy doorman,
Yeah.
it was good. Oh, now you can't come in.
Yeah.
Now we're doing something right now.
Yeah.
Come back in 20.
Yep.
Like that.
Not in those shoes.
Yeah.
You know?
Is the dog wearing shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I'm picturing a real doorman in a real apartment.
Yeah.
Stopping you from getting to your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not in those dog feet.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
He's saying that to a human.
Yeah. And you go,
I just want to confuse the two sketches.
he's just insulting everyone. Not in those dog feet.
Not on those dog feet.
Yeah. I'd take that to
Dog
heart.
feet.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'd be offended by that. I'm not entirely sure what.
It would mean.
Yeah, but I'd
Being
still be like,
called a dog is insulting.
sure.
I assume having a dog face is probably an
Yeah, that's not a
insult.
good thing.
But I think, similarly, dog arms,
Yeah.
that's not nice.
I'll get a dog arms.
Yeah.
It's a really good. It's a good insult, though.
Is it? Do dogs have arms?
Well, exactly.
That's just so good. So
Because I always refer to my
Philosophical.
dog's front legs as his arms.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh, these aren't arms.
But dogs, I realised, they can't grip anything with their feet.
Nah.
There's no gripping.
Nah.
They
We've
kind of got all the little toes.
But they're useless.
Yeah.
We've got like cork floors and our dog's just slipping around all day.
Slittering.
I'm like, look at you, idiot. You can't even walk without slipping around.
out of all this dog
Grip.
was one of these things a sketch? Was there something with a dog door or something like that?
I mean, not giving your dog personal space. It's more of a character.
Yeah.
Is this the person or the dog?
The person,
Is the
Is the
character?
character.
I mean the dog.
dog, hasn't been fleshed out. But I think the idea of a person who's got so little in their life that they've got a special dog door built so they can go and visit their dog in the kennel, and the dog is sick of it. I don't know how you communicate that. Maybe the dog can talk.
Yeah. Maybe the dog can roll its eyes at the very least. If we can't get a talking dog, what about an eye rolling dog?
Could the dog also, who's kind of sick of the owner's crap, could it hate Mondays and eat lasagna?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about lasagna. It's a strange food. Seems like way too much effort for basically pasta, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to make.
Yeah.
And it feels like actually it was an idea for a dessert. It feels much more like something you'd do for a dessert, doing layers like that. It's a very dessert thing to do, I think, layers. And sheets of stuff, very dessert.
Now I'm thinking puff pastry and
Puff pastry,
fruit.
sure, fruit, yeah.
Yum.
But I think a dessert lasagna, it feels like an idea that somebody came up with, right? For a dessert, and then they took it to the studio, and the studio was like, "Well, we don't have any fruit at the moment, or like fruit's not going to be big. Look, I tell you what, we have got a lot of tomato and
And this studio is a kitchen?
Studio kitchen. It's like one big room.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I think? A dessert lasagna seems like such a good idea that it's actually one of those things like the electric car that clearly some big corporation.
Yes,
had
you're
to
absolutely
suppress.
right.
Oh.
Anytime anybody cracks the dessert lasagna, ExxonMobil comes down.
They come and show up, and
No,
it's
it would be Sarah Lee. Would it be Sarah Lee?
they wouldn't let it
Then
happen.
they buy up the technology.
Big Viennetta.
Yeah.
That's an Italian company as well.
Well, I don't know why that's relevant, but yes. Oh, because lasagna.
Lasagna.
Yeah, right. And also, that's Italian. Well, they're from Guatemala.
Yeah.
Yeah. So say no more. So it is the conspiracy to keep us. We can't have dessert lasagna, and the only way the technology ever gets applied is through the inferior regular lasagna.
Which is already pretty good. That's why they couldn't allow something so good. I think maybe they fear
Yeah, they do.
all productivity will stop once we have dessert lasagna.
I mean, maybe it's an outbreak type scenario where, somebody invents a dessert lasagna in a town. Everybody becomes so catastrophically addicted to this dessert lasagna. Everything does grind to a halt, and people, like, lives stop, society stops functioning, and it starts to spread as the recipe for the dessert lasagna gets shared around, okay? And then the government has to make the decision of whether or not they nuke the entire
Well, you know what they had to do?
county.
You know what they had to do? They actually covered the town in hot volcanic ash.
Yeah, sure.
Remember that town?
Yeah.
Wait,
You remember that town? Did that actually happen too?
did that actually happen?
Isn't there a town?
Pompeii?
Oh, wait. And that's in Italy.
Yeah, it's in Italy.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and so that's the conspiracy.
Yeah.
It was actually, they did that to stop the spread of dessert lasagna.
Lasagna.
It goes back that far.
That's how far. I mean, think about it. It's not that
I wouldn't
complicated.
be
It's just
surprised if there
layers
wasn't an
and
entire-
sweetness.
Yeah.
An entire sort of Illuminati type group dedicated to protecting the world from dessert lasagna. Right? If it goes back that far, it'll be like in, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the old
Yeah.
Brotherhood of the Cruciform Sword,
Yeah.
who keep passing the
Is that in Italy?
What does that mean?
Venice.
I mean, they already let tiramisu out,
Yeah.
and they're like, well, we're not gonna let this kind of plague.
Yeah. Yeah. Because look how big tiramisu is.
So big.
It's
Huge.
even now replacing biscuit flavor.
They literally just came up with an alcoholic dessert, right? It's alcoholic.
The only thing that stops tiramisu from preventing everybody from
Functioning.
from functioning is that the alcohol actually stops motivating some people from making another tiramisu.
Yeah. So it can't replicate
Makes
as
them
easily
tired.
in the
Yeah.
environment.
That's right. It doesn't have as high an R naught.
The coffee kind of picks them up, though.
Coffee does pick them
Yeah,
up.
wow.
It leaves them feeling just normal for a minute, you know.
yeah.
And then they're like, well,
It's a little espresso martini of a dessert.
Yeah.
Because the espresso martini is like that as well. It's a dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Makes you want more espresso martinis.
Then more than one is like, well, I'll never sleep again.
Yeah. Psychosis inducing.
Yeah.
yeah, that and the Jaeger bomb.
Oh.
Yeah.
I want to see a drink that is the espresso martini mixed in with a Jaeger bomb.
Don't leave me alone, Al. With Al.
I'm Al.
I know.
I'm Al. I
Just a word.
can't leave you alone.
And I haven't been here for 5 hours.
I know. It's look, we're moving. We're moving.
Only 6.
We're only 30 away from halfway.
That's not bad.
It's actually not too bad.
Not bad at all. You're doing great.
You've really helped our numbers go up.
I don't know that I have. But that's what I like so much about coming to this podcast is that I just get to sort of chat to my friends and you make that ideas.
Yeah. Well,
I feel helpful.
I think you don't realize that you're a waterfall of ideas and you just don't know that they're ideas,
Yeah.
I mean, even that waterfall metaphor really kind of came out of you pouring out from a height.
Yeah.
And then
I'm so tall.
That's exactly what it is.
So tall.
And it's from those extra bones in your butt
Yeah.
that have given you extra
Doctors
elevation.
are baffled.
Doctors hate her.
Why there's so many bones in her butt?
Her head's so hard to reach.
Do we have bones in our butt?
Yeah, it's the leg. It's the top of the legs.
Yeah, of course.
But it's not part of the curvature of the butt or anything like that.
That's all.
The meat is mostly meat.
Yeah.
But is there a bone that is also meat? Is that cartilage maybe? I don't know if that what cartilage is.
Like the all I can think of like with mostly cartilage is your ears. There's not bones in there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But it is the closest thing, isn't it? It's like that's why sometimes you with the nose one, we're all tricked into thinking that it's a bone.
Yeah, your eyes are bone.
And I just feel like we could probably simplify the body a little bit.
Okay.
Just make it all cartilage.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking?
Yes.
Like a shark.
Because I mean, think about this, and this is great for in nature, right? If ever we go back to nature,
Yeah.
genetically engineering our species to really fuck us up like this,
Yeah.
would be good because when you're eating a chicken
Yes.
or a cow,
Yes.
you eat one bit that feels weird. What is it?
Cartilage.
Cartilage. That's
Yeah.
right. And you don't want to eat it, right?
Yeah.
We could become inedible.
Oh.
Or at least just yucky.
Yeah, a bit yucky.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then in time, sharks would be like, I'm not even bothering.
Yeah.
Worth my time.
exactly.
Yes.
We could shape ourselves like a surfboard.
Yes.
Then.
Then it would also
Sharks quite often bite surfboards.
it would dramatically reduce cannibalism.
Yeah, that's
That's
really
a
good
big
as well.
problem.
It's a big problem.
It's
Big.
low now, but
What is the government doing about cannibalism?
Make us all cartilage.
It's low now, but how do you stamp out those last few?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
because people, I think when they're thinking about eating man flesh, let's face it,
Yeah.
or woman flesh,
Sure.
pardon me, I think they're thinking about eating the flesh.
Yep.
And I reckon they're not like, oh, I can't wait to eat the bit in the nose that's hard.
Yeah.
And all those ears, I wonder what gives them structure.
Yeah.
I want to feel that with my tongue.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, I'm angry.
Isn't it interesting that even for cannibals, I bet there are things that gross them out.
Yeah.
About
Even for
eating-
cannibals.
Even for cannibals.
What about this bit?
They
You
have
know
a
this
strong
bit?
stomach.
Yeah.
You know this bit?
Several.
It's just like a little string that
Yeah,
kind
what
of goes
the
from there to there. Do they
that?
you reckon they eat that?
That would be
What is that?
it'd be chewy.
It's the banjo string of the mouth.
Be chewy.
Yeah.
I like
I don't know. Is it look
Bristly.
this silly cartilage thing?
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
it's silly. Is it a sketch? Can I make us less edible? I mean, could you? Okay, it's Greenpeace. They're saving the chicken by injecting them with cartilage, making everything. They're changing their DNA. They're giving them the Pfizer vaccine,
Are they
changing
real
their DNA.
floppy and horrible looking?
Hey?
Yeah.
They're all real floppy and horrible looking now?
They'll never look better
Wow.
because now there's no all the plump bits. They're all hardened and stuff, and now they
So they're cartilage all the way through. It's not just the bones that are being replaced with
no
cartilage.
everything becomes cartilage.
Oh, it's all cartilage.
What if we
Okay.
got word that aliens were on their way to Earth?
Hmm.
Okay, we somehow get advance word.
And they're hungry.
And they're hungry and they want to eat us. And we realize that the only way to stop them, we somehow work out what they're interested in eating. Maybe they have a scout party that comes
Find
out
out
ahead.
that it's flesh, our
Yeah,
flesh, our
yeah.
delicious plump flesh.
Sounds like they're just polite guests. They're letting you know they're coming. Dietary requirements.
Yeah.
That's right. But we suspect that us is what they eat. They said they're gonna
Yeah.
have us for dinner.
Yeah.
That old trick. you know?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like a vampire movie or something.
Yeah, yeah.
They use the same sentence structure as us and everything.
Exactly. And so we go, well, we've seen old vampire movies
Yeah.
and things like that. We're
We
all
know.
for this.
Writing's on the wall. Time to genetically engineer the entire population, guys. It's the only solution.
And chickens.
And also chickens, because we don't want them eating our chickens either.
Just the chickens.
Those are our chickens.
And yeah,
So we're leaving all other animals.
cows and goats and stuff like that. We got to leave something just in case.
It's like a,
We'll
it's
do
like a sort of
ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
a bizarre or slightly different version of Noah's Ark, right? Where instead
Yeah.
of a flood that's going to drown everything, it's It's a alien species going to eat everything that's plump and fleshy.
Yep.
Okay, and we two of every animal, we turn them all into cartilage just to preserve them
Yeah, that's good.
when the beasts arrive.
That's good.
They're ravenous beasts. This is an unsavoury topic of conversation, but as I was in the toilet, I thought I was very worried about getting any wee on my pants.
Yep.
I'm always worried, but I thought today,
Of all days.
of all days,
Yeah.
I can't hide in the toilet waiting for it to dry because I've
No
got to get
hand
back
dryer.
down there.
No hand
There's
drying.
no hand dryer, and also I'm going to be on camera. And look, see here, and as you can see, successfully didn't have that problem.
So nice.
But I was wondering if it would be a thing that toilets should offer is a kind of little disposable pants bib that you can, you can get out. I don't know
My
if you
gosh,
relate to
that's-
this.
You can write that down straight away.
So
couldn't you?
visceral.
Oh, yeah. Write that one right down.
Just, but that next to the toilet paper roll, there's another thing that you can roll out, and you
Yeah.
can sort of open the fly, tuck it in around there. Maybe there's a little thing that ties around the back as well. I mean, you could just sit down, sure.
Yeah.
But no, it's my God-given right to stand.
Yeah. And the first thing I would do if I was suddenly a man, you know,
And to
we had a Freaky Friday situation, I'd be standing,
Yeah.
I'd pee everywhere.
Yeah.
I'd be on a road trip and I'd get out of that car, side of the road, take a piss.
Yes.
Slash.
Yeah, would you go against a fence?
I'd go anywhere, Andy.
great.
On
I'd
the
go
car.
Farsing the road. Face it, farsing the road.
Passing the
Passing the
road.
road.
I was driving along the other day and a guy did exactly that. He pulled over, obviously needed to pee, got out of the passenger side, didn't even close the car door, just peeing on the
Just
side of the
standing there.
freeway.
Wow.
Yeah.
I saw the stream
Was this
come out
Tuesday?
of him.
Yeah.
Was this? No, I'm just wondering if this was Cup Day. This was
Yeah, it
the
was
public
actually.
holiday.
Yeah, it was.
There you go. Somebody's on the way back from the races, I reckon.
Yeah.
And he's seen the way the horses do it.
Yep. Bad traffic,
Yeah.
everything's slow. You gotta pee.
You know, that's the great thing. So men can stand peeing, up against something.
Yeah.
A
We
can
wall, stand, we can do it. A bush,
Yep.
between bushes,
Easy.
on a tree, grass, snow, whatever. But women would actually be able to pee like a horse. Because we couldn't just pee forward and then walk like that, because then the forward motion would probably lead us to run into some pee, especially if there's wind. But let's imagine a world without wind. And then a world,
That's the dream.
women could pee like horses and actually walk and then keep going. And I think it'd be,
It's really a lot.
And so you're saying you couldn't because pee would go on you.
Yeah.
But a woman could walk along peeing and she'd have no pee on her.
I mean, I reckon if she's wearing sort of like fishing pants, those kind of rubber fishing pants,
Okay.
and that are crotchless
Yes.
and really taped tight along the thigh.
Then yeah.
I think guys could do that as well, actually, if we taped ourselves down.
Yeah.
But also, I think nobody is. There's been since podcasting, I've noticed a lot more pants companies advertising themselves. You got your bonobos, bunch of other groups of people selling pants on podcasts, advertising pants.
Yep.
But I think nobody's advertising a really good peeing pant. No pants market what they offer to the peeing experience, which, just as much as walking, is a big part of what we do with the bottom half of our body and the pants region, indeed, in general.
Well, that's and I think now that we've maybe come to the point where there is underwear technology that allows you to just have your period into it.
Yeah.
That suggests that our underwear absorption technology is getting to a point where I think soon, and I'm not saying it's within the next 5 years, but 10 years seems unreasonably far away that we could just pee right.
Yeah, Alasdair, what you're describing is a nappy.
Yeah, it's a nappy.
I know, but
They make them for adults.
but that underwear, what we used to describe it as was a pad
Yeah,
or a tampon,
sure.
right? And now
it's
it's
just
just
underwear.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can live your life without wearing a pad, without wearing a
I
nappy.
call them pundies.
Undies. yeah.
Period undies. Bit of fun.
And
Yeah,
then,
that's good. And
Fun
it's a
for the whole
pun as
family,
well.
exactly,
So,
yeah.
And that's in there
so,
as
so
well.
the pun is as well. So
Yeah.
are you flagging
Guys.
that it is a pun?
Yep.
So people know going into it, this word is going to be a pun.
Pun alert.
That, and then you go
Pundies.
pundies.
And then you can just relax because you don't know what, relax and enjoy it. Once you've been flagged, what's happening? What's coming into your ear holes? It's a great for a word to introduce itself on the way into the ear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why sometimes when I'm saying a word, like let's say I'm going to say self-effacing, like this. Before going into the word self-effacing, I go, regular word, self-effacing. Like that. And that way people know it's not going to be a pun. There's actually no humor here. Although I might be using self-effacing humor.
Yeah.
But I'll be saying, I am using regular word, self-effacing humor.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, and it is
Sometimes-
exhausting having a conversation.
Tell me about it. Sometimes I like to, before I say a word, whisper a word. Whisper the same word, just to sort of, smooth the waters a little bit, break the ice, Hello.
It's the opposite of an echo.
It is, yeah, a little pre-echo.
Yeah, pre-echo.
Is the aversion I'm
Echo.
feeling pun a creco? Pun a creco. Is that in Italy?
It's happening.
All right. Now, is there resistance to the pee undies? The pun pee undies?
Yeah.
That you guys don't believe that undies could hold that much pee.
I think it's a really funny sketch.
Does it need to be full pants?
Can I tell you this?
Absorptive pants?
This is the sketch, Alasdair. It is somebody who has invented pee undies that you can pee into, and they are trying to pitch them at like a Dragon's Den type scenario, and the people they're pitching to keep saying that they're nappies, right?
Yeah.
And the people who have invented them keep saying no, they're just very absorbent undies that you can pee into.
And you
keep the
can walk
pee in,
around
And
and
you
stuff
can walk around.
Yeah.
Okay? But they're very resistant to them being described as nappies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That disconnect, that's the source of the humor there. In fact, this could be the closest to a sketch idea we've come up with all day.
You think? And so maybe they would also ask. They would go.
And then somebody
does
also add that the official sketch count is now at 1.
Can they argue? Could the people argue? They say, oh, well, does it slosh when you sit down in it?
Slosh is a fantastic word.
And they go, it does a little. You go, and it's undies. And you go, no.
Nappies.
Oh yeah, sorry, nappies. Oh, forget it. Look.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness. Pee undies.
We've
Dragons Den.
Really, we've been done dirty. By a sketch count. Please put it back to whatever it was.
It's 122. 122.
I thought it was 142.
No.
No.
There was a point though where when we were going out of 70, I started writing 80. And then I started writing 50 for some reason. I wrote 50, 51, 52, and then I went,
What?
Okay, so we're at 123. Okay, we still got one more
Did you
before we
write
get
down
changed.
my idea for a pants bib for peeing?
The toilet's pants bib.
Yeah.
It's right there. It's one of the most brilliant ideas I've ever seen and heard.
You know what would also
I saw it in my
work
mind.
Would be if, and this is a great idea. If the toilet, and there's no reason we couldn't do this, have the toilet lid so it flips the other way.
Towards you.
Towards you. And then, as a man, it flips up like that, rests against your legs, protects the pant region as you pee in, and it doesn't affect the women in any way.
Well, what about this? Okay, so it's like it comes towards you like this.
Yes.
So it goes.
It's like a little drawbridge.
like this, like that. And so then it's up against your, and then it fans around like a sort of like a peacock's tail or something like that, but with just a little hole like that.
Oh.
For you to pee through.
Yeah,
And then
so
it just
these
and you
things
just
that
pee
flick
down
out
the thing,
like
and it
that.
makes.
They don't flick back in again.
No,
into the
it fans
cover,
out.
that hole.
It fans out like a peacock's tail, like
Yeah,
that,
right.
like that, and with just an area so that you are there and everything is protected. And it thinks about it protects
Everything.
everybody.
Yeah.
And maybe it even comes out like this.
It's
like a
like Iron Man's suit.
Yes.
Expands to fill the space.
Well, it goes like this, and it's like an outdoor theater, like an outdoor
an amphitheater.
amphitheater, like that,
Yeah.
like that, and then you could just pee like that, and it goes. The resonance in there when you would pee, it would be a new instrument, and maybe you can flex the material to get different notes.
Ooh.
And then you're going like.
Really making peeing a fun experience.
Yeah.
Right now it's just
then finally we'd have a reason to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Right
now we don't have a reason to do it.
Exactly.
No reason.
Reason to do it is.
Will women feel jealous that they don't get to have this experience?
No.
Is this just another glass ceiling,
porcelain
male
ceiling.
privilege, porcelain ceiling? The porcelain ceiling. There is also one of those so you don't get anything on the roof.
Oh my god.
Or if you do, it's just part of the bowl.
Yeah.
Why not make the
Yes.
whole area
Porcelain.
in the bathroom out of the
Why not
toilet?
make the whole room a bowl? And you go into the bowl, all right, and you stand in the bowl.
Is it because it's degrading to be in the bowl?
Yeah, you don't want to be in the bowl.
I think the toilet at the moment. You're absolutely right. It's very much divided into a in the bowl, not in the bowl.
Yeah.
Dichotomy, division.
That's right.
And as humans, I think a lot of the time we define ourselves as being not in the bowl.
Yeah. Because we think, well, that's poo, and we think of poop as beneath us.
Yeah.
But it's also a part of us.
It's in us.
In us as well, yeah.
In us. Would you consider, I know this is a question, but because there's kind of like this pipe that starts here and then ends at the other end,
Well described.
in a way, is not really a part of our body. It's kind of like exterior, and then things kind of are let into our body from that pipe. So would you consider that pipe part of our body, the inside of our body, or outside of our body?
Oh,
I think it's inside our body, but it's much like plumbing in this building. Right? It's inside the building, but it would have outlets.
Oh yeah,
Outside.
That's right. And it only experiences things from outside of the thing, outside of the thing.
Yeah.
And then, all right.
I don't quite understand what you're saying, Alasdair. I'm starting to shut down.
Oh no! Well, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm going to get something to eat that is going to absolutely change the
Wait.
game.
But what is the inside the bowl sketch? We got to find an inside the bowl sketch.
It's the whole room is a toilet.
Yeah.
I think you could really pitch this, down to Reese's. This could be a new interior design trend.
Ooh.
Or you go to
toilet is the bowl.
go to one of
the shower could be in the
Architectural
bowl.
Digest things or whatever, where you go see around a celebrity's house. Their entire room is a toilet.
I love those videos.
Or it's a huge room, all porcelain, with lots of little holes all over, like little rabbit holes.
And you get to
really
decide
big.
what each hole does.
You go
on each event. You could go, is this the shower drain? Everywhere is just like you can flush from anywhere. You can have a long flush.
Oh,
for
the
a
flush
shower.
comes from the roof, does it? Drops right down.
Yeah.
Nice.
Everything's the bowl. You got every aspect of it has got to be able to be rinsed away.
I think that there's a rim all the way around the top there where you would have like normally a pelmet around the perimeter, and that's where the water flushes down from and sluices all across the floor, racing in, and it gets a big swirl on. But you want to be out of the room by the time that happens, or you'll get dragged away to your doom down the sewer pipes.
I know, but sometimes that would be exciting as well.
Yeah, this is our second new toilet idea today, Alasdair.
I think it might be.
Or it could be the third or the fourth.
Yeah, I don't know if we're limited to just two.
I'd love to see the stats.
Yeah, I believe we have. I'm really unfortunate here, but we have another. Not unfortunate. I'm very happy about having this guest.
Fortunate.
I just mean that our time is wrapping up, and I'm really sorry about that.
I don't think you are, but
I am so. You're a fountain of ideas. A
waterfall is what I was called. Yes. Yeah. And it's nice because I will leave, but essentially a part of me will take my place.
And you're going to do a shit on
I'm going to shit on this couch. I've always liked this couch, but I'm going to shit on it.
You're so brave.
Thank you.
Nobody's doing that on camera these days.
Nobody's shitting these days.
Not at least in this scene, and that's cool.
In many ways, though, you are kind of saying that Dave Warneke is my shit.
There was no way that we would say that. You have implied that. You have left. I thought you were leaving additionally a poo behind, and then Dave was going.
I'm leaving a literal and a metaphorical.
There we go.
Poo.
And now no one can be offended.
I mean, at times,
that's safe.
At times, even though Dave is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, I'm sure, like all of us, Dave can be a little shit.
Yes. Yes.
And therefore, in that way,
we'd like to welcome him.
Bye.
See you later, Jess. Thank you so much. Do you need to plug anything? Okay, great.
Yes.
Can I go on this one?
Yes.
I don't want to go on that shit-stained microphone.
No, you can't do that.
Well, hang on, but if this has got the muff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a choice.
All right, I'm back on muff.
Both, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dave.
Anyone done that? Has anyone done this yet?
Every angle.
Nobody's done this yet.
But that's really good.
Is this a sketch?
Yeah.
Stereo.
Man who demands to be mic'd up with both arms.
Well, it's taking one voice. Humans we are mono creatures. As an individual, you're always talking in mono, but this is a great way for you to talk in stereo.
Oh.
If I then, I could be listening to you and then you could play with the balance there.
You're actually getting the full sound. So if I was chewing something, you'd hear what it sounds like on this side of my face.
Yeah.
And also this side.
And I would hate that because I'm a real non-mouth noise kind of guy. I need to get some water, Alasdair, so I'll be back in just a second.
Sure. Well, Dave, let's get straight into this.
Thank you so much.
Mono creature.
Yes.
I think Andy was touching on that when we were talking about both mics, and I didn't know what to do with it. And so I suppose the only time we're not mono people is when there's sort of a conjoined twins.
Yes.
We're two people, and I don't know what that would feel like in your mind. I suppose each head gets its own mono feeling. Do you think that it would be possible to feel like two people in one? How about this? Do you feel like there's other people inside your brain?
Yes.
Really? Like, do you feel like, as I feel, here's something dumb.
Okay.
I feel. Are we too deep into this?
No, please. How do you feel in there?
Like,
I feel like you should be lying down on this couch while you tell us.
I feel like there's another part of the mind that feeds you ideas and stuff, right?
Yes.
That's because sometimes when you go to say something, I don't think of that. It just comes to me. Do you think that's correct, or do you think that's dumb?
So are you saying that this microphone is capturing the raw you before it gets filtered to the actual, like to the out?
I hadn't thought about adding it to the two microphones thing.
Oh, okay. But maybe you could do that. Like that could be like your defense for like you could say whatever you like, but then be like, that's not me that said that. That's the other me.
Like a ventriloquist.
Yeah. One man ventriloquism.
One man ventriloquist. Here we go. And he's just got two microphones.
Yeah.
Great
to be here.
This noise?
Yeah. That's really cool.
Oh, why don't you give me one of those? Oh, what have you got there? Oh, are those mangoes? I love mangoes. Like one man ventriloquist. Thank you so much. Oh, great to be here. Oh, whoa. That's rude. They're Andy's mangoes. You don't get a mango. Oh, but I love mangoes. All right. Okay.
Man, Andy stinks and I hate him. Oh, don't say that about him.
Whoa. I'm so sorry he said that. Oh, fuck Andy. Oh. Whoa.
You're actually really good at this. I think the man of two voices who is capable of making his voice sound like it's coming slightly to the left only by moving his head over there is a really great character.
It's written down. Your character is here. It's now been... It's 124.
124.
I'm trying something I've never tried before, which is to peel a mango.
Oh, wow.
And eat it like a hand fruit.
It's incredible. It's how Ivan Aristogeta says that they would eat it in Venezuela.
Oh,
really?
He was upset that we would
Really? They eat it like this?
Yeah. Just I don't think you even peel the whole thing. You probably leave some skin so your hands don't get all.
There's nothing more satisfying though than cutting off the cheek and then doing that.
Yeah, I know.
Thing and then popping out the squares. That
hedgehog.
That feels so good.
Square hedgehog. It's like a math.
Would you ever do that with a loaf of bread? Like a cob loaf?
Yeah. I think you could. And I think you should.
And what would you do? Would you just sort of pour spread butter in between the squares?
In the notches?
Or because you wouldn't just be eating plain bread, are you?
I think you would.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or what if you popped it, you hedgehogged it, and then you put butter and cheese on it, then put it in the oven?
Yeah,
wow.
That would definitely work. Then
melts in the valleys.
Suddenly you've made a pull apart kind of bread.
Yeah.
I do like that. But then again, what about this? You got a big plate of butter. Just butter just all over. Like this. Butter. And it's soft. It's a warm day. And you've left the butter out. The plate of butter.
Oh my goodness.
And you've just turned this bread hedgehog inside out. And you just go on the plate and you go boop, 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 like that. And then you just fold it back up like a taco. And then you eat it. I think that it's not a sketch idea, but gosh, it's a great way.
Yeah, that's a great recipe.
It's a
recipe for success.
Okay, we got to start putting recipe ideas. How many ideas we've got?
It was a really enjoyable experience. I'm sorry about the noise to anybody at home.
You did really well. I thought that was going to be a disaster if I'd predicted it.
I've got my podcasting towel, so I can just give a quick wipe.
Andy got us some podcasting towels.
What else have they been used for so far?
Hey,
just wiping the brow.
It's just a bit of this. Actually, this one smells like back sweat right now. So.
Wiping the back.
Yeah, it's been absorbing a lot of that back moisture.
Matt Stewart has just arrived in the back of the room.
Yeah.
Are we going to have you both on at once? Because Dave's only just got onto the couch.
But
Yeah, you can come on down.
I mean, Matt
'cause
was
we can have
coming
two
to join during one of his Do Go On friends things. If you're happy to come on, Matthew. If you're
I'd
happy
be
to
so
share the
happy.
spotlight.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm not so happy.
He looked like he was leaving. Matt, I know you're not on mic yet, but how are you feeling?
Good, thanks.
Yeah?
Pretty good.
It's so great to see you. It's been a really, really long time since we hung out.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? It's in the same room.
Yeah, in the same room, sure.
Hung out in the same Zoom before, though,
Ah.
recently.
Is that
Yeah,
what
I
it's
think I might have misunderstood what this is.
Yeah, look, I think we all did.
But yeah, I mean, there was a second mic here. It makes it feel like it's not that unexpected.
No. This is exactly right. You guys, you're okay, podcasting together? You feel all right about that?
Yeah, I don't think, because when, I can't even remember. I just remember you saying come in when one of them come in.
Yeah. I know that's what you asked. You said
what I
can't,
asked.
you said I can't. I don't think I can do 11 p.m. But I could come in when one of my friends comes on.
Right. Yeah, sorry, I put that strangely. Do you want me to come back?
No.
Could this be a sketch?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this seems like it's leading to a great idea.
What about man who demands to be on every single podcast?
That sounds like most
always-
people in comedy.
Banging on the studio door. Let me in. Doesn't understand that.
I think that's everyone until you're like Nick Mason and you start being like, all right, I'll do your one, but fucking hell.
Saying yes to
Nick's coming on it too. He's gonna be here too. So, I think demands to be on and also stands outside of the podcast while it's recording
Shouting.
and going, "Oh, I wish people would have me on this podcast. Gosh, I'm never gonna get on this podcast." And I think that's the easiest way to do it too.
I think you've just sort of broken down the essence of what it is to be a comedian.
Yeah.
Why aren't I on that thing?
But if you yell loud enough outside any studio, you're going to be
Let in and
you're going to be a guest.
Yeah.
And people will hear you yelling. If
true.
only let me into the podcast.
Let me in,
I'll
guys.
kill you all if you don't let me in.
and it's the guest. It's sort of like it's the trickery how you can get onto every podcast.
And at the end, they have to say, "All right, outside the door."
Stop shouting.
Yeah.
Come in.
You can come in.
What they don't realise is that when I come in, I'm still shouting.
Yeah, shouting.
That's my volume.
That's my speaking.
And at the end, they're like, "Have you got anything to plug?" And then you just start yelling through the door.
Can I suggest that this could be a good way for us to, we've come up with a few side hustles today, but a great way to earn a little bit of cash on the side would be to say, you might not be able to afford to get your product, as a product read or an ad spot on some of the biggest podcasts. But if you give me a fraction of the cost, I will go to where they're recording and shout about your product from outside the windows, and it'll be in there, just in the background.
I don't it'd be better. Subliminal advertising, right?
Moose pillows!
Yeah, and I think maybe then you would have to probably go and hassle them while they're doing the editing.
Yeah.
Right up until the point that it needs to go out. Right? So that way they're in a rush, like suddenly once it has to go out, they're not going to be able to keep editing.
Yeah, and by the way, when you have an ad, it might go for 2 minutes, people just skip that.
Yeah.
You can't skip the whole podcast.
The whole way.
The whole time, that's unskip. You skip to the end and you go, "I've missed the whole podcast."
Yeah.
I have to hear about Moose.
They can reschedule to another podcasting thing, but you can just go again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
can
you just find them.
Or kill me. I'll send 2 men in my place.
Yeah, that's
I'll be yelling in duo.
You kill me. I have 2 sons, and they yell louder and twice.
Well, that is actually true.
Yeah.
And I can
And
test
so you just have
testify.
to get your kids to have 2 sons. Each.
Yes. Yeah.
And that way, obviously,
That's growth.
after they've
That's
killed you, they'll be able
growth.
to,
Yeah.
I mean, let's not think about anybody hurting our children, but, this is where this
sure.
is going.
It's not me that's saying it, it's the idea that wants me to say it, and my children do get killed in this.
It's the power of the thread anyway, right?
Yeah.
They know that that's what would happen,
Exactly.
so it's futile to bother even
to
editing you
fight it.
out in the first place.
How I like to wear people down.
Yeah.
by having
They might.
children.
Most likely, they will have to test it once. They'll call you bluff once, so you will probably die.
I will die.
I think your kids will be safe.
Yeah. Or at least, at the very least, go to jail or whatever like
Sure,
that. For just
sure.
harassing
I
somebody.
go to jail. Yeah, that's okay.
No, they will go to jail. You'll be dead.
And then it becomes a true crime podcast is born, and they get more downloads than anything. So Moose Pillows will be thanking you.
Pillows.
Yeah.
Is that a real one? Moose pillows?
No, but it seemed really plausible.
It seems so real.
I believed it.
They would have a lot of flesh on them. Flesh pillows, right? How about this? The memory pillow that's actually made with a real brain.
Oh, great.
They look comfortable.
Well,
Brains do look like
Yeah.
they would be perfect to support the neck.
Yeah.
And it would follow the kind of the architecture of the body.
Right.
you see, in a movie, somebody's been accepted by a pack of wolves. And they sleep there, huddled in the wolf pile, with their head resting on the belly of the chief wolf because they've earned their trust. Okay, and this is a scene after an important moment where they were fighting a pack of hyenas, and you rescued the chief wolf, right? So now you're part of the pack, and you can sleep with your head on their chest. And it looks really comfortable. And there's that sort of that breath, a pillow that sort of breathes in and out like that.
Oh, yeah. Sort of
Shaggy,
like you're on a-
bit of dog smell, but not too much.
sort of rocking you quietly
Yeah.
to sleep.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Gentle.
A living
It's a
pillow.
wolf pillow.
So it's like a wolf, but it doesn't have the head.
Yeah,
And
it could
it's
still
a
have the
moose
head,
as well, isn't it?
It's
So this is like the chief moose of the pack.
it is chief moose when you've been accepted by a pack of mooses.
Yeah. Nice. And then of course it's a moose, so it's very big. So your neck is like
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
like laying down up against the mooses. Because they're megafauna, right? Or moose, like they're like
Really?
they're probably taller.
Red kangaroos are megafauna, I learned recently.
A lot of things are megafauna.
I'm not happy with that though. I really don't like them just lowering the bar for megafauna.
Yeah.
I think I heard that maybe otters were megafauna.
Yeah, see, I'm furious about that.
Yeah. But, it's nice that when you think about elephants as megafauna, then you go, well, now we're alive during the time of these
Yeah.
megafauna for a couple more years.
It's a good couple of years,
Yeah.
I reckon. Yeah.
They're bringing back the woolly
Bringing it back?
as well, apparently, yeah.
Bringing
Where
it
they
back.
bring it back to?
They're going to put it on the tundra.
Tundra.
Yeah.
Like a hot area.
The icy tundra.
I see tundra. Oh, yeah. No, so that is tundra.
You're thinking of the savannah.
I'm thinking savannah. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I never think of savannah.
Man, whenever
I
you
didn't-
question me on science,
You
my heart stops.
The
I can
eyes
feel
get
it.
wide.
Yeah, I
and you
can feel
freeze
it.
in place, but you stood up for yourself, Matt, and I think that's really respectful. Yeah, good.
No, the cold one. Oh God. Help.
I forgot a tundra. I think it's because somebody in a bit once used their their mon pubis area as they called it the pubic tundra. And then I always thought warm, moist.
Nothing hotter than
Yeah,
pubes.
wow, you've reversed engineered that knowledge from the most fragile of,
Yeah. But
foundations.
where do you get your information on tundra from?
Yeah, it's true.
Where do you get it?
The episode of The Mighty Boosh,
There you go.
where they go to the Arctic tundra.
Arctic. See, that would have given it away. Arctic
Yeah.
tundra.
I couldn't remember that bit, but that is where they're putting them.
You know why I'm confused? Because when people start talking about Antarctica being a desert,
Yeah.
you go, well, come on. Now I thought of deserts as hot places at least in the day.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah, I do.
That's what
Andy.
you associate it with, right? And instead of granules of sand, what you do. Is my mind supposed to be able to accept granules of snow?
What?
Isn't that just water? Could you say that it's an ocean?
See, I'm complete opposite. Whenever somebody says desert, the first thing I picture is Antarctica, and then they start talking about camels. It takes me ages to get my head into gear.
Yeah.
Talking about
Okay, this is. I think this guy who
camels, the ships of the desert, they'd struggle in Antarctica. They'd freeze to death.
who pictures Antarctica.
Wow. Yes.
So it feels a bit like, because that's like a classic gotcha trivia moment.
Yeah.
So what's the biggest desert? People say, well, the Sahara. And you go, wrong. Antarctica.
That's why you got into trivia.
That guy is so obsessed with that's being caught out that they always think of the trick answer.
Only
Always.
don't even let themselves.
The guy is such a cunt, right? And he would always, no, that's the first thing I think of when I think of deserts. I'm sorry. It's the biggest. To me, that's the most, that's the most iconic.
The definitive desert. Well, so when you think of a desert, you don't think of the biggest desert in the world?
Okay.
Think of number 2.
Desert creatures. What you mean? Penguins?
Penguins and seals?
Yeah, I guess. Creatures of the desert. Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess it is a place that springs to life. when the penguins and seals are there.
That would be the life bit.
That would be.
I really think you skipped over that that living pillow thing. That feels like
You know what? I wrote down memory. Oh yeah, living pillow. Sorry, I didn't write. And I wrote down memory foam pillow made of real brain, which isn't.
When you're looking for
Almost
300, I feel like that's...
living pillow. I think.
Thank you, Matt. I can't believe I let that one go through.
Because I think that's the strongest one since I've been here, I feel.
Sure.
And Al's skipping them. What has he missed so far in the 6 hours, I
Well,
wonder?
a worse question is, what has he written down? Some things have made it onto that pad that should never have.
I'm the one who's working here. I'm trying to do some work.
You know, when you're talking about the brain and how it would fit nicely in the crook of your neck or whatever that bit is at the back.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be even better if they just, when they do cookie cutters or whatever, I assume that's how they make brains, right? So if you got the off cut of the brain, that would fit even more perfectly than just another brain, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. So you're saying the outer mold, sort of like, let's say they had a kilo block of brain.
Yeah.
Like that, just a full, or maybe it's like a 14 kilo block or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they have these molds come in and stamp out the brain from that, like that, and then all that stuff that's left over.
Yeah, the offcuts.
So then,
What's happening to the offal?
That's probably just going to landfill.
That's probably going to landfill. And so you're saying that those corners and stuff like that would be a perfect fit?
Yeah, I think so.
You could be. I mean, it'll be.
I mean, isn't it the inverts of the brain? It's just the other bit. So
yeah, so the inside. So you could just put your head inside.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's probably even more comfortable.
I mean,
if you're
it'd be wet, it'd be warm. It'd be like being in the womb
back
again.
in the womb.
Remind you back at the time when your brain was stamped out of a big.
I tuned out a long time ago. What are we putting our heads inside of?
You know how when brains are made, they would be stamped out of a big block of
sure,
like
solid brain matter.
Yeah, like that. And so whatever's left from that mold, the pile of corners and things like that, you could either put your head in, or
put it in a sack.
Put it in a sack,
and that would just sort of.
Yeah, you'll rest your head back into.
Be one of those sort of travel pillows that goes all the way around.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that'd be a great way to
and
make.
It's all excess brain flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Is the idea with the mattress?
I like it being stamped out in a factory.
Is the idea with the mattress?
That's what I was assumed.
Is that the mattress is supposed to be a pillow for the rest of your body?
Oh my god, I never thought of it that way, but that makes sense.
That the head kind of just gets its own little pillow.
Yeah.
It gets its own little mattress.
Why have they ever done a pillow that is a small mattress?
I don't know.
I know.
But I like it.
I know we've already got two pillow ideas.
I like it. I like that little mattress has its own pillows on there, one for each ear.
Well, right in this little, like that little curvature area, just there. I think it would make sense to just have another little mattress.
I think you could also have an extra little blanket on there that you pull up maybe just to the bottom of your nose, just over there.
That's cool. And then what about the third one? The third mattress.
The third
Does
mattress?
that have a blanket as well?
No.
Okay.
That's really assuming people are breathing through their nose, though, Andy. Which
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot who I was talking to.
that would kill me.
I actually have started sleeping a lot with the blankets over my mouth and stuff. Partially because for some reason my nose gets really dry and things like that, and then having that really was soothing.
It's really strange.
So you can actually breathe under the blankets. Just letting you know, it's
You
a
won't die,
breathe through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is actually probably one of the first ideas. My nose is itchy.
When we're talking about skulls and brains, it made me think about a sort of a Viking warrior who drinks from the skulls of his enemies, obviously. And at a certain point, maybe there aren't enough enemies or something like that, and he's got to confront. He's getting accused of not actually drinking from the skulls of his enemies, but just buying like a 6-pack of just like general skulls from some supply store. And actually a lot of those people weren't his enemies, or it's a process. Time has passed. We're still drinking from the skulls of our enemies, but it's a more formalized process where, just anybody can get killed and have their skull taken, but then there's some little thing that they have to sign beforehand, and you sign to get them to be your enemy.
Like organ donor.
Like a certificate of authenticity.
Yeah. Oh, but no, you're right. But also, I like your organ donor angle, which is that like there must be Vikings out there who these days aren't allowed to kill anybody and take their skulls, but one more option for things that you can do when you die is you can sign a thing that says, when I die, I want my skull to be used to be drunk from by this Viking.
Yeah.
And
This man is my enemy?
This man is my enemy. There'd have to be a legal process, a thing that you enter into to say that he's officially your enemy, and then he can drink from the skull.
Would it be
maybe you're allowed to smash the window in his car or something like that. And then
like
it's
an
done.
inheritance.
It's formal. Yeah, exactly. And then he can have your skull when you die.
Would it be a case of who dies first?
Oh, yes.
We're
they're
tied
each-
together. We've both signed.
Yeah.
Deal.
Obviously, we probably don't want to murder the other one. But
Yeah.
like, if you happen to die in a car accident, I go, yes, drinking tonight.
Fingers crossed, skulls intact.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, imagine that. Oh.
Whole situation. But I'm sure you could super glue it back together or something.
True. That's a good point.
Quite, it's
Modern medicine.
Yeah,
Marvels
modern
of it.
medicine.
Epoxy
might be
resin,
able to-
maybe. Using
sure.
some-
Sally's. I reckon Sally's to do some sort of skull.
But there's special skull glue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To do you a special. Yeah, and then so wait. So initially, it's just a guy, Viking, killing enemies, drinking from their skulls.
Yes.
Okay, and so then everybody loves that. But then I guess eventually, you've probably developed peace with some
Sure.
of your groups, some of these people, and then you agree that maybe having your grandfather's enemy is enough to drink from his skull, because that your grandfather's enemy is probably your enemy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the enemy of my grandfather is my enemy.
Yeah, is my enemy, and so then that's when it moves to this more formal setting. But then you're not killing anybody; you're just agreeing. And then I guess you can have like Facebook, where it's Facebook but for your enemies, and so that way you can have a lot of people, so that you can. And
Yeah.
it's the only way that you can get
A big
sort of,
pool of people.
and you can get. That's the only way you can get receptacles for drinking.
But then is it?
A Facebook, but for your enemies. It's a great idea.
I think it's
no,
called.
in fact, I
they
think
made that. It's called Facebook. No.
Oh,
Hey, no.
But
it's called Twitter. No.
it'll become a supercharged version of Facebook because everyone's already trying to show off how good their lives are on there. But you want your enemy to think you're more successful than
Yeah.
them. So you're posting like absolutely outrageous things. I'm hiring Lamborghinis and driving them around, being like, "Look how well I'm doing," and then tagging my enemies. Saying, how are you doing? And
Yeah,
they're
great.
just-
But all the reacts that they have the options for are all different versions of frowny face or like a little
Yeah,
dagger or
that's
something
all
like
it
that. This is a totally different sketch
Oh, yeah,
idea,
yes,
Alasdair.
okay, yeah.
Facebook of hate is fun. And, I imagine, for whatever reason, the screen is sort of sepia toned and it all looks a bit like parchment stained with blood. That's the visual, that's the aesthetic
Yeah.
of the Facebook
Maybe
of hate.
it's-
Oh, it looks exactly the same.
Some of the corners look like they're burning. Some of the corners look like they're burning. I don't know why. I was like suddenly
Yeah.
I felt like I was too far away from the
No,
mic.
but I think also a word processing document,
for your enemies.
a word processing program where you do write on what looks like parchment with little burned corners is good. The app.
Yeah, it's not a sketch though.
No.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm sorry I said it. And let's not even talk about it anymore. In fact, it goes somewhere.
I just wanted to say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I won't talk anymore for a while.
Al Blocker, Tremblay-Birchall.
I didn't mean to. I thought you were just like you're finished talking about it.
Blocker and a shocker.
I am a blocker in a
Are
shop.
you gonna add Al on Hatebook
Yeah.
after this?
It's going to be my first enemy.
Andy would just get it and then not log on.
Oh,
and that would be
imagine
the
you-
great's act of hate. No, I don't even check hate book.
I've been on there in ages.
Yeah, I don't care about your Lambos.
Or but you try and add someone as an enemy on Hatebook, and they block you.
Yeah.
And they're like, I want to be your friend. I want to be your best friend. Let's hang out.
I come to your house.
What a way to find out that someone considers you an enemy. Oh no!
Yeah.
I thought we were friends.
Let me request.
Yeah.
Got friend zoned. I thought he was going to be my nemesis. Getting enemy zoned is surely worse than getting friend zoned, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone complain about that?
Not enough people.
I mean, you know this thing about having horns on your helmet if you're a Viking, right? It feels like horns and cattle are sort of quite a sign of wealth and stuff like that, right? So it should be
In cattle,
like
the wealthy cows.
like having cows is a sign of wealth, right?
Oh,
It'd
yes.
it'd be hard to have cattle. I mean, maybe I guess if you're a Viking, you're probably just killing other people's cattle. But I was
What are
thinking,
you saying about Vikings?
well, I thought
This
they were
feels a bit
ransackers. and stuff
disparaging,
like
aren't
that. I don't know. I didn't know.
Oh, Vikings. They're always going and taking other people's
I
cows.
thought that was their whole thing, but they might have had a really great society by themselves, a good city and things like that. They have a good city?
No, we probably only know
I can't name a single Viking city.
No.
York?
York?
Yeah, York.
There you go.
Yeah, capital of Vikings in Britain, I think. Yeah.
Oh, really?
We've got the Viking experience there.
Really? Is it
So-
3D?
Yeah, and there's like, I think it smells in there.
Is it?
Yeah, they try and recreate everything.
Yeah.
Great. It's a great question. Is it 3D? Whenever someone asks you a question, or tells you a fact about a place, is it 3D?
When I was on my way in, I was listening to this via Al's Twitch.
Yeah.
Shout out to Al's Twitch. So Brian and a few others asked to be shouted out to.
Hi, everybody.
Bloobtown asked not to be.
Who did?
Bloobtown.
Okay.
So I'm not shouting out to everyone but Bloobtown. But you were talking about something about trying to avoid getting drips on your pants and
no.
pissing. And now it felt like you were tempting fate there.
Yeah. I should have used my podcasting towel to protect myself.
Thank you for calling out all those people.
Sorry about distracting from the. I vaguely connected to the skull thing. What about like a Viking? Maybe it's in classic Viking times. A guy just doesn't. He's like a peace lover, but he still likes to be involved. So he goes to the shops and he buys skulls.
Yeah.
All I'm thinking about is a version of this episode of A Country Practice where Cookie was in a fishing competition.
Yeah.
And he couldn't catch a fish.
Yeah.
So he went to the shops and he bought a fish. It was a huge fish. He won until they went to weigh it and it was still frozen in the center.
Yeah, great.
Cookie.
Oh, classic Cookie.
I said Cookie.
Yeah.
And so
Can we just switch that to Viking?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Viking practice.
I mean, I suppose this guy could, so I'll joining in with all the gonna drink from our enemies. It's like, I went and they're all telling stories. I went and ransacked, blah, 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 this town and, and I don't have a city of my own. And then the other one was like, yeah, I don't have a city of my own. And I went and ransacked that other thing. Sorry, that's the city of my own thing is a confusing element that I've added.
Oh, Christ.
And then the other guy's like, yes, I also ransacked the place. And then, but for some reason his skull's really small. And then, like, oh, where'd you get that?
Or it's still got the tag on it.
Got the tag. Yeah, for some reason I didn't know why. I thought this was gonna be a good reveal, but the idea that it was just one of his kids that died.
Oh, I was thinking it was like a small animal.
Small animal.
No, I like Al's one. Yeah, it's real good.
Well, at the time, there would have been a lot of high child mortality, which is. I
So
guess
it makes a lot of sense.
Makes it more historical.
Yeah.
Like the fish thing, do you think with the skull thing, the bigger it is, the better? Like the people are running around the battlefield trying to find the biggest head.
Oh, yeah.
Being like, too small, don't worry. I'll duel you.
Yeah.
You've got a big head.
Rules of the jail yard, isn't it?
Yes.
Shiv the biggest
In the head.
in the head.
Just
yeah.
hold the skull like this.
I'm never really sure which way it goes. Because a lot of the time it looks like the head is, normal direction up. And then the top, and then they're drinking out of there. But I don't think that would seal, right? You'd have to
But the
somehow seal
brain isn't a
brainstem.
sealed thing.
But there's still the brains, there's the brainstem and the connection to the spine and stuff.
Yeah, right. Maybe you just tilt it forward a bit.
Yeah, but then maybe in reality, that's just for visuals for movies. Maybe in reality, it's like chop the top off the skull, and it's more like a bowl, and you're holding it like this.
I'll drink soup from the skulls of my enemies.
Really good. I will.
It's not a great receptacle for wine and things like that because there's no great lip for drinking from, even though there's actually a mouth there.
But you're not even then you're not even tipping it, right? You're holding it in one hand. You got your little soup spoon, and you're having tomato soup or like a cream of mushroom. You're a little bit sick in bed. There's Vikings hold up in bed. His beautiful Viking wife brings him some chicken noodle soup in the skulls of his enemies to get well soon.
Yeah, and some sort of skull thermos as well.
Yeah.
I think the skull would work pretty well. You know those like old school, maybe they're Oktoberfest style steins where you push the thing and the lid pops up?
Oh.
That's the jaw,
That
right?
would
you
be
push
really
the thing
good.
And the jaw flaps up.
Yeah, and then you drink from like the teeth.
Oh.
The teeth. It's pretty fucked.
Yeah, it's not the lip of them. It's not the lip of the mouth, but it's the teeth of them.
Yeah. Teeth on teeth is always it's very visceral, isn't it?
Yeah.
And do the teeth remain in a skull normally?
Could you just keep the skin on?
A lot of teeth in skulls.
Could you keep the skin on and just kind of like clog up the back of the throat? and then drink
I
from.
don't know why this now feels like it's too far.
Yeah.
I was on board till the skin.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Could you suck out the eye holes?
You could use the bladder and just fill up the bladder with wine.
I will drink from the bladder of my enemies. Doesn't sound the same, does it? I will suck from the pee hole of my enemies.
The cupped hands of my enemies.
Ah.
I don't know. Make a cup from cupped hands. I think it's kind of got like an artistic thing to it as well.
I think this is a Viking sort of homewares store, right? Where they've got all the different sorts of things. They've got tongs made from the tibia and fibia of your enemies.
Yes.
They got a little. Let's see, a
wine
little
bottle holder from the sort of the pelvis.
Sure, that would be perfect. A couple of wine bottles in there, in each of those holes. 2 holes in the pelvis.
Yeah, you're asking the right
Prominent
guys here.
holes.
Yeah.
Right there.
like that.
You know, like where the ball joint for the hip goes in.
Yeah, I think
Just
that's
pop the end of the wine bottle in there, and it'll
Yes.
anchor in that
It'll
hole.
balance nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be one of those, like those things that are like a wine bottle holder, but it looks like a miracle, and it's like the way that it balances, and it goes like this, but then the wine bottle goes that way, and it looks like it just balances, like
Yeah, they're
God's
great.
interfering.
You could have it's similar. You sort of have a magazine holder from the ribs of your enemy. You know, it's slotted nice.
So you put records
Next
in
to the
there.
toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. This is the modern. It's the modern Viking.
IKEA is from Viking country, isn't it?
I'm sure it all evolved from that. I mean, now it's all made from sort of processed wood fiber. Once upon a
But
time,
maybe it could be ground down bone. Could have been ground down bone.
could have been.
Bone meal. These days,
that-
nobody eats a bone meal.
Another word for soup in a skull.
A bone meal, of course. Yeah. I would have said it was a stroganoff meal. I mean, forget it. I was trying to say something. I'm losing my mind.
We got I don't know. You got a thread here, or is this a?
No, there's no thread.
Because I was just thinking how last night I saw a tweet or something of someone was saying how bad an episode of Do Go On was, and I looked at their profile, and on their profile they had a quote. Forget who it was, maybe JFK or something.
It was MLK.
Oh, MLK. So it was the I Have a Dream or something like that, and then they attributed the quote to MLK and me. Like they've
Wow.
also said it.
Yeah.
I just think it's so funny because I don't know if they probably said it first.
Yeah.
But we both said it.
I said it.
Hard to
So
say who
I don't know why
influenced the other.
Yeah. Why
I-
are they
I
quoting
mean,
them first?
Just because somebody said it first, I mean, that feels pretty unfair that they're allowed to then say that that's theirs forever.
Yeah.
If I come up with that, I now can't claim that quote just because they said it first.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. You can't own words.
If anything, it's generous that they said MLK and me. They
Yeah.
may as well have just said me.
Yeah, I agree with me.
I've said it more than once.
Do you think it was the
You only said it the one time.
Yeah.
kind of thing that they were taking to court and they agreed, all right, I'll attribute MLK as well as me
Yeah.
for that
It's a
quote?
co-attribute.
Yeah, that's right. It originally was me, then I was sued by his estate.
It's Lennon and McCartney. It's Lennon and McCartney and me. I also said I am the walrus. Shoo boo ba doo.
3 to what? 133. Sorry.
How's this system working? Did you explain at the start how? Because I was expecting to come in here and see there was some sort of a crew. Is someone upstairs doing the switching and stuff?
Evan has set it up to be automatic
Whoa.
on who's talking.
No.
That's sick.
It's
No.
pretty fucking cool.
Oh.
Whichever micro.
No.
Yes, yes. And sometimes it goes to
and
a
if there
wide
is
shot if
more
there's
than
enough
two
people.
We're all yelling. We're all yelling.
That's right.
We're all yelling. Yes. Wow.
Oh God,
That's
this
not
is
It's like I've got precedent. Hey!
That means the system works.
Great to be here.
Evan would be so disgusted that this is what we chose to do with the system that he put up.
How about the sketch count? How is that being added to?
There's a Google Doc that is being updated by some of the Two in the Think Tank scholars. I don't know whom exactly.
That is amazing. Thank you so much.
On the Discord, we share the link with them, and they are taking care of that. Look, Naomi is just getting back to you. Do we
I
want?
wonder if they've disagreed with any of Al's ones, and they're like, we're not counting that one. They've got a bit of power, the scholars.
Well, in theory, but Al's got the master list there, and he is occasionally tweeting a picture of it and that sort of thing, so that
You're sort of forcing their hand a bit.
a little bit forcing their hand. I mean, it's crazy to think that we are not yet halfway through this.
But at the same time, it's actually incredible that we are so close to halfway.
Sure.
Because, I mean, I know it's been a long time, but it's not been 13 hours long. Because we were worried that it could be 24 hours or 26 hours that this would go on for. And so far, I mean, look, we're not spending our time wisely right now.
Yeah, but overall.
What about this, right? It's the Olympics.
Okay.
They also give out medals for who's leading halfway through the race.
Oh, yeah.
Because you often hear, like, at the midway point, such and such is in the lead.
So and you'd call it that. Well, why not just do all? They do separate races for 100, 200, 400, 800. Just do one 800
one
race.
big 800 race,
and then
give out
whoever's
medals.
leading it, all those.
Yeah,
points.
I like that a lot. Get the Olympics over a lot faster.
Yeah.
Isn't that part of their slogan? Faster, higher, stronger.
Yeah.
Well, it still takes 2 weeks.
For data.
I think you could go a lot faster.
Data collection. So wait. So are you calling this the extrapolation Olympics? Is that what you're?
No, it's not. It's not an extrapolation. You're just watching who's winning.
Yeah.
So you do a 100-meter race, okay, and you get 12 people to run, or however many they do, 8 probably, and then you just see who's winning at 100 meters, who's winning at 200 meters, who's winning at 400 meters, who's winning at 800 meters.
Right.
You give the gold medal.
I think it's easier to just wait to see who's winning at about 80 meters.
Yeah.
And then just say, all right, well, they'll win. They'll win all of them.
Okay.
And then, that way you don't have to have such a long race and stuff.
Yeah, no.
And you just have a running medal rather than having all these races.
Yeah.
Well,
and
to be
then
honest,
one jumping
I mean,
medal.
if that's the case, why go to 80 meters? Why not just do it at like 5 meters or something like that?
Just see who starts the fastest.
Yeah.
Who gets there first?
That's
Who gets
nice.
the start line first?
Yeah, whoever's life is more organized.
Yeah.
The organizational Olympics.
Would you have it so it's not just running races, but other events too, like the high jump halfway through? So people are running along, and then they do a mini jump on the way to the high jump to get that half medal.
Yeah.
And then, because otherwise everyone's obviously at the same level, but you do a little skip, you factor that in, and then you go for the main jump. So some people become like halfway skippers. That's their specialty.
Yeah. But hang on.
So you get a medal for that, and you go,
Skippers.
I don't even care. I don't even care about jumping
But
over the
hang on,
bar.
why wouldn't the people who are able to jump the really high one at the end, why wouldn't they also be able to jump the early one, but way higher than the people who are doing a little halfway skip?
Because some people will focus on clearing that bar,
Yeah.
but other people go, I'm never going to get over that bar, but I can give up my run up so I can do the halfway skip
Sure.
and then just
really
basically
good halfway.
dive into the bar. Who cares about that? You've got a medal.
You've already locked that in.
Yeah, so
Yes, you're too busy celebrating your halfway skip.
yes, I'm a halfway
As
skipper.
you're knocking over the bar of the last one. Yeah.
That's basically your celebration.
Yeah.
Getting out of that bar.
I think also they're the first person to jump.
Oh,
Should get a thing. I mean, that's kind of a
I love the high jump where there's only one bar and they're all running towards it at the same time. And then you try and get there and you jump over it, and other people are piling in behind you. A bunch of people are all in the air at once, like planes trying to take off at a runway. I think.
Happen on a runway?
Well, that's why you need air traffic controllers.
Right, yes. Sure.
And I think an air traffic controller type scenario for the high jump, where people are running in, some of them have to go into a holding pattern, keeping on running around in circles while somebody else makes their approach. You got to be there on the microphone.
This will happen because somebody will.
I've got a window coming up for you in about 13 seconds. Here you go. Your final approach towards the high jump hurdles right about now.
This is because there will have been a legal thing that went through where they found that anything above the ground is the sky.
Yeah, good.
And so suddenly you needed
They fall under civil aviation rules.
and so then suddenly high jumpers are having to be controlled by.
Yeah, okay, sure.
They're having a call back to their coaches. We're still stuck on the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're going to have to
sorry
keep
about
running
that.
for a little while. Probably at least another 4 hours before I can get you a clear run towards the...
But it's still.
No one's actually running on a runway. I'm just saying that.
So it's the first person to clear it as well. So the first person to jump might miss. So there's still a reason that you're waiting. Like, you're still a chance. You've got the next spot
Yeah.
in case they miss. But if they get it,
They don't manage to
you're
jump.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first.
It's not even if they clear the bar. It's just that
And
they.
you're running very fast, by the way, around the outside.
You're knackered.
You are knackered.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how it would work. So it would just be like there would be like a gun that goes off, and then they would have to be the first person to jump. Or I picture it could just be like this is the date that this starts at.
Yeah.
And whoever jumps
It
first.
starts descending on the thing. But Alasdair, I don't feel like you did write down everyone runs 800 meters and then you just give out the medals to who's winning at 100, 200,
Well, yeah,
400.
I
So
don't
it's
think I
like,
understood it. Hang on.
well, that's not a problem. Just
Yeah.
write it down.
Yeah,
It's the sort of the all-in-one.
Runs.
I mean, it could even be the marathon. Right?
Oh, great.
So you roll all the running races are subsets of the marathon.
Do you have to finish the full distance to get your medal? So does Usain Bolt, 100-meter sprinter, does 46k later, does he have to be walking across the line to get the 100-meter sprint medal?
That is a really interesting question. I think so, because otherwise people would just stop,
Yeah,
right? And that doesn't feel like they were trying that hard. It'd be really disappointing.
I think so too. Yeah.
People would just quit.
Well, they got to get back to the stadium anyway, because that's where they finish off and get
Yeah.
the medals. So, they'll just walk back.
You know what they should do? But they shouldn't run. 100 meters shouldn't be considered part of the thing until the last 100 meters. Right?
Oh,
Because that way everybody has to stay in. So the 800 is the last 800.
That's interesting.
Right? And then the 100 meters is the last 100. So if you want to be doing the 100-meter sprint.
Everyone would just be, it'd be so interesting seeing everybody save themselves just for that last 800 meters. You just got to arrive
Well, if
there
that's
all
your
at
event.
basically the same time without wasting too much energy until you get there. And then
Have you seen those? I don't know which bike event it is, but there's some bike event at the Velodrome where they're kind of doing that. There's two bikes that almost come to a stop, and it's like whenever the race, one of them starts racing, that's kind of when the race starts.
right, yeah, that's
It's really fun
weird.
to watch, and it's so strange. How did that
And it's
evolve?
supposedly like very strategic and that
Yeah.
kind of thing, and I just don't get it at
They're
all.
like looking over, they're sort
Yeah.
of stopped, and one's over the back shoulder.
Yeah.
Really strange. They're faking out.
a
And
little
stuff.
bit creepy.
Yeah, it is.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You know you're just supposed to go
It's a
fast.
bike race.
Yeah.
What do we do? How do we get here?
I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm having a rest. Oh, I'm going. No, I was just joking. Yeah. It does. It almost
It's got
seems
some
more.
special name.
Yeah. Is it the
seems
Kieran?
like-
Is it the Pursuit?
The Pursuit? Is the Kieran anything?
It
It's
seems
a type of beer.
more like the type of bike race that dogs would be involved in. Right? Because the kind of dogs, dogs have that thing where they chase each other, and then they stop, and then they're like looking at each other for a second.
Yeah.
It's like, and you go, "Oh, that new-"
That'd make greyhound racing more fun, wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
Oh, if they had bikes.
If the dogs were just playing with each other, just having fun.
Yeah, if they were. Yeah.
More fun for the dogs.
Yeah, I imagine it would be more fun.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're chasing each other on bikes.
I know. Well, yes, so that is good too as well, Alice.
Thank you.
And it's probably even better than what I'm about to say. But you know how there are all sorts of different dog competitions. You get at the dog shows, right? Have you seen the ones where they race around and the dogs go through the obstacle course? I saw one recently. Amazing. Little dog running so fast, jumping over all sorts of stuff, doing everything right. And its owner runs around next to it.
Yeah.
You seen this stuff?
Yeah, you gotta be fit for that.
Yeah, it's really good.
You gotta
But
be fit.
yeah.
Be fit. You think it's
To be
just
the
dog.
owner, yeah.
You think that's just the dog, but you gotta run. You gotta be able to be within yelling distance at all points.
yelling distance. But I was thinking, what if there was one where it was just you just having a good time with your dog, and they're just watching you tussling and stuff with your dog and having fun, and then at the end they give it a prize at Crufts Dog Show or whatever to who's having the best time with their dog.
That's great. I think that's where the world's heading. With
Yeah.
PC culture.
Yeah, you can't brutalise dogs anymore. It's PC.
All that, who's having the most fun in life?
Yeah,
Bullshit.
yeah. When the dogs were unhappy, that was when it was good.
Yeah.
But do you think that's a sketch, Alasdair?
Oh no! I tried to respond to Naomi, and then I didn't hear it.
It's a dog show, but it's competitive fun. Who's having the most fun? Which dog had the most fun with their owner? I mean, there's dog and owner combinations that are tedious enough
Yeah.
when you haven't made it competitive.
Yeah, yeah,
So that feels like it would be a lot to watch.
yeah.
Look, I'll just
People really getting on with their dog, doing the dog baby voice.
Oh, in there, yeah, dog baby voice. Sometimes they both bite the end of a dog toy together. Yeah. It's a competition to see who has the most. What's that kind of relationship where it's sort of toxic, codependent relationship with their dog? Right? Who has the sort of just the slightly weirdest, and who obviously has the least human friends? That's the award.
Are those awards?
That's the
so you don't
prize.
get deductions for kind of having for not having a rounded enough life.
Yeah.
Like if you're too dependent, then suddenly if there's too much sadness behind your eyes.
Sure, and if the dog seems too desperate to try and fill that void, because
Yeah.
they've seen how you get after.
If that, I think there should be at least a 1 point deduction.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, I think it is. You're right. Okay, if the competition is to have lots of fun while still having it's like a
competitive
football,
fun.
But yeah, you're right. But while still having a healthy relationship with the dog that isn't problematic in any way and doesn't belie. You lose points for belying a deeper sadness.
You get you essentially it's a bit more like Married at First Sight, where there's the real judges of the show are all psychologists and dog psychologists, and they're watching this and enjoying.
And by dog psychologists, you mean dogs that are psychologists.
That's right, dogs.
Yeah, terrific.
That can help you, but every dog is a psychologist. They know more than humans, really.
I've said
Many
that.
wise. You've said that, haven't you?
Everything I need to know, I learned from my dog. I've been fired from 17 jobs.
Have you been a children's entertainer?
I have, yes.
Did you dress up as a pirate or something?
Pirate, clown, superhero, cowboy, Easter Bunny, Santa Claus.
They violent?
Wow.
They
You've
violent?
been Santa Claus.
So I wore a fat suit, but it was only the stomach and chest area, so my arms were still a 19-year-old boy.
Does it man boobs?
Can you give me a little bit of your Santa voice?
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
It's good.
Sometimes people would say, oh, Scottish Santa's here. And I'd say, what are you doing? Piss off. Like I'm doing a Sean Connery impression. Yes.
I see what it was. Ho, ho, ho. Sorry, I can't quite do it, but ho, ho, ho. Is that Sean Connery? Ho, ho, ho.
I don't know if that is Sean Connery.
So,
Okay.
Something occurred to me, and maybe you can confirm this. But do clowns blow up the balloons like when they're doing the animal
like a balloon
Do
animals.
they blow them up with their mouths?
No, I had a pump.
You had a pump. Do you think there are any who blow up their?
It's very difficult
Right.
because I tried.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so funny to drop out of this show for a minute or two.
Yeah,
you come back, you're like,
Yeah.
all
Where are
right,
we?
I'm going.
From my previous experience blowing up balloons, I've had a fair few little what feels like the beginnings of serious cheek injuries. And is that would that happen a lot? I guess if you didn't have an instrument, because I suppose it would have taken a long time before somebody developed a pump that worked on a balloon.
Yeah, I guess originally when they're blowing up like sheep intestines and then tying them into a dog.
Yeah, but that's already closer to a
intestines
dog
are your enemy.
than actually most balloons these days are. Because a lot.
You can blow up dog intestines and turn that into a dog.
Yeah,
It's
or turn it
authentic.
into a sheep.
Yeah.
Turn it back into a dog.
Sure. Give it back to the owner. Say, I'm sorry. I hope this goes some small way to repairing the damage that I've done.
But I've taken one dog and I've turned it into multiple dogs.
Exactly.
You've blown up
If
all sorts of things.
You're better off.
Yeah. You had one dog, now you have 15.
Now your original dog wasn't a poodle. These are all poodles, and that's a a pedigree dog. That's a pure breed. But I had another thing. I just want to say that it's a bit disgusting, the idea of clown saliva being inside those balloons, and then you're putting it on your head, and then at some point that's going to explode, and you're going to be sort of surrounded by a miasma of clown saliva. Probably the most disgusting saliva.
Yeah, I think it might be.
I thought of that as my legacy.
Sure.
It almost feels like you could impregnate people with clown saliva. I know, like even men and women. I'm not suggesting just, but I just mean it feels like that's how clowns spread. They're more like a fungus.
Yeah,
if you take a clown and you blend it up in the blender with some milk and you pour it on the pavement, clowns will just grow in between the bricks and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's right.
I guess they're more spore based than sort of use a traditional.
They do have
mammalian
growing like fungus kind of a look to their puffy white, kind of like they are something that would emerge from the undergrowth. We might have another guest.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Just before we go, can I?
To you,
Okay, here we go.
clown. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. You did insult my people and I will have to leave now.
Okay, now continue.
I was just double checking because I'm just nervous you're not getting all these sketches. You did get the Viking IKEA Ikea one, or whatever we call it.
Viking homewares.
The Viking homewares I got. Yeah,
Okay,
Viking
great.
homewares. There might have been
feel like
something in the last.
That feels like that's
seconds.
ready to produce. We could
Yeah.
film that tomorrow.
There might have been
It's got a green
something
light.
in the last few minutes that I might have missed. I did intestine balloons blown up and given back to the dog owner. Sorry.
You didn't get clown impregnating entire children's birthday.
I haven't written that down yet. Didn't feel like anybody was super on board yet.
What about clowners fungus?
Hey, Clownus fungus didn't get written down. Does anybody think Clownus fungus?
Well, I mean,
Clown,
it is the
breeding-
It is the logical conclusion of that fungi joke.
breeding
Clown is a really fun guy.
works of clowns.
He could be a clown called Fun Gus.
Yeah, fungus. Is that what they say now? Those fucks.
Those fucks.
Sorry.
Alasdair's got a real problem with fungi experts who insist on pronouncing it fungi,
Oh.
even though nobody else does that.
Nobody does that, but they're using their knowing that they're experts and we can't argue with them to control the English language.
That is
Because they're sick of that fungi joke,
Yeah, that makes
which they have heard so many times. So they're probably rebelling in that way.
So it sounds like a real stop trying to make fetch happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
138. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
So with you.
Thank you. Yes, and with you.
But it's time to say goodbye and to introduce our next guest.
Do you need to plug anything?
Oh,
Do go on.
yeah, do go on. Listen to Do Go On. We're in Blocktober at the moment. It's going for 2 months this year. We're right into Blowvember now. Biggest and most popular voted topics of the year. We've got the next two are the two biggest. The last one was Atlantis, the Lost Island, with Nick Mason as a
Epic.
guest. The guy who just loves being guests on podcasts. And what else have we done? We did, speaking of clowns, we did John Wayne Gacy,
Oh, wow.
the killer clown. And, JFK double episodes. So there's been some great big topics.
Yeah.
I was Googling us for an application for a festival the other day, and I found your Guardian plug of us from about 5 years ago.
Yeah, lovely. Hope it was okay.
Oh, it was very, very nice.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Woo.
And please welcome Kirsty Webeck.
Yes.
Hello. Hello, Kirsty. How are you?
So much.
That's the first time I've ever clapped myself in.
Well, you deserve it, and you should be doing it more. And I hope that this starts a
I
pattern.
hope we
that is-
pick that up on the wide camera, and we can clip that out and have that as a little GIF. And every time you do a tweet, which is often, and they're good, I'm going to reply with a little GIF of you clapping yourself.
be a nice thing.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Are you
I
good?
appreciate that. I'm very great, thank you.
Sorry about the insanity that you're kind of coming into, that we're sort of deep into this and probably starting to crumble a little bit at the edges.
Yeah, I'm furious about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you didn't have that terrible video footage of me that you lorded over me to get me in here today.
Already, well, and then now we have more of you clapping yourself. So,
I'm just in a spiral. I'm going to owe you for the rest of my life.
yeah.
It's actually quite a great thing to do. You can just get footage of people from, them doing your podcast. I guess audio works as well, but it is better with footage that you can then use it against them
Out of
to
context.
either get them back on your
Sure,
podcast
sure.
Yeah.
and say, well, look, now we'll actually release this this video podcast.
This is why I started my nude jiggling podcast.
Really?
Yeah, I get people on and we jiggle nude
Yeah.
and I film the whole thing.
yeah. Like that.
And people love, coming on podcasts.
Because they love
And their
talking,
guard
and
is
we all
down.
know that it's going to be an opportunity to
Exactly, plug
to
some
promote
stuff.
your stuff,
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah.
But they don't realise.
And if you do it right before Comedy Festival,
you can
then
get
you
some
can
big
have-
internationals
Yeah.
on.
you can have Arj, you could have, all of the big guys.
Internationals.
Yeah.
International.
Nude jiggling.
Yeah.
International's nude jiggling. That's true.
Yep.
But then the problem is that once you do have that power, what do you actually get people to do for you? Just come back on your
Yeah,
podcast.
just to come back on your
Yeah.
podcast.
Thank you, because you actually do it great. You actually boost the numbers a fair bit. And
Yeah, the listenership's through the roof.
I think this is a great story about, it's a thriller about a podcaster who starts out small. It's a movie, but also possibly just a trailer and / sketch idea.
right.
Who
Start writing it down.
They start out small with a podcast and they use the traditional methods of the psycho, murdering your pets, threatening your family, blackmail, having photos of you and that kind of thing, and they use it just to get you to come onto their podcast and have a bit of a riff to help boost the numbers because you've got a big profile and it'd be really great to have you on. So they're targeting, other successful podcasters, and that's something to get them on.
I reckon there's something in that.
Yeah. Okay.
I reckon there is for sure.
Full psycho behaviour.
What are you going to do with the footage?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to release it unless you come on episode 17.
Yeah. Where
I'll do anything.
we're watching Independence Day.
I'll do anything.
Yeah.
We're going to watch it twice. I said I'll do anything.
Yeah, okay.
Twice back to back, no intervals.
That is the fun bit about the idea of being that kind of cruel is that then you do actually have to sit there and watch the movie together.
Yeah.
And maybe make funny quips.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Well, you know that this person may have
quipping.
just pulled the intestines out of your dog or whatever they did. To
So you're desperately uncomfortable but trying to be a good podcast guest?
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, whoa, what a terrible camera shot.
Yeah.
Please don't hurt my family.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Streets people. Oh.
Yeah, oh.
Something that before you came on, Kirsty, I'm sorry to talk about things that happened when you weren't here.
No, please do. I want to know.
You did talk about how hard it is to blow up balloons. Have I ever told you about my friend Sam, the bagpipe player? So he was in Tasmania in high school. I was friends with Sam, who played the bagpipes. And one day he was playing tennis, and he accidentally hit himself in the face a little bit with the racket, right? And then the next time he was playing bagpipes, he inflated his own face. So he somehow broke some sort of membrane that protects your skin from the pressure inside your mouth. And then when he was blowing the bagpipes, so much pressure, because they blow so hard into those things, that his face inflated. And you don't realise that whenever you're blowing something up, it's a sort of it's a death match. You're basically saying, you're less flexible than my face. And if you blow too hard and they're more flexible than your face, then you'll inflate your face.
Or you're testing how many valves you have in your body.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
Aren't you? You're really relying on the fact that some of the air's getting out of somewhere.
It's good.
Yeah. So if you try to inflate something really dense like a rock.
There's a blow off valve somewhere.
Yeah. Like there's I reckon you could probably pop an eye out or at least push it forward. Right? I don't know.
Yeah.
So is this
a mill?
But then so it always looks like you're going like this. Like,
is this a new Olympic sport then? It's called the blow off.
The blow off, yeah.
And what we have is just a series of balloons that have thicker and thicker rubber. And we get some of the biggest blowers.
Wow.
Biggest blowers.
Yeah.
From each country to
there's
come
not enough
and blow, and they work their way
sports.
up.
There's not. Yeah, and there's not enough recognition out there or opportunities for big blowers to test their wares in the arena.
We all know a big blower.
Yeah.
We know a big blower.
Everybody's got that friend who's a big blower, and you're like, I wish you could be at the Olympics, man.
Imagine if you could compete, Bobby Big Blower, as
Bobby
we
Big
call
Blower,
you.
yeah.
And you could be a scout, you could be at birthdays and things like that, seeing him blow out the candles, being like, this kid's got potential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen chest raise. I've seen those cheeks blow out like that. I know that kid's got form. He's the next Michael Jordan of blowing.
Yeah.
And then
Funny, there was a forum for him.
Yeah, that's right. And then you start building a sport from nothing. Sure, it's just a couple of kids around the place.
A little underground blow circuit.
First maybe it's like it is like I think probably the hardest is those little.
The water balloons.
Water balloons.
Water balloons are a
Always try and
nightmare.
blow them up. Yeah.
Oh,
Not
absolutely.
a lot of grip with the lip as well.
Yeah, not much grip, no give in the rubber.
That's right, yeah. And then you need maybe you could start on like one of those whoopee cushions that you just have to hold open and then just kind of go like that, and it basically.
That's hard.
Is that hard? Yeah. Okay, that's hard.
Well, getting into that opening is tricky.
Yeah.
See, and you can see that there's other aspects. It's not just lung strength.
A lot of people think that the sport of big blowing is just lung strength.
But there's actually like
and there's a lot of strategy.
Yeah.
Lip dexterity.
Yeah. That's where people go wrong though. That's it, isn't it? They're just like, it's all in the lungs, and it's like,
They just work the lungs.
you need to spread your.
It's a sport of the
training
mind. It's
around
a
bit.
brain.
It is.
It's the brain as much
It
as
absolutely is.
That's the thing that people love to say about sports that don't seem like real sports. They say there's actually a lot of strategy in it.
Yeah. Say
that about darts. Oh, there's actually a lot of strategy.
There's a lot of strategy.
Isn't it?
A lot of mental preparation, a lot of visualization.
Yeah, it's a game of the mind as much.
Yeah, and it's like
than it is of the body.
Yeah, and you're like, really? It looks like someone's just flicking it out there into the ether, hoping for the best.
I thought it was just chucking stuff. Anyway.
Yeah.
We think like doing gigs, comedy gigs and stuff like that you're forced to drink a lot of booze, but it feels like you would be forced to drink a lot of booze if you're a dart player. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like
Can you imagine rocking up to the RSL for training
and
being like, pot or a pint, and you being like, soda water, please. It's a very macho sport.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't make it.
Yeah, soda water, you pansy.
Yeah.
And you're not even bringing in a crowd, so suddenly they're seeing you use their facilities.
To train.
Just to train, and you're getting a soda water. Often places don't even charge for their soda water. I mean, other places will charge you $5 to $10 for a soda water. But
Yeah, I've got firm opinions on this.
Yeah?
Don't go down the soda water rabbit hole with me. I like blacked out on stage once about the fact that when I arrived at the gig, I went and got a pint of soda water and they charged me $7.50.
They charge a full pint price, like you're buying beer.
Yeah, but I mean, I must have had some other stuff going on in my life. Because it got me so much that I ended up talking about it on stage right in front of the person who had sold me the $7.50 pint of soda water. I just threw away my gear.
I totally get it where you're coming from. That's happened to me, definitely.
Yeah, and you're literally like, I should have gotten a beer, but I'm purposely not getting a beer because I'm trying to be healthy.
Yeah.
But now, because of how our brains are fiscally geared and the value we assign to things, I was like, hey, I should have gotten a beer. Why would I have gotten a soda water for the same price?
But isn't it also the case, though, that reveals how your body adjusts to the ambient level of injustice that you experience? And if we reach peak rage at the idea of being overcharged for soda water, it probably indicates other things are going fine in our lives.
It's actually a sign of great health.
Yeah.
That
I think
unreasonable anger. But also, it is crazy because you are paying more, in a way, for the health. You're like, oh, well, this is the health. I'm not destroying my body. That should have a premium, even though you basically just got water with the gas that you breathe out.
Yeah.
This is like you're essentially a tap for carbon dioxide.
Yeah. So they're using my resources.
I made that carbon dioxide, probably.
I've produced that. I'm caused that to be emitted when I turned on my heater for too long.
At least as there's more and more of it in the atmosphere and it's more abundant resource source, we should see the price reflected in our fizzy drinks going down.
Absolutely, we should. We definitely should.
There's got to be some positives to global warming.
There has to be, and if that's the only one, then so be it.
Yeah.
But I'll give you a quick tip, because if you're like me and you don't want to say first, hey, how much is a soda water? Because I don't know why, but I don't want to say that.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So what you can do is when they present you with your soda water, and they're like, that's $25.60.
Yeah.
What you can do is just simply ask them to remove the bubbles.
Yeah. Great.
Take the bubbles out. It's tap water now, and we'll call it even.
Well, yeah, we'll just let it sit until the bubbles, until it goes flat.
Yeah, and then essentially it's a tap water. Which how much did you say they are?
Yeah,
3.
3. Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll be back in 5 hours.
Essentially, just bang it on the counter until all the bubbles leave.
Give it a little flick.
Yeah.
That helps it out. And then basically, although it does have like a slightly weirder taste, doesn't it? Like. If you have like soda water that goes flat, like if you've ever had
something going on.
There's something else in there. Unless that's just the carbon dioxide that makes it taste like that.
It might still be a little bit clinging in.
You think there's maybe preservatives for keeping the carbon dioxide fresh?
Oh, you got to keep your carbon dioxide fresh. It goes stale like anything.
Yeah, you have to. I whenever I blow up a balloon, I always put preservatives in there.
Yeah.
Of
course. And that's what keeps it inflated. A lot of the time, it's probably just what keeps it actually sealed, and none of that liquid comes out.
Well, also, it's going to pop eventually, right? And I don't want disgusting carbon dioxide coming out of the balloon. I want it to be preserved and nice for the next consumer.
Yeah, absolutely. Because people are going to breathe that in, isn't it? And it's going to go on plants. Then we're going to eat the plants.
Yeah,
that's the carbon.
It's coming straight back into us.
Yeah, that's good. Preservatives are going to say
fresh.
Yeah,
we need to spray more things into the atmosphere. I think it's the solution. Well, I would love this. I feel like we've proven that we can do one thing as humans, it's put gases into the atmosphere, and then we just need to find one that can that does the opposite of carbon dioxide.
I mean, that's a genuinely good idea. Could it just be that we find, this is how we save climate change?
Yes, I'm on board.
Could we just, what we need to do is there needs to be an alignment of values, right? Right?
I have always
the trouble is that the world, Gaia, the Earth, doesn't want lots of gases put in there because a lot of them transfer heat or whatever, store heat a bit better, and that's problematic because we want to consume things and those things emit gas.
Yeah.
Do that. But what if we could align our consuming with a gas that brings down the temperature? Now, I'm not sure exactly what these gases are. I think maybe the gas that comes out of volcanoes can actually bring down the...
right.
So if
we need to get more volcanoes.
We need to start having fun with volcanoes.
Yeah.
We need to be...
a consumer volcano for the home market.
Exactly.
A volcano in every home. Little one.
Maybe if we could
It
all
doesn't have to be big.
That could. Well, I was talking about before. How about we need a new cooking thing? There's a new cooking fad all the time, and there's air fryers at the moment. But who wouldn't love to drill down into the Earth's core in your living room and have a little volcano there that you can cook things like on your little volcano. This is volcano seared,
and you're saving the environment at the same time. So you got it's kind of pouring over. Your house is getting higher because of the magma.
Sure, round.
And I'm a huge air fryer enthusiast, but if we were doing this, that would free up some bench space for me.
So that's great because
Like
this
the
is
air
actually going
fryer
to be in
would
the
be
middle
out,
of the floor.
And this will be so this will be coming up through the middle of the lounge, I assume.
Yeah.
Our kitchen's a bit pokey.
Yeah.
Which will give us like an extra yay big on the countertop.
Yep.
Which appeals to me.
Bench space is at a premium. Absolutely.
It is. We could get some extra spices.
Yeah.
In the rack if we did that. And also, we're on the lowest level of our apartment building.
Sure.
Now, I know I've said that in a clunky way, so let me explain quickly why. We're not on the ground floor.
Oh.
So under the apartment is where the cars go, like a carport.
Yeah.
Yep.
Under the building. So we're actually on level 1.
Right.
Right? But we're the lowest one.
Yeah.
Which means that if we drilled down, then if we did it at the right time, we could also drill through our neighbour's car, and I don't like them.
Yeah,
that's nice. And so and it's also basically an act of God because it's coming from nature.
And after this, they won't like you either. So that's perfect.
After my volcano cookers shooting up through the middle of their car.
The only problem is all the other people's volcanoes going up all the way to the top, going through. But it's got to go through other car parks, I assume. You might lose your car park. I'm just saying, that's the risk.
I mean, there's long-term consequences to all our actions when it comes to interacting with the atmosphere and the Earth.
Well, okay. So before we sign off on this one, I'm going to go home and have a quick look at our car park and how that fits into the other apartments and whatever. So don't don't trademark this or anything yet.
Sure, we won't lock anything in.
No, don't lock it in because actually, like, I hate to brag and I don't mean to do it.
No.
But I actually just got a new vehicle. Now, if it not a new one, but a new to me.
Of course,
But it is a lot newer than the old one.
Yeah.
If I still had the old one, I'd be like, it's almost a 20-year-old car, so I'd be like, okay, if the lava's got to shoot up through the 2003 model. Like, so be it. But this one, it costs a little bit more money, and I'd like to have a couple of years.
Park it on the street for at least a couple of weeks until we get settled with especially all this moving of magma and things like that around.
Okay.
Down floors.
Do you know what? Our on-street parking is actually unrestricted.
Whoa.
So this is a good idea.
Yeah. That's going to help.
I won't have to move it.
And I think
it's not like they're 2-hour parks.
Having all this kind of, especially the way that apartments have been cracking and things like that, having all these volcanoes underneath, building a kind of secondary foundation under this carport, will probably stabilize the building and make it safer for you long term.
That's true. And it was shaky in there during the earthquake, the recent earthquake. And I imagine that this will reinforce it. Like having lava shooting up through the earth can only be a good thing.
I think, there's got to be ways, if it's done right, it's nothing more stable than volcanic rock.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that's actually true.
I mean, pulling lots of magma out of the ground will probably create some tectonic instability, but other than that,
minimal,
but it will be stable.
And also, we had an earthquake a few weeks back, so we're used to them now.
Exactly. It's we're kind of more LA
in a fault zone.
Yeah.
What's it? Yeah, like whenever I get annoyed about the fact that we've messed around with the fault line, I'm just going to remember that extra little chunk of countertop space I have. And also no use for the heater. No use for the heater anymore in winter because there's lava coming up on which we're cooking our morning omelettes.
Exactly.
And it's cool because then you can also take the stuff like the broken eggs and just drop them straight into the magma. That's garbage disposal.
Yeah.
Because everything melts in magma.
Yeah.
Right?
Everything melts. I've always
melts.
said it.
Yeah. It's like people talking about, you can't melt wood. Well, just pop it into there. It won't come back. It's not going to float in magma, I assume. Maybe it will. Maybe. But it'll burn, and then it'll go.
Yes.
And then, because I have a problem with my bin always getting full. You know, my bin is full. And also, we're putting nappies in there. When the sun hits that's...
What you really want is you want to drop that nappy into a superheated thing so it basically evaporates in your living room. So you're breathing in. You're breathing that nappy's
open the window.
Going into your lungs.
Yeah.
That's also carbon storage in your lungs.
In your lungs.
You see?
Sure.
It's the circle of life.
Yeah.
I mean, when they see you have those videos of somebody with lung cancer getting the tar squeezed out of their lungs and stuff.
Actual nappy coming out.
You're like, leave that in there. That's carbon sequestration.
That's true. That's true.
We need more of that. If
an
anything.
oil executive is going to turn that into fuel.
Yeah.
They're good old-fashioned pooticles in there.
Pooticles.
I wrote down darts drunk on my hand just because I think I would like to see a documentary about somebody who becomes like the Usain Bolt of darts, the best darts player in the world, right? And they're incredible, and people talking about their process and their secrets and that sort of thing. And at every interview, the secret exclusively is, well, they're not drunk all the time, right? Their revolutionary approach to darts was to not be drunk.
Yeah. I think
I would see them day after day putting in the hard yards, not getting really drunk.
Yeah, it's essentially like a sports documentary. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, sports documentary.
And you see their journey and all that they've done is they don't even really work that hard.
No.
I also love how you could substitute a stand-up comedian into it.
Yeah, sure.
And it's like, she's always so sharp and at the top of her game. Why? Oh, because she's not maggot every night when she goes on stage.
Completely deteriorates her brain over time.
Hardworking. Alert. Yeah, keen. Pleasant to be around.
Yeah. Never aggressive or rude. Has no trouble navigating the staircase.
Yeah. Doesn't shit herself in front of everyone. I don't know what her secret is, but I wish I had some of that magic. I'm sorry, I have to go to speaking of which, I've got to go to the loo again, Alasdair.
Right.
I'm letting you down.
Sorry, I'm just taking this photo.
Sorry.
I think somebody
I can't believe. Yeah, it's always so awkward talking to Alasdair as well.
It's all good. Oh no, somebody's okay. Naomi's written to me just saying you're missing the sketches, buddy. While I was trying to text her before to say that 2 p.m. Oh well, I'll just tell her now if she's watching.
Yeah, she must be watching.
2 p.m. is not good. We already got somebody, but I think there might be a spot. But so I apologize that it doesn't fit with your schedule. But there was maybe a spot around 7 if you're free for that. But then, hey, look, I apologize.
No, I'm worried for you. You do whatever admin you need to do.
I am not
what
good
are
at
these
doing.
sketches you're missing?
Hey, I think maybe because before I was trying to send her a text. And then they were talking about something. And they're like, okay, write that one down. And I went, I was trying to text Naomi. And then I...
no.
okay.
All right. Okay.
I'm the only guy with a job up here.
Yeah.
And,
You've been here for hours and you're trying to multitask. And
it's all good.
All right. What about a sketch about a dude who's been here for hours and he's trying to multitask?
Yeah, I would love that. So wait, what's something that you can't... Like, let's say we put somebody in my situation, but in a different situation where people understand. Like, let's see. I mean, there are like people like traffic, air traffic controllers who have to be very focused because I guess planes can crash into them. We're all distracted by our phones. We're all distracted by workmates who, always have questions. I mean, I think I'm often the person with the questions, and I think Andy is the person who gets disturbed. But I could pretend like that's a thing that I'm familiar with, a problem that I've.
I'm a big questions guy as well.
Yeah.
But also, there's always like a larrikin around the office that's distracting everyone, like with the gags and whatever. Right?
Yeah. And so now we need to just put that person in a job where it would seem very inappropriate.
Air traffic controller is a good one.
Traffic controller does seem
like someone like peeking out behind the wheels of like the stationary, like yoo-hoo, like like throwing a ball across it at your feet while you're trying to like flag down the. I assume they're flagging the planes.
Yeah, just come on, just come on. You know, I think
there's a spot here.
And
I got you one. I saved you one.
I think an air traffic controller is that thing where it's like, you know, air traffic controller goes to the bathroom or something like that, or goes to just get a Mars bar or something like that. And there's that thing, you know, when you leave your Facebook open and somebody writes a message as you, but the joker at work gets onto the headphone. He goes, "Yeah, 3169, you're right to land. Yeah, this is me, Michael," like that. And then,
And you just see this plane land on top of another plane that's already there.
It's double-decker plane it.
Just double-decker plane it, just because he didn't know what he was talking about.
And it was fine, though. Nobody died. Everyone was happy.
Oh, no. I mean, this
all
is
the children were
joyful.
You know, my kid actually asks at bedtime, sometimes it asks me to make up a story, or while I'm singing a song, I don't say the regular lyrics. I just make up a story during the song.
Yeah.
And at the end of every story, Otis will be unhappy if I don't make all the characters friends and happy at the end, because my go-to for jokes, you know, or comedy will be like, and then he eats your dog, and then your dog is dead, and then you go back, you know, whatever like that. And he goes, "Oh, that made me sad." And I go, "All right." And then he eats your dog, but then the dog survived his gut, and him and the gut dog became friends. With them, you know, I like that.
And from his point of view, that constitutes a happy ending.
Yeah.
You're friends with a dog in your
gut.
guts.
The gut dog became friends.
Amazing. I wanted to just pitch a couple of little things that occurred to me when you're talking about planes and air traffic controllers. Do you ever watch any 9 o'clock, not the 9 o'clock news, that British sketch show from like the 90s, 80s, something like that? Had Rowan Atkinson and stuff in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely did.
Yeah. They did a lot of stuff that was just like, there'd be a bit of music playing and then they'd do some little jokes that were just like juxtaposing footage of things. So like you'd show one setup clip and then you'd show a totally different punchline clip, right? Just as if those things were connected.
Do you have an example?
Well, I'm going to tell you just a sketch idea right now that falls into that category. So number one, right? And this is lame, Alasdair. This is super lame and it's super short. Okay, but it could fit in somewhere.
We can't have standards on a day like today.
Okay, so it's a plane coming in, pulling up at the airport, right? And you see them opening that little window in the cockpit.
Yeah.
Right? And then you cut to inside it looks like inside the cockpit, right? But what it is you're looking out the window and it's a McDonald's drive-thru.
You know, it's funny. My brain went there.
Yeah.
While you were saying
great.
And so wait. So you're inside the cockpit at first.
No, you're outside. You're watching the plane pull in. Okay. And then you cut inside and you look out the window and it's the person ordering at a McDonald's drive-thru. So you don't really, in the first shot, you don't really see the context. It's just a plane taxiing. Okay. And then you see them ordering the McDonald's at the McDonald's drive-thru.
Yeah. Okay.
What do they order?
Something like a flying animal.
360 filet of fish.
All right, wait.
Now the second one is
sounds like something that they would have in Flying High or something.
Yeah,
like that,
exactly.
Like
Yeah, I think it's the airplane that makes that.
I think they might have had a guy like just doing the windows, and they were like, "No, that's quick."
Well, it's exactly that then. And the only other one, which is even lamer, and I don't think this one deserves to be written down, but is the idea of a pilot getting off the plane and then going up and putting money in a parking meter. There's a parking meter there.
Look, I'll put them both in the same one. How's that?
Sure. Couple of little plane juxtaposition.
Plane, parking meter.
You know, there's an endless number of them. You know, little tire clamp.
Well, anything you don't do in a plane, you do it, right?
Yeah. See, there you go. Exactly right.
There you go. There's 180 ideas right there.
Everything
we're done. We've actually got too many now.
Whoa.
So you have this plane.
Yeah.
And it's taxiing, and then you pull out to a long shot, and you realise that it's actually competing in the Melbourne Cup.
Wow. Yeah. That is the thing they don't do. That's the thing they don't do.
It's just a little tail dangling off the back of the jet.
Exactly. And then the other things are coming. The other plane, the horses are running, and then it kind of gets its nose in first. Mostly because it's its whole body is the length of the track.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just got a tiny person sitting on top of it.
Now, so here's the thing. The movie Air Bud, famous popular film, okay, about a dog who plays basketball.
They realize that there's no rule.
There's no rule against that, right? But from the point of view of everybody who's playing, obviously, like all the competing teams, it's they've brought in this dog is better at playing basketball than everybody else, so they've brought in an animal. A thing that is better at playing basketball than humans. It would be so infuriating, and it would feel like cheating. They would feel rightly, I would say, robbed, right?
Yeah.
But because it's a dog, you get away with it, right? But what about if somebody looked at the rules for the for the Melbourne Cup? So there's actually no rule that says you can't be driving a car, right? And then somebody drives a car in the Melbourne Cup, right? It's the same. It's the same loophole.
Yeah.
But it's a It's just because we automatically assume that the car is going to be better, faster than the horses, that we somehow think that that's a problem. But as we've seen, the only basketball playing dog that we've ever seen is a very good basketball playing dog. So we might assume that all dogs are actually very good at playing basketball, and therefore it's exactly the same scenario.
It is exactly the same.
Wait, I got confused. Wait, are you saying that the car would actually be less good than the horses?
No.
Because animals are better at humans?
No. I'm saying that the car would be better.
Yeah.
But you could make the exact same film with somebody realising that you can take a car in the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
And it's a heartwarming story. I think it would be a good, funny little sketch trailer.
Yeah.
The heartwarming story of the person who realised that it was legal to take a car in the Melbourne Cup, and they win the Melbourne Cup against all odds.
And it's heartwarming because then more and more people get across that idea and start capitalising on that loophole,
Of course.
which eradicates the animal cruelty side of things because there's no horses in the race anymore.
Yeah.
And essentially the Melbourne Cup's just become a car race.
Car race on grass, though.
With tiny people on top.
Yeah, you still got to be on
Riding
a
the
saddle
car.
riding on top.
You've got to be riding the car.
Car's got to have a name of a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're riding on the car. I like car riding.
Yeah, car riding, yeah.
As a new thing. You're sitting on top, you're bouncing up and down. You're doing it like Mr. Bean, where you're steering through the window with a broom and a bit of string. But that's just the Melbourne Cup from now on.
Yeah.
Because it's so much tradition, you can't change the rules now. Just because people found a way to apply those, within those rules, it's all legitimate.
Yeah, and I mean, they call it the race that stops the nation. They don't specify it's a horse race that stops the nation.
No, they don't. And in fact,
now it's a car race.
Yeah. We looked at it, and actually that was the only written description of the race anywhere, is the race that stops the nation. There's no guidelines at all. It is crazy that we still do horse races when we know you can go faster on a motorbike or car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
because,
And so because you can go faster, then you should... I mean, we can also go faster with a car than in car as well. So should we only do races with the absolute fastest things?
Well,
yeah.
So it makes
that eradicates the egg and spoon immediately.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because that would be.
Or we keep that element.
Slow.
Keep that element to keep it interesting. You can use anything you want, but you still need to.
You've got to carry your unboiled egg on. So in the Melbourne Cup, the car race that stops the nation.
Yes.
The jockey riding the car has to also have an egg on a spoon.
Yeah.
And even if they get over the line first, if they've dropped and cracked that egg,
that's right. Yeah,
doesn't matter. You're out, mate.
And they're just now inspecting the eggs.
It is a mind game.
Strategy.
It's a
strategy.
It's a strategy.
Just get a bigger spoon, get a bigger egg.
A bigger spoon, a smaller egg.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I said bigger egg. I don't know. You don't know how big my spoon was there. No.
That's true.
A lot bigger?
Yeah, it was a lot bigger. Yeah. I mean, the car could be itself a spoon. Like a hot dog car, but instead it's a car for soup. So like, or for promoting soup, it's just a big spoon like that. And you just drive that, and then you just get a little. It's an emu egg. It's still big, but not compared to a car like that.
There aren't any. Nobody's trying to market soup to people in cars.
Soup. Like to people in cars, as in like it's sort of like a soup that people eat while they drive.
Yeah.
A good driving soup.
Yeah, pop by the drive-through soup window.
Yeah.
You're driving soup.
A good way to have it would be in a cigar type thing, right? Because people love doing that, like that, right? They love doing that, and they love all those like the electric ones that you can smoke with.
Vaping.
Yep, vapes.
and
Yep.
stuff. But it's all unhealthy for you. But if you were doing this,
if you were smoking,
you're getting a bit of minestrone.
Yeah.
Like that. And it was just like, of course, you're still drinking it, but it's just a rod of soup. Maybe you can have a big fat one. Looks like you just.
Yeah, why haven't we been thinking about smoking soup?
Hoagie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it, a hoagie? Those
I think it's a sandwich.
It's a sandwich.
Yeah.
Do some people call a cigar a hoagie?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Thank you for that concession.
I'm gonna have a. I know this is so dumb to write down, but a soup cigar.
Yeah, sure.
You know, look, a lot of what we consider sketch ideas, the bar is very low now. A lot of them are product ideas, and then we just go, look, it'll just be these guys will be selling this dumb, stupid.
Yeah, no, soup cigar. That's it's very important. Pop it down.
Thank you.
I mean, imagine, like stumbling across your like teenage child, like at the Oval, like you're walking the dog, and they're at the Oval with their friends, and you see them smoking this thing.
Yeah.
And you go running over, and you're like,
great.
Absolutely not. Like, what are you doing? And then they're like, Dad, it's just a soup cigar.
Yeah, guys, it's just a gumbo. I'm just having this is a pea and ham.
Yeah,
it's
pea and
smoked. A little bit, but you just need that for the flavor. And they still got the little bit at the end that lights up, that warms up the soup before it comes into your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you just get a whole pack of them.
I thought of a new expression. It's like, you know how that expression, like a screen door on a submarine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Ashtray on a motorbike. Yep.
Hold that for 1 second. Your dad sees you smoking a soup cigar, and then he makes you drink a whole pack.
Yeah.
That's so good. Come home, get in the car, and then you're just sitting there with this massive like punch bowl of soup, going, Dad, I'll never do it again.
Refilling them.
I'll never do it again. Eat the whole bowl. I'll never.
I forgot. Oh, but my new expression is like a speed hump at a drive-through soup kitchen.
Oh no! Oh, wait, so
because they're giving it to you in bowls, obviously, in this scenario.
That's right, and there's no they give you generous proportions.
Yo, it's filled to the brim.
It's to the brim, unfortunately.
So I'll
and you've got no passenger to help.
Yeah. Like a speed hump at a drive-through soup kitchen where they fill the bowl to the brim and you've got no passenger to help.
And the soup is really hot.
And
you're wearing a new shirt that is light coloured.
Oh.
And the soup is so dark.
The soup is dark. It's not the same colour as your
shirt.
And you've hurt your fingers on one hand, so you only have one good hand to drive with.
Oh, no. So you're balancing it on your shirt? You're leaning back like this. You recline your seat and you're balancing the bowl there on your chest.
And just driving and just glancing down every now and then.
And then speed hump.
Awful.
I already like just a drive-through soup place because already that implies no lids. I just don't want to
lids.
No lids.
We're eco-friendly, so no lids.
Just get it like that, and then you're just thanks, guys.
Driving with your foot.
Yeah.
Trying to eat a bowl of soup while driving a car is really funny visual. I wonder if it feels like such a bad idea that there should be a very specific fine for it. Like it feels like it's work because there's already for texting and using your phone while driving. There's already a super high fine for that. That's higher than for lots of other road infringements. But surely eating a bowl of soup while driving is worse.
Yeah.
And so I think it should have an even higher fine.
Well, what figure would you place on it?
$1,000.
10,000. Yeah, I reckon that's good because if you're busted texting on your phone while driving or stationary pulled up at the lights, right?
Isn't it like $3,000?
It's it probably is now. It happened to me a couple of years ago. I was stationary at the lights. My phone dropped out of the holder. And I picked it up to put it on, and then there was a cyclist police officer who knocked on my window.
Yeah.
And at that time, I reckon that was 2 years ago, and it was a $500 fine, and I lost 3 demerit points.
Wow.
And I threw my phone out, and I've never had one since.
Yeah, and you've kept your story so straight that they actually should see that you're innocent because it was just the falling thing.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to. I can't wait for
see
them
this,
to.
and then they'll be like, we'll give you the $500 back.
Yeah, because he was like, you shouldn't be touching it. And I was like, no, I totally get it. Like, I'm not defending myself at all. And he was like, you should have a holder. And I'm like, I do right there. And I'm like, but it was under my feet and I thought it was dangerous under my feet because I need my feet and the pedals. And he was like, you should know better. And I'm like, yeah, all right, fine me. And he did with glee.
Yeah.
Absolute glee. But so in the future, you've just got to keep the phone under your feet.
And I have no reason to think that you're lying.
Yeah, I've done a lot of bad things, and I'll freely admit to them.
Oh, I love that. And you're making yourself vulnerable. And
I'm bearing my soul.
I feel like I should give Kirsty $500.
Yeah. You recalled me yesterday telling me you're desperate for money.
I know, and this is why.
And I didn't even end up sending you money accidentally. Whoops. Sorry.
All right, so this is turning into a telethon now.
No, of course, yeah.
Well, it is a little bit because we're also promoting the Stupid Old Studios fundraiser for this to help Stupid Old Studios move.
So some of this money could go to pay fines. No, it won't. But it will pay.
Some of the money will go to Kirsty.
Some of the money will go to Stupid Old, and about $499.90, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're trying to take the sting out of the $500 figure, so they let me keep that 10 cents.
Really, they should want to put the sting into the fine.
I tell you what, that's the kind of fine that you receive where, like, I have literally had that same problem again, and that phone has stayed there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, there is no way I'm touching that phone.
Yeah.
And I totally understand why it's in place. Like, no shade on the officer. He was awful. But he could have been a little bit friendlier. But other than that, I totally get it. And I'm certain that every single person they pull over is like, it's glued to my hand. I can't get it. Like, no one's just going, yeah, I was texting my boyfriend, are they? Like, I'm not, because I don't have a boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good story.
Yeah, that's a good.
And you've been sticking to that, and You're really committing to the bit. Yeah.
I went out and got a girlfriend just to commit to the bit.
I'm not texting my boyfriend. I'll promise.
Yeah, I'll prove it by getting a girlfriend.
3 years. I'll prove it to you.
We'll be so happily committed. I don't know why it made me think of this. This is not a good idea. And again, it's a really dumb product, but it's a really kind of a sport at the same time. It's soccer for the area between your seat and where the pedals are.
Oh,
it's a little soccer ball, right?
It's good.
Like this, and you can play like that.
And get it around. If you got
it's almost nothing because all I'm picturing is obviously the ball getting stuck underneath the pedal, and then you can't stop or accelerate.
Yeah, so you crash and Yeah, awful end of your story.
Yeah,
your son would demand a better.
But
but tell me that you and the paramedics became friends at the end.
Yeah, that's right. But me and the paramedic and the person I hit became best of friends.
Yeah,
and
that's how I met your mother.
We had our tombstones next to each other. But, as an idea of something to pitch to people, that feels
sure.
Like people are so emotional. They're stuck in cars all the time.
Well, if you've got cruise control, you're on the freeway, right? You don't even need to put your foot on the brake or the accelerator, right? You can be tapping there. You can be playing your left foot to the right. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of little goals that go either side of that area.
Yeah, practicing juggling, like skills, just keeping it up. Yeah.
And it's out of sight from any police officers.
That is a big selling point.
Well, how about this? Then can I pitch this to you? The foot phone.
The foot phone.
Okay.
So you can text with your feet.
Texting with your feet.
That is genius because
big screen. It's like bigger than an iPad. Yeah. It covers the whole floor area there.
It's like as big, like the letters are as big as your parents would have on their regular.
And you know what's great about this is it's even more dangerous than a regular phone. And after we've brought this in and they've realised there's nothing they can do to stop it, they're going to have to make using your regular phone legal just to reduce the number of people who are using the foot phone.
Which means we can all text and drive again.
We did it! We did it! We did it!
Text your loved ones. Let them know.
Text your loved ones. Text and drive your loved ones. Wait, drive and text your loved ones to tell them about the foot phone.
It's a flawless plan. Because you could have you could be pulled over by an officer, and you could be talking to them out the window, and that could absolutely not interfere
with your ability to
you
text.
Still saying, like, I'm about to go past the shop.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you need?
Yeah. You could be changing the podcast.
I'm just on my way home from work.
It's just to me at all.
I'm on my way home from work, officer.
See my boyfriend.
To definitely see my boyfriend, who I'm very committed to, and he is definitely of the right gender for me.
Yes. Anyway, Your Honour, or whatever you're called.
Your Honour. Constable, whatever.
You think that's scary when you're texting on your phone and a cop shows up on a bike next to you and bangs on the way. But imagine that you're texting and a judge pulls up.
Oh no!
Like that. A judge pulls up, dunk, 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 and then he hits his
This
hammer.
is a great sketch idea. Cycle judges.
I reckon the judge is reserved for people suspected of driving while eating soup, though. like the biggest crime in the book.
That's why they had to. We can't even get enough cops on the road to stop this driving soup epidemic.
Time to implement the Judge Dredd protocol.
Big long hair. They don't even need a helmet.
They've got their wigs on, no helmet.
I think the wig definitely goes over the helmet. The robe has to be specially redesigned to be sort of a lycra kind of robe, compromise cross thing.
Yeah.
But it still hangs down, but maybe it's like it's got a great seam up the middle so it goes over the side.
Yeah. And they've got one hand on the handlebars and the other one waving the gavel wildly in the air.
Oh, there they got a little thing that they can tap it on. You tap on your window with the gavel.
We just hit 150. We are halfway through.
Wow.
That's insane.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. And so look, I don't even want to look at how many hours it's taken, but the idea that it's taken less than 13. Oh, no, less than 12, which means that in my mind, it was going to take 24 hours to get this done. We're currently on a decent path. We're heading towards 12. We could beat the 200 episode somehow. Oh, except for we still have to we still have to read the sketch ideas at the end while Andy carves out a cheese goblet so that we can drink wine out of it.
Yeah, that's true. In the traditional closing ceremony.
Yes, and also make a bouquet of salad. Another product idea that we came up with at another time. I forgot the salad dressing. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's okay.
I can put a little bit of mango juice on there.
Yes.
Perfect.
There you go.
Squeeze some mangoes.
So oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't believe
that was hectic.
The first 150?
No, just the last 10 minutes. It feels like it was exhausting. It really got into some good stuff.
Yeah, we did have some based off of just texting and driving. We've found I think we found both Soup Cigar, Drive-Through Soup Kitchen.
Is this anything?
The Foot's phone. Sorry, you keep going. This is not necessary.
Now, texting and driving, that's illegal. What about driving and texting?
Okay, wait.
Now, I'm not sure how you draw the distinction. Maybe, I think, if the phone is bigger than the car,
or if you're
technically
outside of the
you're
car.
driving and texting.
So if you had like one of those, remember the old Pizza Hut delivery cars or whatever pizza shop it was?
Yeah.
And they had the massive phone on the top of the car. So if you were driving one of those and leaned out and grabbed that thing down, and we're hanging out the window, yelling into that, no crime.
No crime. No crime. If the phone is bigger than the car, it's fine.
It's not a crime.
Yeah.
1311166, is that one? Pizza Hut?
1311166.
Pizza Hut delivery.
Right, look, but how do we justify it? We just justify it's just a size thing?
I don't think it's a sketch idea,
No?
Alasdair. No. I mean, Kirsty did a lot of value adding there.
Yeah.
But I think
we've got so much out of it.
Pushed our luck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, let's go to a new topic. Maybe we could think of.
What if the road? Sorry, but this is exactly the same thing. What if we invented a type of road
that was a phone?
That was a phone. Exactly right.
Is that really what you're going to say?
That was what I was going to say. So the surface of the road is a big phone, and you type by steering across different letters as you're driving along.
Oh yeah, this seems heaps safer than.
Yeah.
So you just change lanes very abruptly and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds good. I reckon. Yeah. It'd be good if it were on like a windy mountain.
Just cliffs and like this.
Just texting my mum.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be done with a kind of a virtual reality heads-up display where the road itself doesn't even really have to be a phone, but if it can project onto your windscreen so it looks like you're driving over the letters to type or whatever, then you can be driving and texting.
I think that if you had a projector and it was projecting onto the back of the car in front of you that you're driving and you're trying to keep a reasonable distance from a movie, say Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets or something like that.
So it's, instead of the headlights or one of the headlights you replace with a high definition, high power laser projector.
Then your focus is still just because really when you're driving, especially long distance, your driving is just like trying to keep a reasonable distance from that car and not hit it.
Yeah, and trying to keep away.
The only time that you would go too close is if there's like something that you're trying to see.
Yeah, or though this is the problem though, because very often in movies you might have noticed sometimes the camera is closer and sometimes it's further away from the scene. They cut between the two, or they even zoom in or out.
Yeah.
And I think if you're focused on the screen and they're zooming out, it'll make it look like the truck is getting further away while you're driving closer.
Yeah.
And then you crash and die.
Okay.
So I think there could be.
You say I think that this might be a dead end.
Kirsty genuinely looked disgusted there for a second.
Visibly upset.
Yeah, and I think there's the problem also that people would be trying to zoom in for pervs and things like that. And, you know,
Zoom in for
pausing
person watching like filthy movies.
Yeah.
or just pausing a movie where there's going to be. I'll go get this one.
Yeah, great.
Because I also have to go pee.
Yeah, the reason that I looked so shocked was at learning in real time that it probably wouldn't work.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
Yeah, I was like, no, I loved this one.
Yeah. Well, it's. I guess it's like it is a kind of, it's a version of the drive-in movie, but where you are constantly driving along.
Yeah, so it's a driving movie, not a drive-in movie.
Well, I suppose maybe it would be a thing that you could offer, whereby, if people are doing long, big cross-country drives, okay, you could hire a truck and get a big screen and put it on the back of your truck.
Yep.
And play movies.
Yep.
Right. And you drive along, and then people can sort of queue up behind you, watch the movie while they're driving, and somehow you could charge them for this service.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I'm not completely sure.
They'd need a code to plug in to like their radio in order
to get the audio.
Yeah, to
they're
get the
listening
audio,
to the audio through their car radio.
Yeah, okay, that's good, because I was going down the path of technology that doesn't exist. So I like that you've brought it back to the real world. To get the audio. And like, who's watching a back of the truck movie like the whole way from here to Brisbane without the audio?
Exactly.
You're not.
No, you're going to pay that money. You're driving behind it anyway, in particular, because they might be quite wide and block the lanes. You won't be able to get past. So, this is a great way to get more customers. You're really, really wide screen. You're very annoying for everyone, but they can't get past you, so they're stuck behind you anyway.
Yeah.
They're watching the movie. You've got a little thing that ticks across the bottom of the screen. Say, text this, and I'll send you the code to listen on your radio. I mean,
You could have different costs for different size trucks. So, like, one of the things you could do is you could actually have a truck that with a house on the back of it.
Yeah,
and then
you're allowed to drive those.
Yeah, and in front of it, it'll have a little ute that says wide load in front of it to warn vehicles from the other direction. Right, but then what happens is that back wall of the family home that's being transported right across the country, probably across to Perth.
Pretty slowly,
Very slowly, so that the whole back of the house is a cinema screen.
Yep.
And also that drive is so long, like you're cashing in on probably...
Couple of movies.
Yeah, I reckon upwards of 10.
Upwards of 10 movies.
Upwards of 15 movies, I reckon. You're cashing in, and also...
Oh, you're absolutely right. I was thinking about the time it takes for a plane to get across Australia. And I was like, it's like 4 hours.
Yeah, but I mean, this is
I realised the cars go slower.
Yeah, but it's not just cars go slower, but they're stuck behind a truck transporting a house.
Exactly.
So they're doing 50 k's an hour to Perth, right? How many movies can you cram into that? Yep. And you're charging each vehicle that's stuck, and there's hundreds of them.
Hundreds. They're angry.
They're angry. You're charging each one of them like $5 per vehicle.
Yeah.
Watch the screen times how many films.
Yep. And you're really getting that rage dollar.
You're getting the Fury dollar. Yeah.
But people will pay it just to distract themselves from the anger.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're very slow.
Unless these companies can just take money directly out of your bank account. That's their big scam. Is that they actually don't need to deliver a house.
They don't actually need to do any of this stuff. They can take money directly from your bank account. But they're laundering that money by also doing something else that's illegal.
These people will stop at nothing.
Look. Is this a sketch idea? You've heard about road rage. How about this? Road joy.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Thank you. I'm going to sit back for a while.
That's just driving in the country.
It is nice.
It's just when you're driving on a country road and everyone's like going,
waving
g'day,
a little.
g'day,
Yeah.
hello. And I love it. I'm here for road
Yeah,
joy.
I can picture you liking that.
Oh, I'm into it. I'm so into it. I know it winds some people up. They're like, why do you have to greet everybody? But I'm like, greet away.
Yeah.
Like, I grew up in Canberra, so when you were on your morning walk, you'd say hello to everybody.
The Prime Minister?
Yeah. Yes, only the Prime Minister.
Sure.
But when I said everybody, that's
the
code
only
in
person,
Canberra for the Prime Minister.
When we were growing up, Howard would have been walking around at that time.
Yeah.
So you know,
Yeah.
it would have been
And that's
a great
why-
time for seeing walking prime minister.
Well, that's what motivated us to
course.
go for our morning walk was spotting Prime Ministers.
Plural.
Just go out for
Yeah, current and former.
prime minister spotting. And of course, during like something like the G20 or something like that, then there'd be multiple from other.
Yeah, heaps.
Blow-ins.
Yeah.
Blow-ins.
Yeah, your morning walk would suddenly go for 7 hours because you
Very
had no idea
exotic
who was
foreign
going out.
prime ministers.
Yeah. You don't know who's going out and on what schedule.
Do you think that there's like a Tinder for just like prime ministers? You know, like for probably ex prime ministers, because there'd be heaps of those over in the world. But
Yeah.
like, who do you date? Who do you date that doesn't know you that well in your country and doesn't have a bit of anger
Great
towards you?
romantic comedy.
This is very good.
It's a British prime minister who falls in love with an American president, and they get married
An ex or during the time while they're both in office.
while they're both in office.
Yeah, great. That
They
feels-
meet at a summit, and they fall in love.
I mean, it seems.
And
It's called Summit of Love is the name of the film.
what about if they met on Alasdair's dating app and the dating app's called Summit?
Yeah,
Oh
just
my
really
gosh.
good.
Summit is and it's during trade negotiations, and the Americans are really trying to screw over the
Yeah,
because of Brexit.
What it could be. This is great. It's a what's that one with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan where they don't realise that they're messaging each other. They fall in
Sleepless
love.
in Seattle.
No, the other one.
You've got mail.
You've got mail.
mail.
You've got mail, but it's an American president and a prime minister of Great Britain, and at the same time, while they're trying to screw each other in a trade negotiation, or possibly some sort of war scenario, I don't know, but they've fallen in love online under pseudonyms. 'Cause they're both
Global leaders.
global leaders, but they don't. Yeah, that's why they use it.
Yeah, you can't be, hi, it's me, Boris Johnson, swipe right.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about it.
It's great. It's really great. And I think also you just identified immediately that there is potential for sequels. Because you were like, or a war, I don't know.
Yeah.
But what happened if the first iteration was that it was just trade negotiations?
Yep. And then
Right? That they were screwing each other for.
Yep.
And then they fall in love and it's all fine.
Yeah.
But in the sequel,
Yeah.
they're about to go to war.
Great.
But they're texting each other.
You didn't tell me that you had spies trying to steal from our Pentagon or whatever like that.
Oh, it's, spies stealing from our Pentagon, that's one thing. But then you also looked at my text messages on my phone after we had sex.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of a Mr. and Mrs. Smith vibe to it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice, and I suppose they could also have a big gun battle as well. That would be fun as well, because
I think
you rarely see the president and the prime minister involved in a gun battle.
Yeah.
If they were trapped in a house, maybe the White House.
I reckon that's
They're
it.
leaning up against the wall, and they're like, like that, and then
I reckon that's in number 4 or beyond.
Sure, when we've jumped
The
the shark.
fourth sequel.
yeah.
Like the gun battle's got to be further along in the franchise.
Yeah, that's true.
What about
Because you're
you
still
got to hold on to that rom-com element for a little
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah.
Not quite ready to trade that away with a gun battle.
Yeah, but it's like Fast and the Furious. At first, it's just about the cars. This one, at first, it's just about the love.
Yeah.
But eventually, it slowly transforms into kind of James Bond kind of.
Yeah,
thing
and
or
then it
whatever.
becomes about the gun battle.
Yeah, and it's about the gun battle. It's just about how long a gun battle can go.
Yeah,
for.
like 6 years in, it's more about the gun battle.
And that's like a regular relationship anyway. At first, sure, it's all about the love, but eventually, you got to find stuff to really make it more exciting. Gun battles is likely where everybody.
Yeah.
After a
gun
gun
battle.
battle, the makeup sex is incredible.
Yeah. Also, it's you. You're
they
thinking
do-
it's the prime minister and the.
Yeah.
and the- okay. Yeah.
and making love on that big round table at the UN.
Sure, in one of the war rooms, maybe.
More like a war room. War. No fucking in the war room.
And exclusively fucking in the war room.
Yeah, that's where you should be.
Yeah.
That's one of their assistants, the butler. They have a butler.
The butler.
They share a butler.
We share a butler feels like its own sitcom, but maybe that's just the sitcom they tried to create in Seinfeld. Forget it. Okay.
No, that was just him with one butler.
Oh yeah.
But I actually think that's a fun story where a bunch of friends can't afford to get a butler each, but they decide to share a butler. They all chip in and get one butler to go between all the different families.
It's a story about how millennials don't never have as much money as their parents.
Yeah.
You know,
You know how all our parents had butlers?
Yeah. Well, we all would have loved to have butlers.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that was missing from my childhood, I'd say. Had a wonderful childhood. Will always complain about the fact we had no butler.
Absent parents, absent mum, absent dad, that's one thing. Absent butler? That sticks with you.
Yeah.
I think I'm still compensating for that.
But I'm incredible at making a drink for myself.
And
I've seen you do it, and you get all the drips in the cup.
yeah, and you're kind of very
Really
polite, and you refer to yourself as Ms. Webeck, and all like,
Yes, and I often have like a towel draped across my arm.
Yeah.
that's the dream we're living here. That's podcasting talent. I don't know if you have one, but obviously
Do you have a podcast?
Not currently. No. I did. I had one last year.
that's right.
Yeah, I did. I think I did 40 episodes.
It's amazing, isn't it? And
Pretty
then
good.
they can just slip away. I've done many.
Started a few.
and then they.
Yeah, I mean, I think I knew that mine was, temporary to begin with, but it was a fun, it was a super fun thing to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to stop doing it before I lost enjoyment.
Yeah.
But I love podcasting. It was just
We don't want that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is demonstrably not what we are trying to achieve.
When you do a 300th episode, it's not about the enjoyment. It's about having so much lack of enjoyment that it's just like, oh, is this
There's an
enjoyable?
entertainment value to that.
Well, that's what I thought. I was like, I hit this crossroads where I was like, I could keep going. Like I could stop rather, or I could turn into Alasdair and Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
we like to
and
do
that
that.
for me, I was like, oh God, I don't want that.
That's a real rock bottom moment where you look yourself in the face and you
Yeah. I was like, I don't
slowly
want
see like the glasses fade in over your own eyes in like a sort of magical realism type way.
Yep.
And then you like
Yep.
that, and then you wake up and it was all a dream. Or something like that.
I remember my girlfriend saying to me, like, are you going to continue with the
Girlfriend?
podcast?
Hang on,
And
you had a boyfriend.
oh God, I've come unstuck.
You've come under false pretenses. The police officer said you had a good boyfriend.
The judge just walks out from behind there. Oh no.
Cycles in behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got her.
Oh no, I've been busted. You set up this whole weekend
Yeah.
like just in cahoots. It's a sting to get me
is.
in cahoots with Vic
The
Police.
well, we said the con is on at the start of this episode. Con stands for conversation.
Yeah.
Conversation.
My girlfriend asked me if I was going to continue the podcast. And was quite encouraging of the idea and was trying to say to me, like, these are the ideas, the reasons why I think it's good that you continue with the podcast. And I simply held up a photo of you two. And she was like, oh, no. And she hiffed my Zoom recorder out the window.
Wow.
That's an act of love.
Yeah.
That's an act of, she saved you.
Yeah. She threw my microphone.
Sounds like you
into the
staged
lava
your
pit.
own intervention there.
Yeah, I mean, but she knows she's a health practitioner.
She
and
is.
knows what's going on. She was
Yep.
protecting your mental health.
She was.
Yep.
I believe we have other guests that have arrived.
Wonderful.
And you have kindly
Given us so much.
given us so much. Your mind, your time, your ideas.
I'm so delighted that you had me on. Thank you so much.
Got us across the halfway point.
Yeah, I actually feel really thrilled that I was here for the halfway
Yeah,
point.
that's a big one. I mean, the second one is we'll see if we can keep up the pace.
One of the big joys in life is watching your Twitter count increase, your number of followers on Twitter.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. That's very kind of you.
Would you like to just quickly plug your Twitter so that maybe anyone who's watching could...
Yeah, sure. You can. Where am I looking? Oh, at the camera. I was like, why am I looking at myself down there?
Three.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I can choose, but instead I look at the floor.
But that's definitely
Yeah.
not it.
I'm like, hi everyone watching. You can find me at Kirsty Webeck. Webeck on all the socials, but yeah, I'm definitely most prolific on Twitter.
Very good. Very
Thanks,
good.
legends. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much for appearing on this.
My pleasure.
Putting yourself through it.
Godspeed through the rest
Social
of
media
it.
is really the era of people who had a name that they had to spell for people. finally it's all paying off because you can get those unique names on all the platforms, right?
Yeah.
Instagram and that sort of stuff.
100%.
All the time you had to spend spelling out your name for people.
Yeah.
Finally, that's
Money in the bloody bank.
That's gravy, baby.
Jot that one down. See you, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Genuinely, there's actually something there.
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
Oh, great.
you want to start introducing the other guests?
Oh my golly goodness. There, we've got some very, as always, all our guests are exciting, but we have some people we'd like to introduce onto the podcast. It's Mr. Sunday Movies and Nick Mason. Come on, fellas. Yes.
Hello.
We weren't expecting the pleasure.
Yeah. I wasn't supposed to be.
Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, no.
Hello. I'm supposed to be at the pub, and this is like an action-packed weekend for me with like kids' parties, and I'm going away and all these things, and I'm just like, I don't really. Like, my friends, they're all right.
Yeah.
But, like, I love doing this.
Your comedy acquaintances are better. Yeah.
And these guys pay, obviously. So
Sure. Oh, yeah. Big dollars.
That's per sketch idea, right?
It's an expression you don't hear very often. I'm supposed to be at the pub. It's one of those.
It's un-Australian, quite frankly.
You don't get to say that. Society doesn't let you.
No, that's true. But this is also because of my lovely wife who took the bullet that is our kids. For also like there are many levels for me to be here.
The amount of bullets being taken by our partners.
Right now, there is an entire.
There's a cottage industry.
Yeah. I was
you guys remember The Matrix?
Shooting,
it's like that.
Except they get hit with every bullet.
They're dying out there.
I'm the Neo of getting hit with every bullet.
That's terrific. Now this is great. This is a great setup.
I wasn't expecting.
I was going to wear shorts, but then I watched the live stream.
Oh wow!
And I thought we were going to be upstairs, and I'm like, oh no, we're in the big cool room.
And you've got those real culotte type shorts.
Yes.
That go out. Each one has a kind of hoop skirt.
Yeah. Because I used to be in the Navy, so I love the sea. So
sure.
Yeah.
And a seaman loves a breeze. Is that right? Is that what it is? It's,
yes.
each one's like a sail, and it travels.
Is that like
a
a joke about his semen loving a breeze when it blows up?
I did not come here to be insulted.
I'm sorry to talk about your semen.
No, but I mean,
on in the episode.
If that wasn't what you meant, then there's something in there.
Yeah.
About the semen love
a breeze.
Love a breeze.
Already contributing.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think this is doing really well. I think some would say that was a mistake turfing professional comedian Kirsty Webeck.
Guys, well, flying, man.
Yeah, you're ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Way ahead of schedule.
I think there's a possibility that it's going to be an illusion and that we were way ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
start to crumble as time goes on. So
and wouldn't it be grand to say it happened right here, right now?
This was the beginning of the crumbling.
Started,
on this semen sketch that we're really trying to work out.
That everyone's pretty excited about.
So what we're saying, it's a man and he's got semen in his culottes. That's in the cuffs. He's turned up the cuts.
I think it's a good start. I mean, look, I already tried to come up with these underpants that are just you can just pee in. They're like those period ones.
Yeah.
What about ones that you can just have semen in?
Have you had any repeats? Because not everybody's watching the stream before they come on. Is anybody just coming in here and being like, folks, Vikings, they take the skulls, and what could they put in the skulls?
We haven't had any repeats yet. Maybe there might have been one after in the third thing where they were like something about a dictionary that tells you the meanings of words that is not what the
all
real
the
meaning
meanings
is.
that they don't have or something.
Yeah. Anyway, I think somehow that came up again, which doesn't feel like it was already a sketch that we should have written down.
Yeah, and it doesn't bear bringing up again.
Okay, we won't.
It grinds everything to a halt.
Yeah. And so let's go back to the semen.
Okay, terrific.
If we could.
If we can do 1 hour of semen-based sketches.
But people who ride on the sea in boats, they've used wind to propel their boats. They've used, nuclear power.
What's the next step?
What's the next step, of course?
Yeah.
Is jizzing? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that wasn't actually. I was trying to go back to just, but it could be. I mean, I guess if you did put a bunch of men or women at the end of a boat and point their genitals towards the back, it could work a bit like a jet ski.
Well,
water.
And if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. And why not?
Exactly.
Is there
towards the Navy?
Could it sink the boat with fluids?
Well, I think you're jizzing off the boat.
Oh, okay.
back
Oh,
of
you're
the boat
saying
to
we're
push
jizzing into
yourself
the boat.
along.
I'm not sure. So
Well,
when,
you'd rather be on the inside.
You're not sure? You
thought-
better get sure quick, mister.
I thought we were talking about submarine for some reason.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Well, then I don't think you've changed the overall mass of the submarine.
Yeah.
at
It's
just
all.
a-
Yeah,
just
you've
a weight
relocated
distribution.
Unless you're on the
weight
outside
distribution.
jizzing in, and then somehow that does.
Standing on the outside, just
Unless you think that your balls are like a dimensional portal of some kind to a. Is that how you think that is
That's
formed?
really interesting. Are they creating, bringing new matter
Real
into the
matter.
universe?
Wow.
Yeah.
Has anybody looked at this, weighed a person before and after, and have we actually confirmed?
And then realize that they're
All of that
exactly the
mass.
same weight. That's how you would find out.
This
right?
is a weight of the soul situation, except it's the weight of the balls.
I mean, the idea that inside every testicle is a little Big Bang. You know. That,
yeah.
This is off brand for us. We don't normally talk about balls and jizz and stuff.
No,
but we got to go with it.
It's really.
We don't talk this much about it either. Maybe a little bit.
No.
But,
So, but we have, the well is running dry in many respects, at the moment.
and we
Yeah.
kind of need new matter
You
to
get
be
what you get.
created.
Yeah, exactly.
In maybe some kind of testicle.
So, what was that movie where the name was The Weight of the Soul? Was it
21
called
grams.
21 grams?
Yeah.
Right. I suppose that we could do a version of that, but with
Yeah.
Testicles.
Portal in the balls.
but it's the opposite.
And it's on a boat. It's on a boat.
Culminates the rude word. It culminates in whatever the rude version of that is in an expedition 2001: A Space Odyssey into the dimension of the balls. I think just a man in a old timey deep sea diving suit with a cable. They put him into the dimension, the semen dimension. Yeah.
Right.
That's really nice.
Climax of the movie is the word that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
There we go.
Max. So you knew that it was a rude word in that.
It's hardly rude.
Well, it's rude how I think of it. Too.
It feels like the orgasm is the least rude part of sex, right? I mean, even though it's a really big part of it.
Yeah.
But like, oh well, no, I wasn't thinking about the jizz coming out and things like that. That is pretty rude.
It's quite rude.
Yeah, that is rude. But it's just somebody having a nice feeling.
Yeah, but would you just
That is nice, actually.
feeling as being, is that an emotion, or is a feeling different to an emotion? Because it feels like a sort of a one-off emotion that you don't really have at other times in your life. It's its own special.
It is for me. That was with the amount of sexual experiences I've had is what I'm implying.
Oh, obviously, yeah. Right.
I did one and then I got 2 kids out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you did actually do that once, but
Yeah.
But
Thanks,
okay,
guys.
sorry. But it feels like when you're orgasming, suddenly you're on your own, just for a moment there.
Yeah.
It's actually the loneliest time ever. and
Yeah.
it feels great,
Like Far Away Man.
like the furthest away man.
bad.
This is crazy far away as well. Like you can't really
Sorry,
tell on
yeah,
the
when I
on
lean
the
back
monitor,
like
but
that.
My God,
Yeah. Okay. Evan
you
told
can
us.
still
that-
hear it.
Evan told us early on that
Somewhat, or actually, yeah.
that I probably shouldn't lean back that far, and I have
Yeah.
been doing it a lot.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No. I mean, where were we going? We're like in some weird abstract space where testicles create matter, and then also you are completely alone while you're orgasming.
We got one on the board. That's
Yeah. I'll look.
If we don't want to let the team down, we have to do 4.8 sketches in the hour. So,
Okay, I think we can manage that.
Is that
8.
is that what you've worked out?
yeah.
Statistically, what we need.
I mean, if this was going to be a 24-hour stream, we
Yes.
have to do. But if you're ahead of schedule, so probably
yeah.
less. Yeah.
Yeah.
I reckon we're
Sorry,
basically
I do
there,
need to
James.
go.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah.
Okay, Andy.
Okay.
All
Right,
right.
guys, you're doing great.
Let's
Take stuff to the bin.
let's start afresh.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, as is tradition,
Yeah,
anytime Andy leaves the room
I've got.
during a live stream, I'm going to pitch to you a sketch.
Yeah.
That I feel like Andy doesn't approve of, even though he's never heard it.
Yeah.
That is the reverse helicopter sketch.
Okay, I think that I can have something on this.
Okay, terrific.
Because what does a helicopter give you? The experience of a lifetime.
That's true. Yes. Yeah.
It takes you up and down. Now we need something that is a bad experience that moves you forward and back. So,
Okay.
what could that be?
Being shook.
Being shook.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's say you're an adult and you're at the door of a pub, which is where you would be right now. Yeah. Probably they would say those shoes are fantastic. Thank you. And you can come in with those shoes, but not those pants. That I actually like your pants as well. Okay?
Try and find a flaw in this.
Yeah, that's
I can't find a flaw in you at all. But and then you say, well, I disagree. You know, I'm actually a pretty reasonable person like that. And then he says, you look fit. Like that. He's like, and he sees that as a threat.
I like this. Oh.
I see.
It's just compliments.
Okay.
I know. He sees that as a threat, and he goes, "Man, that's got such a great smile. I'm going to bring it closer to me." Like then he goes, "Oh, that's too close. I'm going to look like I'm coming on too fast," and he'll shape push you away, and then that cycle will continue again like that, and that will be what is known in the business, in the bouncing business, as a reverse helicopter.
It's incredible. But also, I think maybe reverse helicopter a failure as always. But I think maybe we've fallen upon extremely complimentary bouncer.
Yeah,
maybe because I feel like
threatened by.
Yeah, I feel like maybe like you encounter a bouncer sometimes and they're very aggressive, and it's maybe because they they've had some bad experiences in life and they're like
they're seeing clowns every night,
Exactly, and they're mad. But I like the idea of a bouncer, and he's had some very positive experiences in his life. And he's in the public sphere, so he can just be really nice to people.
Well, it's a bouncer who's so complimentary.
People don't believe in him, so he has to get threatening at the end. He's like, "I'm serious. I do like your shoes."
I mean, he thinks that you're better than this pub. And he won't let you in. He's like, "I'm sorry, man. You're just too good for this place. You cannot come in." He goes, "Those shoes are too nice. Your face is too nice." And there's a spark in your soul that lifts my spirits and makes me want to be a different man, a better man.
Yeah.
Like that.
You got a degree? I've got 2 degrees. Get out of here.
Get out. Really get out of here.
Yeah.
You're going to get hurt in there. There is violence in there. I don't do a good job.
How did this? You can't tell from this sketch because it's audio only, but I'm 4 feet tall. I'm bad at securing this location, honestly.
What are you writing for that?
Well, it's
reverse
bouncer who won't let you in.
Oh, okay.
Like, I haven't written reverse helicopter.
No, why would you?
I can't
never do it, honestly.
But I mean, it led us to the complimentary. Like, if anything,
this is great. That's 2.
That's 2.
2 sketch ideas while I was gone. Fantastic.
No.
We actually went through some of those and removed some because we're like, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not going to fly.
Something I was thinking about. If I'm not interrupting, is there a flow? Is there something happening?
Oh, we killed it.
Is good. is the idea that a rainbow feels like as close. Well, 2 things. One, for such a happy-looking thing, it's a shame that it is the shape of a frown. Really, a rainbow should go the other way up.
So to somebody in consultation with God, or logic, somebody's in or physicists maybe, and they say, "Oh, well, look, we need to fix this."
Or we change the colours of the rainbow to make it look more sad.
Oh yeah, there's 2 options there. Okay. Cool. Now, are we doing that in the atmosphere? Are we seeding the atmosphere with some sort of chemical that? Or are we doing that experiment where they put those glasses on people that turned all their eyesight upside down?
Yeah, but just for.
No, probably everything.
But everything upside down.
I think the price to pay is high, but I think it's worth it for this
experiment.
So that's even when there's no rainbows. It's just like
just in case. What are you gonna? Because you're gonna see a rainbow and then you go like, better put the glasses on. It's too late. You've already seen it.
Right, it's done.
Yeah,
damage is done.
Rainbows already feel like a little bit of augmented reality. In reality,
that is true.
Right? They got this real superimposed. See it from certain angles and that kind of thing. It's very,
Do you think it could have been a marketing campaign? It's like imagine if
Skittles.
Facebook reveals that they had been planting rainbows for the last 2,000 years as a viral marketing thing.
They've acquired the concept of rainbows. They paid $2 billion for it. Every Department of Meteorology has been paid off, and they own it now. Too late.
And then they realize that every time you see a rainbow, you do think of.
I mean, a
mixture of metaverse and pride.
Yeah. I mean,
you acquire because nobody likes this metaverse. But if you acquire some pride branding, people have to be on board. Tack it on,
And then the alternative is, as you say, somehow adjusting the atmosphere to make rainbows look different.
Yes.
And as long as we're doing that, we might as well make them, into the shape of a company logo or something.
Perfect. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and then every time the rain clears, the sun comes out, and you look up in the sky, and what do you see? I mean, Google's already is those colours.
Eggos?
Eggos. It's Eggos.
Eggos?
The waffles,
those waffles from North America.
Yeah.
You go, oh, Jesus Christ, I should eat some.
It's amazing they were able to afford that.
Well, you've got to move a lot of waffles, but to change the sky.
It's an investment in the future.
Yeah.
They're going to sell after that.
That's right.
None. You make your own at home.
There is something hilarious about like the idea that, I think like Elon Musk was talking about branding the moon. There's something about that I find like inherently hilarious, like in a terrible way.
Oh,
it's like the audacity
worst.
to be like, I'm going to ride on the moon.
I'm going to write one of my tweets on the moon.
Yeah, well, he's already kind of done it when, you look up and you see these moving stars and you're like, what the fuck? And you see like a few in a row and then you go, oh, that's Starlink.
Yeah.
And you go, the guy is essentially advertising in the sky already.
Yeah.
And that is a bit like,
it's good though. We like him though.
Yeah.
He's cool guy.
I do. Well, I like him.
Normal.
You know what I like about him? How normal he is.
I cannot stress enough how normal we all think.
Sketch about a normal
We all
guy.
agree that he is.
He'll tell you that too. If you ask him, he's just,
like, I'm normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normal guy.
Is there a sketch about a normal guy?
Yeah, but a guy who's so normal.
Well, in a way, a lot of humor, I think, derives from a normal guy interacting with an abnormal situation.
Yeah, okay.
I don't mean to rewrite the rules of comedy like that, but
No, but I don't want there to be any abnormal
okay,
situation.
I was
terrific.
going to say, I like the idea of there not being that, where it's
Yeah.
just it's so normal, and maybe it's through probability.
Yeah.
You've got a guy who's just having insane adventures by accident, like pure chance. So there would be the opposite of that, a man who never experiences anything.
Sure.
Yeah. I would love
And
that.
it's going to look great on screen.
On film.
exactly right. Yeah,
I can picture the third act right now. Exactly the same as the first and the second.
the regular life of a guy who's like Walter Mitty, but he's the opposite.
But
Walter Mitty.
that quite a bit then.
Wow.
Yeah, we haven't had the opportunity to spit at each other in person.
There you go.
An absolute pleasure.
Walter Mitty, but he doesn't even have those little dreams that he has.
Why would he want to? He's never experienced anything out of the ordinary to spark his imagination. And he doesn't care. He loves it.
Dreams a beige wall, and then he wakes up to a beige wall.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that was accurate.
I think it would be fun to celebrate, maybe as a sketch idea, the idea that now that everybody's vaccinated, we can get back to spit fights.
Do you mean like in school where you got like water in your mouth and you spit it on another person?
No. I want it to be. It's just like people just running around like that. Because once you take time off of something, you kind of get back to it with even more vigor.
I mean,
and now that
I want to know where that is on the roadmap. I want to be able to see spit fights on the roadmap, and I think
spit fights are coming
at a certain point, did Dan Andrews tweet that we could get on the beers or we could go back to the pub?
Yeah.
Well, I'm really looking forward to the press conference where he gets up, he takes off his mask, and he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, spit fights are back," and he spits on Tim Palace, one of
his assistants brings up a big thick shake and he takes a long draw off and he's like, here we go, folks.
No, I think he takes the big sip before he makes the announcement, so that he's locked and
What are they
loaded.
doing? What's this? What's Dan Andrews doing?
Yeah.
What else is there to unveil? Fight.
Now, I've never wanted to do a spit fight, but now that you've brought it up, I just like the just having the option to do a spit fight. I think it's important.
And you love a competition. You're kind of quite a competitive person.
Very, yeah.
Deeply competitive.
And I could see how strategy would come into it a lot.
Winning
That was very
most normal man competition. There's only one other contender, and I'll get you, Musk. I'll get you.
I like that the government is going to, after a while, they're going to get addicted
This guy likes the government.
That after a while they're going to get addicted to that hit of popularity they get when they release when they announce a new freedom.
Yes.
And so after a while they're going to sort of run out of freedoms to announce. They're going to start announcing things that we didn't really do before.
They nearly ran
like
out
they're a new.
They nearly ran out of restrictions at a certain point. They're
Sure.
like, you've got a curfew and you've got can't leave your house and
Can't look up.
can't look up anymore. That's right. We're not finished.
No, we're running out of options.
We're not finished the rainbow rebrand. So don't look up until it's finished.
Oh, the rainbow rebrand.
New freedoms would be great. Spit fight is perfect. I like
That's
that.
a look down order. Sorry. Forget it.
But I'm also
I mean, a look down for months.
I've also reached the point where if you were to say, name a new thing, I'd be like, I can't think of anything.
You mean like a new experience or something?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Other than spit fights?
Knife fights.
Knife fights? But knife fights are old. They come from a long time, And so
Are there any ninjas who spit knives?
Spit knives?
Who spit out knives. Yeah. I don't see that there's a, like, you always see that situation where they're fighting, right? And they got themselves in the
You always see that situation.
Yeah, I know.
grapple type situation, right? Where they're all locked in, right? Nobody's got any options. And then, maybe someone will headbutt. But what would be even better? Spit the knife.
That's true.
You got a little knife in your mouth, in your cheek.
Yeah.
Spit that out.
Yeah, or a mouth gun.
Mouth gun, sure. Oh, actually, we did come up with a mouth gun.
Did we? Damn.
We came up with it on a different
Just as some sort of inveterate riverboat gambler, you know.
Yeah.
They're like, you're cheating, boy, and he's like, well, better bring out the mouth gun.
I guess you pull your cheek back and it's just there in the side.
Load a tooth, and then
Load a tooth.
You could do completely.
Shooting a tooth out's pretty good.
Sorry, Evan Munro-Smith just liked one of my tweets. So
Oh well,
goodness.
sorry.
Wow.
That's an exciting time in anybody's life.
I didn't mean to look at my phone, but
No, but I mean that spitting out teeth is a way maybe that you can. Because I mean, right now, teeth you can only use them for biting. You know, with biting
smiling.
and smiling. Yeah,
Thank you. The
which
biggest weapon of all.
That's
Just like this. See, I mean, look at that. And how can you be angry at a guy like that?
normal.
Normal man. Yeah, new challenger has entered.
normal. But yeah, spitting your own teeth.
Is there a sketch in that? Just a man gently tapping at his teeth with a hammer and then spitting them out.
Like, I mean, but you could picture in a movie. Like, I don't know exactly what this movie. It's an action movie. Somebody is, they think they're in a safe situation, right? And they're talking to this guy, and he's a bit serious, but he's getting a bit more serious. And he goes, so he's talking to him. He goes, "So I thank you very much for working with me on that project. What you did was very helpful. And but I'm sorry, you've seen too much." Like that. And then they spit one of the teeth, and he goes,
Wow.
Like
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
that.
I love this character.
I'm picturing some sort of I'm picturing some sort of like 1920s Al Capone style mobster. He's got the violin case. He cracks it open. There's just a array of dentures. 'Cause he's got to reload at some point, surely.
Yeah, that's right. And then he can just suck the teeth out of the dentures.
Yeah.
That. And he's got amazing lung capacity.
You'd have to.
What I like, though, is that to me, he's only got a limited number of shots in his life.
Oh, I see. Yep. Okay. Mhm.
So he uses them very sparely. He's got, how many teeth do humans have? Like 40?
Yeah.
Got 40 shots. And he's down to his, last 2 or 3 shots or something.
Then he has to retire.
Yeah.
He's got one left for one last job. He's got.
He's like, "What are you thinking?" You're like, "I'm retiring."
The guy's there and he's like, "Man, you can spend the rest of your life opening up tin cans with that last tooth, or you can go out with one big score and you can eat caviar every day, just spoonfuls of caviar through your gums." And he's like, "I'll do it.
It's the tooth
I'll do it."
It's a villain who spits teeth. I know.
Perfect. No, that's
Who's
great.
that guy in Marvel?
Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Mm.
Yeah.
Bullseye, yeah. Bit of that, but
Or Stan Lee. I don't know. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did in his off hours. Maybe he ran out of teeth.
He did have big fake teeth.
Did he?
Well, at the end.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So maybe that was his life. Who's to
Maybe
say?
he spat them all out.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a young Stan Lee.
No.
Very groovy. I
You
would
see a
imagine.
photo and it's like,
Yeah.
not sure about that.
Yeah. In terms of people who achieved the greatest visibility, the latest in their life.
Yeah.
He'd be right up there
Totally,
on that
yeah.
scale.
Yeah.
But then, then he got a good number of years out of that as well.
Yeah.
Of looking extremely old and being around the place.
Be a bus driver in a scene and then,
Yeah.
like you said, you were in a movie once and like there was grandmas behind you and they're like, "That's Stan Lee in Deadpool or whatever." And you were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
People know this?
the
Grandmas.
Yeah,
regular
people know.
people. Yeah, I
Sure
thought,
they were grandmas?
I mean, I don't mean to judge, but yeah.
Yeah.
Looked old.
Wasn't dress up.
Like grandma.
Yeah.
It's a great game show. Guess the grandma.
it's a grandma.
Oh.
Who's a grandma?
Who's signing up for that? As a contestant or as a subject of mockery and ridicule? Yeah, you look old, I reckon. Yeah, you look all busted up.
You got to pay a lot of money to get people on.
Did you see that new show where
grandma?
That I only saw the clip that Beckshaw Brocklesnitch tweeted.
It's a man and he has to
love trap.
guess. He has to guess which woman is in a relationship,
relationship.
already.
Oh,
that's right.
And he
Exactly.
picks someone
Yeah.
and they fall through a trapdoor all of a
I
sudden.
thought that was like fake, like a digital effect. But
Yeah.
Wow.
they slow mo it, and it's
Genuinely.
clearly not. Yeah, they
Wow,
clearly.
She looks shocked.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hope
was
they
it the
didn't
first
tell
one?
her.
Did they not know? I guess.
They must have known, but I think there's a difference between
knowing it's going to happen.
Knowing it's going to happen, then it actually happens.
Yeah.
Like, whomst among us has ever actually fallen through a trapdoor?
I mean, I got to be honest.
Thought about
it's
it.
a dream of mine. I would love to fall through a trapdoor that just gets open underneath me, and I don't hit my teeth on the side. As
Tell us more, Alasdair. Continue speaking while we reach for the button. About how much you'd love it.
You could just
slightly to the right.
Just to the
Just a man who really wants to fall into a James Bond villain's trap.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, switch the laser on. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, it's moving closer. I'm on board with this. Yeah.
Oh, he's
Is it like a fetish?
It's a fetish. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
that feels like something we could write down.
Nah.
No?
I think so.
I'm vetoing it. No, I'm kidding.
So somebody who's erotically
Yeah.
attached to the idea of falling into a villain's trap.
Yeah, they've worked their way up through MI6. And
Not in it for Queen and country.
they're in it
It's
for
just a
maybe.
fetish.
They're in maybe because a buzzsaw gets them in the nuts real bad.
They've been so good. They've been such a good agent up until this point, and then suddenly they get cornered.
Yeah.
They go. It's like that, and they see like this guy, he's got a gold finger or whatever, and he's got
Single gold
a bad
fingers.
eye, a bad eye, whatever.
Gold finger and a bad eye.
And this, and he he uses this one finger made of gold to pull this blanket off of a device, and it's a big, spherical metal thing with a like it looks like it's gonna have lasers coming out the end. And the guy goes, oh. But then he starts getting real weak in the knees, can't, because Mr. Schnott or whatever his name is.
It's not. Yeah.
He said Schnott.
Schnott.
Oh, okay, right.
German, he's German,
Yeah.
but working for MI6, and that's why you
Sure.
wouldn't
Okay.
assume.
So that's the agent, is it, Mr. Schnott? Have we made
Not the villain.
Have we made a series of successful films about this agent called Mr. Schnott?
I don't know if you can get past the first film without revealing that he's erotically aroused by getting trapped. by a
Yeah.
Bond
So why not go all out? Why not?
Do you think upon climax though he'd have regret and shame?
Oh,
And
yeah.
then he has to get his way out of it.
in real clarity again.
Yeah, exactly.
Clarity of mind,
Yeah.
and then can kind of
There's a refractory period where he's like, don't put me in another trap for 15, 20 minutes.
yeah, and then so he kind of
Refractory
beats him.
period?
That's what I've heard it's called in the spy game.
It's like reloading a tooth.
Yeah.
Wait, like as if you're a shark waiting for it to come back so you can pull it out and suck it out.
That's right.
Yeah,
Go for it.
spit it out.
This is a cinematic universe we're building here, by the way. All these different characters.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Real
especially
shit blokes.
Yeah. A very nice bouncer. Tooth shooting
I didn't hear
man.
about the very nice bouncer, but
Guy that goes into the semen verse.
Yeah, that's right.
Time operates differently in the semen verse, so when he comes out, people aren't even
he
doing
does
that
come
anymore.
out.
Yeah, you better believe
yeah.
it.
Who would he?
I think all the characters in this one are going to be bi. I think
Oh, yeah, cool. Okay, great.
Make it.
that's why they're. coming
That's
out.
where we
I thought
draw
that's
the
what- I
line.
thought-
I'm not.
No.
This semen explorer is straight as an arrow. All right.
Sick of
I was like
politics
coming out
and
'cause it's coming
gender identity.
Oh, that's
Coming
good.
like ejaculate.
That's good.
Come,
Yeah.
Come out. Ejaculate coming out of the
Right.
semen universe, Alasdair. I
semen
feel like
universe.
the more I have to say it,
How do we get back here?
the worse I'm sorry.
We did it on purpose. That's how
we
we
put ourselves here.
Yeah.
Chose this.
We're going back to the well. That's what you do in a cinematic universe. The biggest hit. Go back to it. Yeah.
To the one to Nick Mason's wide shorts.
That's right. Exactly.
And scoop up a bit
Yeah.
more semen, and then go back into the world and turn that into
Yeah.
whatever we can.
And then in 10 years, gritty reboots.
That's right.
Semen stuff.
Pretty semen.
Gritty
Grotty.
semen. Just
Grotty reboot.
very grossy.
Real grotty.
That that's nothing, but also fun.
Yeah, doing a grotty reboot of Batman. Once you've done the
That's
gritty
something,
reboot,
yeah.
then you do your grotty reboot.
Yeah.
Right, and
Because
so-
all his stuff's down in a cave.
Yeah.
And there's
shit everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
And there'd be black mold and fungus everywhere, and you're on the rooftops of Gotham City, and there's a mugger doing his mugging business, and then just Batman comes in and he's just like
Pigeon shit.
it's all
Whenever you're
pockmarked
standing
with-
up on those parapets and stuff,
Yeah.
there's never pigeon shit up there.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
That's right. So much guano in his life. This would be the first Batman movie to really appreciate how much guano there is with bats and flying.
And they're hanging from the roof. I mean, is this ever covered in? I'm sure it's been mentioned.
I'm sure it's been parodied at the very least.
No parodies.
Yeah, but so
Not on this podcast at a very
Exactly, not
particular
this.
moment.
Now it's been parodied at the very most.
Has Batman, and this is if you're but has Batman ever used his guano in anything? Does he call it guano?
Oh, his own personal supply.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Is this an
I don't think he's
insulting
I don't
way
think-
to question you guys to
No.
get you on to a
No,
show and ask
no, no.
questions about?
We love it.
No, if anything, this
Batman.
is a step above what we normally talk
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
So
Okay,
I assume he has some sort of one of those, those flaps on the back of the suit with the buttons.
Yeah, that
and the
opens
unbuttons.
in his
Sure,
little
the
buttons.
buttons.
He does piss in the
Bat
suit.
butt.
We
Yeah,
know
does
that. We
piss.
know, like, for a fact, Kevin Smith wrote that into a story. And so he retroactively made it so in one of Batman's big reveals where he blows out a wall and he threatens a mob family.
Yeah.
He was too close to the explosion and it caused him to piss his pants and he just went, I have to do this still. So that was canon, wasn't it?
For a while,
people
yeah.
did not like that.
Kevin Smith wrote his own Batmans.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, I guess, does anybody, I said his own, but I suppose they're probably for everybody.
There's everybody's Batmans.
But did he enjoy them the most?
I imagine he has his own private reserve that he doesn't share with anyone. But yeah, these ones are for everyone, I think. Yeah.
Okay, that's
So
really
can anyone write their own Batmans?
He's on the
Just for
public
yourself.
domain. Yeah, you can do like a fanfic or whatever, but no, like legally you cannot.
And is there a path? I mean, I've obviously the right people to talk to. Is there a path from getting it from fanfic to canon?
Making it erotic, I would imagine.
Erotic.
Yeah.
Definitely helps.
Rotty and erotic.
Yeah, and erotic.
Yeah.
All right, we got to keep moving back.
Yeah.
Can't keep.
I don't know. Like, he's one of those characters. He's probably one of those characters that in a few years should be out of copyright, and anybody could just go nuts. And
They
do it.
always
Make
find a
Batman
way.
movie. Yeah.
To keep stringing it along.
How do they
It'll
do it?
extend the life.
How do they do it? They extend the life. Do they just add a mustache or something like that, and then they go, well, that mustache has got 50 years, and therefore the shaven lip has also got 50 years. I don't know, just because it's attached to the mustache, it's got some like touch-based extension.
I think it's just they're rich, but
They're rich, yeah, and they can, they
Let's
can
do that.
things. I mean, our court case is funny in any way,
Court cases. Gosh, I hope so, because we're doing a comedy festival show
Yeah.
about one next year.
yeah.
So you decided on it before you went, is there actually anything here?
Oh,
Yeah.
Just like, we're doing a court case.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's great.
It's called My Client is Innocent.
But each
And,
word is in like this,
in
each
inverted
individual.
yeah.
Oh, yes.
Right.
And then it's about us trying to.
Call into question the nature of reality in an attempt to get our client off from the alleged theft of an alleged hat.
Do you think there's a sketch in that right now, currently?
Yeah.
We've already talked about it on the podcast. That's where the idea came from.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we'll find something. Well, hats are already filled with potential.
Well, they contain the head of the human, which I think is where all the potential is contained.
And so
Yeah, you're right.
let's say somebody does have their hat stolen.
Yeah. Okay.
And,
Great.
and so then they
Go on.
Yeah, and then
Now the sausage is made. Here we go.
yeah, right. And then
How would that man react? Or woman?
I've never seen anybody, on the red carpet or anywhere, with their hair styled into a baseball cap. And it must be possible to make a brim, or even a broad brim, entirely out of hair, if you use the right amount of product.
yeah,
What's the advantage? It's unstealable, for one.
Unstealable.
Yeah, that's
There you go.
but except for
Oh, yeah. But you can't wear that then.
A lot
You're
of
just
places
ruining-
say
Oh,
you
that's
can't
true.
wear a hat inside.
Yeah.
Well, it's my hair,
Yeah.
so
yeah, and I guess
you've got them over. They look like fools.
That's exactly right. That's
So
right.
that's something.
a lot of those kind of like stuff that you see in beard competitions actually don't make it a lot to the mainstream. It's like the curling, the
Yeah.
curling of the beards,
The bird's nest in it.
The
Yeah.
bird-
bird's nest, yeah, the
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
full nest. Like, have you seen
yeah.
the full cage?
Yeah.
All birds.
I've considered my options. Yes, I've gone through the lookbook. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you could, I suppose, where you're at now, probably create a bird bath that goes around your head
Yeah.
like this, and it may be thick enough that you could, at least with gel in there, hold water.
Yeah. Sure.
Think about that.
Or even make a little platform that just goes straight out there that you can rest
Drone on.
little snacks
Yeah.
or land a drone on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a feed bag. You could
Little
actually
helipad.
hollow out your beard and then put all your food in there.
The options are limitless, but I'm a coward. Is the answer there? Yeah.
I don't think so. I think you've already made choices that I would dare.
Sounds like an insult, if I'm honest.
No.
You look very nice.
You've done it.
Your personality is radiant.
I'm here for validation, and I've got it, so I can leave now.
Have made choices.
Thank you.
Have made choices, and I am a coward. So
Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, let's come up with a sketch about a coward. Wait, is the baseball cap something?
Oh.
the
So
hair.
you go to a bouncer and you can't get in, but you go like, this is actually a whatever. And
This is hair.
yeah, that's something.
I guess it's sort of what is it? It's shitty bouncer loopholes.
Okay.
So one is, yes, you can make your hair out of hat. One,
So that's if you want to wear a hat.
your hat out of hat. Yeah, if you want to wear a hat inside, everybody wants that, right? You can paint it, okay, if you need. All right, another one. Sometimes I'll say you can't get in there.
Those shoes on.
Those shoes on.
Bad shoes. Very expensive surgery on your feet.
Exactly.
Just mutilate them into some bad shoes. And you're like, hey, guess what? These are actually just my feet. So,
and
checkmate.
I bet you don't have a rule that says you can't come into the club with bare feet, do you?
That's right.
Say, yes, and we do.
Oh.
Answer loopholes.
Over a barrel.
And you've mutilated your feet.
That are
Mutilated
actually
your feet, but it was worth
really
it.
bad.
It was worth it for that interaction that ended negatively for you. I think is good.
But you actually can't come in with bare feet.
You can't get in. He's just like, no, you've mutilated your feet.
Yeah.
You're going to drag blood all across the dance floor? We don't like that. It's
So they're still bleeding?
It's a very fresh operation. Yeah.
And yet the bouncer still mistook them for shoes?
It's a day surgery. You can
wow.
It's a day surgery, and the surgery is open at night, so you can be knocked back at like 8 p.m. You can go get the surgery. You can be back in the line at the nightclub at 10.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
So back again.
So the nightclub is open. Look, the exact chronology of this isn't important, and I'm struggling to understand anything at the moment. So
I think what this implies, and I don't know if there's a whole other sketch in this, but is the possibility of a cosmetic surgeon whose whole job is to make the human body look like clothes.
Yeah. Okay.
And so this is maybe for nudists who want to integrate within society.
Great.
Yeah.
And they can sort of bruise up your chest area and things like that to make it look like you're wearing like a polo shirt.
You could do a tattoo, but yeah, sure, bruises are fine.
Like a permanent bruise, like a bruise that doesn't heal.
You have to keep going back in, I reckon.
Yeah,
you have to go in for top ups.
Oh, maybe they can turn something off in your genome that allows to stop.
So but we're ruling out the tattoo idea.
Yeah.
We're just not even going to consider that.
Sure, I mean they could do tattoos. Sure.
We've cracked the human genome at long last. We can alter your DNA with the touch of a couple of keys and an injection.
Sure.
We're exclusively. I've got the patent though, and I'm exclusively using it to make nudists look like they're not nude anymore.
This is my dream. Is somebody who comes up with world-changing technology, but only what allows it to be used for very, very specific and very personal things that they want to do. So
like
yes,
Facebook, for example.
Exactly.
It's called Meta now. Sorry, you were confused, but
Well, Meta is the parent company. Facebook itself, I believe, is still going to exist.
but when I opened Facebook Messenger, was it Instagram? But you
says
see
Meta,
their logo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Meta there.
I saw a great tweet that was like, I like the idea of boomers like opening their phone and the apps change and they just never find it again. It's like, I don't know. But it disappeared.
I feel like that's me every time I look for an app on my phone anyway.
So many updates.
There's so many updates. There's so many things. Logos keep changing. Google, they've got a color scheme where they stick with all the same things, same colors for each logo. Great for their branding, sure. But when I'm trying to distinguish between the things, my little mouse brain is trying to remember which one's which.
Google Drive, which one's Google
Exactly.
Pages,
Calendar. Inbox and stuff. I'm scrolling for ages, flicking back and forth, trying to find the one, remember what it looks like.
Put it in folders doesn't help. I know, man.
A little bit of, well, no, I'm not going to do
What about a guy who?
I'm not going to do that.
Here we go.
What about a guy?
Normal guy?
Well, I think, he's a normal guy, or he was until
the foundation of comedy. Here we go. So we got a normal
guy. And he's trying to get somewhere, and he keeps using Google Drive to get there. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But actually, turns out he gets to use Google Maps.
What about a guy?
It feels like a who's on first.
Mechanically, how does it work?
All right, he goes. All right, how do we get somewhere?
Okay.
I gotta go somewhere. All right, it's time.
Yeah, his wife goes, well, how do we
saying this to? Who's
where are we
saying
go? Okay, so so it's like he's with a friend.
Yeah.
Right? And she goes, we got to go to...
Who's the friend?
Okay.
I'm just a fan of just dragging somebody.
Sonia. Her name's Sonia.
Oh, Sonia, okay.
And she's 63. And she is a grandma.
Oh, but don't ask her about it.
Guess a grandma? I'm going to writ down guess a grandma.
Guess a grandma is a great idea.
Okay.
And I also like that it uses the same trapdoor mechanism. So they are elderly.
Yeah,
and they are plummeting.
And it's everybody's got a trapdoor underneath them. The people guessing, the people who are grandmas.
Wow.
The rules for whether you get trapped or not are very obtuse. So it's like if you guess they're a grandma but they are a grandma, you get dropped. If you guess they're a grandma but they're not a grandma but they're mad at you, then they get dropped.
Yeah, and the person who's
does the camera crew and that's
camera crew can be dropped. Yeah.
Sometimes you just see the camera fall into a trapdoor. You see what it's like
They
underneath
fall with the
into some
camera.
water.
That sounds awful.
And there's a lot of post game interviews underneath the trapdoors. Sometimes they're recorded,
You're
sometimes they're
swimming right
not.
at the top to just hit the pocket of air at the top.
Oh, so it's deadly underneath as well. Okay, great.
I just, for some reason, the only trapdoor I've seen the underside of is the one in the Prestige.
Oh, the deadly one, yeah.
Yeah, the deadly, and so where he's killing all the copies or whatever. I assume they're killing them or letting them have their first swim or their last.
That's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess you saved it there with that thing about whether he's letting them have a swim. We don't know. We don't know. We're not going to tell you whether he's letting them have a swim.
Is this the app? What?
Oh, the normal man.
Okay, so
his friend Sonia. His friend Sonia. Who's a
Sonia
grandma.
goes, okay, we got to go.
Who's a woman, by the way.
This is a woman.
63.
And then Michael goes, oh, we got to go to.
Is this the man?
Normal man, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
I'm okay.
I'd love to. I thought they were rusks for a moment.
No, it's a veggie sausage for you.
Oh, I regret this now, but I'm committed to it.
Okay. So good that we get footage. Yeah, you don't like it?
I don't like this at all. No.
I'm so sorry.
Do you want me to have it?
Yeah.
I won't though.
You feel free to just stub it out there and stub it out.
No, you know what? It's growing on me.
Yeah.
Like the fungus that it is made from, I assume. Is this a corn? What is this?
No.
No.
Are you both vegetarians or just
Processed.
I'm not. It just feels weird to like eat
Like a whole lot of meat.
steak.
sausages during a big thing like this and just be like burping.
No one have like a cook up in here or something.
Some would say that eating sausages on a live stream, regardless of their content, is weird.
I know, but I think that's kind of what I like
It's
about
part
it.
of culture. It's part of our culture. We don't have many in-jokes on the show. But the ones that we do have, we hold on to.
Cheese goblet.
Cheese goblet.
Yep.
What are you doing for the big finale? Do you know yet?
Lenny's going to make a bouquet of salad.
Then we're going to do cheese goblet.
Cheese goblet again, yeah.
As I was listening on the way and you said I don't have salad dressing, I nearly went, I bet I can get some salad dressing. But I was running late. I nearly like deviated.
You're meant to be at the pub.
I know. Yeah. Well, last year I bought like bananas and.
Speaking of Michael, the normal man, he wants to get somewhere. with his friend Sonia, the 63-year-old grandma. He's opened Google Drive, and then what happens, Alasdair?
Very good at this.
Yeah, we got to get to the florist or something.
The florist or what? The florist or something else, Al. Pick one.
The florist or dry
Mad now.
cleaner.
I've shipped over to Mad.
And then he goes, she goes, well, how
You
did
better
we
have
get
a satisfying conclusion, or you're in a lot of trouble.
there? Oh, we got to drive there.
Okay, great. Oh my God, he's done it. He's pulled it out there. Okay.
And she goes, well, how do you do that? Well, this is nothing. I can't in my right mind.
Oh no, but I think what we could do is he could go, we'll use Google Drive, and then he pushes it, and then it like crash zoom on the phone, and Sonia turns to him and is like, oh, Michael. Then we all laugh.
Yeah,
Michael had a stroke.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. He doesn't
during it?
remember a lot of
During
stuff
doing
anymore.
it? Or
I mean, does he have to have a stroke?
yeah.
I got leftover Halloween candy here, and you looked disgusted when you looked at it.
Oh, no. I was like, why are you putting that down? Like,
Keep eating it.
I wanted some, some Halloween candy.
Really?
Yeah.
This is acquired a
Such
sort
great
of
shape. I couldn't imagine.
This
that
is
you
acquired
would,
a sort of bubbled sheen to
indulge
it
in that.
in like the 2 minutes I've been holding it.
Yeah. Well, it's, it gets a nice, it's the lights.
Oh yeah, it's heated up a little
It's been
bit.
specifically made to get these nice lights. And
Oh, the
It's
highlights.
not cold any. Oh, perhaps later.
You just stub it out.
Oh, I could make a little sandwich. couldn't I? It's okay.
This is very good.
Oh, great. Terrific.
Summer bodies are made in winter. Mm-hmm. Spring, so it's too late.
Too late for you now.
Thank you.
all right, let's talk about summer bodies. Let's see.
Oh. A summer body. Well, I think if you're going to be spending a lot of time on the beach, a beach body, I think it would be really good to have a back that doesn't get sweaty and therefore it gets the sand stuck to it. So my summer body would, I guess, be
Like Teflon.
well, we already talked about having sort of new uses for Teflon strips. But yeah, I guess a Teflon back.
And a Teflon crack.
And a Teflon crack.
While we're there,
You could do the song. I'm not going
I
to.
wonder if a Teflon crack, if you would no longer have to wipe.
everyone is a clean snap.
With a Teflon crack, everyone's a clean snap.
Yeah.
Is that a slogan?
This is the surgery guy again. He's back. This is
He's making your butt look like shorts, and then but he's also
While I'm here.
While I'm here,
Upselling
yeah.
you.
Well, I mean, it's upselling you with that coating you
Teflon
put on
crack.
cars. You know, everybody's like, the weatherproof coating. You're like, yeah, look, for an extra $500, I could Teflonize all your areas.
Happy to do it.
Yeah.
More than happy to do it.
In fact, I insist.
This one I do for free, actually. This one's for this one. I find this one's
actually,
fun.
This one's actually for me.
I feel like
You know what it's like with plastic surgery. You do one for them, you do one for you.
True.
it would alter the noise. I'd imagine any noise that's happening, but that's okay, I guess.
Oh, I think we could all do with a little change.
Mix it up.
It's as good as a
I'm
holiday.
excited. I look forward to it.
Am I writing down Teflon crack?
Absolutely, you are, because I think we've taken the waxing as far as we can go. Okay, so we've worked within the limitations of the human body as it exists
Yeah.
to get the smoothness and the cleanliness
Yeah.
we require, and so Teflon.
And I think the problem also with
DuPont Corporation.
with a waxing or a laser, sometimes once you've killed the roots, that hair's not coming back. But I think if the fashion changed and you needed the hair again,
Yeah.
you just apply some sort of acid solution, I imagine, to the Teflon. I don't know how you remove Teflon, but you would just simply
You would drink a jar of acid
and wait for it to go
Simply
through.
apply acid to the
And then you're back in fashion, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want
When a dirty crack comes back in fashion.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But in my experience, if you wanted to remove the Teflon, you would just cook sort of a bunch of steaks on there, and then sort of slowly but surely eat them. Eat the Teflon.
It
and
turns
then,
out the only thing that does actually damage Teflon is cooking utensils.
Yeah.
And that's the only way we can get it off.
You could just use a whole bunch of metal implements near your butt.
Yep.
Like that. And then just kind of, using forks and whatnot.
Let me tell you, that veggie sausage, were it in bread with some tomato sauce and also hot and not lukewarm, pretty good, I would say.
You've never indulged?
Not a sausage.
Never-
Not a veggie sausage.
Never succumbed to the allure of the glistening
Not once.
round tubule?
You'd think I would have,
You
but
seem
no.
like a man who would have, yeah.
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 They've even got
Folded.
they've got even better ones, I think.
They've got much better ones. And then they've got actually much worse ones. Ones that look like they're going to be better because they got some sort of texture to them or something.
Yeah.
And yet they are one of the most repulsive things I've ever eaten in my life.
But there's, I think maybe
Real
this brand in Woolies, there's they do a hot dog, and it's kind of has a bit more smoky, kind of hot doggy flavor.
Okay.
And I feed it to my child.
Just in the supermarket?
How good is it? I feed it to my kids.
I feed that to my kids, and my kids won't eat it very much, and so I just desperately give them anything, no matter how healthy or unhealthy it is.
I get that.
All right, you trying to feed a kid?
Yep.
They won't eat.
Fussy.
That is a real problem, and you can't get the thing of getting them to taste it, right? They make up their minds, and they won't even taste. I don't like it.
What about some kind of competition?
Yeah.
Let's call it. No, it's not about what we call it.
No,
But it's where it's online and everybody can be involved. Let's say it's a TikTok trend.
Yeah.
Where
great.
it's like, how do you get your kid to eat the strangest or worst thing?
It is really good. It doesn't have to. I think worst is probably pushing our luck as parents.
Most dangerous. Most
Most dangerous.
dangerous food.
No, but
Blowfish.
Jar with just skull and crossbones.
Yeah, that very hot sauce. Yeah, that one that nobody likes.
yeah. But I think
Poison?
you're definitely
Yes.
right. And I think that's
Like that
absolutely
could be a thing though. All
Yeah,
that
yeah.
has happened.
Because people have eaten those dishwashing pods.
Yeah.
People will eat anything if it's a trending topic.
I think it could be.
I hope I haven't started.
I think it's.
I hope you have.
I don't know if it's online. I think it's a competitive IRL eating
yeah.
competition, like your Joey Chestnut kind of thing, but it's the next generation, and it's just parents trying to get their kids to eat strange new foods.
At a fair.
And it's not about eating heaps of it. It's literally just about getting them to have a taste.
Yeah.
That's the entire challenge.
It's like closer to in sport.
You're doing all the aeroplane shit.
To like a herding sheep kind of thing.
Yeah, I get you.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the yardstick? How do you get a control? Like, how do you like? People would like they try and cheat. They'd have a kid that eats anything. You know,
Yeah,
you get
that's
some
right,
kid
yeah.
It's just like a garbage scow of a kid. He eats anything, and
It'd have to
they'll
be-
try and sneak him in and be like, yeah, my kid doesn't like. My kid only eats white bread and milk, and he doesn't eat anything. And then, you know,
They'd have to
Tell
be
you how
watched.
we get around that. We ignore that completely. Okay,
Okay.
and this takes place in a world in which only stereotypes are true about children. And
Love it.
only the specific stereotypes that we want to be true of.
Yeah,
nice.
it's good actually.
That is good. Yeah.
It makes the writing process what we call easier.
I love it.
Yeah.
Composition should just.
Why have we never taken the easy way out?
about this. Like,
I mean, we do.
bending the rules of reality. I love it. It's really
Well, a
create
lot of
your
our
own
ideas
universe.
revolve around creating a new universe in which something works or is fun.
Is it a speed thing or is it a volume thing?
I think it's just it's you know I think it could be. I like having to do the aeroplane, that sort of thing, and that's the sort of thing where you're trying to get them to have another mouthful a lot of the time. But then there might be different competitions where you just get them to try to eat mashed carrot.
Yeah, there might be a no airplane division. Like if you that's too easy.
Yeah.
So it's a level up where you're like, no, you can't anthropomorphize a fork
You
into
can
an animal or
only use old-fashioned threats.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
the threat division, sure.
Well, I fear that the poor will have like an unfair advantage here because the
again.
desperation.
I'm sick of this.
Too good for too long, as far as
The
I'm concerned.
desperation will, the sort of like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you after
Well, but
this.
also the literal hunger of the children, I imagine.
That'll do it, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. I didn't mean to imply poor people are all
Threaten their children.
Threaten their children.
But you did.
We
though,
all
didn't you?
agree.
Let's
I
put
did
this
say
in
that,
a
but
universe where all poor people threaten their children.
Okay, that's a fun sketch.
That's fun, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what about this? Adults going around to dinner at their parents' place, grown up children, but still need to have little aeroplane and stuff to make them eat the food. Or even if they don't need it, their mum and dad still insist on doing it because they used to love it. You know?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, you bring your
hack
bring your
or-
partner. You bring your partner.
Yeah.
Or they're at one of those very exclusive restaurants that's just like everything's deconstructed, everything's very complicated.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the maitre d' will aeroplane.
Does the aeroplane.
Yeah.
Great. Or you finished your meal, there's still a bit of food on your plate, and you like say, it
couldn't
was
possibly.
delicious. I just couldn't possibly have another one. And then the maitre d' does pick up a bit on the fork. You say, "Are you sure? The aeroplane is gonna crash."
Oh, do you add an element of danger to the airplane?
I mean, they got
Everybody's gonna be killed.
Well, isn't that what you do? You know, that's why you got to open the hangar.
Yeah,
Because this aeroplane is coming in hot, right?
Oh.
You know how they
Lost an engine.
I do that. Don't eat me. I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
I do that. And
Yeah.
they're like, you got me.
Don't
You're a
eat
big
me.
monster.
Yeah, a little reverse
Whatever.
psychology.
Yeah.
You're a psycho killer.
Yes.
This was a sentient globule of food, and you snuffed out its precious life force. I mean, it's probably the only talking morsel in the universe, and it's gone. Wow. And that's what your kids like?
Yeah. And then I'm like, do you want
A sketch,
Another one?
a sketch that's just what James's horrible kids are like. Just constant arguments all the time. Just questioning the nature of the reality of the people in the plane.
I feel like I am a reasonably good parent, and my children are wonderful up until about 10 minutes before bedtime. Then it's just all bets are off.
Yeah.
Gets real tense. Real tense.
Just like a
because up to that point it's all I love yous and kisses good night, and then it's just the walls come down, the fence is on, and it's
the game is on.
Let me apologize.
That's
to
really
check-
nice note to finish that on.
How many did we get?
How many?
We got
get?
negative sketches.
We got
We
no.
removed some of the
Got
sketches.
over 10, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, look. I think with you guys, we started at testicles create matter from outside the universe.
There you go.
And then we went from 154 to 166.
Naomi's
Let's go.
leaving.
What would you say is the worst sketch on there?
Naomi's here.
Yeah, she
want to appear
wasn't even
with
on the
Beck?
list.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Well, I didn't realize you guys had planned everything. I've been trying to look at my phone, then like people like text, and I go, "Oh no, I'm missing sketches, and I should be contributing." Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. We're
It's
big
been
fans.
a joy. We owe you our lives.
It's been a delight.
Would you like to promote your podcast?
I'd like to collect on that owing the lives thing right now. Actually,
Sure,
yeah.
I would like to take back the debt.
We don't have anything to promote.
No, we do. I want to ruin the Australian Podcasting Awards.
Oh, of course, we're going to ruin that.
So we won it a couple of years ago through
about
brute
this?
force because a bunch of people didn't get nominated. I think including you guys, like Auntie Don, and there's some. I'm like, this is outrageous. So we brute forced it. We can't win it again. So I have another podcast to do with my wife. Called Suggestible. Want to win this year, and then
we're going to do a third podcast because
Yeah.
they'll probably ban us.
Yep.
We're going to do a podcast called James and Meso and Claire Ruin the Australian Podcast.
we're going to hit them up
We're going to
2022.
do one episode and we're going to win it again.
It might even be like white noise, so it won't even be anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's the
really
plan.
cool. I like that. Okay, well, please vote straight away. Go to the Australian
Also,
Podcast Awards.
people probably know Stupid Old Studios is moving location, so donate to that. There's an Indiegogo campaign.
Yeah.
Costs a lot of money to move these big screens, and they're going to break one at least.
Yeah, at least.
Most certainly they're going
If
to
you
break.
donate enough, we'll break all of them.
Oh, terrific! That's great.
Yeah. And that
We'll break
link,
them right now.
that link is in the description of the stream, I believe.
Stream.
Terrific.
Yeah. Thanks so
Thank you
much.
for having
Good
us.
luck with the
Let's hand
Australian
over these
Podcast
sweaty
Awards. I hope you make a
microphones.
mockery of the entire institution.
That's the plan.
See you guys.
Thank you. See ya. And please welcome
Thank you.
our next guest, Naomi Higgins and Beck Petraitis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a real. It has got that real vibe, that real morning show.
Yeah.
Welcome vibe.
Thank you so much. Hey,
Hey, you two.
what's happening?
It's great to see you.
You texted me, do you want to be on this? I forgot.
That's okay. It's okay. I assumed
Today.
that you forgot or you gave me a fake number.
I gave you my number?
I don't know how I got it, so I don't.
I don't know how you got it either. I was like,
because
what the
We
fuck?
had not had any interaction, so I don't know actually how I got it. So I apologize. I probably scraped it off the internet.
I also forgot.
Yeah.
I still forgot.
And yet you're both here.
Amazing.
Yeah, well, it was like Beck's here. I actually know Beck. And then the other thing was, you don't have anyone producing this.
Yeah.
No.
Who's going to stop me?
That was my thing. There's
Great.
no one.
No gatekeepers.
No, there's no
The
one
door
at
is
the door.
literally open.
It's a robot
studio.
upstairs switching. I
Yeah.
messaged Evan this morning. I was like, why in the hell are you switching this? It's like, I'm not. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, spooky.
That's why I was texting Evan, and he was like, I was like, oh, do you know if there's any way I can...
It's like, I'm not there.
Is there any way I can slot in? And he's like, oh, I don't know. Wish they had a producer. Ha ha. I was like, oh, shit.
We can just do anything.
I mean, just you saying, is there any way I can slot in, makes this seem like a much hotter ticket than it in fact is.
This is the
Yeah.
hottest ticket in town. This is basically, also, it's quite warm in here. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
hot
I'm
yoga
starting
vibes.
to sweat.
Yeah.
I kind of love it. No, but it's thinking while getting a sweat going.
Yeah, hot
Like
podcast.
chess boxing.
Right. Yeah. And let's work on what we're going for. We're
Chess
kinda going for-
boxing.
And there you go.
Yeah.
Chess
No, but
boxing.
I'm
This is
afraid
not
that
a
is a
sketch. This
genuine
is real.
thing.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
sorry. But
But-
there are other options for this, like math, kayaking.
Math kicking.
I like the idea of math kicking. Oh, we're different.
Sure, but there's
Yes,
no
you're
reason.
a kicker.
Yeah.
There's no
Venn
reason while you're in that
diagram.
kayak, you can't try to slug your leg out and then try and.
Do that. You just got to. Oh, you're gay. All right.
Somebody shared was it Ben Russell shared a video of that like competitive canoeing on the Guardian thing?
Yeah, can I say
Freestyle.
The freestyle canoeing.
that
Canoe dancing.
that freestyle canoeing? What happened was we were playing video games together, and he just dropped that in. Immediately didn't want to play video games anymore. Only wanted to watch
Wow.
the amazing. It's beautiful, isn't it?
I didn't. I couldn't be
Poetic?
bothered watching all of it, but yeah. It's
What the
pretty good.
fuck is wrong?
I feel like I would like this.
You would. It's
'Cause
just.
the only thing I watch at the Olympics is the synchronized swimming.
Yeah, and this is just a guy slowly in a boat, sort of going around in a circle to Lady in Red.
Yeah.
It's
lovely.
really
But
nice.
I like kayak kicking.
Kayak kicking.
Kayak.
Wait.
It's
With math?
Flip over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's
Sure.
no maths now. It's
Okay.
just two people in kayaks
Aw.
going out there with one
Naomi.
leg out of the kayak.
I guess I'm still on board for the kicking. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just like it's a martial art. It's a sort of
It's
an
a
aquatic martial art.
It's the first marine vessel based aquatic martial art.
I really like. Well, wait. In a kayak, aren't your legs like stuck in?
Yeah, that's why you've got to have one leg out, sticking out the side. So you got one leg in. It makes it difficult to paddle.
One of the worst things to kick in is something where your legs are literally trapped.
Yeah. Nick Mason has come back. He looks like he has an
So-
important announcement.
Oh.
Oh.
Did you do this?
Okay.
Yeah, this does seem like it's Did you pull out the XLR as a goof? Yeah, as a fun goof. That's good, man.
Oh, that's really funny, Meso.
Okay, is anybody saying that it's working again now? Can you?
Somebody's saying, of course, Naomi breaks.
No. Of course, Meso silences a woman. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jesus H. Christ. Thank you very much, Nick Mason.
Also,
her magic squeeze.
Andy, you're slightly further away from the mic than Alasdair. Can I do that?
Wait,
Yeah,
It's okay.
can I see that again?
That kick?
Magic squeeze.
I did her magic
Did my magic squeeze. That's what I'm known for.
Look,
Thank
I say
you so
things
much, Andy.
and I don't think are through the.
Bless you.
Okay, I have another idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My sister has a catfish, right?
Mm.
My mum got rid of her.
What is
She's
it
like,
really? No, sorry. What was it? Actually,
that's
funny. Pretty good.
That can be a joke.
Yeah.
It's a sketch.
If it's a pet that's a catfish.
Yeah. You go, I had a feeling it's a catfish.
Okay, well, actually, this does work because my mum was like, I don't want my fish anymore, and gave them to my sister. Included another catfish that she thought was a guy. Catfished as a guy, but catfish was a catfish girl.
Whoa.
Now they have babies, and we have like 20 baby catfish, and the catfish breed every 3 to 4 weeks. So I keep telling my sister,
we gotta do something about
separate
this.
the fish, and she's like, but they're a family.
Oh no!
And you've never seen two emotionless things more in your life. These fish do not care about each other. And that's a sketch. Someone who's just overwhelmed with animals.
You and your sister, or the catfish?
No, just her, my sister being so stressed out and overcome with like 200 catfish because she's like, I can't separate them. I think she compared it to like interracial couples in like the 50s.
Oh no! Because you realise what's going to happen is they're going to start to die, or she's going to have to kill them. These fish.
Why?
How can she keep all of them?
Well, that's the thing. She's already bought one more fish tank.
No,
amazing.
but
Amazing.
Even there is a limit. There is a limit to how many catfish you can care for.
Your fucking mind. You can have as many catfish
Are you in an apartment or do you live on? Are you landed? Are you in some sort of wetland?
We're in a swamp. Yeah, we're in a swamp.
And also with the amount of catfish, what's really difficult is how much they're sending, like, really sexy messages outside of the family of catfish to other people, tricking them into being in relationships with them. And then they come in, and then you have more catfish as a result.
And that's the thing, is that if you were to say, I'm catfishing you, and then you actually have a photo of a catfish, and then they'll be like, oh, well, okay, well, what are you really? And you go, well, I'm pretty young. And then they'll be like, oh, that, and then, you know, how it'll be. And then, but then they weren't lying. It's one of the...
I'm catfishing you, and then they just dump 30 fish tanks in your house.
Yeah.
Just like all
It's
their
just heaps of
eggs.
catfish. And it's like, why do you have all these catfish? And they're like, they're in love. I can't stop them.
They're in love.
They're in love.
Okay, they're in love, but also in 3 weeks their children are all going to be having sex, and they'll be in love as well.
No. The parents breed every 3 to 4 weeks.
Oh, okay.
But their kids are going to end up breeding with each other.
Yeah, but I think it'll take them a bit longer.
It's an end game.
So they'll be like teenagers by the time 20 more catfish arrive.
Why are we eating all these catfish?
Yeah.
Why can't we have, you know how people like used to have like a cow in their house, in their family, and then that would have a bunch of stuff associated with it, whatever comes with a cow.
You could get
know what comes with a cow.
Sure.
Tail.
Why didn't... yeah.
Mooing.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get it.
Cow stuff.
Cow stuff. Why doesn't every family just have a catfish and 2 catfish to have infinite supply of catfish?
It's a really good idea.
Is catfish bad to eat?
No, I think
it's a
they eat
southern
it a lot.
thing.
I mean, these catfish are like, well, the parents are like this big.
Oh, wow.
Right. So you can't put your fist in their mouth and then pull them out of water and whatever.
That sounds like little catfish.
Maybe my pinky finger.
Okay.
I mean, my pinky, not yours, because I have really tiny hands.
Yeah.
Even smaller than Beck's hands.
Can we get...
You have small hands.
I know.
Yeah.
They're not right, are they?
You freak.
Thank you so much.
Did you ever liken
to
your
be
hands?
out again and see my friends.
Did you ever liken your hands
Pointing
to
at you, you freak.
Someone just sent me those tiny plastic hands through my Twitch too, and they are really not that much bigger than my usual hands.
What are tiny plastic hands?
Yeah.
What are tiny plastic hands?
Have you not been in the world?
Just think of those 3 separate words, put them together.
Construct the meaning.
But is it linked to...
It works the same way as the rest of the English language.
But is it just like something that you use as like a...
You just have them.
They got big on TikTok.
Yeah.
Right.
because what was the girl
Kinda
doing?
Cute and silly. You have them inside your sleeves, and it looks like you got.
Yeah, she was
tiny hands.
She was using a rolling pin to like roll like dough or something, and then her mum was like, "You're doing a bad job of that," and didn't notice that they were tiny plastic. That could be a sketch if it didn't already exist.
Yeah, that's true.
But we can.
Oh, I did come in with one idea because I thought I would give you a freebie.
Did you see a TikTok that hasn't been created yet?
Yeah. Here's my TikTok. There's a lot of art on TikTok, so this will work. You know, watercolor.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about piss color?
Really good. It's a real.
There is. I mean, like.
It's already. I mean, you've got it.
It's already a color.
It's already, yeah.
But these are paints that come in a nice little tray,
Yeah.
and then you piss on them.
Yeah.
And then you use that
You
to
can
paint
still
with.
have different colors.
have different
But
colors.
they're all a little bit more yellow
Yeah, they're just
than
a bit
watercolor.
grosser.
Well, it depends.
Depends on how hydrated. I bet
Sure.
Naomi told me she drinks like 3 liters a day, and then she's like, "Yeah, you get used to just peeing every 3 minutes." Okay?
Really?
No, I can't drink 3 liters a day. I think
So
I'd
much.
die.
Yeah, they're so.
Okay.
But I do drink a lot of water a day.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think, well, that's the thing. You'd have to, if you wanted to do something a bit more earthy, you'd have to dehydrate.
Yeah,
have
sure.
to,
That's
yeah.
interesting. The body becomes one of the tools of the. I mean, it already is.
I mean, it is, isn't it? Artists use their hands. Why aren't they using their piss?
There was that woman who was like knitting from wool that she shoved inside herself on her period.
Oh, yeah, and she got those
And
colors.
so it was like, a nice sort
Is
of.
my reaction to
red.
that misogynistic?
It is.
Okay, right, I just need to judge that for myself.
And then she was like rubbing her shit all over herself. Don't, Beck.
Don't.
Do you hate women?
Wow, Beck. I thought that was great. I think rubbing shit all over women is good.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you now?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
If you're a woman, we think it's great.
Oh, so you're dictating to us what you think is good about us.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
That's right.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, yeah.
I accept
Nice. Sometimes it's nice to have instructions.
Yeah, and
You know, you want somebody to just take control
tell somebody
sometimes.
not to have an opinion.
You know, make a decision, that kind of stuff. I get it.
I also did try to bring some dressing over for you, but then I realized all the dressing, the salad dressing, all the salad dressing, this is a reference to something that we were previously saying, all the salad dressing in my house is off. And then I thought, is that a gift that you would have it, but you couldn't use it?
Sure. You know what? It's okay.
Okay.
It's, off salad dressing is great. We could probably just use
I
it
think
with-
it's one of those things that just lasts forever. I don't think there's such a thing as off salad.
Andy, this is where we disagree, and I feel like I've been. You will eat. I just remember you eating those jar olives, and I will never forget.
Jar olives?
Jar olives, the olives you found in a jar on the street, and then you ate the jar olives.
Like preserved jar?
Yeah, but on the street.
Was the jar sealed?
I don't remember this.
Of course you
jar
don't. It
sealed?
just
My memory hasn't been so good since that time with that stuff.
with all the
I
vinegar.
don't remember what it was.
I'm not. I don't think
This
I'm imagining.
joke must have been made, and I'm sorry to bring up this particular topic, but the famous legal case in America, Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
It does sound like
Funny. Sounds funny.
it sound like people trying to decide how to get across a shallow river.
Trust me, I
that's-
don't know what's happening.
It's a legal.
You get it?
Yeah, what happens in Roe v.
or Wade.
Wade?
Cross
Oh, yeah. Okay.
What happened?
We're there.
Can't remember Roe v. Wade.
classic
the classic.
case on how to get across a river.
Yeah.
Roe v.
Oh, why does he get such a big laugh?
You gotta say it properly.
You said it in a good way.
I literally didn't know what the fuck you were talking about when you said it. Alasdair, that's so funny.
Thank you.
Well done,
Thank
Ed.
you. Well,
That's a sketch.
yeah, it's right here. Roe v. Wade case.
And is it like a court case happening on the side of the bank?
I think somebody is in a maybe in a survival scenario or something like that in the outdoors, and they refer to they say how are we going to get across this river, and they say I refer you to the legal precedent from the case in such and such and such. We've got Roe v. Wade.
Who won in that?
Don't know.
Was it Roe or was it Wade?
Roe sounds like the one with the eggs, and I think they got.
Right, you're thinking. Are you assuming they're salmon or sturgeon? Maybe.
What?
Roe isn't roe
is the
that's
egg.
another word for like fish eggs or something.
They're rich.
Oh, I should know that.
Listen to these rich boys talking about
We eat a
Roe.
lot of caviar.
Yeah, we can only eat soft foods on here, so it's mostly just caviar and brie.
I'm going to bring you some baby catfish. I think you'll like them.
And
My
eat them?
kids would love them,
Yeah, they're like this big.
but I feel like I'm just making your problem worse because suddenly you're just making a little bit more room so that they can breed some more, and then they can keep.
I think if we just breed one more time, and then I'll have the
that's
right
it.
number of catfish.
And
Also,
then
just
we'll-
one more
And
plastic
then we'll
surgery on my face.
Okay, now will you stop it? You just none more of that. You don't need that anymore. I'm really worried about where this is going to go for you guys.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of exponential growth?
No. Every day.
I've been in the news recently.
It goes up real
reasonable.
fast. It goes up really fast.
And is this a thing that's always happening?
I think with breeding it is.
Can I just say I got such a good night's sleep last night. This isn't a bit. I got a new pillow. Have you heard of moose pillows?
No, I need a new pillow. Please discuss.
They're really good.
Is this a joke?
No.
No, this is a plug.
Did you make up?
No. And if you use the code Naomi Higgins, you get 15% off.
Wait, no, hang on. Wait, what?
Wow.
Because earlier in the podcast, I made up moose pillows.
You did.
What?
I my brain is not in a place to be able to handle what's happening right now.
Are moose pillows real?
Are you doing a bit?
No.
Hang on, let me look it up.
Look up moose pillow. Andy came up with a stupid word for a pillow company.
Yeah.
He came up with moose.
No, they're real.
Pillows.
They're real. They're cool.
Okay. Well, then you must have just heard about it somewhere.
They literally sent me pillows.
Through a bunch of different animals in my brain, and then eventually I chose moose.
What animals did you say no to?
Oh, like jackal and stuff?
Jackal pillow, caribou. Anyway.
I can't handle it. The universe is folding in on itself.
Yeah, look, sometimes your sketch ideas get really real.
I can't handle.
Not that moose.
That was a sketch idea today.
Well, yeah, that was.
Why did you platorize the
4
pillow
hours
company?
ago.
Oh, that's weird.
But it was more. I think it was more like a pillow where the.
Why were you talking about them?
Like when there's a wolf pack, and then you work your way up to the top, near the top of the wolf pack, and you get to.
It's a pillow that sort of breathes.
Lay your head on the
moose
chief's chest like that, and then we're thinking about that, but with a moose tribe.
I'm pretty sure that that's real.
Moose are
Which
huge.
I know because of the MTV program Teen Wolf.
Pimp My Wolves.
Oh, the like alpha wolf.
Alpha stuff.
That's fake.
That's only from Teen Wolf.
Really? So they're all actually friends and equals.
They're all
No
friends
alpha
and
wolf?
equals. I don't think
No
so.
leader?
No. I think
They just sort of.
just hang.
They're all sigmas.
Really, Sigma? How far down is that high or low? Yeah, is that good?
I'm worried. I've really distressed him.
Yeah, I know. He's eating them.
When 4 hours ago, you were making a joke about someone busting in on the podcast and just entering and coming on and saying that they were sponsored by Moose Pillows. So that's what I was doing.
Right.
And I feel like I didn't think you would genuinely be convinced. I thought you would remember why you were talking about Moose Pillows.
No, I don't remember a fucking thing. And also, you said this is not a bit, and in comedy, that's the safe word. That's all we have. If you take away that this is not a bit from us, we got nothing left.
I like that you
It's
took
fair
it.
in comedy and war.
But you looked it up.
I'm just watching the stream on my
Oh, you cunt.
Everyone says hi.
I got to admit that definitely that rocked us a little bit.
I'm sorry, I forgot how long you've been here for.
It rocked Andy so much he's eating a mango like a hand fruit.
Gaslighting is
very
so fun. What about something about gaslighting?
Gaslighting.
That's what they don't tell you about gaslighting, is it's really fun.
Yeah.
And that's what mean that it's actually quite hard to stop doing. Especially if you get to experience it or you find out about it through some kind of podcast like this.
Well,
exactly.
Like kids are probably going to gaslight their...
That's good.
People haven't talked about the effects of gaslighting on people because you get a bit of gas inhalation that keeps you going.
Yeah, that's true.
Get a little buzz on.
You get a buzz on
kazoo.
lying to people.
I feel a bit.
Yeah?
You feel good.
I feel a bit buzzy
You've
now.
influenced
I
our
got away with it.
psychology, you know?
Your faces, you were so earnest.
Yeah.
Now it's like, they're so
also
fucking
so
stupid.
plausible that you would be sponsored by a pillow company.
Yeah, it does
And then I would come on here
Yeah.
and mention it.
I think-
thought 15% off was a good amount to seem
Yeah.
believable.
Now that you mention it, seems a little low, right? If you're going out of your way to promote something like that.
No, but she.
As someone who is-
You've got a profile.
As someone who is sponsored by Uri.
You
Not a
believed
joke,
me.
Not a bit. But like,
Me
what's the safe word for this? Oklahoma. I don't know. It's generally not a bit.
It's okay. It's
I
not a
think
bit.
it is 15% off if you use code Beckness at the checkout.
Also, Numbstrosity, but with 2 eyes on the end because it's my old channel name.
Ooh. So pick the person you like best.
When you fucking hell.
I have another sketch idea.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And it's inspired by this mango.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Someone recommended a psychiatrist to me, right?
Yeah.
It'll all come back. No, this is very good.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I'll look them up
Mm-hmm.
on one of those doctor rating websites. And half of the reviews were like, this doctor's great. And then the other half was like, this is real. This doctor is always eating fruit and getting fruit sap on the documents that he gives me, and he's always blending fruits. And I'm so sick of having fruit sapped documents from the nectarine.
That's more than one comment.
At least 3.
Wow.
Where people frustrated about his like juicy hands getting on their like I don't know, worksheets for anxiety or whatever. I mean, that is a real thing, but it's also a sketch.
Wait, or is it? Because I was like, oh, I'm not stressed at the moment. Like, I was like, oh, I'm feeling really good about things. And then I just, like, looked up from the 30-chapter fan fiction I finished reading. I'm like, oh, I'm distracted. So maybe he's getting everything sticky on purpose as a psychological thing. So rather than focusing on their own problems, they're like, my hand's sticky.
I really
that'll
like
make your life better for sure.
level at which a psychiatrist is operating, where they are doing this 3-dimensional chess. Psychologist or psychiatrist?
Psychiatrist. They're probably handing out prescriptions.
Yeah. But with sticky
on
fingers.
sapped paper.
Prescriptions.
Yeah.
I also think though,
I'm writing it down.
a psychiatrist blending up fruit during a
While
session,
you're crying about your trauma.
is a really good
Go like,
trait.
I'm so sorry. I just got to get my protein up today.
Yeah. I'm listening.
I'm
Go
listening. No, just shout over it.
Yeah.
It'll feel good to get it out.
I think for me, it's just the juicy biting into like nectarines and things like that.
Which is
Because
quite
it runs
sexual
right down
as
your
well.
Yeah.
arms.
Yeah.
Imagine you're crying about your dead dad.
Yeah.
And someone's just like,
Yeah, like a pear that's like, you know, when you get them when they're all yellow, those green ones, and then you get them all yellow.
soft ones?
Well, they become soft when they're ripe and stuff.
Oh, you're saying when it's hard?
No, but when it's yellow and it is gone soft, and then you are biting into it and it's just dripping
Juicy,
down your
yeah.
arm, and you're like, you know, you got that kind of like piss and elbow like you get in the shower.
Yeah.
What my jello nightmare are you talking about?
Piss elbow, like you
Pissing
get in the
elbow.
shower.
Well, like, you know, in the shower, I guess you see it, maybe the first time you might see it is if you're in the shower with your parents when you're a kid, and you see somebody.
The water pours off.
Pours off your elbow.
You can do
And
it
then you're
with
like,
your fingers.
and your elbow's pissing like that, and you're real sarcastic as a kid, like that. And
I wasn't doing
anyway,
bits
my all right, my kid
with
told
my
me.
parents in the shower.
My kid told me I had a pissing elbow the other day.
Really?
Yeah, and we were.
Oh,
in the-
he's funny.
Yeah.
That is good. You can do it with your fingers as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I think that's pretty powerful. Like, what if it was someone who
Superhero.
thought that they had piss fingers,
His fingers.
but only in the shower? That they hadn't been told about this
Water
because we don't
running
talk
down
about
things.
it enough.
We don't
do
talk about it.
That's
no.
true. And what
I
if?
mean, this is why we're trying to start a conversation
Yeah.
today.
But what if this person actually did have piss fingers in the shower, right?
Ooh.
So it's like it's in the Marvel, X-Men universe, right?
Yeah, right.
And this guy is trying to get in. He's trying to convince Professor X to let him teach him how to harness his power. So then, basically, he gets in. X wasn't really into it, but he's like, "Look, maybe if we build like a portable shower,
A shower hat.
yeah, a shower hat, something like that, and maybe an umbrella that you can hold with one of your hands."
That's a terrible umbrella.
Yeah, but it's an umbrella that
the rain
rains
comes
inside.
inside the umbrella.
It's a shower umbrella. It's a reverse umbrella, but and then it allows him to then go and shoot people with piss.
Yeah, but why do you need, because he has stage fright unless he's in the shower.
No, it's the only place that it works.
Is in the
Oh, it
shower.
is in the shower.
And he's like, I swear it's piss.
Yeah,
But it only works in the shower.
that's right. Yeah, and so that's where through the convincing process he had to go through with X, and X had to be in the shower with
I
him,
think from-
the wheelchair and everything like that. It's tough.
This is one of those grotty reboots you were talking about earlier.
The grotty reboot.
Grotty
reboot, yeah. Perfect.
For me, I prefer to tell the story of the person in the Marvel writer's room who is always trying to pitch this guy. Always scraping the bottom of the barrel,
Sure.
trying to pitch his piss.
This guy.
Just every morning he gets in the shower, he's like, today's the day.
And he tries to dress it up in slightly different ways, introduce it in different ways when he's talking to the team. But
everyone's just like,
and everyone's like, this is piss
Gonna be
fingers.
piss
And he's like, well, what about when it rains? He goes, well, okay, when it rains, it does work, but as long as he's nude. Right? He has to take off all his clothes. Or else he has to like have clothes that like leak liquid.
And is it because this writer is like, I just finally want to see myself in a superhero?
I'm pretty sure he's a...
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, there's
Diversity.
a little bit of myself in this. We all write a little bit.
Like we all
you know,
do.
It's actually I've learned something recently. Like when you're pitching something, you really want to say why you're the best person to tell this story.
Yeah.
So it actually makes sense for Mr. Pissfingers.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, that will be really exciting.
The story's
for him.
going to be
He goes,
told.
well, you know, I never, I didn't have a big penis, but piss came out of my fingers. I don't know why they bring.
I didn't have a big penis.
I don't know why.
I mean, tell you what, Hollywood executive, I'm going to remember that.
That's true.
I
It's
didn't
like
have a big
something-
penis. I'm like, why did he say that?
Why I say, but piss comes out of my hands.
You know what? I am going to read that script.
Another great character who is pitching movies in Hollywood, but every character, the first thing they say is the size of their penis.
Well, I have an average sized penis, and this story is about two people who love each other, but they don't realize it yet because they've just been friends for so long. You know.
And again, Ken, his penis is about 5.5 inches long when flaccid. And
Much like mine. Now, the character's grandmother is sick.
Now, she doesn't have a penis, but she saw 3 throughout her lifetime,
Yeah.
and because
3.
you know,
What a loser.
And then it cuts to like the person in the room is quite like an ardent feminist. They've got that vibe about them. They're sitting there listening to all this, and they're like, what do you think, Janine? And Janine goes, well, I have an idea for a character. She's a woman. Giant flaps.
yeah.
And that's
It's a good punchline.
Yeah, finally.
Finally.
And then everyone stands and they clap.
they clap
Yeah.
their flaps. Okay, so just guy who pitches. But
Have
always
you guys seen that movie? I haven't. Where you have a number on your arm and it says how much time you have left to live.
Oh.
I haven't seen that.
No.
one.
It's Justin Timberlake, I think.
Oh.
Is
Which
it new?
explains why none of us would watch it. No, it's old. In Time?
In time.
No one's remembering this?
No.
Or you could have like a number above your head. Anyway, my point is, but it's the number of penises you've seen.
Oh.
Oh,
So when you ask someone, when you meet someone, you say, "What's your number?" That's what they're talking about.
Well, they'll see it.
Yeah, they'll see it. You can't cover it up.
Well,
you wouldn't want to. You want to show it. But also,
it's like if you're balding, you can try cover it up. It's not going to work.
Sure.
Yeah. And so
they have to be real.
It's the same reason no one can cover up their arms. It doesn't work.
Well, people will know that there's a number there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you're covering it up, it's actually worse because you're like, what is that number?
Yeah, that's really
So you
interesting.
think it could be too small or too big?
Yeah.
People try and modify the number by drawing on it with mascara.
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 Is that the wrong one? Which one's the one that's like a little pencil?
Okay,
Eyeliner?
now sketch I want is someone on like a home shopping network who doesn't understand any of the makeup, just guessing every time. Eyeliner, eyeshadow. Okay.
4.
Those are the same thing, though, aren't they?
Oh dear Lord, Ed.
They're really,
Eyeliner and eyeshadow.
I feel like you could do if you didn't have your eyeshadow.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that you couldn't like rub a bit of eyeliner on your finger or something and then rub it on and it wouldn't be exactly the same?
No, different.
Could you just use like face paint?
Yeah, every
Yeah,
time.
I have face paint.
That's true.
Yeah.
I literally have face paint that I use sometimes.
That's great.
But absolutely not. That's like saying if you didn't have
Deodorant.
deodorant, would you? Yeah.
And I think this guy.
No, that wasn't going to be my. But
Naomi, that was such a stupid thing to say.
it's like letting you finish my sentence about something you clearly also know nothing about.
Let me fix this analogy.
We're
for
so
you.
in
You're
sync.
taking- you're taking-
We just finish each other's sentences. You finish mine, not correctly. You do finish them.
But we do finish each other.
I mean, that is a funny idea. A couple who does finish each other's sentences and then the other person sort of goes
Says
back
it
and
the same.
corrects. Yeah,
and-
goes
Yeah,
and
and
says,
then does.
well, "This is actually
This is great. And Sorry, I was just trying to finish yours that time. Okay, something that's...
Finishing each other's sentences does sound like it could be really, really annoying and a sign that your relationship's not going well. If you're always jumping in and finishing the other person's sentence.
But if it's like finishing a sentence and then I get to have a rest, my tongue gets to rest. That sounds great. Like if I can just go, you get me the big hat.
Yeah.
I think what you want out of that is someone to get the big hat, not someone to say big hat.
Could have both. Why not?
I'm gonna go
big
get
hat. I'm on it.
waffle iron. No, big hat. Sorry.
Actually, waffle iron too. No, you've convinced me. You've twisted my arm. I would love that as well.
That's not.
You got to go.
Probably. Okay, one last one. But speaking of doing a tongue arrest, I used to work at an upscale cinema.
Ooh, upscale. Now, what does that mean?
Okay.
Classy?
For cashed up bogans.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
You know what row is?
Fancy seats. Ooh. You know what I'm talking about.
Cup holders.
It's not Hoyt's Deluxe. I'll say that much.
Sure.
And anyway,
gold class.
A lot of the time, I don't know what that is. A lot of the time, guys would come in and they would, the girl wouldn't speak and the guy would just do all the talking. And it was like, I didn't know if she wasn't allowed to speak or she just can't be fucked. And I've always defaulted to not saying anything. And it's not because someone's controlling me. It's because they're doing the legwork.
Yeah.
For me.
The mouth work.
And I always thought that was funny.
So wait.
Yeah. No, there is.
That's why we're all laughing.
And so wait. You wouldn't do anything in the situation where this lady wasn't talking?
No.
Or
I would try to, if I would intentionally wait until he went to the toilet and then I would go up and ask her a question.
Yeah,
and
right.
one time I did that and she just went, and I like went, and then she's just like pointed to the bathroom, like, let's just wait for him to come back. And I was like, do you need help?
Yeah. I mean,
and she went, crazy.
She could genuinely have been non-verbal.
I don't think so.
Yeah, right.
Because she was talking to him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a giveaway.
But I couldn't hear anything she was saying.
Yeah.
Maybe she was just miming talking.
And there's some people.
Maybe she just doesn't talk to the help.
Mm.
She's like one of those people.
That's what I think it could have. You don't know the motive.
Yeah.
Okay, it's about a woman never speaks, but you don't know if she's a bitch.
I love an idea like that.
Huge cunt.
Why doesn't she talk like that? And you kind of, it looks like she's an oppressor or whatever, like, or she's maybe in a bad situation, and then it's somehow you see her there one time alone, maybe in a clothes shop or something like that. I don't know why. Anyway, and then you go.
That's so me.
And then you go.
That's so you, Beck.
Yeah.
That is 100% me.
It's me. I was picturing a Ralph Lauren shirt. She's looking at really nice button-up shirts. Anyway, that's me. That's what I do.
That's me.
It's me. It's Tommy Hilfiger, and they're looking for cool beanies. And anyway, they go up to her, and then she talk to her, and she goes, "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I just, I don't like to talk that much." Because she's got like a demon voice.
Oh, that's cool.
I think it would be great to have a reality TV show called What's Their Deal, right? And it's just footage of couples together, okay? And you get to watch them, maybe talk a little bit, and then the contestants are people who have to guess what their deal is.
Something's off.
Yeah, something's off.
The vibes are bad.
Yeah. And so everybody puts in their guess of what their deal is, okay? And then we get the couple back out, and they've had some severe therapy, and they explain to us what was going on in the situation.
Now that's funny.
That is.
It's that note. I have to leave.
Get out of here.
For real.
Naomi, a clap.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Do you need to promote anything?
Yeah, we're doing Batch Bitch at the moment. For the gay one, and then we're rejigging the podcast, so we're not talking about reality TV anymore. So it's just going to be us just shrieking about things that make us angry,
Yeah, great. Just general life things.
which there will be no
great podcast.
shortage of. So thank you so much for having me. I'm really running late
Very
now.
much.
Thank you.
And remember to order from Moose Pillow.
Pillow.
15% off Naomi
Yes.
Higgins.
And just letting you know, I will not be resigning.
See ya. Thank you, Naomi.
Words from Naomi.
I've had a lot of sugar in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, you're going to crash.
Bye, Naomi. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Okay.
What's up with you guys?
Rebecca, it's so good to have you here.
The game. It's a really good idea.
Is it? I don't know if it is. I don't think the camera shot is.
No, it's actually quite good.
Okay. So here are my problems I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Tissues. I leave them everywhere. Don't know how to stop.
Like as in, you're like the opposite of me. I pick up napkins and use them as tissues, and I pick them up from everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? As in, or do you mean you use tissues and then leave them everywhere?
Yeah.
You leave used tissues around the place.
Yeah. Like
That's
sort of like
disgusting.
Sort of like a like
Hansel and Gretel.
Hansel and Gretel, but used gross tissues.
All right.
And
Like
then,
a grotty reboot of
my,
Hansel and Gretel.
yeah, but my dog will then also
Naughty
grab
reboot.
the tissue and tear it to pieces.
Yeah, that's even worse. This is a
Yeah,
horror.
I
This is
know.
a nightmare scenario that you're describing
Yeah,
to
so
me.
how do I fix this? Is there a sketch that can fix this
Now,
problem?
this isn't a sketch off that.
Yeah.
But and this is really gross. But we may as well say it anyway. Why am I talking into this microphone? I may as well say it anyway.
Yep.
It is now people when they fart, right?
Okay.
When you would sneeze into a tissue or cough into a tissue. Now when you fart into a tissue. Okay, and we have a new thing.
Yeah.
It's a hanky or
So
a butt
it's
hanky or
butt hanky.
You actually should fart into something, really. It's
should.
kind of gross.
Yeah.
Like, I think that makes
Maybe a
perfect
sponge.
Do you think that's a great shot, by the way, the wide with Beck lying down?
Yeah.
But does it become a? Yeah, I think a sponge or something like that.
You know,
But
it's like-
do you think farting then? Maybe this is what farting needs to be folded into polite society. It's not so bad to COVID's changed things, but it's not so bad generally to cough or sneeze if you're doing it into a tissue, something respectful like that. And I think if we came up with the right kind of fart hanky,
Yeah.
Yeah.
then I think we could.
Well, what absorbs smells? Not much, really. Like even the things that you like, Glen 20, they say, but you're just covering it up,
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
like a dusty sponge. It's got like nothing but ground up potpourri in it.
Oh yeah.
It's got some talcum powder. It's
A
got
dusty sponge is good.
Yeah.
What were those things that you get from like Mother's Day and Father's Day stalls that were like little bags of potpourri?
like that. Something it looks like something you'd get from a wedding or something like that.
Yeah, like a little pillow of
Old
potpourri.
people put them in their drawers.
Yeah.
At home.
Yeah.
I think I've heard old people would put them in their pants.
Put them in their pants, really?
Yeah, so that when they farted, it didn't stink so bad.
Is this real? You gotta say if it's not a joke.
Somebody mentioned it in a bit.
I have to say Oklahoma.
I know. No Oklahoma. No Oklahoma where the wind. Okay. So, yeah, I think people did do that, like with little bags of like rosemary and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, I'm willing to write down this idea of like a sponge or a.
It's really big of you,
that
Alasdair. Thanks for coming to the table, and thanks for sharing. Thanks for being so open to, I guess, what you could only describe as a sketch idea. On this, the day where we're trying to come up with 300 of those things.
I love the
All
idea of
days.
you getting fussy and being like, nah. Have you been fussy?
Like there's an element in which you go, oh, we gotta
have some standards.
Also, can you mod Brian on the Twitch? Your Twitch. Do you know how to do that? I can show you how to do that.
Can you do it?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, wait, I'll try and.
Just a little bit of admin. I'll look at my phone. We're all
No.
looking at phones.
Okay, meanwhile, I'll come up with sketch ideas. I thought, Evan was doing it, but
Oh, you got to be logged into you though.
oh, sorry.
I'll mod me as well.
All right, here's a sketch idea. It's he's a cook, right? But he doesn't believe in washing his hands. Because it's much like those, seasoning a pan.
Oh, wow.
Like seasoning a pan.
I love that.
The soap
You've got the
ruins
of
the
every
flavor.
meal he's ever made.
That's right.
On those hands.
On those hands, and his hands are, they could, they might look normal, or maybe they look
Cast
black.
iron pan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. And he's kneading the dough or whatever. He's
That's it.
really getting in there.
That's it, and everything. It does taste amazing, but you don't know.
Okay.
You don't know what's going on anymore, And so you're taking a risk every time you go there.
The culture is really thriving. In that, it's like, a culture, I mean, like, like a sourdough starter or something like that. I think if you've been a baker and you've been working for long enough, your hands are probably sufficiently riddled with yeast and fungus that you don't even need a sourdough starter. It all comes from the hands. It's all in the hands. And he spits in the food as well. He keeps a little bit of...
You got to spit in.
Well, because he tastes everything and then he keeps the flavour going. Spits in the food, spits on the plate.
No.
I mean, sometimes, like everything else that's in a meal is basically something that was alive.
Yeah, it was inside the body of an animal.
Who do you reckon that is?
It could be.
Check it out.
So I mean, it could be. I mean, I have heard of people who put semen in food, and not even just as a prank, as like a cooking ingredient. I don't know how it affects the flavor. I assume it tastes more bleachy.
Again, I fucked up.
No, that's all good.
Yeah, this all sounds like it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe the food is amazing. Maybe you're at risk of a disease every time, but aren't you at a risk? Isn't every meal a risk?
I ate Domino's last night, and I love Domino's, but did make me genuinely feel like I want to be dead. Hey!
Yeah, well, for some reason I have been eating more of that as well because I just like that thin crust and I like that pepperoni.
See, but that's the thing though.
So the sketch ideas are really flowing.
Yes, it's been gone.
Yeah.
No, we kept going. I feel like even though something might not kill you, it's still you can still eat a lot of terrible food. I don't know I don't know where that's going. That might be I don't know if
I would like to actually see what it would be like. I would like to just watch a sketch that is a person who has decided that they're going to eat pepperoni until they die. It's essentially that movie, Leaving Las Vegas, but with pepperoni.
That's a really good idea.
Why would you make this is the documentary about me? How dare you? I
right,
told you this.
let's
I'm
write
very
that down.
confident.
You're played by Nicolas Cage.
Fuck yeah, that sounds great. So hang on, you eat pepperoni, and I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I think like his family would be quite upset, but happy,
And he walks into the bank, to try to get that last bit of money, and his hand is shaking so much. He's got the pepperoni shakes.
Fucking oil.
Oil is flicking off his fingers from just.
Do you imagine big sausage pepperoni, or is he cutting that into little?
I think for some reason I feel like it's got to be slices of pepperoni, and then sometimes he's just got a big bowl of it, and he's just doing this. I don't know. It's just getting crisp.
Bowl of pepperoni.
Like that. Yeah. Well, he's just got a bowl of the slices like that, and he's heating it up so he gets that crisp. Gets that crisp.
What?
On that really thin pepperoni you get at Domino's.
Now I'm back in.
Yeah. And he's doing this a lot. And then just eating it like that.
Yeah.
Everything about him is going even more red. He's kind of starting to look more and more like the devil because that's the only color that comes into his body through pepperoni.
I wonder how I wonder if you could do that. If you could eat a particular color food for long enough and turn that color.
Yeah, apparently that happens if you eat carrots and beetroot and stuff like that.
There's a lot of rumors about carrots.
Hey?
Yeah, make you see in the dark, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if I believe all this stuff about carrots.
No?
No.
I don't think the see in the dark thing is true, but I think that if you have an overabundance of carotene, I think it potentially can change your skin tone.
Carotene.
I don't know what I'm.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up. I thought it was kind of nice. I thought it was cute.
What about saying carotene?
Yeah.
Just because I made it sound like I was trying to make it scientific?
Yeah, it just sounds like you made up a word.
Carotene is a real word.
It's carotene.
Yeah. Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
And beetroot teen.
We have our next guest is here, Beth.
Yeah, do I go?
You can go. If you want, or is I have no idea what the time is.
It's 3:44.
Oh,
no, Tosh, just you come on as well.
Sorry, Tosh. Do you want to join us?
Come and join.
Come on in.
And
yeah,
please.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Sorry, Beck. I didn't mean to.
How dare you?
No.
I actually was like, oh, maybe it's too late now.
I was just looking at my watch and all just doing cogs turning in my brain, trying to work out how long we've been going, and I was unable to add the numbers together in order to work out the number of hours. Everybody is Tosh Greenslade.
Tosh Greenslade, hello.
I got here early because I was like, oh, maybe I'll go to the supermarket and get you a present. And then I walked around in the supermarket for a bit, and I got myself a bottle of water. Then I walked back, and it's so hot outside.
Is it?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm fat, and so it's a combination of it being very muggy, and now I'm sweating more than I was when I got out of my car, which I parked out the front here.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
It's okay.
I really need the water now. So
Yeah. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way.
So initially, did you buy the water for us?
No, I bought it for myself.
Okay, great.
He didn't buy one single bottle of water for us to share.
What a beautiful gift.
There was a bag of egg-flavoured chips.
Yeah.
But Andy's a vegan. I wouldn't.
No, I'm not a vegan anymore.
Oh, you're not?
No.
You could have eaten them. I've
Yeah.
had them before. They're awful. They're really horrible.
Yeah.
I would have done that.
I think most.
I was also going to get you some, because you know how I I didn't know if you've been eating or what you've been doing. I was going to get you like a jar of like peanut butter and celery, that snack, but but instead
Make
of
the loudest possible thing that you could eat.
Yeah, but like make it a bit of a treat for you and like get Nutella instead of peanut butter. Make it nice.
And you do have
so nice.
those
I
veggie.
didn't do that either because I thought that Nutella had milk products in it. Again, why have you not told me this? When you said, "Do you want to come and be on this for a little bit?"
By the way, I'm
why didn't you
eating
say,
animal products
I'd
now.
love to eat animals. Do you eat meat?
Only when I now occupy the place in the food chain of my family, where I am basically a sort of a scavenger who eats the remains dropped, by the more dominant pack animals.
Do you have a dog?
We do, but mostly
Above or beneath?
I'm
Does the
above.
dog get first dibs on scraps?
No, I'm above the dog just because the scraps for the dog usually are on the ground.
So the dog gets your scraps.
Yeah.
But I reckon you're kind of same level. Like if you were on the ground, then you would be same.
You're like the dog. You're the table dog.
Yeah.
You're like dog at the
Table dog.
I'm the two-legged table dog.
You are the
of our
dog.
family.
You are the dog of a family that doesn't have kids.
Yes.
You have kids.
Yes.
So that's why you've also got a dog of a family that does have kids. But you would slot into a family that treats a dog like a kid.
Andy, have you considered leaving your family to be a dog?
I feel like you get better scraps. I feel like you would get meals cooked for you.
Yeah. If I got the right family and I could be a dog, I mean, is there a version of Mrs. Doubtfire where the only way he can get back into the family is by dressing up as a big dog?
Or is it like when men have a separate secret family where they go and they're like, I'm going on a business trip and they go and visit their other wife and children? Is it you just going and slotting in as the dog?
As the dog in another family. Yeah, I think that's really great. And that's so much worse for my real family when they find out that what I've been doing. Crawling around on the
weren't
ground.
at my baseball game because you were catching a ball yourself?
Yeah, that's right.
Would that hurt? I think that would hurt more than like finding out that your father had been cheating on your mother and cheating on you as a parent.
But kind of fun though. Like finding out you've got a dad you finally have stories about. Like if he's been so boring and like, he's just and then he goes off on work and then he goes off so dull, dull, snore. Oh my God, he's a dog? Amazing. Now I can complain to my friends.
A news story today where it was all about the wife's reaction to what she'd found out. It was like, shocking. She found out a shocking thing about her husband, a disgusting secret about his work. And the disgusting secret, and the article was all about how she'd now left him because she just couldn't stay around. It was a bit too, it's like, I cannot stay around. And the disgusting thing was that he had murdered 2 people and also had sex with close to 1,000 corpses, which really, that's not news that she's going to leave. Is that bringing the tone down?
No, wait.
I've been checking in across the day.
How is that about his work?
About his work?
No, so he was like a medical, he used his work to do the sexing of the corpse.
Sure, yeah.
Sure, but I don't think of that as being a secret about his work.
Yeah, it's slightly about his character.
It's like it's what he does at work, I think, because I don't think he was doing it. Well, I feel like the murders may have been done on the weekend or like sort of work hours.
That's
a good worker there that I'm here, and like he's not doing that on the job. That's nice.
No, he was doing. He didn't do the murders on the job, but he did do the necrophilia on the job.
Now, have you written down Mrs. Dogfire, which I also believe in as a separate idea?
Okay, right. I'll write down, and also
I don't think you do the corpse thing because that's real. That's not making up a sketch.
Otherwise, it would be hilarious.
If we could find a funny angle on it,
sure.
I don't know if that's the path we want to go down.
No, if there's someone who is like really good at working, you know how like you'll work at a place and someone in the office is just really good with like maybe the technical stuff, like maybe they know how the email server works or something, but also they're just not a good person outside of that. But you're like, we got to keep them around because they know how the email server.
This is a really great sketch idea.
What if they are
How good would you your work would you have to be to get away with having sex with all the corpses?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're working at a medical institution, a morgue, or maybe even a mortuary. Maybe you're a funeral director, and the prices are amazing, and the work you do is fantastic. But everybody does know that you have sex with them.
Yeah.
that's a discount. That's more of a discount.
That is a discount
on the services
What
rather
do you
than
know how to
being
do?
essential to the job.
Yes.
You're just like, you know all the passwords for things, and like
understand.
when the door gets stuck, you know how to open it properly. Like,
I think it's that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
How
It's like-
specialized does your job have to be?
like we can't.
You're irreplaceable.
Yeah.
Irreplaceable enough to have sex with a lot of corpses, and for them to go, look.
I think it's a workplace reviews type scenario, this sketch.
Yes.
And it takes place in there, and they're talking about, it's, where you would normally ask for a raise, or, maybe you want to go part-time or something like that. It's your demand is that you want to be able to have sex with the corpse.
I want to be able to continue to have sex with the corpse.
Oh, that's really good.
After you have caught me. But this is why, because I am that essential.
Yeah, I think
I'd like you to not fire me now that you know that I'm having sex with the corpses.
I think the phrase "I'd like to be able to continue to have sex with the corpses" stands alone as a very.
I'd like to.
That tells a whole story right there.
I'd like to at least add 1,000 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double my tally.
Oh, right.
At which point
So
they'd
that's
go,
the raise that
"Oh, it's
you're
a thou-
asking
a
for.
thou- Yeah, that's regular. That's quite regular.
I don't know if you're having. This is filthy. If you're having sex with 1,000 corpses at work.
That's a Rob
I
Zombie
don't
movie.
think it's too much. I don't think asking to have sex with another 1,000 corpses constitutes that much of a. That's not a big ask at that point.
but it's.
And in fact, this could be their line of
They're
argument.
complicit.
I'm already doing
Complicit.
it.
At that point, they're like, you've got away with 1,000 without them knowing.
Sure.
They've found out and they've gone 1,000, and you go, yeah. Now that you know about it, can I have 1,000 more?
I think that's interesting because
that's agreeing to say yes to 2,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could even just go. So we know that you've had sex with 1,000 corpses, and he goes, "Yes, I know, but I'm the only person who knows how the email works, and so I want a raise."
That is pushing it.
Not only am I staying, but I want a raise, and because and I'm gonna continue doing it, and I don't know. I was going to say I want you to watch, but there's no point.
Would you haggle? Would you, if you were the boss, would you then haggle and be like, all right, so we'll give you, if you're asking for like $100 extra a week, be like, okay, 50 extra a week, and you can like do two more than you would normally do on
a week.
And like, because I would assume you would have to like sneak off. Like you'd have to sneak away to do a bit of sex with a corpse. You couldn't really go, I'm going to take an extra 15 on the lunch to quickly get one away. You would be like, I'm going to go to the toilet quickly, and you'd have to really rush it.
You probably have to go into one of those slidey things there.
Yep.
That's probably the safest place where they're not going to find you.
I also like that.
But then there's no real good reason to be in there if they do find you. It's really difficult.
Especially naked.
Yeah.
Maybe you fell in there. Oops.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh, sorry. Oops. I just
My
fell
shirt
in.
got caught.
Yeah, my shirt got caught.
That's my.
so good. Oh, I mean, my skin got caught.
Oh no.
Oh, that's yucky.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's why you had to go with it. To jump in as it was
That is
close.
the yuckiest part of that whole story is if he maybe caught his
Got
skin and
caught
got a little. You go
in one of those little wheels or
having sex
something.
with 1,000 corpses.
Yeah.
That's what makes you go, oh no.
You know what the first thing I thought of when you said he found out about a problem with his work? I thought it was going to be like he had a nudie magazine on the wall. And she was like, I don't approve of that.
Can't. Yeah.
And
Well, he's a mechanic.
I got to say that this was
One of those
much
boob-
worse.
One of those Chico roll calendars.
Chico, yeah.
The girl on the motorbike. Is that a thing anymore? Or is that, am I just like... am I
That just
talking
sounds like your own wall, and you're just
picture.
projecting.
Oh, yeah, when you find the picture
Yeah.
in a park. And People magazine, they're pornos.
Yeah.
I don't think children will do that anymore. Those are artifacts.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, somebody will have to print them out and leave them in the park.
I mean, but think about it. There are thousands that are probably still buried out there. You know.
Yeah,
that
but
we
they're
all-
degrading.
I know, but some people were smart and put them in the plastic bags.
Hey, they
people
do
were
sound
smart.
smart, those people.
They were smart.
Well, I don't. I'm just saying. When I was a kid, I found a bunch that were just kind of ripped and floating in the air, and you could find little bits and have a look at that.
Isn't it interesting that over time, as the artifacts, the written artifacts and the printed artifacts of society degrade, in the landfill or whatever, it will be the sealed sections of pornography magazines that last the longest.
You're also not thinking about the sealed sections of Dolly magazine, where we will uncover the best moves to do with your boyfriend or what goes on down there.
Is that Dolly or Cleo?
Both of them. There was Cleo though had more. I think
Dolly was for like 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Don't tell them move.
Yeah. We're
just missionary. It's just like lie there and then let sex happen.
It actually said don't do it till marriage, and that was the sealed section. You unseal, like, okay.
Finding, so it seemed to be in a pile of papers, maybe a library or something like that. But some bits in the middle here seem to have been sealed.
Yeah, and that will be the only representative sample of our entire civilization, at least for that particular period from about like 1960 to 2005.
Opening those plastic bags will be, I think, given how much has already been discovered and pillaged by the English and other white people, will be the equivalent of opening
Tutankhamun's tomb. Yeah.
Will there be a curse?
Beautiful treasures.
A curse that comes out for the first person to look at, like, Home Blokes 1994.
Home Blokes?
Yeah, it was a section in either Picture or People where you could send in a picture of yourself as a man with your willy out, and it was just one page in this whole, like, all women, and there was just one page of the readers I think it was from an era when unsolicited dick pics weren't a thing.
Right.
So you could essentially send an unsolicited dick pic
to the world.
Every other man who is reading this porno magazine, just like, what do you think of that?
That's right. And then, and people would send in their girlfriends, or I guess ladies who read it would send in their own photos. It never felt like that's what it was, but it's a weird thing. For some reason, in my mind, it's in the same category as those mere male sections from like Take 5 or whatever those other. It's just like that was just another section in one of those like home style magazines or whatever, where women would write in a little paragraph about their mere male.
Yeah.
And so some story about their husband doing something dumb.
Sure.
My mere male. That's it. And
Sure.
I always found those. I don't know why I love to read them, even though I was like, I kind of hate this.
Take 5 magazines, I swear there's something in the printing on them that makes you they're great.
Yeah.
I hate them, but if I ever touch one, I'm like, I gotta read it all. I got one that was like my favorite. I think it's from Take 5 magazine, but it's not a Take 5 magazine. It's a crime and crosswords magazine. It is true crime stories mixed with crosswords.
Yeah.
On the same page. Some of the crosswords have like bloody knives around them and then a real true crime story. And
really interesting.
If I get murdered, if I'm not in that fucking thing next to like 8 down is, George Clooney or whatever, then I'll be very upset. Get me in there.
That's when your ghost comes back.
Huh?
When your ghost comes back.
Yep.
What is too abhorrent to combine with a crossword?
It's got to be war crimes, right? It's be genocide.
So stories of genocide with crosswords around it.
Yeah.
As a magazine.
Yeah.
Maybe not crosses, maybe word jumble.
Holocaust? Is that the name of the
Oh, that's no.
What is it?
I'm distancing myself from that idea.
I'm going to walk away from it.
No.
I feel like you've been here
come
for
on,
too long.
guys. We've been together for so long. We've been through so much.
That's what gets
Tosh's 1,000 Corpses story.
Yeah, there's not a defamation group of corpses who go after you.
The anti. No, I don't know.
Nah.
I can't find a pun on defamation that makes necrophilia work.
Let's see.
That's weird. That's weird. You can't.
Necrophilia. Necro.
Necrophiling.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, a defamation suit.
Yeah.
Necrophiling a lawsuit. My brain has slowed down somewhat.
Do you need anything? Because I'm going to skedaddle in a sec.
I'm probably going to...
Are you going to go to the loo?
No, you can go.
I'm going to go to the loo again. I'm sorry, everybody.
All right, I'll stick around while Andy's gone.
Right.
I did. Yeah, I tuned in this morning at about... it must have been like 9 o'clock or something. You started at 6, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
No.
And I was like, I don't reckon they want me to come in at 4. And you had like 75, 76 at about 9 o'clock. And I was like, they'll get through this really quickly. And I come in here and you've added 100 to that in the ensuing, I don't know how many hours that is.
Could be another 5 hours. I'm not sure what time
Quite
it
a
is
long
exactly.
time.
But
It's 4. Yeah.
I think the quality of what a sketch is reduces, but also the amount of time it takes to come up with even those reduces. Also,
I mean,
'cause
I'm amazed we're only 19 away from 200.
All right, let's get another one up. Here we go. All right.
It's a guy.
Yes, it's a guy.
Got a pet snake.
Snake.
And
I'm in.
okay, wait, keeps it in his shirt.
In his shirt?
And yeah.
Is it because he doesn't have abs and he's taught the snake to coil up where his abs are?
Or
And it's like, but also he might get bitten at any moment.
is it because he's in a gang where
Yeah.
they have like a giant snake tattoo emblazoned on their chest, but because of how extensive and expensive tattoo work is these days, it's cheaper for him to buy a snake, or he's afraid of needles, and so it's cheaper for him to, and safer for his psyche for him to buy a snake,
I'm afraid
have
of
it
needles.
pose on his chest to remain in the gang.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with both of these.
Oh, interesting.
No, but they'll count as one. It's
Okay,
a guy,
great.
Makes it look like I got abs, and I'm quite afraid of needles. Not afraid of snakes. Not as much as I'm afraid of needles.
I'm quite afraid of the snake biting me, given that it's needle-like fangs.
Guys.
But that's a chance that I'm willing to take because
I can't see it.
And it's also a lesser chance. Like getting a tattoo of a snake is 100% chance of a needle. Having a snake live inside of your shirt is, even if it's 95% chance of it biting you, that's still a 5% better chance of not getting a needle.
It's true.
Or could there also be someone going like, you know how people go like, "Oh, see my pants snake?
Yeah. Want to see my
Want
shirt?
to see my shirt snake?" And then people just go, "What?" And you go, "Wah!"
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be great if they
It's a
said no.
penis.
Yeah, so if maybe he's the one who says both, and he goes, "You want to see my pants snake?" And they go, "No," and he goes, "Want to see my shirt snake?" And they go, "What?" And he goes, "Look, there's a snake on my shirt."
Or he has his penis tucked up his shirt, and there's actually a real snake in his pants, and it's like when you bait the
Out.
switch and you
Yeah.
go, "Well, I offered the pants snake first," and then in the future. He can control his penis to either pull it down into his pants or leave it up into his shirt. So
He's
he
just
always
got
wins.
amazing flaccid control.
He always wins.
he's like one of those guys on the street with the cups and things like that.
Where's my penis? Is it in my shirt or is it in my pants? Oh, sorry, that's a snake.
Yeah. And he can move. He can also control the snake.
Yeah. He's a parcel tongue. That's what Harry Potter did after the Cursed Child.
I think in JK's version he becomes a cop or something like that. But
Yeah.
in the real, and obviously the real version, he becomes a snake tamer and just uses an opportunity to show his nude
Harry
penis.
Potter.
But also make money off people on the street.
Yeah,
hustling them.
a washed up Harry Potter.
What you're talking about, it's great.
A washed up Harry Potter in Queensland having to catch snakes for a living.
Yeah, that's
is
really
very
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Washed up Harry Potter in Queensland catching snakes.
like if he's just
Great
chatting
quality
to them,
reboot.
he's bored as fuck because it's easy. He's like, please just get in the fucking bag. But instead,
Yeah.
right, I've got shit to do.
Yeah,
It's
he's
so hot.
begging the snake.
Please
He's
get
had
in.
to- he can't even get a haircut because he's had to grow his hair out to cover, because otherwise people go, yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
It's like,
oh.
Yeah.
He's got contacts now to avoid the glasses thing, but every time he gets his hair cut short, because he's in Queensland, it's like, I just want a crew cut.
Yeah.
I want to be
It's
cool.
like, why are you in Queensland, Harry Potter? He's like, I got cancelled.
It's where the most...
I'm a turf, okay? Of course I'm a turf. Creator's a turf, I'm a turf as well. Right? So I'm in Queensland.
She wrote me to be a
Send me some
turf.
tracks.
She made me a turf. She retconned me to be a turf.
She fucking would,
I think
wouldn't she?
for Harry
Ugh.
Potter that J.K. Rowling is God. Like if that universe has a God, do you think they would? And then they showed God, it would be J.K. Rowling.
What a disappointing God. You go like,
You go, oh, what?
Why is God a billionaire? What does God need with money?
Oh, but it does
I
make
think
sense.
the Church of God the Billionaire is a really
That's
funny
something.
idea for a religion.
Yeah.
We believe God is a billionaire. They set the number
Yeah.
like a long time ago when inflation was nowhere near what it is. And since then, their teachings that God is a billionaire have really, caused a lot of crises within the church,
Jeff
as there are
Bezos
now
is-
some people
is
who are
richer
richer than
than God.
God. Yeah.
Does that make them God in this thing? Or?
No, but
past God. Can you become the new God if you get?
Well, it makes
rich
God
enough?
at risk. It puts him at risk of a hostile takeover. Takeover.
Yeah, is it like capture the flag, but being God? If you can earn more, if you can, or like the Pac-Man rankings where you have to get a better score and you move up the leaderboard.
Oh no!
Number one spot on the leaderboard of richest man is God.
Yes, possibly, but I don't know how that makes it more of a sketch.
It's more detail.
Yeah, it is more details and more detailed.
What if just the best Donkey Kong player gets to be God?
So it's a Donkey Kong player God, the Church of Donkey Kong.
That's another sketch idea. Write that down.
It's a constant battle between those two men in the King of Kong to be God, the hot sauce man and the sad teacher.
I think a story, a comic book, something like that, where the ultimate fate between God and evil does turn into a computer game battle is quite good.
Surely that feels like an old.
Done.
It feels like an old book that you'd pick up in an old store, smell old and old.
Like a Bible.
But I like the Bible.
But yeah.
Yeah, but it does feel like something. But I don't think I've seen it before.
It's not what happens at the end of Good Omens, is it?
No. But you know how you do.
Where you fight God in a video game.
No, but I do like that as well.
That's great. The final boss.
What about the Bible, but as a video game, and God is the final boss?
Yeah.
So you fight your way up. You start off as Judas.
Okay.
Oh,
Fight
Judas
your way
video
through the
game
Bible.
is so fun.
You get Jesus killed. That's a big.
Yeah.
That's the midway point.
Yeah.
But also, I reckon Judas, like, do you reckon he did that because he was like, I feel like he was
sounds a lot
jealous.
like judo.
Was Judas jealous?
Yeah, he also sounds like jealous judo.
He also got a bit of money for it, which, you know,
Yeah.
as people who work in comedy and
We can understand.
would.
And he got a free meal out of it anyway.
Yeah, he did. That's
and it
not
would have been
bad.
nice.
Yeah.
You know, I bet you God can at least make the food nice when he kind of creates it in front of you or whatever it is.
Did he know it was the Last Supper when it happened?
Yeah, they called it the Last Supper on the invite. It said, "Come to the Last Supper." Everyone was like, "What the fuck does that mean?"
Didn't Judas betray him after the Last Supper?
Just after, yeah, I think.
Yeah. So the reason Jesus got killed was because Judas hugged him. So Jesus organized. So to them, it would have just been a dinner. It wouldn't be the Last Supper. I feel like it's been called the Last Supper in retrospect because it turned out to be the Last Supper.
No, I think Jesus knew it was the Last Supper. He prophesied. He said, "Whoever so reaches for this first will betray me," or something.
Then why?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right here. You're absolutely right. It's a very good theological question. I think
they should
we've hit upon something big, and I'd like to spend some time talking about it.
I think every time they should have put on a whiteboard and done like the thing where you plot out the Bible properly, because there are a lot of bits where you're like, wow, that didn't really make much sense.
Yeah, a bit more time on the workshop, I reckon.
Yeah, you should have done like at least another writer's workshop.
Yeah, I apologize about speaking over you. My biggest problem with it is that we have to feel good about, we have to feel grateful about Jesus taking the sacrifice. But I feel like he was all, it's like nothing where it's like, aren't you the son of a god? It's like dying isn't a really big deal. You're always going to make it back into heaven no matter what you did, right? And you were kind of put here to die, I reckon, probably as like a statement. And you're probably also God, just in a young skin. And so I feel like it's been a setup the whole time.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to emotionally lever us with this thing, which is actually quite a dick move. And so I'm not sure you're a good guy.
Yeah, that's like when your parents are like, or you don't really like your dinner, and so your parents are like, "Oh, that's okay. I won't have any dinner. There's not enough for me. I guess you have this. Go on." And you're like, "Yeah, but like we could share it, or you could just not get nailed up to a piece of wood."
Yeah.
It is a real. That is a move. That's like going, "Oh no, I've been kicked out of my share house. I've got no," and your parents are billionaires. Your parents is God.
And he's a billionaire.
Yeah, and he's a billionaire,
you get to go to eternal paradise. That's not a punishment. Like 3 days, it didn't even take him 3 days to die, did it? He was just in a cave for 3 days. That's not...
I'm not sure how long... It might have taken him longer.
Can I posit that maybe we're not reading the tone of the Bible correctly? Maybe when Jesus was getting taken away, he's like, "Oh Oh, you're gonna kill me. Oh, damn, I gotta go back to heaven. Oh shit! Oh no!
It's not hot.
Okay, all right. Well, if you got to, that's fine, I guess. I'll just go back to eternal paradise. That'll suck.
Was him doing that just trying not to look at anyone because he knew he would laugh? He would be like, is the real look on the cross not suffering, but him just going,
suck shit, losers?
Literally, corpse.
Okay, how's this a sketch?
I've written this down on my
Dollars Judas.
Dollars Judas. But you know how we're always looking for the bloodline of Christ? You know, that was a big part of the Da Vinci Code. What I want to do is I want to find the extant investment account that Judas put the 30 pieces of silver in, because I reckon that will have done pretty well with inflation. We know he killed himself, so he didn't spend any of that money. If we can find the number of the bank account that's in, where that money is now, that could have quite significant, I feel like that could be the money that...
Is this like the Da Vinci Code, but it's at like the Commonwealth Bank and just someone trying to talk to a bank manager and they're like, yeah, just give me a second. I'll just get my manager. I actually need to get someone else. And then it's just constant, like, you trying to talk to people at a bank and not getting anywhere.
No, I can't actually give you that information. A lot of that.
Is it also trying to find the heir, the descendant of Judas?
Yeah.
So you can properly execute Judas's will.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And give him the money that is his inheritance.
I think that's a very interesting premise, that somebody, and they're a very devout Christian, finds that they are the heir to Judas's fortune, which through compound interest has become this enormous trillions of dollars.
Which would make them the new god of the
new
church.
God, yeah, sure.
God is a billionaire.
But then that crisis that they have of what to do with this money that literally is the money.
And then someone's like, oh, you could donate it to the church. And they're like, yeah, I'll donate it to the... That's a great idea.
They are also in a church that is opposed to the billionaire God church.
Sure.
Much in the same way as the Catholics and the Protestants to each other in Ireland.
Yeah.
And so they become the god of the church that they despise. And at the same time, have inherited the money
from the one that they support.
About, yes.
Yeah. Really good.
I like the idea also. Sorry, you may have just said this when I was distracted, but that Judas also does actually betray his church. That he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to help you, and then, and then he like finds something that they're doing wrong, and he like tells the cops, and they raid it, and he's like, all right, I'm going to get this money.
No one ever says they're getting betrayed anymore. I miss it.
Yeah.
I reckon people should do it more often when
did you betray me?
Why have you betrayed me? I think it's really fun.
I'm going to start using it on my kid.
Yeah.
like, because sometimes like, you go, you said you would turn off the TV right after that episode.
Why did you betray me?
Yeah, and you didn't.
Yeah.
Why have you betrayed me?
This is the new I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. You look at your child in the eyes and you say, you have betrayed me.
Yeah. It's got a fun ring to it.
One of the great things about it with a kid is they don't understand the emotional weight of these terms, so you can use them without probably doing quite as much damage as you otherwise might. You can have a bit of fun with them. You can unload some really quite, emotionally loaded statements, but it's just like water off a duck's back. They don't know.
But I feel
resonance.
Like then they will take on these very heavy emotional things.
Yeah, that'll be their language.
Just use them in their day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, sorry, you're gonna have to wait for your chips. 2-minute wait on the chips.
Why did you betray me?
Betrayed me.
But I think that's great as well. That's the future that I want to live in, where these kinds of terms are just part of our language. And if we all invest in as young parents,
yes,
we can invest in the future. Children are the future, and they will use the phrases that you teach them.
That's right.
We're bringing betrayal back.
That's right, and that's why we've all decided to raise our children to use the word for penis, hog. Because they don't understand how fucking cool it is.
At least one of them becomes a doctor.
Okay, sir, please pull out your hog.
Oh, that would be fun if all of the parents had a big meeting and got to decide, all right, what do we want the next generation to sound like?
We've got so much power and we don't utilize it.
No, we fucking don't.
Imagine, like, if you raised a child in isolation, you could effectively make that child whatever you want. So if you you could have a child that you raise, like you homeschool, and then send them out into the world, and they just randomly speak like Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
They just are a miniature. Like at 10 years old, they are just Joe Pesci, and you put them into a suburban Australian primary school.
That would work really well with this. You know, there's like I think there's a parenting TV show that's on TV right now where it's like if people get to compare their parenting. And these guys who are like, they were really into Home Alone, and they were just like, we raised them as Joe Pesci. Right?
Specifically from Home Alone, not from any of his other roles.
No, his other stuff.
Except for like there's a few little tidbits from like Goodfellas. So like if anybody ever says, oh, that's funny, he immediately launches into the funny how?
Yeah.
Funny like a clown? That.
But
just actual Joe Pesci's character.
Is his name Joe Pesci? Have you called the kid Joe Pesci?
No, he just has a normal name.
Right.
You've just talked to him as Joe Pesci the whole time. Only use Joe Pesci lines.
People just go, is that kid Joe Pesci? And like, no, that's my son Walter. And it's like, yeah, but why does it sound like Joe Pesci?
Can I also put forward a slightly different idea?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
building off Joe Pesci child. You know how like Muppet Babies is a thing?
Yeah.
Why aren't other babies a thing?
Yeah, right. Godfather babies.
Godfather babies.
Yeah, it's
would be
really
fun.
a really good idea, Ben.
Cartoon.
Yeah.
Cartoon. And like, but they are them but baby. Like they're just wearing nappies, all the same shit. Like I would
Really
love
good.
to. Even Breaking Bad babies would be very fun.
Called Godsons. Godson.
God babies.
God babies.
God babies.
Godfather. Because eventually they'll grow into fit parents.
The godchildren would be that.
Godchildren.
Children. Godchildren.
Thank you,
You guys
Tosh.
have been
Thank you.
here.
You know, we're all like.
All right. Should I go? Is that?
I mean,
It's lovely to have all of
back.
you.
I'm gonna go.
Sure.
Get out there into that heat.
To that heat
That
world.
sounds so good.
There's a bit in here. There's like it's creeping in.
Yeah.
But it's not yeah, out there's very bad. Would you like? I'm gonna get you a bit of gaffer tape for your microphone.
Oh, is it going in and out?
Yeah, but would you like anything? Boys?
How about you? How about you
got
get
it on?
Tosh that your microphone in the meantime?
How do you know this?
No, it previously.
Oh, great.
I've been
I could
here
just
long
swap
enough.
with you. Is that good? That one?
That one's
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Thank you, Rebecca. The
Thank
Rebecca
you.
squeeze.
Also, for who's keeping number, we're still on at 189, unfortunately, but thank you very much. You're
But
doing
I have
great.
another idea written down here on my
wait.
hand.
Oh, well, Andy's going to have a number.
I've also
that'll be
got
190.
another idea.
Oh,
Okay, great.
you go. Mine's written on my hand, so you
Links
can go.
back to Joe Pesci.
Yeah,
Maybe
great.
Again, raising the child as Joe Pesci.
Yes.
So they are entirely Joe Pesci.
Yes.
But never showing them Joe Pesci so they don't know. And having them using Joe Pesci lines constantly. And then when they're about 30, 35 years old.
Took a long time.
You put Home Alone on the TV.
Just casually in the background.
It's just like, is that me?
Yeah.
What has happened
Yeah,
here?
great.
No, this movie was filmed 30 years before you were born. But I don't understand. It feels like me.
Because
It feels like me. It feels funny. Funny how?
And then you show him Goodfellas and go, oh, you know that funny how you say all the time, watch this film.
These are great new ways to traumatize your children.
Yeah.
And it's very exciting.
I love that idea as an ad. Great new ways to traumatize your children.
I mean, I think some people would actually buy whatever that was advertising. Great new ways to traumatize your children. Here's a hand you can put under your mattress that in the middle of the night
crawls out,
inflates, and comes up and reaches up and grabs your kid or whatever like that.
So what I've written down here is buddy cop trio.
Buddy cop trio.
Buddy cop trio. You know who everyone loves a buddy cop duo.
Yeah.
How about this buddy cop trio?
Yes.
I'm too old for this shit. I'm too young for this shit. I'm the correct age for this shit.
I think it rounds it out nicely.
Yeah, no. I think there was actually an imbalance because of buddy cop duo.
Yeah.
There's no neutral party in a buddy cop.
Exactly. And that would help diffuse a lot of the tension.
Nobody
probably solve the
mediates.
crime much more quickly.
Nobody sits there and goes, hey, guys, let's sit down. Like, I think we're both bringing good things to the table, but from too far apart. So let's just, I'll mediate.
Yeah.
We'll work this out.
Exactly. Yeah,
190.
I don't know what else to say about that. And the other thing I've written down here is Twitch parenting, because I've noticed that a lot of people do Twitch stream kind of stuff where they're like, I'll do if you give me $10, I'll do my stream tonight wearing this funny hat or something. Is that a fair assessment of everything that Twitch is?
It's on Twitch.
Like, is that all Twitch? Yeah, well, we're on Twitch right now. So is that something you want to do?
No, but I'm saying that...
Can I make money from this?
Well, if you're raising a child, a good thing to do might be to say, like, if you give me $10, I will teach my child that dogs are called splurgs, right? And
that's you're doing it to your own. You're selling your own child. I thought you meant like you would parent someone else's child so they didn't have to.
No.
Hard stuff. Like,
no. Thank you, Beck.
No, that's all right. I'm just going to adjust this.
But you could.
Do you want me to move? Is that better? That's all right. There we go.
All right.
It's not even on me. Oh, now it is. Yeah.
It is when you talk.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. It's automatic switching.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Great work.
Okay. Wait. So Twitch parenting,
where you'll take rewards or you'll take money to raise your child in not significantly bad ways, but like in funny, weird little ways. Teach them to, for $2, I'll teach them to shake hands with the wrong hand, and just
I'll
that
just
kind of stuff.
slightly fracture them and abuse them, and then when they're broken and not functional adults, and they're like, I always lead with the wrong hand to shake people's hands, and I've never been able to make a connection with anyone when I meet them.
You can show them a photo of the two 7-Eleven coffees that you bought with it.
Right here, my friend.
for $10, I'll tell my kid that 6 is yuck. It's a shameful act.
For $6. $6? Wow.
They'll be raised like someone who was raised 20 years ago
in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, like that's right.
For $100, I'll raise my child in the Catholic Church.
I'll just instill shame in them.
For $20, I'll go to church every weekend.
Well, that's nice because.
I'll sell my soul.
For some, religious people, they would consider that that's a good investment, right?
Oh yeah.
So you could also, have positive things, raise your child in positive ways as well, and it'll be a real battle between whether the good people on Twitch want to pay you enough money to raise the child well, or the bad people on Twitch want to pay you enough money to raise them.
And if you
poorly.
make each thing an auction, it's a battle of good versus evil.
Good versus evil, and then we'll see what the child's like at the end. And that's probably very unhappy.
And that $6 could go up and turn into, say, $9. And then that's a 50.
Hey, you know how you still love your mother? Yeah, that's $50 worth of good parenting, my friend. If somebody had chipped in 60 to outbid that, I would have told you that your mother killed someone.
That person was good. Yeah. I got that person's name tattooed. Hey.
Oh, that's interesting.
Getting like a Twitch supporters.
Yeah.
I feel like that already happens. I feel like that again is like the 1,000 corpses. I feel like it's just you're going to need a funny angle on something abhorrent that already happens in the world.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Like Jake Paul would do, I wouldn't. Maybe early on, Jake Paul would have got a tattoo for like $1 million or something, wouldn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he's.
I don't know enough about those guys and how they operate to be sure.
But it would have been. I mean, it feels like everything they do and did was a prank and was just about confronting people with awkward situations and.
It makes money.
One of them stealing Floyd Mayweather. One brother was fighting Floyd Mayweather. The other one stole his hat.
Yeah.
And like pissed him off, and like he was like genuinely like really annoyed. Like and you go. Yeah, right. These guys are just fucking idiots, but very rich idiots because they're super. They know how to get hits. They know how to.
Now, how about this, Alasdair? It's a dictionary. I know we've had a few dictionaries today. Yeah. This is the dictionary of sentences, because at the moment we know what words mean.
Absolutely.
But meaning is constructed by putting lots of words together.
Yeah.
So it's a dictionary of sentences, and it has every possible sentence starting with.
And the different contexts they could be heard in? Or,
yeah. And and it also has them in alphabetical order. So the first volume is every sentence that you could start with the letter A.
Yeah. So
it might be several volumes.
Another apple for dinner tonight. Well, this is usually a sign of
But then, if you're reading
a great sentence, by the way,
you would then have to look up what the meaning of the sentences that explain the meaning of that sentence.
I hadn't thought about that. That's interesting.
A great way to sell dictionaries.
Would that be a companion edition, or would that also be in? Would that then have a little number, like a page number next
cross-reference,
and then
sure.
you go there?
Yeah. Bad news is when you get there, there's another sentence you got to look up.
The book is infinite.
It is infinite.
Or
I guess it has to be.
You need to find a way to loop every single sentence to eventually explain the other one.
Yeah, well, it's like Sudoku. Eventually, through the context, you'll learn what each word kind of means.
I guess so.
By piecing it together, I guess, by seeing all the words that you do understand. I don't think if you're starting with no words, I don't know.
You have to know some words.
You need to know a lot of words just to read a dictionary, right? And so even like little acronyms and things like you go, that was so scary for so long. You're looking at it, it goes A to J. You go, I don't know what that is.
You would also have to be able to read.
Yes, that's true. You can read. You can read,
but you just can't understand any of the things.
The meanings of any of the sentences.
But I mean,
you do know, or you've read the dictionary, so you know what all the words mean. But you don't know
what the explanations of those words mean. You know the sounds. You have learned the sounds to be able to.
Yes, that's true, because the descriptions themselves are sentences that you don't understand. Yeah, right.
I mean, I guess a real beginner's dictionary would have to be sort of like, I guess, kind of like those picture books that you give to your kids, just has apple, cat and things like that. That is kind of, but I guess one for adults who are starting for, what about if you've got hit by lightning and your brain is wiped and you need to start anew? Sure, you can get those kids ones, but you could maybe not be condescended to, and you could get a picture dictionary.
You probably don't really need to know the word duck and ball quite as much as
and maybe just
you do as a child.
Somebody maybe reads you through it on the first read, so you can get a basic idea of so you open it up and it does have like amphitheater and it's got a photo and it's got amphibians, things like that, all stuff that you'll need, and but then there's stuff that's more complicated where you kind of need a bunch of scenes where it's like somebody walking into a room and not knowing what they were doing in there and then walking out, and then that would be like forgetfulness or something like that.
You really got to tell a story.
This person would have had their brain wiped and they would know all of these complicated words after having read this dictionary, but because it leaves out all of the basic childish words, they wouldn't know what a duck was called, or what a ball was, or what an apple was.
Yes,
there were no complex concepts.
There's a lot
nothing simple.
There'd be nothing. There'd be a lot of gaps.
Like such a genius, but also be like, can you pass me that
green object?
No, not even colours, because there's no
sure.
Anything that you learn in the first few years of your life, gone. But everything you learn, say from like the middle of high school through university, all there.
Well, I think this would be an interesting thing to teach a way to program a robot.
I think a good look. This is kind of a version of I don't own a TV. It's like I don't get involved in base things like that. That are like I actually don't learn any simple concepts or objects. I don't know the names of any colors or objects. I'm more interested in kind of concepts. And ideas.
Myself do not learn as single syllable worders.
Meaningful jumbles of letters.
No, of.
Oh yeah, sorry, jumbles of letters.
So this is a person who's such a snob. They refuse to learn a single syllable word,
or even know what they mean. So when you speak to them, if you accidentally use a single syllable word in there, they'll be very confused and go, "What do you? I don't know." I deliberately avoided learning them.
Yeah,
they're beneath me. I mean, they're beneath myself.
Personally, I think I do like the people who don't have a TV.
Yeah.
And you were pointing out earlier that there are some people who say they don't have a TV but then still watch
Yeah, I have had
videos on like computers and stuff.
Yeah. Somebody says to me they don't have a TV, and I go, oh, okay, wow, that's amazing. And they go, yeah, I still watching Netflix. I go, well, that's the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't have a TV. We do have a giant computer monitor in the place of where the TV is, with a laptop hooked up to it, and we have got a TV tuner plugged into the side, an aerial plugged into that. So we do watch terrestrial television. We don't
broadcast TV. We don't have a TV.
As if I would want to own a TV. No one owns TV.
Never want. I've always said I'll never have a TV in my house.
Yeah, it has considerably lower resolution because it is just a computer monitor, and it is fairly old.
We don't have a TV in our house. The neighbours have quite a large TV, and we peer at it through binoculars.
What other, like when I first met my girlfriend, she didn't have a toaster. And she used to toast bread
in the griller.
Yeah,
that is such a dicing with death scenario. Every time I put something in the griller, I'm like, this could be the last time I ever see these colours. It could be completely charred by the time I get it out.
Yeah,
and I also am pretty sure that like this is going to be the thing that burns my house down.
But what is the next thing though? That is cool and hip to not own.
Yeah, really good. Don't have a fridge, right? Yeah. I feel like it's
No, we've got a Hessian sack.
We've got a meat safe,
and we just salt everything.
Yeah,
all that meat is cured.
Yeah, we just kind of rub everything with sort of salt and vinegar and things like that, and that was just it preserves things, and we kind of have a just-in-time philosophy, so we kind of just eat the food, before.
Would you like some salted milk with your coffee?
With your salted coffee?
Yeah, some things you don't need salt.
Coffee with your vinegar coffee.
We don't have taps.
We keep the water fresh by immersing it in water.
We've got a well.
We keep the water fresh by immersing it in water?
No, well, did I say that?
Yeah.
We keep the water fresh by immersing it in oil. That's what I meant to say.
That's really interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's such beautiful fresh water. It's served to you in a cup with a layer of oil on the top, so that the air doesn't get to it. Okay?
Yeah.
And then you got to poke a straw in, I guess. Although the straw will have to go through the oil, so you probably have to suck up a little bit of oil.
Or you could
get a straw. Or what about a straw? I'm just inventing things now. This isn't even a sketch. What about a straw that is closed at the end, that has a small lever that you can turn it on, so you can drink things that have a film of something disgusting over the top, but which is fresh beneath.
Really great.
So wait, how does it get in? How does it like a hot chocolate you've just microwaved and it's got that milk skin like that, and you don't want to have to pick it out because it's so gross. Yeah. So wait, but how does it go in?
So it's flat on the and it's sealed, and then there's a small lever that makes it go like that when it's in the water.
Right. Sounds like something you'd use to put a stent in someone. Basically the same technology. We're just using the technology we used to put, sort of metal thing up somebody's vein.
It just is a stent.
It's just a stent.
I've just been repurposing stents. I got heaps off AliExpress, and now I'm selling them as a method of drinking water that is beneath oil.
This is like an idea that I thought of earlier but didn't say, but now I'm thinking about it probably isn't an idea, but it's a toilet with a plug in it.
Yep.
Like a big or like a
plug where
like
so
a
you don't
bath
accidentally
plug.
Flush things you don't want to.
Well, I guess. Yeah. And then it's on a chain and you have to yank the chain up. But then I was like, well, that's more or less like what those toilets are in aeroplanes.
That's also what
on trains.
What a bath is.
Well, sure, if you're in need. If indeed.
I don't. Yeah, we don't have a toilet. We've got a bath.
We should
in the bath.
My baby uses.
We just have it full of water at all times, and then we pull the chain out. And once it's all been pushed down with our shit stick.
We get one of those whiz stick Breville blender things.
We don't own
like you would have.
We also don't own taps. We don't. Oh, we do have taps in the bathroom. We don't. We don't own glasses though. We don't have glassware. So if we want a drink of water, we just go to the toilet. The toilet bath.
You don't have a toilet.
No, so to our bath.
That's what we call the
bath. Use our
bath.
special straw to drink beneath the feces layer that floats on the top. It's all clean underneath.
We only do floaters in our family. We're an all floater family.
It's a very healthy bowel.
Yeah.
Food. How would you do that? Oh no.
I don't know.
Have a healthy bowel.
I mean, is buoyant poo actually considered in some way desirable? Is that a sign? Is that a sign of health?
There's a chart that tells you like
Really?
what's a good poo and what's a bad poo.
Right, surely a good one is the one that then hovers slightly above the water.
If it floats in the water, that's good. That's healthy. If it's like just complete liquid or chunks, it's bad. If it sinks and it's very dense and heavy, apparently that's also bad.
Oh no!
You want it to just sort of
like Andy's found himself on the chart.
delicately on the surface, very like angel food cake or like
angel food cake. Sure.
You don't want it. Yeah. So density is not. Yeah, is not desired when you're.
I thought it was an efficient way of getting rid of mass.
Just getting so much solids out.
Yeah.
Like,
sure.
How concentrated the poo is. Do one poo in a week.
It's a great thing to be really proud of.
All my food.
I think I've written down for 196 that this snobby, we don't own a toilet. We actually don't own a toilet. And then it's really ideas good. Of actually we only have one receptacle for water as the bath, and we use that for everything. And we find it's just the kids. It's more character.
Well, it's more natural because you think about our cavemen ancestors; they would have just done a shit in the river or whatever.
Yeah,
that would have been their only water source.
Yeah,
I mean our grandparents didn't have toilets. Well, they did, but like
they were outside.
Yeah,
it's very different.
They did actually, and they had flushing toilets, but who cares?
Like. Ideally, our grandparents wouldn't have had toilets, so this would be normal.
Yeah. Ideally, this would be normal.
Yeah.
Ideally, this would be okay. Yeah. Ideally, the social security would be fine with this.
Ideally, our children would still live with us. And we wouldn't be using stents to drink
from below. I mean, the idea that somehow the water below the layer is going to be anywhere near drinkable. I don't care how floaty your poo is. There's no way that's all right.
Also, what, you fill it up like once a week or something, and then just like I drain it for a bit after some chunks have gone down. But then
so you fill it up. You all have a bath, right? Yeah. And that's that taken care of. And then the rest of the week. It's shitty.
Also, the floatier it is, the harder it would be to drain, surely, because if they're really just hanging around, you would prefer constantly, and I would assume you would constantly, if you were drinking out of it, have very regular diarrhea.
Well,
I would assume you would have dysentery or something.
Yeah, you probably could just go outside, maybe. Suddenly. No, sorry, we don't go outside.
We don't have outside at our house. I guess we've just got inside.
We don't have outside.
Our house only has inside.
Yeah.
Outside is just sort of a void, a vacuum.
Yeah, it is almost like. But it feels like these kinds of people would actually almost be like, well, actually, inside is what we call outside.
Once upon a time, it used to be like you would have an outside toilet, and I think your kitchen would often be like kind of separate to the house as well, like more like a.
Yeah. If you look at a lot of houses around Carlton and central Melbourne where they haven't been knocked down, that almost all of the kitchens. Additions to those old buildings.
Right.
So you'll be walking through like a brick house and it's all very dark and horrible and damp. And then all of a sudden you'll sort of come out and it'll be made of wood and everything will be nice all of a sudden for the living area.
Right.
And it's because it just used to be...
So what was the kitchen situation?
You would be outside, like
you would cook
over a fire.
Or, right.
Yeah. So the house would have originally just been like 3 bedrooms.
Yep.
And a hallway, and that's the whole house. And there's nothing else. And then there's like a long drop toilet out the back. And you'll probably bathe outside as well, I assume.
And so what would you do inside?
You would just
sleep.
Be so boring.
You would huddle in the cold.
Yeah.
I don't even think they would have a lounge room.
We actually don't feel joy. It's actually we think it's
we don't have joy.
Yeah, actually feel we feel kind of tortured and.
I mean, we have Netflix,
but but we didn't enjoy it.
We don't watch any of the good programs.
No, we do. Like we love watching Netflix and enjoy all that. But, like we just don't have joy. You know, we don't have joy in the house, but we get joy from the computer.
Yeah,
not like normally.
Right. Yeah. No, not from each other.
Yeah.
We don't actually enjoy one another's company.
Yeah. Or if the joy is on like iView or something, we'll watch that or if it's like on catch up. If there's we still watch The Bachelor and everything. But just no like normal or like we'll like if somebody writes down something nice to say to us, we'll watch that later or like read that later and have like a nice interaction reading it. But we just won't say anything nice to each other.
What is this family? This is no. Well, I think maybe they think that it's like a trade deficit kind of thing. They think that happiness is a zero-sum game where if you're giving happiness to anyone else in the family, that's sort of taking away some of your happiness or, you're using some of your joy to give to some of them. When everyone in the family should be working to bring joy into the family from the outside and getting validation and satisfaction from external sources. And then, but within, it's like a black hole.
But also
and nothing can escape.
Hoarding that joy within yourself.
Yes.
Never giving it to other people.
And never giving any side of it. So you could actually be very happy inside, but you won't give off any of that because... because when you smile, other people smile, and that makes them happy as well. You're not interested in that. You are a black hole of joy.
So you go and see Toy Story at the movies, and you sit up the back, and you just outwardly seethe.
Yeah,
thing.
Inwardly you are
being like, this is so.
The magic is.
You just sit there at the back with your not eating.
Your heart is full.
Yeah, with no popcorn or anything.
No.
Nothing nice. Eating like gruel.
Well, hang on. No, I think you can still eat popcorn if you're allowed to go and watch. Just technically, by the rules of this,
you have to look disgusted.
Sure. Yeah.
And if you do that, you can't be with anybody else because you can't share a beautiful experience.
Yeah. You can come back from the kiosk having got your popcorn. You can say loudly to the cinema, "I think I saw a rat." In the popcorn machine.
Every bite of popcorn you eat, you just go and look disappointed at it and just go
standing by the counter.
Looking around at other people going
You finish it, you go back and get another one.
I think just that guy, just that as a scene, so he walks up, get a large popcorn, thank you. Huge popcorn, eats it. Oh. Like looking at the person all the way through.
But I mean,
another one, please.
One of the problems with this guy, also, he just stands there in front of the snack counter, doesn't go into a movie.
I'm not here to see a movie.
I just love the popcorn.
I don't know. Well, we don't know.
At such great prices.
Just outwardly let down. Not even disgusted, just a bit disappointed constantly, but still enjoying it.
It's a problem in that he is trying to also get joy from the world, though, and very often it is hard to get joy from other people if you don't give anything back. They will shut down to you. So, but
if someone finds that behaviour funny, he would presumably have to run away. He would have to get away from anybody that could possibly...
Horrible little scampering man that he is, little weasel. But in the darkness of the night, at Christmas, he goes in and peers through windows at all the joy that everyone's having around the Christmas tree. And he sings quietly to himself along to the carols, but he doesn't let anyone hear.
That's a sad sketch. It's a little sad man at the window quietly singing to himself and trying to leech off the happiness of his families.
Well, he's kind of a peeping Tom, but only for wholesomeness.
Is that like an anti-Santa, like a Santa, a parasite, the Christmas parasite?
Sort of like
interesting.
Kind of like the Grinch, right?
Yeah,
he's
not trying to
taking anything away necessarily.
Yeah, he's just trying to live parasitically and leech off the joy of others at Christmas without giving any away.
I mean, I do love a joy and wholesomeness, not wholesomeness, wholesomeness. Peeping Tom.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's something. We're getting very close to 200, Alasdair.
Yeah.
That is something. That's intoxicating. I've probably said that word about 1 billion times today.
We only have one more before 200.
What? That's. Oh no, that says. Who's updating that?
The good people of the Two in the Think Tank Discord.
Oh.
Who support us and are probably a bit disappointed that we're not having more intense mental breakdowns at this point.
I mean, the brain is breaking down.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just slowly.
Sections are shutting off. Lights are turning off.
Yeah.
And I think a certain amount of the grey matter is turning to liquid.
Yeah. But when we get liquid, then you get a new
Solid.
form of consciousness.
Sure.
Liquid consciousness. Maybe electrical signals transfer through liquid faster. I know sound does, or at least bass sounds.
Could your brain sublime and turn
into a gas?
Straight to a gas?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a brain.
Superheated
Yeah, we
liquid.
don't have brains. I've just got a sort of this.
We don't have brains.
We don't have. Yeah, we kind of have a plasma.
Yeah, kind of past like having a solid physical brain.
We don't have a self.
Yeah.
In my family, I mean, in the family that this is it.
That I live near.
No, wait.
Oh no! Wait, don't break the one pen that's left working. Well, if you had plasma, this is, obviously a snobby plasma person that says we actually don't form atoms. We kind of just stay as ions and kind of, we don't really need atoms to be happy.
This is a plasma that can talk.
This is a talking plasma.
My body's not really molecularly stable. Like, it's all ions. Like I'm just sort of a collection of the ions, and I look physical and solid.
Yeah.
But I'm completely I'm not really matter.
This could be a big part of the sun talking, I suppose. If the sun has some kind of
You think the sun is a snob?
you're the biggest one in town.
Yeah.
That
would go to your head, I think.
That would go to your head, and especially when you're all head, assuming that
sun is all head.
Well, given when children draw the sun, they draw a face on it, and the face isn't typically on the body.
Yeah.
So I would assume it's just a head, or maybe there's like a very small body behind the sun that's like a sun body,
and it's looking
naked
up
body,
at us.
and as we circle the sun, it is always like.
I think it would be really great.
Snobby sun.
Well, I think sun body is really great. I think if NASA discovers the sun's body, and a satellite going around the other side of the sun, zooming in really closely, sees this little wiggling body with little arms and little legs and a fat little belly.
And for any,
and it's tiny.
All right, I'm writing the sun's body instead.
Most planets that are always on the other side.
Yeah.
When they look up at the sun,
they see the little butt.
And when their children draw the sun,
they draw a butt on there,
like some little legs and like a pair of balls. I'm
Yeah.
assuming it's a man. It's got like little balls and a penis sort of hanging between its legs.
Yeah. I think that would be great to send some sort of satellite or something to crash into the sun to try and establish the gender of the sex of the sun.
To distract it long enough for us to get, or like to put a fake Earth where we are, so it's still.
Wow! Wow!
We sneak like lots of, I don't know, like a big.
The Earth sneaks around,
and the Earth goes just to have a look.
Yeah, great.
We could probably get it during like a lunar eclipse or something like that, where we'll just be able to see its body there, and it won't be able to see us for a second.
We just have to go during right when there's the complete solar eclipse, when the moon is in front of it.
That's a great idea. That's much better than your stupid second Earth idea.
Can we really quickly orbit, do like a really quick, like a sprint orbit, and go
maybe
around,
we could
and it goes.
Set off.
Where have they gone?
Set off a big rocket that sends us backwards while it can't see us, and then we can go out and around.
Sneak around.
Yep.
And maybe I guess assume that the sun's
And this is also we could look at the sun's butt, right?
I forgot.
Take a little look at the sun's butt.
And that's the 200th episode. A sketch idea.
Holy guac!
Just so that we know that we're progressing.
Have you got someone coming in after me?
Yeah, in fact, he's right there.
I can't see.
It's Pat McCaffrie.
Pat. Hello, Pat.
And David M. Green is going to join us as well, I believe.
Oh wow.
Pat, if you want to appear early, you can start appearing now and then just keep going.
I don't know how much of that he's just watched, because he might be sitting here going, I don't want to go up and talk about the sun's bum hole.
Oh, I didn't know it had a bum hole.
Yeah, well,
if it's got a bum, it's got a hole.
That's what I've always said.
Oh, it's a very dangerous assumption to make. I'm never making that assumption again.
Is that an extra one? Can we just add another one? The sun's bum hole. if you go into the suns, where does that take you?
Well, that's what I suppose.
Is that what
That's what the Egyptians have always written about.
Is that like the sequel to Interstellar? Like what happens if you go up the sun's bum hole? Yeah. Will you
into Stella?
Will you?
That's the name of
lose touch with your children.
Stella means to do with stars.
That's true. Yeah, into Stella.
Yeah. Well, that's nice.
Are you spelling it Stella?
No.
No. Okay.
That sounds too suggestive.
Yeah, it's pornography.
That's not what. That's
porn.
You know,
I think
that's the porn version of going up the sun.
Who would write porn about somebody having sex with the sun?
A Danny Boyle sci-fi epic in which Matthew McConaughey and a crew of intrepid space travelers have to go up the sun's bum.
Yeah. Then there is also a porn version of that.
Okay, fine. There is.
The sun is a woman.
Okay.
And there's like a Matthew McConaughey look-alike porn actor.
Yeah, okay.
Sex with her. But that's... But a porn version of an already quite sexual concept. Is that an idea?
Well...
Making porn versions of very sexy, not technically porn movies with actors that look like those people having sex but just showing a bit more.
Well, you can make... very often, people make a movie... You've heard about sequels.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. But very often they're not made by the same people, right? So somebody else will make a sequel. But you could, all I'm trying to say is that maybe you could make a porn parody of an existing porn film. And then it's just, in a way, it would just be a sequel then, wouldn't it? Or it would be a reboot.
Would it be a remake? Like a
remake.
Like Casino Royale.
Yeah, sure.
Like where it's been made before. But do you then parody do you have to then parody a serious porno and like make jokes about it? Because porn parodies are always like, innuendo about that thing.
Yeah, sure. What do people get out of that? Why do they exist? Because who wants a little bit of a chuckle, but also penetrative sex?
Right. Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it's to sort of lessen how bad you feel about watching SpongeBob have sex.
I love that. That's your example.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Now, hang on. So it is a person who wants to watch SpongeBob have sex.
Yeah.
But they feel bad about it. So the way they justify it to themselves is that they think they tell themselves they're just watching a comedy.
I do want to watch that. Yeah. Why have this? Like, surely the idea of a SpongeBob having sex is to watch SpongeBob have sex. It's not like. I don't know if you would, unless it's for people that watch SpongeBob and go, I love all of SpongeBob. I just wish there was the addition of a bit where he would have sex.
Yeah, and in order to achieve that, I'm willing to have SpongeBob played by a man in a strange costume who looks, I imagine, awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like haunting.
I think that the sex adds enough to the show to overcome the deficits inherent in turning it into a sort of a live action costume
in the fact
thing.
That, the voice is definitely not the same, and the writing is of the lesser quality.
But it adds enough to tick it over into being a slightly better show.
You want a veggie
What is
sausage?
that? No, that is what is that?
It's a great what it is a great way to every hour or so alienate a new guest.
Why? Why would you make a veggie sausage?
It's
because it's just a cylinder of food.
Yeah, but like a carrot exists.
No, but this is a podcasting food. It's the perfect. We've worked it out. It's the perfect podcasting.
We need soft foods that you can eat on pod.
So that they don't make too much noise on the.
It was this mashed potato.
See, I would prefer mashed potato. That's a nice thing.
Yeah, but cold mashed potatoes got a little bit of a.
Surely you could keep it warm.
I suppose the downside is that it is also a visual, because we're streaming it, it's also a visual medium. So while you don't hear us as much eating the veggie sausages, you do see us eating the veggie sausages, and that brings its own issues.
Yeah.
Is there any way in which man who wants to watch SpongeBob pornography...
Man who what?
Man who wants to watch SpongeBob have sex... can only justify it to himself by telling himself that he's just watching a parody. Which, by the way, SpongeBob is already a comic a comedy show.
Oh yeah.
So what does he think he's getting in addition? A parodying of the form of.
Well, yeah, you would have to.
itself?
Surely you would have to make fun of the kind of writing that SpongeBob. If you're going to parody SpongeBob, you have to almost mock it and say real SpongeBob is shit. And so, is SpongeBob porn for people that actually don't like SpongeBob, that are outraged, not just because
But
there's not
do
enough
still
sex,
find him sexy.
not sit there and go, the writing on this is so cringeworthy. This is such shit comedy. But I really wish this
but the drawings are really horny.
hot. It's just really hot, but not the bad jokes and bad writing are really killing my erection, and I need it to be made fun of to get the
through dramatization. What if he just wanted it to be made a serious show that SpongeBob can have sex in? That he can.
But a porn parody by its very nature is trying to make jokes. So yeah, I don't know if a parody of a comedy is necessarily a serious.
No, you're right. I mean,
an anti-comedy is.
Yeah, but I just I can't imagine like. I've never seen a porn parody.
Is there anti-tragedy?
Is that comedy?
Well, no, because we've got comedy and we've got anti-comedy, so that's stuff that's trying to be comic, but with has a darkness in the way that it fails to be comedy. I think, right? It's a clumsy description. But
So
anti-tragedy. It would be people trying to achieve tragedy, but and what it can't be, I think, is then achieving comedy. Because I think that gets you too close to an anti-comedy kind of area.
So you want apathy as the result of
possibly
something.
apathy, or even just being mildly uplifting, or possibly romance. Yeah. I don't know.
Doing something like that should be tragic, but doing it so badly that after you watch it, you go, "I don't give a shit about what. I don't care that your child has died." Doing it in a way.
Yeah, that's.
Go, oh well.
Yeah, I feel nothing.
Young lovers.
So you're depicting really tragic events.
Yeah,
but in the clumsiness with which you do it, there's nothing. There's no feeling is evoked.
Yeah.
Well, there's a weird kind of like anti-charity that I've seen where it's like people on YouTube or TikTok or something like that go and like they set a challenge where they're like, oh, if we're gonna start singing a song in a mall, Walmart or something like that, and then whoever finishes the song, I'll give them $500, right? And you can tell the people that they're singing near, they're not necessarily doing well. And so then he goes like ain't no mountain high enough, like that, and then people go like that, right? And then somebody who isn't doing well but will finish the thing will go just sing with him and then finish the song, and then the guy will give him money. And you go, I hate you. like he doesn't say that, but that's what I feel. I feel about this person giving this person money.
So they're not deliberately trying to do some anti-charity thing. They think they're somehow being kind, giving money to this person who
what does
isn't
that
doing
do?
Well.
Why are they punishing people for not joining in with a strange person singing on the street? What are they hoping to change? What are they hoping to change in the world? It's like, yeah, you could have had this $500. But,
I guess you learned your lesson.
You didn't come up to me and like
join in my song.
That I was you didn't sing the right song that I was thinking in my head, and I didn't tell you that I would have given you $500 if you did. Guess you missed out.
Yeah,
we all learned something today, didn't we?
So what they're trying to inspire is when somebody is singing in public, everyone will constantly join in and finish that song.
That sounds like an awful world to live in.
At the risk of not making $500.
Yeah.
I really hate this, but I just don't want to miss the chance that this guy is a YouTuber.
I mean, there's a, if you...
I know I'm giving CPR to this person right now who's fallen down the escalator.
But you can see that there's a utopia that leads us towards.
Yeah. Is there something in a person who lives their life with the constant fear that there is some sort of YouTube prank happening where if they don't do the right thing, they will miss out on $500. And so anytime they see any slightly mentally unstable person or anything happening, they join in or they try to preempt
in case it's a flash mob or something. Yeah, I think that's really good. I'd argue that this person is themselves perhaps slightly mentally unstable, but yes, this could even be what that child we were going to raise via Twitch ends up becoming. And they always think there's some big bit going on. There's a camera somewhere, and they're being recorded.
One time did find a backpack in a car park that had like 1 or 2 gigantic dildos in it, and I was like, I'm being filmed for some prank show. And I just put it down.
Would you, if you had not known, if you had been raised to not know about pranks? See, because I found a dildo with a suction cup on it stuck to a bus stop when I was in university, and I took it off.
Yeah.
And I stuck it to the fridge. And then we used to like spray Lynx on it and light it on fire, and then like make it like dance, and it would like flick bits of fire around in the kitchen.
Yeah. Jesus Christ!
And this is what people who invest in property. This is who are staying in your house.
But I was like, this would have been in 2005 or 6 or 7, and so actually no, maybe 2008 or 2009. But this
was last week.
This is I think is before when I would have had enough exposure to these hidden prank camera shows where they would judge the person. I don't think prank shows at the time were extreme enough that they would have stuck a dildo to a bus stop with a suction cup that I couldn't then take that dildo and take it and stick it on my
face. And isn't it a sad world that we've created where young men are now questioning their instincts to take home a suction cup dildo from a bus stop
as well.
Yeah, 2, and they were in their packaging.
Come on, that's not even.
Yeah, and they were big. They were unnecessarily big. Like one was probably this.
Yeah, I used to have one of those as well when I was in high school. When I was in year 12, when my friend turned 18, we just acted like, because he was 18, we could just go anywhere where it was 18 plus then with him, like he was our parent.
Sure.
So we went to Club X. It's just like, you're 18, you can just, but you have to buy everything. So we're just in there. You're not supposed to be in there, but we were like, no, but he's buying, so that's fine. It's like when you go into a bottle shop with your 18-year-old friend, you're like, can you get all of us drinks? We were like, okay, so can you buy me this giant foot-long dildo, which I called Nathan. His name was Nathan B. Meatcock, and I would take it to school in my backpack and like swing it around my head, and like you would hit people. It was very heavy.
It's really interesting to hear your origin story.
And then I got sick of it because I was like, it got to a point where it stopped being funny, and that
really
was the most depressing thing. And so I threw it away. I threw it into the mud, and somebody else took it.
And that cycle of life continues.
I inherited it.
Yeah.
Like Excalibur.
I don't know where it's gone now.
Well, I'm
Excalibur.
There's nothing in that.
I'm sure it's being passed down from hero to hero. Well.
How about this? Okay.
We have more guests
to go soon. Yeah. They've gone though.
They've gone.
They just walked out. Yeah.
This is horrible. What is there something in? Because I was thinking like anti-matter and anti-tragedy and anti-things like that. Antifa, anti-fascism, their whole thing is just no fascism. Shouldn't anti-fascism be people that are the inverse of fascists? Isn't that what like a more accurate
Sure, it's not really the opposite, is it?
Yeah, it should be. Like antimatter is not just
the absence of matter.
Yeah, it is.
The opposite. If it comes into contact, they kind of explode and energy.
So shouldn't Antifa actually be somebody who I'm not completely up on the ins and outs of what fascism actually is. Let's just say it's racism. Shouldn't it be somebody who irrationally loves minorities and the people that the fascists hate? So they're like, oh, no, I love black, regardless of what the black person is. They're like, no, I love black people.
Well, I think
black person, so I love them, and you cannot tell me anything different. They are better than me, and I love them.
Well, I honestly think though that's how the fascists view Antifa as it is. So from their point of view, that probably is what they picture.
Just be like alt-right YouTube.
I think you've invented alt-right YouTube.
pop it
And
on.
I think it seems like it's actually a very successful sketch.
Oh yeah,
That's really taken on.
Yeah, you could get a lot of hits on it. Like it's. Yeah, I'm sure you could get.
I mean, I guess we could do the next 100. They could all be all right.
Yeah, that's a challenge.
I mean, one of the things, if there's one thing that we've learned, is that it's incredibly easy to generate content if you just spout conspiracy theories and attack the left and the war on Christmas.
Could you
That's
do
why
that?
Sky After Dark exists.
Could you do that Twitch thing, but for your political beliefs and how you?
It's a really good idea.
How you run your
Yeah.
life. You're like, I will be a racist if you,
Well,
if you donate.
that's sounding a bit less of a good idea now.
Donate enough money.
Yeah.
Or I will. Yeah, I will. This will be how I will live my life if you donate the right amount of money. And as it goes up, like they get worse and more extreme. So if they want you to be a full blown white supremacist, they'd have to. It'd be like $1,000.
Yeah, cool. Well, I think that what this is a good way for the poor to earn money, because at the moment you have some things that you can sell if you're in a tight spot, right? Even your organs, that kind of thing. But up until now, you haven't been able to really very easily sell your soul.
Yep.
Now you can, bit by bit, chop it up and sell it off. As long as we can find a sort of a digital platform that allows some accountability and some monitoring to make sure that you're making good on the what you've sold.
Making sure that what you're being a racist or that you're.
Yeah, exactly.
But as you get richer as well, you would inherently become more right wing.
More right wing.
Because you would want to protect your wealth, and you would want to pay less taxes, and you would want to give less.
It'll
money
reach a nice equilibrium, I reckon.
Yeah, like all comedians who get like very big and rich, and then all of a sudden start to just lean slightly to the right or become a little bit more, and then their views just get slightly more right wing. As you are paid to become more right wing, you naturally become more right wing anyway, and so it's a lot harder for you to get donated back the other way.
Sure, yeah,
Yes.
of course, because then unless you're left wing.
And it'll be hard for you to get donated back the other way because left wing people are notoriously unwilling to donate money to the right wing. and they're so-called progressives still want to discriminate about who they give money to.
But if they cared about the cause, then they would try to save this one person from being left wing, or this person who's willingly becoming right wing for money. They could save them, and they're choosing not to.
Yeah, is that a sketch idea, Alasdair?
I feel like selling
your political beliefs, allegiances, affiliations.
I think beliefs, because I think you can buy votes. That's fine.
Sure.
And that's been done for years. But I think who you are as a person, like your values, your inherent values as a human being.
And it is your soul we're talking about here, isn't it?
Wrong or right. Yeah.
And I'll work every day to believe it.
Yeah. And I'll just, as soon as I see that donation come in with a little note on it saying what that donation's for, that will be what my beliefs are. And that will be what I will repeat in my head over and over again.
I mean, maybe they can whisper the stuff to you while you sleep or something.
Or even just having that weak of a disposition.
It sounds like you're right.
That the donation instantly makes you go, oh, that is right.
Yeah. I believe everything I'm told. I'm paid to believe.
Right. Yeah,
I genuinely do.
Yeah.
I had a brain implant where my belief system is linked directly to my Venmo.
Yeah. The poor are worth less than me. They do work less. They don't work as hard as me. I've earned this.
Yeah, everything is my right. And, yeah. And also, I'm going to live in a gated community.
We might have to get our other guests on. Apologies.
Well, I need to go and cook dinner for my child.
My goodness. Well, I've just found out in a text message while I went to the toilet that my wife can no longer show this to my baby because he just yells at the screen. And I'm not sure if it was all the stuff about looking at the son's butt.
What is he yelling?
Just he just screams. I guess he's trying to get my attention or something.
Oh, is he watching it on Twitch though?
I'm not sure. Maybe YouTube.
Is this an element of donating and raising your child?
This could be what's happening. I mean, I don't know if this is the right information for a kid to be getting in its head.
Yeah, hopefully. I just hope none of it goes in. Right? I mean, they barely.
Yeah, mainly the
listen
corpse
to me
thing.
in normal.
Corpse, yeah.
Just
normal
when,
life.
yeah, when he's like, I don't know, of the age where they say what they want to be when they grow up.
Yeah.
If he says anything that is sort of morgue adjacent, go, all right.
I'll veto it.
Yeah.
Programmed.
Where warning signs, red flags have gone up. Yeah.
All right, I was like, all right, I could join you on that. See, just keep a close eye.
Or Twitch, or like literally anything that you'll keep that as a guide for your son.
That's a good point.
To know that
put that into some sort of algorithm that listens to all our conversations.
Check it against. That's like a dictionary of your of wrong things you've done to your son. So if everything is go, hang on, I'm just going to look it up, and and then you find that and go, okay, we need to work on that.
I think the guys are just outside the door, so we will get those guys to come in now, so that's okay.
Yes, I'll go.
Keep them waiting.
Do you want me to go, and I'll send them in?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
Tosh,
you so
would you
much,
like to
Tosh.
promote
This has been
anything?
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Keep buying my book.
Yes.
It's old now, but it's still relevant.
It's so funny.
Thank you.
The ScoMo Diaries by Tosh Greenslade.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I haven't read it yet. I haven't read a book in so long. But I have it, and it's great to have.
I wrote a book, but I find them very hard to read.
Yeah, it's a battle.
It's just my broken head.
Yeah.
I'm also, I am also the face of ADHD now because I did an interview about it.
Really?
I told you I got diagnosed. But then I tweeted something about it, and then they interviewed me on, and it's like, there's another sketch for you, becoming diagnosed with something quite minor, and then instantly attempting to become the face of it. Promote yourself. I'll leave you with that.
Yeah.
Getting on the radio and being like, my struggles with attention deficit, hyperactive. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I love it.
Good, but buy the book. That would be good. It won't help me. I don't know why I even care that people would buy it now, because I feel like the amount of advance I was given, I think that's how many books there are. So basically,
it's impossible for you to make any more money from it.
Basically, people buying the book will just make it less of a bad investment for the people that gave me my advance. So it'll just make that a justifiable decision once they break even. Or not even justifiable, just less unjustifiable.
I think it'll make it a great decision for the people who buy the book. So that's good too.
Okay. Goodbye.
Tosh, thank you so much. It's been such a joy.
Yeah.
We're doing great. We're just crumbling.
Is that one on?
Our mind is just crumbling. Yeah, I think Beck just fixed it up.
And please welcome our next guests, David M. Green, Pat McCaffrie. They're just saying hello to Tosh at the moment. How you doing, Alasdair?
I'm doing okay. My brain is a little bit more mushy. Hello to both of you. Look at this.
David, your hair.
Fresh haircuts.
Did you literally just have it cut today?
Last week.
Wow. Well, it still looks fresh.
Got mangoes. This is about as short as it gets.
And he's been eating them like a hand fruit.
That's good.
Your hair's looking fantastic as well, Pat. It's a bit cooler even than it normally is.
Yeah, that was a home cut.
Really?
My partner did that.
Yeah, it's really good.
Thank you. You also both look ravishing.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. It's
that's a good length.
Yeah, we're just aging sort of in front of the screens as we speak.
I like this. I like that you can see, another version of you behind you.
Yeah,
I'm sure people have commented on this.
No, nobody has, but it has wound up looking quite a lot like what we look like right now. Even though I do think this is an old photo, because I've seen the original. I was wearing a jacket that I don't think I even have anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like you're getting rid of a jacket.
No, but I got rid of a lot recently. I got rid of like 3 good jackets. I got rid of my duffel coat that I've had since 2004.
What sparked it?
I was just like, I haven't worn this in probably over 10 years. And I don't know if I'm ever quite going to be a duffel coat guy again.
What is a duffel coat?
Duffel coat's, like Paddington Bear. Like blue, got the little toggles. I think those might be the duffels.
Right. I like the way on that photo you've got the zip just out, like tantalizingly. You're just like teasing the audience with the little zip,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I do. That's how I rock it.
That's people don't know this, but Andy walks around the office with his fly like that.
Yeah, just
a little V-neck fly. V-neck pants.
With V-neck underpants.
V-neck underpants.
No one's ever done the V-neck underpants.
A plunging dick line.
Yeah, like.
Can you get a fly for underpants? Is that a
great idea?
It's a really a sketch idea.
What we're doing today? I didn't read the brief.
Yeah, no, we're coming up with sketch ideas, David.
All right, so
so far you can see we've come up with 204. And yeah, if you're wondering how we did that, it's because our standards are at about saying that's a sketch. Fly your underpants.
But look, I think maybe I have seen a fly on underpants for like leather things that you might wear to like a parade or something like that, you know? And
so these ideas can't already exist.
Well, they can. I mean, like, you know, obviously
if we develop it into such a way that it becomes a thing.
You could, if they can already exist, you could just steal a bunch from the two Ronnies.
That's true. That's true. I guess you could promote underwear with a zip at the front. Have you ever seen a zip and thought, I want that way closer to my junk, like that, and then you could start from there and I guess pitch it as a bad thing, but you're saying it in a happy tone, right? Do you think?
I was trying to think of like what I mean, how much further can we?
I don't need this. I don't need to feel bad about these. We gotta get through this. I'm writing it down.
How much more can we use the zipper in our lives? And I was like, you could have like all your doors in your house as zippers, and like it's like you're going through a fly everywhere you go. And then I was like, oh no, that's a tent.
Yeah, it is a tent.
That definitely does already exist.
You know the expression, when you leave doors open. It's like a dad joke. What did you grow up in a tent?
Yeah.
And then maybe you'd grow up in a house that has zippers for all.
No, but I did grow up in a house that has zippers for doors. What about this? It's Star Trek, right? But all the doors have zippers. That's the only difference. So whenever they want to go through one of those doors that would normally make a cool noise, they go zzz, like that all the way around. They go through, and then they got to zip it up again on the other side. And we remake the entire show with that. It's the only.
This is far from my area of expertise. But is that how childbirth works? The woman just undoes a zip and then
undoes a little zipper. Well, I feel like you could get one installed.
That's what cesareans are, I guess. They just unzip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially after the first one, because you have to go in the same scar line.
Is it actually? I thought it was just next to it because it doesn't heal up as well.
Maybe they do right next to it. You know what? I didn't look with that level of detail, but I will
That's why you're not a doctor.
You can get a zip, like a medical zip. As part of surgery.
Can you get it really close to your junk?
Installed in your body?
Yeah, I don't know if they use it to like heal a wound like over time. So they don't like just zip you open and shut, but like they'll sort of stick it on the skin and like zip it up a little bit, or maybe zip it up and then like a week later they'll move it a bit closer together and
zip it a bit more.
Yeah, I saw it on one of those like surgery TV shows many years ago.
One of those surgery TV shows.
They used to be all the rage. Everyone was watching them.
What's a surgery TV show? Oh, you mean like a drama, like an ER?
No, it was like real life,
like real surgery. Yeah,
real life. Like it's like they still.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. Well, I think I probably watched it because it had nudity in it, and this was the day.
Because often when they're operating on somebody like this, you can see a boob. I mean, genuinely,
they got iodine smeared all over them as well. That's what
I'm really there for the iodine. Yeah. I like difficult to. I guess you don't encounter iodine in very many sort of scenarios, right?
Iodine, it really stains your skin, doesn't it? Is it sort of like a reddish yellow kind of color?
I think it can be yellow.
Orange, that's the one I was thinking
It's the medical equivalent of turmeric. It just, once
sure.
you use it, it's just everywhere.
It's great in sort of like a rice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in a bit of a curry. Yeah. I add iodine to everything. Yeah.
There might be other colours as well. I seem to think like purple blue. In The Simpsons, I think it's purple blue.
Right, yes. No, I get that as well. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of different things from the concept of iodine. Maybe I was thinking of betadine is the one that's orange.
Yes, that's like an antiseptic, right?
Yeah. I remember, because one of the only surgeries I've ever had is when I had my tendons in my toes cut because they were too curled over, so they cut them, so they went out like that. I remember waking up on the hospital gurney after the operation, looking down at my feet, and I had bandages on there, but they had obviously used iodine or betadine or some kind of like antiseptic.
Some kind of dean.
It's one of the deans, and it looked like blood, like it was like red or something like that, and it looked like my feet were just like drenched in blood, and it was really really horrific until somebody explained to me that it was an antiseptic. But I feel like that's a dangerous colour for your antiseptic to be. You should just use something that's like not like a body fluid at all. Just really clarify.
Maybe gold paint.
Gold.
Like a nice gold paint.
Sure,
out, your feet are gold. With that, and then I guess there's no mistaking.
That was the first draft of Heart of Gold by Neil Young. I think was Feet of Gold.
Feet of Gold.
Yeah.
Clonk, clonk.
Yeah. I'm searching for my feet of gold.
I mean, I feel like if you had feet of gold, the risk is that you're going to sell your feet, right? Is that the risk?
Well, and also, isn't the risk that gold...
The only risk.
Yeah.
Gold is not going to be a store of value for much longer. What you really want, and you've said this to me, is feet of Bitcoin. Really.
Sure, feet of... Yeah. I mean, if you could get,
Digital
cold
feet.
Yeah, cold storage.
Yeah,
feet,
crypto
like
feet.
Yeah.
That's,
I mean, obviously, that would be the best thing.
I was in a band called Crypto Feet.
I mean, I guess if we're going that way, suddenly it's something like about Midas and his, he's touched everything. It's turned to gold. His daughter's turned to gold. His food's turned to gold and things like that. And suddenly he finds out that it's no longer a great store of value. It's losing a lot of its value compared to Bitcoin.
Well, especially because of all the increased supply since he's turned everything to gold.
That's true. Yeah, he definitely devalued it by.
Was that the message of the story of Midas?
Well, and this is a massive
hyperinflation.
A massive bugbear of mine is people say, "Oh, he's got the Midas touch. Everything he touches turns to gold."
Totally
completely misses the point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everyone he knows dies. He can't eat. All the food he touches is gold. Like, ugh.
Drinks and it turns to liquid.
Yeah.
He's got the Midas touch. His entire life is eternal suffering.
Yeah.
He's in a hell of his own making. He's got the Midas touch.
Yeah.
I suppose if he dies, Midas. If you say somebody's got the Midas touch, like let's say somebody who's got this real star power, writes a great album, and you're a producer. It can still be good for you that everything he touches turns to gold, even though he will soon not be able to feed himself, and his daughter will be turned to gold, and his pets will be turned.
Sure.
Because then that gold that's left behind, and that inability for him to keep producing more gold, you can still benefit from that. You doesn't devalue it.
Yeah.
And also, it turns out, if you're made of gold, if everything you touch turns to gold, you're probably not going to like Me Too somebody and do something bad like that, because you got to keep your hands to yourself, because everybody will know straight away who's done what.
So if you got the chance,
he didn't touch me. I swear, I would be solid gold.
I promise.
So, but if I mean, the scenario makes no sense. But if,
he didn't touch me.
What is your defense? Well, I'm here, not gold.
Yeah.
No, but hang on. Why does this person need to have a defense? They're the ones saying they weren't touched.
Yeah.
Alleged victims, if that even is a thing, they'd have to defend themselves
you're right.
against the claim that they were a victim.
It'd be the judge or the other lawyer. From Midas's own lawyer would be saying.
And I touch all my clients, so surely I would have turned to gold. And when I say I touch all my clients, I mean consensually. But
so we've Me Too'd Midas.
Well, no, we've said that he's Me Too proof.
Me Too proof, but
maybe it's the Midas touch, but it only is only when it's consensual.
I think you would
be a better power.
Can we broadcast this?
Surely, if you were in Midas's situation where he got like a wish, or God gave him whatever he wanted, or something like that, and he asked for everything he touched to turn to gold. What we've learned, the lesson of the Midas thing, is that if you get that wish, you should wish for everything somebody else touches to turn to gold. Right? Then you can just get all the gold.
And then
as long as they don't touch you.
And then, if someone else has turned to gold, you can touch people. A benefit.
Yeah.
Why not just wish for a large amount of gold?
Yeah, now that's very good.
If I put a limit on, it has to be something that you've touched and everything that you touch.
Yeah, or if you said, I would like this thing to turn to gold, and then that could turn to gold, that would be a great power.
And also, I'd like the ability to turn off the power and back on again.
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah.
Great.
Maybe using some kind of gold switch. I don't know. I just feel that would be nice. I like gold.
You might have worked out I'm a kind of a gold guy.
I'm a gold guy.
I'm a gold guy.
All right. Look, gold. I mean,
what would you wish for everything to turn?
Why does Al have to? Why does Al have to do all the writing? By the way,
turn to something. It's just the way it's always been.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he writes faster than I do.
Okay.
Maybe, or
I didn't realize
the pad
this.
was just in front of him the first time.
Okay.
Or my handwriting's too terrible. I don't know. There might have been one or two occasions in which, for whatever reason, I've had to write the note.
You filled in, yeah.
But yeah, this is the way of things. Yeah, and that's.
I'm all about tradition.
You got quite both of you quite sort of communist colours. I feel like between your jackets and your shirts.
Pretty drab, isn't
it? And your pants and that.
We're wearing the same pants.
We're wearing the very same pants. What brand is that?
Country Road.
Right, I think this might be black with a Q.
No.
That's not how you spell black.
Country Road, black with a Q.
Yeah. No, I tried for something, but it didn't work.
So did I, but I just went for it.
But I think the communist thing fits because I don't know if you've we're across. Are we allowed to say where we are? We're across the road from Oven Street Bakery, right?
Yeah.
This is part of my. I think Melbourne is made for socialism because when you look at the people literally lining up for bread outside artisanal bakeries, it's a literal bread line.
Yeah, very good. I mean, is it still a bread line if they're lining up for artisanal bread that costs a lot of money?
Yeah, but it
should belong to everybody.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's probably going to end up costing a lot of money, when everything goes tits up later.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Is this anything? Artisanal communists. Okay, it's communism.
Is there any other kind?
But look, I don't know what I'm saying, but let's tease this out. Right? It's communism. Everybody's lining up for bread. Obviously, the bread is really good. It's sort of French. It's light, it's fluffy, whatever. They're also lining up for croissants, that kind of thing. Lining up for a little
croque monsieur.
Croque monsieur, exactly. Now, and so we take the iconography of people who would otherwise be destitute. I mean, and a lot of the people, they're hipsters. They're looking quite ragged anyway.
It's true.
Right? Yeah. And they button up the top shirt as well, like you do under communism a lot of the time. But it's, I guess, the only difference between communism then and the situation we're in right now, and the only way you can tell the difference is by the quality of the bread.
Yeah. So no one around here owns property, so...
Yeah, I guess so.
Already got that going.
That's really good.
Now, if only it was the state instead of...
Four rich guys.
4 rich guys.
The entire suburb of Brunswick.
Yeah. What's that person who sung that song, Scar? Missy Higgins.
Missy Higgins?
She owns a bunch of places here.
I've heard she owns a bit of property.
But in Brunswick?
Maybe.
One of those Scar prophets, back when there was money and money. I mean, money and music. Money. Still some money and money. There's still a few bucks in the old girl yet.
Now, we did discover that, and I think this was very exciting when we all discovered that the Vietnamese culture makes great sandwiches, right? And we got banh mi about 10 years ago.
Story about that.
But I want to know, and I want to hear your story, I want to know, have we looked into whether any other countries and cultures have great sandwiches that they're not telling us about?
And that their leaders treating them in a bad way, things like that?
Oh, and then we could get them and get them to come over here and give us their sandwiches.
For cheap.
Yeah. I think
the Vietnamese, were they always good at making sandwiches, or that's just because the French came and colonized them and brought with them the concept of the sandwich?
I mean, I think it would be very difficult to unweave the two, but I think a lot, it feels like it comes from a fusion of the cultures, so they would have been good at some elements of what went into the eventual sandwich.
The sum of the whole is more than the individual components. There's probably an expression for that.
Yeah.
Let's see. People who would be good at bread.
I mean, because we had the Turkish as well, right? We had the Turkish bread, and we had the what do they call that? The focaccia used to reign supreme, right? I feel like that's made on a focaccia.
Where did that go?
From the focaccians people. Yeah. What happened to the focaccia? There's a documentary in that. Johnny
Focaccia.
Searching for Richard Simmons, like who killed the focaccia?
I mean,
who killed the electric
I would
car?
watch Who Killed the Focaccia.
Who killed the focaccia?
Yeah,
it rolls off the tongue. Who killed the focaccia? And
where the focaccia?
Yeah,
focaccia for me has such
very good, David.
Wait, I'm writing it back down.
Where the focaccia? But yeah, it definitely has strong connotations of that eggplant that hasn't quite been cooked enough.
It feels very...
Big chunks of red capsicum.
Yeah.
Sun-dried tomatoes.
Yeah.
I think you're doing okay if you get a sun-dried tomato in there.
And kind of like grilled chicken with peri-peri something.
Right, okay, yeah. No,
it has very office worker, who is too tired to make lunch.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like me. and lazy.
You don't work.
No, you're right. I'm like, oh, yeah. Who works and has a day where they're like, I'm going to do a 24-hour podcast?
Yeah.
You had a story about.
Well, so my partner and I went down to Lawn the other day, for the Melbourne Cup Day because we just wanted to get out of the place. And there was, like people doing barbecues, the whole shebang. There was like a huge Vietnamese family all making banh mi for lunch.
For each other?
Yeah. And I was like, why have we never thought to do like banh mi as a picnic?
To make banh mi for ourselves?
Yeah, exactly. It must be possible.
It actually never crossed my mind.
Yeah, like all you need is carrot, right? And bread and cucumber and chili and tofu. Yeah.
Coriander?
Yeah. I grow coriander.
It's probably doable.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is. I mean, speaking of communism, we should seize back the means of production of banh mi.
Exactly. Yeah.
From the.
I don't know where I would get those little baguettes.
For the 1%.
That's the hard bit. Yeah.
You can probably get it from their bakeries.
I just stole some of theirs.
A Vietnamese bakery.
Yeah.
There's one up Sydney Road I used to go to when I lived around here.
Oh yeah.
And you can just buy the rolls, and then
you buy a bag of rolls for like $1 or $2 or something.
Yeah, great.
We're really progressing as people here in this.
I think what we're doing now
what
is
you can do is you just buy the bread rolls and then you put the ingredients inside yourself at home, and it's called making a sandwich.
Pretty soon we're going to be starting a business.
I wonder if Mongolia's got any sandwiches they've been keeping from us.
Probably.
Well, they got yak, so you probably can get some nice yak meat. I feel like I've never smelt a yak. My friend said he had a yak. He said he had a yak bone ring.
I've never smelt a yak.
And he said that it really stunk, right? But
he wore it?
But he wore it until the stink wafted away. But there's something about a yak. Looking how big it is, looking how hairy it is. Probably would be really nice braised.
Sure. I mean, did we already talk about braising on this episode and about how we don't know what it is?
Yeah. I think it's liquid. I think it's probably slow cooking.
That's like broiling. What's broiling?
Broiling is when you cook it on both sides, right?
Oh, I was sure that broiling was sort of somehow baking and boiling, where you like put something in a tray with some water. I was just guessing from the name.
Maybe it
tray with some water in the oven.
No, I think broiling makes it sound.
You thought it was a portmanteau.
Yeah. Or just a made-up word.
Bread oiling.
But you're saying it's cooking it on both sides.
Words are made up.
I thought it's very popular in America. It's like a steak. I don't know if you've got a special machine that does it, like you put it in, it grills it from above and below, or whether you have to turn it.
Yeah, right.
And it's like sort of char broiled, so it's a lot of carbon.
Right over there. Yeah, I mean this is blowing this wide open because me as a vegetarian, I don't have a lot of insight into what these different things mean, and I just have to guess based on what the word sounds like.
Broil vegetables, I'm sure.
Yeah, right.
But a nice.
It doesn't sound nice.
No.
Broiled.
But it is nice, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's why they do it.
Yeah, I guess they think it's nice. Yeah. I guess that is
this thing I've never tried.
Text line or something? Can people like comment?
Yeah, I mean there's a Twitch, but we haven't been checking it.
Yeah, we can't. We just because like anytime I've tried to check my phone to like even a couple people tried to send us.
Have you had breaks at all, or you've just been?
You go to the toilet every now and then.
I'm surprised. I thought there'd be people behind the scenes. There's literally no one else in this.
There's nobody here. No. All the switching is happening via voice activation.
Yeah, that's
amazing. And
we're really on our own.
Yeah, we just, even though we did burden people with this, we didn't want to burden too many people for too long with it.
Well, we couldn't. We couldn't ask that.
We couldn't ask that, so we would just do it and then kind of expect it a little bit.
Yeah.
This would be a really efficient way if your show was like an hour long and you were bulk recording 12 or 13 shows just in one go, and then you could release one a week. It'd be a really efficient way of doing it.
You're absolutely right. And in a way, that is what we're doing right now. But we're going to release it all as one enormous chunk that'll make it much harder for people to listen to and mean a lot more work for us. So, I mean, your idea is good, but we think our way has a certain charm.
So now
it's still good.
Yeah,
could you teach this philosophy to your children? You say, now kids, now there's a little bit of work every day will lead to a very successful life because you'll be working regularly and it won't feel very hard. Or you could put off the work for as long as possible and then do it all over a painfully long period of time, maybe 24 hours, and not enjoy it and never want to do it again and not look forward to it.
Yeah.
And then release it all at once so that you don't get any kind of extra benefit from it.
I didn't realize you were raising your children to be stand-up comedians preparing for festivals. I mean, like, basically, that's what you've described.
Oh, we know.
I find it very difficult not to be like, when they do anything that's kind of close to a comedy bit, I go, like I think it's like I'm like, oh my god, I'm absolutely rewarding them for doing what I would see somebody do on stage.
Well, but children rebel against their parents, so maybe they'll actually hate that and then end up being like librarians or something.
Yeah, actually, one of my kids has
or mime artists. They're basically anti-comedy.
Now, there are a lot of self-help books out there, but a lot of the time they're about sort of changing your life in the long term and developing good habits and that sort of thing. But that never helps me when I really need it, which is when I have left something until the very last second, and I have 12 hours to get something important finished for tomorrow. And that's when I need the help, right? So really what I need is a book, probably quite a short one, maybe even just a pamphlet, self-help pamphlet, that tells me how to make the most use of the tiny amount of time that I've left myself after it's all too late.
Yeah, how do you get the most out of that last second?
Exactly. When you're already panicking.
Maximizing the last second.
Yeah.
Andy Matthews.
Yes, the last minute.
I'd listen to that.
You've just passed the deadline.
Yeah.
All right.
The 7 habits of highly successful procrastinators.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna write.
If you spend because I don't want the habits of people who succeed and maximize every moment and make really good use of their time. But if there is anybody out there who is a massive procrastinator and wastes their life, but then is also still successful, that's or at least getting by. That's what I would like. I would consider that very successful, and I would want to know what's going on.
I would love a self-help book or pamphlet, especially.
Yeah.
From somebody who's just getting by.
Yeah.
Now here,
scraping by.
Getting by. That actually sounds pretty good.
That's a good title.
Yeah.
Putting it in.
Yeah. You go. Okay. Well, what's your trick? Well, firstly, minimum required. Like do the minimum you need.
Yeah, and they'll tell you how to work out what the minimum is.
Through trial and error, I suppose.
Through trial and error.
You lose a bunch of jobs and things like that. Now you go, see, in that job, I did too little. So you got to show up.
Anything you submit, write draft 4 at the top of it.
Yeah.
It makes it seem like, what difference does it make? But it makes it seem like you've already done several revisions.
3 possibly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's maybe a draft 0.
Call it draft 4B.
Yeah.
Which is really nice because it implies that it has subsequent drafts or subdrafts.
Reminds me of your new number system that you came up with. Was that one of your ideas?
Yeah, we had
Change
a new number system in one of our shows.
What did it start with? Did it start with 4?
Oh my god, I can't remember. No, I don't.
Did you actually change the order? I'm thinking of the alphabet.
I think we changed the order of the alphabet to put it in alphabetical.
The alphabetical. Yeah.
Yeah.
So funny.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Just to kind of make it make sense,
A-H.
Yeah, it's the song that went with it.
E.
Yeah. Don't do it now. Don't do it now. It's an old idea.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I never learnt it, and I had to read it every time.
Yeah, and then sometimes he wasn't wearing his glasses, and he
I
couldn't
couldn't
read
see.
it.
And then I was like, I think it was just mostly a distance thing. I was like, oh, my vision might be getting worse. I gotta get closer to the screen. Damn. I mean, look, it would be great if we could. I think adding another number would be really nice. Like I think 10, a base 10 is kind of annoying. I think get a nice round number. I think why do we think of 10 as round? Like I know it's at the 0 there, but if you just added another number, call it like flung, right? And it's in between 6 and 7. Right?
Yeah.
And
which is where I think we need another number there.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then you just create a new symbol, right? Something like the question mark, but like with straight, like with angles, like that. It kind of looks like a 7, but with a dot.
Yeah.
Right? And then
love heart, isn't it?
No.
half a jaggedy love heart.
With a dot.
With a dot.
All right, you were close.
Yeah. I mean, that's what a heart looks like to me. But I think it might be close to a broken heart. But then you still have the last number be 10, right? So it just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, flung, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? So it's still a nice round number.
Still base 10.
It's still base 10.
This is whenever we have, and I feel like we have this conversation way more often than we should, Alasdair. This is exactly the kind of stuff that breaks my brain.
I know, but okay, let's take it. So 10 will be what 11 was.
You're changing the definition of 10.
Change the definition of 10.
Well, and every number after flung.
Yeah. And 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Right.
You need conversion tables.
To
help people with the transition.
Yeah, sure. Maybe a jingle.
Gradually or all at once.
Yeah.
I think
a new number system.
I think any number that existed before, we'll just say that it's that number, right? But then we'll add flung.
Right. Okay, so old numbers. Old numbers are still, you read them in the old system.
I think it would get people more interested in maths.
Whenever we write down a number, we write it in a new color in purple. Right? So that now when we write numbers in the future, then we're going to write them in purple, so you can tell that they're no longer in the old system.
So it's in the current system.
Then it would look like a hyperlink that you've already visited.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You should make it blue.
Hang on.
This is where we're going to now.
Yeah, but I think a lot of numbers are already written in blue because of pens. That's why I tried to choose something.
All right.
Maybe green.
I thought about this.
Well,
yellow.
Orange.
Green, very underutilized
ink. A beautiful visible ink.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can start writing on black paper. I don't want to change everything, but
new technology for spies. It's called barely visible ink, and it's a pen that writes in yellow, and the enemy can't read it unless they squint.
There were famously spies that trialed semen as invisible ink.
Yeah, famously.
Really? Yeah. And could you just use you need a black light?
Yeah.
And did it work?
When you go into a
No, they discontinued it because, quote, because of the smell it produced for the eventual receiver.
Yeah, I can see how that would be a problem. And then you get so self-conscious. Imagine that. People, you're like, I'm just doing this for work, and then somebody goes, "Man, your letter stinked," like that. And you're like, well, Jesus Christ. Look, man, I'm gonna
ink and stink.
The scenario, just bringing it to life. Could that be considered a sketch?
Well, I think if we add in the fact that you get a little fountain fountain pen nib for the end of your penis, then I think we're absolutely there.
Could it be ballpoint? Does it have
sure. No, you're okay. Fine. It could be ballpoint. Yeah.
But are you just putting a pebble in the end of your?
Yeah, you are.
And then
yes.
Is that it? Oh, well, you can easily turn a penis into a ballpoint.
Of all the body parts.
Okay.
It probably is the closest one that's closest to a pen. And it's already there in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it was there in front of us the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think the word origin of the word penis actually comes from the word tail.
I've heard this.
Yeah.
Maybe you told me.
Yeah. Maybe I did.
What was the one right before this?
Is that the sort of thing you tell people often?
Oh yeah, it's one of the top 10 things I tend to tell people.
Yeah.
Is that how you meet your partner? You kick off with that. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that there are any facts about penises that you could say as your opening line that would make it all right. Make it really okay for from a conversational perspective.
Well, what about this?
Yeah,
my penis is the size of a wheat bick.
Wide?
A wheat dick.
It's just confusing enough.
Yeah.
That it goes, all right, I want to know more.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like a brag. It also is an entire deal breaker.
Yeah, but it also doesn't sound like a size, right? I mean, a wheat bick has it's a three-dimensional rectangle.
I suppose you could say volume.
Sure. Then the wheat bick itself is quite flaky and probably crunchy.
Yeah. The volume it has is it's crunchy when dry.
Yeah, well, you didn't say, look, I've got the same skin quality as the outside of a wheat bick. You can't.
I've got the same as the inside of a wheat bick. That's mine.
Wow, that's what you use.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Inside the same as the outside?
No, they're subtly different.
Yeah.
The inside
oxidizes with the air. Right?
Yeah.
That's my follow-up question. How long has it been exposed to the air?
Yeah. Or to milk.
Sure.
Yeah.
I find soggy cereal to be one of the few things that I find truly disgusting. I don't know why, but I mean, some people it doesn't bother them at all, but for some reason it gives me a genuine
a reaching kind of reaction.
Yeah, I can't handle the lack of texture.
I was like that once upon a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of pamphlet did you read to teach you to not be like that?
I think at some point I was just like, I can't let this go to waste. And
oh my God, I believe I
the part of my brain,
let it go to waste.
Switched off the part of my brain that tells me that it's a problem.
Breakfast is actually a disgusting meal.
Yeah.
Like,
I disagree, but go on.
No, like when you like sit at a table and it's early in the morning and someone is like slurping cereal and there's milk dribbling down their chin, like in their beard.
Just directed at anyone in particular?
No, but like
you'd like to look at the camera.
But like no. But like like
say their name.
Milk is dribbling down their chin and like you can hear because it's quite wet as a meal. Like you can hear it sloshing around, and it's like this is awful. Like everything about this is bad. I don't mind breakfast as a concept.
The closest to vomit.
Yeah,
in its texture and its yeah.
Really, what about like dinner soup and things like that?
Oh, soup. The soup's the same thing.
Soup is similar, but I think the heat of the soup.
Are you going to get gazpacho as cold?
I would never get gazpacho.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not even for breakfast?
Oh, sure. I mean, a nice
breakfast gazpacho. Maybe like a bacon and egg gazpacho for breakfast.
You can have tomato for breakfast.
Yeah, you can. No, well, you don't have to tell me. But you can.
Earlier, we glossed over the fact that Tosh was going to bring us egg-flavored chips, and I didn't realize you could get egg-flavored stuff.
Yeah. I just want to say this. You know how like if you go to Japan, people say, actually there it's polite to slurp noodles really loud, right? And I think that as a tourism thing, there should just be a town. And this is like, people need to like start diversifying their towns a bit more to give people a reason to go there. Now, if somebody told you, if you go to Ballarat, right, it's actually really polite to make fuckloads of noise while you're eating.
Yeah.
Right? And they kind of, they find it rude if you don't, right? Then now when you go to Ballarat and you go, look how fucking crazy this place is. I'm going to go there. I'm going to eat everything, right? Because, and I know eating sounds are gross.
That's a problem I have.
But it would be fun to get to do it. And to just be like, like just like eating, like you're like trying to eat steak loud. Like that. And you go, that's their regional cuisine. It's just the way of eating.
It's just the same food, but noisier.
Yeah.
I think I think the problem is for me with mouth noise. It's only it's obviously only when I'm not eating, right? It's when and because I eat quite quickly, I finish the food faster, which is obviously a better way to do it, Alasdair. But then that often leaves you a lot of time where other people are still eating, and you don't have any nice sounds inside your mouth to sort of reverberate through your head and sort of normalize the mouth noise. What would be really cool would be a little speaker somewhere inside my head, maybe pressed up against the bone of my jaw or something like that, that just plays chewing noises. So even when I'm not chewing, it sounds like I'm chewing inside my own head. And then I can sort of, all the other people's mouth noise gets lost. You laugh, Alasdair, but I would really actually like this.
I'm laughing at David's reaction because David's like, this is not what I would consider a sketch idea. And then...
Or any sort of idea.
Or any kind of idea, I know. But you got to find what you can find.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay? Now, that is an idea. It is an idea. It is, it's a new thing that you would do.
Yes.
You put it in the context of
maybe it could
a
just
travel
be a hat,
show.
A hat that plays the sound through my skull. Right?
Exactly. Maybe a towel that you can listen, that makes chewing sounds like that. So you can put the towel around your head like a turban or something like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be very big.
No, it's just a tiny towel.
At the dinner table.
Like this, and then this was
natural.
And this is just for any trips to Ballarat.
Yeah.
That where for tourism they've forced people to make really loud sounds, but also given people the opportunity to be themselves.
Express yourself.
I'm just writing it down.
I like your idea there. It's like a concept town, like a concept album.
Towns, yeah.
A concept car. Each town could have a different thing.
I mean, are there any places that just have a festival of noise? There's a lot of times they have a festival.
If there was going to be one,
I guess the Clipsal 500 comes pretty close.
Yeah,
right?
They don't have that anymore.
Oh,
they have a festival of ideas.
Okay. Well, I mean that's something, but if that was scheduled at the same time as the Festival of Noise,
WOMAD. That's a festival of noise, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what that is.
What is WOMAD?
It's like world music.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh, that's offensive.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not with you on that one, David. But yeah.
I've never listened to it.
I think people who've just come up with a new sound, and not a musical sound, literally just a sound. Maybe they're dropping a basketball into a bucket full of custard and ball bearings, okay? And then that's the new sound. You can come and you can listen to the new sound.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Making new sounds.
Making new sounds, things we haven't heard before.
You launch the sound, this year's newest sound.
Yes.
Sound
of the year.
Yeah.
It's like a Spotify playlist.
For the sound of the year.
Yeah.
Sound Po.
So this is like a town's festival, new sound.
Yeah.
Festivals of new sounds. And then they go, well, this like device, this is an iPhone 13. Now, this didn't exist last year. Okay. And so up until this point, this was released actually just a few weeks ago. Now, up until this point, no one has ever been able to pivot from a very high height into wet cement. Is that what you just said? Wet cement?
No.
Custard?
Mine was a bucket full of custard and ball bearings.
Great.
It's a totally different thing.
Sorry, I don't want to say, okay, I'll try to find something that's different than something a wet, thick, viscous fluid. Through this iPhone at a 9-year-old. Right? Okay.
A 9-year-old is very viscous.
A very viscous thing. There you go. Yeah. All right. Like, I'm writing down Festival of New Sound. Because we're like, I mean, we thought, what could we do in this town to like, to get people to come? And
is this Michael Caine?
Yeah, and he said, what about a festival?
We're talking now to festival director Michael Caine.
And my cousin said, well, what about like a festival of new sound? Certain sounds no one's ever heard before. And I said, yeah, fuck it, who cares? Yeah, that'll do. Just anything, just fuck. Frankly, it's easier for me. Same pay for me. I'm not organising it, and I'm not making any of the sounds. I don't care. I'm just the mayor.
Festival director? Oh, he's the mayor.
He's the mayor of Ballarat.
Director. Yeah, whatever. I'm festival director. All right. I thought it was mayor.
I love
whatever.
a festival director who doesn't care what the festival's about. Same pay for me.
Pay.
Whatever the festival's about takes the same amount of effort.
I say organised tents here, organised food. It's the same for me. I don't care. I'm passionate about this.
Portaloos.
Yeah, but
same. People shit the same at every festival.
Yeah. I suppose just at other festivals they don't record it the way that we're doing it and put them in and broadcast it and put it as a contendership for the sound of the year.
Oh.
Well,
can we have Al? Can you do your Michael Caine impression at Sound of the Year Festival? Because I think that is a new sound.
That is a really new sound. Because it doesn't sound like Michael Caine. I never said that it was Michael Caine. I want you to know.
Just a coincidence. That's his name. Yeah. Caine with a K.
It's Caine, yeah, and it's Caine with two E's.
Also Michael with a K.
Caine, like Keynesian. Michael Keynesian economics. All right, here we go.
Tell me that.
All right,
tell me about that.
You are only supposed to blow the bloody budget.
Yeah, very good.
Moment during a time of crisis. Off.
You know what? You did actually a really good job of that. And I was looking for you to fail, and you almost didn't. And that is a big win.
Yeah, look, so it's Michael Keynesian economics.
Michael Keynesian economics surely would be to build cars, to pay one person to build the car and another person to blow the doors off and then another person to repair it, surely. Like, the government just pays all those people to build cars that get their doors blown off.
So wait, I don't know enough about the blowing the bloody doors off thing. So is there a further explanation, or would you prefer not to go into it?
Have you seen the original Italian Job?
No, but I've seen that scene. Yeah.
What happens in it? Why does he blow the doors off?
They're trying to rob a armored van, right? And I think, we can use dynamite or something to blow off the doors, but like they put too much dynamite in the, and they're doing a test, right? And the whole truck just explodes. It's like nothing left.
Yeah,
they're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
And so if Maynard Keynes' view was the government should pay someone to dig holes and another person to fill them, do that with cars and doors. Right. Yeah,
I, as a desperate man who still has 86 sketches to come up with, I'm going to write down Michael Keynesian economics.
Yeah, I thought you'd already written it down.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. What do you mean you got 86? Sketch count says 211.
How does that go up?
Oh, well, it's some people who are putting them up, but some of them might be asleep. But also, so we have, I'm writing down number 15 here, Michael Keynesian economics. But people are just watching, and then there's a Google Doc that they can just change the number in.
Amazing.
And
Who are these
people have, well, there's people in our Discord for our podcast. People who often know way more than we know ourselves about some of the sketches that we've come up with, because a lot of the time our memory gets wiped as soon as we finish the episode. And so, I apologize, I don't know exactly who's in there, but it could be Brian, it could be Jason, it could be many different people. But thank you, everybody who is involved in doing all sorts of things behind the scenes. Only 85 to go.
Do you end this at a certain time or when you get to 300?
We end it when we get to 300. So the 200th episode took 16 hours. We are hitting, we're about 5 to 10 minutes away from 12 hours. So we're actually doing pretty good.
You did 100 for the 100th as well.
We did 100 for the 100th, and that took 11 hours. So I don't think we had the same urgency. Right? I guess 100 just felt doable, but 11 hours felt like very long at the time.
You didn't have as many guests either, right?
No. I think although people did come and go, but I think we had more periods where we were alone. But what is this? What is it a packet of? String cheese?
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it feels like,
I've never had a string cheese before in my life.
Really?
Oh, nice.
Anybody want
them
some
in the
string
shop.
cheese?
I've never had one either. I'll try one. Thank you.
You sure?
I'm good.
I mean,
I used to have them.
Warm studio.
Don't tempt me. But I used to drink them. I used to eat them when I was a kid. I remember. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so they're just little
They
slices.
can drink them if they've been waiting in the studio.
Actually, it's a cheese sausage.
Yeah. More things should be in string form.
You think so?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think everything is really string theory. Everything's made of strings.
That'd be.
We should be able to pull them apart and eat them string by string.
Yeah.
This
Like
is not a very
spaghetti that should be in string.
Yeah, I think that would be a great place to start.
String form.
It's got a real craft singles vibe.
Yeah.
Is this what all string cheese is supposed to be like?
I've had better string cheese.
I bet you came from Beaker.
Well,
You worked at the string cheese factory, didn't you?
we had it in Canada, and that was pretty good. And then when Bega got it was because a bunch of factory people from a Canadian company came over and installed some machines that they didn't have. And they
Teaching you how to string the cheese.
How to string cheese. Whereas this just seemed like a thing that was...
Somebody just sliced up a bunch of
things and pretended like it was string.
That was truly hideous.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
I got a liter of custard in there. Would anyone like some custard?
A liter?
I'm going to drink some custard.
Warm custard. Yum, yum.
Well, we'll see.
Straight out of the carton? Or?
No, I thought I'd put it in my cup. See, this is a thing that I've always wanted to do, right? I
do love
drink custard.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this could be terrible. I don't know. I haven't had it for, probably more than 20 years. But I just remember being a kid and getting custard out of a carton like this and thinking it was the greatest thing that I'd ever tasted.
No, I've never had a glass of custard.
A custard IV would be good.
Yeah.
That's thick.
Well, I think there's there was some water in that glass. But I think an interesting thing would be and I don't know how this exactly relates, but would be a pub where what you do is, you know how when you go to the petrol pumps and you can press in the amount of petrol you want to buy, you go to a pub and you type in the blood alcohol level that you're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
And I don't know, either it could be with an IV, or it could be just by like a good butcher is able to eyeball the weight of mincemeat that you're buying. A good bartender can eyeball the amount of alcohol that you need to keep you consistently at that blood alcohol level.
That should happen at restaurants as well. You should be able to plug in how full you want to feel. You know, how much food do I want?
Well, that's very subjective. I think that would be quite hard to achieve, but I like it still.
Yeah, but I want to feel not quite as full as I do after Christmas lunch. Yeah. You know, just a couple of degrees below that. Yeah.
And I suppose there would be a volume in there that your body knows in some way.
Exactly.
There must be some memory for it. How is it, the custard?
It's really good. I'm so happy.
Yeah?
I feel like a kid again.
Yeah? You look like a kid again.
Thank you.
Makes you look younger. Takes 10 years off you, that custard.
I gotta...
I mean, the flavour is exactly what I would expect.
Yep.
Maybe with a tiny, tiny little chemical tang that ideally wouldn't be there. Mostly. Chemical tang.
I mean, that could be left over from the cheese, maybe.
That's true.
But other than that, it's a good drop. It's probably, as we all know, custard is a non-Newtonian fluid. This is as close to drinking a solid as any of us is going to get.
Do you know about non-Newtonian fluids? That we talk about it almost non-stop.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, it's just something that you can, when you apply pressure to it, that it goes hard.
It momentarily becomes a solid. Now, what I should really do is take a big gulp and then punch myself in the throat so I can momentarily turn it into a solid in there and feel what that's like.
Well, you could try to chew it really fast.
Yeah.
You know?
When it's in my throat.
Is there any...
I'm annoyed I don't have a glass now. I want a glass of custard.
Oh, okay, get you a glass.
Yeah.
Use that jug.
What's something that's not food that you really love eating? Do you have anything that's not food that you really like eating? Is there?
Like biting on seatbelts.
Really?
Yeah, they are good.
Fingernails for me.
Like fingernails.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that that's pretty close to food, just because I guess it's an organic thing, but it is. Yeah, I feel like an animal product of some sort. Fingernails, but they are. Yeah. I wonder if there's just any kind of like pure chemicals that you can just drink that won't hurt you, but is delicious.
Salt? It's not.
Yeah.
Is it a pure chemical? No. Well, I mean, it's two elements.
Yeah, I guess it is just. I guess anything. I guess a food is probably just a chemical that you can't eat, right? So I guess as soon as you eat it and you don't die.
Why do you have to take the romance out of everything? Food is just a chemical you can eat.
It's just like, you ask a question and you realize it's actually quite a big philosophical question.
Yeah.
I mean, but then again, if you eat something.
Thank you, Andrew.
Say you eat 20 pebbles and it kills you, like that. Does that mean that it wasn't food? 20 pebbles. I guess nobody would say 20 pebbles is
I think some animals actually do eat rocks because it helps them digest things. Like dinosaurs, they found dinosaurs with rocks in the stomach area. Maybe elephants as well.
Yeah.
And this is another good reason for my plan from earlier on in the episode for us all to live like different animals for a year. Is that some of them might be doing something like that? And they might be eating a certain type of rock or some sort of mud or something like that. And they'll come back and they'll say, the person who lived as an animal for a year will say, you know what, my gut stuff actually really cleared up when I was eating those rocks.
And
then we'll know.
Some birds actually try to eat the rock to help their digestion.
Really?
Eat Dwayne Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Or Alcatraz.
Yeah. But no, they try both. Yeah.
I guess if your diet was just eating things called a rock.
There's a type of bird called the rock.
Instead of a mythical eagle.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and that would be real tough. That's the most difficult one, I guess, to eat.
You got to believe.
Yeah, you really
exists.
Yeah, yeah. And then it'd be sort of like that scene in Hook where they're
I was going to say they could eat that in the Never Land in Hook. Yeah. Anything that is imaginary, they could eat. I imagine. That's right.
If you can imagine it, they can eat it.
Have you ever eaten in your dreams? I don't know if it's possible to eat in your dreams.
I'm sure I have. I can't think of a specific.
Oh no! If you remember eating soap, yeah, I remember eating soap in my dreams.
Yeah, right.
So you can definitely eat soap. I just don't think you can do maths in your dreams.
No.
I don't think you can. Every time I try and think about numbers, it's like my brain can't quite do it.
I don't think you can do anything kind of intellectual in dreams.
You don't consider eating soap to be an intellectual pursuit?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
Okay, well,
I think
this
that's
is my
the
sketch
opposite
about a guy.
Enough to be a sketch, or
this is a guy.
Oh, yeah.
This is a guy who tries to prove to his friend that he thinks that eating soap is a very intellectual pursuit, and it's just. I mean, I guess they're just sitting down at a table. They have a scalpel. I don't know why they're eating with a scalpel, but it feels like it's an
elegant way to eat.
Elegant knife, isn't it? sort of feels like it's weird that we don't have it in our regular thing.
Regular knife, but like more precise.
Exactly.
I mean, I think a little medical style restaurant where you can go
Eat soap.
and not necessarily
And
eat
you
soap.
wash your hands with steak. Look at that.
You could have a catheter installed
No,
at the table.
again, you know what? I don't know about any of that stuff that you guys said. A little medical style restaurant where you can go and the food is brought out to you on a little gurney.
Is that where the custard IV is?
You get a custard IV, sure. I mean, you maybe drink it out of one of those bags.
No, IV.
You do a little bit of surgery, on the food. You do cut it up with a little scalpel. You do pick it up with some of those tweezers. Little feeling, so there's a little thrill of the forbidden. Because remember, part of the Hippocratic Oath is that you shall not eat any bits
of your
stuff
patients
that you play with as a doctor.
And so you kind of get
Don't put the scalpel near your mouth.
And
That's
so-
one of the things they say.
And would it be like that? Like I just fear about for the vegetarians who are not going to have as great an experience. You said like custard dripping off of you, but I like.
Yeah.
Would have said like an aubergine come out with like a bandage on it, and you're supposed to take the bandage off, and cut open the stitches or whatever, and
like a doctor would, take off the bandage, cut open the stitches, doctor stuff.
At some point, you got to go check the wound or whatever. You got to go see if the whatever the sort of the veggie nugget that's inside is is getting smaller, or which I guess would be the tumor in this case. Eat it, and then
you could eat that. Yeah,
you could eat that, and then you would you might have your way with the aubergine's wife or something like that.
Well, I was about to say, with the family, do you then have to eat the aubergine and tell the aubergine's wife
Bring out the family.
Yeah,
really good.
I'm sorry.
We'd actually like to break the sad news to the dessert, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Right. And then, look,
I guess the menu's on a little clipboard, right? Like they would have like a chart, and it tells you all the things that could be wrong with the patient. I mean, have we already had this idea? But the idea that the meal is presented as some kind of a body that you do have to slice into and remove little malignant nuggets and pieces of cabbage and stuff, traces of this and that.
Yeah.
So you surgically remove them all, but then you do eat them. I guess it's like the game Operation, but you get to eat the things you take out of the body, and they're not pretend things like they are in the game Operation.
What about
Was there a bread basket in that?
I'm not sure.
There was a funny bone.
There was a funny bone.
Broken heart. That's the
Sure.
two that I know of.
I feel like there was a bread basket, which I don't know of either as a thing in real life or as... Is that what that is?
Yeah, right in the bread basket.
Right in the bread basket, that's your head.
Or possibly your crotch.
Yeah, right.
It could also be a bread basket. Two bread baskets.
Yeah,
Sure, I mean, you can have as many as you want.
Well, especially when it's free.
Yeah.
Many, which it is at many
free bread basket.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, can we make a restaurant called Fill Up on Bread? Right?
Sure.
And what they do is they just keep bringing out baskets of bread. They keep pretending that the real's about to come.
That sounds like a bakery is what you're
It's a bakery.
I know, but the premise is that food might come out, but actually you're just there. You're taking a date there.
Yeah.
And you can complain. They're okay with you complaining. They go, is our food coming out soon?
Yeah,
And you go,
it's a
well, can you get us? I'm sorry. Here's some more complimentary bread like that.
It's a really good idea for a cheap date.
I was about to say,
it
does it save money for the restaurant as well?
I think it saves money for the restaurant as well. You still pay a slightly higher price for the bread. They do keep bringing it out. You can fill up. Your date might be angry. They may or may not want to eat as much as you do.
Especially
then at the end, when you've really filled up on bread, you can storm off. And that's a real. That makes you look strong. You say, "Look, we're not putting up with this anymore." You secretly, you're fine. You're full of bread.
Yeah.
And butter.
Yeah.
Well, that's
occasionally they bring a plate. It's not even real food, but they bring it out to another table. You can say they got here after us, and it's like it's pretend.
Yeah. Do you get those little butters, right? Do you get any of those like little condiments? Where do you get those? Those
little jams.
Yeah, or little Vegemites.
Yeah, but
Do you
that's
get some
more of
them?
a breakfast kind of thing. You don't take that out at a restaurant. They're not giving you a little packet of. I mean, you can bring some from home if you want, but it's going to be hard to put it on there secretly.
That's true.
So that your date doesn't realize.
You keep running to the bathroom to just apply Vegemite with your bread.
Yeah, I think because this scam would only work for so long before people started to know that. Wait, isn't that fake bread restaurant?
I know, but should it not be called Fill Up on Bread then? Just so that this date that you're lying to on the first day.
It can be called that in French.
But see, isn't the scam being perpetrated by the restaurant and you taking someone on a date there? The people who don't know are the people being taken on the date.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But then I was thinking, well, maybe this could be a new kind of sub-restaurant experience where there's all restaurants sort of sign up to this thing, like they've signed up to Menulog or something like that, where they will offer a second-tier dining experience where you can book in advance that you just want to be the fill up on bread table. You pay a certain amount. You can even, because it's all deducted from your bank account, you can actually walk out and say, we're not paying, right? And that's part of the experience.
That's excellent.
Yeah. We're not paying for this bread, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, you paid $25 for the bread, but that's still a lot cheaper than it would have been otherwise. Also, you brought a bottle of wine in your jacket and you've been drinking that.
Great.
You've got problems.
Which is where the confidence
I like that idea. I like
Yeah.
the idea of role-playing, walking out and not paying at a restaurant.
Yeah.
That reminds me, there's some movie where you can live out your fantasies. Like you can go into this, maybe it's like
Is it
Minority
Temptation
Report
Island or something like that?
Was it something with
The game isn't so much fantasies as it is a kind of nightmare scenario.
Yeah, but you get to experience it, and it's kind of it's like kind of amazing to be living through it. But maybe that's not fantasy. There's Fantasy Island.
The Sixth Day? No, something like that. It's like you could, like if you wanted to play out or act out killing your boss.
Sure.
Like they put you in this room and it's like everything's computer generated or whatever. You can kill your boss.
Yeah.
But like a real restaurant, and you get to be a jerk and say you're not paying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So it's an app called Runner, right? And you type in all the.
Or Dine and Dasher, surely.
Sure. Yeah, sure. It's very
What's the
good.
name of the restaurant? Dine and Dash.
Yeah.
But you, so your credit card's all approved and everything, so they can charge you for all the food that you buy. But at the end, you are able to complain or just walk straight out without paying, or whatever it is. Cause a real scene.
What if you actually did have a problem with the way it ran though at the end?
Yeah, that is not so good.
The
But then
has a safe word.
It's a safe word.
I'm actually choking.
I'm actually choking.
Yeah.
I have a problem with the fact that you're letting me choke here. But I think you can still give them bad reviews inside the app, the Dine and Dash app. Gosh, I'm starting to get quite uncomfortable sitting on this seat. I'm going to sit on my towel. See, the podcasting towel is a multifunction
Podcasting towel.
Yeah.
Get one of those.
Andy.
On a podcast.
Andy invested a fair bit of coin into these, and so it's got a lot to sell if you're interested. I'm so glad you showed interest in the podcast because we have 10,000, and they're not in any way branded with our podcast.
No, it doesn't work for us on any level. Did you write down that app idea, Alasdair?
The Fill Up on Bread restaurant roleplay. I can write Dine and Dash.
Yeah,
Is that
I
like...
would have even put that as a separate
Okay,
sketch
right,
idea, but
okay.
who am I?
Does that then mean, though, that like the people who work at that restaurant are sort of like actors?
Aren't all people who work at restaurants?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I guess they don't know. The employees, that's a good joke, but a lot of the employees wouldn't know that who exactly is a Dine and Dash customer. So I guess they'd probably react to everybody. But the management knows.
Yeah.
So you're all square and there'll be no consequences in that regard. Maybe.
Very cruel. The waiters not aware of the concept of the restaurant that they're working.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people are really angry.
We've got a lot of
trying hard here.
Got a lot of bread.
Society is really falling apart. People have got a lot worse to each other. Well, to us at least. Yeah. Okay. Can there be a restaurant where it's called Kitchen Restaurant.
Okay.
Right? And what you do is you go in and the whole restaurant is made to look like a kitchen. Okay. And you you get to be like one of the wait staff having your meal on a break where the chef is like throwing you together something. Right, then you sit down on a couple of milk crates out the back while someone's having a fag, and you get to eat whatever you want, and then you got to move on. But it's kitchen restaurant. It's like a theatre restaurant. Everyone in the kitchen, in the restaurant part of the kitchen restaurant, is an actor playing a role. And
somebody try and kill you?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just trying to find like it's a similar role play, but
someone tries to kill you.
Somebody tries to kill you. Well, I think
it sounds like a sexual fantasy more than
but it's a culinary fantasy.
Yeah,
I've always wanted to eat to finish a meal while I know there's somebody like a perp in the building.
Do you think that would make you hungry?
No, but it would make me have to be strategic about finishing your meal. And so it's an empty skyscraper.
Right.
The restaurant's in the bottom floor.
Yeah.
There's a man with a gun in the building. That's what they yell out. Everybody has to run to the elevator with their plate.
They run to the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
So they're on the ground floor and they're running to the elevator to go up?
Yeah. And
I mean, that's where the gunman is, surely.
No, he's coming in through the front door.
Oh, so he's not in the building.
Well, yeah, he's in the building. He's coming through the front door. So now you run in, and it's essentially a game of hide and seek, right? Everybody gets off at different levels.
Yeah.
And they just got to finish their plate.
Yeah.
Like this is nothing.
No, but you know what would be a great name for this restaurant? Dine and Dash Restaurant.
Dine and Dash. Oh,
because you're running away.
Yeah.
I mean, you might say that it's lacking nothing, but I kind of like it, Alasdair.
Yeah.
I like you being Alasdair. You don't have to write it down though.
No. Look, I have to write it down because we need to get to 300.
But
before we crash entirely,
you're being on the run. You're protecting your little bundle of food like it's a baby. It can be wrapped up for you.
By the way, you're not getting any extra meals and you're not getting refunds. All right. Now, go to the elevator and run.
Wait, so is everyone stuck in the elevator but getting off at different levels?
I guess you're hiding through the empty skyscraper. It sounds like an expensive business to run if you got to keep this entire skyscraper.
It was an abandoned skyscraper.
Oh, an abandoned skyscraper.
You just do dinner. All the office workers upstairs would be.
That's a really good idea.
True.
Yeah.
No lunches.
I mean, let's be clear. This is not a good idea. But
no, but it's a better idea than it was.
Yes, that's true. Right? David has improved it.
We're starting to refine it and work out where our our margins are.
Mm.
Yeah. And as you're fleeing through
various cubicles,
cubicles and ducking and weaving and that sort of thing. There can be a guy pretending to shoot you. He's actually one of the cleaners vacuuming the thing, but
he has a real gun.
Extra couple of points.
A real gun, and it fires.
He just fires off a few times.
He's actually trying to kill you as well.
And you go, wow, I'm really scared like that, and he shoots, and you can see a hole go in the window. You go, holy shit, he's got at least 5
You're
bullets
quite high up now, so that atmospheric pressure is starting to suck people out of the building.
And get stuck to the thing.
Yeah.
How tall is this building?
It's a 15 kilometers high.
Okay, right. It's more of a space elevator.
Yeah. Well, it was an elevator in the story, so sure.
I suppose every elevator is a space elevator. Or if there's not enough atmosphere.
Has the joke been made that in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory scenario, Willy, I'm sure this has been made so many times, but Willy Wonka then giving the chocolate factory to Charlie at the end seems like it's just a move by him to avoid prosecution for both the food preparation standards and the multiple OH&S failures at his terrible chocolate factory, right? Like you wouldn't put a child in charge of a big factory unless you wanted to do it
on brand though. For
sure, but unless you wanted to like get off the potential charges.
Is that actually part of it, or is this what you're making up?
No, he does give it to him.
No, I know that bit. Yeah. But this thing that the OH&S and stuff.
That's what I'm. I mean, there are things that go wrong along the way, right?
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is that, like, obviously Willy Wonka has realized maybe the cops have already put in a call and said we're coming to get you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he's realized he's got to do something, so he's signing over the factory to this kid, and then he's going to fuck off in a great glass elevator.
Yep.
It's the perfect escape plan.
It's a pretty bold move, really, as well. Because like, if Charlie said no, Wonka's got nothing. Yeah, like Wonka's got nothing. Yeah.
Well, he's a desperate man.
What does he do? Revive one of the kids he's just killed in his factory? And
what am I going to do? Revive this kid?
Yeah.
I'm going to revive no kid.
I suppose he seems to have some kind of magic of some sort, or candy magic.
I guess it is
that maybe he could recreate some of the children with chocolate and things like that.
You can take them home.
You know,
It's
maybe
your son, Augustus Gloop.
the ones that have been shredded or whatever in that garbage disposal.
That's not part of it, is it?
No, isn't the one that go down the
Children
garbage?
got shredded to death.
I mean, where do they end up? They mustn't be in a great state.
So one of them was a big
blueberry.
Yeah,
he was juiced, right?
Augustus. That's shredded.
No, she survives though the juicing. I think.
Well, you don't see her.
No, but we assume she's okay.
Augustus gets sucked into the pipe, the chocolate pipe.
Yeah.
There's the kid who gets shrunk onto the television.
Mike TV.
Yeah.
There's the really greedy girl who wanted to own the factory, right?
But then she falls down the chute for the golden eggs.
It's the one
She wanted that's and but that's the one that's going into the incinerators or something, right? So I mean,
not
Al
shredded.
wasn't too
Not
far.
shredded, yeah,
That's
yeah.
a bridge too far.
I suppose she got broken up into her component molecules in some way.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it was more through cooking,
Burning.
burning rather.
She wasn't sliced up. Like,
No, not like the girl who got juiced or whoever got juiced. Which and that's probably one of the better ways of getting juice. I think maybe you can get juice out of things in a gentle way, sort of a gentle press.
Can you? That's where extra virgin olive oil.
Right.
It's the first drop or the first 2 drops.
Really?
And the next 2 drops, that's virgin olive oil. And the drops after that, that's the cheap stuff.
Yeah, right. But there's no juice in there. There's no olive juice.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's the oil is the juice.
Yeah,
of
right.
The olive.
And there must be. I reckon there must be also some water in there, some non-oil liquid inside the olive as well. There's got to be something else. Can't be all oil.
No, there'd be some water in there.
There has to be some water in there, so there is presumably somewhere olive juice as well.
Are water and oil the 2 main liquids, or is there another main liquid?
Paint.
Paint?
Is that an oil? It's an oil, isn't it? But you can get oil-based and water-based.
Yeah.
So I think those fall into subsets of the. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Custard. I mean,
that's a water-based.
That is it water-based? It's kind of egg.
It's an oily
and-
water.
Yeah, it's an oily water. I guess.
what about eggs?
Eggs are
they a liquid?
Watery.
Yeah.
And watery. I think we've got to go down to a molecular level and see what the liquid is actually made of. Mercury.
Yolks.
Liquid mercury.
Of course.
Yeah, there's liquid metal.
I guess, I mean, any solid, you could sort of say there's more or less a liquid version of that.
But that's one of the 2 that are liquid at room temperature.
What's the other one?
Bromine, maybe?
Really? Bromine, I think, is a gas at room temperature.
Oh, well, maybe it's something else.
Would you consider that water or oil, one of them is evil and one of them is good? Do you think because oil kind of comes?
Oil would be evil.
Yeah, I think the course of the last 2,000 years has kind of answered that question for you.
Yeah.
People like water.
They do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it can be a sort of a needs-based.
Although, there are probably going to be wars over water soon, so,
Thank goodness.
Yeah, yeah.
So I guess it's
nice to even things up.
It's what a lot of TV shows try to teach us now, that nobody's entirely good and no one's entirely.
And when we've poisoned all the water, it's not going to be so good then, is it?
That's true. But then you could argue that maybe it's poison that's bad.
That's what.
Okay, what about rising sea levels? That's water.
That's true.
A lot of salt in the water.
Yeah, it could be the salt. If there wasn't all that volume of salt in there pushing the water up.
I'm not sure that salt
Needs some
has
liquid
that
salt.
volume of water. I mean, it must a bit. Right?
Might just
in fact,
fit in
it
between.
does, because
doesn't freeze.
Things float more on.
Oh, is that why people float in the Dead Sea?
Yeah, because there's more salt, and that must mean that the water is more dense. But maybe it's not adding to the volume. If it's more dense, might be the same volume. We don't know. We don't know.
How do we turn this into a scam?
Oh my god!
There's actually nothing here. Maybe.
Maybe we need super dense water.
Heavy water.
Heavy water so rising sea levels won't matter because if the water is dense enough, countries can just float higher.
Yeah, we need lighter land.
Yeah.
Could we hollow out a big part of the land make countries float.
Or we could screw big flotation devices around the outside of the land, like floaties.
The trouble is that
drill them into the continental shelf, and then as the water rises, they drag the land up with us like a floating toddler.
What's a floating toddler?
A toddler that floats.
Like a kid?
Yeah, wearing floaties.
Oh, right.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Man.
Floaties, that's a good word.
Floaties is a great word. Yeah.
And do they have sinkies as well?
It's
mob parents.
Yeah.
Concrete floaties.
Yeah.
And there's your sinkies.
Great shoes.
That's what the Beaumont children were wearing, I think, when they went missing. You know.
I know who those people are.
I know who you're talking about.
Thank you.
Beaumont died from my mob family.
No.
That was.
But I think sinkies.
Accident at
little,
Beaumont.
little toddler sinkies.
I think it's like you see a parent putting on their kids floaties like that, and then you see a mob boss parent. Goes, all right, kiddo, here's your lead shoes.
Yeah.
Like here's your some.
Now, why are they doing it to their own kids?
I love the idea they're on the arms, and the kid is just like.
You're like, don't mess with my kid.
Yeah.
Oh, right, some other kid.
Right.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, I see. Oh, you don't put them on your kid.
Well,
maybe
it
I'm
makes
just
less
trying to.
sense.
I'm trying to say why somebody would drown their own kid.
I'm trying to think of a good reason.
There are plenty.
Yeah, I guess so.
They're annoying.
Floaties.
But hang on, did you say something just before you said that?
Hollowing out land?
Sinkies.
Oh, no.
Before you said sinkies. Floaties.
Hollowing out. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Putting floaties on the land around the outside.
Putting floaties on the land, and then there was some.
I said
other little-
floaty's a good word.
It is.
Floaty is a good word, and it made me think of throaties, the lozenge,
Yes.
Yep.
which is probably of all the lozenges the one that sounds most like a sex act.
Yes.
Floaties. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are some other lozenges?
Although, like, if someone said to you, "Would you like to?
Anticol?
Would you like to butter
Butter-
menthol?" Like,
No.
That a fisherman's friend.
Well, that's quite a bit like a sex act. You're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sepicol plus
Strepsils?
strepsils. Nah.
Strep.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a sexual disease.
Yeah.
But
After you get a fisherman's friend.
after so what? In what way? I mean, I guess when throaties is quite an old thing. Alan's throaties is quite an old name, I suppose, and it probably came about before.
I think Alan's throaties was why he got sacked from Sky News. I think.
Throaties.
Allegedly.
Oh,
Sorry,
allegedly.
his contract wasn't renewed. Oh, sorry, that's what you meant allegedly. Matt. Sorry. yeah. Sorry.
Throaties just makes me think of that McCaffrie program sketch.
That is
Going
a
to the
very good.
chemist.
Well, I've got an impacted bowel. I think I'll have a bowlie. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a very good sketch, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up with anything better about throaties than that sketch.
That's the-
already is.
That's the nut.
That's the
of
alpha.
that.
Yeah, they've done all that can be done with that particular, within that field of endeavour.
I've come up with things like because the McCaffrie program was like 20 years ago. I've come up with things in the last 20 years, and then I've like gone back and watched the McCaffrie program. Like, oh, that was a sketch that they did 20 years ago. I thought I thought of that.
Yeah.
No, it's already been done and done better.
There was a sketch in that show that I watch all the time. Oh,
I didn't see every episode.
Oh, I see.
There was some episodes that I didn't see. So like possibly I did see it and it was like subconsciously in there.
You've got a very good memory, so I doubt it. You would know
It's not what it used to be.
Oh, you say that, but how would you know? You don't remember shit.
I remember it was better.
Did you guys come on at 5? Was that when you roughly arrived?
Yeah, roughly.
All right. Just because I was like trying to keep track of time, and we have another guest that has appeared. Apologies. It might have to be the end of our time here.
That's fine. I feel like we perhaps didn't get you as many sketches as we should have.
I
You got us heaps. I think.
20? I reckon you got us over 10.
Yeah, and maybe even over 20.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's
At this time.
Yeah, we're slowing down. It's not like, I mean, I'm going like, I'm staring into the distance and I'm like, oh, Andy's talking. And so
It's okay. I can guarantee that you're not missing anything.
Right.
If you're not listening.
No,
that's the Andy Matthews guarantee.
Yeah. Andy Matthews, you're not missing anything.
I just had a thought where I was like, oh, wait, there's only like 60 in 100, right? And then that's hours. So we'll get there. We'll get there.
That is hideous.
Yeah, it's not
Don't
good,
do
is
that.
it?
You're not
Don't do that.
Well, what is it? It's just water with a bit of custard in it. It's a bit of custard water.
Looks like barley water.
Sure.
Barley.
Lemon and barley
That's
cordial.
fine. Just think of it as that if it helps you.
Okay, I'm gonna change the mic so that it's over here so that we can all see Andy drinking the dirty water. It's a grotty reboot of drinking water.
I love it. Actually, you can barely taste the custard.
Well,
They don't tell you that.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Would you like to? Do you have anything you would like to promote while you're here?
You have a podcast, don't you, Pat?
I do. We sadly, because we haven't been able to get into the studio here because of lockdown, we haven't been able to record. And because all of this is moving soon, I think it'll be relaunching in January probably or December.
What can people listen to that already exists?
It's called A Little Knowledge.
Yes.
And you can just Google that on Google. Or like on the search engine of your choice. Ecosia is a good one. They plant a tree every time you search something.
You serious?
Yeah.
I'm going to start using that.
Yeah. So yeah, if you just Google or Ecosia, A Little Knowledge, you should be able to get the 6 or 7 episodes we managed to do.
Delightful. And David, you have a very funny web series.
Thanks, yeah. You talking about VHS review?
I'm talking about VHS
Yeah.
review.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't have any...
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, I forgot I was wearing this.
Yeah.
This is not actually the logo. I was just using this to clean my car earlier, and this is actually a stain. Just a coincidence. But yes, it's like I go through old videotapes and cut together the funny ads and stuff.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's very good.
I've got some scripts, and I'm hoping to record some more when I go to Adelaide in about a month.
It's all filmed on actual VHS.
Oh, not anymore.
The actual Adelaide.
Yeah, I used to, but it turns out that's a lot of work. So I just use a normal camera now. I'm thinking I might actually start shooting it in Melbourne eventually. I will need a studio to shoot it, so I might have to talk to you about.
Sure.
Something there.
Sure.
Very nice.
Terrific.
Well, we're about to get rid of this place, so if
Very
you want to
proud.
support, we're gonna move this studio.
Smash it all
If you
down.
want to support the fundraiser, it's in the bio in the
In the show notes, in the description, in the comments somewhere.
There's a link to the Indiegogo or the whatever the fundraising thing is
Indiegogo.
for helping stupid old studios move.
Where are you moving?
It's up the road, and
Not
it's
too far up the road.
unbelievably expensive to move and rebuild.
Yeah.
Do you
because there's buildings being built right here.
Do you have anything you guys want to promote?
We're okay.
If you're but if you
that's
ever,
very polite.
I'm on the.
Yeah, no, I just thought I should return the favor.
I do have something I want to promote. You want to see the Two in the Think Tank podcast?
Yep.
The 300th episode is can be a little slow at times, but that's my slowing down, and I apologize. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll bring on our new guests.
Woo!
Much appreciated.
Thanks,
Thank
fellas.
you.
Good work. Oh, yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you for the custard. Thank you. Oh, look, I mean, I wish I could give all the
Please.
guests custard.
Please welcome
Oh,
Sam Petersen.
what a good boy.
Oh my
hello.
goodness, some grapes. Hello. Oh, this is very.
And some Frito frogs.
Oh, this is very
And
nice.
some lovely blueberries.
Thank you
Oh,
so
that'll keep
much.
the boys going.
That is unbelievably.
I'm just here for a mental health check, just to make sure you two are both okay.
That's really necessary.
Are you okay?
We're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't actually attacked each other really all that much at all.
Did that happen last time on the two?
It happened even last night at home.
You weren't even
We
together
hadn't
over
seen each
Zoom.
other for months.
Things are quite tense.
Yeah, because I think it was because we had an argument about.
Whether or not I should have a shower at night.
Yeah.
Tonight?
Well,
or last night?
Last night. So I said
During the show.
I'll have a shower
That's a
tonight,
sketch.
and then I won't have to have one in the morning.
Yeah.
He thought that was a ridiculous idea.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you a shower morning guy? You seem like a shower morning guy.
It seems crazy to not have a shower in the morning.
Sure.
Because it kind of sets you up, for the day. Fixes your hair after sleep.
Yeah, I always find it weird when people shower at night, but then I'm like,
Hang on.
they're not going into a dirty bed. It's like they're going to get filthy overnight. Just in their dirty
Exactly.
bed.
I mean, you're not going into a dirty bed unless you're the kind of person who doesn't shower before you
Sure.
go to bed.
Yeah.
And then you might well have a filthy bed.
You might. Wow.
Like Sam's
It's
coming
not
back
right.
around.
It's not right.
I was on
Yeah.
your side for a second.
Yeah.
Got him
I've
back.
switched, but I can switch again.
You know what I've never noticed?
I'm very
Make it worth my
flimsy.
while.
You know what I've never noticed? My bed getting dirty.
It shouldn't be getting, but like it shouldn't. The Charlie and Chocolate Factory bed was one of the dirtiest beds, I think.
That was a dirty bed.
Man, those grandparents have got to get out of that.
Yeah, well, they launched up, didn't they, when Charlie won the
Did they stay in the bed?
For 10, how long? I don't even know how, was it 14 years or something?
He hadn't stood up for about 10, 15 to 14 years. Something like that. Then stood up pretty well, pretty easily.
Yeah. I know it's a film, but is that a sketch? It's a whole sketch. It's called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and it's take by take.
We could change a few words.
Were you here when we were talking about Charlie?
Yeah, I just heard.
Because otherwise that's a huge coincidence.
And you mentioned blueberries, and I was like, that's a callback.
Oh.
I ducked out and got them. Just for a funny callback.
Yeah.
And chocolate?
Run and get anything you mention. Anything
hilarious.
you mention, I'll buy it.
Yeah.
I'm very susceptible to advertising. Alexa, bring me...
Give me a Lexus. Not Alexa. Just shouting Alexa. Alexa,
get me a Alexa.
I go into people's houses and shout Alexa sometime when they don't have an Alexa and just like demanding, is everything okay?
Oh, I was just wondering if it wasn't actually switching to you and whether maybe your mic wasn't working again, but then it did switch to you.
Okay.
So it is okay.
Oh God, I'm stressed. I'm stressed about it. How do you two feel right now? You feel good? Feel powerful?
Actually, it feels really nice to have you here, Sam.
Oh,
I feel
it's
like
wonderful
I'm in
to
safe
be here.
hands. You know, you've been podcasting all day yourself.
Yeah,
You've done 3
not
podcasts.
20. Yeah, 3, but not 24 hours straight of podcasting. You two love a challenge though, like Alasdair doing his lists everything. Alasdair,
everything, sure.
Yeah,
Love a challenge.
You love a challenge. You love a challenge. Is this 24 podcasts you're going to release, and then is it you just banking them?
No.
Maybe the smart thing to do, but we're going to release it as all as one file.
Yeah.
Right, that'll be fun.
It's generally more than the platform can handle. Last time we tried to upload it, it just didn't work, and they told me it wasn't possible. And then
They called you. It's the first time they've ever called. Acast called.
And then I left it overnight, and then it worked. And they said, like, we would have to redesign the entire system to make this work.
Have to redesign
divide it
Acast.
up.
Yeah.
That's what they said. And then I tried again, and it worked. I don't know. I slipped one in when the computer wasn't looking, when the algorithm was looking the other way.
To trick the computer. You've tried to trick the computer, I can tell. You're that kind of guy, trying to trick that computer.
I would like the idea of trying to trick computers. Hang on.
Yeah. Tricking a computer by like a robot trying to trick it, you know, the robot thing, I'm not a robot.
Yeah.
How about a robot trying to, like a real clever robot? Because they seem pretty dumb if they can't get that by now.
Yeah.
I'm not slagging them off, but they seem pretty dumb if they can't get 3 taxis.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, isn't it just creating a barrier in which, like, dumb robots will quickly learn? They go, oh, well, this is the stuff we need to know.
Yeah.
If we want to get into their emails, we're going to have to, and we want to get into their emails. I don't know why, but that's us robots.
They're not interesting. Robots love reading emails.
We love registering an account for the Comedy Festival Artists Portal. That's just something we do. We're robots.
They love subscriptions. Yeah, they don't subscribe themselves, but they love us.
I want to get on the newsletter. How do I do that? I'm a robot.
A robot. Yeah. I think that could be a sketch idea.
Yeah.
What's passing as sketch ideas now?
Yeah, not much.
Yeah. Well, what about a robot that's just trying to get into he loves reading newsletters. He or she or it.
Yeah, or it.
Loves or whatever. Loves reading newsletters.
Yeah.
Okay. Big newsletter fan, the robot.
Yes.
iRobot loves reading newsletters. So not an attack. It's kind of like a really boring iRobot reboot. It's like number 2, where they just read newsletters.
I mean, I do like starting. It's a robot.
Yeah.
That's obvious. Straight away. Opening shot's a robot.
Well, it's made of metal.
It's made of metal.
Do we want to do that? We don't have to do metal if you do.
No, we
I
can't.
don't want to come onto your podcast.
No, I mean,
what
look.
a robot's meant to look like.
No, you know what?
Look, I
I
think
was
we can
also
make it
picturing
out of
a metal one.
Make it out of metal.
There's probably some carbon fiber on there because it's pretty modern.
Yeah. Like some timber as well.
Timber, yeah.
Nice. Some nice cross-laminated timber down the bottom. Really nice.
Like
Yeah.
a wood laminate. Panels.
What were you gonna?
Like one of those
Yeah.
American cars, like a Lincoln.
One of those
Like
old
a Lincoln.
vans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Lincoln. Yeah, and you've got it's a lot of service for that because you've got to maintain to look really good for that
Sure, keep it-
robot.
keep
Yeah.
it polished,
Keep it in
keep
mint
it up.
condition.
I'm
Yeah.
sitting at a desk.
Yep.
This wood panel robot.
Mahogany. Rich mahogany.
Yeah.
Rich mahogany.
You like oak robot?
Let's go with oak. Okay. Oak's fine. Yeah.
What I like in my go to my bedroom.
Just your whole bedroom is oak.
That's right. So I live in a tree.
Okay. Sure.
He's a squirrel.
Need to make that
I'm
clear.
a squirrel. Yeah, my wife is a squirrel. And
Here's another sketch.
I'm a squirrel and my wife is a squirrel. So don't worry about that.
So don't worry about
No
that.
funny business going on.
yeah.
It's always great to warn people. Don't worry about that.
No.
It's the squirrel man and woman.
I know what
Don't
you're
worry about that.
Strictly squirrel on squirrel action back home.
Squirrel on squirrel.
I mean,
oak hole.
I guess I do come across a little bit as not squirrel-like, but
You do sometimes.
But my parents, at least my mom was a squirrel.
If I had to check the box like the robot was doing of squirrel, I would not choose you.
Yeah,
But now, oh hell yeah!
well, now you
I'm
know.
clicking you every time.
That's right.
You know what? It seems like it was a machine that was designed by a robot to get us to teach it what a traffic light looks like.
This is what
Prove
it's
you're
all
not a
been
robot.
about.
Yeah.
But really, secretly, there's a robot behind that going like, I really want to know what a traffic light looks like.
Yeah, I think we actually are training computer vision to a certain extent.
To a certain extent, sure.
To a certain extent.
To a certain extent, not completely.
I think all of those captures were that. I think were
yeah.
like, it's both a test to stop you from getting in, but it's also them
teaching the
collecting
machine.
data.
Amazing.
That's clever. That's good.
What do we do a
That's
version
clever.
of this where what we've discovered is that robots can't identify taxis or traffic lights or surfboards, right? And so
One of the great crimes of
robots
life.
do attack.
Yep.
And we it turns out that we managed to defeat them because they're unable to identify a traffic light. In
Right, okay.
real life.
Yes.
Not in a digital scenario.
So when they're attacking, you mean? Then a block screen comes up, IRL.
Yeah.
A block screen IRL comes up, and then they have to check which boxes to get through.
Well, not necessarily block screen RL, but like say they're chasing us and we've learned from this thing that they can't identify surfboards. We're down by the docks near a surfboard shop.
This is a good film. If this is
Say-
a film, this is a lot in it.
I don't know why there's
We're down by the docks. Let's
Yeah.
just say.
When we
In
say,
a surf school.
let's hide behind the surfboards.
Yep.
They don't know what those are.
Usually down the docks, they don't have a lot of surfboards.
This is one of those working
yeah,
ports
I like
where
it.
they have the international shipping coming in.
It's the
But there's a
future.
fantastic break just over there.
Okay, this
There's
is
a
good.
reef.
This
There's
is
a
good.
reef as well. you know.
There's a reef right near where the super tankers come in.
Really good for the cinematographer on this. There's a lot of different options to
Yeah,
work with.
well, I think the location scout is going to have a bit of a tough time, but
I wouldn't worry about that. That's a later problem in this sketch.
I guess we can.
We're not really filming. You got to remember. Oh, are you doing all of these 300?
Oh, we're doing all of them right after this. So as soon as this is done, we're going to start filming.
Yeah, give me a call. Pop down. You found this reef doc yet?
Yeah.
Doc with the reef? You found this yet?
Just fine.
because we got Tom Cruise
any
waiting
doc,
to film.
any doc with a reef will do it.
You doc with a reef.
So I think it just starts. Robot sitting at the desk.
Great.
Thing. Are you a robot? Comes up. They click no, and then you get the first 3 tests.
Yep.
Right.
Because no's easy. They're done. They're gone. We've got
They
through
go.
this.
Well,
This is great.
Yeah.
This was
I'm
easy.
in.
No, I'm in.
Yeah.
And they go, well, hang on.
Traffic lights, and then they go,
Yeah.
oh, geez, what?
What's all this about?
Traffic light. What's that?
Yeah.
But like that.
It's got tree. It's got a, yeah.
Yeah. And then he goes, oh, surfboard. He goes, that. Like that. He goes, nah.
Yeah.
And the same thing. So that's how we've set it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
And then
great.
suddenly, I don't know. Then they're chasing us. I don't know how that bit happens. Why are they angry at us?
This sounds like an entire film.
Oh yeah.
Right,
They
yeah.
come to you and they go, "Give me your password. Give me your
Yeah, give me your password.
password."
Okay.
So they want money.
Oh no! I just want to get into your emails.
Okay.
Oh, because they want to rate. They like the
newsletters.
newsletters.
I want to get
All
see
about
what
the
newsletters
newsletters.
you signed up.
And maybe it's a robot broke into your office. It's one of those people who keeps their email on a little post-it note.
Oh,
on
that's
the
good.
screen. So they
Yeah.
see it there.
Yep.
And then they look at you and they find you on a database,
But they don't put on the little tag. They don't put traffic lights look like. They don't do that for the robots because that's too easy. They can't be doing.
That's
that.
why then it tracks you down because it wants to sign up for some newsletter.
It's just really
Do it.
I think a robot trying to get into your emails is already funny. So
Yeah.
I'm
You're on board with that? Okay.
really on board with that.
What about this squirrel thing that you were talking about before? Is that something? Squirrel people living together in harmony. That could be quite nice.
Well, I read one of my favourite Philip K. Dick novels is about a couple of beavers.
You start every sentence like
And
that.
they're married. A couple of
Yep.
beavers, they're married, and then
Okay.
something weird happens at the end where like the fabric of reality starts to fall apart.
Hmm.
But the bit
Okay.
where they were just a couple of beavers and they were married, and one of them had a job and he was quite stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Well, it could be an everyday scenario. It could be you two going to the shops.
So
Yeah.
we are the two.
You are the two squirrels. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you've been a bunny. You know how to play. You know how to
Play mammals, small mammals.
Yeah, you're good with small mammals.
Yeah. I can do this.
Get Andy, big small mammal guy.
Look good in fur.
Yeah. You do absolutely.
Huge small mammal guy.
Huge small mammal guy. Yeah, well, we could easily do that. We could have you two in costumes, your squirrels. Kind of like, we could do it like a Wilfred. Not a talking dog, but you two are talking squirrels.
Yeah.
Not really big in Australia, but
No.
two squirrels that have moved
But
to it.
if it's a format
I
that
think
maybe
that is actually a really good sitcom idea.
Yeah.
and it's
really
it's two invasive species, right, moving into a suburb of native flora and fauna. It's a real fish out of water scenario. Okay, and
we could have a fish out of water in it as well.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe a leather jacket or something.
Yeah,
that's fun. I like that. That's fun.
And it's got a
bad
motorbike.
boy
It's
fish.
got a motorbike because it's a leather jacket.
And then so the street is just like a series of tree trunks.
Okay.
Right, but all the holes in the tree trunks are down quite low. Maybe they do have a little wooden door or whatever. And there are Australian flora and fauna all the way up and down the street.
Right.
But then
Okay.
we move in down the street, and suddenly there's a lot of chit chat about look at these.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Taking all our nuts. They're taking all our nuts.
Is it
That's what squirrels eat?
taking the
Squirrels
nuts?
eat nuts.
Yeah,
Squirrels
but
eating the nuts.
But I don't know if
Gum nuts is what they're going to try
They're going
first.
to try gum nuts. It's not going to work for them.
They're going to go.
They're going to hate it. It'll be
good.
like when foreign celebrities come over here and we make them eat Vegemite.
That's right. They go, try the eucalyptus.
Yeah.
And they go, it's awful.
Yeah.
You get it. You'll like it once you get gonorrhea.
Oh, you had too much.
Something like
Did you
that.
get gonorrhea?
Yeah, that's what the koalas will say.
Yeah.
They have gonorrhea, or they got some sort of.
I thought it was gonorrhea. Maybe
Syphilis. I think
It could be
Or
syphilis.
chlamydia. It's chlamydia.
Chlamydia.
That is, you're absolutely right.
Thank
It's koala chlamydia.
Do I get anything for that?
Chlamydia with a K.
Chlamydia with that's good.
That's really
Thank you.
good.
Koala chlamydia. Yeah. Okay, so the squirrels.
Someone could have a motorbike as well if you want. I don't know.
So squirrels kind of could start as a sketch, and then you see a sitcom in later life.
Yeah.
You see it being a breakout
Well,
SNL sketch.
Quite a lot of the time we pitch a movie or something like that.
Yeah.
And then if you want that in a sketch form, it's a trailer. But if you want it as a full movie, the idea's there. You can turn that.
Come
into
to us with the budget, and we'll work it out. Yeah, we're still working on the Dock Reef area. As soon as we finish with that, squirrels are next.
I like this idea.
Yeah.
Of Hollywood, where you come to us with a budget. We don't before we've even got the idea.
Yeah.
We there's an entire creative field of people who come to you with a budget. And they pitch a budget to a studio. They're like, I love this budget.
Yeah.
And then we go and find the
Love
right
this
picture.
budget. Big fan of this budget. It's really
We
working.
find the right picture, or maybe you get a budget and there's a star attached, and then you're looking for a film.
Okay.
I like it's studios, and this is probably what you're pitching, but I'm just going to say it the way I was picturing it, and you tell me if it's the exact same idea.
Yeah, right.
It's Hollywood is trying to pitch this budget, right?
Yeah.
And they're looking at creatives, and the creatives are like, I actually don't quite like that budget, like that. And so they go, oh, you know what? We'll call you, like that.
Yeah.
And then they pitch it to another creative, and they're like, yeah, I actually quite like that budget. All right.
budget,
Well,
really.
we'll
They're
see.
just pitching
We'll see how
budget.
much
That's
I
all
feel
they're
like
pitching.
writing for this.
Yeah, great. Okay. So it's all budget.
How about this?
based,
I'll
Excel
write.
spreadsheets. Yeah.
I'll write a sketch for it first.
And then we lock in a few other subsets of the budget as well. You
yep.
get your talent budget, you get your props and your makeup budget,
Yep.
you get your locations budget, and then you start to work on some ideas
Yeah.
of what it is.
So I think you got the squirrel sketch is
One
a
of the
different
most
sketch.
exciting budgets that's currently going around in Hollywood.
Big budget people. They're just people that entirely work on budgets. They've got a number. They've got an amount of money.
A lot of agents.
You work on whatever you need
This
to
guy
do.
does great stuff with sevens. You want a budget with a 7 in it?
He's really good at that. We don't know where the money comes from.
This guy's
He's
like
got
a-
it.
This guy's like a little. He's very hot right now. He's one of the best movie accountants going around, and he's put together a budget.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it?
There's a lot of Oscar buzz around this budget, by the way.
$450,000, right? And he's looking for any creatives who
might want to get on board.
Yeah, might want to get on board with that.
You can do whatever you want because it could be a film, it could be a TV show, it could be a sketch. They just hand you the budget.
They just want to be
Whatever
able
you
to
wanna- whatever medium you want to work in.
change their budget. Yeah.
Okay. Is that another sketch on top of the squirrel one?
I am going
I feel
to.
it might be separate.
I think they're separate
On
ideas.
top of it, I mean, it could just be the squirrel one, and that's something that happens in the squirrel thing.
No, because that's
Talking about
behind the
budget.
scenes. That's pulling
Yeah,
back
you're
the
right.
curtain.
You're right. All right.
This wonderful squirrel idea.
Right, this-
How's this for a sketch idea?
Oh, yeah, hit
All right. I thought it was real funny. What if there was a live studio audience here, but they just weren't really enjoying it?
You know what? That is
very
very
possible.
funny.
And so I was listening there before because I was having a chuckle to myself, but I didn't want to be too loud because I was like, I might disrupt something. I thought, how funny would it be if there was actually a live studio audience?
Has been the whole
The
time.
entire time
Warm-up
we
guy
turn the
wasn't
cameras
there.
around.
And they're not really enjoying it. They got brought in on a bus. You know, they go to heaps of different studios throughout
I mean, they've
the
been here
day.
since 5 a.m.
They're
and
really
they have not laughed once.
Like you guys are tired, but they're also really exhausted. They haven't enjoyed it, you know.
Do you think that as a comedian, it would be a good you would get something from performing to a pile of corpses? if you
they have to be dead.
what?
No, they could be living corpses.
They can be living corpses.
Undead,
Real life corpse, like myself.
You're going down to, a lot of comedians tell the war stories about, those worst gigs and that sort of thing, and how it hardened them up, and these gigs are really, really tough, but you can become a better comedian.
Battle scars, they call them your battle.
That's right. That's right.
There is.
I'll call it that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The Chuckle Morgue, right? And you go down to the Chuckle Morgue, and it literally is a pile of corpses that you perform.
It's just a big pile.
Yeah.
But
someone's paying for the gig.
But they paid. It's a lot of it's their estate is paying.
Yeah, part of their estate pay for this comedy gig that keeps going every year.
Wow.
Yeah, it's part of their ongoing thing. So a lot of people give away organs when they die, but this is just supporting comedians after they die.
And this seemed to be the most fair way of distributing the wealth equally amongst all the comedians. For them.
Or maybe they hated comedians. What about that? What if it's someone that one time a comedian was up on stage and they picked on this one person, and so they, when they died, left all of their money to pay this same comedian to come back and perform for the dead.
It's very good, but I also think maybe it should be comedians in general. They hate comedians because of this one experience.
Yeah,
but it's such a well-paid gig that no comedians can really afford to say no.
It's so well-paid. It's ridiculous. Well, you get picked up in a helicopter. You're flying there. Everything about the gig is amazing up until the gig.
Yeah.
It's
There's a
put up
beautiful spread at the back. They got calamari rings.
Okay, now we're talking.
Around,
but a few flaws. But
few flaws.
They got a fan. They got one of those dangly things with the beads.
Don't worry, they got a fan and a zapper. Don't worry.
And then the gig is just a bit tough. There's just the corpses, and of course maybe the guy who uses the trolley to carry the corpses there.
Yeah, but he likes it. He likes the comedy.
And a sound
Great
guy
for him.
Yeah.
Great way to break up his day.
Mute. He can't laugh.
Yeah, he's not allowed to. Yeah, but after it, he sometimes goes, I know they gave you nothing, but I thought it was actually really good.
I really like that bit.
Yeah,
I actually
really like that bit. Yeah.
I know that's a really old bit, but thank you.
Yeah,
I think that bit has legs. As do I. I've got a big bucket of legs right here. I've got to go sew them back on. These guys are falling apart.
That's what they do in morgues. You literally split my sides. Sit my sides.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm the tired one. I sit my sides. That makes sense.
Sympathise.
I sympathise. So is that...
We're lucky as humans that we aren't attracted to, blue lights like flies are. Right?
Always going towards it. Like, if you were, you'd always be focused on it and always walking towards it.
It would be and maybe there is a colour or frequency of light that we just as yet haven't discovered that...
It's actually 227.
Humans could be... would find alluring. And then what a weapon that would be.
Yeah.
You just roll out a big bug zapper type thing.
Yep.
And, all the soldiers just sort of wandering towards it. Oh, it's so beautiful. And
Would this be part of the robot thing? It's their way of retaliating against the humans.
See, Sam, I would agree with you, but we're not trying to tie anything together. It sounds like a separate.
Separate. I forgot that. Yeah. Oh, so I forgot what podcast I was on for a second. Yep, no, it's a different one.
Yeah.
I forgot it.
Favors, mate.
But still, the robots could be involved. Wait, what was it? It was
just a bug zapper for humans. We are lucky that we aren't attracted to particular colours of light and that sort of thing in the same way.
Yeah, but I think a great comedy flaw for somebody to have would just be to be attracted to a light.
Flaw.
I mean, just go, what's that over there? He goes, what that? What? You go, that really bright thing over there. I'm drawn to it like that. And
don't go near it. Don't go near it. You know what's going to happen.
No, it's just a light, bro.
What?
I just want to touch it.
I just want to touch. I just want to go near it.
They're up quite high. They're jumping, trying to get to it.
What is it? And you go, I think it's just a plane flying by. I'm gonna see if I can get it. You go, dude, that's the water over there. You're gonna fall in.
What about those? Sorry, Andy, you were about to say something there.
Look, it's almost disappeared from my brain. You're attracted to the light. Oh, just the idea that, like when you've got a fly in your bedroom, and what you've got to do is you've got to turn off the bedside lamp and turn on the light in the hall so that the fly goes out over there. Same thing with this guy. You want to get rid of him, you just turn off the lights and turn on a light outside, and he'll find his way out.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Just flicking lights all the way out. Yeah, really hard in big buildings.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to get him out. The foyer, the lobby.
And it is quite amazing that you never actually have to communicate with him that you want him to leave. You can just kind of go, oh yeah, hey, Carl.
That was good.
That was Carl. You think
that was really believable.
Yeah. Hi, Carl. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. I'm thinking about going to bed soon, but yeah. And then you walk out the door and you go sit on the hallway like.
Yeah, it saves those awkward conversations when someone's got sticky feet and won't go.
Going over there, he's still sort of talking to you, trying to continue the conversation, but he can't help himself.
Yeah. So I was going to see my mum tomorrow. He goes, okay, yeah, cool. And he's like, oh, cool. Oh, cool. Check that out.
I was thinking when you were talking about the flies, what about, those when you go into some stores and they've got the little frog that croaks as you walk in? What about in the frogs world? They're people. Is that something?
Yeah.
Work on that?
Okay, so it's a frog shop.
It's a frog shop.
Down at the frog shop. I love that song by Silverchair.
They just sell flies.
Sell flies. So it's kind of like a greengrocer for flies.
Very greengrocer.
Yeah, for frogs. But I guess for them it's probably a black grocer because it's just mostly black flies.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Blowies or blow grocer.
Yeah. Yep, I'm on board.
A blow grocer. Yeah, a blow grocer.
Blow flies.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then you walk in and there's a little human going, how's it going?
Yeah. It has to be how you going because that would be the croak of the human.
The croak.
You're going, how you going?
Because a croak is what? Just like, I'm over here. Oh, how's it going?
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah,
Stay away from my territory.
Stay away from my
baskets of flies. There.
Yeah.
And obviously they think it's disgusting if there's a little bit of vegetables in there.
That's right.
And they go, whoa, where'd that celery come from? Oh, fucking gross.
There's some celery on these flies.
And the frogs.
That's what it's like in the frog world.
And the frogs are all walking like this. Now, I know this is a bit odd, but because they got those legs like this, and so they walk like this.
Right, yep.
Nobody can see it, but I'm kind of walking like a bit like a person who's
It's a
riding
fun
a horse for a walk. It's a fun walk because they're
a silly walk, but a fun
in this walk. In this show, they walk on two legs like bipeds, not sort of crouched like rabbits. Are frogs and rabbits related in any way?
It must be.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty. I think they're almost identical.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of their skeleton is probably quite similar.
Yeah. Yep, sure.
That's all I need to hear.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Well, I mean, for me, that shows closeness.
That really does it for me.
There's some really messed up looking frogs.
Oh, yeah.
They went a long way experimenting. Did something drip on you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's just moisture coming out of me or something dripped on me.
What about the first guy that invented the rain room and he just tried it out in
What's a rain room?
Also, the rain room is a thing in Melbourne. It's like an art gallery. It's just rain that comes down from the ceiling.
Yes, but you go in and the rain doesn't fall on you. Is that right? It senses.
Oh, yeah. So it senses you, so you can walk through the rain room. What about it was
getting wet?
Yeah. What about if it was it was just a fault from the engineer that made it? Like, what if they didn't mean to leak from the ceiling?
Much water.
And it was, and then people just started liking it.
Yeah.
Like, we got something here. People like the rain.
Rain inside. Feels like such a novel idea.
Yeah.
I mean, what other things do you go inside to avoid? Could we then put inside and pretend it's art?
Yeah.
Bushfires.
The bushfire room.
What's great about it is that no matter what it is that you put inside a room, it's something that doesn't touch you, affect you when you're walking through the room. See, that's what's great because you go, how novel, not getting rained on inside a room.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
But to feel
walking through it.
Yeah, walking through it.
Yeah,
walking through it. So like that. So there's fire. This time it's fire.
Fire.
Or tsunami or something like that.
Yeah.
And you kind of go.
Just walking near it, just close to it.
Lava.
You can kind of feel it.
You're not getting burnt. You're not getting burnt at all. There's probably some.
You're quite hot. You're quite hot.
Some sparks are hitting your arm.
Is flaking.
Some sparks hitting your arm. You get like a little burnt. Like actually, there's quite a lot of radiant heat that can affect you from quite a far away.
Yeah.
And that's actually this is you are burning.
You have some goggles on,
but not on you.
Yeah, but it's not on you. But you are burning now. So your skin feels like it's sizzling. Now it feels like permanent damage is occurring.
Perfectly natural.
Yeah,
perfectly natural.
It's art. This is art. That's what experiencing art feels like.
What about this? It's the same thing, but it's an umbrella that you hold up, and there's little pipes in the umbrella, so it just rains under the umbrella.
Great.
And you can have that outside. So it's the opposite of the rain room.
The opposite.
Where you go outside with an umbrella and you do get rained on. But nobody else does.
I think our character with the piss hands used one of those earlier.
They had some kind of an umbrella.
They had an umbrella that rained on them because it was showered on them because they could only use their piss hands in the shower.
Yeah, all right.
It all makes sense.
Yeah. It was a sort of a new X-Men.
No, I think it's a good art. I think it's a good art thing though.
Yeah.
As good as art. The umbrella that rains on you.
It's a good art thing.
You know, I'd like to take it into that rain room and fucking be like, look at me. I am getting rained on.
I want my money back.
So what do we?
Let's go ahead and get a refund.
Yeah.
What are we doing with the sketch of this rain room? Like these other things, you know?
So I think it's the fire room. I think the fire room is a great thing. So it's the person that invented the rain room is now trying to top that.
Yeah, trying to
It's not that it's them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So they're now the fire room.
Because for a while they just tried doing other liquids.
Other liquids, yeah, it didn't
Milk
work.
room.
Yeah, milk room wasn't fun. Custard room.
No.
Custard room was
Soy
fun.
sauce room.
Was fun for a bit.
Actually, but then a lot of people wanted to get rained on with the custard.
That's right.
Then one guy did, and he was actually quite important. And he's quite a big. He donates a lot of money to the gallery, and actually it created quite a few problems. And so that's why we went off liquids altogether. Now we're on fire. And actually, that caused even more problems because that guy came back.
So many problems. The whole place burnt down in the first one.
And so that's why.
It was actual fire. That's the thing. It's actual fire. Like
rain, real
the
rain.
Use real rain. You're going to use real fire. No, that's a fun.
What I do.
Yeah. Just builds rooms, just art galleries with different things.
Well, it's kind of like a spotlight. You know, like normally the light is outside because it comes from the sun. Right? But you go inside and you got a follow spot on you. It's like there's a little sun just pointing at you.
Yeah.
Same thing with this rain thing.
Is that right?
It's light, but it follows you around.
It's a burning light.
But it's a spot rain.
It's a spot rain.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of like a. I guess that room's kind of like an anti-hose.
Yeah,
Not getting squirted.
anti-hose. Anti-hose could be a fun thing on the shopping channel.
Well, it sounds like pantyhose, doesn't it?
It does. That's what's fun about it. It sounds like pantyhose. I was wondering what sounded fun about it. But it's bad, isn't it? Yeah.
Sounds like pantyhose. So it's like a hose you can wear.
Okay.
It sprays outwards. So it's like the rain leaves your body.
What about this?
Right.
It's a
because we're all made of water anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
It's pantyhose. It's a hose or it's an irrigation system for your pants that squirts water inside your pants, but it doesn't squirt it in the region where the urine would go if you had wet yourself. So nobody thinks you've wet yourself. It just looks like because that region there, that central half of the crotch area, is completely dry.
It's actually absolute proof you haven't pissed yourself.
Yeah, in fact,
absolute proof because that's the only bit that's dry.
That's the only bit that's dry.
Yeah.
It couldn't be further from the truth.
But it could be a good device to have for when you do drip a little bit on yourself. And then you just activate, you go psh, like that, and it goes
pantyhose.
Turns wettens your whole pants. You go, sorry, I'll just step into the creek.
Well, no, I mean
coming out of the bathroom. You're saying
you
that?
come out of the back of
I just stepped into a creek.
He's bloody. You won't believe this.
Yeah,
he fell into a creek.
You won't believe this.
Now, but if they're wet all the way around, okay, then it just changes the color of the pants. If everything is wet, then it's like nothing is wet.
Right. Okay.
If you're in a situation where you get some urine on your crotch, you got two options. You can wait for that to dry, or you can just spray the rest of the pants.
Yep.
Uniform wet pants.
Exactly.
Can't get wetter than that.
Same.
Been in a pool.
Same colour. It's just the different tone that people know.
And if you bleed a little bit on your pants, even if it does come from your
just
penis
cut
or
a
whatever,
vein.
you could do the same thing. Just red,
just more
water.
blood.
Like that, and it just changes the colour of your pants. You go, I've not been fighting anyone.
I haven't been bleeding.
Exactly.
I would like to see
meeting.
pantyhose on the shopping channel. Like someone having to demonstrate how it's
a really good idea.
They're just pissing everywhere. See, now I'm pissing, and you can't tell, can you?
Can't even tell.
Squirt me on the crotch. Squirt me on the crotch. You give the host a little water pistol. It's fun. You can't tell. Looks
like I've peed myself. That's what they do first, right? When it's dry.
Oh, sure.
Looks like I've peed myself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like I had a little accident in the toilet.
Yeah.
Little tootsie. All right, watch it. Like that, and goes.
Because shopping channel things are always fun. And they always say what's that one, the gym one? They always say, like, it's if you got a door, you got a gym.
Yeah.
What if you got a gym, you got a door?
One of my favourite sayings.
Reverse
We've already
it.
done that.
Oh, you've already done that today?
Yeah, we did that on an earlier podcast quite a while ago.
It's a good idea.
It's a very good idea.
Yeah. What else could you do in a shopping channel? You know, moving on to the...
there was a little thing that was in my brain.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and...
People cutting things. People are always cutting things, aren't they, on that? They've got the knives.
Special kind of knife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A knife that could cut through another knife?
I think that's...
Yeah.
And, well, I mean, a knife that could make knives. You know, imagine that. It's like
It's so good it can make another
Look
knife.
at this, and you just cut through some steel.
Oh, and then you got a knife.
And then you cut this through another bit of steel like that. Look at that. It's another knife.
And can you do that continuously?
No, you
like
can
a
only do
babushka. Okay. I was thinking little knives.
First knife is fucked now.
Yeah, right. You can never use that again.
Yeah. And the second knife's not great, but
it's just a pointy bit of metal.
It's pretty good still.
Pretty good still. Could cut something.
Now,
if
watch
you
this. You
tried.
could just rub this on the concrete, wear this down until it's sharp.
Mm.
Like
The
this.
whetstone. Yep.
No, I just mean the concrete. Like
Sure,
just
on the
curve.
concrete.
On the concrete or the whetstone, whatever you want to rub it on.
Whetstone. Do you think?
No, it's the concrete. He's established. I was told off for saying that it's the whetstone, so we'll just go with Alasdair when he says that it's the concrete.
Well, you guys are using an actual
Concrete.
thing. This is how shit it is.
Yeah.
He just goes, look, the knife cuts out a sharp piece of metal. If you even cut it sharp.
Yeah.
Right? And then,
You grind
if you
it on the
want,
concrete.
you can just grind this on the concrete.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use a whetstone, but you don't have to pay extra.
Yeah.
And this knife is all you need. You
Yeah.
just got concrete like this.
Yeah.
Like this.
I
He's just demonstrating like that.
I do really like the idea of a knife that you can use to make other knives.
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you think I'd write that down?
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
you can write
anything?
that down.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, because a lot of people they'll buy one knife, two knives, but eventually they've got to buy another knife. I think it's like money that makes you money. You want your money to be working for you.
Yep.
A knife that makes knives.
Yeah.
That's just a good investment.
Yep.
You never have to. I mean, I don't want. Probably going too far to say let's have a knife that can breed. You get two knives.
Maybe,
put
but
them in
maybe
the
not. We did
drawer,
have a
and in the
squirrel
morning,
thing before.
6 more knives.
Yeah, I was going that squirrel thing. Maybe this could be part of the squirrel
little,
thing.
6
Oh, they're not connected.
What about money that is working for you? Is that an idea?
So
money
that kind of gets up and doesn't.
Money that has to work for you day to day. It's kind of like the squirrel
You wake
idea.
up and you see there's $2 coin over there. It's putting your socks. It's rolling your socks up.
It's actually working.
It's actually working.
Yeah.
It's got a job.
It's people in money costumes, Andy.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you're getting this.
Dressed up as
I've
money.
rigged it up with magnets.
Very.
It's making the coins move. And
We could do a David Strasman sort of thing, puppets that talk. We could have had puppet money. That could be fun.
Puppet money, yeah.
Puppet money. That could be fun. Why not?
Oh,
No.
let's say let's say you get a
puppet money.
Puppet. It's a $5 note. Yeah. All right. What does he say?
What does he say?
Is the mouth the Queen's mouth?
Yeah, it's a Queen's mouth.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
going,
fun.
Off to work.
I have
Off to work today. I'm literally working for
another
you.
day, another $5.
Another $5.
No, but hang on. But the money actually isn't working, right? Because it's a puppet. It has to be puppeteered. It's not a real thing.
Okay.
It can work. It can actually
It
earn
could
you
be a
any
guy you live with who does it.
Okay. But it's still not your money.
Well, yeah, he bought it with your money.
It's a man.
He bought it with your money.
Why?
Hey, he got some guy to make the
money
puppet. He's put $500 on this puppet, and it's a $5 puppet.
That's your money.
It's your money. He's making it
your
work
money.
for you.
No, he's not. How is that money working for you?
Hey, look at this. And he goes,
money.
oh, good morning.
No, guys, stop. It's not working for
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
What
about
it's not even really doing it. It's a guy pretending it's not even really money.
Oh, I'm
It's
just
a
putting your socks away like this, and he kind of just picks up some socks like that. Does that sound like working? Just putting these socks in here. You'll have to roll them. I can't use my hands that well.
I don't have hands.
I don't have money.
Serious?
Exactly. I'll just use my sides like this.
Andy's not on board. What about you live with a puppeteer
Mm-hmm.
and he refuses to be himself? So he just has curtains everywhere. So he has curtains on the chairs, and he refuses.
He's always
to be
crawling around behind things.
And you have people
never
over.
not in character.
Yeah. You never meet him, really.
Really serious.
Yeah, he takes it really seriously. Always has to be in character. So every time he just pops up at the couch, he has a chat with you, but then he crawls to the kitchen.
And he always, like puppeteers do, sort of denies that there's a person there.
Yes.
Right?
You
Or
have to
might
talk to the
even
puppet.
make, you got to talk to the puppet, and makes little jokes about the guy down there or not there. Oh, someone's got a hand up me and that kind of thing.
That's always funny.
Yeah.
That's always good. Someone's got a hand up my asshole.
Yeah, up inside of my asshole.
Inside of my asshole.
Yes.
That's always funny, dear.
Up to the fit.
It's always funny.
I don't care who you are. Funny's funny.
Yeah. Look,
that's a knee slapper. That's a knee slapper.
You talk about the big jokes. So there's the Spike Milligan's. Can you make sure he's dead? One.
Take my wife, please.
Take my wife, please.
Yep.
Always funny. Always funny. And then it's a puppet talking about the fact that somebody's got their hand up their ass.
So it's a puppeteer that they live with, but you can never talk to him, and he won't. And you can talk to the puppet about rent.
Yeah.
You know, because he's not paying. He doesn't have money. He's a puppet.
He can't leave the house. But
he's a full-time puppeteer.
And he can't do the washing up.
No, he can't do any chores.
No.
Because he's a puppet.
Well, I mean...
Alasdair, you're listening. He's a puppet.
But then... What were you doing then?
Sometimes I signal people who are numbers on the thing.
Because we're at 2, 3, 4
we're
now.
At 2, 3, 4.
This is exciting.
Nice. I thought you were gesturing someone out the door doing a Vulcan hello.
Yeah. Have I gotten larger throughout this podcast? Am I sort of like maybe
you're just delirious?
I mean, we are both, I think, sinking. I think our posture is getting worse. So probably we're just becoming.
Been up for a long time though, like
compacting at the base.
Yeah. How did you feel after the last one you did? Was the next day real rough?
Absolutely awful.
Yeah.
Really bad. My eyes were dry and really messed up, and I was meaning to get eye drops for this one. And I only had 2 years to get it organised, so it didn't happen.
Look at that juice, baby.
Apple juice. Sure.
Fixes everything.
I mean, there must be some things that you can use as eye drops in an emergency.
But they don't tell you.
They don't tell you.
I want you to know because
They don't want you to know.
They don't want you to know. But
The eye dropping company doesn't want you to know.
The eye drop company doesn't want you to know. You can actually use shaving cream.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, well, what is eye drops? Probably.
Yeah.
Salty water.
Yep.
So you boil the kettle.
Put some chlorine in your eye down the local pool.
Well, I mean, that's got to do something. It's got to kill everything that's in there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to moisturise.
Yeah. Are you working on different sketch ideas, Andy, while this is...
Yeah, oh, look.
Sometimes I have an idea that's really good, and I'll just keep that for myself.
That's great.
Yeah,
I'm going to use...
Not adding to the number.
I'm going to use this off-pod.
That's an off-pod joke.
No, I just didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
No, yeah.
But I did write down, if you're interested.
Write
down blood job interview. And
blood
I think
job.
A job interview.
Blood job.
In which somebody
I wouldn't mind.
accidentally cuts themselves on the way in and then is bleeding quite badly during the job interview.
Okay.
Trying not to acknowledge it.
Is it spurting?
I think it...
Quite comical, or are we keeping it...
Maybe at first
it serious?
it's not spurting.
Or is it serious? It's a serious one.
Right? But they keep finding reasons to sort of... Maybe it's an injury on the head. And they keep finding reasons to sort of touch their head.
I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
What was that idea? What was that idea that I had?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know... My previous experience, gosh.
Can I just read your mind for a second? I didn't tell you to do this.
Yeah.
This guy had this fringe like this, and he said to me, this was my old boss, and so that's just why I worked very well in a team. I was with my boss like that, and he would go, and he was just worked over there. I was
and he was sweating. Oh, he was sweating all the time.
He was sweating so much, and he was always hot like this, and he had his fringe. and anyway, I worked really great in a team.
You go, sir, can you take your hand off your head now? I don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Straight to the other hand.
What, this head? Yeah, sure.
Easy. That's not a problem. It's so funny. That's not a problem to take that hand off my head.
That's the other hand off?
That is not a problem for me.
You're bleeding from your head, aren't you?
You're bleeding.
Absolutely not.
Which head?
Which head are you talking about? I think bleeding from the head's a real funny sketch.
Thank you.
Okay,
In a job interview.
Bleeding
job
from the head in a
interview,
job
yeah.
interview.
They got to really want the job.
What? So they walk into something.
They got to really
way
want you
you're imagining.
for the job.
Do you think?
I think so.
Well, if you bleed him from the head.
If you're bleeding from the head, for them to be like,
he was good.
Something going on. Yeah,
No, but you're trying to cover it up.
I know, but I'm just saying they probably can tell.
But
They
why?
said, you're
they
bleeding
can
from the
tell.
head.
That's why they're asking you to take your hand off your head.
Yeah.
But you don't want to.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You said, I don't know what we're not arguing. Just like you said, he's got to really want it, and I was like, yeah, they got to really want it too, right?
As is.
Because they got to. If like, oh, this guy's had a fucked up interview. We got to really want to give it to him.
Bleeding and trying to hide it.
I don't understand why they got to want to give it to him.
Well, if he's going to get it, they got to really want to give it to him.
Sure, but he really wants to get it.
We don't know if anyone's
That's
getting
the
the job after this.
Huh?
What about someone who so walking? I was just thinking head injury. So someone walks into something. What about someone that accidentally walks into platform 9 3/4? and ends up in Hogwarts.
Well, it must happen.
It must happen without
a lot
even.
of people must charge pretty hard at that.
Just running.
You know,
a lot of muggles.
He was trying.
Muggles would just fall through.
Yeah.
So, well, but you got to hit it pretty hard to fall.
I think you have to run through it with
run at it.
Yeah,
So,
usually with a
chasing
trolley.
A mugger. You're chasing a mugger.
A mugger.
A muggle.
You're a muggle chasing a mugger.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Right?
I'm on board. I'm
And
up
then
to
you get a
speed.
muddle.
All right, and then you're chasing
You're in a
him.
muddle.
Look at this, and he turns a corner as you got him. You got him by the pocket.
Yeah.
By the pocket.
And you got him by the pocket, and he turns, and you get slammed into the wall.
Yep.
You go through.
Just to erase your memory. They can do that, can't they?
I
Wizards?
don't, yeah,
Men
the
in-
Wizards can do
yeah.
a lot of stuff.
They work with the Men in Black.
Probably could.
Do it with magic.
Oh yeah.
We have the Men in Black in there as well. We could do a crossover.
Yeah.
Harry
And
Potter's
you could
been
link
what
it
we've
in
been waiting
with
for.
the sketches.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Sketches.
squirrels.
The squirrels to be there.
Sketches. Heaps of sketches.
That one about the budget for the film.
Yeah.
One about
that was a good one. Oh yeah.
Another
You
classic.
seen this guy's budget?
It's a big budget blockbuster.
Yeah.
Big budget.
Well, we don't know yet. We don't
We don't know if it'll go well or if it's a blockbuster.
It's a big budget.
Good budget though.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are coming to see this budget.
Yeah.
Eating
A
hand.
lot of people are lining up to see this budget.
Love there to be an Oscar for best budget. Biggest budget. Oscar for biggest budget.
Yeah. Not the best film, just biggest budget.
Biggest budget.
Yeah.
Most money spent on the film, and that includes marketing, which they always exclude from the
Yeah. Most sound in a film.
Noisy.
The sound in that one.
Yeah.
It was noisy. Not music, just sound.
No.
Heaps
and
of
not
it.
sound effects.
Literally heaps of it.
It's noise.
It was so loud.
You couldn't call. There was everyone in the movie, all the actors were shouting.
Made way too much. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't understand it.
There was barely a moment of silence. The respite for the ear. Yeah. When you walk out, and that's what I loved about it. Oscar.
The only part I liked
for
about
you.
it. For most
Respite
sound.
for the ear.
Yeah.
That's what I like in a film. A bit of respite for the ear.
Well, there wasn't any.
Easy on the
Easy on the respite.
easy on the ear. Do we talk about things being easy on the ear or just easy on the eye?
Easy on the arm, on the hand. Easy
Easy
on
on-
the tongue.
Easy on the tongue. Oh, that's nice.
You know.
Did you already talk about this? Was this already a sketch idea that you've had today?
Oh no, we're just extrapolating.
Extrapolate.
We're just figuring out, not figuring out, but figuring out all of the ways in which something else could be easy on the
tongue.
on the balance.
Oh,
That's
yes.
what's standing on flat
A
ground.
nice
is like.
bit of flat ground. Oh, very easy on the inner ear.
It's very easy on the inner ear.
Very easy on the nose.
Oh, I love the balance of this place. Like, I mean, the flatness. Yeah? Oh, very easy on the inner ear.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a sketch idea.
It's almost.
I mean, honestly, you don't have to.
I'm going to write it down.
I think easy on the genitals. Referring
Easy on the genitals is very nice.
talking to your beloved and saying the love making last night, beloved, was fantastic. Very easy on the genitals.
Very easy on the genitals. Yeah, that's great. It's very
always
light
think
on.
that before we had as much swearing as we do, and people were very comfortable with swearing, and and that feeds into a fair amount of being happy to use dirty words in the bedroom. Back before we had
I'm comfortable with this. I'm comfortable
kind
with
of
this.
that kind of strong language, were people using things like jeepers in the bedroom?
Oh,
Yes.
oh, boogers.
Oh, drat.
Oh,
Oh,
drat.
drat! Oh, drat!
Fruit tingle.
Oh, you wouldn't read about it. You wouldn't read about it.
Oh,
Stone the Flaming Crows.
That was slower than a wet week.
Well, hang on, no.
No, don't say that one.
Why would they say that? What's the
I
context?
don't know. I don't know why they say that. Just if something was slow.
I know, but
You're
no,
right.
but
Yeah,
slower.
do me slower than a wet
slow.
week.
Yeah.
That'd be.
Do me slower than a wet week.
do me slower than a non-express train. Eh? Non-express.
What about the first time? Yeah, swear word was used in.
I guess also you could also.
Yeah,
do
they
me
would have
slower.
thought something had really gone wrong.
Yeah. Yes. First F word uttered in a.
Yeah, right.
What happened? What's happened?
Yeah, checking, turning on the light.
Yeah. Is there someone in here?
Use.
Someone else, obviously. A third person.
Third person.
Or
Yeah.
fourth person.
Six.
Maybe it was a threesome.
Also, the first threesome.
Yeah.
So it's a crossover between those two.
Yeah.
That's quite nice. That's quite sweet.
Well, first time for everything.
Of course,
And
yeah.
Sometimes
Yep.
everything is all at once.
That's true. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
You know.
First time swear word was
Did
used.
that, did that make it down as a
Yeah,
sketch?
yeah.
Or-
First F word used in sex would have alarmed someone.
Yeah.
Oh, what's wrong?
About
You
a,
okay? I thought you must have injured yourself. Maybe
Struth.
pulled a hammy.
how about a break in?
Oh, far out.
Far out. How about a break in? Another sketch idea. How about a break in, but the person whose house they're breaking into just isn't into it and can't be bothered with the break-in.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's just they're fed up. They've had a rough day and they're not taking that. So they make them sit down. They chat to them to a mugger who just has to stay there for like
talk to me.
a real long time.
Or what about that they just want to get the mugging and the theft over and done with?
Yeah.
You know, because it is the end of a long day.
Yeah.
And not only are they not putting up any resistance, they're helping the mugger carry things out to the car because it'll just get it done with.
Right. Yeah.
Sooner.
But also, especially if like there's lots of stuff in your house that you can't wait to get rid of.
Oh, yeah. Hard rubbish is coming up and you want to get it
rid of.
rid
So glad you're here.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, mate, come here. Come in the garage. Look at this. Look at these shelves. You can have all.
You can have all of those shelves.
Yeah. Where's your car? Where's your bag or whatever?
I don't
You got a car, you got a
need
bag,
all
what
of
do
this
you
stuff necessarily.
Hey?
I don't need all of this stuff necessarily.
Yeah.
I've only got a small hatchback that I boosted earlier today.
Well,
I'm not going to be able to fit all this in.
Come on. You're not leaving here empty-handed.
Yeah.
Like that. All right.
Well, yeah, hard
I'll
rubbish.
do you a
is coming
deal.
up. How about hard rubbish? Something's on it could be like a parked car or something, and someone's like, it was so close to the curb that they just assumed it was part of like hard rubbish.
I think I have used this.
Oh, you have used this
joke in the past. Yes.
It's a wonderful joke, Andy, and I want to congratulate you.
But no,
You guys are very similar.
Same person.
You know, let's talk about it a little more because I think that there could very much be something in there.
It could be a
You
car.
know, what about just going out and digging up huge sections of the lawn on the nature strip, bringing that inside? Honey, you wouldn't believe what was out there.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
All this grass.
Taking down trees and stop signs and, just taking everything.
Yeah.
There's this dog literally just on the lawn outside.
Doing a shit.
You
bring it inside. It's still doing a shit.
You won't believe what people are giving away.
What I found on the nature strip.
One man's trash. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, one man's trash.
I got 19 to 20 kilometres of Earth's crust. Straight down.
19 to 20.
Yeah. Tell you
roughly.
what. After that, it started getting a bit
gooey.
A bit gooey and stuff like that. But hey, that's free dirt.
That's free dirt.
That's all you can eat dirt, mate.
That's great. All you can eat dirt. Yeah.
I think it'll be really cool once domestic tunnelling technology really comes in and you are able to very easily drill out the Earth's crust and start colonising and, whatever that machine was that Morgan Freeman had invented was it the core? Where they
drilled...
Yeah, and it was something that just could sort of vaporise the Earth's core.
Yeah.
That when we'll have that and you can just blast out the ground.
What do you want to be using this technology for?
I want to be making more space underground. I want to be claiming great cavernous regions under the earth.
Housing? New housing under the ground?
Keeping storage.
Yep.
Yeah.
You should run for politics, Andy.
Oh, thank you. I'm a visionary. We're taking to the caverns, everyone. That's going to be my slogan. Yeah.
What about a politician
2022. Take to the caverns, everyone.
What about a politician, that is just obsessed with the idea of everyone living underground? It comes from a family of moles or something, and he's really... Yeah. It's like the
No, he's constantly having to deny that he comes from a family of moles.
Yeah.
Or he is a mole. I think he is a mole man, but he claims that it has no impact on his politics, like a lot of people do. That's outside of politics, and I don't think it's appropriate that we talk about that.
Yeah.
I'm just a politician like anybody else, and I'm here to serve my country. I do think we should all take to the caverns and live underground.
But he says it's all exactly the same phrasing off the cuff all the time.
Yeah.
I was just thinking maybe we could all take to the cabin.
I live underground. And I think people who suggest that this is just because I am a mole man, that's quite offensive. That's a stereotype.
Yeah, we're not all like that. We don't all want to live underground.
No, I just think we should.
It's just practical to me.
It's practical. I think of it for because I think that it's the right thing to do. As I do with all my policies, I do go through an extensive consultation process, and the party room has come to this conclusion that we should take to the caverns and live underground.
And everybody also agrees that we probably don't need as much sunlight as we get. And it probably would be good to use some of the excess dirt from all these tunnels to build sort of a big kind of dome over
and block out the sun.
And block out the sun.
Yeah.
And yes, they also believe that maybe we should use our sense of touch more.
Yes.
Let's close our eyes a bit more.
So what do you say to those who point out that 7 out of 10 of your cabinet members are mole men, whereas only no more than 2% of the general population are actually mole men? Is that representative? And you say, well, we just have a merit-based system here in the party.
Yeah.
And if mole men
rise to the top,
well, that's in our nature.
Just hard-working people. That's all it is. And I don't actually see.
I can't see.
I don't actually
anything.
I can't
see a goddamn thing.
I don't see anything, but on top of that, I don't see whether subspecies.
Yeah.
Wait, is this?
So mole man is? Do you think mole man is a subspecies of man?
Yeah, he's evolved.
Well, it's man. There's
He's
man in
He's
there.
evolved.
Oh,
he's evolved as a mole, and now he's a politician. And he's trying to get everybody to live underground.
Yeah, he'd probably.
What's he doing?
His only policy.
What's the policy he's denying? That
he thinks everyone that
high rise. He doesn't want any more high
rise. He
rise.
does think that everyone should live underground. He's denying that that's got anything to do with the fact that he's a mole man.
Yeah. It's easy to follow.
They decide all their policies based on their merits and what makes financial sense. And Labour is getting in the way of progress. Now, have I nailed my colours to the mast too much by making it clear that the mole man is a Liberal?
Really?
It's his own party.
He's a metaphor for Scott Morrison.
He's independent. The mole man.
Yeah.
He's coming through. He's funded by people from under.
Well, he's probably Clive.
He's got
Palmer.
underground
He's probably
money.
Clive
Literally
Palmer.
underground. Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of gold down there. The mole people would probably be quite
They're so rich. Yeah.
Yeah.
They started Sovereign Hill.
Well, they wouldn't be that well.
Yeah.
Originally, it was a sovereign mole
pit. Mole hill. It was a mole hill.
You're making a hill out of a molehill. You know that famous saying.
That's where it started.
You're making a mole mountain out of a mole hill.
Mole mountain.
So that's what I'm trying to do. So that we can all live inside the mountain.
Sure. Yeah.
With moles and humans, of course.
Coexisting.
That would be nice, but
That would be nice.
But if you all want to leave, that's also fine. I don't want to stand in your way, or at least something else.
So you got 59 sketches more to go.
59 sketches.
It's very exciting.
Good.
Like last time? Did you finish early?
There is no early, really.
Sure.
We
just go until
we go until it's done.
Yeah. Okay.
Eat
your veggie sausages until you're done.
That's right. They're getting quite warm, those veggies.
Yeah, they would be. They're cooking themselves right now.
I heard it was hot outside.
It was hot outside today, and then it rained for a bit.
Yeah.
And like cats and dogs out there. Like it was like
the water really came in through the window of the toilet upstairs and made it look like someone had urinated everywhere. But they hadn't, or at least I hadn't.
Or the rain room.
Someone's
the rain room.
I mean, this is an even better idea for the pants thing.
Toilet.
It's
a toilet idea.
It's the pantyhose extreme, right? And what it does is it squirts water everywhere.
Pantyhose extreme, yeah.
It causes its own flood inside.
Yeah.
Then everybody's pants are wet. And then nobody's got a leg to stand on. At least not a dry one.
No. And no one knows who pissed.
No one knows who pissed.
That's right.
Guess who pissed?
Everybody knows
Guess who
whose pantyhose were going off.
Yeah.
New game show. Everybody's pants are wet, but only one person pissed. You gotta guess.
Guess.
Now, and so do you get to just smell, or do you have to guess based on?
I think it should be from afar.
Yeah.
I think you just have to.
Yeah, and
Guess who
questioning.
pissed?
Yeah.
And trying to read facial stuff.
Yeah. See if someone's embarrassed.
Micro expressions.
Yep.
Or
the continuity of the pant, the stream,
the coloration,
See,
or do you just follow where the trail of urine goes?
Yes.
Yeah, but maybe your
But that's hack.
your feet are hidden.
That's hack. Yeah.
And do you think? Are you standing on a white tile floor? That would could, play it against your favor. But maybe you don't know what you're wetting the people with. You could be wetting them with coffee or something.
Yeah.
Or could it be different liquids every time?
Yes.
Oh, that's fun.
It could be apple juice.
This week is coffee week.
We're doing
welcome
milkshakes
back
next week.
Welcome back to Who Pissed.
Just black
this
coffee.
Week,
Guess who
coffee
pissed?
week.
Guess who pissed?
Guess who pissed? Like that. I mean, that could be
fun. Imagine a whole family one as well. You have family editions.
Oh, Family
with a whole Family Feud. They come on.
Everyone should be family because I think families would feel more comfortable with
with
letting
someone
each other
pissing.
pissing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, your family says you got a support network.
Sure.
I think a lot of people, if they're separated from their herd like that,
yeah,
and they're has to go on TV and piss, piss their pants while they're wearing them.
How about this for a sketch?
Yeah.
You know those, I don't know if they have them so much anymore, but they were like, I don't know what they're called, but toilets that were dug out underneath. So it was just a pit.
Pit toilets.
Pit toilet. It's a pit toilet.
Yeah.
What about someone that gets stuck down one?
Yes.
He falls down one. So it's like a well.
Yeah.
But it's far more disgusting.
It's much more disgusting. Well, you know, I once when I was working in northern Queensland, planting trees, we were just living in the bloody living in the camping in the bloody in the rainforest, just off from where they were bloody planting.
You've lived a life,
and people had to dig a trench for people to squat over and shit and stuff. And somebody just had to like dig a hole that was like deeper than they are tall, and then get.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, and then people there wouldn't even be a thing over like a tarp around it. You would just stand over it.
Stand over it like with a leg on each side.
Yeah.
So it was very narrow.
This happened to you?
Yeah, we did that, and then you would just go, and then you would just be in the bush and just hope that nobody comes in.
But that leg on each side, that's
it's difficult.
Well, it's
to be very well balanced,
and you're really in jeopardy there.
But then,
I mean,
somebody falls in.
Someone falls into an actual one, so the toilet's actually one of those old ones.
It's got the toilet on top.
The toilet there. Someone falls into it. It's a search party. They find them. They're stuck down it. They can't get it.
What happened? He said, "Oh, actually, I want to be in here.
He wants to live in there.
This is where I want to live.
I like it. This is where I belong.
This is where I belong."
Do they say they sometimes say something like, "I'm a little poopy boy"? Do they say something like that?
Are you a little poopy boy? And I said, "No, how dare you?"
Right.
I'm not a little poopy boy.
Just
I'm a mole boy.
I'm a man. I'm a grown man. And this is where I want to live.
Yep.
So
You've run away from home at the age of 35.
Is it
run away from home? Hey?
Is it sort of like the movie 127 Hours?
Yeah. Less graphic.
Instead of a rock, it's something soft. Big pile of poop.
He's got
and instead of wanting to get out, he likes it. Is that what you're saying?
And instead of cutting off his arm,
he decides to live there.
He sits down in the poo.
No, I mean,
it's a gross film to watch.
Did James Franco earn an Oscar? Get an Oscar for that film?
I don't know. Do you want me to look it up?
No, don't you dare.
Don't have time.
No.
But
we're rotting down this bloody poop idea of yours.
Now this is a good idea. Hand me a budget.
No, I want to be in here. We've come to rescue you. A little boy said he saw you fall in. Oh, I got in here on purpose. But this is the town poop pit.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
I know. I'm an adult and I live in this town.
I've made my
decision. My choices.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, you can absolutely write it down. I don't quite know, if there's a punchline or if there's a structure or anything, or like what the.
I think it's just someone that fell down and then everyone was trying to rescue him and then he decided, no, I'm going to stay down here.
Okay, he fell down, but he was too embarrassed to admit he fell down. And then he just had to
make it
play
look
off
cool.
As he wanted to be in the poopy pot.
Yeah, I think that's fun.
Yeah. No, I like it in here.
Yeah.
I like it in here. I meant to do this.
You look like you're struggling to breathe. You go, you're trying to breathe into your shirt. No,
I'm looking at a bug that's in my shirt.
It's one of the poo.
My nose against bugs.
It's a poo bug, and I'm interested in that kind of thing.
That's my kind of thing.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a different.
That's why I'm down here.
Yeah.
Don't look at me. Don't come in here or look at who I am.
But why? Okay, now we've got to establish. why they can't admit that they fell into the poo hole.
Because it's embarrassing. Imagine.
Okay, sure, it is.
And it's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Mr. Petersen.
Tell me I'm right.
No, I can't. I can't in good conscience. I could not say that to you. But I can't get my head around why it's less embarrassing for them to say, I'm a poopy boy who likes being in the poop.
I don't think
and I
you
want
need
live
to
here.
say that.
I want to live here and I'm interested in poo bugs.
Well, he's just trying to make them go away.
Yeah.
You got to sound
He wants
convincing.
to get at himself.
Why?
You are right that like when you have an accident in the toilet, and if it's more of a toilet, a traditional toilet accident.
Yeah.
You do want people to go away, don't you?
Yeah.
Often find a private, even when you're a little kid, you'll go find a private corner or something to hide, something like that. You don't want people to see what's happening. You don't want them to look at you and
see your
talk about
mess.
you. And it's the same, I imagine, if you have a more egregious toilet accident, like falling into a big toilet hole.
That's right. Well, exactly. He might have peed on him in front again. I think this is an anxiety that we've all had because we were on camera today, and it's coming up and it's manifesting itself in a lot of sketch ideas. He peed a little bit on his front. He was worried about going out, so he climbed into the pit.
Yes.
He climbed into the bed.
And
he did it on purpose.
Right? And then then a kid saw him get in there, so his head go in as they open the door, and they were like, "Oh, it's the town." You know,
What a far
He
drop.
probably thinks there's a monster.
No, he said, "Go away!" As he's going in, the kid sees him. He goes, "No,
I won't go away.
Yeah,
I want to help."
And then he goes,
And then
"I'm
how
gonna
long
get
does
help."
He stay in there?
Hey,
Do they see stay in there the rest of his
The
life? Do people
SES
bring him
come.
food?
Yeah.
Hey,
Do people bring him food?
I don't know. I think he's gonna have to move town, but I don't know
I
if we
think they
get that.
leave food, a little tray. They put it in under the door of the toilet.
They have to drop it down. They can't put it in the door because he won't be able to reach it. They have to drop it down slowly in a bucket.
Wow.
It's like a kid down a well. It's like that sort of,
Yeah.
get Lassie.
But he makes a life down the well.
Makes a life.
A kid falls down a well. That's bad. You try and get him out. What about a bigger
guy?
Big guy
Who's been rude to everyone in the
Hard-
town.
Harder to get him out. Maybe you just lower him down a wife.
People,
and you let him make a life
but
down the
sir,
well.
people have to go to the toilet. That's fine.
okay.
That's fine.
Move.
No, it's okay. I don't mind. I'm gonna just
See, this is the kind of thing that makes me less and less sure of what the concept is.
I don't like that idea.
And why he still thinks that this is less embarrassing than people knowing.
I don't
one,
like
that
the
he weed
idea of-
himself
Who
for-
are you? Can we alert your family? No, you don't need to do that.
Don't tell
Can you
anyone.
close the lid so I can get some sleep? Yeah, I don't think we need to do the people still using the toilet.
Oh no, then we got to do it. That's how. It's the only one we do have to do.
I think we got it. That's a new sketch.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, people using a toilet, that's the whole sketch. And I could take or leave the guy down there.
Yep.
I mean, that sounds filthy.
It would, be a gross film to watch. You wouldn't really.
It
want
would be really gross. Yeah.
What about you've said?
But if it's got the budget, I mean, if we can get a budget,
Sure. We had the money.
If we had the money,
They just have a hole underneath us,
yeah.
I mean, it is a movie that is, in that, like there was that, who was that guy? Ryan Reynolds in that movie Buried. And then you got that movie Phone Booth, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And then you got
all
Lock,
set.
that one where he's just in a car.
Yeah.
It's a real thing of people,
One location.
find one location.
Yep.
We can afford to spend a lot more money on the star. Which is good.
We could get somebody big.
Somebody really
Somebody so big they probably wouldn't even fit in a shit
Yeah.
pit.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Hardy's always good at that sort of stuff. I mean, Lock.
He would be.
Yeah.
We do need somebody who can enunciate,
Yeah.
because they're going to be very echoey and things like that. We need somebody who's not talking like this.
Yeah, he couldn't do the Bane voice for this one.
But he might insist.
Yeah.
And if he's already signed on.
And I'm a little poopy boy. I'm a little poopy boy.
That's quite
I
good.
don't mind.
I was born in the dark.
What about a sketch? Tom Hardy isn't getting any work anymore. Everything's dried up, so he has to do his Bane impression and travel, doing impressions of Bane.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it does like malls and stuff.
Yeah. Malls. He'll do
All appearances.
Shopping centres.
birthdays.
And does everyone just say we can't understand you?
Can't understand what you're saying. We just want you to say happy birthday.
Yeah.
Hop it off. It doesn't really work.
When he comes out, he goes. He walks through the crowd before he goes. If you want Bane to come out, you got to yell. I can't understand you. And then he gets them to chant. I can't understand you. And they go. I can't understand you. I can't. And he comes out and he goes. I'm Bane. Like that, and he breaks somebody over his knee.
Yeah.
Like that.
Is it a kids' party?
Well,
Yeah. Always has to break someone.
because like he did the Batman. He broke him.
Yeah, no, I know.
Insists on that.
Yeah, it could be Dad. It
Oh,
could be, or it could be the
dad over
yeah,
his
could
knee.
be the
That's
birthday
fun.
boy. He breaks
The
them
dad a
forward
bit-
so that they can bend the regular way.
Oh, good.
Yeah, the
He's also a chiropractor. He does this
Does
sort
he?
of stuff. Really, yeah.
I mean, a Bane-themed chiropractor. It's a nice idea.
Yeah. It's a lovely idea.
You go along there. He breaks you over his knee.
Okay,
Yep.
wait.
Yes, it's dress up chiropractor.
Yeah. A little bit of role play keeps it interesting for
It does
him
keep it interesting.
and
Yeah.
for everyone else.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Tom Hardy touring
Yeah.
Bane character live.
What about like cosplay and everything? What about people doing like cosplay? They do the medieval. What's it actually called? The LARPing. What about people that do that with other things? So
Yeah.
it's like people that aren't businessmen.
They go out into the woods and they sort of
Live
they all
action
dress
role
up.
playing.
It's live action role play, but they're all they're dressed up as like the people who work in a commercial kitchen. And a few of them are dressed up as like
And they just
as
shout at each
diners.
other about needing
And
more
they go,
prawns.
"How are they more prawns?" They go, "Where's that?"
Table 6 has been playing.
You go, "Where's that fucking pepper sauce?" Like that, and people are going, "Where's my food?"
They're running around with big ladles and stuff.
And people have got forks
Big
and
pots.
knives. And the only thing
heavy
there isn't-
steaming pots.
The only thing that
It's
there
done
is-
with dry ice, so it's not so dangerous.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Yeah, and then the people. There's no tables or counters.
No,
or anything.
they're
all that
running
bits are
around in the
there's only
forest.
Yeah, that's funny. I think that's a fun idea.
All right.
Isn't it?
Commercial kitchen LARPing.
Commercial kitchen laughing.
But as soon as you said role play and cosplay, made me think of like a sort of cosplay, but you just cosplay as your friends. So you just dress up as one of your friends. So you go to a big cosplay convention, but you're all just dressed up as different people that none of the other people there know. So they're like, "Who are you?" And you say, "Oh, I'm
Meredith.
I'm Alan."
Yeah, I'm
Meredith.
Alan. Yeah.
Yeah. And you show them a photo of Alan.
Oh yeah, it's quite good, I guess.
You got the same coloured shirt. And you're like, yeah.
Yeah. And you're really committed to it.
In the photo, is it you dressed as them?
You're just showing a photo of them.
I think you show them a photo of
This
the
is who I am.
So I'm actually spot on. Everyone reckons I'm spot on in my family.
And so this is what is this? It's a birthday party. It's a
Cosplay convention.
Cosplay convention. But you okay?
You just go up
I
with
see,
people
you
you
just
know.
went as your friend Denise.
Everybody does.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody does. Okay, I thought this was just one person rocking up.
No, that's what everybody's doing. And it looks just like a room full of people.
Yeah.
But they're all dressed as somebody else.
Right.
I do reckon,
really convincingly.
I reckon maybe if most of the people are superheroes. This is just this is just a suggestion. We don't have to go this direction. But if most of the people are dressed as superheroes and stuff like that, it creates a standard for this person to be awed in. You know what I mean? But we don't have to do that either.
That's fun.
Where you go dressed as Meredith, your friend.
Let's get jolly. So you get to 246.
Yeah, baby.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're doing it.
Oh mate, we're getting
64.
there. Your friend. All right, 248. Okay. What about this? I don't know what this is.
Yep.
It's a guy who gets CCTV cameras. Only puts it on the inside of his house. He says, "I got to keep an eye on myself." I think I've been snacking at night.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
then he watches the tape back.
it's not him. It's a fucking.
There's someone in the roof.
What it is a man coming in, getting the food out of the fridge, taking it to the guy and putting it in his mouth while
he
he's sleeping.
sleeps.
That's good. He's a feeder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nighttime. Yeah.
And then
Nighttime feeder.
And then
he's breaking. Oh, can I tell you what the crime is?
What?
Breaking and entreeing.
This is good. Are you writing this? Are you writing this down? Have you got this?
What happened to all those vol au vents I got prepared last night?
Vol au vents.
What happened to all those vol au vents?
Hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah, I'll check the internal CCTV cameras that I've put up through in the middle of the house.
Yeah.
People thought I was a psycho.
Yeah.
Well, then you find out what happened to these fucking vol au vents.
And then you watch the tape back, and as a guy comes in, gets him out. He's dressed up as a little waiter. Right? He's got a little thing over his sleeve.
Yeah.
A cloth.
Silver tray.
He wraps it around his fist to smash the window, but then he hangs it over there. He's got a little silver.
He breaks in every night.
Breaks in every night, and then he repairs the glass on the way out. He's a good
Clever.
guy. And then he brings the little tray with the cloche.
Yeah.
The cloche.
Mm-hmm.
This is French for
Cloche
bell.
or Mel. French for
All
bell.
right.
French for bell.
French for bell cloche.
And he brings it into the bedroom, lights a couple of candles around the place.
Real romantic. Really
Pours a
sets a
bottle of wine.
scene. Yeah.
That- and
Canting.
The guy's just asleep.
Glug, 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 glug.
Good sound
Yeah,
effects.
thanks.
Hello,
And then-
Michael Winston.
Yeah.
Michael Winston.
Well, he's already been on before.
Have you already? Was he on?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. This is good.
Is that glass filling up?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
good.
know.
All right, we got something.
Do you want me to do the pour and you can do it again? Go a bit closer to the mic.
That's really good. Yeah.
And then he serves you. You know, he
Really
opens your
impressed.
mouth a little bit,
Yeah.
feeds you.
A little bit of wine.
Little bit of one.
Little bit of wine.
Drip,
A
drip,
bit like
drip.
that. And then maybe runs the cork across your nose like that. And you-
Yeah. Could you? Yeah. Or tries a little bit for person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't do the whole thing at once. You got to try it first.
Wipes the drip on his tea towel arm.
Is it a service that people are paying for, or is it just a?
No. This is
No.
this is
He's
breaking
like
and
this man's a
entreeing.
pervert.
This
The man's a sicko.
Right. Okay. That's fun.
And he's been.
That's fun.
Yeah. But what about this? Everybody else that's in the house is all dressed as a superhero, just to make some normality.
Okay, that's good, so that there's a little bit of a sense of something to compare them to.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy breaking in and dressed as a waiter and feeding this guy while he's asleep is quite different to all of these superheroes. These people dressed as superheroes.
Sorry.
What about in the house?
Yes.
A really advanced Alexa.
Okay, yes.
You know, the big developed a personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
You had Alexa.
Falls in love with you.
falls in love with you.
Yeah. You know, what about this? It's only a matter of time before these Alexas and these, what's the other one?
Sirius.
Siri. They get arms.
You're right. Sorry.
They get arms.
Echoes or an Echo, or is that the same as the Alexa?
That's a small car.
That's an Echo, yeah. Look at this. What about this?
What about the Hyundai Getz? What's that?
The Mazda 3, is that one?
What about a limousine? What's that? Is that
That's a big car. That's a big one.
Yeah. So look at this, okay? It's an Alexa arm. Okay? It's Amazon, and you can just have one of Alexa's arms in your house, right? And it can just you go, Alexa, pick up this chair.
Yeah.
Like that. And you go, Alexa, can you give me a high five or whatever, like that. And you don't know how you're going to use it yet.
It starts off that way, but then it's more like, can we make love tonight?
Can the arm move around?
Yeah, I think it probably
Or is
it follows
do a hand job.
Is it like Tosh's dildo and it's just got a suction cap on the end? You just stick it to the wall.
or maybe it's stuck to one wall like this, and it's just two arms that could
grabbing.
That's fun. Just frantically grabbing.
This and
that sounds scary.
It can be a bit scary.
Yeah. Are they fleshy, these arms?
Yeah, well, I mean,
full flesh.
But imagine it if it's in the kitchen. You might be able to get it to do some of the,
chop some
chop stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Things in the kitchen.
And so you're giving it a knife then?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
great.
Really
Making
big,
another knife out of it.
really big hands too.
Yeah.
Like they're like the size of your torso.
Oh, wow.
Like those
crushing
big
hands.
Yeah. Like the big hands that you get at the always at the baseball game. And you've got
exactly like that.
Yeah, big. Yeah.
And then I guess something goes wrong. Maybe
Easy. Yeah, something goes.
maybe the hands either starting to put the move on.
The hands.
Like the hands, hand you the onions, the chopped onions.
And cut.
And then as it goes away, just its hand brushes your hand a bit.
Yeah.
And you go,
A bit too long, it lingers.
yeah, it lingers like that. And you go, fuck, is this robot?
Yeah, is it coming on to me?
You go, and then you don't know, it's like, is it Bezos? Just through.
Bezos flirting with me through
How
the
do you
machine.
know? How do you know if Bezos isn't just in his mansion?
Could be,
Like
we
this,
don't
and he's
know.
got the arms like this, and he's just chopping like this.
He loves it to chop.
He loves to chop, but then he goes, he's like, well, they let me do it because I run Amazon, and nobody can trace.
I'm from Amazon.
And then I don't know. I suppose it ends up just creepy.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do you think that if the next product that Amazon did release was like just a sort of a knife arm, the Alexa knife arm, and it's a kitchen aid, but does seem like they've given Alexa just a knife on a stick that can go up and down.
Yeah.
And presumably also could be used to threaten you, but it's just a little bit creepy.
Could be if it goes wrong. Yeah. It could kill you.
Yeah, I think it would make quite a good ad, where they are introducing Alexa's knife. Right, we're giving Alexa a knife, and so you can say
Slow add-ons. A machine gun.
Hey Alexa, chop these carrots.
Yeah. Great.
Hey Alexa, can you get the milk out of the fridge?
Yeah, she's trying with the knife, hooking the door open.
It's always got the knife. Once you give it the knife, it doesn't get rid of the knife.
This is a version where there is no hand. It's just a knife on a sort of an arm.
Yeah.
Right, and then she tries to do everything. She wants to help so badly, and then she does fall in love with you, obviously.
Yeah,
obviously.
The knife lingers a little bit longer on your hand.
That's so
a little bit more longer than would be normal for a knife
to
be run across the back of your head.
Runs the blade across your nails just to show you how sharp the blade is.
Yeah,
you like that knife?
Shows her affection.
Yeah. The knife hands.
It is nice to feel how sharp a knife is using your fingernails. You ever done that?
I've done that.
You done that trick?
Yeah.
Tries to stab
I don't know if it's a trick.
Door in the night.
Yeah.
You can't get through.
And then it goes like this. Goes like holding the knife. Just goes.
Yeah,
little sexy. Come hither.
Yeah. You go,
yeah. That's fun.
Why would I approach a knife?
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that.
Hey, my friends, I do have to get going.
Oh, we understand.
It's 10 to 8, and I do need to.
My God.
Yeah, I do need to
You've
get
given
going.
us so much. This has been a blast.
Who gave you the most sketch ideas? Let's see this.
It might be you.
Wow. Okay, this is huge. Well, have you got more people coming?
I think it peters out a little bit.
I think there's 1 hour without. And
At some point, Martin Dunlop is supposed to come.
Oh, great! Oh, he'll be fantastic, of course.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see if we even
ideas,
make
man.
it that far.
Well,
we're doing okay.
You got 51 left.
Doing okay. It's feeling doable.
Yeah.
And I'd like to apologise for all the sketches that are subpar, but you have to understand that that's just
No.
You got to do what you got to do.
You gotta live your life. You gotta get through. And you two are doing a fantastic job right now.
You're doing a fantastic job.
Wow.
Do you work out? You work out?
I go swimming. I can
tell.
But you got to be doing a bit more than that. You're
just swimming.
Fantastic.
Just swimming.
It's all swimming.
It's all swimming. And we've been locked down for so goddamn long. Now I've just been going extra hard on the swimming. Been going once a day.
Ocean swimming?
No, don't do that. I should start doing that.
How many laps do you
do? I do 2.2 kilometers. Sound like I made that up, but I didn't. I don't know why. 2.1 thousand.
It's 2 kilometers plus GST, is that right?
It's always plus GST. Yeah, of course. Yeah. 2.2.
And plus
But it was wonderful. Thank you for having me on.
Hey, Pete, would you like to promote anything?
Oh yeah, I got a podcast, Confessions.
Alasdair's been on.
Confessions. I would love you to come on.
And I never do.
Yeah, but I'd love to have you on.
I'd love to be.
I'd love you to come back on as well, Alasdair, of course. A real dream. What a dream. Confessions of Idiots on all of the podcast apps.
Very good.
I just read online confessions to people. They pick them apart. It's fun. It's just fun.
Real good time.
Alasdair can't stop coming up with sketch ideas on the one that's coming out with him.
Absolutely, yeah. Heaps of ideas. I get heaps of ideas.
He's always got ideas.
You having sketch ideas on other people's podcasts now?
You bet, mate. I'm having them off pod. I'm having them on pod.
And also support Stupid Old Studios. There's a fundraiser up.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Little Indiegogo
You hear about this?
link.
Little Indiegogo.
You know, why not? Why not? Chuck
Yeah.
a bit of money their way. Just to see. I know I'm involved, but I don't really run the day-to-day.
But you're doing a fantastic job. Boys, thank you so much for having me on.
Mostly I do.
Love both of you.
I do 16-hour podcasts that try and, beckon people towards the fundraiser. That's what I do. That's my contribution.
Full-time job. It's a full-time gig.
Eh?
Just lure people.
Imagine if we did one of these every single day.
I think you should. Because it's 24 hours every day.
Yeah.
At least, you try to go for like a 16, 18 hour. Yeah.
Good split.
You get faster at it.
Yeah, you think so?
It'd be harder to get harder and harder to book guests, I reckon.
Yeah.
But
It depends.
Same people all the time.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a gorgeous photo of you two, if that's all right, This is lovely. This is nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it. Oh, that's a lovely photo. Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Well, you two are absolutely. You two are absolutely fantastic. It's great to see you both.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Absolutely.
I can't believe you stayed for so long.
Oh, well, I hope I helped in
Oh
some
my
way.
goodness, you were here for like an hour and a half. You didn't.
Pleasure. I'm glad I came up with some sketches.
We may actually have somebody coming
Sure
in.
did.
Maybe.
Yeah, I might just go sit over here for a little bit just to
mix it up.
variety.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you, boys.
Thank you.
How's the chair going?
Just letting you know you're off mic right now. Oh yeah. All right, we gotta start thinking about some new sketch ideas. We only got 51 left to go.
That's great. I'm proud of
I can't believe it. We're I mean, that could still be 3 hours away, but we'll find out.
I said earlier that one of the things that always comes to my mind whenever I can't think of anything is cubic zirconium.
Yeah.
Another thing that always comes to my mind is crabs.
Yeah.
As a creature, and I'd love to
It's
get
also what comes to nature's mind whenever it's trying to evolve something, and it goes, well, why not crabs?
Why not another crab?
Not another crab.
We can always chuck another one in there.
Yeah.
Did you know that we got pubic lice came from gorillas about 2.2 million years ago?
As in evolved from gorillas?
No, we got them from gorillas.
Oh, pubic lice.
Yeah. The human pubic lice, they were able to trace. Maybe I got that figure wrong of 2.2 million years, but they were able to trace the evolutionary history and the genome.
Yeah.
And they found out that they came from gorillas.
Wow, so gorillas had them. And do gorillas have different hair for pubes?
I think it is slightly different. The lice do look slightly different. Slightly different body shape.
Is there pubic
Oh, that's a
hair?
good question.
Is it
because
different
it kind
from
of looks
regular
a bit like pubes all over, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of straighter. It's kind of nicer. It's a...
Well, you don't really know if you haven't really seen their pubes. I think this might even be an ex-person.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go?
I can go.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
While you're on this...
yeah, I mean, it's really delivering of the fruits. But I think, obviously, it would be interesting not only, if we could not only trace who... when we got pubic lice from gorillas, but also the person, the descendants of the person who was responsible for bringing over the pubic lice from the gorillas. And, I imagine there'd be certain accusations that might fly about that person and their family history. And be, not a thing to be proud of. But my God. It's Dibbo. Me. Yes. Welcome.
Oh,
I
my
was
goodness.
really not doing anything while you were gone, Alasdair. It was
Yeah.
really bad.
No, it's okay. Did you? It's no pubic lice based stuff.
No pubic lice
Did you think-
comedy occurred.
When you thought of pubic lice, hello, Lisa did, by the way.
how's it
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Good. Why is it custard?
I was drinking it.
No.
No, it's something I've always wanted to do, and it feels like this is a little bit of a, almost a bit like schoolies.
No rules.
There are no rules.
now.
I mean, we're already doing something that's difficult. I feel like they don't tell you this, but during a marathon, you can eat anything you want and feel fine about it. If you're running a marathon, they don't often get a chance, but I imagine it would be a little.
It would be hard to justify being hard on yourself whilst you're running a marathon.
Exactly.
So you could eat as much fried chicken as you want.
Yeah.
It's actually it's called the marathon diet.
Yeah. Do you think that's what that guy was doing when he was doing the marathon? He shat himself.
So they could eat it.
Yeah.
You can eat anything you want. You can't tell me like this.
Oh,
that's awful.
we've already gotten so base.
We're the marathon diet.
I think the marathon diet, I can eat anything I want as
That's
long
not a
as
sketch.
it's while I'm running a marathon.
That's not a sketch.
No, hang on. How dare you? How dare you come in here? And the first thing you want to tell us is what's not a sketch. That's not what we need to hear.
I can eat anything I want right now. And he grabs a plank of wood.
No, okay, not a plank of wood. It's got to be just unhealthy food.
I am glad we've gotten onto eating wood, though.
It's an ad. Yeah, it is. It's where we belong. But it's an ad for a new program.
Yeah, and it's Michael Richards, not the racist one. That's what they have to keep saying. Michael Richards will teach you, not the racist one.
He's racist in a different way.
So hang on, this is just another guy who happens to be called Michael
Richards, yeah, and he doesn't have any association with Michael, who had that big disgusting rant. He'll teach you how to eat anything you want and lose weight.
Sure.
It's called the marathon diet, and all you got to do is run
42 kilometers
42
a
kilometers
day.
a single day, and while you're running.
Yeah.
Anything that you can grab or eat, steal or, I picture running even just with a bag of barbecue chicken.
Yeah.
Like
and then,
from Coles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just kind of being like,
opening it.
Sorry, I gotta breathe.
I have heard that the juice that accumulates at the bottom of a bag of barbecue chicken is actually just like Gatorade. Like it's just like.
Oh,
I
can imagine.
Juice.
I would genuinely probably attempt to drink it. Later on, of course, it congeals into this disgusting gel.
No, the skin is where the vitamins are.
Even if this doesn't work that's what they say. That's one of those things where I'm like, has anyone ever looked into this? You sure that's the case? The skin is where the vitamins are? But
he's always asking that.
Well, yeah, I do wonder. And people say the same thing about potatoes or carrots. That's the best bit for you. I'm like, yeah, is it really? I feel like all this other stuff.
I know. I would be interested in seeing a study into this.
Thank you.
But maybe, but maybe that's where it came
All right,
from.
so people are go for it. While you're running along, right? You're running along the marathon. There's people there giving. I think this would be a funny little scene. There's the people where they're giving the cups of water, right? Then the marathon people in the marathon reaching out, holding them. You give a little cup of water. You run a little bit further. There's somebody there holding out a little bowl of soup or a little salad.
Shepherd's pie.
A little shepherd's pie, right? A little bit further, a couple of chicken legs, right?
Because that's what would be great about running this thing is that you could also charge, kind of like Weight Watchers, because you got your own diet and you got your own recipes and stuff like that. Is that you can put on races that people can pay to be in
with different food,
and you can have different foods along the way.
Oh, I was picturing
This
it
is
like
one of the
a
best
relay.
catered marathons in the country.
I was picturing it like a relay where like every point you hit, instead of doing a different activity, like
You've got to be eating a different.
yeah, I don't know what's in a relay. What is it? A shot put and then running and then treadmill.
like a decathlon or something.
Yeah,
Like that.
decathlon. That's
No, I like this one that's shot put and running, then treadmill, which is just running again, but now stationary.
yeah. No, you don't go anywhere.
And then there's treadmill shot put as well.
And then there's water javelin.
I like the Olympics back when the only things we'd invented were running and shot put. And we tried to come up with every possible variation of those. Running on the spot while doing shot put. Running backwards, doing shot put behind you.
Running on the shot put.
It'd be
Running on the shot
It'd be
put,
kind of cool
yeah.
to just stand on the front and then turn on the thing, and then as you get pushed forward like this, that you kind of then just use that to launch it. You don't move your feet at all.
Yeah.
You just go with it backwards.
Like a seal.
Kind of like
a seal in the circus.
Yeah, you probably just fall backwards and hurt
Yeah,
yourself.
and your head goes forwards, right?
Well, because no, if you're standing on it like this and then it's going that way, so
No, it's not.
that I know, but you don't know this, but I've got my back.
Oh, you're facing the wrong way.
Yeah, so I'm telling you that it's going that way.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So you're going like this. You got your back to the controls.
No, you don't.
You turn it on, like that, and he goes like this, and you're holding the shot put, and you go like that. But you got to try to stay with it, and then launch it just using the energy. You
got to stay with it.
For them from the moving forward.
Right, it's really a test of how good the treadmill is. A little bit how well.
And also your balance.
I guess
your
balance,
suppose, when you're throwing.
I mean, there's only so much stuff that we could do at the Olympics, but all we've got is shot put.
I like the idea.
And treadmill shot put.
I do think that food decathlon is a sketch. I will grant you that.
Right. Thank you so much. Food decathlon.
It's like, yeah, you have the first thing is a starter.
Yes.
And then entree. Is entree just a starter or is that after? And then soup. And then mains.
Yeah.
Then dessert, then coffee.
Oh, great.
And then you pay the bill at the end.
And then you're still And then are you still just running around an athletics kind of sandy kind of area with food?
No, you're in a restaurant.
It's the seafood marinara.
Are you moving from table to table or running or anything like that? Or
Yeah, well, it's a restaurant that's in.
Or did you just invent a 10-course meal? Is that what?
Oh, I've invented eating.
Yeah, that's right. It was a good invention, actually.
No, it could be in a restaurant the size of a stadium, and you've got to run from a table to another table.
Yeah, great. I mean, as a celebrity chef who's so big now they can cater stadiums, right? And they will come out and they do big arenas.
Who likes grapes?
Yeah. Yeah, right. And maybe they're shooting some grapes into the audience from what would otherwise be a t-shirt cannon. Yeah.
And then the audience is like yelling at their request, like, "Do the steak, Diane!"
Yeah, yeah. Okay, right.
Like that.
I was shooting them.
Shoot it again. It's t-shirt cannons.
Yeah, but it's like they're just kind of like those paper recyclable trays with a steak, and the mashed potato on top, and then the Diane sauce.
Yeah, great. I love
Diane sauce.
I love a chef arena show, and they got big pyrotechnics, and they're roasting some sausages or something, a bit of lamb.
Stadium restaurant show. What is this?
Yeah.
But it's like he's like the most famous bistro chef. So he's a common man. Like he's like
he's a Jimmy
he's the
Barnes
Peter
kind
K. He's the Peter K. of the cooking world.
Sure.
He's a Jimmy Bain Marie. Well,
Jimmy Bain Marie.
Now what's that a pun on?
Jimmy Barnes.
Oh, okay.
Bain Marie.
Look, I'm just warming up.
These odds don't even count. I mean, you can write them down if you want. Doesn't mean anything to me.
I'm still laughing at Diane sauce. I think that's funnier of someone's name than a sauce.
You like Diane sauce as a name for somebody?
Yes.
Yeah, it's good.
You know what I was thinking on the way here, if I may be so bold?
Oh, you may.
You know what I think would be a really terrible but interesting sensation? Is being inside a pelican's mouth.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tent that opens on the top. It feels like it's like a living tent that. Yeah, like it's like they just like what like that, and then you fall into it, and you go, why is the floor up the top there? It feels like
I imagine
it also feels like something that you should be able to get out of, but you can't. Right? Like
very unwieldy.
Yeah, I think it would be really disorienting and that sort of thing. And you look at the flappiness under the neck there, and you'd be like, I could get through that. But better men than you have tried. Better fish.
Yeah. Is
I think they
it
know
like
what they're
pelican
doing.
leather? Do you think that's a nice pelican leather?
Unfortunately, when I picture it, I do picture it as being like inside of an open foreskin.
Right. Wait. Okay. So
Yeah.
hang on.
It'd be kind of like if you opened your foreskin to be like a windsock, and you
then
somehow
trap
got
somebody in there.
got into trap birds and
Got
fish
it
in
over
there.
somebody's head like that.
I wonder if it's the same stuff.
You think
Skin.
it's like just human skin?
Yeah, I wonder. It's
I think you could break
you're
through
right.
human skin. I don't know.
It must be stronger because they capture like big birds that can't fight their way out of
Thing
it.
is so messed up.
Oh yeah, they're horrible,
Changes
awful
your
creatures.
mind. It changes your mind on a lot of things, but in a big part, pigeons. I mean, no pelicans. I mean, also pigeons just giving in like that. But getting eaten by a pelican is insane. Even the idea of swallowing a whole pigeon.
They don't look like they should be able to have any grip as well with that beak. It doesn't look like it would be strong, able to grab onto anything.
Can't get any purchase.
Yeah, and yet,
And yet they're nature's greatest predator.
Yeah. I mean, it's them versus hippos, basically.
I think, is this a sort of a late night nature documentary That's just a bit of a dark one. Like, are there nature documentaries that are more lean into this is a bit fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah, the ones with BBC After Dark.
Yeah. Like
where
Edinburgh After Dark.
Yeah, where he's just like, look at this fucking shit.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Normally, I wouldn't put this in there.
I mean, look at the size of that whale. Oh, that's nasty.
Oh.
Well, this whale was too big for television. Is that what you're telling us? We couldn't show this before 9 p.m. because children are
Watershed.
watching. But do you want to see the size of this whale? This will blow your fucking mind.
I was picturing him admiring its ass.
Oh, right.
Oh,
it's like
okay.
It's got a big
That's
juicy...
interesting. I don't think whales have asses.
How dare you? Of course they do.
Well, they might have a butthole.
Everything has an ass.
But I think an ass has to have some sort of a cheek in order to be an ass.
Really?
I could be wrong.
One? Just one.
Just one, a single cheek. Yeah. No, I mean, no. Now that I'm thinking about it, pigs have cheeks. Maybe they're a bad example. They do.
Do they have an actual butt?
Horse's ass.
I don't think any other animals have cheeks, butt cheeks.
I think anything that has a butthole would have cheeks because they'd have to have something that went around the butt.
I don't know if they necessarily do. I mean, you think about a snake.
I have to look.
Right? There's no room for cheeks there.
Do snakes have a butthole or do they have a cloaca?
Yeah, but that would be their version of a butthole.
But it's not strictly a butthole, is it?
What is
in the definition of it, of a butthole.
If we want to be strict about this.
Which we do.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's get to the butthole.
Let's get to the butthole of this. Why are there pop tops here?
Pop top. These things.
Dude,
Beck brought them. You can drink one if you want.
Depends. What flavour?
Apple.
Edinburgh After Dark.
No.
Like, what's one thing that you'd have there?
Well, I mean, some of the mating dances of some of the birds, I imagine, get
Too
bit more
erotic?
graphic.
It's too
A bit
raunchy?
erotic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there like a thing that lives in something's butt or something like that?
Oh, probably.
You
Yeah.
know, like, I think the only thing that saves the hippo from the pelican is the fact that the hippo's too big
That's what it is.
to get into a
Yeah.
pelican's beak.
Otherwise.
Because the pelican is the hippo of the sky, I think. Right?
Yeah, they open that wide, and they open
A big mouth.
The top. It feels like the top goes up.
It's a big, yeah. And that,
Invertible animal.
Yeah, you could put a melon in there probably. You think a pelican could eat a melon?
I mean, maybe.
I think it can do whatever it believes in.
I'd be interested in the show. Can a pelican eat it?
Can a pelican eat it?
But I don't
Can a
think
pelican eat it?
Can a pelican eat
Oh, I like that. That's quite soulful.
It's so sad. Can a pelican eat it?
Will the thing fit inside of their
fucking weird beak?
Oh, I keep spitting. I'm sorry.
I didn't get it, but
Yes, we pelican.
pelican eat it. Can a pelican eat it?
Is that something we could write down?
I mean, it feels like it's a great like Letterman segment.
Yeah.
You know, and you
They
get-
bring out a pelican.
You bring out a pelican, you cover something in like pelican, paste or whatever, something that they love to eat.
Sauce.
And you just see the pelican have a go at it. And sometimes, it could be, imagine that, give it a spider monkey, just see if the fucking pelican could eat a spider
Okay, now
monkey.
this is an idea. You go to what we want to know is will animals, because what animals don't have access to in nature is condiments or seasoning. What I'm interested to know is if they're given access to it, will they make use of it?
Okay, so
you take some big punnets of mint jelly or tartare sauce out into the savannah. You leave them open there in the lions.
Two standard condiments.
Yeah.
famous. Everyone eats them.
And you want to see, will the
will they have it with lamb and squid?
Exactly. A big tray. You leave out a big tray of mixed spices, that sort of thing. Will the lions drag the carcasses through the thing?
Slop them around in the condiment.
Yeah, exactly. Roll them. Will they dip them in the flour and then in the egg and then in the flour?
I was picturing taking them to Nando's and seeing what basting they get on their chicken.
Yeah, what level of
The
spiciness
lions?
and stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I think also like just giving them cooked bits of meat and knowing and then a bunch of sauces.
Yeah.
And then we know what sauces we would usually pair together.
Oh, this could be good.
Give
this
them
could really
turkey
give
and
us an
cranberry
insight
sauce,
into
right?
what the lions experiences like.
Seafood
we
and
might find
tartare.
they like exactly the same stuff as us.
Right, lamb and that mint jelly.
Mint jelly.
And peanut and butter.
Sure.
Peanut butter.
Did you
Satay and
peanut butter and jelly?
No, yeah, no. I mean, I just meant I was trying to be stupid, but
Trying. Succeeding.
yeah, it was working. Maybe satay sauce and chicken or something like that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then we give it to him, and then we see what combinations. I mean, this is so dumb, but it's just kind of a more complicated version of can a pelican eat it? Like what?
Well, yeah, that'd be the lineup show. So it'd be Can a Pelican Eat It, 8 p.m.
Yeah.
9:30 p.m. It's
condiments the lions like.
What will a lion eat it with?
Yeah.
And then 11 p.m. it's BBC After Dark.
We see, yeah, and then
It's the hot animal showcase.
the culinary, mostly culinary. Wait, but my fear is that these, a lion would see, a jar of mint jelly or whatever.
Mm.
And it's probably just that little jar of Master Foods one. And so they probably couldn't even get their gigantic tongue in there. But maybe we could put it on a plate.
I think we put it in a big trough, Alasdair.
A trough, great.
Animals eat from a trough.
Sorry, that's what happens in nature.
Yeah.
We're recreating the creek. But I fear that they would actually not see them as condiments, but rather just as a food in themselves, and then just try that thing and eat it by itself. And then they'd eat all the mint jelly. And then they'd go and eat all the tartare sauce.
Yeah.
And then they'd go, oh, there's some meat there. I'll go eat that.
I think the way we'd film it, though, is that we wouldn't show that.
We'd trick it to make it seem like they're just like us. It could be a conservation thing.
Remember, it's a sketch, not a real thing. So we do whatever we think the funniest version is.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's the main difference
So the
between human
lion
and animals.
What we want them to do. What we think, and then we get some insights.
What do you got there, Andy?
Cukes.
Cukes.
You want a little cucumber?
I do. Why have you chosen such crunchy foods to eat on a podcast?
Yeah, well, I was trying to compensate with the least crunchy of all foods, custard. But you weren't happy about that either.
I dare you to dip a cuke in the custard.
It's not that kind of a show.
To do what?
Will you do it? Dip a cuke
Dip a
in the
cuke in
custard.
custard.
I'd never do that. You know who's invested in cukes? You ever eaten these cukes before?
I think we talked about this
All right.
on my podcast.
I might have ruined it for you.
Yep. But go on.
One of Al's favourite facts.
Harvey Norman.
Jerry Harvey.
Disgusting person. Ruining cukes for the rest of us.
But big, beautiful smile, doesn't he have?
Can I bring up something from a different podcast? Is that illegal?
No. If it could lead somewhere, if it's anything other than the noise of me eating cukes, I think that's a great idea.
I was enjoying the sound of you eating cukes, but I am going to have to overrule it. So when Alasdair was on my podcast, Reanimates,
Found where all good podcasts can be found. Reanimates.
Reanimates podcast. It's a show about Jeffrey Combs. He's really great. I'm very funny.
Yeah.
We got into a discussion about. There's a joke in the show that we covered about the comb juice at a barbershop. There was like a joke in the show about the juice that combs are left in at the barbershop.
Yeah, it's
I thought
a
that was-
really interesting observation.
I thought that was very funny because I didn't think that was a real thing.
But it is. It's blue, right?
It's blue.
Blue?
I didn't think it was a real thing.
No, it's a real thing.
It was literally only when...
Do they not do this at women's hairdressers?
No, not at all.
Why do they keep the combs in? How do they stop the combs from drying out?
Drying out?
No, you got to keep your combs moist.
Do you?
No, you don't. You need to
nothing
get
worse
the
than
hair
dry
wet.
combs.
You keep the hair. You wet the hair and then you brush it.
No. Men have worked this out. You wet the comb, and then it wets the hair as it goes through.
It's like the knives at Subway.
They're always wet.
Gotta keep them wet, so you can cut through the bread easier.
The hair.
Hot breath through bread.
Hot bread.
Hot bread. I think I've developed a pimple throughout this podcast.
I mean, we are not eating well, and there's stress.
It's very warm
all
in
sorts
here.
of things going on. It's a little warm. It's not a great environment for the skin, I imagine.
It's almost like you've done this to yourself, though.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. How dare you?
I mean, yeah. At a certain point, it ceases to feel like we have any agency over the situation whatsoever.
You got to commit to the bit, right?
Yeah.
Gotta commit to the
Okay, so what is this thing with the barber juice? I mean, that blue juice. What can we do with it? Should we be keeping our knives in it at home? Would a barber go home and he keeps his knives in a little jar of blue juice? a mechanic. You go to the mechanic. They got all their spanners in a little jar of blue juice. Is there anything in this at all? You go and see
the cones.
a lawyer. You go and see a lawyer. Their pens in there. I don't know, man.
I keep picturing a barber who's like, he loves your hair so much, and he's like, can you just give me a trim like that? He goes, oh, that's perfect the way it is. And then you go, no, I definitely need a haircut. I haven't had a haircut in months. You go, oh my goodness, no
I
way.
wouldn't change a thing. I couldn't do it. I took an oath.
Yeah, I could not.
Make it worse, in some way.
Just come on, just cut it. I need it. I've got a job interview coming up. You go.
Yeah. I'd sooner cut my own hands off than touch that. As a barber, it's my job to make hair look better, and I can't make that look better.
You know what he took? He took a Hippocratic oath.
Like that. Mr. Bike. Oh, good night.
That's a cute finisher.
I'm leaving now.
But
how does it progress?
No, but I think it's really good, and I think maybe he's got a thing where he actually doesn't even know how to cut hair.
Right? He's covering, yeah.
What he does is he just compliments everybody so much in their hair. In the end, they feel great about it. They end up paying him to saying thank you.
Nice. They just go in for the compliments.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so then what happens to his business? It shuts down eventually.
No, it goes really well.
Yeah, because
he
gets
can get
paid.
people through a lot quicker as well because he doesn't actually have to cut anything.
He's the most successful barber in town. He's never had to cut anyone's hair.
I like that.
Because he makes everyone feel good about themselves. He makes the world better.
There you go. And then somebody says, well, hand me the scissors. He goes, which ones are the scissors? He picks up a comb from the blue juice.
Turns out the juice is just a resin. They're permanently set in there. He can't get them out if he wants to.
Turns out the comb juice was inside of us all along.
Does it?
It was just blue pea. We all have blue pea inside of us.
Oh, yeah. Do you not pee Gatorade? I do.
I think we've talked about it on the podcast in the past, having a little capsule or thing inside your urethra that adds colour into your urine as it comes out. So you can pee a rainbow. I can pee a rainbow.
I can pee a rainbow.
And I think it'd be fun. Kids would love it.
Just now.
Maybe. Yeah. But are you writing down Barber Guy?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really happy about that.
Barber Guy.
Barber Guy.
That's a song, Andy. You guys are so tired.
Oh, yeah. I mean, do you think that
what do your families think of this?
When the Visigoths were attacking Rome, do you think any of the Romans ever sang barbarians?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
What is the actual words? Barbara-Ann?
Barbara-Ann.
What is it?
Barbara-Ann. Barbara-Ann.
Yeah, Barbara-Ann. Barbara-Ann?
Barbara.
It's just like, it's one of the most ugly names.
Barbara-Ann.
Isn't it? Barbara-Ann? Do you think Barbara-Ann is nice?
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
You just took such a hard stance on it.
I mean, it's like, I don't know, it just seems like a hideous...
It's not Gertrude Bumface.
Is that a name?
Well.
It is if you want it to be. You know what's the worst name, though? Andy Matthews. Got him.
Fucking hell.
Got him.
I mean, just when my shields are down.
Let's see.
And my defenses are at the lowest.
God.
So you got me in here. Kick you when you're down.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
No, I mean,
that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. You can do that.
I'm interested in being insulted, right?
I can do that.
And you can go along to roasts where sort of professional people insult you. But what about the sort of is there a kind of like a street circuit for roasts? You got where you can go and
you're talking about comedians go and they can get insulted, or do you think regular people can go and get insulted? I think
regular people can go and get insulted, not even necessarily by comedians.
Oh, I was thinking like a busker. I was picturing a busker who roasts you.
Yeah, a roasting busker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You just sort of you chuck, $1 into his. Well, it wouldn't be a guitar case. I suppose it would be a big hat.
Yeah.
And he
says you're ugly.
Yeah, he roasts you based on what you look like.
Yeah, you go, look at you Jeffrey Epstein looking motherfucker like that. And then he says, oh, man, you got...
And the more money you put in the hat, the more increasingly personal and insulting the roasts get.
Like that, and you go, can I see your passport for a second? You go like that, and you go, Canadian traveling.
M7A94521C.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Passport looking ass.
Yeah. Flat, book size. You got a big...
Like, excuse me, sir, what are your children's names? Annabelle and Claire. Okay. Annabelle and Claire fucking hate you.
Yeah. And you are dumb and you cross-eyed.
You're a terrible father.
And you stink.
I love
my
that they're all
ass.
just so generic.
You're so like,
you're asking.
What's your bank number?
What are your kids' names? Annabelle and Claire. Annabelle and Claire fucking hate you. It's a perfect insult, right? And the way that it doesn't even care whether or really about the details. I mean, I'm explaining your joke to you.
Please do. I didn't quite get it when I said it.
Budget street busker. That's what we're doing. I mean street roaster.
Roaster. Yeah.
A friend of mine several years ago, who was a stand-up comedian, for his birthday, his one wish was to have a roast. And so we had a roast at a local pub. It was just a bunch of like open mic comedians, and they all just tore shreds off their friend and colleague. And he loved it. It was great.
I have thought about that. I think I would like that kind of thing, but...
Yeah.
You'd like to be roasted?
I think I don't mind.
I mean, it's very validating, I think. You know, it's that kind of thing where, like, it's a way of demonstrating that you have thought a lot about the person.
Yeah. I think people have to kind of know a bit about you and
Yeah.
care about you to actually find something interesting.
Although...
what about, okay, this is awful, but there's a child dying in hospital. And they're a big fan of roasts, and they ask to be roasted on television, right?
Yeah.
So do we broadcast this? Can we in good conscience broadcast
I don't think
some of
that
the top comedians
would-
of the world tearing strips off this small dying child?
I don't think that a broadcaster would put that on TV.
Well, it's the child's final wish.
I know. I think they would probably just be happy to let the kid get roasted by comedians who come to him.
I thought you were going to say happy to let the kid die.
Yeah. I don't think that they would... Sorry, I'm answering this with a very serious answer.
Yeah.
But I just don't think with the possibility of outrage from sick kids and a bunch of comedians who are like, I'm going to try to be edgy.
But it's his final wish. Who are you to deny the final wish of
but
a
it also
dying child?
It doesn't necessarily, you don't have to do it about the fact that they're sick or anything like that. Right?
Yeah.
It can just be about their personality.
Yeah, you should really go after things they can change.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a shit personality, you sick kid, and I don't like your face either.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just don't think they're going to air it.
All right.
Like your blood cancer is the least interesting thing about you.
Wow.
Wow.
That means that he's actually got lots of interesting things about him. Well, isn't that what that means?
Yeah.
Well, it's the most interesting.
You're actually a very interesting kid. You know what? And your qualities surpass your illness.
Are there any compliment battles? Would that ever be funny? You know,
I think you look fantastic. Come here. Yeah, what's your name? What's your kid's name? It's Annabelle, and they love you. You think you're beautiful, and I think you're beautiful, and you can tell from the way your eyes radiate that you clearly care about people.
What's his voice, Alasdair?
Clearly care about people. What does it sound like I'm doing?
Bernie Mac.
Oh no, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Kick it.
Kick it.
Oh man, such a good bit. Man, it is starting to get hot in here. Am I right?
It is. It is hot.
Yeah.
I'm schwitzing.
I was gonna wear shorts, but then I thought, oh, you don't want to see up my shorts, you know.
Well,
Gotta give the people what they want.
I don't know if that's what they want. Maybe.
I like compliment battle. I think that's fun.
Okay, compliment battle. How do you win?
How do you win?
You make the other person cry.
Melt, like,
yeah.
Oh.
You make the other person cry.
Okay.
Cry
Whoever
with
fills
joy.
the heart with the most joy.
Yeah, and everyone's wearing an ECG.
But I like that they could be set up like insults.
That's good. The little misdirect.
Yeah.
Still the misdirect. It would take a lot of work to don't.
Eric's parents are divorced, and his dad is Iranian. But the only thing
Go on.
How have you made this setup so hard for yourself?
The only thing that is, the only thing that's more fucked up than Iran's nuclear program is
how proud his dad is of Eric.
Of Eric, and how I've seen him weep at watching your success. Thank you. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, that definitely was nice. And it, contained a little political bit in there about Iran's nuclear program. Which, I don't know the intricacies of myself, but you seem pretty confident.
No, I didn't.
Your mum is so fat, and she's really nice. She's always been good to me whenever I come over.
Yeah,
and her weight is none of my business.
Do people still do those jokes? Do kids still do those jokes? I watched The Nutty Professor relatively recently.
The original or the Eddie Murphy remake?
The Eddie Murphy remake.
I watched it recently too. I wonder if we were both watching daytime TV at the same time, possibly.
No, I was at a...
You chose to watch it?
Airbnb, where this was one of like 3 DVDs that were there.
What a selection.
Yeah.
Were all 3 DVDs completely different, or was it Nutty Professor 1, Nutty Professor 2, and then like Medea or something?
No, it was they were quite a spread, yeah. But we did decide to watch The Nutty Professor, and there's some things about it that are good, and Eddie Murphy's performance is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
But then there's like a big bit where he's having a sort of a riff battle with Dave Chappelle at some comedy club.
Yeah, you always forget he's in that movie.
Yeah, and
it's almost entirely Your Mama jokes. I think
exactly right.
I think one of them
I
is.
wonder if that was the last time that Your Mama jokes were given such a big platform, culturally speaking.
The last one I remember, the one I remember in that is always, Your Mama's so fat. Every time she turns around, it's her birthday.
That is actually quite good.
Yeah.
Remember so her belt size is equator? I guess it's the same joke. Essentially, your mom is the size of a planet.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're all kind of quite similar jokes.
Yeah,
but it's a limited palette.
They're all based around your mother being obese.
I think it's amazing that you both remember jokes from that.
I forget how old I am all the time, but if you ever need jokes from 90s, early 2000s comedies, I got it.
Right here.
Yeah, you could look like you got a pile of shit on your head. What was that one? That's when he comes
Talking
back.
about his hat or something?
No, because he takes his hat off and he's got awful hair underneath. He talks about his teeth as well.
Anyway.
Why did that come up?
Well, I was just thinking about because...
Your mama jokes.
Yeah, earlier we talked about Yo-Yo Ma. And
Yo-Yo Mama jokes.
Yo-Yo Mama jokes.
Yes.
So,
Yo-Yo Ma is so fat.
Well, I mean, this would fit into the compliment battle where it's Yo-Yo Ma so good at cello.
Yo-Yo Ma sounds so fat.
Yeah.
Yo-Yo Ma's mama.
Bass notes.
Yo-Yo Ma's. Yo-Yo's Ma's mama.
Oh no.
Yo.
Oh no. You're a train careening towards a bridge that isn't finished, Alasdair.
Don't worry. Is that a weird thing at the end of one of those I never understood that at the end of like one of the Back to the Future movies where he Doc goes over the thing, but suddenly he's turned his train into a time machine.
Flying time machine.
Yeah, flying time machine. He comes back. It's a steam train. He's got that lady, Forrest Gump's mom, as his wife.
Yeah. No, it's Mary Steenburgen.
Oh, was she not?
You're thinking of Sally Field.
Thank you. And I never understood this. So he went over the thing, but then he went back into this. I guess he went into.
He must have built a totally new one because the train itself did crash into the ravine and was totally destroyed. So he must have built a totally new flying.
But how did he? Oh, because he had the ship. He had the car. That's how he traveled.
I think that's how Marty traveled in the car.
I guess it must make sense. I haven't thought about it. I haven't seen it again for ages.
You know the famous clip, I don't know if it's a movie or just a clip of the train coming towards a screen and apparently audiences were scared.
Sure.
Is there a modern equivalent to that?
Well, I think they should do a remake.
Yeah.
I think we should
that people are scared.
build a train coming towards the screen extended universe and see if we could...
Yeah.
I mean, think of all.
When are they going to have a female train coming towards us?
Yeah, that's right. And you can see its lady bits, so you know it's a girl train.
Adequate representation.
But then I think we should put the male bits on the male train, on the other train.
On the other train, sure.
For equality, because I don't.
We'll go back and we'll digitally edit some male
human
bits into
penis
that old
onto
train.
What bits would you picture on a train? The lady bits.
Vagina, Alasdair.
Vagina, but like, wouldn't that be near the back of the locomotive or something? I don't know. I understand how women trains work. Exactly. Where? Okay, firstly, where would you put the boobs on a lady train?
I would put everything on that locomotive up the front. I don't think I'm putting any on any of the carriages or on the brake van or anything like that.
Okay, well, where are you
Everything's
putting the
gonna happen at
penis on the male one?
I guess
Under the caboose.
Oh, you're putting it under the caboose. I'd put it sort of flopping around on top.
So you think under sort of
Like where the
funnel
chimney
would
is?
be, yeah.
So then the funnels are what kind of like? I guess one of them is the asshole.
No, the arsehole's out the back.
Yeah, right.
Blowing smoke.
Yeah, but the smoke comes out the top.
Yeah, but on a man train, it comes out the back.
With an asshole.
Yeah. Trains and pigs have arseholes, yeah.
All right.
Boobs go at the front because if you're looking at a train, the window of the train where the driver's looking out is the face. And so the boobs would have to be just right underneath that.
Okay, so like hanging on either side of the sort of the big
plow bit. Yeah.
Oh, the plow bit.
I'm picturing the train from The General, the Buster Keaton film.
Yeah.
So I'm picturing a very, very old train.
Sure, of course.
I don't know if you're picturing like a metro
Are the
modern
boobs
train.
young or old?
There's one each.
It's one old, one young.
Yeah.
Right.
One young boob, yeah, great.
One old boob is the title of my memoirs.
All right. I don't know if we have a sketch based on these. Oh wait, no. I think we should. We're going back and fixing the gender of the train.
Are we really?
We're
We're releasing a new one that is there's a woman.
No, the sketch is the train coming towards a screen extended universe.
The train.
But I mean, how do you extend that universe? Do you have a bunch of different vehicles coming towards the train?
You start the sketch, right? In 1929, when did this film shocked American viewers? They ran out of the thing like that.
I thought it was a train.
And now this experience is being brought back for modern audiences with the train coming towards the screen extended universe.
But I think it's really exciting to buy the rights to that film and to try and turn it into a narrative story. To try and craft, reshape things. Because they do this all the time. They take the flimsiest, they take Where the Wild Things Are and they turn that into a feature-length film.
Put in a love story.
You do Pixels, the movie, or whatever, and it's just emojis, or what is it? No, well, that was the Emoji Movie, but then there was Pixels, which was a different thing. But the idea that you would, I think you could take this, because obviously the train is coming towards the screen. Well,
where has it been?
Well, the screen is obviously then in some way the enemy of the train, or possibly the love interest of the train.
Or maybe the audience is the enemy.
Sure, and we got to look more broadly about what is this story telling, what is the motivation, and how can we tease that out into a 3-hour film, or possibly several films.
Do we think that the train is trying to escape the world of fiction and join the real world?
See that now? That's very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Because it was a fictional train. Any film, even a film of a train moving past, is fictional.
Is that right? Or is that? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be good to go into other genres, like make it a horror movie. The train is coming towards the screen, towards the audience to try and kill the audience.
Yeah. Everywhere that there's a screen, there's a train coming out of it.
Yep.
This train has ability to travel through dimensions. It's this supernatural entity, and that anytime you turn on a screen, even like your phone, right? Because there are screens all around us now. The train can get you anywhere. There's a screen on your fridge. There's a screen on the parking meter.
And it comes out in real, and it can crush you.
Yeah. But it comes out proportional in size to whatever screen it is that you do.
You're sleeping and your watch is there, just leaning towards your head.
Yeah.
And you just kind of hear this vague
through the neck.
What is that noise?
And the person's
you look down and you go, you try to get your watch off.
No.
Straight through the skull.
I would just go, no.
No, yeah.
Stop.
It's a cute little train.
I'm gonna derail it and then
And they go, ew.
It'd be moving really fast. It's a train. Steam
It's got
train.
a lot of mass.
But again, I'm thinking of an old locomotive. They're not going that fast.
Oh, I know, but this one's really small. So maybe, depending, I don't know. You know, I
How
don't-
things work in this train parallel dimension. I mean, you sound really confident that you know how to defeat this train when it comes out of a small screen.
I can defeat any train, Andy. I tell you this all the time.
Are you the train puncher?
Yeah. Yeah. You've heard of me? You've heard of my work?
Well, I've heard about your people and the culture, the subculture of train punching.
Yeah.
Which is where you wait at the level crossing with a boxing glove, and when the train comes past, you punch it.
Yeah.
And you only
can only ever do it once.
You only wear the boxing glove out of mercy because he would destroy that train.
Yeah, bare fist train punching.
We're the natural enemy of train spotters who love trains.
Yeah.
We hate trains.
You're right, train punchers. Opposite of train spotters. What's that, Andy? Is that a big KOA spotter?
That's a yawn, Alasdair.
Is a yawn a sketch?
Big.
Me?
Oh, wait,
Come on.
yawn extended universe.
Come on, what can we do with yawn? Come on, guys.
Well, you know, when you do yawn, you open your mouth, obviously.
You open your mouth.
You expose some of your most vulnerable areas.
That's right. Uvula.
Yeah.
Mevula.
Uvula.
Did you both come up with that? Wow.
Well,
this is really
Lisa
special.
said it
Great minds.
Well, I mean, he's extremely exhausted, Lisa.
Yeah, there's no excuse for me not being funny on this. I just got here. I had a nap today. It was great.
Really?
Imagine that. Imagine a nap. Wouldn't that be good right now?
Well,
This is really unnecessary.
Andy's going to get to have a little nap at some point in the next 5 hours. When
Surely you're not going to be going for 5. You're 2:59.
yeah, and then we got to read out all the sketches.
You got to read them all out.
While Andy makes a cheese goblet.
Yeah.
Cheese goblet.
I wonder if I should put that cheese in the fridge so that it's not.
Is it just sitting there?
Yeah.
What's a cheese goblet?
Well, I'm going to carve this kilo block of cheese into a couple of little cups that we can pour some wine into to toast the end of the podcast.
Who came up with this?
It was kind of something that came up before the last 200th episode.
Oh, yeah.
The 200th episode. All right, look. Yawning, it's your body changing mode in some way.
Now that Andy's gone, we can
Tiredness.
talk about kicking him off the podcast.
Only okay. So you think you could do this?
Getting this is a job interview.
We need you're good. No, you're bleeding from the head. I don't know if you heard that sketch from before we were talking about. Somebody's bleeding from the head during a job interview.
I'm really excited to join the team.
It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I can put the tit in tit.
We need a
Two in
tit.
the think tank.
We need a tit, yeah.
Yeah.
A long tit.
I'm happy to be token woman on this.
Tit in the think tank.
Just one.
We'll talk when he's gone.
You've got beautiful fingernails, Alasdair.
Thank you. They need to be trimmed.
Yeah, but they're always so clean.
Really?
Yeah, and well formed.
Thank you.
They got a good. I think they got a good length.
Why would they be dirty? He's not a farmer.
No, but
I know, but
Andy's not a farmer,
I'm
and
not a
Andy.
farmer either. But they're always filthy.
Yeah, but you're always like doing little projects.
Yeah, touching stuff.
I'm never achieving anything. I'm not.
No, but he's always, he's one of those guys. He's always making stuff. What's the most recent thing you made?
What's the most recent thing I made? The other day, I was at my parents' place, and I glued some stuff together. Did I make anything? I think it's been a while since I made. I made a little shelf thing to go because there was a gap between our bath and the wall of the bathroom. I made a little shelf thing to go in there that you could roll up some towels and put them in there. So there's just two little shelves that
That's
go in
clever.
and fill in the gap at the end of the bath.
He's clever.
It doesn't have to be good, but it just has to trick the people who are going to buy our house into thinking that it's good.
I hope they're not watching.
Yeah. I mean, they got to do their due diligence. And I think
That's
part
right.
of that is finding out who it is, seeing if they got a podcast, checking that out, seeing what
Seeing
kind
if
of-
they're doing any live podcasting
Yeah.
events. They're likely going to be talking about this thing that's going through their mind.
Wow,
Watch
that's
all
significant.
16, 17 hours of it. Just that's what due diligence is. You're not going to make a big investment like a house without watching 17 hours of a live podcast.
Caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Caveat emptor.
Speaking of buying a house, as white people, would you buy a house that was haunted?
And how long would you stay in it if
Well,
you
as a
found
white
out?
person.
Why is it as a white person?
Because it's always white people in horror movies that go and they buy a house in the middle of the suburbs or the country and they say, this will be a fresh start for our family. Won't this be lovely? And then they stay in the house for way too long after they realize it's haunted because they've sunk all of their money into it.
Well, I think it's very, very relevant given how difficult the housing market is to get into. And I think that maybe we could start an entire new real estate website. You know, you've got realestate.com, you've got domain.com. We could call it hauntedrealestate.com, right? Or satansdomain.com. And we only list haunted houses.
Yeah.
Okay. And so people absolutely know what they're getting into.
Yeah.
The trouble is, as soon as you make them easily accessible, people will realize it's like lamb shanks, right? As soon as somebody said, "This is a delicious," it's like Jamie Oliver, I think maybe like about 15 years ago, said, he did an episode when this is a very cheap cut of meat, and it's probably one of the best. And he showed how lamb shanks is so good, and then people went, well, why the fuck? Why aren't we just all getting lamb shanks? And then it turns out then the price of lamb shanks skyrocketed.
Yeah, right.
Right? And so suddenly, it's like the country. People find out, oh, country was really cheap. Everybody was like, well, why don't we just all, it's like we're pandemic, let's all go buy in the country. Now all we need is some schmo getting all the haunted houses linked in together through this haunted house thing. And suddenly you're like, well, people are going there because they're going to get a bargain. And then the people with haunted houses, probably the ghosts, are all like, well, now here's my chance to jack the price up. Maybe make it an auction, you know?
I mean, that's the real horror, isn't it? I mean, after you've been through the real estate experience, this experience of buying a house, very few things can scare you.
Sure. Okay, I'm just writing down horror house.
Did we write down the idea ages ago, hours ago, like 15 hours ago, Alasdair? Did we write down the idea of real estate agents for everything?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, horror house isn't as scary.
But
Someone's going to buy up all the haunted houses and sell them at a profit, yeah.
No, you're not giving your money to the real estate agent, but it feels like you are giving them your money when you buy a house.
But you are giving them a lot of money.
You're giving them a lot of money, but you're not giving them as all of your money. It feels like you're giving them a third of all the money you'll ever make in your life, but you're not giving them anywhere near that amount.
I'd pay more for a house with a ghost in it. I'd love to see a ghost.
Well, because it would be evidence of the afterlife.
Yeah.
Well, evidence of the afterlife. Oh, well, death is not the end.
Yeah.
Well,
This house costs more because there's a ghost in there, and you'll be able to believe in, an eternal soul.
I just hate the uncertainty. I don't believe in ghosts, but if I saw one, I'd be like, well, now I do.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good reason to believe in ghosts.
Yeah.
If you saw one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, there's no way that could be fake.
Then you find out if it could become your friend.
Yeah, I don't know if I would believe in ghosts if I saw one, but I don't know that I definitely would have a nervous breakdown. Because I think...
Yeah, you'd have a nervous breakdown because you suddenly believe in ghosts.
Well...
Because
I mean, it would certainly, raise a lot of questions for me. And even if ghosts aren't real, if I saw one, probably, it means that things are not going great in my brain anyway.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, it was like, I guess it was, I kind of had a similar thing when... I see.
You saw a ghost.
No, well, when I'm mostly skeptical of most things, and then the Pentagon,
tapes.
the Pentagon said that those UFO tapes were real, and then I not only I didn't start believing in UFOs, I started being absolutely certain that UFOs are real, and that aliens are living here, and then
trying to convince me.
Well, I mean, that's the only evidence I have, but it's very good evidence.
It's compelling.
Right?
Videos.
I always think it's strange that the American government especially has kept aliens and UFO activity and stuff a secret because they seem to think that the public wouldn't be able to handle it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they have that in their back pocket? Because you could always turn to the aliens. You could be like, the recession's fucked. Must be the aliens.
The aliens are real. And here's a list of the things they did. They killed JFK. That definitely wasn't us.
The aliens taking all your jobs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aliens also made cocaine in Afghanistan and then distributed it to communities, disadvantaged communities within America to help pay for the CIA.
Yep. The aliens did Hurricane Katrina. The aliens are responsible.
They did the bad response to Hurricane Katrina as well.
Yep.
Why the government, U.S. government,
reveals aliens. But
aliens.
what is the? I think the closest.
Oh, so I was 261. Just letting you know, you're right. You're in the right spot.
Version. I mean,
whoever's. I think maybe Brian's doing the numbers.
You know,
God.
I think the reason. I think that being in a haunted house.
Yeah.
Is a lot like renting anyway.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you have the feeling of you're not in control of the space that you're in.
There's a specter who kind of just hangs over you.
Well, a specter that hangs over. There are creatures that can come into the house at any time.
There's always a draft.
Yeah, sure. And you can't, you know, and there'll be lots of things, you know, there'll be like stains on the wall and stuff that you can't get rid of. It's, you know,
things go missing. Where did it go?
No, that's what you're referring to, your deposit.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bond, yeah.
My bond, that's what it is, yeah.
My bond is my word.
And also, it's the money I gave you.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
That you took because I
mean,
the doorknobs.
So, I think, is there a sketch in the idea that we think that it's a haunted house, but it turns out that they're just renting? And that all the phenomena associated with poltergeists.
Poltergeist.
It's actually all just landlords.
Poultry geese. And it's all just landlords, yeah. Coming and going in the night, opening doors.
Landlords walking into a house being like...
Coming and going in the night, that's a really weird thing for a landlord to do.
It wouldn't be the weirdest thing a landlord has done.
Yeah, sure. And, you know, I mean, I guess a lot of the ghost phenomena can probably just be explained by neighbours doing stuff.
Yeah.
Noise and stuff.
I've got a neighbour who likes to rev his car probably 13 or 14 hours a day. I mean, if
just like at home?
Yeah.
Just like in the driveway?
Yeah.
Just revving the engine?
Yep.
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, he doesn't like me because he thinks that I called the council on him, which I didn't, but I'd be justified if I did because he sucks.
Did someone call the council on him for revving his car?
Yeah, because he does it like all hours of the night and he's always yelling. He's super racist too. He's an awful dude.
Is he not okay?
No, I think he's just a dick.
But what? But I mean, I just can't imagine being okay on any level and then wanting to sit in your car revving the engine.
Probably just likes the sound of the car. Just being, look at this machine.
These are people that you have intentionally never hung out with.
Yeah.
And never would. And there's people who make decisions that you would never make.
Mm-hmm.
They live their life in a way that you never live, that doesn't take into account other people, and that you can't understand.
It's a famous saying. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your neighbours.
I mean, that show Neighbours, the famous Australian show Neighbours. It you know, a more accurate theme song would be Neighbours. Everybody has some neighbours. They're people that you would never choose to spend your time with, but you're forced to because they're living next door to you and you have no control over their behaviour. Some of them are really unpleasant.
Yeah.
They make your life worse.
I don't know.
Because then good neighbours or some
bad neighbours
continue to be your neighbours.
Eventually move out.
Yeah, great. That's a real. Oh, this is a great anthology series. It's people living next door to bad neighbours.
Just terrible people.
Yeah, and then at the end of each episode, they move out.
Yep.
So there's a happy ending. But at no point do they become friends with the neighbours.
No, I'm not friends with any of my neighbours. But it's like on that side, I don't like them. But on the other side, they're just like an old couple.
They're fine.
They're fine. They just, you know.
Wait, that house burned down 15 years ago.
Yeah, I know. I burnt it down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I lived in like, you know, Brunswick for so long, quite inner city, and now I live a bit further out in the suburbs. And the conversations you have in the suburbs are very different. Like you go for a walk, past someone who's watering their garden, and there's only 4 or 5 things that you can and will say, and it usually revolves around the garden.
Yeah,
usually like
the weather. Nice
roses. If they're mowing their lawn or watering the garden, you can say, you can do mine next.
Yeah, that is a classic.
Yep. Yep.
Do you say good day for it when you're walking around and it's raining?
Yep. Yep. Or if it's really sunny, you say, good day to get the washing out. Which is just true. Like,
yeah.
That's true.
I mean, I've got to say, I love a good day to get the washing out. And I'm hoping that climate change, whatever it does, makes there be more good days to get the washing out.
I know you guys have been in here all day. Have you actually been outside? Because it has been thunderstorming all day.
I thought somebody said it was unbelievably hot.
It was really muggy.
I heard some thunder a little bit.
It was hot and muggy in the morning, but ever since the early afternoon, it's been like thunderstorming. It's still quite muggy out there.
Yeah, I mean, we love to do this in a time of portents.
I don't know what that means.
Portents.
Portents. This is okay. We need to come up with sketch ideas.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Neighbors.
Okay. Hey, what did he say? Magnets?
Neighbors.
What was a door? Wait, that could have been.
What about this? Okay, you're living in an apartment building. You got one of those floor windows.
Get the door.
I'll get the door. Okay.
You got a floor window, okay, and you can you're looking down there into the apartment below. You can wave to your downstairs neighbours. Okay, you can pass them things from the kitchen. It's a new idea for a new kind of communal living.
Yep.
And it's supposed to bring people close together because everyone's so alienated these days from each other because of society and also
because of society.
Yeah, that as well. And then you can talk to the neighbours down there, the neighbours up there. You can have a fun thing where everyone in the apartment building opens their floor window and you play a game where you drop a big watermelon down through all the floor windows. And you see if anyone can catch it. And whoever catches the floor melon, the watermelon, gets to eat it.
Wait,
Maybe it's going to be a lot harder when it gets down to close to the bottom when it's going at terminal velocity. But
is this windows that go into other people's apartments?
Yeah, this is from the floor. Everyone's got a floor window in all the apartments in a multi-story building, right? And that means you can talk to your neighbours down there. You can open up the floor window. You can chat to your downstairs neighbour.
19 stories.
Yeah, sure.
I do like that.
Yeah. So it's just a floor. It's not like a what are they called? Firefighter's pole. Doesn't go all the way down.
No, it's just a hole.
Okay.
I think maybe you could argue. People say, "Oh, you'll fall 19 floors." You go, "You won't fall 19 floors. You'll fall
hit the edge.
You'll
and
fall.
You'll
Yeah,
smash your head off.
Exactly. One floor, then you'll smash yourself. You'll be fine. It's like 3 meters.
Yeah.
Right. Then you might scrape your leg. You might bite your tongue. You might chew some fat from the lamb I was eating.
I think in terms of communal living, I think I'd prefer. So that's like a vertical issue. I'd prefer a horizontal one. I like the idea of having a sort of a dumbwaiter in your house where you could pass things to other apartments in a complex, little letters and stuff.
Oh, what about it was kind of like being in prison, right? And you can send things through the toilets or stuff like that.
Could you do that?
Oh, apparently if you there are some things in prison where the people have been able to flush a bit of string down one of their toilets, right? And then somebody can hook it up from their toilet because they're all connected to the same pipes and that kind of thing. And then you got a little string there. You can feed things through. Yeah.
Like string.
Yeah,
like
string. You can give them all the string you
telephones,
want.
Go,
right?
oh, hello,
a little
hello.
sandwich.
Hey, hey, buddy, I got that string you were looking for.
Hey, you need some string?
Toilet
get
string.
some cigarettes, pass them through the toilet water.
I got some twine. You want some twine?
Yeah, what about this? It's a waiter.
All different types of string. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Some yarn.
Yep. Fishing line.
Bit of cotton.
Yep. Hessian.
Jute.
What'd you call me? No, pneumatic tubes. That's what I want.
Yeah,
Yep.
sure.
I can just pass things to different apartments
They
through
do
tubes.
seem fun.
Yeah.
Pneumatic tubes?
I want to get in it.
What do they do?
Well, they used to have them for sending messages and stuff.
Yeah, they used to have them when I worked at Kmart.
Seriously, they had them.
One of my first jobs was at Kmart when I was 18 or 19 or so.
Murphy's.
And at every register there would be a tube that
you send the money.
Yeah, you would send the money when you got to a certain amount on the registers. You would have to pack it up and put it in the tube.
It's a good sound.
Thunk.
There you go. It's a good sound.
Thunk. There we go. That was a good one.
That was a good one. Yeah, really good.
He's good. He's a real sound man.
Right. What else could you put in those things?
Cukes.
Cukes.
Yeah.
You could get.
You could put anything in there is the point, and that's what's fun.
Yeah, I know, but we need a system.
Ham.
We need it to be something quite specific.
Yeah.
In order for it to be justifiable as a sketch.
Yeah.
Water. Okay.
Babies.
Sausages.
Bottles of water, sausages. We already did that.
No, I know we already did that. Alasdair sausages coming through tubes. That's a big bit of ours.
Yeah. It could be a way that I guess you could let
defecate in there and then you send away your poo.
Yeah, you could do that.
Fish.
So what's that beaked animal with the beaver tail?
Yeah, fish.
No, the beaked one.
No.
The big flat beak, big bill.
No, because there was that.
It feels like platypus could travel through that pretty easily.
Rodents, I think. Yeah, I think a platypus isn't quite round enough.
It's pretty rodent-like though. It's like you don't let the tail and the beak trick you. It is a rodent, right?
No, do you remember that fish tube that was on the internet?
Huh?
Do you remember the fish tube that was on the internet?
I do remember that.
Where they were moving the fish from one lake to another. They put them in that horrible tube.
But they swam up the tube, didn't they?
Yeah, but it was going really fast. It would have scared them. And they would have been taken from one lake to another. You'd be very confused. Imagine if someone sucked you out of your house with a tube and put you into a different house.
I think that would be really good for getting kids onto the bus in the morning.
Yeah.
In fact, I love this idea. It's a bus that is negatively pressurized. Okay. And what they have is sort of like a garbage truck, but it's a guy who runs up to the door with
a big tube.
With a big tube, big vacuum tube, right? He presses against the doggy door. So all my kids can fit through doggy doors.
Can they?
Yeah. And then you're in there.
How do you know he's not going to suck a dog through?
Suck a dog through.
Yeah, they suck a few dogs through, okay? But, that's your bycatch of your sort of your mass harvesting systems, right? So you shove in you're just chucking your kid out the door. The bus is here, you chuck your kid through the doggy door, thunk.
Thunk.
It gets spat out into the bus.
Thunk. What I want to know is why does Andy know all of his children can fit through doggy doors?
Because I went to my sister's house the other day, and they were inside before I was. The door was locked, and then they were all inside.
They went through the doggy
Maybe they can pass through solid matter. I haven't investigated.
I'd believe it, of your children.
If I suspect that the way that they do pass through solid matter is via a doggy door. And I think
you just gonna leave your friend standing there?
Well, what's the time? How are we going?
It's 8:53. If you're happy to have Pete join us right now,
Obviously, I love Pete. Pete, get over here.
Please come, Peader Thomas.
Are those for me?
Well, I thought that because it's hello guys.
Hello, Peter. How are you? You got to get a mic.
There's a mic here.
These are for you guys because it's your 300th
anniversary.
Anniversary.
Episode anniversary. Thank you so much.
Oh my God! What are these? Lupins?
Snapdragons.
Snapdragons. I was going to say hollyhocks.
Oh, Pete.
Snapdragon's also good.
No, they're snapdragons.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's really
they smell
kind.
great.
Oh, that's nice.
Peader Thomas, obviously the designer of the Two in the Think Tank logo.
Yes.
Big part of our journey.
Yeah, that's right. He's been in all our posters that we've done for comedy festivals. And things.
Very talented.
Yeah, lots of things. And we didn't even bother you to make you
No.
do this.
These look great, by the way. They're fantastic.
That's Ellie Durkin.
Great work, Ellie Durkin.
You've been replaced.
That's good.
All right, so
I think it's about time.
I think Pete's been trying to get away.
Fresh blood.
You had a haircut today?
I did.
Looks great.
This morning,
Really
just for you guys.
A bit of a fade?
Well, you tell me.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's fading. It's nice.
Sure. Crossfade.
Gross.
Your star wipe?
Yeah, it goes
obviously.
from long on the top to real short and then long again.
Fades in, fades out, fades back in again. Yeah.
And then every time you run your hands through your hair, it goes. "Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do."
Well, you could definitely get your hair done in a real kind of wiggly pattern, so it does look like you're having a flashback.
I'm gonna get my hair cut in the shape of a magic eye trick, magic eye poster. What are they called?
Like one of those 3D ones?
Yeah, the ones where
You look at it and it's a camel.
Yeah, or
Cross your eyes.
Yeah,
or
and
a
then so then
sailboat.
people will be looking at you like with your eyes crossed like this, going, and then what? Like something will
it's a
emerge from your
sailboat.
face, or your?
It's in my hair, not in my face.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But people just be staring at the back of your head.
Hell yeah.
I guess it's got to be the back of your head.
I've never been able to get one of those to work.
No?
Really?
No. I have a feeling that it's a big joke on me.
I mean, they were never as dramatic or satisfying as you would hope. I would like now as an adult to look a little bit more into the mechanism and what makes them work, why they do
eyes.
what they do. Your eyes. It is definitely the eyes are involved. I know that much.
Magic.
I feel really
I
confident.
tried all the other senses. None of them.
Magic eye of the tongue.
Yep. Magic
Two
tongue.
tongues you could taste in stereo, though. That'd be pretty good.
I mean, we can do a sketch about a guy who designs these things. He goes, "Yeah, I do the outlines of boats. I do
A dolphin.
a dolphin.
Yeah, dolphin was a big one. Or a unicorn.
Yeah, unicorn. You know what? And the rest, yeah, they were tries, but they didn't quite make it there. But I didn't. You know what? I didn't let that stop me from releasing.
feel bad
them.
about
you didn't.
that.
You know, you can stare at these ones for as long as you want, and that's more just about the abstract looking rather than actually getting something that you can
Well, I think
focus on
as
there
a
for
person
second.
who does magic eyes, you'd probably feel a certain pride in your work and think that they're worth looking at either way, even though they're objectively a horrible thing to put your eyes on.
So most of the so some of those would be like filing cabinets or parcels.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're genuinely nothing. They're just
nothing.
Yeah, you can't even focus on them. You know, like those ones where you it feels like you stare at it for ages and you try to get all the focal lengths and you go, there's nothing there. Somebody's fucking with me.
Yeah, that's where the trick is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like the behind.
Just a book of all fake magic eyes is a
Aw,
really good idea.
So cruel.
Yeah.
I feel like those things really they had their time like in the 90s. So I'm like, I wonder what the guy who made them or girl just to make sure.
Yeah.
Is like I wonder what they're doing now. Like what are they working on these days? It's like I was the magic eye trick guy.
Yeah.
What's he doing now?
You let's see. Are there
Sleeping
any
on a bed of money? Like it's such a
sure.
popular.
I mean, you quit.
Yeah. And
It's him, and it's like other successful '90s. It's Enya and things like that. They're all kind of just relaxing in a pile of money.
Fully sure.
Yep.
Money that looks 2D, but if you cross your eyes, it looks 3D. It's a very big pile.
Whoever made those beaded plastic curtains that you put on your door.
Inflatable. Furniture.
Inflatable couches. Yeah, sure.
These aren't
All
separate.
that '90s money.
These aren't separate piles of money either. It's the same pile of money.
They
They're all together.
It's
They're
all
living in a TikTok house.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're all married. They're in a big open marriage.
Oh wow, a polycule.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I think that's a thing.
It
Yeah.
sounds
People are
like
in a really
sounds
big
like a cell that many
relationship.
hairs grow out of.
Yeah, it sounds like it
Not
would easily get infected.
Yeah.
You would need to get that lanced.
Like
I think
a polycule.
I think a polycule could get easily infected if you get a disease into that unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what is the magic eye guy doing now? I mean, are there any current optical illusions? Is there any like optical illusion trend, or have we sort of maxed out the number of optical illusions? Have we discovered all?
No,
of them?
it's usually something that pops up like remember the dress? Like the what is it, the blue and black?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was the sound one as well.
Yeah.
Laurel
Yanni. Laurel Yanni. That's right. Laurel Yanni.
But I think, it feels like Laurie and Yanel is whatever. Sounds like it feels like it uses the same trick as Magic Eye in some way. I realize one's visual and one's sound, but it feels like the same kind of thing.
So some people look at it and they see something, and other people look at it and they see something else.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Some people look at it and they see just squiggles. Somebody look at it. People look at it and they hear the word
YAML.
Laurel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like those. I mean, I remember doing them in high school. Those things where it's like they write the words of colors in different colors. You know, do you know what I mean? Like they'll write the word green in a red pen.
Yeah.
And it's like, what color is this?
Yeah, and you can't handle it.
You can't. Your brain explodes. That's why I failed high school.
I think that in the new Batman movie that the Riddler is in, I think he's going to be doing a bit of that stuff and doing a little bit of Magic Eye stuff as well.
I think the Riddler's also going to do this. He goes, "Hey, Batman," like this. "Hey, Batman," like that or whatever. And he goes, "What do cows drink?" And then he goes, and he goes, "Milk." And he goes, "They produce milk."
Well, Batman.
Baby cows do drink milk, right?
No, yeah, but
And they are
he said,
still
"No, I
cows."
mean adult cows.
Oh, okay. What are adult cows? Adult cow.
Adult
Wow.
cows
Hey,
drink.
Batman,
This
start
is the
again.
This is a new character called the Shit Riddler.
Yeah. Adult cows drink.
Yeah.
Say milk again.
Well, Batman, I'll only let you out, but if you riddle me this, solve my riddle. What do you put in a toaster?
Toast.
You fucking idiot.
Well, sometimes you do put toast in there if it hasn't been cooked enough. If you want
No.
to get for more.
No, Andrew.
Ah.
I guess it depends on.
Written down the Shit Riddler.
I guess it depends, and I'm sure you've discussed this before.
Yeah.
At what point does bread become toast?
You know what? We haven't. Could you believe it? But it's a very two in the think tank topic.
Yeah. Like, is it when it starts to get crunchy? Is it when it starts to get brown? Or is it... Because you wouldn't call hot bread toast.
You also have to slice it first.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't put a whole loaf in the, I was going to say fridge, or the oven and toast it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So that's the start.
Well, putting it in the oven is different as well, because if you put, like, when you make like garlic bread, you put a whole loaf of garlic bread in the oven. You wouldn't call that toasted. You would call it like
what would you call
baked.
it?
Oven baked garlic bread.
Heated
You know,
hot.
If you slice a loaf of bread in half down the middle, would you consider that to be sliced bread?
Yes, just really big slices that you can't eat.
You know, it's thick, and then could you then make
Super
a sandwich
cafe.
out of that, where you have half a loaf of bread there, a slice of lettuce, a piece of cheese, another half a loaf of bread on top.
That sounds like a Scooby. That's a Scooby-Doo sandwich.
No, it's not, because he would have a lot of fillings, but not that much bread.
Oh, of course.
This is the opposite.
Rather than hot, like
yeah, I've seen that.
rather than.
But you haven't answered my question. When does bread become toast, Andrew?
Oh, look,
I think it's definitely the outer
it's an emergent
texture. The outer
phenomenon.
texture starts to become.
But I also feel like there's got to be some brownness there.
It doesn't necessarily need to be brown for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's any tiny change in the bread at all.
Once it loses that soft exterior. So I don't know if it's like still crunchy to the bite, but it definitely is going harder.
It has to be crunchy because you can't just have hot bread.
No,
like imagine
it could be nice.
Oh, imagine putting bread in the microwave. Oh.
I used to do that.
Why?
Yeah, me and my friend James, we would put slices of cheese on top of a piece of bread, and we would put it in the microwave, and it would melt the cheese, and then we would eat the cheese and bread.
How old were you? Old enough to know better?
15, that window.
I figured it out. It's the sound. Of
Music. Yep.
No. The sound of
toast.
The sound of toast. So when you put a spread on toast, it makes a sound. If you put a knife across a freshly sliced piece of bread, it doesn't make any sound.
So the answer is how do you this is what you asked me. These are the words you use.
Yeah.
How do you see whether or not it's toast? And my answer is you don't. You hear.
It's definitely not how I phrased it.
No, those are your exact words.
Oh, it's that famous.
When you see that it's crunchy.
It's a famous what is it, a platitude? What's the sound of one hand? What's the sound of one hand toasting?
Now there is such a thing as I feel, isn't there? It's not a thing that we experience very often, but you can absolutely press objects against your eyes and feel them that way.
Yes.
And
never heard of this.
I just think it's wrong to suggest that the eyes are only good for seeing. They are also able to sense when you've put spicy things in them.
Yep.
Or lemons.
Yep.
This is like mouthfeel.
Or just if there's onions in the room. Who's going to tell you if there's onions in the room? Your eyes.
Yep.
Your nose.
Yeah, probably because you'd be able to see them and smell them. Yeah.
It's especially
also,
good.
The eyes will start watering. The eyes actually do, I would say, probably.
What are you calculating?
Four of the senses can be done with the eyes.
The eyes are definitely very good at knowing what
Got it.
shape my mascara is.
Smell. And I don't know if there's another one.
You can't
Taste. A little bit of
smell
taste.
with. What are you talking about? Smell with your eyes?
Oh, if you can detect onions.
Can you taste with your eyes?
If you can detect onions, that's a kind of smelling.
Okay, just cut onions.
You might only be able to smell cut onions, but it's still smelling. If you can tell something is there from the little molecules that are in the atmosphere. It's a limited sense of smell, but it's still smell.
It's different because your sinuses are all connected up together. So when you smell something, you sort of taste it at the same time, and then
Yeah.
eventually it goes to your eyes as well.
No, that's not what's happening. I think
that's
it's going
all-
straight into the eyes.
That's all one tube.
No.
That's all one
It's
pneumatic
coming
tube
into
in
the
here.
eyes from outside. It's the little molecules that are in there. They're getting into the eyes and irritating the eyes directly. Your eyes are sensing the onions.
Have been cut though.
Yeah, that have been cut.
Yeah,
sure.
because otherwise you'd just be able to put onions in boxes and you'd be able to win the Find the Onion in the Box competition.
Find the onion in the box competition just by
That famous carnival game.
your eyes.
Yeah.
And then you win the onion, right? And you get to
I
go
love
home
the
with a nice onion.
And you have to eat it.
Or cut it.
Oh,
I just...
Papa needs a brand new onion.
If you didn't have...
Eyes. Onions.
Okay, now
Sinuses.
your eyes are still aren't able to see, okay? But you can't... Your eyes aren't able to see.
I have no eyes, but I must smell.
Your eyes aren't able to see. Would you be able to find your way around by putting cut onions all around your house and navigating that way? not accurately. I'm not saying well enough to perform surgery or anything like that. But I think that you would be able to find your way around the house by using your ability to sense cut onions.
Yeah, I think you could tell that
you're information about the surroundings, even if your nose was blocked and your mouth was closed.
It's like an echolocation.
Yes, but it's onion location.
Onion location.
Yeah,
with your eyes.
Training people to use the greatest sense of all, onions. Your ability to detect onions, and it's a sort of a pain sense as well because it's an unpleasant sensation. But
do you think that the more you do it though, the less effective you'll be at telling whether or not you reach peak onions pretty quickly?
Sorry, I took the pad. Somebody sent food here, but I don't know who it's for. It says Michael, and I don't know what. I'll be back.
Could it be for us?
Well, it could be potentially, but I don't know. It's like, am I opening somebody else's food?
Okay.
Did someone called Michael send you some food?
Onion location.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Maybe they should encourage people to take onions with them when they go on hikes. So in case they get lost, people are able to sniff them out and find them.
Using their eyes?
Yep.
Finally, we'll be able to find people who are lost using our eyes.
Yeah, like sniffer dogs. We'll finally be able to beat sniffer dogs at their own game.
Yeah, finally. And establish our dominance.
I feel like sniffer dogs will also be able to find people based on onions.
Nah, they don't like onions. They wouldn't do it. They'd be like, nah, that smells horrible. I'm not helping.
268. I'm wondering, are there any other uses or benefits to this scenario? But forget about it. I got nothing else to say about navigating by detecting onions.
Have some more custard, Andy.
No, mate. How about this?
Yeah.
It is a rainbow of pain. We call it a pain bow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And it is the different types of pain that pure pain is made up of.
So what you've got on one, like the ultraviolet and the red.
Yeah.
So you've got. Is it not very painful to painful, or is this a different?
Yeah, that's interesting because I think there are different types of pain, right? There's sort of stabbing pain, right? All the ones that doctors ask you about.
Stabbing, throbbing,
stinging,
sharp,
burning,
itchy.
Itchy. I don't know if itchy is a kind of pain. Onion location. It's using putting cut onions around your house so that you can find your way around just using whether or not your eyes are stinging.
So it allows you to see how to get around using only your eyes?
Yeah.
But your eyes aren't working.
Yeah.
But they're also reacting.
They don't have to be.
But they are working because they can tell you whether or not you're in the kitchen.
So their sense of touch works.
Yeah.
Is that what you
their
mean?
sense of smell. The eye's sense of smell.
Well, I think we established that the eyes have a sense of touch.
The eyes. We also established that they have a sense of smell, which is the ability to detect onions.
Yeah, I think that comes from your nose, and that makes your eyes water.
Said, but I
That's what
disagree.
I was saying.
I think it's getting directly into your eyes.
No, but Bill Nye, the science guy, did it by putting goggles on, and then he
putting onions in them.
Did the goggles cover the eyes or the nose?
Yeah, the goggles covered the eyes.
I'm glad you said Bill Nye, the science guy, so we didn't get it confused with the other
I've
Bill
definitely
Nyes.
cut onions with goggles just over my eyes, and it hasn't given me problems.
Oh yeah, his eyes still watered, but
He sounds like an idiot.
Now somebody sent burgers to this place for Michael, but I think it looks like it's 2 chicken burgers and some chicken wings and fries. So I don't know if that's for us or somebody just delivered it to the wrong place.
Right.
And I don't know how to find out 100%.
Well,
it says it's for Michael.
You're live, so can we get people to figure it out for us?
Yeah, I mean,
check the chat and see if anyone mentions
send us a message on the 300 is live now thread if they send us lots of chicken.
268. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's making a bold assumption.
Okay. So here we go. It's a delivery guy, right? But what does he deliver? Food.
Babies.
Onions. All right.
Love. Dreams.
Moose pillows.
You've been watching this, huh?
A little surprise.
Jokes.
Throws something at you.
Punchlines.
Punchlines.
I got to go to the toilet again, Alasdair. I'm so sorry.
Okay, moves the house. I'm so sorry. I'm just like, this is not a great way of coming up with ideas.
It's all right. It's free association. Come on. It's jazz. This is comedy jazz. Come on.
It's that problem where I'm like, all right, I got to pick up the pace on this thing, right? But I can't actually move any faster. My mind is now mush.
Stagnated.
Okay. Stagnated. You're a guy. You deliver. You're maybe a woman. You deliver.
Yep.
Right? You're in your car. You see the place. You got your bag of food. Right? But what you do is instead you get out and you just piff it at the house like that. Right? That doesn't help anybody. Right? You get your next job. Right? You get a really bad rating for that. You get your next job. Right? Piff that at the house. Right? Actually, they don't give you a bad rating there. They just call the thing. They feel bad because they know that if you don't have a 5-star rating, you probably won't get any jobs. So then for you, your job isn't quite over yet because you're just trying to quit. You've just started. You only started so that you could piff some food in a house.
Oh, so that's what they wanted to do.
I think so.
They used to be a baseball pitcher, and this is the only way they know how to deliver food.
I assume that if you wanted to piff a bunch of meals at houses, you could probably become a Uber delivery driver for your first 3 jobs.
Yep.
And then just piff those, and then they would stop giving you jobs. But that would give you a free reign to piff 3 jobs.
So this is like you have sports people and their careers are essentially over when they're 26 or something like that. They've reached their prime.
Yeah.
And this is a career that they can go into after their sporting career is over. So delivery, and that would be for what, like baseball players or people who throw balls.
Yeah, I suppose if you wanted to piff. Piffing would help if you did have some training, but you probably can do it.
Probably not like a swimmer, for instance, would.
No, well, absolutely, but they might do medicine balls or something like that. When they're in the gym.
In the water, though, probably isn't that like
water polo?
Yeah,
yeah, they could probably just throw Uber meals in the water as well.
Yeah, so get in the pool, deliver someone's food that way.
I would love to try eating a burger underwater.
I think you could.
Have you eaten anything underwater?
No, I don't think I've ever eaten anything underwater.
I don't think it's safe.
But you could make it safe. You could have like
COVID safe.
COVID
You're
safe.
away from people. That's one way.
What do you mean? Like you could have a snorkel and you could shove food through the snorkel?
No. I mean, like there's a pool at the bottom of the pool. There's a table, and it's got like one of those checkered tablecloths, and there are some candles.
There's underwater candles.
There's underwater candles. I don't know.
Those like a flare, like an old flare.
Yeah,
and then,
it's the Italian restaurant from that Billy Joel song.
Yep.
Yeah, and so.
There's a piano man.
So you're okay. So let's say
some Catholic girls.
This is all it is. All the experience is you want to eat underwater, but not in like some kind of like dome or anything like that. You just want to see what it's like to eat a burger underwater, right? A full burger. Would you prefer ocean water? Would you prefer? And that would go great with fast food.
Yeah, salty.
Would you prefer fresh
seafood.
water?
Yeah.
Or would you prefer sort of pool water?
I'm gonna go with ocean water first.
Yeah.
Because pools have chlorine.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't make the burger taste good.
Yeah.
And then I guess it depends.
Or in the bath.
Makes it safer though.
The bath is the first one because that's going to be the cleanest water.
That's true. Yeah. I forget you got to eat. All right. What is this now? What is the underwater eating burger challenge here?
I think it's going to be a real challenge to get all the pieces to stay close to you and not stop them floating away.
Speed eating. It could, because now that's the problem as well.
They eat in space,
They eat in space, sure.
Yeah.
They can breathe.
Space is different to the ocean.
No, but the principle that everything is floating away. I think that you're thinking about the wrong sorts of foods.
Yeah.
So what you really need is a food that's already wet.
Sure,
therefore it can't get any under the water.
I don't know that this is the solution.
Okay, but I can think
I was going the other way. I was thinking food that's firm enough that it's not going to break up in the water. Like
hate to say it, but I think Lisa's right.
Yeah. I know you hate to.
I think probably the answer is sausages, right? You need to.
That is what I was thinking.
Underwater.
I was thinking of those like frankfurters. They got that tough skin on the outside.
Well, yeah, I mean they're made by boiling them, right? So I mean already
they're tough.
Yeah, they're built for this.
And why are we doing this? Is this for competitive eaters? They're training in all terrains.
It's just a bit of fun.
Yeah, no,
it's a date idea.
This is the final frontier.
But I mean, if you said to your date, okay, first Tinder date.
First
Tinder date.
There's no weird energy. Right, and there's no awkward conversation, I suppose, at least.
Yeah, but what you're doing, and this is where the only awkward energy will come from. Okay, you go first Tinder date. You go, all right. This is what I'm proposing. Now, I have a spa bath at my house. Now, I don't want us to take a spa bath together and be removing clothes or anything like that. This is what I want to do.
It's not a sex thing. I have to make that
clear. Not in any way a sex thing.
I want you to watch me eat underwater.
No, I want us to both eat a hamburger underneath the water.
It's a spa bath, though. The jets are going to be on?
Jets are not going to be on.
Okay, good.
Because we want to be able to enjoy it and see each other. Right?
It's just a spa bath because it's big enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just because it's big enough and
It is about dining size.
Yeah.
It's a dining bath.
I think that there's not enough ambience in the spa bath, though.
Yeah, but the area around the spa bath, somebody might have
put candles.
Put candles. No, candles is too romantic for a first date. I think.
Okay.
Look, it's been a
On
long time.
Just some chill music, like
Yeah, you could be playing like
lo-fi music to study to,
Yeah.
like that kind of playlist. Yeah.
What about ice cream?
No, that's
Ice
too
cream is-
wet.
No, but it's you're worried about it disintegrating,
eat
right?
tongue.
You
It's kind of an aquatic food anyway.
Yeah, you're right. Its habitat is already quite wet.
Or fish, I
Beef tongue.
suppose.
Fish. Yeah, it's a good answer.
Live fish.
Look, I know this is almost nothing, but I'm just writing down underwater first date burger eating.
Oh my god. Oh, this is very much the difficult end of this fucking
Underwater first date burger eating.
This is the pointy end. I can't. You just like it's so hard to consider food that's soft enough that it's not like rock hard.
Yeah.
But not so soft that it would run
Old-
away with the water.
Old mashed potatoes.
What about what's a firm cheese? What's a firm cheese, Peter?
Eat
Go.
them. Eat them. Eat
I
'em.
will eat them.
Yeah. Eat them.
I
mean, you want
Nobody
a
else-
cheese.
nobody else
You
picked
want
up on that.
like
Sorry.
what's a bocconcini? That you get that in water.
It's true. That's
Soaks
all.
in
That
water.
would be a perfect
It's a
water.
so-
to
it's a
eat.
soft cheese, but
Buffalo?
That
Yeah,
is
but buffalo mozzarella.
That is a fantastic underwater food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really great answer.
Pickles.
Bocconcini. Pickles. Olives.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Because
Yeah.
you can be in the vinegar. So you get into
Yes.
a big vinegar bath.
Oh, this
Okay.
is really good.
It's
You swim amongst the pickles.
Yeah.
In their natural habitat. It's like going to the Great Barrier Reef, right? But
Eating
it's an
fish right off
enormous-
the reef.
Yeah, but it's an enormous vat of pickles.
See, okay, so I'm picturing the Great Barrier Reef, except instead of fish and sea bugs or whatever's in there,
Yes.
coral, things like that, it's all a big charcuterie board.
Okay.
Because
Cutery.
everything in a charcuterie,
Yeah.
charcuterie.
Shark.
Shut up.
Cute, like a
Not a cute sharkery.
No.
That's next
Terry,
door.
like Terry toweling. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
like the reef. Yeah, I get it. It's jam packed with puns.
I'm just saying, everything in a charcuterie board is good for eating underwater. You got
Cured
your
meats?
Yeah, you got your meats, you got your cheeses, pickles, grapes. It's
Yeah, but the board itself is going
Yeah.
to be a nightmare because as soon as you get it under the water, firstly it floats because it's wood.
And we're going for something with neutral buoyancy here.
What are we picking?
What
do you know that has neutral buoyancy?
It's wood, but it's
Bocconcini.
had weights. It's had weights added to it.
Ah,
so that
yes.
It,
But my fear is that it's got to do with dealing with that surface tension and stuff like that. As soon as you break that, there's going to be all these twirly little eddies
Oh, sure,
that are
eddies.
going to move all that stuff that's on the board, except for the meat that sticks to the board.
You could just put it on the top of a really small submersible.
You nail
just-
the meat to the board.
the meat
Oh.
nailed to the board, Al.
So it's
With
like, yeah,
some of
I
those
mean,
food nails.
Hey, do you think a meal that's shaped
Well,
like Jesus
Andy, you don't eat
on
the
a-
forks. Like, they don't need to be.
Like like
you
a
could eat the forks, I suppose.
like an animal that's roasted on the spit or
I
whatever,
can
but it's on
barely
a
understand
cross,
words anymore.
and you can save it.
Like a pig on a spit.
Yeah, but you save it off.
It's a pig on a crucifix.
It's a pig on a crucifix, but then you save it and then you eat
This
it.
is very problematic for almost every religion. I think you've done it, Alasdair. I think you've offended every religion.
No, but you
Offended everyone.
save it. You save it and then you eat it.
How did you
How do you
get
save
from
it and eat it?
Well, you save it from the crucifix, and then you
And the pickle bath.
and then you say, "This is your body."
like they did with Jesus?
eat it.
Yeah. They saved
Jesus
Je-
kept asking, "Eat
That-
my body."
That is what
Yeah,
they did with Jesus. They got him off the crucifix and then they ate him 3 days later.
Burgers are just sitting
Transubstantiation. Yeah.
Go get them. If they're just sitting there, just eat them.
Cave with the stone in front of it sounds a lot like a pizza oven to me.
Yeah, that's why Jesus came out all crispy.
crispy.
Oh, he was so nice and crunchy on the outside, but the cheese had melted really nice. Alasdair, I cannot abide that food going to waste. Go and get it if it's just sitting there.
I'm gonna go get one, just because. I mean, I think
Go get one.
at this point, well, you can have the others. Yeah,
Yeah, because if it's just sitting there, whoever
I think Lisa might like some as well.
whoever didn't get it is obviously just going to get a refund. And if it was meant to be yours, then you can eat it.
That's great.
It'll be fine. I don't like food going to waste.
Oh, that's fine. And just our sincere thanks to Michael.
Yeah.
Anybody called Michael up here on the pod today?
Yeah, Mike Kalenderian. I have messaged him to ask him if he sent us some food, but he hasn't written anything.
I open this.
Ooh.
All right.
What's in here?
Ooh.
Magic bag.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact that there's 2 burgers, it's like
This could be.
it's meant to be for them. It has to be, surely.
But they're all meat.
They are. That's true.
You can check the other burger. All right. I'm sorry we're eating so much now.
You guys are.
You need sustenance.
I'd like you guys to eat something as well.
I'm absolutely going to eat some chips.
Sure.
Like, oh, look how yellow they are. Yum.
All right.
So
that looks like that's also chicken. Would you like that?
Oh yeah, go on.
Eating underwater situation.
Oh, Peter, have you eaten?
Look, that's already been solved because we got that date.
It's a first date. Yeah. It's not sexual. Please come to my pickle bath and eat.
I really like the pickle bath.
Well, it should just be salty water. Like, it doesn't need to be.
But can you?
Well, it's a brine.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. You can swim in it. You can swim in brine.
Apparently,
There's no law that says you can't.
No, marathon runners eat or drink pickle brine after runs because it contains a lot of electrolytes.
Is that true?
Wasn't that what we were talking about when I first got in here?
Marathon runners
Yeah.
a while ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Just chugging pickle brine at the finish line.
Yeah. Apparently, it's supposed to be.
This is not a one-handed burger.
I'm already in pain.
Do you need me to get you some water?
Oh, thanks,
There
mate.
we go. I'll mic up the burger.
Guess you got that Coca-Cola.
We need more sketch ideas.
I wonder where these are from.
Okay.
Michael, sorry.
Yeah.
Mike Kalenderian did not send us any food. We're eating somebody else's food.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I said to the guy, I go, is this for us? And he goes, I don't think there's a Michael here. And he goes, well, then I would have to just go back to the restaurant. And I go,
okay,
well.
Yeah, it'll just be whoever got the wrong thing, they'll get a refund and.
Okay.
What's the oddest thing that you've been delivered by accident? That wasn't yours.
Yeah, once we got I mean, it's not the oddest thing, but it's the only thing that I can think of.
That'll do.
Is a bunch of coffee pods that came from in the mail for a coffee machine that we didn't own, and a free package. You're quite excited. You open it up, but coffee pods, they're as good as useless, right? If you don't have the machine, you can't do anything with that.
You can't just
crack them open and then use them in a French press or something.
Or just put them in a teacup and just pour coffee over them, and then just stir it around.
No, you can't do that. All right.
How about this?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a dog police show. Right, but
wait, dogs are the criminals or the police?
No, it's like Inspector Rex,
Yes.
but this is Chief Inspector Rex, and he's running the entire station.
And you're thinking of Paw Patrol.
He's been promoted, but he's still a dog who can't talk.
Yes.
Right, but now he's got a desk job. You see, now that's funny.
Okay, so it's all administrative.
It's all administrative. Yeah, he's behind the scenes. Pete, you're doing a great job there.
I wasn't because
I
was holding them like a bouquet, and then
all the famous police dogs are there, and they're all in one's the police commissioner, one's now the
all the famous dogs.
One's now the town mayor. That's K9.
K9, yeah.
Hooch is also is also now running the fire department.
Lassie's married with puppies.
Was Lassie a police dog?
I'd say she was more a neighborhood watchdog.
Or is this a sort of sourcing from the community?
She's kind of a vigilante dog, I think.
Wait, was Lassie a she?
Now, I don't know. I'm just going on the name being Lassie.
I thought that Lassie was a...
Which sounds a little feminine.
I thought it was a masculine dog.
A man dog.
The Inspector Rex is now What is it?
Chief Inspector.
Chief Inspector.
Detective. He's actually the commissioner, the chief commissioner of the entire NYPD. I don't know why he's moved to America. I don't know why he's working out in New York. I think was he a German dog?
Yeah, maybe German or Austrian. It's obviously because he hit like a ceiling in wherever that was. Yeah, and just couldn't get any higher.
Well, and because everyone over there knew he was a dog, right? But when he submitted his resume to people just with his name and without a photo and this is how you get the job of chief commissioner of the NYPD, is just by a resume.
Yeah.
And it's a blind interview process.
A phone call sometimes.
And from another country, they'll just take a random. I'm happy with that. Let's move to the next one.
Okay. Oh, I love it. I love a smooth transition.
Love a good segue. 270, guys. Doing well.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa.
Why did that sound so disingenuous?
No, because I've got nothing.
Are there other
no control over my emotions or my tone?
Are there other jobs? So you have police dogs. Are there other professions that need dogs, like dentists
or like makeup testing.
Well, okay.
Checking
like as the administering the tests?
Now they're doing the tests themselves.
On people. Oh.
No, on dogs.
On dogs.
Giving out.
I think that is a fantastic way to get around vivisection and animal testing laws if it's also other animals that you've trained to do the tests, to be the scientist. So it's testing on rabbits, but it's monkeys putting the cosmetics into the eyes of the rabbits. And
because cruelty is really a part of the animal kingdom.
It's a part of nature. You're right. And monkeys are notoriously arseholes to rabbits.
Yeah, baboons are very aggressive animals. So we can probably get them to administer most of the tests without really...
Right. We can, if this is justifiable by the moral standards of a baboon. And that's, and you know, mathematically, those are the standards that should apply to this creature.
Well, I mean, yes, we're applying human standards to
that's
animals
insane.
when we say that it's
to force by telling us that this baboon can't be cruel to this rabbit. We're forcing a baboon to act in a way that a human would act, and that is unnatural. Whereas to dress him up in a little lab coat and make him squirt syringes into the eyes of rabbits is fine. You know, there are boundaries. Alasdair, have you written down this idea?
No.
It's animal testing, but it's animals doing the testing on other animals, and that's how you get around it. You see,
Your Honor.
Yeah, and then some animal rights activists. These are actual people, not animals that are animal rights activists. They bust in and try and release all the animals, but then the other animals who are doing the testing, they're like, but
there are also some animal rights activists. So these are animals that are just rights activists, and they want things...
general rights.
Yeah, they just want things to have rights.
Yeah.
Like the rights of animals to be able to do tests on other animals.
Like humans should be able to do the same kind of tests that animals do, really.
Exactly.
Which gets us back to...
It's a good way for
or on
animals
rabbits.
to make money. To do that animal testing.
Sure.
Let them have a choice.
Animals should have money. Yeah, I mean they're gonna get that money somehow. You know what animals are like. Should I combine some Coca-Cola and some custard in my mug? That's what I'm wondering.
It looks like you've already done that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
You have already done it?
Well, I didn't clean the
So
mug.
are you asking asking for forgiveness rather than begging?
That's right. It's better to beg for forgiveness. That's what Jesus said.
How is Coke and custard better than what I suggested, which was Cuke and custard?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, now you're gonna have to do it because you didn't do the Cuke. Go on.
Okay, Coca-Cola.
This is Jack.
Now, how would you do it? Would you put the custard in
Custard
first?
goes first because it's heavier.
It's a bit like an ice cream spider.
Okay.
Custard goes first because it's heavier. Coke goes on top. Alasdair, also there's chicken wings here if you want.
I might go after I've thought of sketches.
You don't need a sketch. Look, Andy's doing a stunt right here.
Goodness.
Oh, that.
So, actually, sorry guys, I completely get why you didn't think that you could have soup underwater now. Looking at that, Looking at that, yeah, I understand it. Sorry I ever suggested otherwise.
That is like the world's worst Christmas trifle.
All right, we can do this.
It's fine. They've separated almost entirely.
Basically vanilla Coke.
So, I mean, have we talked about the distinction and whether or not, I'm sure we have, about whether, about tomatoes being a vegetable, right? And people who insist that tomatoes are a fruit and whether or not they're a fruit or a vegetable.
Yeah. They're a vegetable for market reasons, for trade reasons.
For trade reasons, right? Is that true?
I think so. I think they're a vegetable for trade reasons, but they're a fruit in terms of
their reproductive
taxonomy and classification.
Yeah, kind of like how a banana is a herb. Or a berry. One of those.
I think it's a herb. Yeah.
I suppose that's kind of like a politician. A lot of the time they're kind of reproductive for trade purposes, so in order for their career, it kind of helps them look quite good and things like that.
What else could you redefine for trade purposes?
Vegetable for trade purposes?
Yes. Besides a politician.
Anything you want, mate.
Like the idea, because I mean, if they're to be a parent,
yes,
and be a politician, it feels like you're not at home very much. So you're not really that much in the parent part. You're moving interstate.
Sure.
You're traveling a lot. You're working weekends and things like that, right? So really, you're not in it for the parenting. I mean, obviously, you love the idea of having kids. It's all great as an idea, having kids, but then not having to do anything kind of feels like that's a bit.
They're a bit more of an accessory.
They're an accessory.
Or it's a long distance.
So you're actually a vegetable? Is this what?
They live in a different state.
But, yeah. So.
No, you're thinking of your second family, Andy.
Yeah, sure.
So I like to think of them for trade reasons, they're married with children. But for personal reasons, they're kind of, a lot of the time, I assume, single and
childless
and ready to mingle. Single, childless, and ready to mingle.
I've got to say, the bit where you get to the bit where the custard is mixed with the Coca-Cola is really quite unpleasant.
Yeah, as in just the texture?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
My God.
No, I don't know if that's a sketch.
I didn't.
Well, I think
all I'm saying is that they're
people who are not committed to their families for trade purposes, or using trade purposes as a sort of diplomatic immunity kind of.
I think they could
excuse to cheat on your wife and or family.
I mean, are there any ways? Say you're a politician, you don't have kids, right? But you want to create the impression that you do, so you just arrange it so that you are often photographed with these specific kids. You even go down to the park, and you sort of it's nothing weird or creepy, but you do stand behind some kids.
Some more food.
Okay. Where's my food? I need that for my chicken type diabetes. You go and stand behind some kids who are playing, and you smile, and then one of your lackeys with a telephoto lens snaps a couple of quick photos, and then you put those up. Oh, great days down the park, right? You didn't even need to say anything about them being your kids, right? You just let the mind draw the conclusions. My goodness. So I think I think that will get you over the line. It's Martin Dunlop. Sorry, we're not quite. Lisa, do you mind? You finished your food now.
I am. Impeccable timing. It was the other reason I came is to eat. Martin, come take my.
And you try and create other scenarios in which you can, make it look much in a bowfinger type way. Make it look as though you do have these two beautiful children and you get along with them really well, but in reality they're not your children. You
so forced perspective.
Forced perspective.
Those children are actually very large.
Yeah,
you're very small.
And one of the great things about parenting is that a lot of the time it's very hard to tell the difference between you playing chasings with your kids, trying to catch them and everyone's having a great time, and you just chasing some kids.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a lot of screaming.
If there's joy on at least one person's face, I think people just assume it's fun chasing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's not as clear cut if the joy is only on the face of the adult. But
well, you don't use the photos where their faces are visible, just where they're running.
Well, torturing children seems to be a good place for Martin Dunlop to come in. So, Martin, you can take my spot.
Lisa Dibb, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Lisa Dibb.
Go get some fucking sleep.
Yeah.
No, we can't yet. That's you. You're the one leaving.
Oh my God.
I was talking
Martin
to
Dunlop.
Please.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
I have not seen you for so long.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to see your face.
Roughly 2 years.
And you have now become a father.
Yes.
In that interim time.
Yeah, no.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And
Thanks,
that is really exciting. And it looks like you're doing a great job, and your child looks fantastic.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
So
that really is your kid.
Yeah.
You're not just
arranging to be photographed with it in such a way that you can't prove it isn't.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, as far as I know, my child, which I'm I'm so proud about.
That's all anyone can hope for.
Yeah. No, it's great. How has it been going? I've been busy with that child, so I haven't actually.
I'm really glad.
What are you up to, Al?
I've just written down 271, and now we got an empty 272 still.
Oh, there's a slot that's wide open.
You want to skip over 272 and just go straight to 273 and come back?
We'll circle back to it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can.
Unfortunately,
but it feels
it's
like
all been done.
It's adding the amount of thinking that we have to do.
Yeah. And once you get attached to that 273 number, it's going to be really hard to the enormous come down of going back to 272. So.
Oh yeah. Then you get to skip one ahead and go to 274.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, that'll be good too.
But then when you go to 275, it's just the same normal step. So you kind of back down again.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a lot at this stage in the program to expect Al to do basic math.
I'm like while you're talking about it, I'm like, okay, they're talking about numbers. I can see if I can come up with. Okay, how about this? A guy gets bitten by a swan, right?
Yep.
And he's loved swans. He's been feeding the swans for years. But this feels like such an injustice that he decides that he's gonna get all the bread that he spent on swans back.
Oh wow!
Right, and I think he wants the swans to make the bread. Or to regurgitate it, but I think he wants this. He needs, and so this is his white whale
for his sense of justice. I mean, you're
given
right.
to these
as
to
a
these
white
swans.
whale thing. I mean, all Ahab was trying to do was kill the whale. It would have been a lot harder if he was trying to get it to make bread.
Yeah, I understand.
or to remake him a new leg.
A new leg,
what he would be after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably what he wanted. Yeah, he wanted his leg back.
But he would have settled for some bread.
Yeah.
Whale bread.
Whale bread.
Now, how would
ambergris on bread?
I don't know. I understand it's hard to sort of figure out ways to get swans to trick swans into making you bread.
I'll tell you right now. Because what they do is they paddle, right? Okay, they dabble and they paddle, and that is basically a mixing motion.
Yeah.
I mean, you try and tell me there's a significant difference between. You could use a duck in a kitchen scenario. Like, I think it would be quite good for mixing.
Yeah,
mixing
their butt
dough.
is pretty close to their feet, though. But it's fine.
I mean, how clean does he want this bread to be?
Well,
he's having it made by swans.
Sure, that's fine. I guess it's really symbolic anyway. But yeah.
Yeah. So but
But then maybe he could just get the swans to buy him some bread if it's just symbolic.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they could get him money, if they could get money somehow, or something that they could exchange.
I feel like it'd be easier for the swans to get money than to bake bread.
Yeah.
There's not just the.
Then they got to spend the money on bread.
You got to mix the thing, then you got to knead it, then you got to wait for it to rise, and then you do knead it again, then it's got to prove, and then you got to put it in an oven. Like they've got to.
I feel that this guy would probably settle for using a swan as an appliance in the kitchen.
I think he would probably try and fail because I think that's what you need in a story, right? You can't succeed on the first time.
Yeah.
Right. So he probably manages to hold on to a swan very momentarily over a bowl. There is some kicking, there is some mixing,
paddling,
but there's not a lot of there's not enough mixing. Probably tries to find a way to maybe charge people to look at the swans so he can get money.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of work for the guy.
Revenge.
No, but it's a revenge. Anyway, and then
it's like John Wick, but with the swan.
Yeah,
you're annoyed with.
And so eventually, I assume that he probably manages to catch a swan in the act of stealing a whole loaf of bread from somebody at a picnic, and then he steals that bread from the swan. Do you think that would count as getting all the bread back?
So this is Robin Hood taking the money from the evil swans, who are evil tax collectors, and then keeping it.
It's funny when you said swans making bread. I was more picturing when you give bread to ducks, it gets sort of wet, and then they stamp it around and becomes a soft mush.
Yeah.
I would imagine that if you asked a swan to create bread for you, if you get enough of those little mushy bits to kind of stamp on with their beaks, they could
and
They
like
could
squish
mush
that
a
together.
lump together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
yeah. And it would be better than normal bread because I assume it's like cheese that once it's actually gone through that process, it's a lot more. It's gained a lot of flavors.
Wow, I mean, and it's I guarantee it has gained a lot of flavors. And if the quantity of flavors is what you consider to be make food better, then this is going to be some of the best bread you've ever tasted.
Yeah, it's a bit swanny.
I like somebody who, and it does feel like something I would be into, but who the way in which they judge the quality of food is in the number of flavors. And, you know,
for instance, a glass of
Coca-Cola and custard. Yeah.
Is better than custard or Coca-Cola.
Yeah, the whole is
something
better than
Andy
some
just
of the
did.
parts. You know, yeah, I regret it.
Well, it's got a depth of flavor now in that 2 flavors is deeper than 1.
2 flavors is deeper than 1. Yeah, that's what we all say.
Yeah, you know when they talk about depth of flavor, are they just talking about the number of flavors? Like as in you're just adding it up and then you're counting that as like meters or centimeters or whatever.
7
and going
flavor
downwards?
meters.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's a depth. It's not like an altitude of flavors.
Right, so it only goes down.
It only goes down.
I mean, if you go down, you can come back up, I assume. Or do you just...
If you've got depth of flavor, you must also have height
Is tasting
of flavor.
falling?
Yeah. You can descend, and I guess, yeah. Or is that the last taste on your mouth? The one at the bottom of the flavor well?
I suppose it could be. I guess if something, you know, they say like a taste has some length, it could just be you falling through the void of flavor until you hit the bottom or wherever, or when you no longer see light and you can no longer recognize any of the flavors any longer, and you're just kind of in that kind of Alice in Wonderland tumbling tunnel that.
Where up is
you definitely
down.
You have flavor depth and you have flavor length because that's time. No flavor width.
There's no flavor width at all.
We should invent it.
Yes.
The third dimension of taste.
Flavor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great thing for an experimental chef.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you invent the third dimension, that's huge. Do any things in nature have more than one flavor by themselves? You know, like we combine the flavors of different things, but are there any things that occur naturally that have multiple flavors? In the one, like you could have a mouthful of something and you would get multiple flavors.
You have white and dark meat in an animal, and you have like
You've got the skin of an orange and the insides of an orange. They both taste very different.
Very good point. Okay, great answer. Yes, but I mean, I still feel like the skin and the flesh of an orange are different sort of parts of it.
Yeah.
And similarly, the different, you know, the white and the dark meat of a chicken, you know, they're different bits of it. I'm wondering, is there anything that has multiple flavors in it and just in the same bit?
Custard apples. Bring it back to custard.
Okay.
So there
I haven't had one for a long time, but talk me through what am I experiencing when I bite into a custard apple?
Well, the taste is not dissimilar to custard and apples.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, which would be, and it like you can correct me on my math, but those are 2 different tastes.
That is.
So
you know what's interesting? I really needed that food. I have not eaten enough today, and I was like completely crumbling, and now my whole body is back.
Did you guys have breakfast?
Eh?
We had McDonald's. I had a egg McMuffin.
Yep.
And I had hash brown. And then we've had a few veggie sausages. I've had 3 mangoes. And I've drunk some custard. I've had a couple of muesli bars.
I bought you some flowers. So
you brought me some flowers.
Those muesli bars are basically just
emotionally.
Those muesli bars are. I mean, they're muesli bars, but they're basically just Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're quite good.
Yeah. I don't know if they have any nutrients within them.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's...
I don't require nutrients.
Wait, what were you guys just talking about?
We're talking about custard apples.
Custard apples. So what was
whether
it?
Or not anything in nature has more than one flavor in it, all in and of itself.
Oh yeah, and so it turns out a lot of things did.
Well, no, just custard apples. We found out.
Depending on how you phrase it.
Yeah, exactly. I basically reduced it to the point of
red fruit, other foods with 2 targets of food in that.
Sure.
Wait, but
blood orange.
Yep.
Yes, like blood and like orange.
Now, coppery metallic taste and biting into the neck of a friend
and squirrels.
Sure.
It's not. Would you want an orange that looked like an orange that tasted like blood?
Would I want an orange that looked like an orange that tasted like blood? I think that is a blood orange.
No, blood oranges are red on the inside.
Yes.
They look
like an orange that tastes like blood.
No. Yes, that's true, I guess. But looked like an orange, so the same way that an orange looks, but the taste of it wasn't an orange taste. It was the taste of blood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So it does taste like blood. Yes. But it does look like an orange. Yes. I see. Okay, the English language is beginning to let us down.
Yeah.
But
I don't know, is it the language or
you know, I think we are at the point probably where if we can make an impossible burger, right, that tastes like real meat, but we can't be all that far away from making anything that you can name taste like blood, right? You know?
Or like anything else, like you could have a steak and it tastes like ice cream.
Yeah, really good. I think
we no longer need to eat things and taste the
finally we can
the flavor that they
flavor from the dead weight of its physical form.
The real change, though, I still think this is quite limiting because when you taste it, when you eat it, you still then have to taste something. And it would be great if it activated your other senses.
Like your...
it's like, you bite into an apple and it feels like you're laying down.
Yeah. Your synesthesia.
Well, there's
yeah,
when you have brain surgery and, or like a stroke, you say that you smell toast. If you could somehow incorporate,
flavors,
activating that parts of the brain,
some butter at the same time.
Is the future of gastronomy is just going directly into the cortex.
And would you use foods on the cortex? Would you and I know you're a chef, but so you work with knives and stuff like that. So you could either be prodding things with knives, or you could be using like a slice of apple and a piece of steak.
And you're poking them into the brain?
Into the brain like that, and then seeing whether that has an impact.
Yeah.
It's like molecular gastronomy. This would be like surgical gastronomy. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the first chef to directly work on the flavor centers of the brain.
Yes.
But unfortunately, with real physical fruit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can take
discovery process.
I've always worked with. You
He's
can't
got
mention out of the boy.
Like a whole lobster just cramming it into the top of the
grinding salt and pepper into the open brain pan.
Rub a bit of oil on there, like
this is one of them, like an underground restaurant.
Yeah,
like this is off the books.
Yeah, it's it's probably run by a plastic surgeon or something like that, who's a bit, But that's how
they're also a chef.
But they're also a chef. Well, but the thing is that they don't need to be either.
To perform brain surgery.
Well, you can't define people these days.
Exactly. And if all you have to do is poke parts of a brain and then people taste flavors, then suddenly it just becomes like playing a keyboard, And I
was thinking playing a keyboard, and I think what would be fantastic would be to rig up, maybe like I picture, like on those old typewriters. Okay, now you open up the skull. Okay. And then you get the key, an old typewriter. You press the keys, and those little things flick.
Hit the brain,
right? And you rig it up in such a way that you press the keys, they flick, and they hit the brain in different regions, and then you can play it like a symphony. Yeah, exactly. Tiny. You get little elastic bands or those bread ties, and you attach little bits of food directly to the end of each different letter of the alphabet.
And this is a first date. As well.
No, this is a first date. Yeah.
The other one. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, but I do like this as a first date as well. We're going to this fantastic underground place. What they do is they cut the top of your head wide open and they rub the food into your brainstem.
I think that's good. Into your brainstem.
I always say brainstem. It's my favorite bit of the brain.
Yeah.
The stem.
Yeah,
and you don't want to not.
I don't know the bit.
No, but these are good words.
Yeah,
they're really terrific.
They get their finger in between the two hemispheres and then tickle your amygdala or whatever.
No.
Epiglottis.
Yeah, that too.
Amygdala.
Hypothalamus.
Amygdala.
Amygdala. No, mine's Indian.
Pituitary gland.
Hey.
Pituitary gland.
Yeah. Is that in your
brain?
Your head?
The brain. Mm-hmm. That's the one that regulates how big you grow, right? Releases the human growth hormone.
Oh, and then imagine that. That's one of the things that he does, right? So he the chef guy rubs that, makes you bigger during the thing, but then also poke something makes you taste peach. And then also makes you think your name is James. And giant James and the
taste of peach.
And the taste of peach.
Yeah, cool. That's exciting.
Giant.
This
That's,
time
so that's
it's
a
James that's big.
Oh.
Yeah, I was thinking it would be a bad idea because putting like an apple slice into someone's brain, you wouldn't taste apple.
Oh.
But the whole idea behind that, like Heston Blumenthal gastronomy cookery, is like doesn't taste anything like you'd expect.
Yeah.
No, I just forgot my like grade 6 teacher's name.
Wow.
And later on, I sneezed and a piece of apple came out.
It was great.
This food was so good. It's an unrelated thing, but this food was so good. I forgot my grade 6 teacher's name. That's a review.
Yeah.
Flavors have got to be doing something and pushing bits out of your head.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Can you really remember a flavor when you try and picture it in your mind?
Okay, but what if this is happening all the time? Because you eat, let's say, 3 meals a day.
Sure. Not today. It's been really messed up.
Let's say I can't remember my grade 6 teacher's name. It doesn't mean that the last meal that I ate made me forget. It could have been any of the meals to today, any of the meals of yesterday. I can't remember the last time I tried to think of my grade 6 teacher. So it could have been any time from now, but I can't actually remember their name. So I also can't remember when that might be.
I reckon it's one of those scenarios where there's for a second there you tasted apple pie and it reminded you of something, and then your teacher, your grade 6 teacher appeared in front, and their face got brighter and brighter, and you could see their name for a second, and then suddenly
it was gone.
It was gone. You could not remember their name, and you couldn't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like that.
So,
it was like
it's like remembrance of things past, the Proust thing, but instead of it biting into the biscuit and having the memory, the guy walking in the cafe cracked his skull open, jammed the biscuit in. Start of the whole story. Also, when you said that, like, it's happening if this happens all the time, for some reason, I thought also it's like, when Wolfgang Puck, the fancy restaurant, had like little outlets at the airport and stuff. So there's little versions of this that you can just go to in the shopping center.
Sure.
There's one at the food court staffed by teenagers because they're like, the point is it's packaged and ready to go.
Yeah, sure. And, once they've got, the brain opening system really down.
The franchise set up,
that's what
like
the franchise
McDonald's
really is. It's just a can opener, basically. It's a brain can opener that does this. And the machine does most of the work. You just got to lift it or you pull the hair up.
It's literally converted. They used to have those Spud Bar places. They've given them the same equipment.
Exactly. Then you just have to put the lid on one of those
scooping out the inside of a spud is exactly the same as opening up a skull.
It's the same scissors you use for cutting the outside.
It's kind of like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, but they use bits of food in your brain.
Yeah, Eternal Lunchtime of the Spotless Mind.
And it's no longer spotted.
Internal lunchtime?
Internal lunchtime. Internal lunchtime of the...
Spotted mind.
Yeah, great.
Look, we still have another 25 or so to go, which we're doing great now.
Yeah.
But,
new types of bridges?
Yeah.
Is everyone coming up with new bridges?
Yeah. That's true. I think people are. There must be.
Well, like driving on the other... So you've got the top, but on the other side of that...
Driving underneath.
Because there's a whole bit underneath, isn't there?
What would be really good would be if the wheels of your car stuck out properly below the car, like they do in children's drawings, right?
Yeah.
Not in wheel arches. Okay. And then you could hook those under some railings and drive your car upside down. You'd have to probably put it in reverse to go forwards, but you would be able to drive along under the...
Why would you have to put it in reverse to go forwards?
Because the top of the wheel is going in the opposite direction. So the wheel goes around in a circle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shut up.
So the bottom of the wheel is going in that direction. The top of the wheel is going in that direction. Okay? So if your car is hanging upside down and the top of the wheel is going in the other direction, going opposite to the direction that you want to go, if you're trying to go forwards, then you need to put the car into reverse so that the top of the wheel, which is now the bottom of the wheel because you're upside down, is going the other way.
Is the car still trying to go the right? Is the car still just trying to go forward?
You're still just trying to go forward across the bridge, but your car is upside down.
Someone could be accidentally reversing.
Yeah, I'm gonna. My instinct, without understanding what you're talking about, is that you wouldn't go in reverse.
Okay, great.
But I want to understand that at a later date.
But do you understand that the top of the wheel is going in a different direction to the bottom of the wheel?
I don't know what the top wheel.
Well, when something
is.
goes around, right? So this is the wheel here. Okay, turning like this. Oh, I'll do it with this. This is the wheel turning like this. Okay. See how the bottom of the wheel is going that direction.
Yeah.
The top of the wheel is going that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we've turned the car upside down.
Yeah.
Right. We're still trying to go in the same direction, but now the wheel is hanging off something there. I guess it's maybe it's still going to go the right way.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking, if a car's pointed in that direction, if it's on top or underneath, it still goes where the car points, right?
Yeah. I think my wheel theory might still be correct, even though my demonstration proved otherwise. I'm not capable of doing at this point of exhaustion is backing down. So I've painted myself into
Which
a
neither
corner, and I'm not happy about it.
The car also can't back down because that would be going forwards under your theory.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad we all agree.
So in order to go backwards, the only way that you can go is forwards, which maybe you are doing right now.
That's well, exactly.
Yeah, so you can't back down.
We can't do an episode 400.
I think this has been surprisingly good.
Oh, I mean, it's been surprisingly good. It's.
I was loving food in people's brains.
Oh yeah, I've had having a good time.
So
starting to feel myself crumble again.
So, yeah, new ideas and bridges.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Somebody who builds.
I mean, are
bridges?
there no bridges anywhere in the world? No commuter bridges that include a small jump?
That's immediately what I was thinking. Is they have to. There always has to come down on the other side.
Yeah.
Are they gonna? What about one that didn't? Endlessly pointing and eventually just stopping, and the car has to make it to the other side, right?
Sure.
It's just you got.
I mean, I was just picturing it. Just we'd start very small
with jumps.
It's that far, but there's an incline on this side of the bridge. And then presumably a similar one for going the other direction. But you get that feeling.
Way, yeah.
It's that bridge. Everyone's gonna. This is a new tollway. Everybody's gonna want to go take their kids across the bridge with the jump in it, right? And maybe they send you a photo of your car jumping over the gap as well. It's a small gap, but they photograph it in such a way it looks quite effective. And then you have to pay to get that in a high resolution thing, so they're getting more money from the toll road.
I keep losing my focus.
There's a fucking jump in the middle of the bridge, Alasdair.
Wait, there were photos being taken, and then you get it sent to your house.
Yeah, to your email.
Yeah, because they can see your license
your details.
plate.
Yeah. They know who you are. Okay.
What are the weight limits?
Photo, and the kid's going to want to buy that photo to remember the time they jumped over the thing. I mean, you go over there every day because it's on the way to kindergarten.
Remembering the time for you, it was the time I jumped the car. But for me, it was the time I paid a toll. No, I don't know. It's just sure, kid. Yeah, I don't want to remember that. Okay.
Yeah, that was a really bad time for me.
It's a bad. Yeah.
Are they going to be
like 50?
Weight limits on the bridge? Is it going to be like the Montague
you have to
Street?
be going a certain speed, otherwise it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess. Yeah. I mean, if you had a really long truck or something, there could be issues. Maybe trucks aren't allowed.
You could put it at the bottom of the hill, so you'd know that people would be going
a certain amount of speed.
At least.
Yeah.
Unless they were.
So what? So how big is the gap?
It's only like
I'm saying, it's a meter, maybe something like that. Nothing that's going to be dangerous.
And it's just kind of goes up.
It's like a ramp. There's no gap. It's like a ramp, and then there's road underneath. Like there's no possibility.
There's a gap.
Why would you put a gap there?
Because it feels like you're jumping across a gap in a bridge.
This
is
sounds,
what you're selling.
This sounds dangerous.
You're selling a fancy bridge. I guess there's probably there's
also
a lot of
doesn't sound like a
infrastructure
bridge.
projects post-pandemic, and these companies, they want to be able to get your toll dollars.
Right.
There's so many ways you could drive somewhere.
And the trick is you can get people to actually use it if it really is the quickest way to get from two different points in the city. Because initially people are like, that's fucking stupid. I'm not going to fuck up the car, or whatever. But then they're driving to the house and Google Roads is like, it's so much quicker if you take the jump.
Yeah. And then they go, actually, the jump somehow is really helping and making it faster.
I mean, in my mind, the jump was a major selling point, and that was why people were going to want to use that toll
but then
road.
they go, oh, I'll fuck up the suspension on my car and things like that. But kids will love it for a moment, except for the times when it goes wrong, and they're like,
sure, they'll hate that.
Yeah, I think that this road sounds great. All we need to do really is to eliminate the jump, because then people just get to work faster.
So the sketch is just a better toll road? God damn it.
I mean, it could be. This is, the guy is proposing this, or the woman, and and I mean, I don't think a woman would propose this. I apologize. But they're proposing this, and then everybody's on board but they're slowly phasing out the jump, which to this guy is the real selling point, is the whole thing. And to everybody else is like, well, I mean, I like that it kind of is the shortest path between 2 points, and that overall it kind of will produce congestion. And so then there's I guess we just have to look at the cost of this jump and whether, the insurance and everything that we need to cover it.
I mean,
sorry. Such a good engineer that they can start to call their own shots, and they really want the jump, and that's what you're going to get.
And sometimes there is a problem where people like crash the car in between, and that does slow up traffic for a little bit until enough cars are crashed down there that you can just drive straight over the top of them.
Yeah, that'll be good. I mean, because then there's the problem that where people you do have to put these fences up to stop people from jumping off of bridges. So this one will just be a gap that will actually make it really easy. So you have to put a net underneath anyway, and then it's actually quite expensive to get to fish. Cars out of that net. Things like you get a crane up on the bridge.
I like Martin. I think what you point out is something that would be really fun. It would be to see a dynamic that's kind of like when soldier ants use their own bodies to create bridges for their colony to go across a river or whatever, make a raft or something like that. But it's a sort of human traffic dynamic that's the same as soldier ants or fire ants or whoever the fuck they are, those ants. And they're driving, so there's a big ravine, right? And there's just, I guess it's kind of like once people are in a car, there's a kind of herd mentality that takes over. And they all want to get across this big ravine or canyon, so they just keep driving into the canyon until eventually the pile of cars fills up enough that the cars are able to drive over the top of all the cars that have fallen into the canyon. And then that's how you build a road.
Yeah, and a road literally anywhere. Like, you may think you can't drive cars off this cliff to get to that place quicker. Then you say, no, you can, and then eventually you're going to drive straight into the center of town.
We could even design a new special kind of car, right, that is designed to be quite structural. It's got a very flat top, right?
Flat top.
Flat top car. And it might even come pre-made with a bit of bitumen or something on top. And then whenever cars drive into a ravine, yes, it's a tragedy, but that's one step closer to having a bridge across that ravine.
Yeah.
So there's a positive to every accident.
I think every car that needs to be replaced, there could just be, let's say you do need a bridge that needs to go over this lake.
Yeah.
Like Burley Griffin.
Yeah.
And every car that needs to be replaced, instead of calling a wreckers or whatever like that, you drive it down to the area, and they just tell you where in the lake to drive the car into, and then you get out, and that starts building the foundation of the new bridge. And the whole bridge is made out of cars.
It's a bridge made out of cars.
And they just kind of go up here like this thing, and you drive like this, like that.
Over the cars.
And then they probably pour a bit of bitumen or something like that on top to seal it a bit like that, or they kind of like that.
Some melted cars,
and then slowly but surely, they build a new bridge, and it's all recycled materials except for that bitumen. But that's probably, I don't know, recycled oil that they pulled out of
They make road covering out of tires.
There you go. Well, that'll be fine in the water.
You guys ever play Lemmings? You remember the computer game Lemmings? Do you remember that level where you had no tools with your lemmings, and the only way that you could get from the top down to the bottom where you needed to get to was to make all your lemmings explode, commit suicide at the exact right place and time? Did they say oh no?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Anyway.
And then they exploded.
Just a really grim thing that lots of kids played, right? In a way, like you had to kill all your lemmings.
So lemmings can build.
Yeah.
They can explode.
Yeah.
They could They could block other lemmings.
They could parachute.
They could parachute.
Yeah.
That's about what else?
Is there a ninja lemming?
I think you might be thinking of worms.
Worms.
A rope.
Oh no! I don't know. I can't remember what any of these things.
Did they have a rope? Did the lemmings have a rope?
Possibly, yeah. They had a bunch. There was like 2 rows of tools you could use, and you had the blockers and you had the things, and then you would get to the end of the level, and whoever was left behind would have to, make the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah,
because they're left behind. What are they going to do?
Sure, they don't want to fall into the hands of the enemy.
There was never an option for them to stay behind and then start their own weird family inside the cave. That
marry one of the locals.
Yeah.
You know what? That's kind of the implication is that's probably what happened with Neanderthals, right? That we probably at some point started to kind of dominate them because we were better at working in
fire
groups
and stuff.
I think it was mostly that they would hang out in very small groups and we would hang out in quite big groups and we could outsmart them basically. We'd probably take them as prisoners and then we'd probably breed with them. And then that's why we all have a lot of DNA. And then eventually we just got rid of them. And then we just ran out. Isn't that sad?
We ran out of Neanderthals.
Just sketching that?
And the sketch idea in that
is. Well, sorry, did you write down anything for the bridges?
I wrote down, we got a bridge with a jump is proposed. And then slowly, and then the designer slowly talked out of the jump, maybe.
I like the idea that you're building a theme park. And then it slowly gets talked down until it's a roundabout. It's like an intersection.
And then we also got a bridge made out of old crashed cars. I don't know, maybe, or it's it could just be it's a danger zone, and you just keep letting the cars build up, and that's
because normally a crashed car would cause traffic to stop. What you're saying is that a crashed car can actually lead to a better route for travel.
Yeah, I mean, I think anywhere where our cars do go off the edge of something, the more cars that go off, the more you are filling in that void. So over time, I think nature will correct itself.
All I can think of is
reverse kind of erosion.
Yeah. Oh, like they're depositing sand on it.
Yeah, silt. That kind of thing.
Do we know if there's anything? This is relating to stuff being dropped down into other stuff, by which I mean maybe not related to anything at all.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's anything really important that we lost is in the Mariana Trench?
Somebody dropped like their keys or like a secret.
I dropped a secret.
I dropped a secret in there.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've got my trusty secret vial where I'll keep all my secrets that I don't even remember.
And it's very heavy.
Lean over the side of this ship.
Yeah.
Put it in my top pocket and then lean forward to look down into the void.
There's a lot of love letters down there and things.
Really? Do people just drop love letters?
Well, I assume so because, people want to get their hands on them, but they're, if you cannot find it anywhere else.
Yeah, it's probably
what's the last place you'd look?
Have you checked the Mariana Trench?
I thought
if we were a species of titans, right?
We are
giant humans or humanoid creatures striding across the earth. There's probably only 10 of us in existence, but we're all say the height of Mount Everest.
Yeah.
If you do lose something like your glasses, right? That you will search all over the world. There'll be such big glasses, and there's a limited number of places they could be hiding, right? And your Titan wife, Shabitha, is probably going to, at some point, say, have you checked the Mariana Trench? You'll say, of course I checked the Mariana Trench. And she'll say, did you have a man-Titan look? And you'll say, no, I looked properly. And she says, well, I'll have a look. And she goes and looks in the Mariana Trench, and they are in there. And then you say, well, they weren't there when I looked. And she says, well, who would have put them there? Who put them there?
Also, it's harder to look because your glasses are in the Mariana Trench.
Yeah, well, that is the essential.
But there's a chance that there is
problem of my entire life.
A sort of Loki, the trickster Titan.
Yeah,
who may be playing around.
I would think I would quite like it if there was a service when I've lost something and it's really embarrassing and frustrating and I fucked up, some work thing that I needed and I've lost it, I can't find it. I would like a service that searches the Mariana Trench for the thing. Just in case. Just so they can give you a piece of paper saying, no, it wasn't.
It wasn't there. Well, okay, now that's one less place I have to worry about. Because that would have been hell.
Until then, there's always the idea that it's down there.
Yeah.
So we'd send like James Cameron down there, and he could.
And he's down there all the time now.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things like he explored the wreck of the Titanic. So there's a lot of things that he can say weren't there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how thorough he's been in terms of sifting through for small stuff. But I guess, you're right. There are a lot of things that he can rule out being down there.
Let's say large things.
Large things. He would have noticed a
buildings,
a Suzuki Swift.
Large bodies of water.
A large body of water. He can rule out that a large body of water isn't...
Well, maybe another large body of water.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that would be like one of the few things that he can't rule out being down there.
You won't believe this. Lake Erie. Just looking through the viewfinder.
You'd recognise it anywhere.
That's where it is.
On your when you're looking for something and you can't find it and you want a service that'll check the Mariana Trench, I want a service where someone will turn up dressed as the trickster god Loki and claim that it was all their work. It was, it was me. It was my one of my cunning schemes, and what that does is it lets you off the hook a little bit, and it puts it, it gives you somebody to blame, and whether or not it was you or you just put it down and forgot where it was, but now you've got something to focus your anger on, and you can blame the trickster god Loki. Which, probably once upon a time, before we knew that trickster god Loki didn't exist, people would have blamed, quite happily blamed on that, or maybe wood sprites or something like that, some sort of little leprechaun.
Maybe a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, dog.
Before we knew that.
Yeah, before we knew they don't exist.
And then later on realized that they did exist. But there would have been a window there.
Yeah, where we thought they didn't again.
I mean, there would be a time where I think if you were...
I was just thinking of someone trying to hide their heroin addiction from their partner.
The Mariana.
And claim, yes. And Loki. And they claim that Loki keeps injecting them with heroin. He's been back again,
Loki.
Loki's been giving me heroin.
I mean, I think that eventually, I suppose you would...
becomes less convincing over time.
Yeah, but then that's when your lie becomes more elaborate, right?
Yeah.
And you make a little mannequin, and you make it seem like you're getting attacked. With your hand in a jacket.
Right, so you're holding the mannequin. You do that thing where you pretend to wrestle with a little doll or something, and you've got it in such a way that there's a syringe in your hand. A little mannequin, you're like, no! And your wife's just come home. She's like, she kind of just sighs because this is happening again. Maggie, no, not all of it. Not into my penis where the track marks don't show up, Loki. You did it again.
All right, I'll write it down.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, we're supposed to not talk about too much.
How about this? It's a Australian trickster god, Blokey. It's a blokey Loki. All right, thanks everybody.
Yeah.
Kill myself now.
That's 78, right?
Yeah.
That's 278.
Yes!
This one is 278. Go on.
Yeah, that actually...
No further explanation for Blokey.
I mean, what he is, right, he's a bit of a larrikin god. And most of his trickster stuff involves pushing his mates into a bush, and they come out of a pub. And drink driving home. Yeah. But he does it in a real cheeky way. With a twinkle in his eye.
A lot of them are car-related things.
Yeah.
A lot of them are like hanging off a car door. You shouldn't be.
Writing stuff on the back of a dirty car.
Yeah, that's great. Mooning people out the window.
Oh, that when people moon somebody and the balls come out, that is the trickster way of doing it. It's terrible. I mean, I'm not a mooner anyway, but...
Okay, I think you can absolutely write down Blokey, the Australian trickster god. It started off weak, but it's come around with, I think, a lot of enthusiasm from the group.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
no, well, I think...
I mean, nothing says a lot of enthusiasm like shrugging and saying, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is there a space in the Ocker pantheon, like more Australian gods than we already have?
Sure.
Because we got Thor now, but yeah.
That's true. We do have Thor.
Yeah.
The Norse god of Australia.
Am I right in thinking that Chris Hemsworth is one of the least funny people alive. I think he keeps being given roles like he's somehow a comedian.
Which roles?
Well, in Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
And Men in Black. International.
Oh, no.
Movies
and also the Thor ones are a little bit like that, you know.
Funny.
But I just don't think he.
I think charm counts for a lot.
Have you seen the Ghostbusters reboot?
I thought he was fine.
Oh my god. It's I would say the worst performance I've ever seen in anything. It made me it feels sick.
It's a very bad film though, so I feel like there's a lot of weight.
Yeah, but he was easily the worst thing about it, in my opinion. Which is correct.
Right now, I can't be commenting on other
people not being funny.
Okay, the Ochre Pantheon. Sharon, who takes you across the river Styx.
Yeah.
But it's Sharon. Fuck. There's got to be another one.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Brayden.
Just Brayden.
Just Brayden.
Yeah.
There's always one. No, look, I mean, is there a god called Mercedes? It feels like a god's name.
No.
Mercedes drives you across the. Look,
What was
we
Chappelle
have that one,
Colby's
and we
sister's
could
name?
move on to
Mercedes. Yeah.
Mercedes.
That was Mercedes. Yeah, right.
280. No, well, we're on 280. Well, we did 279. Now we got to write in 280. We got to come up with 280. All right, look at this. What about
Now,
one
instead
guy?
of
Maybe I've
Airbnb-
already come up with this idea before, but it's just a
Okay.
guy with like a triple length finger. Hey, what's that? Is that anything?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's that animal, the eye.
Yeah.
Picking out little bugs out of
Yeah.
tree trunks.
They got a little one for picking out bugs, but this would be for, I guess, picking your nose,
No, I mean you could use it for whatever you want.
cleaning out your ears.
Would it be the same as the eye, where it's the cutest man, except
he's
absolutely
a little nose or
adorable.
something, or?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no, because the eye is adorable.
They are they?
Except for the finger. It's a little lemur thing.
I thought the eye
think
was
the eye is
terrifying.
quite freaky looking. I think you're thinking of a bush baby.
The eye isn't it a cute eye?
Let's get you.
Eye would
picture
walk
of
into
an
a
eye.
village, and the village would leave.
There's some that are kind of cute.
Yeah.
No, they're not good.
And then there's
I like him.
Yeah, I mean, they're
No, but they're
cutish,
not the
but-
cutest thing. They're no bush baby.
Yeah, there's some of them that are quite spooky, but
See, that's the bush baby there.
Do they have a messed up finger?
No, no,
Okay,
no, it's
right.
just a different animal. Now that I'm showing you on my phone.
Okay.
I mean, they could have messed up fingers.
It's a sketch called No, but how about this animal? And it's a couple of guys sitting around showing each other animals on their phone. Right?
one guy's got a triple length finger. He goes, oh, that creature's creepy as hell. Well, that, ugh. Oh, and everybody's going, watching his finger go like this. Ugh.
If someone had
Swipe.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like.
No, the phone's over there, and he's just going swipe.
Oh, you can swipe from back
And
here.
he does it from, they're looking, they're holding it, and he's doing it from behind them. This long finger.
I think this is where, I mean, if human evolution is going to go anywhere, it's going now because so much of our life is digital and so much is swiping and gesture activation kind of based. I think the evolution of an extremely long swiping finger is good. And I think, you know, especially now that via Tinder and dating apps and that sort of thing, swiping is very much tied to reproductive success.
Swiping is?
Yeah,
Oh,
and that's a very big
So you think
evolutionary motivator.
You think maybe being able to swipe further and from further away,
Yeah.
you know, would allow you to, I guess, go through more potential mates, and you'd be less likely to quit because maybe there's less. You got to move your finger less in order to get more
relatively
swiping because of the
speaking.
length of it.
Yeah, well, you're able to. Yeah, I think you're like statistically speaking, you'd be able to swipe more.
Could you swipe two phones at the same time? What shape is your finger?
Yeah, it's still finger
bend?
shaped,
Is it
but
like
long.
a double jointed sort of?
Ooh. I mean, the thing is that it doesn't exist yet, so it could be anything we want.
Yeah, that's the great thing, that we have a lot of power over it at this moment.
Yeah.
The nature of
we're not limited by budget or anything like that. Look, I know this is not really much of a sketch, but I'm writing the guy with the triple length finger down.
I think he would have an evolutionary advantage over everyone because he'd have a very insistent beckon.
Sure.
Which people love.
Yeah.
Especially like in a bar scenario. So you could swipe, but at the bar, you would see this over there. People.
You usually...
And it's creepy, yes, but it is, I think you're right, a little hypnotic and irresistible. You see that long finger.
Be careful not to poke yourself in the eye, though.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a hazard.
So in the future, long fingers and only one eye as a result.
Yeah. Only one eye, not on your beckoning side.
Yes, because you'd only have one. This is what you're saying, Als. There's only one long finger. It's not a...
That one-eyed man with the long finger over there beckoning me. I think I'm going to go and reproduce with him a lot. I'm going to bear his children, and the children all come out. Let that long finger first.
Arm raised.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you get that first image of the ultrasound, and it's just the finger curled up in front of the baby.
And it's twitching. It's already beckoning.
Wait, the finger is already the size it's going to be?
It's already basically as long as the baby.
The finger forms first. The babies are often born quite small and withered because so much energy has gone into growing this finger.
It seems like at a certain point,
280, baby.
The rest of you will be obsolete.
Well, you think you'll wither down to just mostly be a finger?
The next stage of human evolution is the next. It would be just a single beckoning finger.
Probably lose half a leg, so you probably you'd lose the knee. Probably just get the foot straight there, maybe ankle straight there.
Yeah, okay.
Like that. That way it'd just be that.
Clumping around. And this guy I'm still amazed at the evolutionary, the reproductive success that this guy's having.
He's doing really good. All his kids, long fingers. You think that they would snap on the way out, and if they, hit a snag or anything like that, but they are strong.
If you went along to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
For your beloved is pregnant, about to have a child, and you go along to the doctor, and they say, okay, we're just looking at the child now. It's looking good. They're in the head down position or whatever. They're ready.
Breech.
Sort of the breech. No, that's the wrong way around. It's feet down is breech, I think. Now, so everything's good. You're ready to have a natural birth if that's what you want. But for a small extra fee, we can orient the baby in such a way that it comes out in a Superman pose. Or we can, if you're going for a C-section, what we can do is we can get some sort of fluffy, like pillow stuffing stuff, and we can put that around where the cesarean incision is, and we can pull the baby out again in a Superman pose so that he looks like he's bursting up through the clouds into the atmosphere. We might even, what we can do is we just take a little bit longer before we pull the baby out to reach down, rummage around and put him in a little Superman shirt. Okay, so he comes out in a little, bursting through the clouds in a little Superman shirt. I mean, we love gender reveals so much, it's a big part of society. But I think any way to make the birthing moment more special and more magical.
More photogenic.
More photogenic, absolutely, because at the moment, in some ways it can be quite visceral. A little.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
Seems like your partner's going through a lot.
Sure.
And it's quite stressful for you.
That little Instagram moment of your little super baby bursting out of the womb like it can't even be contained.
Yeah. Okay.
In general, people don't tend to show pictures of that moment because it's not as you described.
Exactly.
People actually don't show the emergence.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that could fix it. But do you think we have... So when do they put on the shirt?
Before they take it out. So they make the incision and then they reach down in there with some little forceps and stuff and they're tugging away. Yeah. They push the little shirt down. They get it over the baby's head. So while it's in there, before they pull it out, Out
That's
there.
it. Where do they put the clouds? How do they make the clouds?
They just put some puffy pillow stuffing around the incision so that it looks like
So
there
this
are
is
clouds for the
cesarean?
baby to- Yes, it's incision now. Yeah.
But,
Refer to the vagina as the incision. the vaginal opening.
Sure.
That fluffy cloud material is going to be so gory.
Oh, it's going to be awful, and you don't want that anywhere near an opening.
It's like
it's going to get into the wound. It's awful.
It's like you've stabbed a department store
Running
Santa.
I mean, it feels like a photography company's idea. Yeah. And I'm writing it down.
Yeah. Oh,
You're giving birth in a photo studio.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this you dream up the moment first, I guess.
You have a mood board and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you have wedding planners. You have birthday planners, that sort of party planners. Why not a birth planner who can give you the most Instagram-worthy baby emergence?
I'd like
call it.
The baby a little drunk to make them a little more relaxed and affectionate on the way out.
Yeah.
Quite
hostile
from the birthing experience.
Yeah, a little more like, hey, it's a party.
Yeah,
like if they
great.
could
You're
come out
happy
like
to be
that.
there. They seem to have they're quite often quite withdrawn and introverted and antisocial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I think
air,
you're right.
the lights are bothering them and things like that. I mean, maybe if we put party lights on.
This is you don't have to write this down as unnecessary detail, but in the Superman birthing scenario, when they get you to cut the cord, the doctor tells you it's a kryptonite knife. You're a real fucking nerd. You're a real fucking nerd.
It's a kryptonite knife.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's why you're able to cut the umbilical cord.
Yeah, that's cool. I think when I got there, they had already cut the umbilical cord, and then they kind of just held.
You can cut a little bit more of
You
it.
can cut a little bit more of it, and then I was trying to cut in the scissors. weren't
Oh, it's
cutting.
so chewy.
Yeah, it was I was like, oh, I feel like I'm hurting the baby. I'm not going to do any of this anymore. I mean, I don't know if they can feel their umbilical cord.
I don't think they can, and they've clipped it off by that point, haven't they? They put that little clip down.
But I reckon if you cut off my arm and then put a little clip at the end, and then you were poke, I'd still be able to feel that, even if the clip was there.
Yeah, I don't think there are any nerves in the umbilical cord.
There aren't any, but they gave it to me and I cut it and all this black blood poured out. And then they said, do you want to do the other bit? And I was like, no.
No, I don't want to be responsible
It's
for
horrible.
The black blood that is leaking from my child. No. Oh, that's real. Yeah.
You're like, oh, it's such a connective thing, and you do it, and you're like, that's horrible.
I think really what they
in half.
Yeah.
What they've decided is that there's at the moment there's basically no trauma for the dad. We've got to try and give him a little bit of something so that he can attempt to come close, not even come close, but begin to relate. Come close. I think it's coming close. I think it comes close to the experience.
Can't get much further away.
Yeah, exactly. So it can't hurt because there are no nerve endings in there.
Because they're literally in no danger.
Yes, exactly.
No physical danger.
Correct. I feel like, that umbilical cord, though, it'd be nice if you could just then take it, inflate it, sort of like as you would a balloon animal balloon, and then use it to make it, a little
balloon animal,
a little poodle that you can put around the head of the baby or something like that. Because at the moment, a lot of people, not a lot, but some, will get the placenta, and they will get that freeze dried and turned into pills that they can, that you can then have so that you can keep those nutrients. But there's if you don't want things to go to waste, what about that umbilical cord? Little party feature, little balloon
Need
animal.
balloons for the first birthday.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, this used to be a part of you.
I think that's a beautiful thing.
Membranous.
I mean, by then it's going to be very dried and awful, right?
And the helium probably
crispy.
Yeah. The helium. Oh, it's helium. We're blowing it up with helium. Of course we're blowing it up with helium. Sorry, I even questioned it for a second.
I mean, in for a penny.
Yeah.
The helium's so good because that invites the possibility they accidentally
inhaling.
let it go.
Oh, squirting around the room.
No, but several houses over. In some months' time after it's reached the atmosphere, frozen and come back down.
Yeah, all right. I'm writing this down.
It certainly is one way to make things more traumatic for the
husband.
Mother, for the husband.
And also the husband who lives 2 doors down. It falls on his barbecue. Umbilical balloon animal party.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's only the second balloon animal sketch today, so I think that's pretty good, to be honest, in the scheme of things. So,
is there anything we can do for you, Andy?
No.
Yeah, do
I
you
mean,
guys need water? Or?
No. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I probably should have another glass. Or no, what's that? Oh, I can put some water into here, and then I can drink that.
Can we do a little bit of packing up?
No, I mean, we haven't finished yet.
No.
We still need to come up with ideas.
What?
We still need to come up with 18 ideas.
18 ideas left.
We're not just keeping on doing this for no reason. We're keeping on doing this for a very, very bad reason, Pete.
To reach an arbitrary number.
An arbitrary number.
I did come in with something approaching an idea, not like a great, but so I was thinking about, because the monoculture doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, when we were kids, you could talk to other kids as you got older that you hadn't met before about TV shows that you watched when you were a kid.
Reference points.
You had like these common reference points, and those don't exist anymore for our children, because there's like 100 channels, you know, and everything. So what I was thinking is, so everyone has like a commonality of experience, you know, something they can all refer to. We have a nuclear world war.
Oh, that is so good. Yes.
Because
everyone will see the same flashes in the sky.
Yeah.
Remember the big one, you'll say, and they'll be like, yes, I do. It was the last thing I saw.
Yeah, and even if you've never met this person
eyes.
before, then it, you know, you go from there. You know, there's instantly
the conversation is flowing.
Yeah.
That's terrific. I mean, you know, some would say that COVID will, in a way, play that role, but
it's boring is the problem with COVID.
It is boring, yeah.
We've realised the reason, because Spanish flu killed 500 million people. It was a huge, ridiculously big thing. Why didn't everyone write about it? And we know now, because we lived through it, that it's dull. It is very dull.
Yeah.
Even when a lot of people
not a lot
die,
to say, is there?
Still boring.
Yeah.
Well, not a lot of television shows and media have chosen to just ignore that it's happening, or not really change things in any way. It's just sort of mention it. Oh, yeah, that's happening.
Well, in wars, the stories that you choose to tell a lot of the time are the acts of heroism, right? And that's the things that you mull over and you remember through the ages.
Bust a dam.
But yeah, exactly. But there aren't so many ones of those in a pandemic, or like, you know, not on the same scale and not in the same way, and they're not dramatic like the acts of heroism in wartime.
Acts of heroism is just staying inside and just being ground down by your own, you know, by either just being
the home front.
The home front, yeah.
Or tireless, systematic, people creating vaccines and developing medicine.
Sure. But again, very dull. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we should have a global nuclear war.
Yeah, a global nuclear war, so kids have something to talk about when they're older and like, do you remember? And yet a lot of children will die, but that is still something to talk about.
That's a great thing to talk about. What a topic.
So wait, we need to have one? So I missed the original.
Yeah, well, it's just that we're lacking cultural touchstones now because there's no monoculture and everything's so fractured.
Sure.
So
nuclear war is
proposing a global nuclear war so that we all have something to talk about.
Yeah.
For the kids.
And I do worry
kids to
about the
talk about.
kids. Especially with the lack of nuclear wars and all that.
I mean,
socially, they're withering.
As far as reasons to have a war so that we've got something to talk about, I mean, I think there have been worse reasons.
So
it's not the worst reason for a war.
So did you already argue that COVID was potentially a monoculture of some sort?
But it's no good because it's too boring. Yeah.
Can't really make
so you can't talk about it.
And thermonuclear war is much easier to generate than something that everyone will like.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're right.
But we could.
It's real hard to get that.
Try to make like an Australian version of The Office or something like that. You know, maybe that's what the world needs now. Is what they're kind of asking for.
It's either a global thermonuclear war or we try to condense the number of streaming services. And they're just not going to go for that.
You know what the monoculture would need is just one streaming service that has everything.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and I know that's what you were saying.
No, but then I think if it has everything, then there's still too many things to watch. So not everybody's going to be watching the same thing.
It's just one thing to watch.
I know, but they'll still curate the front page, you know?
I don't know that passes for a monoculture. I don't know if that's going to plug the gap that can only be filled, in my opinion. I think Martin's right with a global thermonuclear war. Now, I'm not sure exactly what adding the word thermo to nuclear does, but it sounds more official.
I think it's when the sun, isn't it? It's thermo, it's hot. I'm making this up now.
Yeah.
It's hot, so it's when the dust cloud goes up.
But that blocks out the sun and makes things cold.
Yeah, but that's what it is. It's like a thermo. Like it's the temperature goes
like a thermos, like it kind of keeps the temperature
in.
Yeah, you have nuclear winter.
Yeah.
Because you could have a nuclear war and the bombs explode.
I'm going to write down thermonuclear war for the
Nuclear
kids.
war is where the temperature changes somehow, up or down.
It's the title of the thing in war games.
You're right that if
I can't remember what the thing, what it actually
Total
means.
thermonuclear war. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I think you're right that this would be solved if everyone, if we combined all the services into one streaming service with a dedicated children's channel you could rely on. But I think we're right in saying thermonuclear war will happen first,
and it's also easier to do,
much more achievable.
Yeah. Like, do
and
you
everybody
want to kill LA?
Kind of wants it.
There is a chance, and there's a chance that'll probably happen to the bigger countries. But I guess, I feel like it would just be easier to get Australia and then take the resources. You could get Sydney, Melbourne, and bam.
To remember the thermo.
Thermo, oh yeah.
Remember the thermo, the sun gets blocked out.
Whoa, Jesus Christ. Is that chair broken?
I'm not sure, but it does fine.
It has not stopped Al from trying to get the chicken.
All right. We've done thermonuclear war.
I mean, the word coriander keeps coming into my mind, but I've already I think I've already forced you to write down hours and hours ago a sketch about coriander, and that was nothing. And I'm not going to say coriander again.
All right, one more, and then I've got to keep moving.
Yeah, I understand, Pete. Thank you.
I'm very sorry to have to leave you behind.
It's all good.
There's kleptomania.
Yes.
Right? But is there a version that's not so manic?
Just klepto. Like, like laissez-faire.
Kleptophilia.
Yeah,
kleptophilia would be I like to klepto, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not weird about it.
No. It would be my preference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would a kleptophiliac then be?
Someone who enjoys stealing but is not compelled to do so.
Oh, that's
not frantic.
Yeah. Mania does sound. I mean, when I hear the word kleptomania, it's not the klepto that worries me. It's the mania.
Sure.
Right? And
is that stealing? Yeah.
Klepto? Yes. I assume so. No.
I mean, we all enjoy stealing. It's just we're not all compelled to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I enjoy free things. I think I feel bad.
Depends what I'm stealing from.
All possession is theft, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't really understand it, but it is good.
As long as it's something other people cannot take part in and is only kept for your use and you're not using it, then technically you're stealing it from everybody. Is that the idea?
Collective?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean...
So it's when there's lots of that stuff in the atmosphere and it blocks out the sun.
Okay, I get it.
Thermokleptomania.
Yeah, you take the sun away from everyone.
Now, there's we've seen the evil supervillains who want to block out the sun with their giant mirror in space. Are any considered blocking out the moon? And
to be annoying.
No, you'd stop the tides.
No, I don't think you would. I think the moon's gravity would still work. Right, you're just blocking it out so you
just
can't see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, like you paint it black?
Yeah, or maybe again with a giant mirror in space. But I guess it doesn't have to be a mirror. Giant.
Could you block the moon's gravity?
Don't know that we can. We don't have gravity blocking technology.
No, but imagine that. This guy's really evil.
You get another moon the same size on the other side. That would
be nice, yeah. Or a smaller one, but closer.
Yeah.
Or is it like the Newton's cradle and they keep...
Or bigger but further away.
Yeah, or two.
Two
There's
smaller
half
ones.
the space, half the size.
And there are thirds if you were to divide the orbit into thirds.
I feel like I prefer the idea of one being the same size and the same distance away, because I have a feeling that if it was bigger and further away, then that would somehow cause the planet to start swinging wildly in a horizontal direction.
I do always slightly worry about some of my ideas. Feel like they were going to push
They
the
might
Earth
have-
off of its orbit and away from our sun that really does kind of nourish us.
We do rely on. But the same token, it has become a bit of a crutch.
That's true, and that's what I
The sun
worry
is a
about.
crutch.
And I think that what we need to do is we need to knock ourselves out so that we can learn to be truly independent.
Yeah. At a certain point, any truly developed situation has to leave its sun. Right? Has to move on. You got to leave the cradle, baby.
And we have to leave the moon first, but we could also just get the
We
moon
don't
to
have
leave
to leave
us.
the moon.
No, we have to leave the moon.
Yeah?
We also have to leave the moon. It's become a crutch. We're dependent on it.
Okay, but so what we would... So now the point is to... So maybe we could use our leaving the moon as a way of leaving the sun. Can we slingshot away from the moon in order to get away from the sun so that we can just rely on the heat in the core of the Earth?
I think so, finally.
I think we'd be looking for another sun who can maybe treat us better and be even more advantageous than the current one.
Even more perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is really good. But
We
you know, if
think
it was
this one's great, but we've never known any other.
Any other son, yeah. When you've only been in one relationship and you get that wanderlust. You're looking around, you got that roving eye. And I think it's good.
We're sending the Earth off its orbit through space to find another star to orbit.
Yeah, well, the scientists have looked across the universe. They've spotted a distant sun that they actually think is more habitable.
More habitable.
More habitable than our sun.
Well,
you can't live on the sun. I realise that, Pete. I know what you're going to say, and
being
it's
away
not
from
helpful.
the sun is probably going to buy us a few years.
Global warming.
From global warming, right? So that'll really chill the outsides. Everybody will be indoors again. We're all used to it now.
With the thermo...
The thermo, call it. We'll all get our heat from geothermal stuff. Probably big jackets, things like that. And then we'll head out there, see if this other sun is any good, or whether it radiates something that will kill us all. Things like that.
Or our calculations were slightly wrong.
Slightly wrong, and it would only take a tiny little mistake in such a long distance that we're traveling. But I think it's better to try than it is to wonder.
I think it's such a big swing, and I love it for us.
Yeah. And
I love it for us as a species.
We deserve it.
Yeah. We deserve to be happy.
Yeah.
I think there's better suns out there, but do we know that there's better solar systems? Do we know that we're definitely... Because the great thing about our solar system is all the other planets are dead. And they're not going to fuck with us or piss us off or have a problem.
Sure. Yeah. Are we going to have a problem here?
Yeah.
I know, but the implication also is that if all the other ones are dead, we're next, right? And so...
The writing's on the wall, mate.
Exactly. So we go to one where there are heaps of living planets. Like their Goldilocks zone is huge, right? We'll go in there. Sure, maybe somebody will come and attack us. But it means that we found other life, and that's exciting. Yeah. It'll be an exciting couple of days while we're still, living through it.
We'd be such the losers of that group, though, because the others have hung around the other living planets for so long. They're used to hang out with people, and you're this fucking weird shut-in planet.
So they'll all be a bit cliquey, you think?
Yeah.
It's a hard thing to get in.
Well, they wouldn't mean to, but it's just we're such weirdos, and and we would not accept that we weren't the coolest.
Yeah. I know I wouldn't.
I know, but none of them have traveled from another solar system together.
Yeah, that's that. It's the new kid on the block.
Yeah.
Have you written down block out the moon?
Block out supervillain
threatens to block out the moon. I just think it's exciting.
Threatens.
It's exciting and pointless. Go for it. It's not so much a villain as a crazy eccentric person.
Yeah, well, it's one of those evil plans that you could pretty easily pass off as an art project if somebody called you out on it.
Yeah.
You could say, well, it was all I was trying to win the Turner Prize.
Yeah.
And you just
Well, you could create different shadows if you're blocking out the moon.
I mean, it would be pretty cool to put something up there that has a little shape in it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry, a silhouette.
You let the light shine through, right, and you can see different shapes.
But you wouldn't see it from...
Wouldn't always see it.
Because it would be on the Earth. The shadow would be on the Earth, so you would only see it from the sky.
No, but you would see the light coming through.
Oh, yeah. You can put a little message there.
Little message there. That'd be nice. Yeah.
Something that could maybe reunite, unite all the children, or under a monoculture, maybe something that doesn't involve nuclear war.
Yeah, you can talk about the things that were written on the moon.
They go,
That's the last.
All you need to write on the moon is watch this one TV channel.
Yeah.
You fix it. So an advertisement, fundamentally.
Yeah, but that could help. That could at least help that one get supremacy. And
what about if it's just a smaller moon?
Wait, what we just?
What is the smaller moon? Watch the smaller moon.
Yeah. No. It's just there's a small aperture. There's just a smaller.
Makes the moon look smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like reading glasses.
That is
makes it seem like the moon's further away.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Using a magnifying glass to magnify the light from the moon in order to something. So I'm sorry, I didn't get.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not
concentrated Earth light, moonlight.
So you would, with ants, you would use it to, obviously, in the sun to
you would
burn
use it
them.
to burn ants.
But perhaps maybe. You could use it on ants to sort of concentrate like a romantic evening.
Exactly,
out.
I was what I
Maybe
was
with the
going to
queen,
say. Make a slightly more romantic ambience. The moon looks so bright tonight, my love, says the little ant with pheromones to the queen. She says, I don't know, you've never let me out of this underground cave. This relationship is toxic.
With a magnifying.
Why don't we go for a dip in my spa? It's full of pickles.
Full of pickles. Dip into the
Charcuterie.
pickle spa.
Yeah.
Dip into the pickle spa. That's a
Metallica song?
It's a Metallica song, I think.
On that note, I'm going to disappear
You've
into the
given
night.
so much. Thank you for your company.
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
We'll see you soon.
Congratulations.
Should we plug our book?
Oh, yes, we should plug our book.
Pete and I have got a book coming out next year.
Yes, we
called
do.
Gustav and Henry Volume 1, and it's a children's book about two friends, Gustav and Henry. They go on adventures.
Yes, a pig and a dog.
Pig and a dog.
And they have lots and lots of fun.
Yeah, lots and lots and lots of fun.
Can people pre-order it?
No, yet. No.
Okay.
No, but
keep an eye out.
Can they
keep an eye out.
post-order
It went to the printers yesterday.
Fantastic. You'll probably see it around March next year.
Takes a while to print.
Yeah, right.
Big pages.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Enormous.
Yeah, I've used a printer before.
Mm.
I know what it's like.
It's on both sides too. So it's on both sides.
It goes,
stick it back in
then it
again.
goes, it gets sucked
Oh,
back
and then
in.
you put them in upside down, and then you, oh no.
That's how commercial printers work. Like,
really?
No, they don't.
Okay.
I didn't really commit to that lie.
No, they're on rollers and stuff.
You're right.
Yeah, drums.
Drums. Okay.
Yeah.
So like.
On the drums, we have a commercial printer.
Be nice.
Thank you
so
for
much.
everything, Peter.
Good to see you, man.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah. Now, what about this? Colostomy bags for other things.
Here we go.
Okay.
I mean, why not a colostomy bag that just attaches to your butthole? I don't understand.
Why do you have to wait until you get some sort of bowel condition before they'll let you have a colostomy bag?
I know.
Why can't I just have one? What?
Or is
Bye,
it great?
Pete.
Is it just beneficial that they get it out? That I get it out before it makes it to the thing? Pete, oh my god! I was like, "Who's that?" It's still Pete. Where's my
Where are my
burgers?
2 chicken
I
burgers?
don't know whose burger I ate.
You ate all those burgers.
So this has got a new shirt, pretty good color.
Oh, it's fantastic, and it looks even better on the screen.
Yeah, better than in person. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Colostomy bag for things
yes.
that are not.
Okay, yeah. We don't. Doesn't have to be for pooping. Okay.
well, colostomy, it does. It almost sounds a bit like a sort of a very wet salad. You know, it's
Sounds like
there.
a wet
It's up there with what's that one that you get from KFC? And it also is coleslaw. I always think that those two things are so close together in my mind.
Yeah, I can see because coleslaw,
Colostomy.
And in certain circumstances, the two products do interact.
Sure. And, you know, maybe indistinguishable depending on how your internal digestive system is going.
What is
your internal digestive system? That's right. I specified.
The idea that I guess you could just have a colostomy bag filled with coleslaw, but it's not for pooping into. It's something that you bring on a run, or something like that.
Well, I mean, a lot of people try to smuggle alcohol into things. And I think if you did it in a colostomy bag, nobody's going to question it.
I wonder if you just squeezed some alcohol into your digestive tract there, whilst you're, like I know it's closer to the exit than it is to the entry.
Sure, but I would still get absorbed, absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah, I reckon that's getting into the bloodstream real quick.
And do you think there's things that
This is the worst conversation. I'm so sorry.
it's supposed to go through all the other bits first in order to stop something really bad happening, or do you think this is fine?
I don't.
Do you think alcohol ever makes it that deep down?
Yeah.
Once alcohol's been in the bladder, the kidneys. Let's say the kidneys first. Bladder's later on because that's pee. Is there any alcohol in there? Because that's how you get like liver disease and shit.
Some of it must make it to the kidneys.
Yeah. So you could have a potable liquid. Well, no, potable implies drinkable, and it's not in great shape. Sure. But you could get some alcohol that you could then mess with until you could drink it out of someone's kidneys.
Yes.
So you're implying now, rather than sneaking alcohol in your colostomy bag, is that you could get somebody's kidneys out, or maybe through the colostomy bag hole, reach the kidney, and just squeeze some alcohol into your mouth?
Well, I no, but I do think that when you put
acquiring a depth of flavor.
When you put somebody on dialysis, that is filtering your blood for you, and if the kidney is filtering the alcohol out of your blood, then presumably dialysis, although I imagine they suggest you don't drink too much if you are on dialysis, but I imagine dialysis would be capable of doing that, which suggests that a way to smuggle illegal substances into a country could be inside somebody's body, but not in, their stomach and a condom or anything like that, but literally just in their bloodstream, and then you filter it out at the other end.
Yeah.
I'm sure this has been done in a spy movie.
This is but it's a dialysis-based dissolved
drug
or alcohol.
I mean, you'd have to have for this to be viable. You'd have to have such a large quantity of the drug in your bloodstream
that they would probably die.
That you would probably die, but maybe you built up an immunity. Sure. Is that a thing that happens?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. No.
And then build up an immunity. I think people.
Alcoholics do need a lot of alcohol to get drunk, right? And they don't really feel the effects.
And I think heroin users, if they go off heroin for a time and then go back on it, can be at risk of overdosing more easily because they don't have as high a tolerance.
Sure. I think in terms of smuggling quantities for other
people to
consume.
Smuggling quantities. If you were talking kilos.
Yeah, I think that you wouldn't be able to have more than a person could consume, which is probably what you're wanting to do.
Yeah, you.
if you're a trafficker,
sure.
And then.
So you have a country that doesn't allow you to drink, and you want to get alcohol into that country, which is so if you do want to party in a country where alcohol is forbidden, find a dialysis technician.
Yeah,
and then
they can hook you up with one shot glass.
Sure.
Of what may have been gin.
I think this one was gin. They say.
They say.
I mean, in a country that doesn't allow alcohol, could you go to the border and have somebody squirt it across the border into your mouth? Or
sure, I guess if it's
or kiss you over the border and then spit some into your mouth in the kiss.
Pure alcohol.
Yeah.
In America, under Prohibition, were people allowed to let fruit rot?
Sure.
Let fruit trees just kind of, don't pick them, let it all fall down, and then you come in like an elephant eating sort of that fermented fruit. Have you ever seen that video? Those?
Yeah, they get real drunk.
Yeah, and they have a real good time. I mean, I don't know if they're having a good time. They might actually have a problem, and I apologize.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't promote that kind of thing. Certainly not on Twitch.
A guy wandering around an apple orchard in the 1920s notices that one of the apples fallen on the ground has started slightly rotting, and immediately an FBI agent just fills him full of bullets.
Shot down.
Look, I'm just going to write Prohibition, rotten fruit, going to jail for just fruit that you took out of your backpack kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sure. I mean, how much of that stuff does actually ferment to the point of alcohol, and how much of it just rots? So those are different things, aren't they? Rotting and fermenting are different processes.
Well, with the elephants, wasn't it literally just like rotting fruit? It wasn't. Yeah. And monkeys, I've seen them do it. So not all fruit, when it rots, does ferment.
Right.
But it requires, I guess, another agent to be around. But
it probably yeast, right, which is what produces alcohol. So it's some sort of little fungus.
How did yeast get into those elephants' apples?
Well, I think yeast exists. So when you make wine, the yeast that causes the fermentation of the wine is already there on the skin of the grapes. Wow. It lives on the... I could be wrong.
Does that mean that is it on our skin?
Probably.
Yeah. So like a corpse in the ground slowly rotting.
But also fermenting.
Yeah. Yeah. That is one of the things about like Prohibition America, is that thing about how like people slowly realizing that literally anything that rots kind of could be turned into, and then they do end up drinking alcohol made out of their own furniture.
Does that happen?
Yeah, it was called smoke. It was literally fermented wood, and it would send you...
Alasdair. This is cool.
Yeah, you can consume wood.
You can drink wood. You might not be able to eat it, but you can sure as hell drink it. So I never would have dreamed that such a thing was possible.
So it's just breaking down the cellulose or whatever in the wood, and
yeah, and it was really bad. It sent people blind. Like it was fun.
That is good.
Small price to pay.
Sure, yeah. For one.
There you are, drunk off your ass in 1927. I'm shaky on the dates.
What are you drinking? Yeah. I think this was a dining chair.
You got a chiffonier. You got a party.
Chiffonier.
A chiffonier. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm going to go fill up this water jug. I'll be back in a second. You guys can talk about dinner parties.
Sure. Well, I like them. I like dinner parties personally. There's those ones where there's a murder mystery. Of course, there's been a lot of movies made on that kind of thing. You've probably seen most of them.
I have.
Read a lot of the books.
Yeah, no, I saw And Then There Were None the other day from 1945, which it was really funny because it's like, you know the story of And Then There Were None? It's 10 people, they all get invited to an island under a different pretext, and they get there and they all get invited into the dining room for the dinner, and the butler puts a gramophone on and the gramophone plays, and it says everyone in this room is guilty of murder. And it says what like the murder that each of them has committed.
Yeah.
And it says that it's and is going to die as punishment for committing that murder. And then over the course of the weekend, one by one, they all get killed off as they all try to figure out who is the person who
behind it all.
Yeah, who did the thing. Which I saw that, and a couple of things came to mind. One is the idea of like you do that, but it's extremely petty grievances. Just much lower level.
Then are you still murdering the people, or are you inflicting the same petty inconvenience on, being given a parking ticket when you probably, you were on your way back and you'd paid anyway, but it was just that it had clicked over to a different time.
Yeah, no, you just slowly, until... And I guess then, because they're not dying and having to leave, I guess then the person just becomes very annoyed and leaves.
Sure.
In a huff.
Or do they... Well, I mean, but they might reveal themselves at the end in a big, blaze of...
Well, the person who established it all, they have to reveal themselves.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's what I mean.
But yeah, it's the person who committed a petty grievance to begin with.
Right.
Just leaves because they're annoyed.
Sure. But there are 12 of them or 10 of them or something, and they've all been invited there with all different petty grievances.
Yeah, and also, like, you might leave if you thought it was a waste of your time.
Well, that's the thing.
Which it almost certainly is.
Yeah, can we write this down? That it's just, and then there were none, and then it's just petty grievances? Is that...
Yeah.
I mean, that's just an idea that you've just taken brought in from off pod, but...
But in a way, isn't... prison is kind of wasting your time, right? That's the biggest, that's the biggest punishment that we have is wasting somebody's. And this
Oh,
is
there's
why.
also that death penalty and stuff. But
Yeah, but we don't have that.
Oh right. Well, I mean, I think of we as us, the human race.
Sure. Okay. Well, I think of we as being us.
You and me, we don't have death
that's
penalty.
Right. But thanks for correcting me anyway.
But thank you for correcting me. Thinking that we would be thinking of you and I as the death penalty.
The fact that we that the biggest thing that we can allow in Australia is just wasting people's time. It explains why when you are waiting for somebody and you just can't do anything or go anywhere and you're just paralyzed because you're waiting for someone, it feels so bad because you're having your time wasted, and that is the biggest punishment that we have to offer. It's a kind of imprisonment.
So even the worst thing about just feeling kind of sad is like, God damn it, this is time I could be using to be feeling happy. I'm wasting
the
it.
worst thing about it. I mean, yeah. Is there an alternative to that? Is there any other way that you...
I don't know why I'm picturing a Willy Wonka type person who comes and tries to tell you about sadness just being a prison from your own mind. And you don't need to do that. He's like, I've been a jailer for years. And let me show you all the ways that you can escape. And he shows you all these ways to be happy. And he goes and pats a dog. And then he gives it to sells it to a man. And I'm trying to think of things that would make... I'm trying to think of a way that it could be funny. I actually wanted to hurt the dog, but then I realized that wasn't going to bring joy to anybody else.
Sorry, I've tuned out, so I didn't hear a lot of what you were saying. But...
Does that feel like you've lost time? And you feel like you're punished by the time that...
I don't feel anything at the moment, actually. I got nothing going on upstairs in the old brain box, Alasdair.
Right.
But what about this, right? We can't fix sadness, okay? But maybe if the problem is feeling like your time is being wasted, we could make you have the same amount of sadness, but just in a much smaller period of time by making the sadness more intense, so that we know it'll be over sooner.
Who's doing this?
I don't know. Follow-up questions.
What about if the problem is that you feel sad when you should be, when it's time that you could be spent feeling happy. What if fundamentally what you need is occupation? So we need things for sad people to do.
Sure.
Jobs for sad people.
Oh, it's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Immediately I'm just thinking of sort of basic work. They're making wallets. They're in a large sweatshop that makes you very sad.
I don't know why my first thought was surfing deliveries, right? So you're delivering.
Surfing deliveries.
That's right. You're delivering stuff to people while surfing. It's like, you might be holding food. You're up on the beach. You go, thank you. Here you go, like that, and then you paddle back out. To, whatever, to the dark kitchen that's on the boat.
The dark kitchen?
Yeah, those dark kitchens where they make all the...
Oh, okay, sure. I was just picturing there was no light in this kitchen. I thought that's dangerous.
Yeah,
and they're on a boat. That's going to be moving all over the place.
Jobs for sad people.
Jobs for sad people. I love it as a class of thing, right? It's in there with the sort of the work for the dole kind of program, or getting return service people back into the workforce. Jobs for the sad. Do you have to prove how sad you are to get on this? You probably don't. Do you want to get on this program, or are you forced to go on this program?
You're forced to go on this program
because it's going to make you feel happy.
You're bumming everyone out, and they're like, you've got to go do those surfing deliveries. And everyone knows, like, you order from a restaurant, but you don't know it's the Jobs for the Sad program.
Yeah.
And the guy shows up, and he just looks like shit. And you're like, take the food. And your kid's like, why's the man sad? And you're like, we're doing a thing.
Government program. They're trying to lift his spirits. He's having a go.
Just doing the gardening and just frowning the entire time.
He's on the mend, Jimmy. He's on the mend. He's out in the world now.
He's bouncing back.
He'll be better in no time. A bit of hard work never hurt anybody.
It does need to be like surfing deliveries. It does need to be like what things that would theoretically make the people joyful. forcibly taken part in by people who are currently sad, making
so
daisy chains and
cleaning the butterfly enclosure.
Yeah,
there's a lot of dead butterflies. I imagine you got to sweep up. I don't know how much that's going to help. It's one of those jobs that you think would be a lot happier.
Just walking guide dogs. Oh,
is there anything? Walking guide dogs would suck, I reckon, because so much of your job is telling people you can't pat the guide dogs. Please don't pat the guide dogs. And then you're actually like sort of cock blocking people from happiness that comes from patting a dog. And there's always, I mean, they picked the sort of the softest, most pattable looking dog.
Yeah,
especially those puppies.
They need to make guide dogs more hideous.
I think so.
So it's a program make guide dogs more hideous.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're just kind of, you know, I think even though there's not breeds that are, the hideous breeds are often not as intelligent as the Labrador, but they're less likely to be patted.
Yeah. So it's a compromise we're willing to make.
Yeah.
Either that or you just put an offensive slogan on a Labrador. So like it looks cute, but clearly it's got some bad ideas.
Now,
you don't want to be stuck in a conversation.
It's really good. Much better than putting that guide dog's "please don't pat me, I'm trading" thing would be to just strap a swastika around the dog's belly. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, or you don't. I guess you don't have to go Nazi. You can just be fuck off. You know, or
great,
or you know, one of those T-shirts that like everyone who's looking at me is an idiot kind of.
Oh, it's a good T-shirt. I love those ones. They're so funny.
You see a guy walking around a shopping centre, you're like, really? You're gonna walk around all day with a T-shirt that says "fuck you" on it? Okay,
that's
kind of weird.
Intense stuff, isn't there? Now we've got guide dogs for the blind. What about this? Guide bats for the deaf. Is this offensive?
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, okay.
Possibly offensive, and also I don't think it fixes their problem.
No, not at all. But I do like the idea of somebody walking along with a bat on a string, just fluttering above them.
It doesn't
quite
actually.
furiously.
The thing is that it doesn't because they can see where they're going. So they don't actually need it. It's just cool.
It is.
Right?
It's real cool.
And it's just, I think it should just be a perk. You get to have a pet bat.
Sure.
When other people don't. And that's just one of the perks of being deaf.
So
I've written it down. We're on 290.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Do you have more people coming in?
I had Josh Earl coming, but then he was going to arrive in the next half hour or an hour, and I was like, well, maybe it won't be worth the journey for him. So so this is it for now. This is
But how are you going, Martin? You got places to be?
I don't have places to be, but I may leave at some point. Just
yeah, I mean that's okay. That's absolutely okay. I reckon we can get this done within living memory.
Yeah.
But I do need to go to the toilet again, Alasdair.
It's all good. It's all good. You've been drinking a lot of custard, so I understand.
That stuff goes right through.
Yeah. Oh God, that is not a get up and go beverage.
Yeah, it's but look, I mean, I just couldn't eat. I mean, I didn't want to eat too much sugar on this because I knew that would make me crash. But then I realized I underate all day.
Yeah, no, you do need food. Why is the chips pointed at me? I've definitely eaten.
None of it was ours, and so somebody delivered food here, and then it said it was for Michael, and then I thought maybe somebody bought us food, and maybe they did, but they put Michael on it, and then it was all meat stuff. So maybe it still was for us. But anyway, I will eat that chicken afterwards. But you can have those chips if you want.
I don't know. I don't need them, but it is pointed at me, so I felt.
You feel like it's aggressively offering itself to you?
Oh, it's on my side.
That was mostly because Lisa was having it. Let's see. I mean, I know this is nothing but a chip pinata.
That's good. In general, a hot pinata.
A hot pinata is just a very good idea. And I guess you picture the food raining down on people, hot.
I think this is
straight out of the deep fryer into the hot pinata.
It's 100% a sketch idea if you definitely pick the right food and just that one food. If it's a service that supplies turkey pinatas.
Yeah. Or that's right. I mean, I picture a fisherman's basket. There's you could do yum cha. which would be, I mean, it would be disgusting eating it off the ground. That's the main problem.
So you still want it to be little bits?
I think it would.
Hot food,
Yeah.
little bits.
Yeah. So if it's a fisherman's basket, at least everything is kind of deep fried, and it's got that. The batter is kind of protecting it from the grit getting in when it hits the ground from smashing it open, right? And you could make the piñata out of fish. You could make it look like fish, you know, and then it looks like you're eating the contents of a fish, you know, it's of its own stomach and things like that. The kind of things
and all the fish that the fish ate.
And all the fish and the prawns and the calamari rings that it consumed and the chips.
I was thinking, like, this isn't the fish, but I was thinking, like, what if you filled a piñata with paella and the paella dish is below it, and then you bust it open and it just fills the bowl?
It's a great way. Is paella another soup, cold soup?
No, it's the rice and seafood and
sort of a Spanish.
That's right. Yeah, paella.
Risotto. I don't know what you're talking about, but I love it.
It was a hot piñata.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Now, have we talked about asphyxiating yourself to increase other forms of pleasure?
I think we have in the past.
Great.
But I mean, you know.
Because I was just thinking about asphyxie walking. Well, and where you go on a bushwalk and choke yourself a little bit to increase the natural wonder.
I think that we all often spend too much time trying to use asphyxiating yourself to increase things that already feel good. And maybe asphyxie crying would be a way to pull yourself out of sadness. You know, to lift. I mean, maybe it would just heighten the crying. I don't know.
Asphyxiation for the sad.
Yeah.
They're a little too enthusiastic about it, honestly. Some of them really go for it.
But I'm trying to, hopefully it brings in some good feeling.
Right before, as long as you're getting the endorphin rush or whatever it is, dopamine from being choked, surely while hanging yourself, there is a moment there where things are looking a bit bright. Don't like it. No,
the real cruel sense they got there, isn't it?
It's real dark. I'm writing it down.
Oh my god. My throat is really starting to hurt, Alasdair. Are you having any of that?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm just writing asphyxie crying.
Just at the back here. Got some swelling and stuff.
Yeah, swelling. Jesus.
Swelling Jesus.
Swelling Jesus.
Write it down.
I'm glad there's some respiratory issues happening in here at this point in history. This is great.
No, I mean I think there's a really clear explanation for why this is happening.
Yeah, I suppose if you spend, 17 hours, not 18 hours or whatever. I don't know how long it's been, but
talking constantly.
Talking constantly. Okay. It's Alf. All right, Alf.
Yeah. So this is the show about the alien?
Yeah, but you find out that he actually was from here.
Just a real ugly little dude.
He's just a fun guy and find out. And then you meet the parents and you kind of see how it works.
Yeah, right. Actually, they're both quite attractive, but then you can see also how their features combined would make an Alf.
Yeah. All right, I'm just writing it down.
Oh my god! I mean, there is a point at which you're just ugly enough that your best option for getting by in life is to try and get yourself adopted by a small town American or just a regular American nuclear family under the guise of being an alien.
You're saying that Alf was orphaning that family?
He was orphaning them.
Yeah, one day they see him shaved and they realize it's just a little guy.
Yeah, it's a little guy.
Oh, they came to live with us. Oh, he was in the kid's bedroom.
They do it for recognizing his perfectly normal human genitalia. like the elephant man, right? Apparently his genitals were fine.
Was that the only bit that was? The rest of it was, and then it was...
and maybe one of his arms, I think. Yeah. Maybe one leg. Not sure, but yeah, not real. The one bit of you that you would want to be hideously distended and enlarged, wasn't. You can't catch a break.
Do you think you could teach a bird? I know this is almost nothing. Yeah, I apologize. To say, I am an animal. I am not a human being. No, forget it. Okay. It just feels like the easiest animal to teach to talk. To say something.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it would be better if it was an elephant.
Yeah, but it's one of those species that we've never managed to make it speak.
It's an elephant that looks like a man.
I am not a human being. I am an animal. Forget it.
But yeah, I mean, it's not really. But you've already said forget it, so I don't need to drill down into that anymore, do I, Alasdair?
I know, but just think about it. As you're saying no, the amount of times you got angry with me for even suggesting I shouldn't write something. Just, I want you to reflect on your own behavior.
Alasdair, it's all I do. I live in a sea of regret.
Sea.
Yeah.
I saw Candyman recently. What are other things where you could say something repeatedly into a mirror and then whatever you say appears behind you?
The thing's behind me. The thing's behind me. The thing's behind me. And then they
all the stuff is already there.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. I mean, having to say it 3 times, that feels like something you have to do already in some other situation. So where's there something we have to do something 3 times? I mean, if you enter a password twice, then if you're changing your password, you do have to enter that twice. But having to say Candyman 3 times.
If you say Candyman wrong 5 times, it actually locks you out.
Locks you out. You're not able to get back into Candyman.
I'm just writing that down.
You have to contact the admin.
You're standing there looking into a mirror, trying to say Candyman 3 times, but you can't remember what it is. Mandycan?
At one point, you got your finger on whatever the human equivalent of caps lock is. You shout the name.
Equivalent of caps lock is, yes.
You shout the name, so that's capitalizing it, and so it won't accept that.
Okay, correct.
Candyman. Candyman.
Yeah.
Candyman. Candyman.
And you're like, I mean...
Autocomplete turns it into a proper word instead of Candyman.
Yeah, but how then...
They would
how
turn
would
it
you
into Handyman, wouldn't it?
go about resetting it? Or are you just locked out for a certain period of time?
Well, it's either locked out for a certain period of time or you have to contact Microsoft admin.
Right.
Is Candyman on your side when you call him, or does he come and kill you?
He sometimes comes and kills you, but it's sort of complicated because it's one of those clever movies where it depends on the situation. There's a lot of stuff about race. But yeah. But the thing is, if you...
It's a new version.
Why would you say Candyman 3 times?
Is
if
it
you
out of
knew this was
curiosity?
going to happen?
Well, nobody believes it, but then there are certain situations where people are like, they will find it useful to summon him, even if he did kill them, because they want to do something bad or whatever. But I was also thinking about the idea that if you repeat an idea, an idea can be really scary. The idea of Candyman is this very scary, almost godlike ghost figure that can kill you or change reality or whatever.
Right.
But an idea loses power if you repeat it too many times. So even a really clever phrase, the more you hear it, the dumber, it becomes until you forget about it. So with Candyman, if you say it 5 times, you summon this impossible thing. It can kill everybody. But if you say it 10 times, it just summons a guy. Because you've repeated it and now you've diminished the power of the idea.
Sure, it's been diluted.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, if everybody's saying it all over town, I mean, Candyman, is there no part of his sort of non-corporeal being that gets a bit over the whole thing? Are ghosts capable of being bored?
Oh, yeah.
It must be a big feature of it, right?
Yeah.
And even in that case, I imagine sort of vengeful evil gods or whatever, ghosts or whatever he is, presumably the excitement wears off for, your evil killer beings. I mean, what's amazing about Pennywise is how enthusiastic and how much fun.
Well, he's had to wait 25 years. Yeah.
I suppose there's the anticipation, right? If you are waiting in, but he's also like a sort of a timeless being that goes way back thousands of years. And I mean, what drives Pennywise? How do you stay fresh? This could be sort of a morning TV interview with one of those kinds of demon beasts about how they stay motivated.
It's a boring problem, but the problem is
Can I be honest? It's the kids. That's what keeps me coming back.
It's their enthusiasm that I love to destroy.
Yeah, that's what I feed off.
Yeah, it's what brought you there in the first place. And I bet there would be days when it'd be hard and then he'd remember a particularly scared child and be like, that's why.
See?
This
is why I do this.
All right. Interview. Interview with Board Demon
Beast
about what keeps it motivated.
Keep on slaying and slaughtering.
I genuinely, when I didn't think I would have to come in here tonight for this because you guys were going so well.
Yeah, it was going okay early on.
I actually sat down.
Really glad you're here.
I watched Cloud Atlas.
Really?
And I was like, I'll get to finish this because I'm not going to have to come in.
Yeah.
And then Kathy was like, actually, I think you're going to have to come in. They're only up to 279. Yeah. It's like, okay.
How was Cloud Atlas?
I liked it. It's cool. It's full of ideas. You know, if that's.
I really disliked it when I saw it.
It's I can see why someone would dislike it, but it's very ambitious, and I think like it kind of helps now being later. I think with all the bad press and everything to watch and go, oh, it's kind of nice. They're trying a lot of different stuff.
I don't remember anything about it now except that I didn't like it. So if I were to try and remake Cloud Atlas, really the only thing I would remember is that I thought it was bad, and I would have to just sort of try and make a bad film and be like, well, I think this is what it was like. Not just remaking something based on a vibe. Based on the vibe I got from Cloud Atlas, a new story.
Yeah, I think that could work. If you remaking a film that you don't remember other than that you didn't like it, and every single time remaking it scene for scene and line for line. Because it turns out that's actually a very powerful receptor.
Yeah.
It's like having a pain response to, make you stop a compulsive behavior.
Sure, it's really ingrained.
Yeah.
I think a film that I would like to see maybe, a book I'd like to see remade as maybe a horror film is like one of those Spot books. Where's Spot? It's dinner time. Where's Spot?
They never find Spot at the end. You take the book Spot, you stop at a page earlier. Spot's never found.
Because, have you read any Spot books?
Not recently, no.
So, it's dinner time. Where's Spot? That's the mom talking. Right?
She's probably panicking.
Well,
we can't really read her emotion.
But then she's looking around. It's a flip book. So you open up one page and she looks in the cupboard. There's a bear in there. It's not in here. It's eating honey. Then they go and open a cupboard and there's a hippo in the piano with a little bird. Not in here. Open up something else. There's like a basket that's got penguins in it. Things not in here. No. There's I think
looks under a rug.
Under the turtle. Try the basket.
Like
that, and then that's where Spot is, right?
Yeah.
But it would become horror if you try the basket and Spot isn't there. So I don't know horror. You know horror better than I do.
No, that's horror, especially because if at that point you then realize also the family hasn't actually come to dinner, and also none of the other things were actually in the place where you thought they were.
Yeah, right. And the mum has just been running around frantically in this house by herself. Would you as a, I don't know, I mean, it's not a nice thing to do, but would you as a prank get printed out little stickers of an empty basket and go around children's book sections of bookshops pasting the empty basket over the top of where...
especially if you keep it. So it's an empty basket, but she still goes, there's Spot.
No. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, and then you cover him at the dinner table. You go, there you go, eat your food. No, it's evil.
Good boy, Spot.
Yeah, good boy, Spot.
I think that's really good. Right. And there are so many books of that variety. You know what I reckon happened? I reckon he was eaten by that fucking crocodile.
Well, there's quite a few
big apex predators. There's a lion in there as well, isn't there?
Lion, crocodile.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to judge her parenting, but Sally really needs to keep a closer eye on Spot. If she's gonna have this kind of, you have a child in this kind of an environment, there's a certain amount of responsibility. Anyway, that's just me.
I do.
Isn't it interesting though that this first Spot book, that is the first Spot book, where Spot, it's Sally's story. She's the hero of that story. She's searching for her son. You only see Spot in the last 2 pages.
Wow, like Jaws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in subsequent stories, Sally is really sidelined, and it becomes about Spot.
That always happens. It's
Yeah.
your Charlie Brown became Snoopy. You know, people just love the animals so much.
Yeah.
Sure.
And also, I guess it's also a bit like what, like having a kid is like. At first
You get sidelined in your
you
own
are,
story.
yeah, you kind of were the star, and
Yeah.
then suddenly, actually, it's all about them. And I think maybe we just saw Sally go through that transition.
I think it exactly happens with animals. That like as soon as an animal is in the house, all the humans are fundamentally secondary characters, especially as far as anyone outside the household is concerned.
Sure, like as in when a cat walks in, then suddenly everybody's like, "There's Kitty."
Yeah,
Yeah. You can't come in and do the stuff cats do.
I wish I could. No.
It's really quite spectacular when they lick their butts.
Is it?
And they stretch that one leg up way up over their head. There's a real quite amount of flair that's going on.
Yeah.
You have a cat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It do that?
Yeah, it does that. It like comes over to strangers and like touches them and stuff. And
yeah, right.
It's a fairly affectionate,
show
loving
pony.
cat. And then you're standing there like, I'm not affectionate. I don't want to touch you.
Yeah.
She's really got one over me. And if we had a dinner party, I'm sitting there talking about shit, boring the ass off people, and the cat is just lovely.
Yeah.
So nice.
Yeah.
It's funny to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it.
All right, how do we get our power back from these animals?
We put those offensive T-shirts on them.
That's right. Yeah. Let's look. I mean, it's I didn't write that down back here. Can I just say putting offensive T-shirts on animals to get our power back from them?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as long as you can somehow pass it off that it was the animal that chose to wear it.
Sure.
And it wasn't you putting it on there. Because then, then people will take pity on the animal again and say, "Oh, what's he doing to you? What's he doing to you?" kind of stuff. And then
say, no, he will not.
He will not take it off. He won't let me take it off.
No, he got it on. I didn't put it on.
He believes that statement made by that shirt.
He ordered it through the internet from a bad website. And now he's got a thing about Iran.
Yeah.
Very hard cat opinions about Iran.
Dates. Dates in Iran. Do you think are the dates up high on those trees? Are they like coconuts? They're on palm trees type of trees?
Yeah, I think it's the date palm, right? Date palm. Yeah, and I think dates are amazing. They're probably one of the most amazing fruits.
I kind of hate them.
I love them. I mean, are you talking medjool? You ever do the medjool
I
date?
hate all the dates.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like their inner mush.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I understand.
And the flavor is so good. How do you feel about sticky date pudding?
I like sticky date
Queen of
pudding,
the
but
puddings.
it feels like it's been fixed a little bit. The date, it's too intense when you bite into a date. It's and it feels like it's fake candy.
Yeah, really. I mean, but it's much less fake than most candy, right?
Well, no, candy is actually as real a candy as you can get.
Oh, okay.
But
you feel like you're trying to convince yourself that it's not candy.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to convince
by
myself
having
it's a
fruit.
treat.
Yeah.
But then it feels like it's equally as bad for me, even though it's probably not. But
yeah.
But then I think the same as much. Yeah, I don't know how much fiber is in them. So anyway, like you know what I mean. Like I think in order for sugar to not be bad for you or whatever, it's got to be eaten with fiber. So I don't know how much fiber dates have. Do they have heaps?
I don't know, Al. I don't know how much. It doesn't seem like heaps.
Yeah.
If you're not eating that seed, and I don't recommend that you do. So.
Yeah. Well, do you think the seed might have some fiber?
Well, it's pretty woody.
Yeah. Yeah.
There must be a date alcohol you could make. Anyway, that's nothing.
Let's see. All right.
How about this? Right, it's a birthday cake. Where the candles.
You gotta move closer to the mic.
The candles, you can eat them.
Yeah.
While they're burning.
While they're hot.
It's a new. We invented a new kind of edible flame.
Yeah.
Right. It burns colder.
Yeah.
Finally.
But more deliciously.
Yeah, but you can eat a lit candle on your birthday cake because it always feels sad. And like a charade, exactly. You got to take the candles off. You go through this whole thing of like, putting the candles on, lighting them, singing a big song. Whoa, look at the candles, everyone! Take a photo of the candles, and then take them off again. Put them back in a little tub.
And the burning kind of is a kind of a hydrocarbon burn, which actually doesn't taste very good. And the smell's a bit off. If it was somehow like yakitori, like it's like the.
Don't know what yakitori is.
It's like those chicken, the Japanese stuff where you cook stuff on fire with smoke and stuff like that.
Sure.
And if
think this is going to go well with a cake?
Well,
I was thinking that it did seem like if it was some kind of meat-based candle, that for some reason would be. But I guess maybe I'm just thinking you can make them out of fat, right?
Yeah, it's not that far away.
Yeah.
A meat candle.
A crackling candle, crackling like.
But I think the fire I think it also needs to be a new kind of fire.
Yeah.
That's not so hot. So that's what's tricky for us here.
Sure. I mean, you could, maybe you could burn a date or something like that, Feels like there's nothing but good stuff in there.
There's got to be a way, right? And then you can eat the still burning candle, and it'll be doused by your stomach acids.
But yeah, and you also wouldn't. Well, I think it'll probably get put up by your mouth.
Sure, yeah, probably.
But maybe.
Or it'd be really great if it burns all the way through your stomach.
I would
it comes out burning in your.
Yeah, if it could keep burning all the way through, and you could see it in your belly at nighttime.
Yeah, a little glowing.
Like it's just.
It's a new kind of fire. It's really hard to put out, but it doesn't burn hot.
If it was room temperature burn, it'd be fine. It would just be
RTP.
Cold burn. So it's got a cold burn. But is the candle hot when you eat it, or is it cold from the...
I don't think... So whatever we've made it out of, the activation energy required to continue burning is about body temperature, okay? Which is bad. I mean, maybe there's a way in which it could be so that like once you start, you still have to light it with a match, so that requires quite a bit of heat to get that first bit going. But then once it is going, the amount of heat that it produces to perpetuate that flame is not so high. I don't know. This might require an entirely new type of chemistry.
I would like to eat a whole packet of candles. And I would like to, I don't want there to be even a cake involved. Okay. I just want to get a whole packet and I light them all. And I just eat them while watching TV or something, or just while walking down the street at night.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I'm just gonna the eating candle. I'm just gonna write that.
The
snack candle. The eating
candle. I mean, any kind of edible flame, I think, is really exciting. So
yeah,
once we've got that technology down, I think you can apply it to almost anything. Candles.
Is there still a danger that this will catch and your house will be immersed in delicious, inedible flame?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be terrifying.
The atmosphere itself alight with this new blue burning...
edible flame.
Yeah.
I guess that's always the risk.
Yeah, I guess it's like when they first activated the Large Hadron Collider. We just didn't know
what was going to happen.
We know we were playing with gods when we decided to go on this adventure to try to create the edible flame. It's the real impossible.
So we did it with the Large Hadron Collider, did we?
Well,
great.
Well, we did it. We knew that when we were playing with it, when we were creating this, that there was a chance that we would destroy the world or the universe.
Is it called large because the hadrons are large, or is it called large because the collider is large? Or is it both?
Evan
Munro-Smith.
Evan, you gonna walk in for this? And Beck.
Yes.
Hello.
Look at the energy.
Well, you can help get us through. We've got
be honest with us. At what point did the stream crash? Tell us.
I didn't know you were still here.
Yeah.
It's been asleep the whole day. What the heck's happened here?
Somebody sent food or got food sent here accidentally.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah, please have some. You got to talk into the mic though.
Do you want to? You got a mic. Are you back on?
It's so nice to see you. I've had an evening out and I've come back.
It's really
Are you
nice.
drunk?
Oh, nope.
Yeah, great. Becca's very responsible.
There's a different energy to everybody else here.
Yeah, that's good.
With the last two.
We're gonna need something.
Okay, we've just done an edible flame, a sort of an eating snack candle.
Snack flame. I love They're just a snack flame.
Yeah.
I mean, those firelighter little cubules that you used to light your fire.
I'd like to be able to eat those too.
Well, they do look. They're pretty close to like a vanilla ice kind of marshmallow spectrum of. In fact, they almost are vanilla ice, and even their texture and their sort of oiliness.
What is vanilla ice?
Coconut. Sorry, coconut ice. That's what I'm thinking.
Vanilla ice sings songs.
Yeah. Okay. So I just don't know if we can do another
To the point,
edible
no
flame.
faking, putting MCs in a pound of bacon. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I flow. Turn off the stage like a
wax a chump like a candle.
Thank you so much.
Oh, an edible candle. All right. I can't believe how good you guys are at bringing things back.
Yeah.
All right. It's a kink. It's a kink, and this is a kink, and it's those fire starters. And it's just, I don't know, pushing them in and out.
Oh, Alasdair. No, this can't be 298, just pushing them in and out.
I know. Well, you don't know what else. I could have been
fallen so far. We were at 156. We were flying, and now you're pushing them in and out. Oh no!
This is what it's like though. This is what it's like when you get close to the end. Did I ever tell you about when I did the Sydney and Hobart yacht race? It was like this, right? Yeah. Seriously, the strongest winds they'd had in 12 years, all the way down the east coast of Australia. You get into the Derwent River on your way into Hobart, 0 knots of wind. And it took us like 8 hours to go about 4 kilometres.
Yeah.
And it was infuriating.
Did you get the paddles
really
out?
No, you're not allowed.
Oh.
You get disqualified.
Can you kick?
You can't kick.
Oh.
Why isn't that allowed? You've just got to get to Sydney to Hobart. Why are there so many rules?
Well, it's because it's a yacht race.
That's fucked.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, a lot of races have a lot of rules.
Yeah, right.
Get rid of them, I say. Too many rules in races.
What about one race?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like like a master race. Okay, so this is like
No.
it's like it's a race. But it's a race with no rules, right? And you can it's just you got to get from here to here at the fastest you
planes, trains,
can.
and automobiles.
Is it
rat race?
Is that the rat race?
Rat race.
Yeah.
And so there was no rules. You just had to get from there to there.
Yeah, and then there was money at the end, and there was a big concert.
And John Cleese had a sort of funny.
Yep.
Same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
It's like because they do the Paris Dakar rally in real life, which is it fascinating race that you can go in like any vehicle that you want, and people die so much in it. Like it's an insanely dangerous race.
Oh.
And all
They're
because
going through deserts and stuff a lot.
Yeah, because they weren't able to get to Dakar, they moved it to South America. People just flying off cliffs and stuff. And you go, oh yeah, no, that happens because we have a race. We don't have rules.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
I don't think you're going to fly off a cliff at the Sydney Hobart, though.
Disqualified?
I think that you don't get a thing for finishing.
If you die in the race, Andy, you die in the real
for
life.
disqualify? Is that where that word comes from?
It could be. It could
share some letters.
Okay, we're so close to the end. Okay.
Let's end strong.
Okay, look. We've.
Come on.
Yeah, you can't.
I feel good about the next thing you're going to say.
Sitting, right?
Yeah.
We've done sitting.
Great.
Okay, so you got sitting. That's a bend at the knee and then a bend at the butt.
What about the lie down sit?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
It's sitting on your back. Okay, so you're still in the sitting position. You're like, this is nothing.
No, wait. No. I invented the lay down sit during lockdown, right? And that's where the only bend happens at your neck, right? And so it's on the couch, you're extended, and just your head is upwards like this.
Yeah.
Right? The head is bent,
so that you can watch something on your
watch
laptop.
something on TV or whatever like that. And so then what that is.
We could even come up with a new kind of chair
for that. The head becomes the back. The back of the head becomes the back.
Sure.
Then the neck becomes the butt.
Yeah.
Right? And then your back is your upper thigh. Right? And then your upper thigh is your lower leg. And then your lower leg is your foot. Your foot is your toes.
Yep.
And your toes is a bit of fluff dangling off of your toes.
But I mean, is this as a new kind of chair?
Yeah.
Right? And it looks like a chair like we're sitting on right now, but just this bit where our butts are is about as long as a couch, right? And it's so then you can lie down sort of on quite an office type chair, but with just your head propped up at the back.
This is legitimately how I sit at work, and people get they don't like it.
Your body does different things to most people, right?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for acknowledging
It's a little bit more wibbly wobbly than a lot of people would be used to.
No, it's rickety.
Rickety.
It's rickety in the beginning, and it's rickety now. No, I agree. I think that is the way to sit. A lot of people, everyone's like, my back hurts, and I'm sitting in an ergonomic chair. That's because no one's trying to sit like you are proposing right now.
Yeah.
Because what if you're sitting completely lying down neck? If you only hurt your neck, you can replace your neck.
Exactly. Yeah. You can put it in a brace.
Simple.
Yeah.
Easy.
It's your, it's all the other bits that I'm worried about where you barely have a brace invented for them. No. Go for where the technology is already there to help fix things.
I think we've got a brace for most bits of the body, Alasdair, but I'll allow this. I'll allow it.
Yeah.
300. Oh,
we got one more. Okay.
I feel like it should come from them, unless you have.
Okay, so look.
New types of dietary deficiencies.
Wait.
We didn't even know it was possible to not get enough of this thing.
Wait.
I'm low in Red Bull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know we've seen mermaids with, woman on top, fish down the bottom. We've seen mermaids with fish on top.
Yeah, we haven't seen the left-right
We've
mermaid.
seen.
The left side of the body is a fish.
Yeah.
The right side is a woman. A beautiful woman. Ooh. You see her in silhouette from one side. You think looks interesting. You can still see some of the...
So there's some scales next to her. She must be standing next to some kind of beast.
You can see some of the pectoral flesh.
Yeah, maybe she's ordering in a bar from one angle, and she's like going to get the drink, and you just see the woman.
Yeah, so she's still going to bars.
Go to bars? Of course she's going to bars.
Wow.
She's going to bars.
Yeah, she's got a leg. She can meet princes.
Yeah.
So she drinks through one side of the mouth and the other side just pours out the gill.
I mean...
Because her other half of her mouth would be on the top of her head there, right? With her other eye here. And one of her eyes here.
How long could you maintain a relationship with somebody who'd never seen the other side of your body? You've only ever had conversations side on.
I've got low expectations. I reckon I can keep up the relationship. Is this the challenge?
I think that is the challenge, yeah. And I think that whether or not she can maintain, she has to in order to win the sea witch's spell and become fully human or fully fish, we don't know what she wants. She has to keep this relationship going for a week without the prince, and it is a prince, seeing the other side of her body.
This is like so much like Princess Mary who met that prince in a bar in Sydney or whatever.
Did we write this down?
Left, right, mermaid.
Yo, 300 sketch ideas, everybody. Motherfucker. Oh, Jesus. Whoa, Stewart, no.
We did.
No.
All right, we'll keep going. Let's do another 100. Let's do another 300.
Joke that you did, Brian, or did something actually happen?
Wait.
Oh, no.
Zero. No.
Okay, all right, start again. Let's start again. Okay, here's my first idea.
Okay.
What if person, but slightly bigger feet?
Yeah, it's a really good idea.
Is that
you came up with clowns.
We did it. We did it. Now all we have to do is read through the sketches.
I'm going to eat this chicken.
Yeah, no, feel free.
I'm going to go get a beer from the fridge. Would you like one?
I'll just wait for the wine from the cheese goblet.
I better start carving.
You got that knife?
Yeah, somewhere.
Have you got anywhere to be, or are you right, Martin?
I'm fine. I should actually probably leave because I got to do things tomorrow. But
yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Really, you guided us.
You guided us. You helped us through the. There was a lot of ideas where I just wrote down what you said.
Tell me the words. Tell me the spelling.
Just tell me, and that.
Oh my God.
Well, there was a lot of that with a lot of guests. Where today was like, oh, guests have done some heavy lifting. So thank you.
Martin, it was so nice to see you briefly. We should catch up.
It would be nice
It's
if
been
this
so
wasn't
long.
just all for viewing of other people.
Yeah. We can always see each other for the purpose of viewing each other. Let's do that sometime.
Do you want me to go so you guys can experience this?
We don't need to. But I mean,
We'll
you
just-
you can go if you need to go, but also we love having you here.
No, what this is now is just me getting to enjoy the podcast in person while eating a piece of chicken.
That's fine. That's
I'm going to do that. I'll be quiet.
Way to do it, I reckon.
experience
All right. And so now I will start reading through the 300 sketch ideas.
Oh, Jesus. And this is... I'm genuinely scared.
Okay, wait. How long did it take? Oh, I guess we only need to know at the end, really. Okay. Slow release sausage pills. 2. Gary Larson comics across the world.
Oh,
Then we got the smothering pillow. Less good at smothering. All right. Then we got the breathe through bed so you can sleep face down. A more pure America where you're allowed to break laws. A soap bong for a cleaner rip. Then we got man bowl bong rips through belly button. There we go. We got the podcasting knife. I thought it said the podcasting wife, which, by the way, can I send some thank you to our podcasting wives
And our real wives.
and our real wives. That's who have.
Thank you, Carly,
thank you,
if you're
Indiana.
watching, and if you're not watching, you've given us a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is not
Thank
easy
you.
to take the children all day on a weekend. Then back through. Okay, the coffee cup turbos. We're gonna make an extra hole in there. The dictionary boys, which is and they've got it's the daily dictionary. And it's for people who make mistakes. We put different definitions of words so that you can enjoy. It's for people who don't get all the words right.
I don't think this is a good carving cheese.
No?
No, it's cracking apart. I think the knife is okay.
Okay, wait. We got the.
I got lots of time.
Then we got the indoor gnome. The indoor home gnome.
that you could have sex with.
Oh yeah, that's a possibility. But we also kept a rubber butthole that gets red when you use it.
No, what? That's a sketch idea? You wrote that down, Alasdair?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, good lord.
Even early on, I knew that we couldn't spare any minutes.
That's an innovative idea you could just use commercially.
That's true, exactly. I mean, it doesn't have to be in a sketch. I think that's actually, there's a whole world.
There is a hole.
There's
And it's red.
We've got the Winking Man's Dictionary. we got the Thinking Man's Food ad. I don't understand what that one is.
Ad. Men's food ad.
Yeah. Then we got
It's got lots of pictures of men thinking real hard. And then
that's
it's
right.
advertising a particular type of food that's been designed for them.
That's right. And we got
Like Nutrigrain.
a cesium section. That's when it comes out and the baby is made of is made out of metal. And anyway, we got the reblocking foods and powders. So you have to grind them like salt.
Oh, yeah.
You got zoo where you don't condescend to the animals and you treat them like adults. And so we got Formula One Spartan baby. You put him in a fast-moving car, and if he survives, then he'll be.
made of the right
made of the right stuff. The same thing you could do with babies that are potential philosophers, and you can put them in a conversation with Chomsky, a debate with Chomsky. You got the taste.
Chomsky really does sound like it would be a great food for kids.
Mm-hmm.
Some little thing that you can chew on.
We got taste through packaging, a packaging you can lick so that you can taste the food through the packaging.
Before you take it home.
Take it home. Then we got giving out 3 of your PIN numbers because you're confident they can't get the last one. I don't know why. What that is. The game. It's the game. The book, The Game for Being Pathetic. Then we got a smell dating profile. Then we got. Oh wait, and then that said All in the Stink. I think is what the app was called. Maybe. And then Never Been Chewed TV show, and that's where people who'd like to bite people and people who would like to be bitten. Or people
who have never bitten anything.
People who've never bitten anything and people who've never been bitten meet up and then they get paired up. Then we have...
These ideas are not as good as they felt at the time.
No, that's fine. Island show where people have never been bitten or gotten bitten. No, I think it must be a different one. Then we got Incel Island where they fuck. Okay. I think it's boy and girl incels. And they meet up and you can let them. Thank you. Genuinely Lonely People Island. That's where you tell people you're going to take them to an island where
For genuinely lonely people.
and then you put them each on an individual island. We got Pronunciation Nation. It's successful person words.
There.
That's for people who don't want to use small words because they don't use they've never even bothered learning objects and colors and one syllable words because it's just beneath them. We got Wordles and Swirtles.
Wow.
Then we got water polo style sport on manatees. Then we
I wonder what Wordles and Swirtles
That's
mean.
walking hurdles and swimming hurdles.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
We got the hearing stick, which is a stick for the last time you're ever going to hear something through this stick that you put up against your eardrum. We got worms muscles. That's when you allow worms to grow inside you to make it look like you got muscles. They basically eventually take over your body, which is what happens in this next sketch called Worm World Politician, who is a politician made out of worms, I believe.
Yeah, or maybe everybody else is made out of worms and they're trying to say that they think it's okay.
That's right, yeah. And we got for-profit reading and writing hotline.
They sell you all the adjectives in a separate package.
That's right, and we got for-profit kids. That's when you can get them ads and then you charge them for lessons and things like that, and you charge them for...
No, is this when you're a divorced dad or is this a different thing?
Then the next thing is divorced dadvertising. Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. For-profit kids was just you charge your kids for stuff, but divorced dadvertising is then you. Oh no, divorced dadvertising is where you are paid to advertise to your own children.
Yeah.
Right before you drop them off to their mother. And you got decentralized loan shark. It's called the Loan School of Fish. And we got Hollywood lineup in order of height order. And that's where we got, for $1 billion each, all the Hollywood stars line up so we get to see how tall they are compared to each other. Charity laundering, tricking people into giving to charitable causes by telling them that they're giving to celebrities. And we pit lubes and Teflon strips. This is using lube for like your armpits and or Teflon strips for whatever, any parts with it rubbed together. Hair pencil sharpeners, that's to just thin your hairs. Then we got ant hair extraction. We got 350-year-old thick hairs. That's just like hairs that are like, as thick as fingers because they've just gotten thicker over 350 years. Got the business handshake massage so that you can't tell you're getting a massage. You bet. Here, let me...
There's so much cheese.
We got noodle glory hole public toilets so that you can eat a nice noodle
suck
dish,
a noodle.
suckle through the toilet wall. We got thank you. We got drive tos, which is what the president announced that some he announces to Australia that while our countries have great relationship, some restaurants are drive-throughs and others are drive-tos. And hand over fist, making toilet hand over fist. You make a toilet shape with your hand. You realize that making hand over fist is when you just do this, like this, and I'm giving them money hand over fist like that, and you just actually have a bit of money and do this like that. And
it's a little cutaway.
Yeah. Where am I up to? Wait, I don't think we're that far in. Oh, wait. Okay, and we got day people and night people.
I believe we filled up that entire pad.
Yeah, we got garbage toilet. What's the garbage toilet? It's just a toilet in your kitchen that you can put all your garbage in and you flush it instead of a garbage bag that you take outside, Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly. Then we got sleeping with the Fishers, which is a mob pun boss. And it's about, putting people into like the Mariana Trench and whatnot. We got worst flaw. Your worst flaw is tattooed between your butt cheeks. And when you're ready to show somebody that, then you're ready to show them your thing. Then we got young versus old, joy versus avoiding pain. Anyway, that made sense when we described all the examples. Make out genealogy kit. This is a genealogy kit that you have to tongue in order to put your DNA on it.
The doctor explains it.
Yeah. Well, it's midnight on the doomsday clock somewhere.
You say as you riot.
Yeah, as you riot.
Screaming that the end is nigh. At 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Somebody started early.
It was this forever sounding alarm to motivate. Oh yeah, inner forever sounding alarm to motivate people to fix climate. It's just the government's dealing with climate by putting a chip in people's brains that makes an alarm constantly ring to remind them to do something about the climate. Yeah, man. Well, I'm sorry. We got nipple Pinocchio. We've got long nipples, and it's a very softcore porn where Pinocchio's nipples get long. I think when he sees people that he wants to become friends with, and then he lies to himself to say that he doesn't want to be friends with them because he's got too many friends a year. Can't spend any. Then we got beef fed beef, and then we got cows fed milk to make milk. That's a farmer conspiracy.
That's what's really going on.
Yeah.
You can't just get milk.
No. We got chewing tobacco punk. That was a whole world set in the chewing tobacco world. I can't remember how it works. We got chewable milk enema.
What? Was I around for that?
It was something that you chew that makes your
milk shoot out of your
colon. It makes your colon shed its light. Shed blood that gets filtered through the lining and turned into milk, and then that cleans out your butt.
That's a sketch idea.
We got armpit consumption paste and butt crack chewing tobacco. These are just using the armpit for consumption, because it's got so many pores and things like that. So that why not just put, foods or something in there that where you could
sort of a Vegemite like.
Same thing with the butt crack, but that's with chewing tobacco. We got Living as Animals Summit. It's got Jane Goodall 2 is involved.
The sequel to Jane Goodall?
Yeah, there's a sequel to Jane Goodall. She's there. That's right. The idea is that we go and live as animals. And so it's Jane Goodall too because Jane Goodall just lived with the gorillas.
Now, what about this?
This is Jane Goodall will live as a gorilla.
You go and you live amongst Jane Goodall.
That would be cool.
She seems, I don't know, I've met her and she's tired. I think she wouldn't put up with you being there.
Yeah, I think.
Stuff on.
Yeah, she seems busy and she feels like she's genuinely doing stuff.
She's genuinely helping the world and you'd just be like, I guess, hanging
Probably quite serious as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just be wandering around her house going, ooh,
Yeah, and she knows how to deal with alphas, like us.
Like us. We wouldn't be any trouble for her.
No.
English and arugula English. It didn't be
English, but they use the word arugula.
And
cilantro.
And it's about it's from the road sign people who are trying to get. We got Bigfoot is found on LinkedIn. We got linked out for hermits. We got real estate punk. Everything is sold by real estate agents. And we got click poetry, but this is all these kind of clicks. And we got click masturbation from a big poet. Somebody, a beat poet, sort of jerks you off with finger clicking. Anyway, I'm sorry. Predictor has prediction come true every time other people leave. QAnon is Pokemon Go to the polls.
Sorry, can we get a bit more detail on that one?
No, we're not.
One.
No.
That
is that the end?
one is basically people interacting with the world, saying things about, this was kind of based on those people who apparently went to the grassy knoll and said they were waiting for the King of Kings to come back. And then it wasn't until everybody left that they went, oh, the King of Kings showed up, which was, I think.
Right.
While you weren't looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think maybe it was John F. Kennedy's grandson or something like that. And or maybe he was saying that Trump was the King of Kings.
So wait, did people really Pokemon go to the polls but no one was looking? What are you doing?
I can't.
No, that's okay. No, I should. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Just continue the readout.
Passive Instagram. Yeah. Oh, my cheese goblet. Thank you so much.
Cheese goblet runneth over. Mine's leaking a little bit.
Cheers, Beck.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
Oh, yeah, cheese goblet. All right. Look at this. Andy carved these goblets with his own hands. Oh, there is no better way to drink red wine. Straight from the cheese goblet. Hallelujah. Ooh, that's a salty cheese. I like that. We got passive Instagram success guy finds freedom And that's right. So a guy makes passive income and then finds so much financial freedom that he just wants to dedicate his
Dedicates
life
his life to teaching other people how to do the same thing.
How to do the same thing. Then God has his own has his own kind of Instagram ad or a master class where he teaches you how to create a lit religion and become God. God then, this is a separate sketch, God wants to reconnect with followers, but his values stop him from becoming an influencer. But then he kind of breaks and then he does become an influencer. Sells out. Yeah. We got, keep hitting that mic. Experiences you couldn't have NFTs, like a fancy past wine. These are just, old wines, whatever. Feminist who believes Satan is a woman. It's a feminist Satanist. Soul login for bank, right? It's a 3-factor authentication, right? You have to sort of put a bomb on your chest and then a pentagram and light it up on fire and show that to your phone, and it looks at your soul. And then we got bull clip society. I think that's where you replace your clothing with bull clips and giant bull clips, and you're just gonna clip your bits. You got mauled couches. Why not maul more things? Think about that. A mauled couch, you walk in, it's so wintry in here. Sit down, sloshing.
Christmas is coming. The couch is getting mauled.
A very festive mauled town with active males, all Santa, and air Christmas bells. They've managed to find a way to make Christmas bells neutrally buoyant, and they float in the air.
Oh, my God.
And it ruins the town. They flood the town with mulled wine, and we got passive aggressive income. We didn't go too deep into what that was. We got toilet bro house, where the toilet is a basketball net, and you sort of pee off the backboard into the bowl. Then we got the shit out of dick doctor. I'm not sure if the doctor shits out of their dick, or
they help
the doctor who swaps the pipe. He moves the pipe, puts a double. Yeah.
I think it was the casual way which you brought up shit out of
dick. Shit out of dick doctor.
Of course we have. Shit out of your dick doctor.
Yeah, and then we got the prank man wind up, which is that slams toilet shut. Oh, it's a prank. It's a wind-up man.
Do you mind if I go to the toilet while you keep reading?
Of course not.
Yeah, great.
This is a it's a wind-up man you have in another kind of bro house that you attach to the toilet, and he slams the toilet shut when you try to piss on it, and he's gonna hit your dick or something like that. So it's a.
I relate to that.
Yeah.
Evan is just on a shot of the.
Watching Andy leave.
Things are still happening.
It's okay. It's also great for people to see what else is in this room. We got doctor talks people through the food piled up on their patient's lung. No. Some people, when people choke on stuff, the food just kind of piles up on top of their lungs, and the doctor's just kind of, sending camera down this person's trachea or whatever, and just explaining to them what all that food is. It's all the food that they've kind of piled up over the years.
Can I just say, earlier in the night, I said I'm going to stop eating cheese.
Did you say that?
I genuinely said that to someone earlier.
And now you've got I've
got a whole cheese block. I feel like the doctor would have. It wouldn't be much to explain. It'd just be cheese. Is it going well?
This?
Yeah, people are very envious of the cheese goblets.
Really?
Yeah. People have said I love you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Questions about whether I'm going to finish the cheese? Probably.
Yeah, I think Beck could finish the cheese.
I don't have a lot on.
Yeah. Do you working tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, we can finish the cheese at work.
Thank you so much.
That would be lovely.
Thank you.
Unless Andy wants to feed his children with it, but.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
I'm just messing around. I don't care.
No, let's mess around more.
You got the circumcision doctor gets you to play your own banjo string while he circumcises you. That idea was kind of linked. I know. I was like, Andy, I don't think we can write that down because it was linked on. Somebody said when you're getting brain surgery, they make you like do something and stay awake and stuff like that. And so somebody said play the banjo so that they know that they haven't given you brain damage. And then this is how that came around. So that's a circumcision doctor makes you play your own banjo string. Then we got the one man riot who's just walking down the street and they've got basically cops following him, but he's allowed to riot for some reason. Room where you you get to fix all stuff people break in break rooms. That's for people who don't like really the breaking, they like the fixing. We got the bad eating is an internal riot. You're kind of rebelling against your own rules, against, this is unhealthy to do. We got the day calendar that you pull things off every hour. So it's a daytime calendar, and you pull out every hour, you pull off a thing, and it just tells you what new hour it is. You see, but how do you know when to pull it off? That's the real challenge with it. World's most faraway man. We got Guinness World Record measurer comes to this person, and we find out, who's the most faraway man. But then maybe the Guinness World Record person becomes the most faraway person because they're behind him, trying to make sure where they are. Yeah, we got the rectangle billionaire. He's the billionaire. He's made all his money in rectangles. We got the some accidental new asshole becomes your preferred asshole. So maybe somebody accidentally pierces a new asshole through someone.
Someone rips you a new asshole.
Yeah, and then you actually go, that's a much better asshole. Yeah.
That's great.
Then we got drinking strawberry milk served at Leech's, an all liquid foods restaurant. And I think Andy was mentioning that strawberry milk is the closest thing. When drinking lots of strawberry milk is the closest thing to being like a leech, because it's kind of, milk is like filtered blood, and then it's kind of reddish. It's pinkish, but there's a nugget, like a
what time was that? I feel like that was early.
That was early. That was under 100 still.
Oh boy.
We got 3-tiered placebo lie effect. First, you tell people that it is what they're getting is the real medication, but then you tell them actually it's a placebo, but then you tell them it's actually the real medicine again, and then you hope that each time it gives you a little boost.
Is it ever real? No.
I can't remember which one it is. It could just be a placebo. It might be real.
Maybe the doctor forgot.
Well, that's.
Then who does it hurt?
And then it doesn't matter to kind of hurt anybody, because if they needed the medicine, then that doesn't matter. Yeah. And if they get a placebo, that's not going to hurt unless you're allergic to sugar pills. Then you got the magician doctor. I think what this was about misdirecting pain. It's over here now. So I think it was to do like a clown doctor. It was a play on that. A guy whose culture couldn't figure out bread. That's my culture. So like, let's say if I broke away from, my tribe, and I suddenly was like, man, wheat is genuinely too complicated. It would have been too complicated for me to figure out, because it's like it's just a small bit of it. A lot of the grass you can't eat or whatever like that. I wouldn't have never figured out. Man, I would have been the first culture to never create bread. We got the first man to hit a rock a second time.
Ooh.
Because that's what led to multiple hits of a rock. So, and we hear a lot about stories about the first man to hit a rock or something like that.
He comes back. You ready? It's Andy James Matthews.
Okay. We got celebrities not wanting to put their face to help the elephant trunk boners problem. Elephant trunks.
No, I get it. You don't need to explain.
Mafia beatings as only way of sending messages. Your grandson says hello. Meat tapestry culture. We got Kasparov the friendly Ghosterov.
Oh no!
Kasparov the friendly Ghosterov. Sorry. We got no barbecues. It's a shop called No Barbecues for the man with no barbecues. You see.
It's a sort of they relate to if you have a disease, you type in your symptoms. You don't type in pictures of people who don't have the disease.
Yeah, you might also type in not feeling good. That's not a war room. That's a wardrobe. That's somebody giving.
That's a line for a satire
thing where they're complaining about the size of the war room. It's not very big. Harnessing terrorists to protect the environment by attacking oil companies.
No.
That's kind of that's shaming them. Shaming, you go, wrong targets, bro. Green energy from spinning World Trade Center turbine. So that's when the planes. Yeah, that was. Then we got world whack-a-mole sort of buildings that let's say go in place to stop anything being able to hit these things. Then we got mafia. Higher ranking allows for looser mouth kissing. The higher you are in the rank,
the sloppier the mafia kiss.
Yeah, so if you're like if you're a Padawan or whatever, you're just starting out, you gotta be real tight lipped. But if you're the Godfather, you can just come out straight, just tongue like that. And people, nobody's gonna say no to you. When we got China Panda Debt, and Quokka Soft Power, we started making Quokka leather. as a way of creating, exporting soft power and things like that too.
Yeah, just turn the world against us.
Turn the world against us, but there's no such thing as bad advertising. We got the China panda debt. They give us pandas, but then they expect like interest on the loans, and then that's why we got to get those pandas making babies, but we can't get it to happen, and so now we owe China
and
pandas, extra
Barry
pandas.
Black and White.
Yeah, then we played them. What's his name?
Barry Black and White.
Barry Black and White. Then we got maths tourism, the big number. You go down there.
It's such a big number.
Then we got sit down anesthetists. These are anesthetists that just sit on you to make your bits numb.
Yeah.
We got kids getting up surgery to impress. Getting
butt surgery
to impress Santa with their soft butt.
Well, and they're sitting on Santa's lap.
Sit on Santa's lap, yeah. And you want to make an impression so he remembers you get something good.
Not an impression like where you leave a big dent because of your hard butt.
Yeah, exactly. Santa was in on amping Rudolph up because the HR case for bullying that was building up for him, so he had to start making him feel good. Zuckerberg starts dressing up as Santa, and I think it actually changes everybody's opinion of him, and everybody likes him a lot more. Imagine if he was always dressing up as Santa every day, and he did the voice. Ho, ho, ho. I think everybody would prefer. Guy who wants his car/van adapted to make it look like he's skydiving. So he's just on the front like this.
Lashed to the front.
Like that. It's just, it was an idea.
Like the Garfield.
Sure.
Yeah, a little bit like that Garfield, but you're going outwards. So it always feels like you're kind of falling through the air, but you're just driving. And I guess you kind of control with your feet or something like that. We got also the possibility of tongue control for the car and also emotional control for the car. We got.
I really like that emotional control.
Yeah, so you feel sad to turn left. You feel happy to turn right.
Oh, and then the next idea is the foot phone.
Lonely, needy person who bothers their dog. That was the person who their dog decides to leave, and they have to go and like, hey, what you doing over here? Why didn't you spend time with me? Sorry, I know that's probably just. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all of us. It's all of us. Don't worry.
It's all of us at your house.
We got big corporations suppressing dessert lasagna. It's the best idea that's ever happened, and that's why we have never seen it, or barely seen it. And then we replace all of our meat and bones with cartilage, so aliens who are coming don't want to eat us. The toilet pants bib. That's a bib you put in front of your crotch while you pee, so that if you get a little drip, doesn't fall on your front of your pants. You got the pee undies, Dragon's Den. That's what just like it's like period undies, but for peeing.
Trying to convince people that it's not just a nappy.
Yeah, it's not a nappy. We got an architectural movement where the whole bathroom is the bowl, the toilet bowl. Then we got a one-man ventriloquist. He just does two voices, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" He goes, "Oh, don't talk to him like that." He goes, "Well, he's an asshole." "Oh, Jimmy." Then we got how to get on every podcast trick. You whine and scream outside of it, and you could yell out advertising, and you could get money. We got, hey, a bit like that moose pillow.
Yeah, that's my favorite new pillow. I used Dan's code.
It worked?
Worked.
I mean, I can't believe the extent to which that got me.
Memory foam pillow made with real brain. We got guy who pictures Antarctica first when someone mentions bouquet of salad. You had a bouquet of salad?
How's that going for you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can tell. You can tell it's good. These are really firm lettuce leaves. Now, these haven't been left
wilted at all.
Left in the fridge to wilt for sort of 3 weeks before you decide to eat it.
It's not really the spirit of the thing when we talked about a bouquet of salad.
No, but
it's just a cos lettuce with a thing wrapped around the bottom. But it's the healthiest thing I've eaten today.
Yeah. We got living pillows. It's like the wolf there, Chief. It's a up and down breathing.
It might be a genetically engineered creature.
Oh yeah.
No arms.
Oh yeah, the guy who pictures Antarctica first when someone mentions deserts.
It's the world's largest desert.
It's the world's largest. Well,
And is it you? Is it you?
we got the pillow is actually a smaller mattress, and so you make it into a smaller mattress, and why not give it the same comfort that your rest of your body deserves? We got the Viking drinking from skulls of their enemies. There was more to that, but I don't know. I can't go into it.
A lot of details.
A lot of details. Facebook for your enemies, for hate. Hate book, maybe. Drink soup from the skulls of your enemies. Not great for drinking wine because it's kind of more of a shallow dish. You could use a spoon or maybe the top of their skull to actually spoon it out.
You're feeling a bit sick.
Yeah, you are.
You are when your Viking wife brings you your chicken noodle soup in the skulls of your enemies.
Of course, yeah. And then you got the Viking homewares from bits of, so it's a Viking homeware. So it's all different bits of your enemies made into, various things, newspaper racks and, the kind of stuff you'd find in, IKEA from, that.
Eric the Sniffly, who had chicken and noodle soup from the skulls of his enemies. Something like that.
Yeah. Is there any more of that goblet, or is it already gone?
Oh, sorry, I put it away.
It's okay. I was thinking I could just have a tiny little bit more of that wine.
Yeah, absolutely.
High jumpers became civil aviation after the sky was named after ground level, just above ground level.
So they did taxi. Oh, that's a good shot, Evan. That's very beautifully composed.
How have you done that?
They need air traffic control.
Yeah, that's right. Then we've got everyone runs 800-meter marathon everyone runs marathon and they give the 100, 200, 300 and so far awards as they just go along. All right, why just have multiple races?
Really
when you
full.
just have one big race. Man, 136. Sorry. Dog competition where it's the most fun they have together. That's how they win. Intestines balloons blow up and then give back to the dog owner. Sorry, you make a dog out of these intestines and then give it back to the person who owned the dog.
Well, we came up with that one again, but it's an umbilical cord.
Great. Do you want to read some for a bit?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, you'll go faster.
Okay. Taylor to use traditional torture psycho stuff to get people on their podcast. Oh, trying to get people on your podcast with psycho behaviour. Blackmail, that kind of thing. Olympic balloon blowing, the biggest blower.
Yeah.
The big blower.
Yeah, absolutely.
A consumer volcano to save the planet.
Save the planet, all girls.
It's a new home cooking sensation.
Yeah.
It's big on TikTok. Sports documentary on a darts player, and their secret to their success, they're just not drunk all the time, unlike every single other person in darts. Air traffic controller, Joker, who is killing people. I don't remember this one. I was out of the room. Plane stopping at the drive-through, or plane with the parking meter. It's a very funny little visual joke with a little bit of contrasting footage. Very funny. Heartwarming realization of the man who realized that there is no rule against driving a car in the American in the Melbourne Cup, I believe.
Yeah.
Soup cigar.
Or the soup cigar. Yeah.
Soup cigar. Drive-through soup kitchen. Don't remember the details of that, but sounds like a thing that already exists. The foot phone. You can type on your foot phone when you're driving along, and the cops can't see you. The U.S. president. The cycle. Okay, here we go. Car foot soccer. It's soccer that you can play with your feet while you're driving. Cycle judge for road infringements. The judge rides up in their judge lycra with their hair over their helmet and gives you an infringement on the spot. The US president and the UK prime minister fall in love on Tinder under pseudonyms, but at the same time they're trying to organise a tricky trade deal. And they don't realise that they've fallen in love with each other.
That's like You Got Mail.
It is. That's what.
Is that it? Yeah,
that
cool.
Was the basis for it.
I love that.
Unique, hard to spell names pay off in terms of getting your own name as your Twitter handle. See, Becky, you don't understand about this. Testicles create matter from outside the universe. Complementary complimentary bouncer who will let you in, won't let you in. I'm not sure what that is. Trying to change the colours of rainbows to be less joyful because it's weird that they all look like a frown. Spit fights are coming back after the pandemic. Dad Andrews finally announces it's okay to get back in the spit fights.
Stage 7. Spit fights are back.
Spit fights are back. Villain who spits teeth. The tooth spitter. Somebody who's exotically erotically aroused. The best kind. By getting trapped by a Bond villain. Yes, it's a Bond. But he finds it a little bit sexy when he gets caught. A grotty reboot of Batman. It's just a real grubby down there in the Batcave. Somebody who's a bouncer loopholes that are actually bad for you. So there's this thing like getting your feet surgically made to look like bad shoes. A cosmetic surgeon who makes it look like your body is clothes for nudist. Guess who's a grandma? Teflon crack. Competition to get kids to try food. Adults get aeroplane done as they get fed when they go to see their parents, and their mum still does the aeroplane when they won't have any more food on the plate. A chef refuses to clean their hands like a seasoned pan. You know, because
soap ruins the flavor.
Leaving Las Vegas, but with pepperoni.
Welcome. I'll take it from here. Leaving Las Vegas with pepperoni. Then I think we said something about
Father has secret family where he's a dog.
That's what I was
going
to say.
Dogfire. Very similar ideas.
Yep.
People now know someone has sex with corpses, but they're the only person who knows how to do the email and passwords, so they actually get it rehired with a raise, and they're allowed to have sex with 2 more corpses a week. Archaeologists find sealed sections of pornos, and Clio magazine as the only relics of the late 1990s.
Can I guess the next one? Is it Godfather babies? Godchildren?
Guy keeps snake in his shirt. Washed up Harry Potter catching snakes in Queensland. The Church of God the Billionaire. Elaborate straw for drinking under things with a film. And shit. Snobby we don't own a toilet family. They use the bath for everything.
Apparently you skipped a bunch.
Joy.
Hold on a second, Andy. Did you skip a bunch?
Oh, God.
Did you skip a page? Oh, I skipped a bunch.
No, I did.
Andy skipped
I've
kayak.
skipped more than one
Yeah,
page.
you skipped kayak kicking. That was an important moment in my
God.
life that is gone forever now.
Video game where you beat Jesus, then God's the big boss. The Da Vinci Code, but trying to get Judas's $30 of silver investment account. Using casual use of betrayal on your kids when they don't understand what it means to increase the use of this popular saying, or this cool, powerful saying. Raise your kid as Joe Pesci. Godfather babies. Here we go. Buddy Cop Trio. Take rewards on Twitch for raising your kids. A dictionary for sentences. Snob who won't learn single-syllable words, objects, or colours. I don't own a TV, but I watch Netflix on a huge computer screen. Elaborate straw for drinking under things with a film on and shit. We read these ones. Snobby family who says, we don't actually experience joy in our family. Person who seems to be not enjoying popcorn, a big one, then goes and buys another. Love the detail that went into that.
I know, that one.
Joy and wholesomeness, peeping Tom. It's actually a little bit creepier in my mind.
Yeah.
The sun's body. We see the sun's body.
Dangling underneath its big head.
And its little sun penis.
And we're trying to get around so we can see its butt.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. And he wants to watch SpongeBob, but has to convince himself it's a parody. Oh, he wants to watch SpongeBob have sex, I think. Person who lives in fear they'll miss out on YouTube prank money if they don't join in weird shit. Selling political allegiances and beliefs for the poor. Being diagnosed with something mild, then instantly trying to become the face of it. I don't know where kayak kicking was. Have we missed it completely? Positively pitching zipper bean junk underpants.
It was written down, but it might have just been accidentally skipped.
Star Trek, but with zipper doors. Me Too Midas. Midas, big mistake in his gold choice. Bitcoin or other things would have been better. Who killed the focaccia doco? Where the focaccia, it's called. Self-help last-minute work pamphlet, yes. Spice, semen writing, causes stink, feeling bad. Okay. New number to get people excited with maths again. Ballarat. Concept town. They expect food sound chew loud. Travel show. Festival of New Sounds. Michael Keynesian economics. That's all that says.
Michael Keynesian economics.
Oh, Michael Keynesian. Sure.
Apparently, kite kicking was 167. I haven't got it. All right.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Blood alcohol level you want to achieve. Bar.
167 to 175.
I skipped a whole page. Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe. You see 167, 175?
Kayak kicking.
Kayak kicking.
Yeah, aquatic martial art. Oh, the catfish problem. Caring deeply about emotionless animals. Piss colours, brackets artists. Roe v. Wade, case about how to get across a river. Psychiatrist blending fruit during a session. Piss hands X-Man. Pitching guy. Guy who pitches always... pitches to Hollywood, always mentioning how big his penis is. In my mind, it was the characters he was always mentioning, but his own penis sure is fine as well. Couple finishing each other's sentences, but they have to correct them. Sponge that you can fart in. Medical style restaurant. Guy who eats soup tries to make it look elegant. Soap. It's soap. Fill up on bread restaurant, and then you get to walk. A dine and dash role play. Leaving app. Protect and run your meals at restaurant with a gunman in the building. OH&S issues are why Willy Wonka gives factory to a kid. Floaties alternative sinkies for mob parents to put on kids it doesn't like. A robot trying to get into your emails. Squirrels move into Australia, and told they're an invasive species. Great budget looking for a movie. We've got a great budget. Great gig that goes to... Oh, great paying gig, but you have to perform to a pile of corpses in a morgue.
That sounds good.
Dude who's really attracted to bright lights. Frog shop. Little humans. Croaking from humans. Rain room. Guy creates fire room and it fails. Pantyhose that moistens your whole pants to hide drips. Knife you can use to make other knives. Guy who made money puppet with your money keeps telling you he's making your money work for you. Housemate who refuses to be themselves. Oh, because they're a puppet.
Oh, puppet, yeah, sorry.
Bleeding head interview. You got a job interview, but your head is bleeding and you're trying to hide it. Oscar for biggest budget and most sound. Flat ground was very easy on the inner ear. Good balance. First F word used in sex would have alarmed someone. Using a break-in to help burglar so you could get rid of stuff you have been meaning to. Hard rubbish person taking everything, including Earth's crust. Mole man politicians who denies it affects his judgment on why he thinks we should all live underground. Guess who pissed? Guy fell into shit pit and says he wants to stay there. Bane-themed chiropractor. Tom Hardy touring Bane. Commercial kitchen LARPing. Cosplay convention where you go dressed as Meredith, your friend. Breaking and entering breaking and entreeing.
Yeah,
internal
breaking and entreeing.
CCTV. The Alexa knife arm. Alexa, cut these vegetables. Alexa, open the fridge. She only has a knife.
Yeah.
Marathon diet. You can eat anything you want as long as you're running a marathon. Stadium show. T-shirt cannon chef. Attenborough after dark. Can a pelican eat it? What flavors lions prefer? Barber who refuses to cut hair and says it's perfect because he doesn't know how. Budget street roaster. That's like a busker. Compliment battle. The train coming towards the screen extended universe. Opposite of train spotters, train punchers, people who hate trains and want to hit everyone, even the exotic ones. Horror house that isn't as scary as trying to buy a house. Why the US government revealed aliens. Poltergeist can be explained by landlords. The floor window in apartment. Oh, the floor window. The bus tube for sucking kids into bus. A magic eye artist who only made 3 that worked, but released the others that didn't. The shit riddler. Onion location. Underwater first date burger eating. Inspector Rex is now chief commissioner of the NYPD. Animal testing, but it's animals that are administering the tests, so it's ethically okay. Politician without kids finds way to be photographed with kids, so it looks like they have kids. Scorned man tries to get bread back from swan. The chef tries to invent flavor width.
Because there's flavor depth and flavor length.
Yeah, phrases that everybody knows.
Yeah.
Surgical gastronomy. That's where they stick the food directly into your brain. Bridge with jump is proposed and slowly told designer as of jump maybe. Bridge made... Oh, talked designer out of jump maybe? You didn't talk me out of it, so I don't know why you wrote that down. Bridge made out of old crashed cars. Service that checks the Mariana Trench for lost items. Guy on heroin uses Loki as an excuse for why he keeps injecting. Loki, the Australian trickster god. Triple length finger guy with evolutionary advantage, dressing up emerging baby as Superman to get a fancy photo. Idea from Potato Studio. Photo Studio, that's what that says. Umbilical bathroom animal party. Wow. Thermonuclear war for the monoculture of kids. Leaving the sun. Try other ones to see if they might be better. Supervillain threatens to block out the moon. Concentrate moonlight with magnifying glass to give it ants a more romantic experience. Prohibition rotten fruit cop attack. Jobs for sad people. Make guide dogs more hideous campaign. Guide bats for the deaf. Hot pinata. Asphyxie crying. Finding out Alf was a human man. If you say Candyman wrong 5 times, you get locked out. Interview with bored demon beast about what keeps it motivated. Horror, where's Spot? Where she doesn't find him, but acts like she does. Putting offensive t-shirts on animals to get more power back from them. The eating snack candle. The lay down sit. And left, right mermaid fish. And we need to come up with a final code word for people who have listened to the entire thing, okay? So I'm going to say...
What about Arctic Merlin?
Arctic Merlin.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Nice frosty wizard there with his robes.
Yeah.
Nothing to protect you from the cold that radiates from the ice shelf. Straight up to your genitalia region.
Shall we go to the song?
Is there anything else to say? Support the SOS, the Stupid Old Studios, Indiegogo account. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you to everybody who was doing the thing. Oh, okay. Will we do thank yous after the song?
We can do thank yous after the song.
We can do thank yous after the song. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you to everybody who did little administrative tasks.
Oh my
gosh. Thank you to Michael, whoever you are, because we ate your dinner. Thanks, Beck. Thank you so much to Evan for setting everything up and then coming back at the end to give us cool camera moves to finish on. I saw people in the Discord talking about how beautiful your camera work was once you came back. They could tell the difference between Robot Evan and Real Evan. So you still have a role here, Evan.
Thank you for lifting our spirits back.
Thank you.
What did I do? You just lifted them.
Thank you, Alasdair.
Thank you, Andy.
For doing this with me and going on this journey. And I don't know if you feel comfortable about announcing this.
What is it?
I think we're going to do episode 400.
Okay, well, it looks like we're going to do episode 400.
We're going to do episode 400. In 2 years' time, we'll see you back here.
Oh, my God.
And we'll come up with 400 sketch ideas.
All right, we'll see.
I mean, I think that's what the people want,
That's what
right?
everybody wants, yeah. Yeah, and, you know, it didn't actually seem like that big a task.
Can I come by again just for the very end to just laugh at all the ideas once they're done? It feels like cheating and I loved it.
Oh, it's great. We appreciate it.
I'll be here for the very end again.
Hey, you can follow Alasdair at Alasdair TV. You can follow me at Stupid Old Andy. You can follow Beck at Beckness. You can follow Evan at Evan MS.
Evan MS.
He said, yeah.
You can support us on Patreon if you choose to. You already do so much.
You already do so much. Thank you, everybody. You worked so hard.
And we passionately
love you. Bye.
Goodbye.